My father is the renowned holy sword warrior and the Northern War King. My younger brother is the highly anticipated Dragon Knight, the pride of the heavens, and I have been abandoned for 18 years, experiencing poverty and extreme low status. After returning to the family, my father actually regarded me as a shame to the family. My stepmother criticized and insulted me in every possible way, and the servants in the family also mocked me as a waste. After cutting off ties with the family, I successfully changed careers to become a summoner and obtained the divine talent Dark Descendants First Blood. When I fused the summoned beasts with dark bloodlines, they successfully evolve into dark creatures. The bloodthirsty bat fused with dark bloodlines transforms into Dracula. Blood red is my favorite color. Your fear is my most beautiful art. The dream demon fused with dark bloodlines becomes the master of dream demons. The darkness of eternal night and nightmares will dominate everything. In my heart, I laughed heartily. I am no longer the waste that is bullied by others. For 18 years, I have endured hardships, all in search of my family, but these so-called family members treated me like this, bullying me, laughing at me, humiliating me, ha ha ha. In that case, then, at this time, inside the king's palace in the north, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. You fool, you have disgraced my family's reputation. I listened to this angry reprimand, and a memory surged into my mind like a tide. I crossed over to a different world and became the legitimate eldest son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. In his memory and my mind, since he started to remember things, he has been living in a remote small town called Linchang, born poor and without support, so he always suffered from exclusion and bullying from other classmates. The harder he tried, the more miserable his life became. Under such oppression, his previous mentality completely collapsed. In the past month, a couple found him, and he only then learned about his own background. The man in front of him is his father Gu Qingfeng, and the elegant woman is his stepmother. As for his birth mother, she passed away shortly after giving birth to him. In the same year, the Abyssal tribe invaded the Xinxia Empire. At that time, Gu Qingfeng was burdened with military orders and could only leave him, who was still young, in the care of a farmer in Lin City. Unexpectedly, this delay lasted for 18 years, but later he learned that his father and stepmother had another son, a younger brother who had been by their side since childhood and had now become the admired pride of the heavens. At this moment, he only felt that his father's words were like a ridiculous joke of necessity. Over the years, he has endured poverty and bullying, and his own father, who knew everything, remained indifferent. The eldest son was abandoned to a farmer's family in the outskirts, subjected to 18 years of humiliation, while the second son was kept by his side, pouring countless efforts and resources, and even changed careers to a rare profession. This kid is really a pitiful person. No wonder I crossed over here. I sighed lightly. After seeing this memory, I also felt somewhat empathetic. The affection and care that the previous life longed for turned out to be a complete farce. Although recognized as a father, there is no trace of care on this so-called father, but instead there is an undisguised cold eye and disdain. Bang! Gu Qingfeng slapped the table in front of him, shouting angrily, "Traitor, kneel down now." A roar, a terrifying aura came rushing towards me. I felt a strong wind hitting my face. Looking up at that majestic figure, I have devoted half of my life to guarding the deep abyss battlefield, killing countless foreign enemies, and was honored as the War King of the Northern Territory. And you? Stirring up trouble in school, even failing to awaken as a professional. How can you face me as your son? Look at yourself, full of rogue habits, not even half of my appearance. You have tarnished my face, my brows furrowed, my face darkened completely. Perhaps because I had digested the memories of the original body. Facing Gu Qingfeng's scolding, a strong sense of anger suddenly surged in my heart. Just as I was about to retort, a series of information suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding. Job change system loading. About to enter the selection interface. Different choices can bring completely different careers to the host. Please choose carefully. Goldfinger? I was slightly surprised, quickly suppressing the anger in my heart. Just this morning, the previous failed transfer ceremony in the third year of high school. Can I still transfer? Isn't it said that each person only has one chance to change jobs? Beep. Please select your career path. Option 1, the prodigal son returns and apologizes to his father, gaining his father's understanding, and from then on works hard to start anew. Change job, hidden occupation Red Dust Sword Immortal. It's really transferable? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. But, unelected, abandoned for 18 years, and in the end you have to apologize to him? It's not a serious illness, I'm afraid. Option 2, endure the storm, continue to be scolded by your father, suffering in silence the coldness and disdain that they have suffered. Transfer, rare profession, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's alright? The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Goddamn Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Can a good one turn into a turtle and not be rare? Isn't that Turtle Man? The old man has crossed over. The system is here. The standard for a proper cool article with a big male lead. How can I stay here and take the abuse? No choice. No choice. Option 3, today I know that I am me, if the heavens press me. Split the heavens, and if the earth detains me, tread that ground. If you're ashamed of me, then we're done with each other and we're done. Transfer, randomly transfer to a common profession and gain a divine talent. Looking at the 3 choices in his sight, Gu-chen already had a decision in his mind. A man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live under others for a long time? For 18 years, I've never benefited from the Gu family. I've been alone and bullied. It's good to be alive at the bottom. And in the end, you say I've embarrassed you? Row. Such a father is not to be recognized. The first son of the king of the Northern War. This identity I don't care. Who loves to be who? From now on, I won't serve. I'll take 3. Choose success. Currently, you can randomly transfer to a common profession. After transferring, you can obtain the divine talent. God-tier talent. Gu-chen's heart burst with anticipation. Even though it's only an ordinary profession, but with the blessing of a divine talent, I'm sure future accomplishments won't be bad. Just as he was about to check it out, Gu Qingfeng's furious rebuke once again came from his ears. Asshole, you think I can't rule you if you don't talk? You are punished to kneel in the courtyard for a day and a night, and you are not allowed to get up without my permission. Chapter 2. He's not even in the family tree. Hearing this voice, Gu Chen raised his eyes to the figure, and a few more points of coldness were added to his gaze. Punish me for kneeling all day and night? Are you worthy? Gu Chen said with a cold face. You've never done your duty as a father for a single day with me, so just don't get all parental in my face. Still talking about compulsion? The second son was brought along and nurtured with care, served with fine clothes and food. The eldest son was just let loose and left alone for 18 years. That's for my consideration? For my own good? Asshole. You. Gu Qingfeng looked furious, but was speechless. He didn't think that the boy would dare to disobey him. Even jealous of your own half-brother? Mouse-eyed and calculating. He, Gu Qingfeng, has lived his life on top of the world. How could you have such a useless son? Gu Qingfeng's heart burned with rage. Asshole. Even so. And that's no reason for you to degrade yourself. Look at you. You don't know how to get ahead in school. Hanging out with those scum of the earth all day long. Not even a professional now. And you have the nerve to compare yourself to your brother? In what way are you better than him? Gu Chen smiled coldly. Yes, how golden he is. That's your son. Growing up with no worries about food and clothing, with guards accompanying him in and out of the house, changing rare professions, and being admitted to the Shangjing Academy. If your son is so good, what are you doing here with me? As you can see, I'm just a farm boy, all muddy and self-absorbed, and you only know how to spend your days with your friends. And since you've already set up a new family, why are you still looking for me? Hearing these words, Gu Qingfeng was so furious that he breathed heavily. His face was filled with anger, and his heart was burning with rage. Seeing the father and son arguing more and more fiercely, Xin Yun opened her mouth unhurriedly. Gu Chen, how can you speak to your father like that? Do you know how much he expects from you? Quickly kneel and apologize to your father. After she said that, her eyes stared at Gu Chen, and a flash of hidden teasing flashed under her eyes. The eldest son of the royal family. For 18 years he couldn't go back to his home and suffered from poverty and bullying in a small town in the countryside, reduced to a rogue gangster. Everything is thanks to this stepmother. After all, the Gu family was the royal family of the north, and as long as this firstborn son existed for one day, her son would never have made it, so she could only abolish Gu Chen, making this firstborn son of the royal family a lowly billet in the eyes of the nobles. Let him grow up in the countryside, hanging out with some unsavory people that, no family upbringing, no manners, and a whole lot of bad habits. And she was blowing pillow talk to Gu Qingfeng. It was said in the beautiful name that the firstborn son's mind would be sharpened under such a difficult environment so that he could inherit the throne in the future. The point was, Gu Qingfeng was busy with the war all day long and had no idea what kind of life Gu Chen was leading. I can't believe I bought into this crap. Over the years, under Qin Yun's coquettish words, Gu Qingfeng gave all the care to his youngest son. Not only did he bring him around for careful cultivation, but all the resources were given to him. Every day, food, clothing, housing and transportation are served by specialized personnel, and the best equipment and props are just a handful away. Even killing monsters and upgrading were accompanied by royal commanders, and wherever they went, they were held up to the heavens. Now not only did he transfer to a rare profession ahead of schedule, but he was also accepted into the empire's top-tier Shangjing Academy. The first son and the second son are two extremes of heaven and earth. High hopes for me? Oh, I think the one who really has high hopes is that little son of yours. Gu Chen smiled coldly, his face filled with disdain. What kind of attitude is that? Gu Qingfeng glared angrily. Disobeying your parents and, with no respect in sight? How are you different from those city hooligans? Talent is so poor that you fail to transfer. What kind of face do you have to compare yourself to your brother? In what way are you better than him? Yeah, he's the pride of heaven. Where can I compare to him? Gu Chen said unflinchingly. From the first moment you saw me, you couldn't look down on me. You've never cared about me, much less asked how I'm doing in life, except to point fingers and hurl insults. In your eyes, your son should be like him, a genius in every sense of the word, instead of the no-good loser that I am. I'm just a country-bred, gangly pariah. It's not worthy of your noble status as the War King of the North. From now on, you'll pretend that you don't have me as your son, okay? When these words came out, the entire hall instantly fell into silence, and Gu Qingfeng's tiger eyes were filled with rage. A hint of satisfaction flashed under Qinyan's eyes, and she vociferously rebuked from the sidelines. Gu Chen, who gave you permission to talk to your father like that? Kneel down and apologize to your father right now. Looking at the teasing under Qinyan's eyes, Gu Chen was indifferent. On your knees? This was to use the situation to suppress him in order to consolidate Qinyan's position as the main mother. Once he kneels, it means that he, the firstborn son, fears his stepmother, and from now on, even the underlings would throw him a look. Ha ha, making me kneel? Who the hell are you? Even if I can't get on the stage. It's also the first eldest son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? A concubine who married another? As soon as these words came out, Qinyan's face immediately became gloomy, and the two words, parochial room, always a thorn in her side. In all these years, no one had even dared to call her that. At this moment, being taunted by Gu Chen in public, the majesty of her royal consort was suddenly gone. Qinyan's almond eyes were round, and strong killing intent surfaced in her beautiful eyes, but with Gu Qingfeng at her side, she could only hold back the murderous intent and anger that filled her. Tatsu-chan, no matter what, I'm your stepmother, how can you dash? Enough, don't be a sycophant here. With an icy face, Gu Chen interrupted Qin Yun. From the very beginning, you haven't looked me in the eye, and now you're posing as if you care about me? Putting on a show for who? Asshole. Gu Qingfeng let out an angry cry and was about to rebuke. You asshole. Gu Chen went toe-to-toe without the slightest bit of cowardice. If you don't like me, could have just killed me. I'm a cheap bastard anyway. But you remember that for 18 years you have not raised me half as well as you should have. Even if I'm no good, you're not qualified to scold me. Since you think I've disgraced you, from this day on, I'll cut my ties with your Gu family and never have anything to do with them again. Die of old age. No more. Hearing this, a flash of surprise abruptly erupted from the bottom of Qinyan's eyes, followed by ecstasy. Immediately afterward, her expression changed slightly, as if she had already made some kind of decision in her heart. Tatsu-chan. No. Qinyan took a step forward and flopped down on her knees. Chen-er, Auntie is kneeling down for you. You're the firstborn son of the Gu family. The Northern Kingdom's royal family will have you to inherit in the future. How can you cut ties with the Gu family? Kneeling to his son on his mother's knees is treasonous. It is to set him up for injustice. If this matter were to spread out, his reputation would be completely stigmatized. Gu Chen coldly watched the scene, remembering the rumors he heard in his ears on the first day he came to the Gu family. In the entire solid North City, who doesn't say that little Qin is a top-notch stepmother? With this kneeling, there would be no more place for him in the Northern Realm's royal family. With this kneeling, the crown prince's seat will surely change hands. With this kneeling, he was completely alone. Anaconda sparrow swallows dragon. That's a python bird swallowing a dragon. The stepmother is python and Tweed is the genius brother. Gu Qingfeng's anger skyrocketed in his heart when he saw this scene. Reverse. It's simply treasonous. Asshole. I'm your father and I can't scold you? Humiliate your stepmother in public? Cut off relations with my Gu family? Don't you know what you are? What are you without my shelter? Oh, your asylum? Gu Chen snorted. Don't worry, you Northern Battle King has a prominent status. I wouldn't dare to tarnish your reputation outside. With a cold smile, Gu Chen turned away without looking back. Roll. Tell him to get lost. From now on, I'll pretend I never had this son. After Gu Chen had left, Qinyan slowly stood up, a flash of smugness flashing under her eyes, forcing Gu Chen away today. From now on, her son could then logically sit as the crown prince of the Northern Kings. Gu Qingfeng's anger enveloped the entire Gu family residence, and all the subordinates were silenced. Shivering, the Northern Realm Battle King, with his ferocious reputation, even when the Abyssal Fae heard of it, they all had to retreat. After venting his anger, Gu Qingfeng finally calmed down. At the same time, his eyes became a complex. How did Gu Chen, the firstborn son, become what he is today? He just took a little more care of his second son. So what? He's going to disobey his father because his brother is better than him? Humiliate his stepmother? Rebel against the family? Humph. This rebellious son is ignorant. He doesn't know how to be grateful to his parents at all. I should never have recognized him in the first place. Gu Qingfeng had an annoyed look on his face and looked at one of the underlings in the hall. Butler. Your Majesty, please command. From today, remove Gu Chun from the genealogy. At those words, the butler's expression changed slightly, and a difficult color spread across his face. What? You still want to plead for that rebellious son? The butler's body trembled and shook his head repeatedly. No, Your Majesty. It's just what? It's just that young Master Gu Chen's name isn't even in the genealogy. Chapter 3 saying something about the gift of repayment. How come Gu Chen's name wasn't in the family tree? Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, and his face became a complex one. He had been so busy with the war over the years that he had forgotten to include his son's name in the genealogy. Forget it. There's no rush. The family tree. Let's wait for a few days after that retrograde son admits his mistake and apologizes. Gu Qingfeng, however, did not know that at this time, Gu Chen had already boarded the train to leave Solid North City. He's going back to Lincoln because he's a senior at Lincoln First High School. The Empire's transfer ceremony will be over within the day, starting at 7 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Newbie copies will then open uniformly in each city. Becoming a professional is only the first step for people from the bottom of the ladder who want to change their destiny. It's the test at the Higher Learning Institute that is the turning point of destiny. If he could enter the Empire's topmost Shangjing Academy, his future achievements would be absolutely unlimited. If you want to do well in the Higher Learning Institute's examination, you have to enter the novice copy of the gain experience by killing foreign beasts and then level up. And the newbie copies are only open for 10 days, even if you miss a day. It was also an irreparable loss for Gu Chen. So, the most important thing now is to make it to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Back to Lincoln 1. The Gu Bay City, where the Gu family was located, was the center of the 7 cities of the Northern Realm. From the city of Gu Bay to the borderline Linchang, a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. In the previous life, even if the high-speed train is traveling at full speed, it will take 2 or 3 days to arrive. It's a good thing that the trains in this world are powered by a high concentration of energy crystals, and that, unsurprisingly, I'll be back in prosperity by the latter part of the night. Inside the empty carriage, Gu Chen looked out the window, and the setting sun was as vivid as blood. Almost half the sky is colored red. This world is infested with foreign beasts, and wars are constantly raging. Most of the land where humans live is in shambles, and only the most powerful can control their own destiny. Transmutation is the only way to become the most powerful. System, I want to transfer, Gu Chen murmured in his head. Among the options given by the system, he chose the third one, randomly transferring to an ordinary profession. At this moment, it's finally time to start a career as a professional. Transferring you. You have changed your profession to summoner. How did you change your job to become a summoner? Gu Chen frowned slightly. As we all know, summoner is one of the most expensive professions, bar none. If Gu Chen hadn't broken with the Gu family, with Gu Qingfeng's status as the Northern Realm Battle King, it was definitely possible to take out vast amounts of resources to train him into a top summoner. It was not impossible to be invincible even at the same rank. After all, a summoner's greatest reliance was the summoning beast. Only by obtaining a top summoning beast, or a top summoning skill book, only then can you maximize the combat power of this profession. And neither of those two are going to cost a fortune. For civilians, becoming a summoner profession is a complete dead end. Take the most common summoning skill book for example. After learning it you can summon normal summon beasts that the market price usually starts at $20. The qualifications of summoned beasts can be categorized as common, fine, excellent, rare, epic, and the 6 categories of legends. The higher the qualification, the rarer the summoned beast and the more powerful its potential. Granted, the cheapest summoning skill books only start at $20,000, and civilians can buy them if they bite the bullet. But how much battle power could an ordinary summoned beast exert? What's the future if you can't even beat a newbie copy? Gu Chen's heart was half cold. The reason why it was only half as cool was because he still had a godly talent. Activate the divine talent Dark First Blood. Darkborn First Blood, gain 1 dark bloodline per level. Can transform normal creatures into dark creatures? The highest talent to date is SS rank, and there is only one known. It was Xiao Nanfeng, the commander-in-chief of the Jin Yuan army, the number 1 person in the divine Xiao military, known as the Shura war god. This level goes down to SS, S, A, B, C, and D, in that order, and E class. As for the god level, it's unprecedented. Dark First Blood. Level 1 gain a dark bloodline? It would be nice to have a summoned beast to try. The dark bloodline can transform ordinary creatures into creatures of darkness. Even though he had changed his job to become a summoner, he couldn't summon without learning the summoning skill. Looks like we'll have to find a way to buy a summoning skill book after we get to Lin City. But I'm down to just over $200. At over $200? You can't even afford the cheapest summoning skill book. Gu Chen leaned back in his sitting chair, his brows furrowed. It was already late at night when he arrived at Lincheng, and he headed directly to Lincheng No. 1 Middle School, slipped into the teacher's apartment. After knocking on the door, a middle-aged man with an elegant face opened the door. Gu Chen's homeroom teacher. Gu Chen, it's you? Where have you been this month? Zhang Songhua hadn't fallen asleep yet. A look of surprise and confusion passed through his expression. Teacher, I've switched to summoner, and I'm going to participate in the novice copy. Gu Chen opened the door. Summoner? Zhang Songhua was first slightly surprised, then with a despondent look on his face. How come you picked summoner? Typically, when a student performs a transfer ceremony, both will have 2 or 3 careers to choose from. Gu Chen's awakening failed when he was in Solid North City, and that was literally not a single profession. This was one of the reasons that caused Gu Qingfeng to become furious. Though a powerful summoner is comparable to a battle squad, but that kind of powerful fighting force is piled up with money and resources. No money, no resources, only the lowest level of summoned beasts, barely even beat the novice copy. All this knowledge has been taught many times in school. Haven't you listened to a word of it? Zhang Songhua's tone was filled with a few moments of disappointment. The resources needed to grow a summoner are literally a bottomless pit. Other than some big powers, ordinary people wouldn't even choose this career. I only have this one choice, Gu Chen said without any trouble. Okay. Zhang Songhua scat his tongue and looked regretful. I'll report the matter of transferring to the rookie copy starts at 7 tomorrow morning. Just don't be late. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Zhang Songhua called out to him and took out a skill book from his carry-on space and sent it to Gu Chen. This is a fine-grade summoning book that has been unsold due to its poor quality. Now it's just cheap. Poor quality? It never sells? Gu Chen looked away, unimpressed. A fine-grade summoning book. Put it on the market at least $50,000 to start with. How can this not sell? Gu Chen's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at Zhang Songhua with a grateful face. $50,000. And you just gave it to yourself? The teacher must have taken care of his pride to say that. Gu Chen had a sigh of relief in his heart, having thought that after he had switched to summoner, the teacher had already given up on him in his mind, not realizing. Teacher, this favor, I will definitely repay you in the future. Speaking of repayment, in the future, if you're lucky enough to be admitted to an institution of higher learning, just pay attention in class. Zhang Songhua bristled. I've talked about it in class before. People who turn summoners are basically nobles. In the eyes of the nobles, fine-grade summoned beasts can't be held at all. So, this summoning book simply won't sell in the marketplace. Didn't lie to you? Really? Zhang Songhua increased his tone on the last 2 words. Chapter 4 Dark Bloodline. Dracula. It was after 0 hour when I got back to the dormitory. Since tomorrow is the day the newbie copies open, many students have gone home after the transfer. As a result, the dormitory building was virtually devoid of students tonight, except for the dormitory manager. Gu Chen was the only one left in the dormitory, and it was a clean fall. His gaze fell on the summoning skill book in his hand, filled with anticipation. Skill book, Bloodthirsty Bat Summoning. Rank, 1. Qualification, Excellent. Effect, sign a contract with a bloodthirsty bat. Generally speaking, the first summoned animal is very important. The noble summoners will generally go for rare or higher summoned beasts, but in Gu Chen's own case, this fine-grade bloodthirsty bat is the best choice at the moment. Even if it wasn't looked upon favorably by the vast majority of summoners, it would finally allow him to take his first step. Gu Chen's face straightened as he studied. A white light blossomed from the skill book, and with that, Gu Chen sensed a mysterious space connected to his spirit summoned beast space. A bat with a black body and ugly appearance appeared in the summoned beast space. You have successfully signed a contract with a bloodthirsty bat. Summoned animal, bloodthirsty bat. Qualification, Excellent. Rank, 1. Life value, 150. Attributes, Strength 5. Agility 4. Physique 4. Spirit 5. Talent, Bloodsucking. Skill, Sonic Attack LV. 1. Summoned beasts can wear equipment, and after the death of a summoned beast, there is a chance that the equipment will fall off. If a summoned animal dies in battle, it cannot be summoned again for 1 day. Scanning the attribute bar, the life value of a level 1 bloodthirsty bat was lower than that of a level 1 mage. The offense is sloppy. It's no wonder that fine-grade summoned beasts don't even make it into the eyes of the nobles. Zhang Songhua was right. With such a summoned beast, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to beat a novice copy. If one couldn't contract a high-level summoning beast, the summoner profession was still really dead. With that thought, Gu Chen opened the talent interface in his mind. Divine talent. Dark First Blood. Unleashed. The next moment, pitch-black light blossomed before the eyes of a scarlet light shadow intertwined and twisted like a vein, appearing in front of Gu Chen. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. Dark Bloodline Primordial, a dark bloodline of unparalleled purity, can transform ordinary creatures into primordial dark creatures, giving them unparalleled talents and abilities. First Generation Bloodline? Kind of interesting. Gu Chen looked at the summoning space and directly incorporated this dark bloodline into the bloodthirsty bat. The scarlet light surged, bright and blinding. Dark Bloodline First Generation Fusion successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Bloodthirsty Bat, fine. Dracula, epic. Dracula? An original vampire? Still epic. That's alright. Gu Chen's face was filled with shock. A dark bloodline that directly caused the fine-grade bloodthirsty bat to cross 3 levels becomes the epic Dracula. That's a god-level talent? It's almost as if the effect is counterintuitive. 1 level of a dark bloodline. What the hell is a nobleman? Then, even a civilian summoner can just seal a god. This is still just fine-grade summoned beasts. If one uses the dark bloodline to transform a legendary grade summoned beast, and how far can it evolve? Is there a higher level of dark bloodline above the primordial dark bloodline? Excitement shot through Gu Chen's eyes as he hurriedly looked into the summoned beast space. One could only see a figure standing in a dark red gown, with an upright figure and elegant temperament. It was a young man, with slim cheeks, a high nose, and deep, sharp eyes that, a wicked scarlet glow came through. His arms hung down naturally, and in each of his left and right hands he held a heavy black and bright silver pistol. These 2 guns are built exactly the same. They're both oversized caliber handguns. The bullets used are also more powerful than those of a typical handgun. This is Dracula? Gu Chen surveyed the image from top to bottom and nodded slightly. The image that, much like the vampires he remembered. With that, he opened the summoned beast panel. Summoned animal, Dracula. Qualification, epic. Rank, LV. 1. Life value, 1800. Attributes, strength 28. Agility 32. Physique 30. Spirit 29. Talent, blood instinct, epic. Skill I, deadly shot LV. 10, epic. Skill 2, scarlet feast LV. 10, epic. Epic talent. Full epic skill. Worthy of being an epic summoned beast. It really is as terrifying as it is. Summoned beast qualification is raised from fine to epic. Gaining attribute feedback. Summoner full attribute plus 10. When a summoned beast's qualification gains a boost, the summoner will also gain a certain level of attribute boost. Only, there are very few such opportunities, because summoned beast evolution is too costly in terms of money and resources. Might as well just buy a summoned beast with higher qualifications for better value. This phenomenon, therefore, is rare in reality. After obtaining plus 10 to all attributes, Gu Chen only felt a sense of relief in his body. I can't tell you how refreshing it is to be all over the place. Open the character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Profession, summoner. Rank, LV. 1, 0 out of 100. Power, 17. Agility, 16. Physique, 18. Spirit, 19. Summoned beast, Dracula LV. 1, epic. Gu Chen's face showed excitement for a moment. You know, all the level 1 professionals who have just switched, the highest average of the 4-dimensional attributes will not exceed 10. And he was a level 1 summoner with an average of 4-dimensional attributes that was already close to 20. If this were to spread out, it would definitely leave the other professionals with no place to hide. And, in general, summoners hardly ever strike directly at the vast majority of cases are commanding summoned beasts to fight, bringing an epic summoned beast into a novice copy. Isn't that just like playing? Tomorrow. Still looking forward to it. Early the next morning, Gu Chen arrived on time at the novice copy area of Linchang No. 1 middle school. Artificial copies like this, basically every major high school in the Divine Summer Empire has one. It's only open 10 days a year, and only to transfer students up to level 10. Even though it's a man-made replica, the foreign beasts inside are no different from those in the abyss. Slaying the beasts will earn you experience, and there is also a chance of equipment and props popping out. The most important point is that if you are killed by a Fae in a novice copy, you are really dead. But the novice copy is, after all, a trial for students. Therefore, the school would give each transfer student a teleportation scroll, so that they could leave the copy immediately if their lives were in danger. At this moment, at the entrance of the replica, a dense crowd of transfer students gathered here. even though this is a newbie copy of the Lincoln one. Due to resource constraints, the transfer students from several surrounding non-focused high schools will also be placed. Seeking a group. Level 1 warrior. Comes with a full set of newbie gear. Bought too many teleportation scrolls. Low price. Come here if you want. Have an archer or gunslinger. With equipment and skills preferred. Without the use of shielding props. Professionals are visible to each other in terms of class and profession. Gu Chen looked around and was surrounded by some more conventional professions. It's basically where you find teammates to team up with. And it's the school's most promoted way to get through the game. After all, a person's combat power is limited. And by the time the later stages of almost all of the copies have to be done in a group. Rarely does any pro fight through a copy alone. At that moment, Gu Chen's presence caught the attention of several people. Look, summoner. Ha? Really? Definitely a nobleman's son. Nonsense. Who would turn summoner without tens of millions of family money? Great God. Requesting a team. Requesting a belt. Chapter 5 Crouching Dragons and Phoenixes isn't quite the way to use it. In the crowd's conception, those who turned summoners were usually of the noble class and powerful. Therefore, as soon as Gu Chen appeared, almost everyone was looking at him with fiery gazes. However, soon, a few students from Linchang First Middle School recognized him. Isn't this Gu Chen? How did he switch to summoner? A commoner still dares to turn a summoner? It must be the garbage summoning beasts he brought with him. Che, what kind of summoner do civilians play? Bad luck. What a waste of joy. After a few words, the fire in the eyes of the crowd turned into contempt and disdain. When Gu Chen's civilian identity was exposed, no one wanted to team up with him anymore. A civilian summoner has little to no output, and has to share some of his experience. Isn't this going to drag you to your death? Poverty alleviation is no such thing. In fact, Gu Chen didn't intend to form a team, and was about to walk towards the entrance of the replica. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. Gu Chen. Hearing someone call his name, Gu Chen turned his head to look. Only a taller boy walked up to him. Lin Yuan walked up and patted Gu Chen's shoulder with a surprised look on his face. Hey, it's really you. Where have you been this month? Gu Chen didn't have many friends in school, and this Lin Yuan in front of him was considered one. Nothing, took care of some personal matters. Gu Chen pulled a random excuse. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Chen from top to bottom with a puzzled look on his face and said, why did you switch to summoner for a good reason? You can barely feed yourself and you still want to raise summon beasts? Lin Yuan had switched to a swordsman, which was more dependent on equipment and focused on single attacks and bursts. It's one of the better professions among civilians. Gu Chen smiled. You can only choose a summoner. Lin Yuan sighed and didn't say anything, but on his face was an undisguised look of worry. Gu Chen then asked, why don't you make a copy? It's not that hard to group up in your profession, is it? Lin Yuan spread his hands. Why? It's not hard to form a group. It's just a pity that there's no good equipment. You know Li Wenwei, the class president of the key class, right? Today even wear a whole set of rare level night suit under the copy. I Lua go. That if under the copy, still not Gaga mess kill. The qualities of equipment and props are divided in the same way as the qualifications of summoned beasts. Rare grade, which is already considered upper middle quality. There are 7 starter sets for the knight profession. They are the knight's long sword, knight's shield, knight's armor, knight's shoulder pads, knight's pants, knight's shoes, and knight's gloves. Don't underestimate the 7-piece set, which the average family can't afford without eating or drinking for the rest of their lives. Lin Yuan took out an excellent grade heavy sword and carefully polished it. This is the weapon I just traded for with a teleportation scroll. Whether I enter the academy or the factory in the future, it all depends on it. Without the teleportation talisman, this meant that there was no way back after entering the copy. It's totally taking a life, but it can't be helped. Coming from the bottom, if you're not already fighting for your life, then there's really no chance of a turnaround. Lin Yuan slung his heavy sword on his back and inquired, should I take you? Gu Chen looked at Lin Yuan with strange eyes. With his battle power he still needed someone to lead him in playing a novice copy? But on second thought, the limit for novice copies is 5 people, and the more people that, the harder the difficulty will be, and accordingly, the experience will increase. In order to upgrade quickly, he had originally planned on soloing. But when you compare it this way, it seems that the experience gained from grouping up for a copy is a bit higher. You still have a team? Gu Chen asked unexpectedly. Well, Li Wenwei was the captain, and I paid him $50,000, and made a deal to, voluntarily handing over the props and equipment gained in the copy before he agreed to take me. Wait a minute. I'll have Levon pull you into the group as well. Let him pull me? Don't worry. I'll tell him right now that if he doesn't pull you today, I'll just quit the team. Lin Yuan sent a message to Li Wenwei, requesting that the other party pull Gu Chen into the team as well. Soon, he received a reply to his message. Li Wenwei denied your request and removed you from the team. Grass. He kicked me. What's the point of pulling someone? Lin Yuan's face instantly fell. Gu Chen sighed. Expectedly. One's a swordsman with only a heavy sword. The other's a civilian summoner. It's already the limit for a normal team to take one in. If any team was willing to take the two of them in, the captain would have to be a Tanto generation at a high or low level. We'll recruit ourselves. Gu Chen then said. Let's say the summoner takes 4 teammates and impact SS rating. Lin Yuan's face was stunned. You're teasing me? SS grade evaluation. That was something that could add points in the academy assessment. Don't underestimate this extra point. The academy assessment is 1,000 horsemen crossing a single wooden bridge. 1 point can throw off tens of thousands of people. If a team of transfer students can get an SS rating, in the future, the success rate of the members of this team in getting into institutions of higher learning will absolutely skyrocket. There is even a chance of guaranteed admission to higher education institutions. It just so happens that there is a guaranteed place in Linchangno, one high school to go to the academy in Beijing. In the face of Lin Yuan's skepticism, Gu Chen smiled faintly. Just say whether you believe it or not. Lin Yuan's face was torn for a while, but in the end, he chose to believe Gu Chen. With that, he shouted to the surroundings. Summoner God is bringing 4 teammates to impact the SS rank evaluation. Come quickly if you want to bail out. As the words fell, the crowd erupted. The Summoner God? Which one? Impact SS rating? Since when does Lin Chang have this kind of genius? Zun de fake doo-doo? Inquired about it. It's a transfer student from Lin Chang No. One high school. A civilian summoner. Laughed to death. Put. That's all it takes to impact the SS rating. I'll stand upside down and myself if he passes. I'm afraid this person doesn't have any major illnesses, right? Does he have the battle power to impact the SS rank? I guess he's too much of a rookie. No one is teaming up with him, and he's using this way to draw attention to himself. That's it? You'd have to be out of your mind to team up with him. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd, but not a single person came over to form a team, especially after inquiring about Gu Chen and Lin Yuan. Everyone didn't think highly of them. Some even jokingly called the two of them Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy. The average team doesn't graduate well if they get one of these. If any team had the two of them to help them, they wouldn't have to wait for the academy examination. Just go straight into the factory and forget about it. Grass. This is a bit much. Listening to the sentence of mockery in his ears, Lin Yuan burst into a fit of anger. Before today, the term Crouching Dragon Phoenix was not used in this way. Lin Yuan glared around with an annoyed expression. Never mind. No more wasting time with these silly dogs. Professionalism is for professionals. A professional? Gu Chen's eyes were puzzled. Chapter 6 Professionals make good money. We can only spend money to find an escort. Hopefully the other party won't ask for too much. Lin Yuan said. Operate it on your phone. Paying for an escort? Gu Chen was directly silenced by these dry words. Is it so easy to make money as a professional? He takes people upgrading and has to pay someone else? That's outrageous. He glanced around and all the students were at a distance from the two of them. Nice. They're isolated. Right now. It does seem like there is no way out of this situation other than paying for a chaperone. Lin Yuan moved quickly, and it wasn't long before he sent out a message on the forums. Just a bunch of people chatting with him privately about the situation and prices. But when those chaperones learned that the captain was a civilian summoner, they didn't follow. Instead, one of the actors chatted privately to Gu Chen. That's right, actors. The kind that just chats and farts all the way through, and never needs to get into a fight. From start to finish. Actors who can exit their copy at any time when they see a bad situation. To put it bluntly, it's just not strong enough to spend money on dabbling in experience. A copy goes down, and the captain takes the lion's share of the experience, and the actor's only a small portion of it. But it's also more rewarding than a single brush. So, it costs money to get an escort, and it charges money to get an actor. How much does the average novice copy charge to find an actor? Gu Chen asked Lin Yuan. Novice copy actor. Unclear. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he thought for a moment and, $4,000 or $5,000 ahead. Gu Chen hummed and gave the other party an offer of $8,000 and waited for a counteroffer. I didn't expect that side to agree straight away, but the other side said there were two of them and asked that they both be brought along. Of course Gu Chen agrees. 8,000 for one. 16,000 for two. That's more than he lives on for a year. Professionals make such good money. After the deal was made, Gu Chen pulled actress Lin Qingqing into the team, a female warrior. Then, Lin Qingqing pulled a female assassin named Su Ran. The warrior profession is very unfriendly to civilians, and if you don't have good equipment, upgrading in the early stages can be very painful. And, by the time we get down to the official copy, Usually fighters have to be 2 levels higher than other professionals before anyone wants them. As for the other assassin profession, it's even less friendly to civilians. Its own defense is not high, more fragile, and its output in the early stage is not comparable to that of a mage or a shooter. Upgrading is slower than a warrior. No wonder they would rather spend money than join Gu Chen's team. It's not an exaggeration to say that with these 4 men currently on the team that a random person standing in the replica plaza for a day won't even receive an invitation to form a group, unless it's upside down. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, $8,000 each was a bit expensive, though, but it's good to have a chance to get through the newbie copy. Only Su Ran was still a bit uneasy. Qing Cheng, are you really going to follow this team? I just heard someone say that this captain is actually a civilian summoner. How dare you say you're going to impact the SS rating with this? Don't cost us a teleportation scroll when the time comes. Lin Qingqing didn't have a clue in her heart either, but she really couldn't do anything about it. There's no money. All the other teams start at 15,000. Only this one is the cheapest. And the captain's already put out the word that he's going to hit the SS rating. So there's got to be something there. Try it or you really won't have a chance. They had already sent out dozens of applications to form a team, but all of them sank without a trace. No one wants to team up with them at all, unless they're looking for a chaperone. But she can't afford to give it at market price. Su Ran was filled with helplessness and said, well, let's bet on it then. Even if you lose the bet you have a teleportation scroll to save your life. It's a newbie copy, but the mortality rate isn't bad. This is because the professional must be out of combat to leave the copy. Instead, the way to get out of the fight is to either pull away from the Fae for a long distance or to kill the Fae. If you miss, you will be entangled by the beasts and consumed alive. Because the actors don't have to join the fight the whole time. They can just quit when they see something bad. With that convenience, $8,000 for a next copy is well worth it. After Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, another acquaintance joined the group. A boy with a tall and handsome image, still wearing an excellent level fighter's suit. Squad leader, you're joining our team? Lin Yuan was stunned. Gu Chen looked at the familiar face in front of him and was surprised. The tall and handsome fighter in front of him was Wu Ziyi, their class president. Wu Ziyi was a bit of a haughty person in his day, although he was a commoner by birth. But the bones looked down on civilians. His family wasn't bad, though not good enough for nobility, while wearing an excellent level fighting suit. But the surface of the equipment was strewn with mottled battle marks, obviously plucked from the second-hand market. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, he said in a bland tone, that's right, I've come to your team as an actor, but let me say this, if there's a situation that you guys can't handle, I'll step in. I'm going to take 2/3 of the team's experience when the time comes. Hearing this, the corner of Gu Chen's mouth hooked into a smile. No wonder, Wu Ziyi is so noble. How come he suddenly wants to join his team as an actor? I feel like I'm here to pick up the pieces. Wu Ziyi's suit is bright, though, but it wasn't enough to support his solo experience of taking a team down to a copy alone. So he aimed his gaze at Gu Chen. The reason why they joined was purely because they were betting that Gu Chen didn't have the ability to lead the team through the copy. See through it and don't say it. Gu Chen agreed to Wu Ziyi's conditions, and after discussing the price, numbly it's pulled into the team. Now the team members were finally coming together. A warrior, a swordsman, a fighter, an assassin, a summoner. It's still all level 1. There are no output professions like shooters or mages that. There are also no support professions like priests or paladins. All in all, this team configuration looks to be a bit of a brain burner. Wu Ziyi understood this, but he didn't care at all. He was just betting on it. Betting that Gu Chen, a civilian summoner, didn't have the strength to lead the team at all. When Gu Chen couldn't hold out in the copy, he only had to make a slight move to. Then you get 2/3 of the team's experience all to yourself. Doesn't that smell better than going out there and splitting the experience equally among those 5-man teams? Moreover, even if he had misjudged and Gu Chen had really led the team through the novice copy all by himself, the worst that can happen is that you lose $8,000. Nope, don't call it a loss of $8,000, but a trip to a single copy of the experience bought with $8,000. It's not a loss. Check the status and enter the copy as soon as all hands are ready. I'm sorry, Gu Chen said in the team channel. Lin Yuan, Swordsman LV. 1 ready. Lin Qingqing, Warrior LV. 1 ready. Su Ran, Assassin LV. 1 ready. Wu Ziyi, Fighter LV. 1-1. Gu Chen stood in front of the spatial vortex at the entrance of the replica, opened the options panel, and chose difficult mode. Immediately afterward, a brilliant blue light blossomed out from the spatial vortex, irradiating the 5 people. Their figures disappeared with them. Seeing Gu Chen and the others disappear, the surrounding crowd burst into life. I'll go. That civilian summoner actually brought someone down to the copy. Isn't this a pit? It seems like he chose the hard mode. This is definitely going to be vicious. Impacting the SS rank evaluation? Oh, think about how to survive first. Watch. He'll never last 2 hours. I hope he doesn't come out a pile of broken meat. I've seen a lot of head irons, but this is the first time I've seen one looking for death. What a disservice. Chapter 7. I thought you were PUAing me. You have entered the newbie copy, Temple Ruins. Moss and vines crawled on the rubble around his feet, surrounded by broken walls and towering stone pillars. The air was filled with the scent of antiquity and mystery. Gu Chen stood in the middle of a ruin, his mind subconsciously recalling some information about the temple. According to history, the temple was the origin of the mystery of the profession's quest for transmigration. This place is thought to hide the path to a higher level of professionalism. Only, now that the place where the temple is located has been eroded by the abyss, where the foreigners are rampant, only crumbling ruins remain. This newbie copy is a restoration of the real scene. This is the legendary temple? It's exactly like the history books. Lin Yuan took his heavy sword off his back and held it in both hands, his eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Behind him stood a female warrior and female assassin. If she simply looked at her face, Lin Xingxing was a young girl with an innocent and cute appearance, but hers was a sinewy body, close to 5'9", a well-deserved pylon-like sister. Su Ran, on the other hand, was light and supple, following Lin Xingxing around in a bird-like manner. The stature of the two is in stark contrast. Gu Chen signaled Lin Yuan to retrieve his heavy sword. Then he looked at the 4 people around him and said, "Next I'll be responsible for killing the monsters. You guys follow me and don't wander off. Don't grab the dropped items. And don't rob the monsters. These are actors' self-cultivation. Should be okay?" "No problem." Su Ran opened his mouth and asked, "It's just that you, a summoner, are actually going to impact the SS rank evaluation. Seriously?" Gu Chen smiled faintly, and when he raised his hand, the contract spell formation automatically surfaced. An upright figure shrouded in dark red ceremonial robes appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The cold and evil aura immediately spread out in all directions. Dracula bowed slightly to Gu Chen and performed a standard nobleman's etiquette. Then the shadowy gaze swept over the others, ruling out threats before nodding faintly. Lin Yuan was astonished. This is a summoned beast? A humanoid one? Lin Xingxing and Su Ran were creeped out by the shadowy gaze and subconsciously took half a step backward. Only Wu Zi noticed the key point and said in an appalled tone, "Epic level." Surprisingly, it's an epic level summoning beast? He looked at his average attributes and counting the equipment bonus it was only just over 15 points. And Dracula's average attribute was already almost 30 points. Almost twice as much as his. Doesn't this mean that this summoned beast can already finish him off? Only then did Lin Yuan react. Looking at the summoned beast's stats and silently slinging his heavy sword on his back, the expression on his face was incredibly complex. What an epic summoning beast! In a small place like Linchang, it could already be considered a ceiling. Lin Yuan looked awestruck. "No, you're really going to impact the SS rank evaluation?" Gu Chen turned his head. "What did you expect?" Lin Yuan smiled sarcastically. "I thought you were PUAing me." Lin Xingxing, "Me too." Saran, "Me too." Gu Chen. Just then, a burst of heavy footsteps suddenly sounded behind the broken gate. In the midst of the ruins, some corpses armed with long swords and wearing tattered armor came out. Fei, Sinking Guard. Rank, 1. Life value, 500. Attributes, Strength 9. Agility 7. Physique 9. Spirit 7. Skill, Pounding. These are the warriors who guarded the temple before the abyssal invasion. Having suffered the contamination of the abyss after death, it became what it is now. Although these were only the first wave of monsters with low attributes, their numbers were not to be underestimated. 7 or 8 of them appeared at once, directly blocking their path. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingxing, and the others wisely took a few steps backward, distancing themselves from Gu Chen. "Go into spectator mode." Gu Chen's face was calm as he spoke blandly. "Kill." The twin guns in Dracula's hands were quickly cocked, their oversized black caliber aimed forward as no hesitation in pulling the trigger. Deadly shot. Dracula's twin guns are loaded with high caliber, high explosive bullets. Blast damage when hitting the target's vitals. Boo! High explosive bullets glittering with silver light instantly hit one of the frontmost guards. Snap! The sunken guard's head was like a watermelon that had been smashed, and it burst right open. Thick black blood spilled all over the floor. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience +8. WOJ. Seeing this scene, the always pretentious Wu Zi directly burst out in foul language. Even though this Sinking Guard was only a level 1 monster, it wasn't something that a newcomer could just kill in seconds. As expected of an epic summoner, the damage is simply explosive. Lin Xingxing and Su Ran's faces were filled with surprise, and the two of them looked at each other with a knowing smile. I've met a great god this time. That's $8,000 ahead. It's a blood moneymaker. Summoner can kill a sinking guard with a single casual blow. Maybe this copy will actually get an S rating. Only by getting an S rating on a difficult copy can you qualify to open a hellish copy of the. After you pass the hell copy, you will have the chance to get the SS rating. Awesome. This shall not crunch and kill. Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves in excitement. It seemed to them that Dracula had done such horrific damage with just a random shot. It was actually because of the deadly shot, skill damage that was able to kill the sinking guard in one hit. It's not that outrageous if you put it on a normal professional. The sinking guards themselves are undead creatures, highly immune to physical attacks. Combined with 500 blood and a suit of armor, it was not a character that newcomers could kill in seconds. The first wave of sinking guards has a total of 13, and the strategy advice is to use kiting tactics that, pulling 1 or 2 monsters at a time and fighting them as they retreat. A wave is about 40 minutes. But now, in just a minute, Dracula's fired 3 shots. Headshots. 3 sinking guards were dropped in quick succession. The first wave of monsters would have already been cleared if not for the existence of a cooldown on the skill. That's too much damage. Is this still a summoner? How can it be so powerful? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim in shock, only feeling that all 3 views had been completely turned upside down. Wu Ziyi skimmed his mouth and said in a salty manner, normal. It's mainly the epic level summoned beasts that are powerful. If I were given an epic level suit, I could kill through the copies by myself. The implication was that Gu-chan had relied entirely on the summoned beasts to make it this far. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, came up with a cheap grin on his face. So here's the question. Where's your epic set? Wu Ziyi's expression stagnated and he didn't say anything. If he had an epic level suit, still standing here? He gazed at Gu-chan's back, and a flash of doubt surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Epic level summoned beasts. That's worth a lot of money. Not to mention him, even Li Wenwei, the class president of the key class, couldn't afford it. How on earth did Gu-chen, a civilian, do that? On the other side, Dracula's figure was like a ghost, rushing forward without fear. The talent, blood instinct, not only brings him superb physical and recovery abilities, it also gave him keen senses. In its eyes, the guards moved as slowly as a tortoise, and even though it had fallen into the encirclement of the, nor could any of the guards touch its coattails, and at such a close range, Dracula's every shot hits the vitals with pinpoint accuracy, guns blazing. Every time a shot rang out, a guard had his head blown off. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 9. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 7. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 8. A few guards who leaned back had their heads blown off by high explosive bullets before they could get close enough. The last shot rang out, and the floor was covered with sticky black blood that, the entrance to the ruins was littered with the corpses of the guards. Level up. Rank, LV. 2, 6 out of 200. Power, 27. Agility, 26. Physique, 28. Spirit, 29. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 2, Epic. Upgraded. A prompt appeared in front of his eyes, and Gu-chan's heart burst with joy. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Chapter 8 Bloodline Awakening. Kill reset. Waiting for this, Gu-chen immediately unleashed his talent, and the familiar pitch black light blossomed before his eyes. Then scarlet light shadows intertwined and twisted like veins and appeared in his line of sight. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. Dark Bloodline Descendant can transform normal creatures into dark creatures. May also allow primordial dark creatures to gain a Bloodline Awakening. Bloodline Awakening? Gu-chen's eyes lit up. Although this Descent bloodline was not like the first generation bloodline, still, it never disappoints. With that, he immediately incorporated this Descent bloodline into Dracula. Bloodline Awakening successful. Summoned Beast, Dracula, Epic. Level, LV. 2, follows Summoner level. Life value, 3,200. Attributes, Strength 38. Agility 42. Physique 40. Spirit 39. Talents, Blood Instinct, Epic. Blood Shadow Rage, Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV. 10, Epic. With 1 Bloodline Awakening, Dracula nearly doubles his life value and plus 10 to his full attributes. Plus, a new talent has also been added. Blood Shadow's Wrath. Whenever Dracula uses a skill to kill a target, can reset the cooldown of this skill. Nice guy. Hit reset. The cooldown can be reset as soon as the skill is used to kill the target. It's simply a divine technique. Wouldn't it be infinite firepower if you used it to fight low-level sunken guards? It's a long story, but it's really just a few breaths. At Gu-chan's behest, Dracula continued to drive forward, while Lin Yuan and the others followed closely behind. The temple ruins aren't particularly large, but they're filled with intricate paths that an inattentive person can go into the cutoff and waste time. After walking past a few badly damaged statues, the crowd came to a more open plaza. The square was in a state of disrepair, the flower beds broken beyond recognition. The black dirt was overgrown with stray, dead grass, and the centrally located fountain was dried up beyond recognition. Further back, there was a sculpture of a human being without a head, gray in color and with cracks all over its surface. Wu Ziyi surveyed his surroundings and spoke at the right time. It was mentioned in the strategy guide that there is a level 4 guard hidden behind this statue. It's best not to start a war with it or it will attract more guards. Lin Yuan nodded, although he couldn't stand to see Wu Ziyi's pretentious posturing. But I've also read a few copy guides before getting into the newbie copy. The smartest thing to do right now is to not alert that level 4 guard. Otherwise the difficulty of passing the level will skyrocket. If you put it on a normal professional, you will definitely follow the strategy. But Gu-chan was no ordinary professional, especially when he heard that it would attract more guards. His eyes visibly glazed over for a few moments. Dracula had just been given the gift of hitting reset, so how could he pass up this great opportunity? Only to see Dracula kick out at the statue of a man. Nearly 40 strength instantly broke that sculpture into pieces. A dull, low growl suddenly rang out from behind the rubble, followed by a huge black shadow stepped out of the stone pestle. Fey, sinking guard. Rank, LV. 4. Life value, 2400. Attributes, strength 38. Agility 20. Physique 40. Spirit 30. Skill I, Sworn Sword. Skill 2, Final Judgment. Dang. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the level 4 sinking guard appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It's a huge corpse covered in pitch black armor. The shadow of the helmet revealed a pair of cloudy pupils with dead eyes. It walked up to the statue and drew the long sword at its waist, the black as ink blade pointing straight up to the sky. A black halo of light swept out from the tip of the sword like ripples, spreading in all directions. Sworn Sword summoned nearby sunken guards to attack the invaders. At the same time, there were strange movements coming from all directions. A dozen guards came out of the surrounding stone walls and corners. Lin Qingqing looked around, and her face turned ugly for a moment. Why have so many guards suddenly appeared? Su Ran hurriedly exclaimed. Not good. That level 4 guard is unleashing his skills. Lin Yuan's eyelids fluttered, and he subconsciously gripped the heavy sword on his back. It seems like that would be secure enough. Wu Ziyi, on the other hand, quickly retreated towards the open space at the back, the first time away from the battlefield. Such a scene was completely beyond the ability of a level 1 fighter like him to deal with, not even if he was wearing an excellent level fighting suit. A novice copy is already this hard. What will the abyss be like? As he spoke, Lin Yuan and the others followed and retreated backwards. No wonder none of them would team up with us before. Now I know. Even if 10 of me came in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to beat that level 4 sinking guard. 2400 blood, 38 strength, and the skill to shake people. This is something a level 1 professional can handle? Lin Yuan looked towards the level 4 guard covered in cold armor. The mind couldn't even rise to the thought of resistance. It's horrible. Even if he explodes for maximum damage, he can only go up and scrape. Lin Qingqing nodded approvingly. If I had known that level 4 guards were this terrifying, I will never make your team. Lin Yuan smiled and said, yeah, if it wasn't for Lao Gu, I'm afraid we're all planted here today. Lin Qingqing sniffed. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a wave of happiness ran through her heart. Su Ran didn't say anything, and there was also a glow in her beautiful eyes. Although the level 4 sinking guard was powerful, it was still slightly inferior to Dracula. Only to see the dark red figure weaving through the dozen or so guards like a ghost. Heavy black and bright silver pistols spewed fire, and every time a shot rang out, a guard was killed by a bullet. Combined with the kill reset from Blood Shadow's Wrath, there's no need to wait for the skill to cool down at all. In just a few short breaths, a large number of low-level guards died. It's thanks to us having a summoner. If we were to replace it with a normal team of level 1 professionals, it's probably only going to be destroyed by that level 4 sinking guard group. Lin Qingqing said as she looked at the attributes of the level 4 guard. That's not true. Gu Chen's voice rang out beside her. As long as there's a fighter and a paladin in the party, plus an acolyte, it's still more than enough to fight a level 4 sinking guard that. It's just going to take a little longer. Lin Qingqing didn't care about Gu Chen's explanation and asked with an odd expression on her face. Why did you come over too? Gu Chen smiled. The battle over there is too chaotic, so it's easy to be injured by mistake. Su Ran, who was on the side, followed and asked, aren't you going to be in charge of killing monsters? Gu Chen pointed at Dracula who was fighting a group of sunken guards. It's killing. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces became more and more odd. They're just actors. It's perfectly normal for them to stay out of the combat zone. I didn't expect Gu Chen, who was responsible for leading the team, to come here as well. Su Ran revealed a clear and foolish look. So, you just commanded summoned beasts to kill monsters, not involved in the fight? Gu Chen shrugged. Aren't all summoners like that? Well, that didn't seem to be a problem, and Saran nodded, but felt a little overwhelmed. A hard mode copy? This is too easy. Gu Chen sat very casually at the edge of the flowerbed and watched the battles in the square as his experience dawdled. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience plus 8. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience plus 9. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 1. Experience plus 9. After the upgrade, the damage of Deadly Shot has been significantly increased, even if it doesn't hit the head. It's also able to one-shot the guards and kill them outright, coupled with the effect of the skill reset. In just a few dozen seconds, the dozen or so guards that were summoned were all killed. Looking at the corpses of the guards all over the ground, that level 4 sunken guard finally struck. It let out a low cry, and the pitch-black longsword in its hand steeply bloomed with piercing black light. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. A huge black sword blade descended from the sky, like a black thunderbolt that. It slashed down towards Dracula's head. Chapter 9 Epic 1 star. Talent Enhancement. Whoosh! Dracula's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place, dodging the black sword blade that fell from the sky. In the next second, it appeared like a ghost in front of the level 4 guard. Raising his arm, the cold muzzle of the gun was aimed squarely at the level 4 guard's face, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot exploded and the bullet hit the guard squarely in the head. Though it failed to blow the guard's head off, but it also directly knocked out nearly a third of its blood. Without a kill, the skill reset could not be triggered, and Deadly Shot went on cooldown. However, due to the high amount of damage hitting the guard's head, it triggers a direct stun effect. The level 4 guard leaned on the ground with his black longsword, his eyes dull and completely defenseless. How could Dracula pass up this great opportunity? Only a layer of scarlet light bloomed on its body surface, and blood-colored energy burst out from its body. It swept in a spiral towards the level 4 guards. Scarlet Feast detonates the blood in the target's body, dealing high explosive damage to it. If the target's life value is below 50%, add 30% of Dracula's maximum life value to it. Boom! A huge tremor ran through the level 4 guard's body, and a dense blood mist erupted from it. It stumbled for a moment, its bloodline dropping right down to a quarter of a point. Immediately after that, another scarlet light bloomed on it. If the target's life value is less than 50%, then add 30% of Dracula's maximum life value to his damage. The additional ruling takes effect. Damage burst. Boo! The level 4 guards directly exploded in place, spilling black blood and flesh all over the ground. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 4. Experience plus 75. Rank, LV. 2, 193/200. Experience skyrocketed. And another level 1 guard would be upgraded. Gu Chen was in a state of bliss at the moment. He had anticipated that the initial upgrades would be fast after entering the copy. But I didn't think it would be this fast. So it seems that by the time the copy is cleared, you should be able to level up to level 5 without any problems. Then you can contract a second summoned beast. 2 skill kills on a level 4 guard. It's a blast. Lin Qingqing's eyes stared as if she was dreaming. This is an epic level summoned beast. It's so damn perverted. Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the edge of the flower bed, slapped his thighs and stood up straight away. 2 skills dealing a small 3,000 damage. What is this if not a pervert? Such horrific damage. Even Li Wenwei from the key class couldn't do it, right? I'm sorry, Wu Ziyi said with a complicated face. Be confident. Drop the bar. Can't you see that old Gu's last skill is already overflowing with damage? Lin Yuan had a smug look on his face. Li Wenwei is a knight of punishment, focusing on burst and sustained output, not to mention level 2. Even if he rises to level 4, it's impossible for 2 skills to deal a small 3,000 damage. Lin Qingqing shook her head and said, Gu Chen did not comment on the discussion between these few people. In terms of damage alone, the skill, Deadly Shot, combined with Scarlet Feast, could only knock out at most 3/4 of a level 4 guard's blood. Trying to kill a level 4 guard outright is still a bit of a gap. The reason why it could be killed directly was because after Gu Chen's summoned beast had evolved several times, the life value had been as high as 3,200, which could almost be said to be a sweep of the same level. Now that Dracula's at 30% of his max lifesteal is almost 1,000. Enough to deal a high amount of additional damage. That's why it killed the level 4 guard straight away. In exchange for a normal summoned beast of the same level, it would have a life value of around 700 at most. Even with the additional damage it could only cripple a level 4 guard to a large extent. It was impossible to do an outright kill. Therefore, The feat just now was still largely dependent on the epic summoning beast. After examining the battlefield and making sure that no equipment or props had been blown up, Gu Chen led the crowd onward into the depths of the temple ruins. Walking through the plaza, the crowd arrived at the inner courtyard. Dracula stepped forward, raised his hand and fired a shot. Lightning strikes one of the guards roaming the inner courtyard. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience +8. Level up. Rank, LV. 3, 1/386. Power, 37. Agility, 36. Body mass, 38. Spirit, 39. Summoned beast, Dracula LV. 3, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Seeing this prompt, a flash of excitement erupted from Gu Chen's eyes. Now situated just between the square and the inner courtyard, there is nothing critical that. He directly activated his talent, and the familiar scarlet light appeared in his sight. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, First Generation. Dark Bloodline Primordial can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures. May also allow primordial dark creatures to fuse their bloodlines for a single ascension. Starring a summoned beast is equivalent to a minor evolution. Gu Chen didn't hesitate and directly fused. Bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast star upgrade. Dracula, Epic, Dracula, Epic. Level, LV. 3, follows summoner level. Life value, 4,200. Attributes, Strength 58. Agility 62. Physique 60. Spirit 59. Talents, Blood Instinct, Epic. Blood Shadow Rage, Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV. 10, Epic. Talent, Blood Instinct, Enhanced. Blood Instincts, blood can bring more powerful body and recovery ability to the blood. Dracula gains 10 permanent life points each time he kills a target. Epic 1 star. Plus 20 to all attributes. Life value breaks the 4,000 mark. Most importantly, the talent, Blood Instinct, had been strengthened after ascending the star. 10 permanent life points for a single hit. You can tell how powerful it is just by looking at the words. A flash of excitement erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes. Right now he was only at level 3. When he was at level 10. How horrible must Dracula's blood be? What about level 30? Also, the additional damage of Scarlet Feast is related to Dracula's maximum life. In other words, the higher Dracula's blood level, the higher the additional damage of this skill. Linked, it's just terribly strong. It's conceivable that this skill will continue to strengthen as Dracula grows. And there is no cap. When the blood grows to a certain height, even killing the boss in seconds is not impossible. After ascending the star, Dracula's power gains a boost, and his normal attacks can directly kill level 1 guards. If you use Deadly Shot, level 2 guards can also be killed in seconds straight away. If we encounter a level 3 guard, it's the turn of the Mozambican marksmanship. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. The gods shook their heads when they saw it. As for the level 4 guards, except for the one we just killed in the square, haven't come across any others since. Pushing all the way across the inner courtyard, killing monsters ridiculously fast. Killing a level 1 guard gives you 8 experience points, and a level 2 guard is 16 experience points. Level 3 guards are 35 experience points, while level 4 guards are 72 experience points. This is just an average, and the exact experience gained will fluctuate above and below this value. Big difference. It took almost an hour or so to kill from the inner courtyard to the end of the cloister. It's mostly a tedious map run, with stops and starts along the way that, combined with the fact that it took time for the guards to refresh, was why it took so long. Without these factors, it would probably be done in half an hour. At this moment, the crowd was already standing at the entrance of the main hall. It's finally time to fight the boss. With a straight face, Gu Chen pushed open the 2 heavy doors and walked into the hall. Chapter 10 Can you take me with you next? The main sanctuary is the centerpiece of the temple, with the finest architectural style and decoration. It's just a shame that it's in ruins now. The statues and idols enshrined inside have long since been destroyed and are completely unrecognizable. It's in a state of disrepair. As Gu Chen and the others walked into the hall, a layer of hidden black mist rose from all around them. Immediately afterward, heavy footsteps sounded from the back of the main hall. Boom! Boom! The light became dim, and there was a slight tremor in the ground. An unprecedentedly powerful aura was slowly approaching. Lin Yuan subconsciously climbed onto a bust and stood on the shoulders of a crumbling half of a active disengagement from the battlefield. The others saw this and climbed higher. The area of the main hall is large, but it's not guaranteed that a guard will be swiped out somewhere. The first thing a competent actor does is to stay out of combat. Gu Chen hadn't been idle either. His attributes had increased greatly now. Easily climbed to the top of a riser. From this position, you can look down just enough to get a good view of the whole place. At the back of the main hall, A tall figure of almost 3 meters was the first to rush out. Fei, Sinking Guard. Rank, LV. 5. Life value, 2,900. Attributes, Strength 48. Agility 29. Physique 48. Spirit 37. Skill I, Sworn Sword. Skill 2, Final Judgment. Level 5 guards with nearly 3,000 blood. The huge body held a black longsword in charge towards Dracula. Dracula didn't hesitate to raise his gun. The bullets fired from normal attacks were not to be underestimated, hitting the guards' heads one after another. Bang! 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 Dracula's agility had reached 60, which was higher than the attributes of a level 5 assassin. In a single breath, he emptied 2 clips and directly knocked out a fifth of the guard's blood. Skill Articulation. Deadly shot, high explosive bullets whizzing out of the muzzle, like a bright silver lightning bolt. It instantly failed to enter the guard's brow. No headshots, but the guard's blood level dropped right down to 1/2. As before, high damage hits the head, triggering a stun effect. The guard's form, which was charging forward, lurched and stopped in place. Dracula didn't hesitate and directly unleashed Scarlet Feast. Blood-colored energy rose from its body and slammed into the guard's chest in a spiral. A burst of damage followed by a second burst of additional damage. Boo! The guard's body shuddered violently. His blood level emptied, and he directly exploded into a field of black flesh and blood. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Awesome! Lin Yuan stood on the shoulders of a statue, his face filled with awe. This level 5 guard is also described in the guide, and the only way to fight it is to pull and, after all, the blood count was almost 3,000 and the strength was close to 50. Once they were entangled, the entire team was doomed. However, it was easily taken away by Dracula with a set of pummel plus skills. Didn't even get a chance to put in a skill. In this moment, what with the extreme alignment, the pulling tactics, it's not even worth mentioning in the face of absolute power. Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. Epic level summoned beasts are really as terrifying as they are. Let's not talk about Li Wenwei from the key class. Even if he's the best genius professional in Lin Chang, I'm afraid I can't do that either. At this point, the level 5 guards have been killed. The low-level guards that were supposed to follow the refresh of the level 5 guards finally appeared. On all sides, in all sorts of unexpected corners. One by one, corpses covered underneath the chilling armor walked out. Boo! The first guard to appear had just taken a step when he was shot in the head. Boom! 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 Dracula stood amidst dozens of guards with his twin guns and kept firing. No guard was able to get within 3 meters of him, and as soon as they did, they were shot in the head. The kills are ridiculousely fast and it's a total bloodbath. When all the guards were killed, an upgrade prompt appeared before Gu Chen's eyes. Level up. Rank, LV. 4, 1/680. Power, 47. Agility, 46. Body mass, 48. Spirit, 49. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 4, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Gu Chen's face showed excitement. Right now the first wave of monsters just happened to be cleared. There was no need to hesitate at all. Launch the talent straight away. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King's Blood. Dark Bloodline King's Blood can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures. May also perform a bloodline advancement for primordial darkness creatures. It can advance the primordial bloodline. Good stuff. So it seems that the King's Bloodline corresponds to the legendary level, and the primordial bloodline corresponds to the epic level. The descendant bloodlines, on the other hand, correspond to the rare class. Gu Chen was planning to promote Dracula to a legendary summoning beast, but on second thought, that seems a bit of a bad idea. One more level up and he would have to contract a second summoned beast. If I use this King's Bloodline now, in case I get a descendant bloodline at level 5, that second summoned beast is much less qualified. Instead, keep this King's bloodline for now, even if it's really only descendant bloodline at level 5. It is also possible to give the King's blood lineage to a second summoned beast. By then, the first summoned beast will be epic, the second will be legendary. The battle power skyrocketed. As for that descent bloodline, it can also be used to perform bloodline awakening on summoned beasts, equivalent to a reinforcement. The battle will be stronger. Thus, to be on the safe side, Gu Chen decided not to use this King's Bloodline for the time being. Even so, this upgrade gives Dracula a significant boost. Dracula, Epic, Level, LV. 4, follows Summoner level. Life value, 5,620. Attributes, Strength 70, Agility 74, Physique 72, Spirit 71. After level 3, Dracula has killed a total of 12 level 1 guards and 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards as well as 1 level 5 guard. So of the 5,620 life points, 220 are life points gained from kills. It's a small amount, but it can add up to a lot. In addition to the increase in blood, this upgrade also gives you 12 full attribute points. After the attributes are raised, the general attack, skills, attack speed, etc. are all raised along with it. Now Dracula can kill a level 2 guard with a casual shot, deadly shot, directly killing a level 3 guard. Mozambique shot has been used on a level 4 guard. With the two skills articulated, a single breath could kill a level 5 guard. Dracula has become a well-deserved ceiling of combat power in the current copy of the Terribly Strong. A flash of wariness flashed in Gu-chen's eyes, and he was about to continue advancing when he realized that Dracula had already closed his hand. The main hall was empty. The first wave of monsters had been killed. At the same time, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and the others jumped down from the broken sculpture. Wu Ziyi stepped forward and said, "The first wave is over. Wait another 15 minutes. The second wave of guards will come out with the boss, so just kill the boss to clear the level." Although Wu Ziyi is a bit of a stinker, I have to say, he's really worked on the raiders. Lin Yuan asked with a big grin, "So now it's just a matter of waiting in place?" Wu Ziyi ignored Lin Yuan and instead looked at Gu Chen and asked, "When this copy is cleared, you'll be able to unlock the difficulty level, so you'll be able to just choose the hell level, right? There are 4 difficulty levels for newbie copies, in order: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. These 4 difficulties correspond, in order, to the A, S, SS, and SS levels. As a rule, you can only choose between SS and SS after getting an S rating." Gu Chen nodded. "Well, lazy tosser, I'll go with the hell level copy next. Get a straight SS rating." Wu Ziyi hummed and asked cautiously, "So, can you still take me next?" Gu Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not bringing it?" Wu Ziyi was a bit lost. "It's not good to say," Gu Chen said indifferently. Chapter 11. I'm the one who holds the most grudges. No good? What's that supposed to mean? Politely refused? Wu Ziyi said with a puzzled expression. "What's so bad to say?" Before Gu Chen could say anything, Lin Yuan's voice sounded next to him. "What else could it be? That's a hellish copy, with an ungodly difficulty. So far, no team of professionals has managed to pass through, and even if one is not careful, everyone will die inside." "I'm not afraid," Wu Ziyi hastily stated. "It's not a matter of being afraid." "What's that?" "Gotta add money." Wu Ziyi thought about it for a moment, and at this time, saying that there was an increase in money was actually not excusable. After all, he and Gu Chen didn't have much of a friendship. Even though they were classmates for 3 years, the two had barely spoken a word. To put it mildly, before today, even if we met on the road, he wouldn't even take the initiative to greet Gu Chen. In this team, the only one who had a friendship with Gu Chen was Lin Yuan. It's a safe bet that when this copy is cleared, Gu Chen's score would definitely set a new record for clearing a novice copy. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of people who wanted to team up with Gu Chen. Gu Chen would definitely continue to take Lin Yuan into the hell level copies, but would he take him with him? That's going to be a question mark. So, to put it another way, a raise at this point in time is conversely an opportunity to make an early choice. If you wait until you're out of the copy, you probably won't have a chance to raise your money. How much to add? Lin Qingqing, who was on the side, asked directly. Hell level novice copy, $100,000 a person. Gu Chen gave the offer, from 8,000 to 100,000. Wu Ziyi's eyelids jumped, almost suspecting that he had misheard. Not expensive. Lin Qingqing thought about it and immediately stated, "Bring me in Su Ran. I'll borrow the money after I get out of the copy." "Geez, $100,000? That's still not expensive?" Su Ran lightly covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. It's true that $100,000 isn't a small amount of money, but think about it. A novice copy with an SS rating, plus the hellish first pass bonus. Is it still expensive? Su Ran let out an oh-so-subtle sound and whispered, "But, we don't have any money." "Borrow." Lin Qingqing thought about it and said, "There are so many lending platforms now. All you have to do is say you're borrowing money and they're scrambling to lend it to you. Get an SS rating and you'll get extra points on the academy test. Coupled with the hellish first pass rewards of the novice copy, getting into the higher learning institute was basically a sure thing. It can be said that people like them who can't form a team even after standing in the replica plaza for a day. Now if you pay $100,000, you can get into higher education in 10 days. It's like pie in the sky." Wu Ziyi also made a decision. "Take one of me. I'll transfer the money to you after I get out of the copy later." Lin Qingqing and Su Ran couldn't even afford the professional set, but they agreed without hesitation. Wu Ziyi's family conditions were so much better than theirs that there was no reason not to say yes. Gu Chen hummed, and it was considered a deal. Lin Qingqing, however, as if she was uneasy, urged again, It's already been said. You can't back out of a copy. Gu Chen shook his head and said, don't worry, even if those people out there offer $1 million, I'm not taking them either. Su Ran was surprised and said, why? Gu Chen didn't shy away from the fact that they laughed at me and satirized me when I was teaming up in the plaza, even banded together to isolate me. I'm going to make them regret it. I'm going to show them that belittling me in the first place was the biggest mistake they ever made. Since they can't see me, I'm sorry, but I don't want to play with them. The SS rating for the novice copy flew, and so did the hellish first pass reward. Those who bear me ill will, I have never thought of repaying kindness with kindness, and I am a man that, most vindictive. I, for one, am most vindictive. Just looking at the literal meaning of the word gives one the impression that the person is narrow-minded and will not become a great man. However, Gu Chen's straightforward utterance of these words added a sense of frivolity and spontaneity. Su Ran and Lin Xingqing listened and nodded vigorously, quite empathetic. They were raising their hands in agreement with Gu Chen's point just now. 15 minutes passed quickly amidst the talk and laughter. Within the main hall, a low hiss abruptly erupted from the altar above, followed by a heavy footsteps came from up ahead. The boss appears, and with it, a large wave of sunken guards. Fei, black-robed deacon boss. Rank, LV. 7. Life value, 9,100. Attributes, strength 86. Agility 79. Physique 86. Spirit 81. Skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist. Skill 2, Darkness Attack. Skill 2, Damage Transfer. On top of the altar, a tall figure clad in a black robe, whose face could not be seen, stood out. Behind it stood 2 level 5 guards, 3 level 4 guards, 4 level 3 guards, and 18 level 1 guards. The black-robed deacon's figure was tall and slender, humanoid but not at all like normal proportions. It was shrouded under a black robe, completely unable to see its true appearance. Buzz! The black-robed deacon raised his hand, his wide-sleeve robes fluttering in the wind, and with his movements, a gray mist appeared in the air. Silently, the entire space of the main hall was filled with a monumental gray fog that, it was all dead gray as far as the eye could see. Even though Gu Chen and the others were standing on high ground, they couldn't escape the gray mist. For a moment, everyone's vision was disturbed, their brains were trapped, and the limbs were as heavy as lead. Curse of the Grey Mist. This boss had only just appeared, and it couldn't wait to unleash its skills. Gu Chen didn't hesitate to bite through his tongue, and the sharp pain that drilled through his heart caused him to instantly wake up for a few moments. Although this black-robed deacon was only level 7, with the blessing of the boss traits, the 4-dimensional attributes were nearly 90, and the life value had even surpassed the 900 mark. This attribute, which was even stronger than the epic 1-star Dracula, was outrageously perverted. Fight the boss first, don't use your skills. Gu Chen immediately issued a command. With Dracula's speed, those guards wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of its coat, so he ignored the group of low-level guards for the time being, and let Dracula test the boss with his pummel first. Bang! 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 Also being in the gray mist, Dracula was the least affected. Almost the instant the command was given, the icy muzzle fire spewed. A series of bullets were fired at the black-robed figure. Suddenly, a crystalline white light bloomed from the black-robed deacon's body. A barrage of bullets hit it. No injuries. The blood bar didn't move. The attack just now didn't do any damage to it. Meanwhile, a level 5 guard next to him is suddenly and inexplicably attacked by the blood bar instantly dropped by a 5th. Boss skill. Damage transfer. As long as there are sinking guards around, the black-robed deacon is then able to transfer the damage he takes to the guards. Chapter 12 Killing the Black-Robed Deacon. Wu Ziyi wasn't the only one who had studied the raiders. Gu Chen had also read the raiders carefully. The black-robed deacon's skill transfers damage to the guards and guards who take damage don't really die. If the guard's blood level is cleared, it comes back to life with full blood after a minute. And that 1 minute was the cooldown of damage transfer. It is this that causes the difficulty of the novice copy to skyrocket. Coupled with the black-robed deacon's 900 plus blood quantity, novice professionals want to kill him. It was only possible to dodge the guards while pulling and playing for attrition. Even with some of the better configured rookie teams, it would take 3 or 4 hours to kill the black-robed deacon even after pulling a fight. And that was fast enough. There are plenty of people who spend 2 or 3 days clearing their newbie copies. Bang bang! Dracula shifted his stance and fired another series of normal attacks at the black-robed deacon. Injury transfer. No injuries. The blood bar is not moving. Only, the blood bar of the level 5 guard next to him was dropping by leaps and bounds. It was emptied in the twinkling of an eye. The level 5 guard falls to the ground and enters a false death state. On the black-robed deacon, the crystalline white light representing damage transfer then disappeared. Skill goes on cooldown. Roar! The black-robed deacon let out a low roar of anger, and with a flutter of his large sleeve, the skinny, bony, gray-white arms pointed at Dracula. The guards around them seemed to be instructed and quickly rushed towards Dracula. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of pummeling attacks plus skills, those guards were killed one by two one after another just as soon as they got close. Faced with a siege of guards, Dracula's eyes were as cold as steel. Positioning, aiming, shooting. It's like an emotionless killing machine, traveling nimbly through the battle, and every time it strikes, just one of the guards will get a blow to the head. Kill sinking guard LV. 3. Experience plus 31. Kill sinking guard LV. 4. Experience plus 75. Kill sinking guard LV. 1. Experience plus 8. Is this Dracula a summoned beast or a professional? It's amazing that killing monsters is no less important than gunnery. That's a lot sicker than a gunslinger. I'll ask you that. Can a level 4 gunsmith one-shot a level 2 sinking guard? More than. One-handed magazine changes. Anticipatory fire. Moving fire. Multi-target switching fire. Is its firearms proficiency already at full level? It's outrageous. Let's get Dracula to sell lessons to the gunsmiths. Cut a wave of leaks and make an absolutely solid profit. In the midst of the idle chatter, Dracula's figure flickered and appeared behind a level 3 guard. Fatal shot. Boo! The level 3 guard's head instantly exploded in seconds. Kill sinking guard LV. 3. Experience plus 29. It doesn't hesitate to shoot and fire, hitting a series of pummeling shots. Bang! 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 The black-robed deacon's bloodline rapidly dropped, dropping 1/5 in the blink of an eye. The black-robed deacon raged and hissed, his slender 5 fingers gently stroking in the void. A crescent-shaped black light appeared suddenly. Buzz! There was a low tremor in the air. Skill to darkness invasion. Only the black shadow in the shape of a crescent moon was hidden into the void, and in a flash, without warning, he came in front of Dracula. Can't hide. It wasn't going to hide either. In the twinkling of an eye, the black crescent moon passed through his body, and Dracula's body trembled and it directly dropped over 1600 life points. But luckily for Dracula, after a few enhancements, his blood level was approaching the 6000 mark. The one skill of hard eat was a bit painful for it, but it was bearable. Meanwhile, Dracula's attack was poised. It's going to change blood. Fatal shot. Launch. Almost at the same time, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 bright silver bullets whistled out and it pierced through the black mist and hit the head of a level 5 guard in the blink of an eye. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 121. In a state not selected by damage transfer, guards can be killed outright. Now resolving a level 5 guard was equivalent to knocking out one of the black-robed deacon's blood packs. Skill kills. Cooldown resets. Without hesitation, Dracula continued to unleash his skills. Fatal shot. 2 more bullets whizzed out, almost at the same time missing the brow of a level 4 guard. Kill sinking guard LV. 4. Experience plus 75. In just a few dozen seconds, the level 4 guards were all killed, and only one level 5 guard remained. It's the one that was previously selected by damage transfer, then the one where the blood is emptied into a fake death state. The fake dead state is immune to attacks, so Dracula's figure flickered and it appeared directly beside the black-robed deacon. At the same time, its eyes erupted with a flash of scarlet light. Scarlet feast. Blood-colored energy rose from Dracula's body surface and swept towards the black-robed deacon in a spiral. Boom! There was a loud bang. The black-robed deacon's figure stumbled violently, and his blood level directly dropped by a large amount. However, without being half-blooded, the additional damage determination cannot take effect. Dracula's figure flickered, changing his stance once again while unleashing deadly shot. Dry. Just a moment after the 2 bright silver bullets cut through the black mist, the level 5 guard who had entered a state of false death abruptly opened his eyes, and a dark red light blossomed around his body. Resurrecting with full blood, the black-robed deacon let out a sharp hiss and unleashed his skill. Damage transfer. In the next second, the crystalline white light appeared on its body once again. The damage from fatal shot follows, hitting the black-robed deacon's body, and yet it did not do any damage to it, and the level 5 guard next to it was miserable. As soon as he opened his eyes to full blood, he was instantly knocked down 2/3 of his life value again. Level 5 guards? Deadly Shot is on cooldown, and Scarlet Feast is also on cooldown. Dracula dryly switched magazines and fired a series of normal shots at the black-robed deacon. Bang! 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 One breath, 2 magazines pouring out. All the damage was transferred, and the black-robed deacon didn't lose a single bit of his life value. Not only that, it unleashed Supreme Darkness Erosion again. Above his head, a black crescent moon loomed. Dracula kicks a level 1 guard next to him. bullets loaded and continue to shoot a series of pummeling attacks at the black-robed deacon. In the next second, the black crescent moon appeared in front of it. Dracula wasn't weak at all. Blood instinct gave it superb recovery abilities. That one, 600 plus life points that were knocked out by Supreme Darkness Infestation earlier. It was now nearly half recovered. So even if it took another skill, it would still be bearable. In an instant, the black crescent moon passed through the body of the Dracula's attacks also poured out like rain, landing on the black-robed deacon's body as much as possible. Only a slight crunching sound was heard, and the layer of crystal and white light on the black-robed deacon's body instantly crumbled. The level 5 guard was killed again. This time, for real, right after the effect of damage transfer was broken. Dracula changed his stance again and the twin guns locked and 2 bright silver bullets whizzed out. Fatal shot accurately hits the black-robed deacon's brow. Unsurprisingly high damage was dealt. At the same time, due to the hit to the head, the black-robed deacon fell into a stunned state. Dracula rushed forward as a black shadow, surrounded by a dense blood-colored energy. Scarlet Feast, launch. The spiraling blood-colored energy struck the black-robed deacon, causing his life value to drop by a large amount in an instant. The bloodline had long since gotten below half-blood. Immediately afterward, additional damage erupted as a dense scarlet glow bloomed on the black-robed deacon's body. Boom! The black-robed deacon's body directly exploded, shattering into a field of black flesh and blood. Chapter 13 breaking the all-time record. Dracula's first wave of pummeling only knocked out a fifth of the black-robed deacon's blood. This is followed by a push attack with Scarlet Feast, back-to-back output. And since it doesn't trigger additional damage, in the end, it just pulled the black-robed deacon's blood level above the half-blood line. When the cooldown is restored, pummel, deadly shot, Scarlet Feast, as well as additional damage. With a set of continuous output, almost 6,000 damage was dealt, directly killing the black-robed deacon. At this moment, an eerie silence fell within the main hall. Lin Yuan and the others had very expressive faces. Even though he already knew that Dracula was an epic summoning beast, he was shocked beyond words by its performance just now. Close to 6,000 damage. Is this really something a level 4 summoner can hit? Even the dragon warrior knights who draw on the power of the dragon can't do it, right? A strong sense of unreality arose in the hearts of Lin Yuan and the others. With such terrifying damage, even if it was placed in a hell-level copy, I'm afraid it would be able to push everything across. The thought brought another knowing smile to the faces of the crowd. It seems that the SS rating for the novice copy is secure, and so is the first pass reward for the hellish copy. This time, it's met the Real God. Kill Black-Robed Deacon Boss. Experience plus 55. Loot. Black Deacon's Coat of Arms *1. Loot. Black Deacon's Robe *1. Level up. Rank, LV. 5, 505/1080. Power, 57. Agility, 56. Body mass, 58. Spirit, 59. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 5, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. You have cleared Temple Ruins, hard level. Reward, Duplicate Treasure Chest *1, difficult level. Professional experience plus 500. Successful clearance. Will leave copy in 60 seconds? 59, 58, 57. This, passed? Lin Qingqing's eyes still had a few moments of bewilderment in them. It was too soon. It's only been a little over 2 hours since I entered the copy. They talked and laughed along the way and didn't feel any pressure or difficulty the entire time. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and laughed. Difficult level copies? Garbage. I'm going to challenge the hell level. Lin Qingqing looked over and was speechless. There weren't many people like Lin Yuan who hadn't been poisoned by a copy yet. Gu Chen looked at the time, then looked at Lin Qingqing's trio and said, after going out in a while, you guys catch up on your own business and meet at the entrance to the replica at 2 p.m. Good. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Wu Zi nodded. Normally, a professional has to be in a state of high mental concentration at all times when going down to a copy. This is physically and mentally taxing. A copy of the game, running the map and fighting. Exhausted. So, after finishing your copy, you usually take a day off and make sure you have enough energy before making your next copy. But Gu Chen was different. He was commanding the summoned beasts in battle the entire time. Self-consumption is pitifully small. Really, the only time I'd say it's consuming is when I'm in the middle of a grey mist curse and I feel lightheaded, weakness in the limbs. Even this meager consumption dissipated after the black-robed deacon was killed. Therefore, this copy had no consumption at all for Gu Chen. He could fight 10 more copies like this one. As for why you don't get into the hellish copy right away. 1. He had to give Lin Qingqing and the girls some time to borrow the money. And 2. He also needed time to choose his second summoned beast. After all, after killing the black-robed deacon just now, he had already risen to level 5. Soon, The 1-minute countdown ended, and Gu-chan and the other 5 were teleported to the duplicate square. It's just after 11 o'clock, and the replica plaza is still crowded with people. It was even a bit more crowded than it had been in the morning, with the vast majority waiting to form a group here. Look, a team has been teleported out. How did it happen so fast? The novice copy has only been open for a little over 2 hours. Such a short time that there's no way anyone could have gotten through. Well, based on previous year's records, the fastest would be 8 hours or more. Just over 2 hours? Doesn't that mean we haven't even entered the temple gates? That's right. They must have been unable to fight and sent out with a teleportation scroll. Look, isn't that Gu-chan? Ha ha, what did I say? So it's him, that civilian summoner. No wonder it came out in a little over 2 hours. It seems that civilians picking summoners really is a dead end. What if they pass? First of all, he's a civilian summoner. And secondly, he's out of copies in less than 3 hours. How is it possible to pass in this situation? It had become a consensus among all professionals that a civilian picking a summoner was a dead end. Just as everyone laughed at Gu-chan, thinking that he couldn't beat the copies, forced to teleport out, an announcement from the Novice Copy Management Office silenced the entire square. Congratulations to the Novice Professionals team for breaking the all-time record for the ruins of the temple, hard level. Time for this clearance, 2 hours, 35 minutes, 13 seconds. Captain, Gu-chan, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Wu Zi, Fighter. Rewarded, Professional Experience plus 500. Personal Achievement plus 1. History Record Gift Box *1. Silence. The large replica square was plunged into a deathly silence, due to Gu-chan's record-breaking performance. That's why this announcement will appear in front of every novice professional's eyes. It's not really uncommon for records to be broken for newbie copies. After all, the system of professionals is now increasingly well developed. The abilities and battle prowess of the new professionals were also increasing year after year. And basically every time a rare profession of the combat class appeared, the duplicate records would be refreshed. Except that the clearance time on this one is simply outrageous. Surprisingly, it was more than 5 hours faster than the fastest recorded. 2.5 hours to clear the novice copy. This achievement, even if it makes all novice professionals let go of their imagination, no one even thinks to that extent. In particular, the configuration of this team of professionals pulls crotch to the extreme. The captain is a civilian summoner, and the 4 players are a swordsman, a warrior, and an assassin, and fighters. You can't play any match at all with this career configuration. Speaking of cooperation, some people then remembered that Gu-chan couldn't find his teammates before. It's taking the actors down with them. In other words, this trip was the equivalent of a solo trip for him. A single brush. At the thought of this, the faces of the crowd became enriched. A single copy, and a hard one at that. Even some genius professionals can't do this, right? For a while, the gazes of the crowd toward Gu-chan became fiery. Among them, the first to take a stand were the students of Lin Chang-no, 1 middle school, Brother Tatsu, breaking the record with a single brush. Congratulations, Brother Tatsu, you're my idol. Can you bring me along next? Brother Tatsu, there's $100,000 in this card, just as a friend. Brother Tatsu, you've worked hard on this copy. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Gu-chan, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 14 Leveling Streak. Second Summoned Beast. Gu-chan turned a blind eye to the bows and flattery that came up around him, heading straight for the square beyond. You guys didn't take me on before? Coincidentally, now I'm not taking you guys either. Gu-chan, as a person, was not narrow-minded, but he was definitely not a generous person. Repaying a grudge with kindness? How do you repay kindness? At that moment, a teenager in mage robes rushed up and directly blocked Gu-chan's path. Brother, you remember me, right? I switched to mage. How about we go down together next hand? Mage? Nothing, Gu-chan said with a disdainful face. No, I'm a mage, the main combat profession. How dare you look down on me? Are mages S***T? I've got a rare level staff, and I can kill a level 1 guard with 3 fireball spells. Do you see me? Not looking. Gu-chan was dismissive. The other man froze, the feeling of being ignored irritating him. Gu-chan, what are you being arrogant about? You've only cleared the difficult level copy. Really think you're strong? I'm a mage. How many professions are clamoring to team up with me? How dare you refuse my invitation? You're wasted. You definitely won't be able to beat the higher level copies in the future, and you'll definitely regret it when the time comes. That's what you're getting at? With a disdainful look on his face, Gu-chan walked toward the square beyond without looking back. Lin Yuan followed behind with an indignant look on his face. No, that guy is sick, isn't he? Isn't it just that you don't team up with him? That's why he's flipping out? Normal, Gu Chen said with a smile. In his opinion, it's an honor to be teamed up with him. I drifted off when I had a little success, and I'm the one who didn't know any better, including those who came up to pull strings with me before, not to mention that after they were ignored by my. On the surface, there is no reaction, but in fact, every one of them can't see me well. The better I am, the harder it is for them, but no matter how hard it is, and they don't show it because they don't want people to know they regret it. Lin Yuan looked around at the crowd that was pointing at Gu Chen. Thoughtfully, he said, to put it bluntly, you can't afford to play. Is it that hard to recognize someone else's excellence? Gu Chen said unconcernedly, they're all just clowns. If I'm not as good as them, they step on me, and if I'm better than them, they're jealous of me. So, in the face of these people, don't even bother. When I get you guys an SS rating, it's these people who really realize what they're missing out on. Especially that mage just now who thought it was an honor to invite me to team up. Ha! The regret in his heart will be magnified infinitely the next time we walk out of a hellish copy of the. He must be kicking himself for not being more polite to me just now. For not teaming up with me in the first place. But a miss is a miss. And if he stays as hard-headed as he was before, I'd still think highly of him. But someone like this who bends over backwards to be nice and then gets annoyed when he's ignored. I despise him from the bottom of my heart. Exactly. Lin Yuan glanced at the figure behind him. He's just taking it for granted that he won't take us with him. We just don't know any better if we don't take him. 2A. What the hell? Leaving the replica plaza, Gu Chen went back to the school dormitory first. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, went straight to a stir-fry restaurant near the school to get food for the two. Wu Zi put $100,000 into Gu Chen's account within a few minutes after he came out, then took a cab and left. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were the first to go out and borrow money. It's now less than 3 hours before 2 p.m. $200,000 is still quite a lot of pressure on them. After returning to the dormitory, Gu Chen first collected the experience rewards that were handed out after his copy broke the record. Experience plus 500. Level up. Rank, LV. 6, 53/1880. Power, 67. Agility, 66. Physical fitness, 68. Spirit, 69. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 6, Epic. Talents, currently have access to 2 dark bloodlines. After rising to level 5, the second summoning bit has been opened, which means that he was now able to summon a second summoned beast. Moreover, I didn't expect to gain an additional 500 experience points after breaking the copy record, coupled with the experience gained from killing the black-robed deacon and the second wave of guards in the duplicate before. Just got upgraded again, so now he could gain 2 dark bloodlines through his talent. However, Gu Chen wasn't in a hurry to activate the talent. After all, the summoning book was still pending. This time through the difficult level copies, he received a difficult level replica treasure chest and a history record gift box respectively. Treasure chests usually open random equipment or props. Gift boxes are different. There is a high probability of opening an item that corresponds to a professional. It would have saved a lot of trouble to open a summoning book. After all, Gu Chen now had just over $120,000 in his body. Even if Lin Qingqing and Su Ran borrowed the money, his entire assets were just over $300,000. And he could only buy some relatively low-level summoning books. If you are able to open a good equipment, maybe you can take it to the exchange for a summoning book back. Thus, Gu Chen opened his carry-on space. Duplicate treasure chest, difficult level, open it to get a piece of equipment or props below excellent level. Historical record gift box, after opening, you can get a piece of equipment or props corresponding to the current profession. Gu Chen scanned it and opened both rewards. Open the duplicate treasure chest, hard level, and get the equipment Hurricane Warhammer *1, excellent level. Open the history record gift box and get summoning book *1, fine grade. Ouch ***. I can't believe the summoning book is out. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. What a thought. Skill book, Dream Demon Summoning. Rank, 5. Qualification, excellent. Effect, sign a contract with a Dream Demon. If Gu Chen gives up all his assets, should be able to get an excellent level summoning book back at the exchange. But on second thought, the poor qualifications of the summoned beasts were not a big problem for him. Even fine-grade summoning beasts are capable of becoming epic grade after fusing with the dark bloodline. It even feeds him quite a few attributes. Moreover, dream demons have no entity and are super immune to physical attacks. It is a rare energy body summoning beast. If he fused the dark bloodline, he would definitely become extremely powerful. Just pick you. Gu Chen picked up the summoning book and studied it directly. The summoning book lit up with a brilliant light, forming a formation, followed by a shadow of nothingness appeared within the summoning space. You have successfully signed a contract with the Dream Demon. Summoned animal, Dream Demon. Qualification, excellent. Level, 6, follows Summoner level. Life value, 2980. Attributes, Strength 46, Agility 56, Constitution 43, Spirit 58, Talent, Dreaming, Skill, Spirit Binding LV. 1. Summoned beasts can wear equipment, and after the death of a summoned beast, there is a chance that the equipment will fall off. If a summoned animal dies in battle, it cannot be summoned again for 1 day. Dream demons are energy bodies, and of the 4-dimensional attributes, strength is low and spirit is the highest, with little to no highlights, other than being born with a super high immunity to physical attacks. A level 6 dream demon doesn't even compare to a level 3 Dracula. After all, it's a fine grade, so you can't ask for too much. Gu-chan then opened the talent interface and unleashed his abilities, directly obtaining 2 dark bloodlines. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation, together with the Dark Bloodline King's Blood, obtained at level 4. Now he had accumulated 3 dark bloodlines. After careful consideration, Gu-chan decided to use the primordial bloodline to raise the dream demon's qualifications to the epic level, and then use the descendant bloodline to perform a bloodline awakening on it. As for the king's bloodline, it was used on Dracula to advance him to a legendary summoning beast. Chapter 15 Blood Race Archon, Nightmare Lord, Dark Bloodline First Generation Fusion Successful, Summoned Beast Advancement, Dream Demon, Fine, Nightmare Master, Epic. As Gu-chan had expected, the primordial bloodline could allow summoned beasts to advance to the epic level. The original dream demon turned into a spooky black shadow like a ghost, like smoke and mist that, drifting among the dark shadows. A pair of icy eyes appeared cold at first, and his gaze penetrated the soul and went straight to the heart. Summoned animal, Nightmare Juggernaut. Qualification, Epic. Rank, LV. 6. Life value, 4560. Attributes, Strength 68, Agility 76, Physique 62, Spirit 78, Talent, Unnameable, Epic. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Haunting LV. 10, Epic. Epic talents with full epic skills. Gu-chan was so happy to see this that he started the bloodline awakening without saying a word. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion Successful. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Rank, LV. 6. Life value, 6580. Attributes, Strength 79, Agility 86, Physique 85, Spirit 90, Talent, Unnameable, Epic. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Haunting LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Deep Dreaming LV. 10, Epic. After the Bloodline Awakening, the Nightmare Lord's life value increased to 6580. It was almost 3000 more blood than a level 6 Sinking Guard. Spirit is the most prominent of the 4-dimensional attributes, and with its talents and skills, it's simply a natural-born legal thorn. Unnameable, the Nightmare Master's form is erratic, allowing him to travel between dream and reality at will. Super high immunity to physical attacks. Disillusionment Instant Kill, utilizes the dream state to approach the target unit and launch an attack to kill it. Deals high damage to it. Nightmare Haunting, summons a nightmare minion for every 10 spirit points. Targets attached to nightmare minion will receive multiple damage. Deep Dreaming, constructing deep dreams in an area. Deals high sustained damage to target unit caught in it. Skill 1 is a single burst and Skill 2 doubles the damage. The target unit mentioned in Skill 3 is not an indiscriminate attack between the enemy and us. Only enemies targeted by Nightmare Juggernaut are called target units. Gu-chan looked at it, and the Nightmare Master could currently summon 9 Nightmare Servants. If all 9 Nightmare Minions are attached to a single unit, then this unit will take 9 times the damage when attacked by the Nightmare Juggernaut. Translated into damage values, the Nightmare Juggernaut only needs to pair 2 skills together that it would be able to directly kill the Black-Robed Deacon in seconds. That's a level 7 boss monster. This Nightmare Lord's burst damage was simply terrifyingly powerful. Just then, another prompt popped up. Summoned Beast qualification is raised from Fine to Epic, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner full attribute plus 10. Gu-chan's heart was so happy that he only felt a wave of relief in his body, and his body was soothed. Summoned Beast attribute feedback. The increase in attributes was equivalent to making him go up a level. This experience should not be too good, but all is not lost. Gu-chan summoned the king's blood lineage and incorporated it into Dracula's body, only to see scarlet blood light blossoming around Dracula within the summoned beast space. A brilliant golden light was also reflected in a rich blood color. Dark Bloodline King's Blood Fusion successful. Summoned Beast advancement. Dracula, Epic, Archon of Blood, Legendary. Summoned Beast, the Great Lord of the Blood. Rank, LV. 6. Life value, 8600. Attributes, Strength 114, Agility 118, Physique 116, Spirit 115. Summoned Beast qualification is raised from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner full attribute plus 100. Talents, Blood Instinct, Epic. Bloodshade Fury, Epic. Wild Blood, Lore. Skill I, Deadly Shot LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Blood Legacy LV. 10, Legend. New talent, Berserk Blood, Legendary. New skill, Bloodline Inheritance LV. 10, Legend. Frenzied Blood. When the Blood Archon's life value falls below 30%, he may activate the Rage bonus. Increase all attributes by 2 times. Lasts for 1 minute. Blood Legacy. A Blood Archon may expend his own life points. Converts dead units into Blood Descendants. Awesome. Looking at the Summoned Beast's attribute panel, Gu Chen's heart was in a state of darkness. It's a level 6 Summoned Beast? Unbelievable. The 4-dimensional attributes all broke 100, and they were even higher than the level 7 Black-Robed Deacon. As for the life value, although it was a few hundred lower than the Black-Robed Deacon, but mostly because Black-Robed Deacon is a boss with a blood bonus, it didn't matter though. The current Blood Archon had only just reached level 6. When you rise to level 7, you'll definitely be able to crush level 7 bosses on all fronts. Gaining 10 points of attribute feedback from Fine to Epic. Gain 100 points of attribute feedback from Epic to Legendary. Rank, LV. 6, 53/1880. Power, 177. Agility, 176. Body mass, 178. Spirit, 179. Summoned Beasts, Blood Grand Monarch LV. 6, Legendary. Nightmare Master LV. 6, Epic. The 4-dimensional attributes went to about 178. Gu Chen's face was slightly surprised. I didn't realize that he was now able to suppress the Black-Robed Deacon with just his own attributes. If he was given a set of equipment, he would be able to solo difficult level novice copies by himself. Speaking of equipment, Gu Chen opened his carry-on space again. After killing the Black-Robed Deacon, he obtained the Black Deacon's coat of arms and the Black Deacon's vestments, together with the Hurricane Warhammer that was just opened from the duplicate treasure chest. 2 pieces of equipment and 1 prop. Black Deacon coat of arms. Quality, excellent. Effect, shielded from outside prying eyes. No one else can obtain the wearer's character information. Note, masking will be disabled if the difference in rank is too great. Black Deacon's robe. Quality, excellent. Attributes, Spirit plus 5. Physique plus 5. Effect, the robe provides the user with a magic shield. Shield value is user's Spirit *10. It's all good stuff. The coat of arms keeps prying eyes out. The vestments, on the other hand, add a shield capable of resisting 1790 damage. The point is, the shield value of the vestments can grow as my spirit improves. That would be considerable. Gu Chen changed into the Black Deacon's vestments and pinned the coat of arms to his collar. He then opened the Pro Trading platform on his phone and listed that Hurricane Warhammer. The attributes of this weapon are good, and in addition to the base attribute bonus of, it also comes with a defense skill for Warhammer proficient professions such as warriors, paladins, and martial monks. As for the price, it's an excellent grade weapon after all, though it won't fetch a big price. But hanging on to 100 grand shouldn't be too expensive. Not long after the operation, the door of the dormitory was pushed open from the outside, and Lin Yuan walked in with a stack of packing boxes in his hands. Lao Gu, come on, let's have 8 dishes and 1 soup for lunch. Come give us a hand. Afternoon. At 1:45, Gu Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the square of the novice copy. The square is still crowded with students. The vast majority of them have not found a good teammate waiting to form a group. Is there any big brother to make a copy? I'm a martial arts monk with fine grade equipment, and I promise to listen. Recruiting archers or gunslingers, with equipment and skills preferred. Look, summoner. Ha, it's Gu Chen. He just cleared the difficult level copy this morning. Why is he here again? Ha, he's the god who took 4 actors solo? As Gu Chen approached, countless people's gazes were attracted in unison. The crowd standing in front of him subconsciously stepped back to the sides, making way. Summoner big guy, take me. I have a full set of warrior equipment. Great god Gu Chen, weren't you looking for teammates before? Can you bring me one? Brother Tatsu, we're old classmates. Take me on your team. Gu Chen's face was bland, directly ignoring the sound of a gesture of goodwill around him. Slowly, he came to the entrance of the replica. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Gu Chen, originally I couldn't look at you, but, since you were able to prove yourself with a difficulty level copy, it's good to be of some use. In that case, I'm short 1 spot on my team, so get ready right away and come down with us. Chapter 16. Coincidentally, I'm also going down to the hell level copy. A voice filled with condescension and disdain resounded through the crowd. The faces of the people were stunned in unison, and then they turned their heads to look. Who the hell is that? How dare you talk to Gu Chen like that? Meanwhile, a knight in a rare class night suit the handsome-looking teenager walked up to Gu Chen. Li Wenwei, the focus class president of Lin Chang No. 1 middle school, with a superior family background, and a switch to the rare profession of punishment knight. Whether it was his career, background, or money power, he crushed Gu Chen on all fronts. He came in front of Gu Chen with a haughty face, and he did indeed have the capital to be haughty. While I'll allow you to join my team, don't get too happy. If you don't play well and delay our progress through the level, then I'm sorry, I'll just pull the plug on you. Li Wenwei had a lofty posture, and his words were filled with an undisguised sense of superiority. It's said to be an invitation to team up, but it's really more of a handout, as if it's giving much of a favor. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, and instead of getting angry, a few odd smiles appeared on his face. You're showing off your superiority in your own face? That's quite a look. Li Wenwei, the Lin Changli family, is from a large family. What does that mean? There's money in it. A fat sheep delivered to your door. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. If he didn't take the opportunity to rip him off, it's all sorry for this pride of his. What are you waiting for? Follow me. Li Wenwei inclined his head, signaling Gu Chen to follow. Gu Chen, on the other hand, had a disdainful look on his face. No, man. I just soloed the difficulty level copy in the morning, and now to give you a hand job? Are you crazy or am I? Li Wenwei snorted coldly. What's a difficult level? I'm going to lead the team down to a hell level copy now. Hell of a level. Understand? Hell of a level. Hearing those 3 words, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down and the crowd's gazes towards Li Wenwei changed. So far yet, there hadn't been a clearance record for a hellish novice copy of Prosperity. Given Li Wenwei's profession and background, since he dared to put this statement, I'm afraid it's a sure thing this time. For a time, countless gazes looked at Gu Chen, filled with jealousy and envy. That's a hell of a copy. Although Gu Chen had soloed the difficulty level, it was child's play compared to the hell level. Now being able to follow Li Wenwei down the copy was definitely picking up a great bargain. Yet Gu Chen was in a careless stance. In the entire Lin city, there are only a handful of teams that have the strength to go down to the hell level copies. If you don't join my team, it's your loss. Got it? Coincidence. Gu Chen kindly smiled. I happen to be going down to the hell level copy as well. Just by you? Li Wenwei didn't believe it at all and said in a despicable tone. What? Don't believe it? Gu Chen said with full indifference. Since we're all hellish copies, why don't we make a bet? What's the bet? Whoever has the higher pass rating wins. Li Wenwei looked like he had heard a joke. Ha ha, are you sure? I'm only afraid that you'll lose badly. At this time, a follower beside Li Wenwei whispered. Young Li, Gu Chen must have something to rely on if he dares to say that. It's best not to bet against him. I would be afraid of him? Li Wenwei's eyes glared. A commoner from an ordinary class. It's just a lucky solo copy. And you really think you're a great god? Gu Chen had a look of impatience on his face. Less nagging. If you don't dare to bet, just say so. Who is Li Wenwei? He has a superior family background, a proud personality, and is known as a genius for switching to a rare profession. Can he stand this? I wouldn't dare. Joke. Li Wenwei drank coldly. I'm afraid you can't even afford the bet. Gu Chen had a calm demeanor. I'll bet you $500,000. Is that enough? What? $500,000? Li Wenwei frowned slightly, revealing a look of skepticism and, how did you get so much money for an average class? He was a bit caught off guard, even though his rare class night suit was worth millions of dollars. But after all, it's a resource for the family. He did save a few $100,000 himself, but it's for strengthening equipment and buying skill books after upgrading. If we lose, just kidding. He's a rare profession discipline knight, and he's got a rare grade night suit. How can you lose? Thinking of this, Li Wenwei's eyes revealed undisguised contempt. Fine, I'll bet with you, but it has to go on a trading platform. Gambling and fighting are not prohibited among professionals, on the contrary. In order to promote this way of, the trading platform has also developed a special system for betting on fights, just to prevent losers from cheating. Li Wenwei proposed to go on the trading platform because he was worried that Gu Chen would be unable to afford to lose. Without any nonsense, Gu Chen took out his cell phone and logged into the trading platform, creating a betting match. He transferred $500,000 in first, then set up the betting method and judging criteria. Sent to Levin Hui. Well, it's okay. Li Wenwei confirmed that there was no mistake, and nodded with satisfaction. Also transferred $500,000 to the platform. The bet arrives and the fight takes effect immediately. This time, there was no use regretting it. Gu Chen, you can't back out now. An open-mouthed grin surfaced on Li Wenwei's face. It was a surprise to think that he could still earn $500,000 by betting with a civilian. I'll go. These two are actually betting on it. A summoner betting against a knight of discipline. How dare he? Woohoo! Blind guess Gu Chen is going to lose. Don't forget, Li Wenwei's teammates are all top students from various high schools. Where's Gu Chen's teammate? Never seen it. I heard it's an actor. Ha! Actors? The crowd sang their praises, yet Gu Chen's face revealed an undisguised smirk. At this moment, his mood was the same as Li Wenwei's. He couldn't imagine that he could earn $500,000 from a single bet. Accident. It's just so unexpected. Just then, three figures appeared outside the duplicate square. It was none other than Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Wu Ziyi. Although Lin Qingqing's pretty face was flowery, by virtue of that stout and domineering petite body, hardly squeezing away through the crowd, Su Ran and Wu Ziyi followed closely behind. Before she got close, she caught a glimpse of Li Wenwei, who was standing with Gu Chen. No good. Lin Qingqing's face changed abruptly. How did Gu Chen stand with Li Wenwei? Are they going to team up? Hearing this, Su Ran, who was following behind, suddenly revealed a look of panic. They've worked hard to borrow $200,000 and have already transferred it to Gu Chen. Could Gu Chen be joining Li Wenwei's team? What about the money? That's $200,000. Wu Ziyi also saw the situation in front of him, and his brows furrowed slightly. Although the 100,000 pieces were expensive, what he cared more about was following Gu Chen into the hell-level copy. If you miss out on this great god, the loss can be much more serious than $100,000. Come on, hurry over. Wu Ziyi had a grave expression on his face, and the three of them immediately accelerated their pace. Chapter 17. You'll have to fight to find out. The square, the entrance to the replica. After the bet took effect, Li Wenwei had a spring in his step. Gu Chen, in the beginning, when I knew you were a summoner, it was from the bottom of my heart that I couldn't look at you. After all, a civilian choosing a summoner is a dead end. But you proved yourself with your strength, and that's why I'm going to take you down to the hellish copy of the. It's kind of a long shot for you. After all, there's a record of one hellish copy. Even if you don't get into a higher education institution in the future, it's also a good way to move toward chaperoning, which is better than going into the factory, isn't it? I was kind enough to take you, but you don't know any better. Li Wenwei spoke in a long and serious manner, and his tone of voice revealed a strong sense of contempt and condescension. As soon as Lin Qingqing's trio squeezed closer, they were amused by Li Wenwei's words. The original gravity on his face dissipated in a moment. Woohoo! False alarm. Laugh your ass off. Li Wenwei is taking Gu Chen down to the copy? Inverting the Big Dipper? He thinks that placing a copy with Gu Chen is letting Gu Chen grow up? Who on earth doesn't know better? Ha ha, I'm relieved that Li Wenwei is talking like this. With Gu Chen's temper, definitely not going to team up with him. The three of them talked and laughed and breathed a long sigh of relief in their minds as now their future was completely tied to Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen didn't leave, they had a promising future ahead of them. Ha ha, old Gu, did you hear that? Li Wenwei is doing this for your own good. You can still be a chaperone if you don't get into higher learning. Lin Yuan stood beside Gu Chen, listening to those fatherly sermons. Laughed straight out of the pig's mouth. Did I allow you to laugh? Li Wenwei's face turned cold. Even though you didn't give me permission to laugh, I just couldn't help it. Ha ha. The smile on Lin Yuan's face wanted to grow. With Gu Chen around, he didn't even put Li Wenwei, the genius of the key class, in his eyes. So what if it was a rare profession? As long as Gu Chen released his summoned beast, he could directly kill it in seconds. Silly dog, condescending my ass. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and was spirited. Who dares to mess with us? As long as Gu Chen was around, one of these people in the replica square would count as one. It was all garbage in Lin Yuan's eyes. Have a good laugh. When I pass the hell-level copy, there will be time for you to cry. Li Wenwei left a message and left grimly. His team was still one position short of the. It's only fair to find a suitable professional as soon as possible. At this moment, Lin Qingqing and the three of them also came to Gu Chen's side. Great God, the $200,000 for Su Ran and I have already been transferred to you. Lin Qingqing stepped forward and said. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Wu Ziyi paid Gu Chen a total of $300,000. At noon, after Gu Chen put up the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, another teleportation scroll was put up as well, and the two items were sold for a total of $200,000. The front and back add up to the $500,000 for the betting fight. Gu Chen led the four of them to the entrance of the replica interface, where the selected hell difficulty for temple ruins. Warning, the current selection is hell difficulty. The challenger will be entering the history of the temple. Extremely difficult. Is the mortality rate extremely high and is it an option? Yes. The average level of the current team is too low. It is recommended to reorganize the team. No. We're entering the temple ruins hell level copy. Please wait. A dark red glow blossomed from the spatial vortex at the entrance of the replica. Followed by the Gu-chan and the others' figures disappeared in place. Those around them, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. And the crowd was first quiet for a while, then directly exploded. I'll go. Gu-chan actually did enter a hell level copy. Are you crazy? There's no such thing as looking for death? Just clearing the difficult level and turning around to enter the hell level. That's too big a span, isn't it? Gu-chan is confused. He dares to solo the hell level. Who gave him the courage? Gu-chan is dead. Jesus can't even protect him. I say, if he makes it out alive, I'll livestream upside down diarrhea. Isn't that what you said last time? On the other hand, Lee Wenwei had also learned of Gu-chan's entry into the hell-ranked copy, but he wasn't half worried. Isn't it funny that a civilian summoner, with 4 actors, is going to paint a hellish copy? FAI. We've recruited someone. The other party is a thunder mage. A rare profession like you. It's coming over. Alright, give him 3 minutes to prepare. And after that, everyone will follow me down to the hell level copy. The corner of Lee Wenwei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. There were 2 rare professions in his team. In Gu-chan's team are 4 actors. How do you compare? No need to compare at all. Gu-chan is dead. Ha! What's with the fog? The gray fog? Dizzy and weak. This gray fog contains the power of a curse, being inflicted with a weakened state as soon as you hit the ground. This is a hellish copy? Standing at the gates of the ruins of the hellish temple, the air was thick with gray fog. Lin Yuan and the others were pale and their bodies were as heavy as lead. Hellish copies are akin to real historical records, which means that the environment that the crowd was now in was the true ruins of the temple. As for the previously cleared hard-level copy, it was a weakened version at best. These gray mists resemble the skills of that black-robed deacon in the main hall. I'm sure it should be related to the Abyssal Fae, and it's likely that this divine temple is undergoing an abyssal invasion. Lin Qingqing surveyed the temple gate. Not very likely. This temple has been invaded by the Abyssal Fae. Wu Ziyi took over and said, combining the history books with the strategy guide, all of the people within the temple have been contaminated by the power of the abyss, and the boss black-robed deacon we encountered earlier at the difficulty level was one of them. Re-enter the temple. Even though it's now a hellish copy, go over the previous episodes again. After entering the main hall, not only must you kill the black-robed deacon, and to find a sealed heart, and then proceed to the sanctuary, where they will meet the red priests. It's also the final boss of the nightmare class copy. Killing the red priest and then finding the sealed blood will be considered completing the nightmare class copy. After you pass the sanctuary you have to go to the altar, and as for what happens at the altar, which final boss is again, that's unclear. Wu Ziyi gave a rough idea of the next few nodes. This is all information he got through paid channels. True to form, the class president came to be an actor but did his homework on the subject ahead of time. Lin Yuan had a bit of a headache and rubbed his temples. That doesn't sound like a good idea. There wasn't even a cheat sheet by the end of the stage. Wu Ziyi nodded. After all, no newcomer would choose a hell-level copy, and even if they did, and no one ever gets through. Su Ran blushed badly and subconsciously looked at Gu Chun. Great God, are you sure? Well, you'll have to fight to find out. With a bemused look on his face, Gu Chun unleashed his summoning skill and an upright figure in a dark red dress appeared out of nowhere. For a moment, a strong sense of oppression emanated from the blood race Archon's body. The evil aura poured out into the surroundings, making one's mind tremble and one's bones creepy. Chapter 18 Killing 10,000 Blood Elite Guards. Archon of the Blood. Old Gu, your summoned beast has advanced? Lin Yuan looked at the dark red gown and was astonished. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and the others looked sideways, having only just gotten off a difficulty level copy. And the summoned beasts advanced? Who would believe such an exaggerated growth rate? The crowd looked closely, only to see that it wasn't the familiar Dracula in front of them anymore. His posture is even more upright and domineering, and his body is permeated with a shade and coldness that seeps into people's hearts and minds, just by looking at each other. An intense feeling of fear came over me like a tidal wave of. There is an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Wu Ziyi's gaze narrowed slightly, and the first thing he wanted to do was to check the attributes of the Blood Archon. Yet all one sees are rows of question marks, because Gu Chen had set the summoned beast information to not be released to the public. Outsiders wanting to view it, you can only see the name, level and blood bar, not even the exact life value. After all, the attribute information of a legendary summoned beast was too amazing. At only level 6, the four-dimensional attributes have already broken 100, and the blood quantity is almost 900. Where is this a summoned beast? Put in a novice copy as a boss. Facing the puzzled gazes of a few people, Gu didn't bother to explain, and directly released a command to the Blood Race Archon that, toward the temple gates. At the same time, the first wave of sunken guards came out from behind the gate. Legendary Blood Archons possess even more powerful blood instincts. Almost as soon as it took a step, it had aimed at a figure deep in the gray mist and raised its hand to fire a shot. Boo! One hit kills. Damage breaks 3,000. The sunken guards in the gray mist had only just shown their heads when they were blasted with a single shot. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Day. That's a level 5 guard. And it was killed in seconds? Lin Yuan was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. Just as Lin Yuan was shocked, a man in heavy black armor, the tall guard with a huge golden sword in his hand stepped out. This guard was over 3 meters tall as a hill that. The golden giant sword in its hand exuded a stern might, and beside it, followed a group of level 5 guards. Fei, Sunken Guard Elite, rank, LV. 6, life value, 11, 500, attributes, strength 80, agility 73, physique 92, spirit 75, skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist, skill 2, Steel Guardian, skill 2, Sworn Sword, skill 4, Ultimate Judgment. Is there any mistake? Elite guards? Lin Qingqing's face was aghast. Oh my god, tens of thousands of blood. Is this really just a guard? Su Ran lightly covered her red lips, shocked beyond words. Wu Ziyi spoke up at the right time. The hell-level replica restores the real historical scene. So this elite guard with over 10,000 blood is just a gatekeeper? Hearing this, the crowd's eyelids jumped. Even the elite monsters were just gatekeepers. Wouldn't that be heavenly difficult back there? At that moment, the elite guard let out a roar, wielding a giant golden sword in his hand. Like a small mountain rushing towards the Blood Race Archon to kill him. The Blood Race Archon's eyes stared. Killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed, and he raised his hand to fire a shot. Boo! The bright silver bullets were deflected by the pitch-black heavy armor, and the elite guards took far less damage. It only dropped 300 life points, or 2% damage. Steel Guard, heavy armor resists 90% of damage for the Sunken Guard Elite. The total amount of damage sustained may not exceed 50% of its own maximum life value. Good skill. It's a pity that the one he met was the Blood Archon. 50% of an elite guard's maximum life is 5,750. That amount of blood is nothing less than a bloody cow to the rest of the challenger team. Even if the elite guard stood there and didn't fight back, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to break this skill. Ordinary challengers trying to kill elite guards, you can only rely on positioning to drain the duration of this skill and wait for it to go on cooldown. But for the Blood Archon, it would only take 2 shots to knock this heavy armor off. Without a moment's hesitation, only a banging, the second bullet whizzed into the elite guard's body. The elite guard's body shook, and cracks spread all over his heavy armor in an instant. Broken. After breaking through the heavy armor, the elite guard let out an angry growl that, the golden giant sword in its hand pointed straight up to the sky, and a piercing golden light blossomed above the blade. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the golden sword blade descended from the sky. With a destructive momentum, it chopped down towards the Blood Race Archon. The Blood Archon is a legendary summoning beast. After all, sharp senses had long since caught the attack from the sky, and as the golden blade was about to behead it, its figure retreated more than 10 meters like a ghost, easily avoiding the skill. Boom! The huge golden sword blade chopped down, and sand flew on the ground. Large amounts of debris and dirt erupted in all directions. At the same time, the Blood Race Archon's attack came once more. Boo! After the heavy armor was broken, the shot directly knocked out more than 3,000 blood of the elite guard. Immediately after that, another bullet whistled, hitting the elite guard's brow with precision. Boo! High damage hits the head and triggers a direct stun effect. The elite guards stood still, losing their ability to resist for a moment. A rare opportunity. The Blood Archon pulls the trigger like crazy. Dense bullets poured out like rain, hitting the bodies of the elite guards as much as they could. Not the brow, not the vitals, but with the power of the Blood Archon today, even the poke damage is scary high. Bang! 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 The elite guard's bloodline dropped rapidly, and after a few shots, the figure as tall as a hill collapsed with a loud bang, and his blood level was completely emptied. It was only 3 to 5 breaths before and after, and the elite monster with a blood volume of 10,000 was killed. The greatest threat had been lifted, and with a flash of the Blood Archon's figure, it charged straight into the group of level 5 guards. It raised both hands, one black and one white heavy pistol firing frantically, the gunfire raining down on the. There were bodies of busted guards all around. In the space of a breath, the first wave of guards were killed without a single one left. Kill Sinking Guard Elite LV. 6. Experience plus 468. Obtained loot. Steal heavy armor *1. Get loot. Cure potion *3. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 11. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 118. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 115. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 109. A blue light fell from the elite guard's corpse, and Gu-chan's gaze lit up. It's not easy. The first wave of monsters drop equipment. Pick up the steel heavy armor and look at it. Steel heavy armor. Quality, excellent. Restriction level, 6. Attributes, physique plus 30. Strength plus 5. Effect, heavy steel armor reduces the wearer's damage by 15%. A level 6 piece of equipment. Excellent grade. With 30 points of constitution and 5 points of strength. It also resists 15% damage, which is not bad. Heavy armor is usually worn by warriors or knights, and hangs on the trading platform when they get out of the. Should fetch a good price too. Chapter 19 Dreams Come True. Dream Space. Professionals make really good money. Once again, the idea sprouted in Gu-chan's mind. As far as he could remember, he had suffered from poverty since he was a child, and even when he went to the Gu family later on, it was also subject to a lot of blank stares. During this month in solid North City, although he stayed at the Gu family residence, but glory and wealth have nothing to do with him at all. The only thing that made it easier for him was not having to worry about 3 meals a day. Thinking of the Gu family, a flash of coldness flashed under Gu-chan's eyes. Yesterday, Gu Qingfeng had decided that he had failed in his transfer, and in front of Qin Yun and a group of Gu family subordinates, reducing him to nothing, even seeing him as a disgrace. Today, he became a summoner with a god-level talent, and his future was unlimited. Northern Warlord, Holy Sword Berserker, Imperial Supreme? Oh, it wasn't even worth mentioning in front of a god-level talent. One day, he would become an existence that Gu Qingfeng could only look up to, and that day can't be too far away. Putting the fine steel heavy armor away in his carrying space, Gu-chan looked at another trophy. Healing potion, quality, excellent. Effect, resist the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes after absorption. The Blood Archon's 4-dimensional attributes had already broken 100, and the Grey Mist curse had a minimal effect on it. Gu-chan's 4-dimensional attributes were far superior to those of his peers, and would only be slightly and faintly affected by it. Not to mention he's not in the war. As such, the healing potion was not very useful at all in his hands, but that's just for him. For other professionals, the healing potion is definitely a treasure that can't be beat. With 1 dose, you can ignore the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes, completely dispel the state of weakness in your body. Carrying it is the equivalent of carrying a purification spell. This is crucial if put in a boss fight. So, Gu-chan was sure that if this thing was listed on the trading platform, definitely sells for a good price too. Include the 3 healing potions in your carry-on space, and at the same time, the Blood Archon had also finished clearing all the guards at the entrance to the temple. Level up. Rank, LV. 7, 32/2680. Power, 187. Agility, 186. Physical fitness, 188. Spirit, 189. Summoned Beasts, Blood Grand Monarch LV. 7, Legend. Nightmare Master LV. 7, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Level 7 now. If this upgrading speed was spread out, I don't know how many people would die of envy. Due to the attribute feedback bonus, Gu-chan's full attributes were approaching 200 points. More than twice that of a professional of the same level. That's kind of awesome. If you go out and fight 1v1 against each other in the arena, even if you don't rely on summoned beasts, he'll be able to do a sweep of his class as well. Next, Gu-chan unleashed his talent to acquire the Dark Bloodline. A dark red glow blossomed before his eyes. Hopefully a king's blood. If there's another king's blood bloodline, both of his summoned beasts will become legendary level. This time, the hellish copy is definitely a 10 out of 10. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. Okay. Overthinking. It seems that king's blood isn't that easy to obtain. After all, it was a bloodline capable of advancing an epic summoned beast to legendary level. Even in the entire Divine Summer Empire, there were only a dozen or so known legendary grade summoning beasts. Rarity was one thing, and another reason was that there weren't many professionals who turned summoners either. Dark Bloodline Descendant may perform a bloodline awakening for a primordial dark creature, may also make 1 attribute enhancement for a dark creature of king's blood. No need to think about it. Attribute enhancement doesn't mean much to the Blood Archon, but bloodline awakening allows the Nightmare Master to gain new talents or skills. Gu-chan directly integrated the Descendant bloodline into the Nightmare Sovereign. Dark Bloodline Descendant fusion successful. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening. Rank, LV. 7. Life value, 7,950. Attributes, strength 99, agility 106, physique 105, spirit 110. New talent, dreams come true, epic. Dreams come true, Nightmare Juggernaut's skill cooldown is reduced by 50%. Skill consumption, energy consumption, negative effect impact reduced by 80%. That's a gift. And a dream come true, cooldown having a side. All consumptions and negative effects are directly reduced by 80%. The legendary level summoned beasts didn't even have such an exaggerated effect. That's because the Nightmare Master itself is an energy body. If it were any other summoned beast, surely there is no such thing as a good thing. Next, the Blood Race Archon walked into the temple, with Gu-chan and the others following close behind. As soon as he stepped into the temple square, an even denser gray fog directly hit his face. The crowd's faces changed, and they only felt the effects of the gray mist curse become even more intense. The weakness status applied to the body is directly doubled. Gu-chan frowned. His four-dimensional attributes had already broken 100, and his resistance far exceeded that of his class. But under the influence of the gray mist curse, his full attributes also dropped by 25%. As for Lin Yuan and the others, all of them were pale and breathless as they followed behind. It's like half a life is missing. Just then, Su Ran, who was walking beside Lin Qingqing, showed a pained expression. It seemed that it could no longer withstand the gray mist curse. Its eyes rolled upwards, and its slender and delicate body just fell straight down. Saran! Lin Qingqing rushed forward and helped Su Ran up, only to find that the latter had fallen into a coma. Gu-chan also walked up and checked Su Ran's status. The physique is too weak. He knew that the assassin's physique was weak, but he didn't expect Su Ran's physique to be so weak. He fainted because he couldn't withstand the sudden surge of the gray mist curse. At this moment, the difficulty of the hell level copy was presented before everyone's eyes without reservation. This ubiquitous gray mist curse is simply terrifying. If the challenger's physique wasn't up to scratch, he wouldn't even need the Fae to do anything. He would automatically burp after a few more steps. No wonder no newcomer has gotten through the hellish newbie copy in all these years. Is this something a newbie pro can handle? What to do? If you put it on another team, in a situation like Saran's, she could only be sent out using a teleportation scroll. After all, she was already incapacitated. If the intensity of the gray mist curse continued to increase behind her, it would most likely kill her here. Great God Gu-chen, I can carry Su Ran on my back. Can we let her continue to follow us? Lin Qingqing said in a pleading tone. She and Su Ran had borrowed $100,000 from outside in order to follow Gu-chan into the hell level copy. $100,000. That's totally astronomical for a civilian kid right out of high school. If he quits in the middle of the day, Saran's only way out is to enter the factory. It is estimated that it will take years of screwing to pay off this huge amount. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Gu-chan sighed. Seeing Gu-chan's attitude, Lin Qingqing's face was gloomy. However, in the next second, Gu-chan raised his hand and directly summoned a ghost-like figure of black mist, Nightmare Juggernaut, only to see the Nightmare Sovereign pull Su Ran. A flash. The space in front of him was like a mirror shattering. Su Ran was pulled into the other side of that spatial rift. Dreamland. The Nightmare Master can travel through the dream world at will. By pulling Su Ran into the dream world, he would naturally not be cursed by the gray mist. Chapter 20 Using Healing Potions. The dream world is a special space completely separate from the real world, totally cut off from reality. Nothing that happens in the dream world affects the real world. Therefore, when Su Ran entered the dream space, he quickly recovered from his weakened state. Where am I? Saran looked around blankly. Being in a dream world, he could clearly see the scene in the copy of yet the crowd in the real world couldn't see her. Where's Su Ran? Lin Qingqing was also at a loss. Hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Su Ran answered and subconsciously walked over. Yet within a few steps, it was back where it had been before. Now, a trace of panic appeared on Su Ran's face. Without hesitation, she immediately activated the assassin's ghost dash and accelerated towards Lin Qingqing. However, the more she ran, the more distance there was between her and Lin Qingqing. Gu-chen sensed the situation in the dream world through his connection with the Nightmare Master. Forget it, you guys go in too. He waved his hand. In the middle of a dream, you will not be affected by the curse of the gray mist, and I will release you when it dissipates. As soon as the words left his mouth, the void in front of him suddenly shattered in large swaths, and a pitch-black crack extended almost as far as Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Wu Zi's eyes. Immediately afterward, a hideous hand coalesced from black mist reached out from the shattering, and the arm split into three. All at once, the three of them were pulled into a dream world. Everything in the dream world is not different from the replica scene. The only difference was that the four of them couldn't interact with Gu-chen. It was 2 dimensions after all. The weakened state has really disappeared? Lin Xingqing saw Su ran as soon as she came in, both excited and surprised. Gu Chen said, this is a dream world? How did we get in here? Lin Yuan looked incredulously at the ghost-like black shadow. Nightmare juggernaut. It's a summoned beast. All right. It was unthinkable that Gu Chen had contracted a second summoned beast so quickly, and not only was it an energy body, but it was also a rare spatial system. Wu Ziyi subconsciously tried to check the summoned beast's attributes, but only saw a bunch of question marks. So, Dreamscape is a skill of the Nightmare Master? We're inside the skill? What skill can last this long? Although the Nightmare Master can travel between dream and reality at will, but keeping the dream on for as long as this is a huge drain on energy. Putting it before, the Nightmare Lord would never be able to do it. But after the bloodline awakens, its talent, Dreams Come True, can reduce its own consumption by 80%, which greatly improves the skill's range. After settling Lin Yuan and the 4 of them, the Blood Archon continued to open up the road. Gu Chen and the Nightmare Lord followed behind. As we continue to go deeper and deeper, the weakening effect from the curse of the gray mist grows stronger and stronger. As they walked to the square, Gu Chen felt that his full attributes had dropped by 30%. What kind of concept is that? Originally, his 4-dimensional attributes were nearly 100, but now they had dropped to the early 70s. The action slowed down a bit significantly. The same was true for the Blood Archon. A weakened state had a very serious effect on battle power. What was originally a level 5 guard that could be killed in seconds with 1 bullet now took 2 shots to do so. As Gu Chen entered the square, a large number of sinking guards were refreshed from all directions. Almost every few steps a few would refresh. And these guards are refreshed every couple of times with an elite guard that, it's just a different class. Let's say you encounter a level 7 elite guard at the entrance to the temple. Just now, the Blood Archon had killed another level 8 elite guard. And now, right in front of Gu Chen, a level 9 elite guard was walking towards him. Fei, Sunken Guard Elite, rank, LV, 9, life value, 1600, attributes, strength 80, agility 87, physique 122, spirit 95. Skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist. Skill 2, Steel Guardian. Skill 2, Giant Axe Chopping. Skill 4, Cyclone Bloodshed. This level 9 elite guard was like a small giant. That dark heavy armor was full of majesty. His own blood quantity was as high as 16,000, and all 4-dimensional attributes had broken 100. It could be said that this was by far the most powerful alien race that Gu Chen had encountered since entering the copy. As the level 9 elite guards came forward, the gray fog around them grew thicker and thicker. Even the elite guard's facial features became blurred. In its hand it held a huge, blood-colored axe, the handle of which was joined at the end by a blackened iron cord that, the rest of the wire was wrapped around the unusually thick arm. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound rang out from the gray fog. Giant axe chopping. The huge, blood-colored axe was thrown without warning, its sharp blade slicing through the air. Like a thick blood-colored lightning bolt coming towards the Blood Race Archon at great speed. The Curse of Grey Mist unleashed by the level 9 elite guard reduced the Blood Archon's full attributes by 40%. For a moment, the Blood Archon's speed lost its normal level of. Before he could dodge, he was cut on the body by the sharp axe blade. Thumbs up. Hideous wounds appeared on the Blood Archon's body, blood splattering and nearly cutting it off. It's a good thing that this elite guard is known for its physicality, and its attack power isn't very high in comparison. But even so, it knocked out more than 400 life points of the Blood Archon at once. After rising to level 7, the Blood Archon's life value had already broken 10,000. It could be argued that one of the skills of the elite guards that it directly knocked out almost half of the Blood Race Archon's life value. Roar! The Blood Race Archon's face grimaced as he let out a pained roar. This is a level 9 elite guard. It's simply terrifying. Wu Ziyi looked at the Blood Race Archon's blood bar that was nearly half empty, and his eyes were filled with horror. This is the first time a summoned beast has taken such heavy damage. The hell-level copies are truly terrifying. Lin Xingqing couldn't help but sigh. The elite guards are surprisingly strong. Or else, let the Nightmare Lord go up as well? Lin Yuan subconsciously looked at the spectral black shadow. Within the dream space, the 4 watched the battle, their hearts almost in their throats. However, on the square, Gu Chen stood in place, his expression calm and unparalleled. Although under the influence of the Curse of the Grey Mist, the Blood Archon's attributes decreased, failed to dodge the elite guard's skills in time. But it's a blood. For the bloods, any other injury can be recovered quickly as long as it is not fatal. It's not a skill, it's instinct. Only to see the Blood Archon stifle a grunt as he dislodged the huge axe embedded in his flesh. The next moment, the blood had stopped flowing out of the wound. Even the hideous wounds began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the twinkling of an eye, The appalling-looking wound had been restored as before. If it weren't for the dark red blood that still lingered on its gown, it was hard to imagine that a few seconds ago, it was almost cut off by that bloody giant axe. The wound had recovered, but the blood bar was still at close to the half-blood line. However, under the blood instinct, talent, its life value was also recovering rapidly. Seeing this, Guchen didn't want to waste any more time. Took out a tube of healing potion from his carry-on space. Healing potion, absorbed to resist the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes. The Blood Archon took the potion without any hesitation and swallowed it with the glass tube. In the next second, a layer of white energy blossomed on the surface of his body, and the weakened state instantly disappeared. Roar! The Blood Race Archon let out a roar, sweeping away his previous depression. Under the effect of the healing potion, its four-dimensional attributes along with its bloodline rebounded extremely quickly. In the twinkling of an eye, he was back in peak condition. Chapter 21 Undead Grammar Sphere. Blood Legacy. Bang! Bang! Fatal shot. Two bright silver bullets sliced through the gray mist, hitting the elite guard's head at almost the same time. The elite guard stumbles and is knocked down by a small 7,000 life points. The blood bar instantly dropped to near the half-blood line. Bang! Bang! 2 shots in a row. Another fatal shot. Generally speaking, skills have a cooldown mechanism and cannot be activated twice in a row, but after being promoted to the legendary rank, fatal shot was strengthened. Before that it was a bullet with a skill effect from that silver-white pistol. Now it's 6, which is a whole magazine. One bullet did over 3,000 damage, and after 5 shots, the elite guard was down to just a sliver of his blood skin. Just one more shot would have taken it away. However, on the verge of death, the pitch-black heavy armor on the elite guard suddenly bloomed with a dark light. Skill activated. Steel Guardian. All at once, the dying elite guards, with the help of their skills, gained superb damage reduction. Skill activated. Bloodshed Blade. After getting exempted from damage, the elite guards dragged their iron ropes and swung their giant axes in an attempt to unleash the strongest blow. However, at this time, the Blood Race Archon was already at his peak, so how could he possibly sit back and wait for death? Bang! 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 The black pistol hit 3 or 2 shots, instantly breaking the Steel Guardian's damage reduction. With that, it flickered and ghostly appeared behind the elite guards. Just at the instant when that huge blood-colored axe just flew out, a bright silver bullet hit the back of the elite guard's head with precision. Bang! Kill Sinking Guard Elite, LV. 9. Experience plus 795. Obtained loot. Dead Grammar Sphere *1. Dead Grammar Sphere. Quality, rare. Effect, builds up 1 tier of Whisper of the Dead per kill or assist. Each layer of Whispers of the Dead provides a 5% bonus to all attributes. Note, the effect of Grimoire Orb needs to be actively cast, and the number of tiers will be zeroed after casting. The full attribute bonus effect lasts for 1 minute. Note, if the wearer dies, the number of layers will be zeroed out. Rare grade Mana Ball Equipment. Each kill or assist accumulates a 5% bonus to all attributes. Unlike regular mana orbs, the effects of necrotic mana orbs need to be actively cast. That is to say, even after accumulating 20 tiers, with a full attribute bonus of 100%. If you don't actively cast it, you don't get the bonus effect. Moreover, the tiers are cleared to 0 after casting, and the bonus effect only lasts for 1 minute. Guchen thought for a moment and decided to have Nightmare Juggernaut equip Undead Grammar Orb. For one thing, the Nightmare Master can travel between dream and reality at will, and has greater survivability, doesn't die easily and helps accumulate higher tiers. Secondly, Nightmare Juggernaut's Deep Dream can deal ranged sustained damage. Damage can be maximized within 1 minute of the spell's effect. After equipping himself, the Blood Archon continued to drive. After passing through the courtyard and killing a group of guards, Guchen arrived at the entrance to the main hall. Pushing through the 2 heavy doors, in the middle of the main hall, next to the huge statue that had collapsed, a tall figure shrouded under a black robe appeared. Fey, Black-Robed Deacon Elite. Rank, LV. 13. Life value, 3,500. Attributes, Strength 125. Agility 127. Physique 132. Spirit 135. Skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist. Skill 2, Darkness Attack. Skill 2, Damage Transfer. It's still the Black-Robed Deacon, only the rank has been raised. At level 13, the average 4-dimensional attribute was 130, and the blood quantity had soared to 35,000. Though his skills remain the same, his size is much taller and shadier. The Grey Mist curse inside the main hall also became stronger. Guchen could feel that the weakness state had suppressed his full attributes by 40%. If one went into battle in this state, their battle power would be directly halved. It's a good thing that the Blood Archon has already used a healing potion and is immune to the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes. Otherwise, there was no chance of winning when you went to kill monsters with a weakened state. Meanwhile, within the empty main hall, one by one, the sunken guards refreshed from the corners around them. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 tall figures in armor appeared around Gu Chen. Within the dream realm, Lin Yuan and the others saw countless guards in all directions and their scalps went numb. This much? The main hall wasn't like this last time, Lin Xingqing said with a frown. Can't even count. It's simply horrible. Su Ran said. This is really a big trouble. Wu Ziyi had a grave expression on his face. What to do? So many monsters, even if we add the Nightmare Master. It's not enough, Lin Yuan frantically said. In the difficult level copy, the black-robed deacon had only 20 or so guards around him. The highest ranked of them were just 2 level 5 guards. But now, the number of guards has directly doubled, with the lowest being level 5 guards that. There was no shortage of level 7 and 8 guards. One should know that the black-robed deacon had the skill of damage transfer. These 50 or so sinking guards weren't just beaters. They were 50 or so blood packs. Level 5 guards have a blood level of 2,900 and level 6 guards have a blood level of 3,500. Level 7 guards are 4,200 and level 8 guards are 500. Let's just say the average guard has 400 blood per guard. And all these guards together, total blood count is around 200,002. In other words, the black-robed deacon's own blood level was 35,000, with a 200,000 blood pack attached. It's like a blood cow. No, blood cows aren't even that dramatic. It should be a blood bank. What can we do? Over 200,000 blood. This mustn't blow up the guns chamber? I'm sorry, Lin Yuan said with a worried look on his face. That's not so bad. A voice rang in his ears, and Lin Yuan turned his head to look, only to see Gu Chen unexpectedly appear in the dream world as well. Old Gu, why did you come in? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. The next battle is rather chaotic, and I'm afraid of accidental injuries, Gu Chen said indifferently. The next battle was more chaotic? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the 4 of them turned their heads to look, only to see the Blood Race Archon's 5 fingers clasped in vain, and 5 scarlet bloodlights flew out from his palm. It instantly disappeared onto the bodies of the guards beyond the main hall. In the next second, the guard's corpse opened its eyes and blossomed with an evil, bloody light that, slowly, he rose from the floor. Blood Legacy, a Blood Archon may expend his own life points, converts dead units into blood descendants. The Blood Archon has expended 500 life points to turn 5 corpses into blood guards. The blood bar dropped above the half-blood line all of a sudden. The blood guards are at the same level as they were in life. 3 level 7s and 2 level 8s. The blood guard came behind the Blood Archon and the scarlet pupils stared deathly at the sinking guards in all directions, revealing a bloodthirsty and brutal appearance. Kill. The Blood Archon spat out a soft word, and the blood guards, armed with long swords or heavy axes, madly, he killed among the group of guards in front of him. Strong physique and recovery ability is the instinct of the Bloods. If it's a normal confrontation, the blood guard should have the upper hand. But under the influence of the curse of the Grey Mist, level 7 and 8 blood guards can only kill the lowest level 5 guards first. The Archon of the Blood hasn't been idle, either. Eyes locked on a level 8 guard who was trying to attack the blood guards. Bang! 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 A series of silver bullets whistled like electricity, instantly hitting that level 8 guard's body. Kill sinking guard LV. 8. Experience plus 616. The 5 blood guards fought one against many, and the battle was fierce, and it was not long before one by one, the sinking guards then fell to the ground. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Kill sinking guard LV. 5. Experience plus 113. Kill sinking guard LV. 6. Experience plus 234. Kill sinking guard LV. 6. Experience plus 234. Chapter 22 Star Upgrade. Skill Enhancement. Scratch that. I got an upgrade? In the dream realm, Lin Yuan, who was in battle watching mode, was suddenly startled, and then his face showed joy. Gu Chen looked over. Not only Lin Yuan, but Lin Xingqing, Su Ran and Wu Ziyi had also upgraded. It's all level 5. He himself, on the other hand, is almost at level 8. Lin Xingqing and Su Ran were ecstatic, knowing that it was only halfway through the copy. They've rushed to level 5 without doing anything along the way. In the old days, it's something to think about. I wonder what's going on with Li Wenwei. Lin Xingqing suddenly remembered Gu Chen's bet. It's definitely over. Lin Yuan spoke up. Li Wenwei cleared the hard level copy in the morning. He's only level 4, and he's bringing a set of rare level night sets. And he wants to go through a hell-level copy with just that? It's hard to say. Wu Zi analyzed from the side. Li Wenwei doesn't just have a rare grade set. He's also an A-ranked talent possessor. And his team members, the career mix is way better than ours. He even has an A-ranked talent? How come I didn't know? Lin Yuan was astonished. Normal. For civilians, many channels of information are closed. Wu Ziyi's head lifted slightly. And how did you know that? Aren't you a civilian too? Me, HM. There's something different about civilians. Just as a few people were chatting, Gu Chun used a life recovery potion, restored the Blood Archon's life value completely. With that, Blood Inheritance was cast again, and 5 more corpses were transformed into Blood Descendants. The 1 level 6 guard, 2 level 7 guards, and 2 level 8 guards. Why not convert more Blood Descendants at once? Because the Blood Archon still has to fight the level 13 Black-Robed Deacon. Maintain 50% or more of your life value for unexpected situations that come your way. As for the transformed ones, the Blood Guards retained both the base attributes of the Sunken Guards, also possessing the instincts of the Blood Clan. He had thus gained a great boost in battle power, with superb senses and speed, plus superb recovery. Almost every Blood Guard could take on 1 or 2 Sinking Guards head-on, and that's if they were suppressed by the Grey Mist Curse. As the battle continued, the number of Blood Guards gradually increased, and the number of the Sinking Guards began to fall into the wind, and only a dozen or so guards were left struggling to hold on. At the same time, the Blood Archon's attack grew more and more violent, and after a few rounds, the Black-Robed Deacon's life value then fell below the half-blood line, and there were only 6 Sunken Guards left in the main hall. 25 Blood Guards kill 6 Sinking Guards. Downwind game. Things are looking good. The longsword and giant axe kept chopping down, and the blood level of the Sinking Guard kept dropping, and soon, a Sunken Guard fell to the ground. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 9. Experience plus 521. Level up. Rank, LV. 8, 13/4850. Power, 197. Agility, 196. Physical fitness, 198. Spirit, 199. Summoned Beasts, Blood Grand Monarch LV. 8, Legend. Nightmare Master LV. 8, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. How refreshing. A flash of joy erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes. After the upgrade, the Blood Archon's life value went straight back to full. Blood Inheritance is activated again, and the Blood Archon's blood level plummets. The 5 guard corpses stood up from the ground, bloodthirsty red auras erupting from their eyes. 35 vs 5 and the number of blood guards has increased again. Gu Chen, on the other hand, unleashed his talent to obtain the Dark Bloodline. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. Dark Bloodline Primordial. You may perform a single ascension for a primordial dark creature. May also perform a bloodline awakening for a dark creature of King's Blood. Star Rising. After deliberating, Gu Chen incorporated this dark bloodline into the Nightmare Lord. Summoned Beasts start up successfully. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Rank, LV. 8. Life value, 1150. Attributes, Strength 119. Agility 126. Physique 125. Spirit 130. Gifts, Unnameable. Dreams Come True. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill, Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Haunting, Epic. Skill 2, Deep Dreaming, Epic. Skill, Nightmare Entrapment, has been strengthened. Nightmare Haunting, summons a nightmare minion for every 10 spirit points. Nightmare minions can entangle the target in place for a short period of time, and targets entangled by multiple nightmare minions will receive multiplied damage. After the skill enhancement, Nightmare Stalker has an additional control effect that can entangle the target in place for a short period of time. Also, by being entangled in 2 nightmare minions, the target takes twice the damage. 5 is 5 times, 10 is 10 times. Only, the source of the damage must be the Nightmare Master to produce multiple damage, otherwise it is ineffective. Kind of awesome. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Before, this skill just made the Nightmare Servant attached to the target, and had no control effect. Now that you can wind the target in place, that makes a big difference. With a thought from Gu Chen, black mist rose around the Nightmare Lord, and 3 black shadows flashed away. It wrapped itself around the 3 Sinking Guards that were currently the only ones left. The control effect is then activated, and the 3 Sinking Guards are entangled in the Nightmare Minion. Losing his displacement ability, he was hardened and cut down in place by the Blood Guards around him. With that, 3 black shadows flew out of the guards' corpses and returned to the Nightmare Lord. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 8. Experience plus 235. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 9. Experience plus 518. Kill Sinking Guard LV. 8. Experience plus 230. kill/assist ruling in effect. You have built up 3 levels of Deadman's Whisper. Awesome. That's the effect to have. Summoning a nightmare minion is not worth the expense of the. However, it allows the Nightmare Master to build up tiers for the undead grammar sphere while opening the Dream Realm, which is a double whammy. ***. Awesome. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, not to lament the fact that Gu Chen had amassed 3 tiers of undead whisper in one small maneuver. Rather, he was deeply shocked by the corpses of the guards strewn across the main hall. That's the equivalent of a 200,000 blood pack. It's just so hard to get dry scrapped. In that case, the black-robed deacon would be a piece of cake. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, and suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have drifted a bit. That's a level 13 elite monster, with an average attribute of 130 and a blood count of 35,000. It would have been better for him to go to. How can it be a piece of cake when you can't even hack it with a heavy sword for a day? I didn't drink before entering the copy, so how did I get so drunk? At this point, all of the sunken guards have been killed, and the black-robed deacon could no longer deflect damage through minions. And on the Blood Archon side, the healing potion has long since worn off. It endured the effects of its weakened state and engaged in a scorching battle with the black-robed deacon. Right at this moment, the Blood Race Archon suddenly gave up the fight and retreated at great speed. Instead, the blood guards in the arena rushed towards the black-robed deacon as if they had gone crazy. Undaunted, the first one to come to the black-robed deacon was a level 9 blood guard. Without saying a word, he just blew himself up. That's right, self-destruct. With a bang, it directly blew away the black-robed deacon's 2,000 blood, followed by a second blood guard, then a third, and a fourth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion was like a thunderous blast, causing the main hall to tremble, while the black-robed deacon's bloodline was falling all the way down, in a precipitous decline. It was completely cleared in a few breaths. Underneath the blood-stained black robe, a tall body fell heavily to the ground, completely motionless. Chapter 23 Nightmare Juggernaut's Debut. Kill Black-Robed Deacon Elite LV. 13. Experience plus 1573. Get loot. Summoner's Skill Book *1. Get trophy. Double Doll *1. Get loot. Cure Potion *3. Loot obtained. Life Restoration Potion *2. Summoner's Skill Book. What a blast of good luck. Gu Chen's face was delighted as he hurriedly opened his carry-on space. Skill Book, Total Link. Profession, Summoner. Rank, 5. Quality, Rare. Effect, fully links its state to the summoned unit. Sharing the gain effect. Sharing of mitigating effects. That's a really good skill. A share of consumption to be shared with the summoned beasts. That leaves a third. 1 gain to share with a summoned beast, which becomes 3. Although no equipment was popped out this time, a rare occupational skill book was popped out. It's kind of hard to beat that. Learning skills. A layer of purple light blossomed above the summoning book, which then disappeared. You have learned new skills, full link. Finally a skill. Gu Chen spat in his mind. Summoner's skills are just too scarce for that. There were no corresponding skill books for sale in a small frontier town like Linchang, so aside from the basic summoning skill, this was his first professional skill. Gu Chen then looked at another trophy. Doppelganger. Quality, Rare. Effect, when activated, it can take 300 points of damage for the user. This value, equivalent to 3-4 times the maximum life value of an ordinary level 8 professional. But for Gu Chen, it was just a little over 2x. A little bit less, but it's not bad as a shield. Gu Chen immediately activated Substitute Doll and hung it on his body. Then the rest of the loot was put into the carry-on space. At that moment, the Blood Race Archon seemed to have realized something and a glass bottle covered in stains was handed over to Gu Chen. What is it? Gu Chen looked over curiously and realized that there was a heart in that bottle, and it's still beating slowly. Quest item. Sealed heart. Looking at a cloudy gray-black dirty water in the bottle, Gu Chen was a bit physically uncomfortable for a moment. Sealed heart. Type, mission item. Description, a heart cut out of a witch's body, meant to be sacrificed to the gods, in exchange for the power to defend against the abyss. Who knows? Mission items, put them away for now. Gu Chen put the sealed heart into his carry-on space. After the black-robed deacon was killed, the gray mist curse became much thinner all of a sudden. The weakness effect also decays substantially. Gu Chen found a clean place in the main hall and released Lin Yuan and the others from the dream realm being released. Take a short break. Actually, it's mostly for the Blood Archon to regain his lifesteal. And by the way, transform some more blood descendants out. After all, just now, in order to quickly kill the black-robed deacon, he had blown himself up 8 blood descendants at once. After more than an hour, the Blood Race Archon's state had completely recovered. Behind it, there were 30 figures with thick blood aura entwined all over their bodies. This was the current limit of what the Blood Archon could transform. A level 13 Blood Deacon, 29 Blood Guards, 4 of them level 9s, 6 8s, 9 7s, 10 Psyxs, converts a unit of 10 levels or less into a Blood Descendant at a cost of 100 life points. Self-destruct damage is 200. For units up to level 20, it consumes 200 life points and does 300 self-destruct damage. As for those below level 30, it's unclear at this point. After they were ready, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Master, and the 4 of them, Lin Yuan, entered the dream world again. With the Blood Descendant in front of him, Gu Chen quickly reached the end of the main hall, came under 2 heavy iron doors. Pushing through this door leads to stepping into the sanctuary, the final level of the Nightmare level replica. Once you've killed the boss inside, and found a sealed bottle of blood, then you can successfully pass the level. But now, after all, it's a hellish copy, and the sanctuary can only be considered an appetizer. The altar further back is the main meal. A level 6 bloodguard pushed open the gate, and Gu Chen was under the protection of a group of bloods, stepped within the sanctuary. Just as he stepped in, the concentration of the gray fog rose again, and the effects of the weakened state suddenly erupted. Gu Chen's full attributes directly dropped by 35%. Such a horrible gray mist curse. No wonder there's never been a newbie professional who could clear a hell-level copy. Gu Chen's face visibly paled for a few moments. It was a good thing that Lin Yuan and the others were already in a dream world, or else they would definitely have had to lose half their lives to do so. In the center of the sanctuary stood a thin, bony, and the hunched figure shrouded in dark red clothing. According to the guide, this should be the sanctuary's boss, the Red Priest. Beneath the cloak and hat, the Red Priest's face was obscured by the shadow of the only a pair of eyes that glittered with a frenzied and cruel gaze were revealed. Its skin was as pale as paper, and it was covered with black lines that it was like an evil spell spreading across its skin. With a group of bloods walking into the center of the sanctuary, a deep purple aura blossomed steeply on the crystal ball in the red-robed priest's hand. Roar! The rich purple energy was like smoke and mist, forming a skeleton silhouette around the red-robed priest. Struggling and roaring in the void. Fey, Red Priest's Elite. Rank, LV. 15. Life value, 7,200. Attributes, Strength 140. Agility 147. Physique 162. Spirit 150. Skill I, Curse of the Grey Mist. Skill 2, Spirit Shock. Skill 2, Life Sacrifice. Skill 4, Death Echo. This is a real trip to hell. With an average attribute of 150, plus 72. 000 blood, and the debilitating effect of the Curse of the Grey Mist. It was estimated that an ordinary professional would feel his scalp tingle just by looking at it. With such a thick amount of blood, it definitely wouldn't work in the Blood Archon's current state. At that thought, Gu Chen took out a healing potion from his carry-on space and used it on himself. The healing potion took effect and the weakness immediately dissipated. At the same time, Gu Chen unleashed his skills. Full Link fully links its state to the summoned unit, sharing the gain effect. Sharing of mitigating effects. In the next second, the spirit of the Blood Race Archon and the group of Blood Race Guards, who were still in a weakened state, lifted. Status is rapidly picking up. With that, Gu Chen looked at the ghost-like figure beside him. Go on, it's your turn to make your entrance. The Nightmare Sovereign had also recovered his peak state, directly transforming into a black mist and introducing it into the void, toward the direction of the Red Priest. In the center area of the sanctuary, the red-robed priest flung his big sleeve, and the 3 grudge skeletons rushed up into the sky. It directly counteracted the bullet shot by the Blood Archon. Several of the Blood Guards who had rushed to the front had already arrived in front of the Red Priest. The long sword and heavy axe in his hand slashed down without mercy. In the next second, however, one of the spiteful skeletons that haunted the red-robed priest rushed forward and it directly turned the Blood Guards who rushed at the front into a field of withered bones. Immediately after that, a few more spiteful skeletons flew out and rushed towards the remaining Blood Guards. Just then, a large part of the void suddenly shattered. The dark and deep rift instantly engulfed those few resentful skeletons. The Nightmare Lord revealed his form, surrounded by nightmare servants that were like black mist. In the next second, the Nightmare Servant transformed into a black shadow and flew towards the Red Priest. Nightmare Haunting summons a Nightmare Minion for every 10 spirit points. Nightmare Minions can entangle the target in place for a short period of time, and targets entangled by multiple Nightmare Minions will receive multiplied damage. 1, 2, 3. In one breath, the red-clothed priest's body was entwined with 10 black shadows, and the damage multiplier reached its limit. The Nightmare Master's body was surrounded by black mist, and he swiftly hid into the dream world. And in the next second, a ghostly figure appeared right behind the Red Priest. Disillusionment instant kill, utilizes the dream state to approach the target unit and launch an attack to kill it. Deals high damage to it. Skill activation. Disillusionment instant kill, hits the target and instantly explodes with high damage. Immediately after that, the 10 black shadows entwined around the red-robed priest trembled violently. The 10 times the damage of Nightmare Haunting exploded with it. Boom! Underneath the red robes, the hunched figure stiffened for a moment, and like a lightning strike, it directly fell to the ground. 28,000. The Nightmare Juggernaut stacked the two skills and directly exploded with 28,000 damage. The red-clothed priest's blood bar instantly emptied by nearly half, and was knocked down by more than 40% in one go. Chapter 24 Burning. Sacrificial Life of the Red Priests. ***. 28,000 damage. Lin Yuan exclaimed for a moment. How is that possible? Wasn't the Nightmare Juggernaut a summoned beast that Gu Chen had just contracted? How is it fiercer than the Blood Archon? Looking at the Red Priest's empty blood bar by a large margin, he was completely tense. With this damage, as long as you don't target the boss, hitting anyone is a second kill. Lin Qingqing was also surprised. The Red Priest has 72,000 life points. It seems like it's not even enough for the Nightmare Lord to kill. Wu Ziyi also found it unbelievable. The four people within the dream were all incredulous, with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. A freshly turned summoner had dealt 28,000 damage using a summoned beast. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have killed them to believe something so outrageous. Roar! The red-clothed priest suffered a heavy blow, and a terrifying might erupted around him. It was haunted by a dozen skeleton grunts, emitting ghostly cries of misery. Flying towards the Nightmare Lord. Just then, the Blood Maharaja suddenly attacked, a barrage of bullets whistling in. A precise hit to the Red Priest's head. Bang! 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 A large amount of damage erupted across his brow, instantly knocking the red-clothed priest out of his stunned state. Those skeleton spiteful spirits rushing towards the Nightmare Master suddenly stalled and lost control of it then streaked around like a headless fly, crashing into the surrounding walls and statues. Against an elite monster like the Red Priest, the stun is only 1 second, but it was enough for the battle at hand. Deep dreaming. Without hesitation, the Nightmare Master directly unleashed his strongest skill, centering on the Red Priest, framing an area as a deep dreamscape. The Red Priest in the deep dream world let out a growl of agony as it stretches, flattens, twists, and disassembles like Play-Doh. Every second, it suffered from the high level of damage inflicted on it by the deep dream world. The blood level began to fall, though not by more than 40% instantly, as it had before, but the win is steady, consistent, and declining at a rate visible to the naked eye. Roar! The Red Priest awoke from his dizziness and fled frantically, trying to leave the deep dream world. But how could the Blood Archon miss this opportunity? Although they were in the same deep dream realm, the Blood Archon was not affected in the slightest. With a flash of its figure, it appeared in an excellent shooting position. Deadly shot. Launch! A series of silver bullets whistled like lightning, and the Red Priest's blood level fell wildly. 24,000 life points were instantly missing. Lin Yuan and the others' eyelids snapped, and they were directly silenced by more than silent. The worldview was turned upside down. The Nightmare Juggernaut did 28,000 damage, and the Blood Archon did 24,000 damage. What's going on here? Is the damage of summoned beasts measured in tens of thousands now? Didn't they say that a civilian picking a summoner is a dead end? Why is Gu Chen so perverted? Is it hard for a civilian to pick summoner as the strongest profession? The world has lied to us? The four men looked at each other with complicated faces. This is a level 8 professional? Which level 8 professional can deal 20,000 damage? It's not 20,000. It's 24,000. And the zeros you're ignoring could kill you several times over. If this goes to the academy examination, what the hell is the Shinjing Academy? Not necessarily. Wu Ziyi suddenly spoke up, not really agreeing with this statement. The copy monsters all have a hate mechanism, so they'll stare at the summoned beasts and keep attacking. But what should one do against a summoner if in a regular situation? Kill the summoner first. Lin Qingqing spoke. Not bad. Fighting against a summoner. Killing the summoner first. If you put it in a real test, as long as you target your attacks on Gu Chen, the battle can be easily resolved. In the end, he's just a level 8 rookie professional. Lin Yuan let out a soft grunt from his nose and laughed disdainfully. So what makes you think that you were able to get rid of the two summoned beasts, the Blood Archon and the Nightmare Lord, and appear beside Gu Chen and kill him? Just find a tank teammate to distract the summoner. So the question is, what kind of tanks? To be able to resist 24,000 damage a second? Can you carry it if you're given an epic meat suit? Wu Ziyi turned his face away and didn't say anything. Lin Yuan smiled cheaply and didn't say anything else. There will always be some people who think it's okay for him to be on him, and that's a disease that needs to be cured. In the center of the sanctuary, the Blood Archon's twin lances spewed tons of fire, and wave after wave of damage struck the Red Priest fell into a deep dream, and his blood level dropped rapidly. Soon, the battle was nearing its end, and the Red Priest's life value was only left at about 10%. Just as the Blood Race Archon was about to order a bunch of Blood Race guards to go up and blow themselves up, a terrifying energy fluctuation swept in all directions, forcing the Blood Race Archon to retreat back and forth. Roar! A strong, evil aura rose around the red-robed priest. The red clothes on its body suddenly moved without wind, and its color became as vivid as blood. In an instant, its aura rose around it, and it even directly broke through the bonds of the deep dream realm. The red-robed priest rose up in the air and stretched out his 5 fingers at the Blood Archon, holding them in the air. In an instant, countless dark purple grievances surrounded the Blood Archon. Crazy erosion of its body. A pained look appeared on the Blood Race Archon's face, and his body was corrupted by an intense light. The body melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its blood bar instantly dropped by a large amount, losing more than 3,000 life points in one fell swoop. Gu Chen's gaze froze, and he immediately had the Blood Race Archon withdraw from the center of the battle. The Blood Guard then rushed up to attract hate. You know, the Blood Archon is just a little over 10,000 blood now, and that red-robed priest raised his hand and it took out more than 3,000 life points in a second. If the red priest lifted his hand twice more, wouldn't he just take the Blood Archon? A dozen or so blood guards rushed forward, yet they couldn't even reach the red priestess's side. It was then controlled in place by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, the red-robed priest let out a mournful hiss, and the red clothes on its body fluttered and, burning up like a flame, those controlled blood guards around them followed suit and burned. It was reduced to pieces in a blinding light, and as if summoned, the lights flew towards the red priest and were drawn into his body. Thumbs up, bathed in blinding light, the red-clothed priest was like a god, reborn in fire. What had been a stooped, thin figure became tall and straight. The thin, bony limbs also became strong and mighty, and the life value that was only 10% a moment ago skyrocketed to 60% in an instant. It was reborn and stronger. This is the red priest's skill, life sacrifice. Gu Chen's face changed slightly as he ordered the remaining blood guards to retreat immediately. When the red priest's life value is below 10%, it will sacrifice itself and everything around it, gaining status restoration and multiplying damage. And the red priest in this state will continue to unleash echoes of death, a skill similar to a domain. As long as they're within range of death echo, they'll take a super high amount of bludgeoning damage that the blood level of hostile units will fall off a cliff. The red priest let out an earth-shattering roar, and with a flash that it charged directly into the group of blood guards that were retreating. Immediately after that, uncountable grievous spirits centered on it and attacked the surrounding blood guards. Boom! 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 The blood guard who was hit by the spiteful spirit barely even let out a scream. It was instantly corrupted into a field of dead bones. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 or so blood guards were killed. Descendants of the blood, all destroyed. Chapter 25 Dead Grammar Orb, attributes doubled. The first time the Blood Archon retreated, Gu Chen used a life recovery potion on it. After the sacrifice, the red priest was so horrible. As soon as the 20 or so blood guards entered the range of death echo, they were instantly wiped out in their entirety. With this kind of damage, even if a Blood Race Archon went up there, he probably wouldn't be able to carry it. Make sure you don't get into its skill range. The most important thing now is to buy time for the Nightmare Lord. The cooldown of the skill was tied to energy, and as long as more energy could be restored, the red priest could be trapped in the deep dream world. Roar! The red-robed priest let out a mournful howl, and immediately afterward, a figure suddenly appeared within the sanctuary that the temple guards are refreshed again. And this time, instead of dozens and dozens and dozens, it was a swarm, a big swarm, densely packed, of can't even count. The guards are out in full force. Hordes and hordes of temple guards rushed toward the direction where Gu Chen was as if they had gone mad. A mournful roar echoed in all directions. Retreat first. Without thinking, Gu Chen turned and ran with the 2 summoned beasts. In this case, you can only pull and fight. Otherwise, when those temple guards block the road, if the red-clothed priests got close again, they wouldn't be able to run away even if they wanted to at that time. The red priest had set its sights on the Blood Archon, and it was extremely fast and, almost in a flash it had caught up. The nightmare juggernaut turned back, and a dark shadow flew out of it. It quickly landed on the body of the red priest and wrapped it in place. Nightmare minion doesn't have a life value and is essentially just a skill form that, therefore there is no such thing as being killed. only dispersed using skills like purification. While the Red Priest is trapped in place, the Nightmare Servant and the Blood Archon strike down the surrounding guards, and Gu Chen quickly stepped backward. To be honest, Gu Chen's back was already breaking out in a cold sweat, for the guards summoned by the Red Priests were too many, densely packed, and almost the entire sanctuary was surrounded. The Blood Archon and the Nightmare Lord struck all the way down, and the ground was filled with the corpses of the guards, and yet, it couldn't hold back such a horrifying number. The two summoned beasts shielded Gu Chen in the center, retreating while launching attacks on the guards blocking the way. The Nightmare Master was surrounded by a black mist that burned like a black flame, and between each looming of his figure, it then kills a guard haunted by a Nightmare Servant. However, this killing efficiency was still too slow, and in the face of the crazy influx of sinking guards, its hit speed doesn't do anything at all. The Nightmare Sovereign's heart was filled with fury. This battle was its debut. I can't imagine being in this situation. With enemies on all sides, it was almost impossible to retreat. Okay, that's fine. Suddenly, Gu Chen stopped retreating and stopped his stance, letting out a long sigh of relief. What's better? Run for it. If you don't run, the Red Priests will catch up. When the four people in the dream world saw this, they revealed puzzled looks and were confused. Gu Chen, on the other hand, landed his gaze on the Nightmare Lord. To be precise, it was above the mana ball that surrounded the Nightmare Lord's side. From the moment the Nightmare Juggernaut killed the guards, Gu Chen was staring at the tears of undead whisper. By now, it's just shy of 20 stories and topped out. Tier 1 Whispers of the Dead gives you a 5% bonus to all attributes, and Tier 20 gives you 100%. All attributes are increased by 1x. Gu Chen nodded, and the Nightmare Master didn't hesitate as he directly activated the spell effect. A burst of ghostly black light blossomed from the orb of undead grammar and shone down on the Nightmare Juggernaut's body. In the next moment, the Nightmare Sovereign's body was surrounded by black mist, his attributes skyrocketed, and his size directly doubled. Die! The Nightmare Lord rose up into the air and let out a roar that. The imperceptible light gray energy spread out in all directions with Gu Chen at the center. Deep dreaming. Under the effect of the undead grammar orb, the Nightmare Juggernaut doubles all of his attributes, and his energy skyrockets. Building deep dreams again. Around Gu Chen, a few of the sinking guards that had rushed up were suddenly like crumbling blocks. Into a field of crumbs. Dead grammar sphere effect activated, Nightmare Juggernaut gains a 100% bonus to all attributes. Duration 1 minute. It was only 1 minute, but it was enough for the Nightmare Juggernaut. The guards, caught within the deep dreamscape, were incapable of resisting. Whether it's a level 5 guard at the lowest level or a level 10 guard at the highest level, all of them were crushed into pieces by the terrifying power of the dream world. The only difference is just a few seconds difference in how long it lasts. Kill Sinking Guard LV.6, experience plus 589. Kill Sinking Guard LV.8, experience plus 852. Kill Sinking Guard LV.9, experience plus 923. Kill Sinking Guard LV.7, experience plus 694. A series of kill prompts appeared in front of Gu Chen's eyes. His experience bar rose like a rocket, and in just 10 seconds, it had skyrocketed over 2,000. It's going to be level 9 soon. Looking at the large number of dead sinking guards, Gu Chen's heart was secretly pleased, though. But it was also clear that the Nightmare Juggernaut could only last for 1 minute. If you waste all your attacks on these minions, when the 1 minute time limit is up, the Red Priest would be incurable. Kill the Red Priest! Gu Chen immediately shouted. The Nightmare Master's body was surrounded by black mist, and one Nightmare Servant transformed into a black shadow. It instantly wrapped around the red-clothed priest's body. 1 black shadow is double the damage. 10 black shadows is 10 times the damage. This was the current limit of what the Nightmare Haunting skill could achieve. In the midst of a deep dream, the Red Priest's form began to distort and blur. After doubling the full attributes of the Nightmare Juggernaut, the deep dream exploded with 10 times the sustained damage. The red-clothed priest's blood bar began to fall off a cliff at a rate visible to the naked eye. Its body was continually being twisted, squeezed, and blurred, as had been the case with those sunken guards before it. It shattered into a field of red crumbs. Kill Red Priest Elite LV.15, experience plus 2,731. Acquired loot, Ritual Robe LV.10, rare. Acquired loot, Ritual Book LV.10, rare. Acquired loot, sacrificial trousers LV.10, rare grade. Level up. Rank, LV.9122-6900. Power, 207. Agility, 206. Body mass, 208. Spirit, 209. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV.9, Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.9, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. At level 9, another level up would be level 10, and you could contract a third summoned beast. Gu-chin didn't rush to unleash his talent, just as he did at level 4. This Dark Bloodline was not used for the time being, leaving it as an alternative for the third summoned beast. He then looked at the 3 equipment he had acquired. The Priestly Robe, Priestly Book of Laws, and Priestly Pants, 3 level 10 rare equipment. It's already considered upper middle quality, and it's a set, so if you put it on a trading platform, definitely talking in the millions. And it's still the kind that gets killed in seconds as soon as you hang on to it. Chapter 26 Sealed Blood. Sacrificial Robes. Quality, rare. Restriction level, 10. Attributes, physical fitness plus 35, physical defense plus 10%, magic defense plus 20%. Effect, ritual robe can provide a shield with all attributes 10. Sacrificial set, sacrificial robe, sacrificial book, sacrificial pants. A shield with full attributes 10? Gu-chen's eyes lit up. Now his full attribute was 830, which meant that the ritual robe provides him with an 8,300 shield. A single piece of equipment that provides over 800 shields. This was a cut above even a normal level 8 sinking guard's blood count. Even if he was facing a level 15 Red Priest Elite, he could still resist 2 skills. And this outfit adds 35 to your constitution. 10% physical defense and 20% magic defense can be quite good. The key thing is that this equipment is one of the sets. Although the Red Priest is hard to beat, I have to say that it smells really good afterward. Look at the other 2 pieces of equipment. Sacrifice Act. Quality, rare. Restriction level, 10. Attributes, Spirit plus 30, Energy Recovery plus 25%, Spell Damage plus 30%. Effect, when all skills of the wearer or his/her unit are on cooldown. Can replenish energy for your unit once. Sacrificial set, sacrificial robe, sacrificial book, sacrificial trousers. A grimoire that increases spirit, increases damage as well as energy can be excellent. All of the Red Priest's previous attacks were cast through this spellbook. Obviously provides a decent damage increase to it. Sacrificial pants. Quality, rare. Restriction level, 10. Attribute, agility plus 15. Effect, plus 25% movement speed, immune to 1 slowing effect. Sacrifice set, sacrifice robe, sacrifice book, sacrifice pants. Sacrificial trousers have a mediocre effect, mainly increasing movement speed and immunity to 1 slow. But it still can't do anything if it encounters the kind of entangling effect that Nightmare Minion has. Also, this slowdown immunity can only be used on yourself, not on your own units. In other words, insulated from summoned beasts. This makes the equipment effect another discount. But it can't be helped, after all, strictly speaking, the ritual set can only be considered mage profession equipment, not summoner profession. It would have been nice to have the ritual spellbook to replenish the energy of your units. With that, Gu-chin proceeded to look at the set effect of the 3-piece set. Sacrificial set, sacrificial robe, sacrificial book, sacrificial pants. Set attributes, physique plus 50, spirit plus 50, agility plus 50. Set effect, perform a sacrificial ritual on a target unit. The sacrificer will receive a damage multiplier of the number of sacrifices 10% for the next period of time. Cooling time, 24h. That can be a bit scary. In short, the greater the number of sacrifices, the greater the damage boost that follows. Gu-chin thought of the scene where the Red Priest's battle power had skyrocketed after sacrificing a dozen or so blood guards. No wonder it was able to kill all the blood descendants in seconds. It turned out that the skill had gained several times the damage bonus. If this were to be used by a blood race archon, it could definitely explode with unimaginably terrifying damage. After putting away these 3 level 10 sets, 1 minute had already arrived. Within the sanctuary, the layer of light gray boundaries that represented the deep dream gradually shattered. And Gu-chin took advantage of this time to pass through the countless sunken guards with the help of the power of the dream world. Came to a picture frame a man high. On the screen, a dark red liquid was flowing slowly and irregularly. It looks like an animated demo. Gu Chen reached out and removed the painting from the wall, then looked at the item information. Sealed blood. Type, mission item. Description, blood drawn from a witch's body. The red priest used a special technique to seal it in this mural. Having obtained the quest item, Gu Chen didn't have the slightest delay. Immediately run towards the passage leading to the altar. The Archon of Blood and the Lord of Nightmares followed, repelling a large group of sunken guards in pursuit of the three figures walked deeper and deeper within the corridor, heading towards their final goal. The gray fog seems to have disappeared. Could the red priest be the source of the gray fog? Just now, he was so focused on getting rid of the hordes of sunken guards behind him that he didn't even pay attention to this detail. Now that he had been traveling within the corridor for a while, Gu Chen felt as if there was something different about his body. After checking the status, indeed, the weakness state had completely disappeared. Fortunately, it's a good thing that the gray mist curse is gone, otherwise I'm afraid this last level would be a bit dicey. Looking at the carry-on space, all that was left was a tube of healing potion that all the others had been consumed in the battle with the red priest. If there's still a gray mist when you get to the altar, then it's going to be a tough fight next. The corridor was dimly lit, and along the way, another level 10 black-robed deacon was brushed out. The Nightmare Lord cooperated with the Blood Race Archon to strike and kill them all in a clean and crisp manner. When he came to the end of the corridor, Gu Chen was surrounded by not only the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord. There were also 10 more level 10 Blood Deacons. Then, Gu Chen released the 4 Lin Yuan people from the dream world. Because the gray fog had completely dissipated, they also regained their freedom. Right now it's in the middle of the sanctuary and the altar, just the right place to stop and take a little break. Geez, I'm finally out. I always felt all out of sorts in the dream world. Lin Yuan stretched by one of the walls. I kind of realize how terrifying the hellish level is, just now with that plethora of sunken guards. If I had brought me along, I definitely wouldn't have been able to run out. Lin Qingqing sighed from the side. Now I can guarantee that Li Wenwei and the others won't be able to get past the hell level copies. The red-clothed priests are simply a terrifying lot, and ordinary professionals will definitely die whoever goes there. Wu Ziyi said with a palpitating heart. Listening to the conversation between Lin Yuan and the others, Gu Chen put the Blood Archon and the Nightmare Lord into the summoned beast space, allowing the 2 summoned beasts to rest for a while. And he himself found a relatively flat slab of stone and lay down gracefully. Looking at the time, 3 hours had passed since the clearance of the. It's also time to stop and slow down. He's not much of a problem, mainly because the Blood Maharaja was in the middle of a fight from start to finish. Although it was possible to restore life points through upgrades, the energy had been depleted a lot. And then there's the Nightmare Juggernaut, who casts his full skill set first. It used attribute doubling to unleash all of its skills again, and after the 1-minute effect was over, the drain on its energy was even worse than that of the Blood Archon. The mechanic of energy is not like life or attribute values that can be visualized through stats. So far, the energy drain can only be recovered slowly with proper rest. Gu Chen gazed at the altar in the distance. The final boss of the Hell level copy was over at the altar. To date, no newcomer has ever cleared a copy of Hell. Prior to this, all the newcomers who had entered the Hell level copies almost never made it out alive. At this point, Gu Chen had completely set a new record for Hell level copies. He, the only one who saw the end. Chapter 27. It's not like we're betting on who will last longer in the copy. Copy entrance. As Gu Chen and Li Wenwei entered the Hell-ranked novice copies one after another. The plaza had been overrun with onlookers, more than the swarm of guards in the sanctuary. Although it is the right time to sprint for the academy examination. But it was fun to wait for 2 or 3 hours to see who actually failed first, Gu Chen or Li Wenwei. That's right, 2 or 3 hours. Although those challengers who entered the hellish copies in the past. The record for the longest holdout is 6 hours and 43 minutes, which means that you have rushed to the level of the Red Priest in the sanctuary. But those were some level 9 or level 10 trannies that. This is because the novice copy is only open to transfer students up to level 10. Those like Gu Chen and Li Wenwei, one level 5 and the other level 4, who dared to go down to a hellish copy of the. I don't know what kind of madness is going on. So in the eyes of the crowd, 2 or 3 hours would have been enough to separate the winners from the losers. People are curious. Everyone wants to see this $1 million betting contest. Who will actually come out on top in the end? It's been 3 hours, and I can't believe both hellish copies are up and running. It looks like the battle is scorching. Because the novice copy is an artificial copy, and to make it easier to view the copy, the replica will show a running status if not all of the challengers have died. By this, it is possible to tell if the team that entered it is still in the pass. I guess Gu-chan won't be able to hold out much longer. Well, it's hard enough for a civilian with 4 actors to last this long. Lee Wenwei should have already hit the main hall, after all, he's the class leader of the key class. The teams that are brought in are sharp. I think Gu-chen is already very strong, whoever is an ordinary civilian could have lasted this long in a hell-level copy. It's hard to say, oh, maybe he's just hiding in a corner somewhere stalling for time. The crowd was talking feverishly, and the entrance to the replica was calm, without any movement. Another half an hour passed before Gu-chan and Lee Wenwei entered the hell-level copy of the. It's been close to 4 hours. Both copies are still up and running, indicating that the battle inside is still going on. This made the crowd in the square more and more curious. It's obvious how difficult a hellish replica can be. Whether it was Gu-chan or Lee Wenwei, it could be said to have shattered everyone's expectations by being able to last so long inside. Just then, there was a sudden flash of light at the entrance to the replica, followed by the. A figure was teleported out. Out. How come there's only one? When the crowd saw this, their faces suddenly showed complex colors. Regardless of the team, 5 guys go in, 1 guy comes out. That meant that the rest of the team had died inside, and the copy battle must have been grueling. Only to see that the light quickly faded away, and a frail figure stumbled and fell to the ground. The eyes of the crowd looked away, speculating. Who's out? It should be Gu-chen, right? That's right, those 4 actors are dead and he's the only one who made it out alive. Ugh, what a disservice. No, that's Lee Wenwei, why is he out? Surprise! How is that possible? Lee Wenwei was covered in blood, and his rare great equipment was covered in mottled battle marks. His face was pale, his appearance was wretched, and he looked as if he had only half a life left. However, when Lee Wenwei stood still, he looked at the surrounding crowd showing surprise at him and. Instead, a strong sense of pride welled up in his heart. I fought my way into the main hall, and killed a level 13 black-robed deacon for over 20,000 blood. Who could be better than me? After more than 2 hours of fighting, the team he led managed to kill their way into the main hall. Only the black-robed deacon was a level 13 elite monster after all. Coupled with the 50 or so sinking guards that were refreshed at the same time, Lee Wenwei's squad was eventually killed and defeated. In the end, he set up the freshly recruited Thunder Mage as bait that. Using the entire squad to delay the black-robed deacon's attack, he himself took advantage of the chaos to escape, and, with great difficulty, disengaged from the fighting mode. Only then did he teleport himself out. It's kind of mean to abandon my teammates, but at least I survived. Only by staying alive will you be qualified to become the most powerful professional. Lee Wenwei comforted himself in his mind. The crowd around us began to murmur as the incredulous expressions appeared on every face. Shouldn't the first one out be Gu-chen? How come it's Lee Wenwei? Lee Wenwei took in the expressions of the crowd as he raised his head slightly and, like a triumphant general, he took it all as a shock and worship from the crowd. Immediately thereafter, he looked to the dogleg who had been waiting outside and asked, "What's the status of Gu-chen's copy over there? Is he dead inside?" The doglegger's face stiffened slightly. "Gu-chen he's still passing through." What? Lee Wenwei's smile instantly froze, and the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Say that again? Lee Wenwei directly roared, "It's been close to 4 hours. How can he still be in the pass?" Lee Wenwei had some difficulty accepting this for a while, but he had 2 rare professions within his team. It was many times better than Gu-chen's team of actors, and for that it was still almost a total loss. Gu-chen's team had gone in earlier than him, so how could they still be in the pass? Maybe Gu-chen and the others are slower to kill monsters. Dogleg whispered. Lee Wenwei was slightly stunned, and his face eased a few points. Makes sense. He had hit the black-robed deacon inside the main hall, and Gu-chen and the others. Probably still pulling with the sunken guards in the square. Gu-chen and him were not on the same level at all. Just as well, the betting is on the pass rating anyway, not on who lasts long in it. Dogleg, pitch my tent here. I'm going to wait for Gu-chen to come out. See for yourself how he loses. The surrounding people nodded their heads in agreement when they heard Lee Wenwei's words. Yeah, it's a bet on the pass rating. Gu-chan holding on longer doesn't necessarily mean the rating is higher. I told you earlier, Gu-chan must be cowering in his copy and dragging his feet. Civilian summoner with 4 actors, it's unlikely they're even inside the temple gates right now. Hey, you don't say, it's possible. Li Wenwei laid down in his tent and opened his team's clearance record. The replica system gives a rating, even though it didn't succeed in clearing the level. Only the rank is not high. Class C? Seems a bit low. Li Wenwei frowned, but this is a hellish copy. Ordinary transfer students would basically die in there, and not only did I make it out alive, but I also got a C grade evaluation, which is already impressive. A smile appeared on Li Wenwei's face, as if he had already seen himself winning the $500,000 bet. Gu-chan, what rating would you be, D grade? Or grade E? Ha! I guess you're supposed to die in there. Chapter 28. Deep in the Altar, the Fallen Witch. Temple Ruins. After exiting the corridor of the sanctuary, Gu-chan laid down on a stone slab and closed his eyes. If the situation in the replica could be seen by the outside world, it would definitely be thought that he was stalling for time. Although Lin Yuan and the others were bored, they weren't idle. Taking advantage of Gu-chan's efforts to rejuvenate the summoned beasts, the 4 of them were a bit itchy. The combined forces killed a single black-robed deacon who had fallen. The process of killing the monsters was not too bad, but it took a bit longer, taking more than 10 minutes. For people, normal level 10 monsters, more than 10 minutes, during which Wu Ziyi even hung up his colors. By now, they were deeply appreciating how terrifying Gu-chan's battle power was. After resting for more than an hour, both summoned beasts had regained almost all of their energy and Gu-chan summoned the Blood Archon and Nightmare Lord, who were in perfect condition. Looking ahead to the altar not far away, there, the end of the line that was not even mentioned in the guide. Go! The great sovereign of the blood race led 10 blood race deacons in the front to open the way, while Gu-chan, Lin Yuan, and the other 5 walked in the middle. And finally there is the Nightmare Juggernaut. When they came near the altar, an invisible pressure came over them, and Lin Yuan and the others looked stagnant. Subconsciously, he stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Gu-chan noticed the difference between Lin Yuan and the others. It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly feel like I can't catch my breath. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Gu-chan looked at Lin Qingqing and the others again, and realized that the others were also in a somewhat off state. The look could be seen in the obvious horror and heaviness. It's spiritual pressure. Gu-chan's gaze went to the altar, from where it emanated. Lin Yuan's 4 had mental attributes around 60. And that final boss inside the altar was definitely above 150, so just as soon as he got close, he was affected. Your attributes are too low, retreat to the periphery first. Gu-chan spoke to them, then continued forward with a group of summoned beasts. As soon as he arrived at the altar, a palpitatingly terrifying pressure erupted from it, and immediately after, the sky suddenly darkened. Gu-chan subconsciously looked up. No, it's not the sky that's darkening, but a vast purple-black light that rises up to the sky and it erupted from above the altar and seemed to swallow everything around it. With that, a rich and decaying aura erupted, accompanied by a purple-black light that rippled out. Wherever it passed, vitality decayed, grass and trees withered, and everything exuded an aura of death. Gu-chan didn't back off, but walked straight up. The situation in front of him couldn't have been more obvious. He had activated the boss in the altar. You guys, why did you betray me? An icy voice rang out from ear to ear, a woman's voice that. There was a strong sense of resentment and resignation in his tone. The purple-black light that emanated an aura of death continued to spread in all directions, while a translucent gray shield appeared on Gu-chan. Black Deacon's robe effect provides the user with a magic shield. Shield value is user's full attribute 10. Current shield value, 8,300. Click. 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 The purple black light landed on the shield and burst into large black cracks. Crackle. The shield crumbled. A shield value of over 8,000 could only last for 2 breaths under that purple black light. Gu-chan's face changed slightly, and he immediately took a step back, and the void behind him suddenly appeared to shatter in large swaths. It brought him into the dream world, narrowly avoiding the purple black light. At the same time, a figure in a black robe walked out from behind the altar and a cacophony of voices rang out from all around, the sounds harrowing and numbing. Gu-chan's brows suddenly furrowed. These black-robed deacons that walked out from behind the altar were all level 15. A level 15 black-robed deacon with over 50,000 blood. It can unleash Grey Mist Curse and Damage Transfer, which are ridiculously powerful. If only 2 or 3 appeared, they could barely be dealt with. But now it's a bunch. At least a dozen black-robed deacons walked out from behind the altar, and the number continued to increase. Wanting to kill the boss deep within the altar under the siege of these black-robed deacons. It's almost impossible to do. Nightmare Master, control those black-robed deacons. Archon of the Blood, attack the altar. Gu Chen's gaze was fixed dead center on the shadow of light deep inside the altar. The only way to successfully pass the level is to kill the boss deep in the altar. A large black mist rises from the Nightmare Juggernaut's body. Its current spiritual attribute is 142. You can summon 14 nightmare minions. In an instant, a black shadow shot out like black lightning. It landed on those black-robed deacons who had just walked out of the altar. At the same time, the 10 blood priests opened the way in front and rushed to the edge of the altar with the blood archon. Die! A black-robed deacon rushed forward and blocked the edge of the altar with his body. The blood archon grimaced and directly launched deadly shot. A series of bullets flashing with silver light whistled out, knocking the black-robed deacon back and forth. The blood bar followed suit and dropped rapidly. One bullet directly knocked out 24,000 blood. It was equivalent to half of the black-robed priest's life value. Looking at the half-empty blood bar, Gu Chen's face changed slightly. Doesn't that mean that the maximum life value of these black-robed priests was less than 50,000? He subconsciously looked around. The black-robed deacon had appeared for so long, and the grey mist had not appeared. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and it occurred to him that the red priest was the source of the grey mist. Now that the red priest was dead, then the grey mist curse wouldn't reappear. Since there was no more grey mist curse, it was a good thing. Gu Chen took a long breath in his heart. Archon of the Blood, tear down the altar for me. The blood archon unleashed Scarlet Feast and instantly resolved the black-robed deacon in front of him. Kill, cooldown reset. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blood deacon next to him fishtailed and killed the altar. Confront those black-robed deacons around them. With a flash of his figure, the blood race archon ghostly appeared deep within the altar. The double guns in his hands shot wildly at the purple-black light. Boom! 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 The bullets were as dense as rain, pouring out in a frenzy. But it was swept to the ground in an instant by an imperceptible shadow of light. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, only to see a withered woman's figure rise into the air deep within the altar. Her skin was dry, her body as wrinkled as worn parchment. The skin clung to the bones like a dry corpse. A gaping wound touched her dry chest cavity, and empty. The edges of the wounds were jagged, as if they had been roughly dissected by some evil force. She raised her eyelids and endless darkness welled up in her eyes and an aura of decay and darkness spread out from around her. Fey, Fallen Witch Boss. Rank, 15. Blood, 15,800. Attributes, Strength 185, Agility 180, Physique 215, Spirit 220. Skill I, Withering. Skill 2, Damage Transfer. Skill 2, Spirit Shock. Skill 4, Life Sacrifice. Seeing the boss's attribute panel, Gu Chen's face sank. 158,000 blood. It's outrageous. Chapter 29: How to Fight Such a Horrible Boss? Fallen Witch, so this is the final boss of the Hell level copy. Despite being level 15, he has 158,000 blood. As well as a whopping 200 average attributes. This statistic alone, when laid out, is enough to discourage those talented professionals. The dry corpse was bathed in a halo of altar light, and it raised its slender arms and the finger with only bone knuckles left pointed in a distant direction towards where the blood archon was. Wow! Purple-black rot coalesced into a hideous, twisted face that they let out mournful screams as they madly rushed towards the blood race archon. Spirit Shock, gathering spirits to cast a psychic shock on the target. Probability of falling into a state of confusion. Confusion, units in a state of confusion will lose control of their behavior. Attacks on surrounding targets without distinguishing between enemy and friend. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came, and the shadow of the grudge spirit pierced through the body of the blood race archon. A strong spiritual impact erupted. Boom! The blood archon's body trembled, and under the fallen witch's mental oppression of up to 220 straight out of chaos. Its body staggered, and it began to unleash an indiscriminate attack on its surroundings. A few blood deacons who were close by were immediately victimized, being hit by a series of bullets. Confused state? Gu Chen's face changed slightly, but he didn't panic too much. He immediately took out a potion from his carry-on space and used it directly. Dispel potion, dispel your abnormal status after use. And gain immunity to abnormal status for 5 seconds. The unit price of this tube of potion was $5,000, which Gu Chen had bought on the trading platform before going down to the copy. It was originally intended to be used to counter the Grey Mist curse. But then, after killing the elite monsters and obtaining the healing potion, he never took it out. It just came in handy now. The chaotic state was instantly dispelled, and the Blood Race Archon's expression stagnated, and the luster in his eyes was suddenly restored. Immediately afterward, a touch of seeping murderous intent burst out from those pairs of narrow eyes. It's a Blood Grand Sovereign, an existence that stands at the top of the Blood Pyramid. How can its majesty be so desecrated? The Blood Archon, who had regained his senses, rushed forward and, without saying a word, pulled the trigger on the Fallen Witch above the altar and launched the skill directly. Fatal shot. Scarlet Feast. Skill articulation and frantic output, yet the Fallen Witch didn't receive a single star of damage at all. Gu Chen frowned slightly. The average attribute of a Fallen Witch is above 200. The damage tolerance is arguably one of the strongest bosses to date, but even so, it wasn't as if he had even taken 2 skills from the Blood Maharaja without taking a single star of damage. Just then, Gu Chen suddenly realized that there was also an imperceptible layer of crystalline white light blooming on the Fallen Witch. Damage transfer. Gu Chen's face changed and he immediately realized the problem. Get back! He issued his first command to the Blood Archon, yet he was still a step too late. Only a large purple-black light blossomed from above the altar. An aura of decay and decay swept out in all directions like a windswept cloud. The great lord of the blood race, who was in the middle of retreat, was swept by a piece of purple light, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. It was instantly slammed to the ground. A numbing sound rang out, and the body of the Blood Archon began to rot and decay. The flesh and blood on his body rapidly rotted and fell to the ground in pieces. Apocalypse unleashes the power of death to infest the target, inflicting a high amount of sustained damage to it. In a single breath, the Blood Race Archon's blood level fell wildly, directly missing more than 5,000 life points. Half of its body had rotted and deteriorated, and black blood spilled all over its body. Without saying a word, Gu Chen immediately took out 2 bottles of life recovery potion and replenished over 4,000 blood. However, this skill is sustained damage, and as soon as the 4,000 blood has been replenished, after 3 seconds it dropped another 3,000 or so. It's worthy of being a hell-level copy of the boss. The damage is simply explosive. Not only can you transfer the damage you take, but you have such a horrible damage skill. If that skill had landed on him, he would probably be dead by now. At that thought, Gu Chen immediately retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield once more. The summoner's way of fighting is to take control of the whole situation, leave the fighting to the summoner. If he dies, it's all over. I.e. this boss is a pervert. In the distance, seeing the Blood Race Archon's blood bar, which had all of a sudden emptied by a large margin, Lin Yuan directly cursed. Sustained damage can still be this explosive? Is this sure it's not a bug? Lin Xingqing was directly speechless. If I were to go up there, I would have to die 2 or 3 times a second before I could do so. No wonder there's never been a record of a hell-level copy being cleared, such a terrifying boss. How do I get through? Su Ran said with a frown. The question is, what's next for such a terrifying boss? Wu Ziyi asked the most concerned point in his heart. As the words fell, the 4 men looked at each other in silence. Along the way, Gu Chen's power had been revealed, but facing this final boss, the gap between the two is still showing. For a while, Lin Yuan frowned, gritting his teeth, his cheeks bulging. Whether or not he could successfully pass the hell-level copy, he no longer cared. His gaze landed on Gu Chen, and a few worried looks appeared on his face. I don't know if Gu Chen will be able to hold out. This time, he's really met a tough opponent. Gu Chen also felt the horror of the Fallen Witch. It was a bit tricky, but he was confident. Not much of a problem. Die. A seeping, icy voice echoed in the air as the Fallen Witch slowly stepped down from above the altar. She was surrounded by an aura of decay, and the energy of death turned into purple and black smoke that surrounded her. Her body looked like a withered, dried-up corpse, and the hollow in her chest was shocking. The wounds were hideous and gruesome, but there was not the slightest trace of blood, and his body was gray and dead. It was as if all the blood in her body had ceased to exist. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Chen frowned slightly, and then associating it with the quest item he had obtained earlier. Obviously, something unknown has happened in this temple. This witch had been drained of her entire body of blood and had her heart cut out, and her body, Then they were buried in this altar, drawing blood and digging out hearts. Is that something the temple can do? Gu Chen wasn't sure. After all, he didn't know the full picture. But this witch must have suffered unimaginably in her lifetime. Walking off the altar, the fallen witch's eyes were vacant, her dark eyes looking around her as his eyes swept over Gu Chen and the blood race archon in the distance, then looked toward the Nightmare Lord who was fighting a group of black-robed deacons. Immediately afterward, an intense wave of resentment erupted on her face. You, all of you, deserve to die. The icy voice vibrated through the air like thousands of dead souls hissing harshly. Chapter 30. It's not Gu Chen who's strong, it's the summoned beasts. A gust of death escaped from the fallen witch's side, and her feet slowly left the ground. Flying forward, the target was none other than the Nightmare Lord. The Nightmare Master cast Nightmare Entanglement and resisted the dozen or so black-robed deacons with his own strength. This caused more black-robed deacons to be unable to come forward to support them. In its view, it had to get rid of the Nightmare Lord first before it could gather more power. Don't let it pass. Gu Chen cried out, and he saw the fallen witch's intentions at the first opportunity. Immediately, he gave orders to the few blood deacons. The blood deacons swarmed around and tried to stop them. However, the fallen witch was unmoved, and with a light and casual wave of her hand, she directly activated her skill. A death-filled energy spilled down, and those blood deacons were hit by the skill that. The bloodstain instantly cleared to zero, and the flesh on his body melted as quickly as ice and snow. In the blink of an eye it became a pile of skeletons glowing with black gas. Skill, withering. A single breath before had knocked out over 4,000 of the blood race archon's blood. Now it was even killing 5 blood deacons in seconds. The fallen witch was like stepping on an ant, not caring about the blood deacon at all. Continue flying in the direction of the Nightmare Lord. However, right at that moment, 5 black shadows appeared around her like ghosts. The fallen witch paused slightly, but only slightly, for a moment. It didn't place these 5 blood deacons in its eyes at all. Like these blood deacons, she could exterminate them with her hands, as she had already proved just now. However, just as she tried to continue casting her skills, boom! Without even waiting for her to react, 5 blood deacons launched themselves around it at the same time. Blood-red explosions surrounded the fallen witch, engulfing her in an instant. While the fallen witch can transfer damage to the gargoyles around her. But skills also have cooldowns. As a result, the self-detonation of the 5 blood deacons directly blew up 5,000 of its life points. The aftermath of the explosion had not yet ended, only to see a black shadow flying at breakneck speed. In a matter of seconds it wrapped around the fallen witch's body. In an instant, the Nightmare Entanglement had stacked up to the 10th layer. The Nightmare Master strikes dryly, constructing a deep dreamscape with the fallen witch at its center. Enemy units in it will take sustained damage. Coupled with the entanglement of the 10 Nightmare minions, the damage taken by the fallen witch directly skyrocketed tenfold. The blood bar began to collapse at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hematokizia. Almost 10,000 plus blood reduction per second. This scene immediately caused a look of excitement to appear in Lin Yuan's eyes. This damage. Who will dare to say that civilian summoners are weak from now on? It's not powerful anymore, it's perverted. I don't get it, how could he explode with such terrifying damage as a transfer student? A few people looked at the fallen witch's declining blood bar with both surprise and joy in their eyes. However, Wu Ziyi's face was not the least bit relaxed. Don't forget that the fallen witch has the life sacrifice skill on her attribute panel, and she hasn't used it yet. Life offering. The crowd was vividly aware of how terrifying the red-robed priests had become after unleashing their sacrifices earlier. It would be unimaginable if the fallen witch also sacrificed once. For a while, the crowd fell into silence, with worried looks on their faces. Deep dreaming. The fallen witch, trapped within it, let out a mournful scream that. The strong power of death erupted from within her, surprisingly resisting the erosion of the dream. and, along with the fallen witch's increasingly intense outbursts of the power of death, there was a turbulence in the deep dream realm, and there was even a hidden tendency to collapse. After all, the fallen witch was a level 15 boss, and the nightmare juggernaut was only just level 9. With the huge level difference, Deep Dream was able to trap the, and it deals huge amounts of sustained damage, which is rare enough. The power of the fallen witch's death grew stronger and stronger, and it looked like it was about to collapse the deep dream world. Get out of the way completely. Gu-chen immediately spoke, dead grammar sphere. The nightmare juggernaut would understand, and instantly activated the mana effect. After coming out of the corridor of the sanctuary, the effect of Whisper of the Dead had accumulated 8 layers. Just now, while the Blood Race Archon was killing the altar, the Nightmare Sovereign killed many more black-robed deacons. By now, the tiers of Whisper of the Dead had long since reached 20. Dead Grammar Sphere effect activated, Nightmare Juggernaut gains a 100% bonus to all attributes. Duration 1 minute. The Nightmare Juggernaut rose into the air, and his full attributes steeply doubled. The black mist on its body fluttered about wildly, like burning black flames flying uncontrollably. Roar! It let out a thunderous roar, and a mighty force erupted from its ghostly body. The torrents were irresistible. In an instant, the power of death was contained as much as it could be. The fallen witch was trapped dead in a deep dream, unable to make a single ripple. Attributes are doubled, and the damage effects of skills likewise skyrocket. The fallen witch's blood level began to plummet crazily, losing more than 20,000 life points almost every second. Whoosh! Black shadows flickered as the Blood Archon appeared in the deep dream realm. It's here to make up for the damage. Fatal Shot. Scarlet Feast. 2 skills were released in quick succession, followed by pummeling bullets like a torrent of steel that pouring down on the fallen witch without mercy. In an instant, the fallen witch's blood level instantly plummeted by over 70,000 points. Awesome! Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed with excitement. I didn't expect the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord to cooperate. A set of skills had knocked out more than 70,000 blood, which was simply appalling if it was spread out. Not even 10 seconds later, the fallen witch was left with just over 30,000 blood. Pervert, what a pervert! How can Gu-chen be so perverted? I want to know now, among my peers. Which professional can resist such terrifying damage? The necromancy orb is only a rare grade equipment, how could it bring about such a terrifying increase? Wu Ziyi observed the battle in the field and said in a deep voice, the dead grammar sphere is only one aspect. The point is that Gu-chen's summoned beasts are too powerful. For example, when your attribute is 1. Using a necromancy orb only gives you an attribute bonus of 1. But when your attribute is 100, the dead grammar orb will then give you a 100 attribute bonus. To put it bluntly, the stronger the user, the higher the increase in battle power that. If the deadly grammar orb was for Gu-chen to wear, it definitely wouldn't have exploded with such terrifying damage. Wu Ziyi's gaze fell on the figures of the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord. A flash of jealousy flashed under his eyes. So, it's not that the summoner is strong, or Gu-chen, but his summoned beasts are strong. Lin Yuan was quite agreeable at first, but when he heard this, he wasn't happy. To a summoner, doesn't the strength of the summoned beast represent the strength of the summoner? Wu Ziyi turned his head and his face steeply sank. No good, that witch, she's starting to make sacrifices. Chapter 31 Don't stop me, I can kill back. Wu Ziyi's words caused the faces of the crowd to change in unison. With that, a fierce and furious aura of death erupted from around the fallen witch. A few black-robed deacons who were close by suddenly let out a dull hiss, followed by a. Their bodies burned as if by invisible flames, and in the twinkling of an eye, they turned into piercing light into the fallen witch. As soon as the sacrifice began, as if it had set off a chain reaction, the bodies of the dozens of black-robed deacons around them dissolved at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they were transformed into a bright light. The fallen witch's body is like a magnetic field. Inhaling those sacrificed black-robed deacons continuously into her body rapidly expanded, her dried-out flesh and skin as if nourished by life. The flesh is fuller. So at the same time, her blood stopped collapsing and started to come back up extremely fast. 30,000, 40,000. 50,000. The recovery is incredibly fast. This is still in deep dream, and without the sustained damage from the skill, I'm only afraid she'll recover more. Ah! The fallen witch let out a shrill death cry after. Her body exuded endless power of death, condensing into countless skeleton grudges that crazily impacted the dream barrier. Boom! The deep dreamscape began to tremble violently with a burst of disorder. The nightmare sovereign's body trembled, and the black mist that surrounded it was scattered and disorganized. It's as if it's been hit with some kind of intense shock. A wave of anger rose up in its heart, and it was about to strike back when a sense of weakness suddenly rose up from within its body. And it's getting stronger. Time's up. The effect of the dead grammar sphere is only 1 minute. The nightmare juggernaut's full attributes plummeted, and the power began to drain away, in the blink of an eye. It then returned to its normal size. Immediately afterward, there was a crunching sound as the snap of the deep dreamscape that imprisoned the fallen witch instantly collapsed like a bubble. The fallen witch is off the hook. In her sacrificial state, with the raging aura of death wrapped around her, crazily absorbing the sacrificial light from the black-robed deacon, the blood recovery speed suddenly skyrocketed. Above the altar, patches of black clouds tumbled and surged, and storms raged. With a wave of her hand, the fallen witch's haunting aura of death centered on her. It swept out in all directions. The power of death coalesced into countless monstrous tentacles, frantically spreading outward in slapping. The nightmare master's figure flickered and came to Gu Chen's side, pulling him into the dream realm. Dodged the black mist tentacles that covered the sky. Seeing this, the blood race archon also flew back, but he was one step too slow. Being slapped by a huge tentacle of black mist. Boom! Its body flew backwards like a cannonball, and the flesh and blood on its body looked as if it had been corroded. In moments, the white bones were revealed. 8,000. Just by being slapped by the black mist tentacles, the blood race archon's life value fell wildly by more than 8,000. The blood bar was about 60% empty all of a sudden. This would have been too dead for one more hit. Seeing this scene, a look of despair appeared on the faces of the outermost four. Seeing as how the final boss has been greatly crippled by I didn't expect to see such a perverted skill as sacrifice erupt again. Not only did his life value skyrocket, but even his battle power was terrifyingly powerful. A random black mist tentacle had a damage value of over 8,000, how could it be fought? Even the blood race archon was crippled by a single blow. The nightmare juggernaut has also lost the bonus from the orb of undead grammar. How can the final boss in the sacrifice state be so terrifying? Who can beat this? At this moment, Wu Ziyi's heart began to waver. He was glad he wasn't in combat mode and could quit at any time. However, he didn't activate the teleportation scroll right away. After all, the situation at hand is not the last step. Don't say that. Actually, from start to finish, it was only Gu Chun who was fighting the boss. It's already rare for a summoner like him to last this long. Although Lin Xingqing said this, a flash of unwillingness flashed under her eyes. Hell of a level. This was a hellish novice copy, and so far, no one had ever managed to clear it. I can't fight the final boss when I see that I've already made a big wreck of it. Lin Xingqing sighed, a pang of bitterness on her face. Su Ran didn't say anything from the side, but a few points of loss clearly surfaced in his expression. She and Lin Xingqing had taken out a $200,000 loan in order to join the team. I was thinking that if I got the first pass reward and an SS rank evaluation, I'd be able to get into an institute of higher learning. It all seems to be a bubble now. The fallen witch entered the sacrifice state, her blood level skyrocketed, her battle power soared, and she had reached her peak. And the blood race archon was crippled by the blow and didn't dare to come any closer. The nightmare juggernaut sustained a deep dream for far too long while doubling all of his attributes. The energy has almost run out. As for the blood descendants, they died out a long time ago. At this point, Gu Chen's defeat was finalized, and there was no possibility of turning the tide. Just one last shiver. No, I'm going to help Lao Gu. Lin Yuan shouted and charged straight out with his longsword. Come back. Are you going to get yourself killed? Wu Ziyi pulled Lin Yuan back. Don't stop me, I can kill back. Lin Yuan yelled. Counter-kill what? Can you kill the black-robed deacon or the fallen witch? You can only go up there and give away your head. Earlier, outside the altar, the four of them had combined their efforts to kill a black-robed deacon. Now Lin Yuan wants to fight back alone? Kill a chicken. I don't care. My brother is over there. Lin Yuan shouted. It's the fact that he's over there that buys us a chance. Wu Ziyi's face was unprecedentedly grave. Gu Chun was in combat mode, and as long as he couldn't get away from the boss's attacks, It would not be possible to use a teleportation scroll. But they, the actors, never got into the fight, from start to finish. All of them can be left using a teleportation scroll. If you charge up, you enter a combat state and can't use a teleportation scroll to leave. Lin Yuan, do you want to die? Don't want to. Lin Yuan looked back, but I don't have a ing teleportation scroll. Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed, the teasing in his eyes turning into a flash of determination as he lifted his longsword and rushed forward. As if he could actually kill back. Like he said, his brother was there. Crazy. Grass. Wu Zi looked frantic and roared through clenched teeth, "You'll die. You will die." However, in the next moment, he realized that Lin Qingqing was holding her battle sword in her hand. Undisguised wariness burst from the bottom of his eyes. Wu Zi frowned slightly, "You're going to die too?" Lin Qingqing grasped a black iron shield in her hands, sending it to death? What if it really kills back? It'll kill you. You're really not going to back off? Lin Qingqing tilted her head to reveal a hint of a smile. "Actually, I don't have a teleportation scroll either." With that, she grabbed her sword and shield and charged forward without hesitation. Wu Ziyi's eyes were suddenly complicated, he even thought he was hallucinating. Just these few people still want to counter-kill the final boss of a hell-level copy? That's not even a joke. Sighing, he looked at Su Ran next to him. "Are you leaving? I have 2 teleportation scrolls. You can borrow one." Light flashed in Su Ran's hand. "Coincidentally, I also have 2 teleportation scrolls." 2 scrolls were revealed, one for her and one for Lin Qingqing. Wu Ziyi was instantly confused and subconsciously swept a glance at Lin Qingqing's back. "No, what's the point? If you have a teleportation scroll, why don't you use it and go up there to die?" Su Ran didn't say anything else and put the teleportation scroll into his carry-on space. This was followed by pulling out an assassin's short blade. At the same time, her figure gradually faded into a state of invisibility. A breeze blew past, and Su Ran chased after Lin Qingqing's back. Wu Ziyi was completely frantic. Crazy. These people are crazy. One by one, they all went up to die. Nuts. Grass. Grass. You guys have to die, don't you? I want to live. Only by staying alive can you become the most powerful professional. Wu Ziyi shouted in the direction where the crowd had left, desperately venting the pent-up frustration in his heart. Alive. Shouting the last 2 words, as if he had used all the strength in his body, he flopped down and sat on the floor. He took out his teleportation scroll and activated it. No hesitation in leaving the copy. Chapter 32 Counter Kill, and the bottom card. Don't be afraid, Lao Gu, I'm coming, trust me, I can kill back. Lin Yuan held his sword in both hands, running and shouting as he slashed at the black tentacles condensed by the power of death. Lin Yuan. Stop it. Gu Chen's face tightened as he rushed forward with an arrow step, picking up Lin Yuan like a chicken. Stop that clumsy takedown attempt. Nice guy. Counterattack? You're here to give away your head, aren't you? With Lin Yuan's blood level, he would die on the spot if he was lightly grazed by a black tentacle. Gu Chen put Lin Yuan down, and at that exact moment, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran from the back rushed over. What are you guys doing over here? Gu Chen asked without a trace of anger. Help you. Lin Yuan said immediately. Help me? Aren't you unable to fight anymore? Lin Qingqing opened her mouth. Who? You. What's wrong with me? You can't beat it. Gu Chen instantly laughed in anger. Who said I couldn't beat it? Saran had that clear, foolish look in his eyes again. Didn't you withdraw both summoners? I'm dodging skills. Gu Chen was speechless for a moment. The boss is in a state of sacrifice, and its skills have been enhanced. I can't leave my summoned beasts over there to eat the damage, can I? Gu Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him and realized that the numbers seemed a bit off. By the way, where's Wu Zi? Gu Chen asked. As the words fell, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran looked at each other. Wu Zi, how can I say this? Actually, it's not all our fault. Team information. Team member, Wu Zi fighter, has quit the team. At that moment, the crowd received an exit message from Wu Zi. Lin Yuan then told what had just happened. Forget it, just back off, it's his choice. Gu Chen didn't care, but turned his head to look at Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. Why did you stay? Lin Xingqing thought for a moment. You're acting too calm, not like you're in a desperate situation. I have a feeling you still have your cards. Oh? How does it feel? Lin Xingqing's gaze turned around and finally pointed at the blood race archon who was already bloodied. That's it. You used to be the first one to add blood to the blood Maharaja after he got hurt. But just now, the blood race archon was beaten into a crippled blood, and you haven't even bothered with him until now. Can't figure out what kind of operation this is, but it's a bit counterintuitive and not like your style. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a flash of approval. Congratulations, you got it right. Lin Xingqing was keenly observant, and Gu Chen was intentionally keeping the blood archon in a bloodied state. After all, it was a legendary summoned beast, and if it performed as well as the Nightmare Juggernaut, an epic summoned beast, that would be too much crotch pulling. After advancing, the blood archon gained a legendary grade talent, Berserk Blood. Frenzied Blood. When the blood archon's life value falls below 30%, he may activate the rage bonus. Increase all attributes by 2 times, lasts for 1 minute. What do you understand by a twofold increase in all attributes? Blessed are those who are bad at math. In simple terms, it is 1 plus 2 times the full attribute, i.e. full attribute 3. This was Gu Chen's last card. The reason why the Fallen Witch is so powerful is just 3 things: high attributes, thick blood, sacrificial state. And the Blood Maharaja's average attribute is now close to 180, so multiply its full attribute by 3. The increase in battle power would skyrocket to a terrifying level. Even if the Fallen Witch was in a state of sacrifice, she could still crush it strongly. Snort! A toothsome sound rang out as the Nightmare Juggernaut was suddenly struck by a black mist tentacle. Even though it's an energy body with super high immunity to physical attacks. However, the tentacles were formed from the black mist that contained the power of death, which was elemental damage. Just as soon as the black mist tentacles touched the Nightmare Lord, it then split into dozens of the same tentacles to wrap them in layers. The Nightmare Juggernaut is being eaten away by the power of death, and his blood level is dropping wildly. 2/3 of his life value was dropped in an instant. Just then, the Blood Race Archon received an order from Gu Chen. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the Fallen Witch at the altar. Wow! The smell of death is coming in like a tidal wave. The figure of the Blood Race Archon transformed into a dark red bloodlight and charged straight into it without flashing or avoiding. Roar! The moment it came into contact with the death breath, the Blood Archon's blood level dropped below 30%. With that, the talent was unleashed, and bright blood light blossomed from its body's surface. An unprecedentedly terrifying power surged out from the depths of its bloodline, filling every corner of its body. The bloody light rapidly turned inward, and the next moment a grim-faced and the humanoid figure with a burning blood flame around it then appeared beside the Nightmare Lord. The black mist tentacles swooped in swiftly, yet just as they came into contact with the Blood Archon, it was then scorched by the blood flames on its body and instantly dissipated into nothingness. It wasn't that the blood flame restrained the power of death, but rather, it was an absolute crushing of power. The Nightmare Lord got a moment's respite, and his form flickered away, hidden in the dream world. The Blood Race Archon then turned into a blood shadow and charged straight towards the Fallen Witch at the altar. A scornful look appeared on the Fallen Witch's face, even though she was already in a state of sacrifice. But the Blood Race Archon at this moment made her feel a strong threat of death. Apoptosis. Grievous spirit shock. Perhaps it was the sacrifice bonus. It was as if the Fallen Witch's skills had no cooldowns at all. Skill after skill wrapped in the intense power of death, they blasted towards the Blood Race Archon without mercy. Without dodging or avoiding, the Blood Race Archon directly rushed forward and hardened himself against the damage. Change of blood. It's still as pugnacious and dominant as ever, and that's its fighting style. Skill after skill landed on the Blood Archon, and it did manage to deal damage. But in the Berserk Blood state, its defense, constitution, as well as life recovery speeds have skyrocketed by leaps and bounds. It couldn't be done without injury, but all injuries could be recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bloodline went down and up and down, always staying around 30%. At the same time, the Blood Archon raised both arms and a black and a silver gun had locked onto the Fallen Witch in front of them. Bang! 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 A stream of bullets covered with blood flames struck, so dense as rain that they almost formed a substance. A roar that shook the sky and cracked the earth like an angry dragon exploded onto the Fallen Witch's body. Ah! The fallen witch let out a scream as her blood level plummeted and you'll be knocked out 30,000 to 40,000 life points in a second. Around the altar, the black tentacles formed by those death breaths had a hidden tendency to collapse. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others were deeply shocked. Though the ferocious and overbearing attack of the Blood Archon struck the fallen witch, yet it felt like it hit them in the heart, causing the three to fall into a collective silence. What's going on? The less blood the Blood Archon has, the more ferocious he's become? One shot to save the Nightmare Lord, and then another shot to directly crush the fallen witch in her sacrificed state. It's a bit of a battle to watch. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Can't read it, really can't. However, that didn't stop a gloating smile from appearing on their faces. Because, someone is going to regret it. Chapter 33 Temple History, Trigger Quest Props. In an instant, the altar was covered with intense fire. The damage erupted from the blood flame bullets continuously scorched the fallen witch's body. Her body was battered with holes, her blood was collapsing, and she was about to be completely cleared. Whoosh! She grabbed in the air, and several black-robed deacons around her were grabbed up by her. Line up as a meat shield to try and resist damage. However, it didn't work at all. The blood flame bullet is so powerful that it can blow up a black-robed deacon with a single shot. The black flesh and blood spilled on top of the altar, not making any waves at all. The result of the Blood Archon's full attributes being increased by 2 times was one-sided suppression. While stiffly resisting the skills cast by the fallen witch, he frantically outputted. Seeing the blood drop to the decimation line, the Blood Archon pressed down with both lances and 2 scarlet blood flames swirled continuously along its circumference, and an unprecedented berserk power exploded. Scarlet Feast. The blood flame spiral was like an exterminating storm, carrying the terrifying power of destroying the world. Straight at the fallen witch. The fallen witch had already been locked by the Blood Race Archon and was unable to avoid facing this strongest strike. Boom! Her body continued to struggle in the storm of blood flames, and her body's surface exploded with fine cracks that the figure became slimmer and slimmer, constantly elongating. 158,000 life points had been emptied, yet she wasn't completely dead. Instead, he revealed a hideous face and frantically struggled in the midst of the blood flame storm. You all deserve to die. It was you who betrayed me. Ah. The fallen witch snarled furiously, yet that's when she suddenly realized she had lost control of her body. Gu Chen pressed the Blood Archon, and from the moment the boss's blood level cleared to 0, the battle would have been completely over. What follows is history repeating itself. The storm of blood flames had completely subsided, and there was a flurry of light and shadows above the altar. Immediately afterward, a large number of familiar figures followed: guards, black-robed deacons, red-robed priests, enough for nearly 100 people. The abyss has invaded and the contamination is spreading everywhere. Many have already been killed by the gray mist. Can someone save us? I don't want to die. Where are the gods? Where are our gods? Red priest, is it true when you say that drinking blood can break the gray mist? You're questioning the will of the gods as they come down? Only by drinking the blood of the Holy Virgin can we resist the gray mist, and only by sacrificing her heart. It's the only way to save the temple. Then what are we waiting for? The Holy Maiden has a good heart, and in order to save the temple, she must be willing to sacrifice herself. Cut the crap, all the guards come with me, we must find the Holy Maiden. The red-robed priest stood at the highest place, looking down on the crowd, with not a trace of emotion visible on his face. The faces of several of the black-robed deacons had been distorted, and through the maddened eyes of it's not hard to see that it's lost its mind. The history of the temple continues to be recreated in light and shadow. In the middle of the main hall, a group of black-robed deacons escorted the Holy Maiden to the red-robed priest. High Priestess, the abyss is affecting you more and more, and you must be healed by the purification. No, Holy Maiden, you don't understand. The red priest revealed the side of his face like a withered bone, startling the holy woman. It's not pollution, it's the power of the gods. The abyssal fae are not invaders. They are here to help us follow in God's footsteps. How? High Priestess, you have been tainted by the abyss. Come on with me to The red-robed priest grabbed the Holy Maiden's hair with a sinister face and an evil light flashing in her eyes. I said, it's not pollution, the abyss is a divine guide, a miracle. High Priestess, the abyss is eating away at your sanity. Do not be dominated by evil. The red-robed priest's face twisted as he stared at the holy maiden, an evil light in his eyes. Temple Holy Maiden, Jia, I want you to help me cultivate. No, High Priestess. You have been contaminated. Somebody. The holy maiden immediately asked the group of black-robed deacons for help. Yet all that remained in those people's eyes was numbness and insanity. The scene shifts and an unclothed female corpse appears on the altar. This female corpse is all white, not the slightest trace of blood can be seen. The chest was violently torn open at the eyes, and the hideous wounds did not show the slightest trace of blood. The red-robed priest stood next to the female corpse, a shadowy and maniacal look in his eyes. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards bowed and knelt with reverent eyes. The red-robed priest tilted his head towards the tall idol and mouthed a prayer. The group behind them gradually raised their heads and acted as if they were insane. Not even realizing how absurd this practice was, he instead looked ecstatic. At the end of the ritual, the red-robed priest held up a glass vial in which was a full bottle of blood. The kneeling clergyman, with wild eyes, regarded that blood as the holy medicine of the. There was an intense longing in his expression. However, just at that moment, there was a sudden shocking noise, and the temple began to shake violently. The abyss has erupted and the Fae have invaded the temple in force. Raging black mist appeared from all directions, transforming into a death touch that constantly destroying the temple complex. Outside the gates of the temple, a black and red storm raged in the sky like it was the end of the world. The overwhelming army of foreigners raged on. The scene is dimming and a terrible storm is approaching. You have successfully cleared the novice copy, Temple Ruins, Inferno level. The copy will end within 5 minutes, or you can simply exit the copy. It's over? Just this? Lin Yuan revealed an expression like he had eaten a fly. So what kind of copy is this? The story of a bunch of perverts killing a woman? Lin Qingqing frowned. Even though it's cleared, why do I feel so stifled? Saran was very unhappy with the ending. Gu Chen was also a bit speechless at the ending, just then. He suddenly thought of the 2 quest items he had obtained earlier. He took the 2 glass vials out of his carry-on space, one sealing the heart of the one sealed with blood. Hint, trigger mission props. Sealed heart. Option 1, return the heart to the fallen witch and the virgin will be briefly resurrected. Sacrifice yourself to end the abyssal invasion. Sealed blood. Option 2, pour blood into the altar, and the temple's pollution will be purified. The clergy will gain power against the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat itself, and the abyss will invade the temple. Everything will be brought to ruin. Make your choice. That's it? This time, it was Gu Chen's turn to show an expression like he had eaten a fly. If the heart is returned, the virgin will be briefly resurrected, but having lost her powers. The abyssal invasion can only be ended by sacrificing itself. If poured into the altar, the blood of the virgin would purify the temple from the contamination of the. Let the multitudes within the temple gain the power to resist the abyss. 2 choices. Either way, the invasion of the abyss will be stopped. Those within the temple will also survive. So, from start to finish, only 1 woman died in this copy? And an innocent woman at that. Damn, that ending, it's kind of a bummer. Chapter 34 After you die, who cares about the floods? Want to choose? Lin Yuan asked coldly from the side. Will the abyss be repelled, or will history be made to repeat itself? The copy is over anyway, so I might as well just quit. It's better to let the deranged godfathers face destruction head-on. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran frowned slightly and turned their gazes to Gu Chen. After all, the choice was Gu Chen's. Feeling the gazes around him, Gu Chen twisted his head to inquire, "What do you guys think?" "No choice," Lin Qingqing said directly. "Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal fae." Su Ran nodded in agreement. Those clergy are a bunch of crazies and perverts anyway. Gu Chen thought about it. Having come this far, it didn't seem right not to choose. So, there's still a choice to be made. He walked up to the altar, to the fallen witch, who was still breathing. Looking at the cracked body and the shocking wounds, his expression stiffened slightly. After a moment's reprieve, Gu Chen said in a low and indifferent tone. "Give you the heart and you can be resurrected briefly, and then you will have to sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. Pour blood into the altar, and you will die completely." Yet it brings the temple the power to resist the abyss. So, resisting the abyss, is it really that important? They drain your blood and cut out your heart, and all they ask for is to stay alive. Who in the entire temple really cares about resisting the invasion of the abyss? The fallen witch's body trembled slightly, the pitch blackness in her pupils faded a few moments. What are you trying to say? Gu-chen crouched down, a wry smile on his face. He returned the sealed heart to the witch and, later, the sealed blood as well. This move made the Lin Yuan trio on the side a bit puzzled. After doing so, Gu-chen let out a long breath. Well, what I'm trying to say is really simple. Who cares about the flood when you're dead? The heart will bring you back to life for a while. The blood will restore your strength. Take both. In your last hours, you can choose to live for yourself once. Before the invasion of the abyssal foreigners, there are grudges to be avenged and revenge to be avenged. Make those who got you killed pay, make them die in despair and pain like you did. And, by the way, it'll make those abyssal aliens out there pounce, and when they attack. The temple is played out, you got your revenge and played the Fae on your deathbed, how nice is that? There's such a thing? Only then did Lin Yuan and the three of them react, subconsciously nodding their heads in agreement, for the ending of the. They were very pleased. Playing a copy is hard enough, just don't be so stifled in the end, okay? Everyone loves a good read, who wants to suffer through abuse? Gu-chen uncovered the seals on the 2 bottles, then stood up and. With a leisurely gait, he walked towards the bottom of the altar. Although none of this is true. But Gu-chen still wanted to give the fallen witch a chance to take revenge herself. He didn't care, and no one else would care, what the copy really ended up being. Everyone wants to see how they want it to end. And this, right now, was what Gu-chen wanted to see. Having obtained the heart and blood, the fallen witch's body radiated a glowing light that. Then swiftly, he turned into countless points of light and flew into the light screen above the altar. The screen shows a group of clergymen being horrified by the invasion of the abyss. Suddenly, the female corpse on top of the altar slowly floated into the air, a fresh heart beating in her heart, Along with the blood vitality, an unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from her body. The holy maiden's eyes slowly opened, and they were filled with tyranny and resentment as she looked down on the crowd below her, A strong killing intent that was hard to suppress came out in his voice. Oh, time is running out, I hope that before the abyssal Fae overrun the temple. I could kill you all. High Priest, don't you fancy yourself a believer in God? I'll send you to God now. As the copy officially came to an end, a series of messages appeared in Gu-chen's line of sight. Kill Fallen Witch Boss LV.15, experience plus 5,317. Level up. Rank, LV.10 12 34 14,500. Power, 217. Agility, 216. Body mass, 218. Spirit, 219. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV.10, Legend, Nightmare Master LV.10, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Congratulations! You have cleared Temple Ruins, Inferno. Reward, Professional Experience plus 300, Copy Treasure Chest 1, Inferno level. Copy ends, exiting current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Replica Square. Ever since Wu Zi came out, more and more people converged. Because we all know that this copy bet is almost over. Everyone had an expectant look on their faces, just waiting to see the final face-punching moment. Counting the time, Gu-chen is almost dead, right? I've long said that a civilian summoner challenging a hell-ranked copy will absolutely die a horrible death. This is great, not only did he lose his life, but he also lost $500,000. I say, Wu Zi has been out for so long, why isn't Gu-chen dead yet? With all the chatter of the crowd around him, Li Wenwei had already put away his tent and. After a period of rest just now, he had recovered more or less. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the copy, the corners of his mouth constantly rising, unable to suppress it at all. Listening to the crowd's criticism of Gu-chen, Li Wenwei didn't say a word. In fact, at moments like this, he just needs to keep his high horse. If he went to disparage Gu-chen as well, he would instead be said to have no temperament. However, when he saw Wu Zi, who stood outside the copy for a while lost in thought, still couldn't resist walking up. Seeing the smirk on Li Wenwei's face, Wu Zi raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? I may be a deserter, but you have no right to humiliate me. Li Wenwei waved his hand. No, I don't have that kind of free time to make fun of you. I just want to know, where exactly did Guchen take you guys to fight? Wu Ziyi's face was unhappy. Does it have anything to do with you? Li Wenwei sighed and said in a deep voice, never mind, let's make the problem a bit simpler then. You've been out for so long, why isn't Guchen dead yet? These words caused Wu Ziyi's expression to steeply stiffen for a few moments. After he came out, he'd been immersed in a mental battle of self-loathing and self-exculpation, didn't even care that so much time had passed. Now after Li Wenwei asked this, his heart suddenly thumped. Is it hard to believe that Guchen flopped? No way. Absolutely not. That was a hellish copy, and after fighting to that point, Guchen's bottom card had already been spelled out. How can it be flipped? Right at this moment, above the entrance of the replica, a huge screen suddenly lit up. Great news, Temple Ruins, Inferno level, replica receives first pass. Clearance time, 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. Passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin. Reward, Professional Experience plus 300, Personal Achievement plus 1. First Pass Reward Gift Box 1. Evaluation of this clearance, SS. Chapter 35 Seeking Wu Ziyi's Psychological Shadow Area. In an instant, the replica square fell into dead silence, and the image was as if it had stood still. Such a scene lasted for dozens of seconds before it was finally broken by a voice. Did I read that right? A hellish copy has actually been cleared? That's a first pass. How did he do it? Who's going to hit me? Ouch, you really hit? Since the announcement was posted the moment the final boss died. That's why Gu Chen and the others were still in the copy at the moment. Everyone's faces were puzzled and shocked, even incredulous. Some rubbed their eyes desperately, questioning if they were seeing things, or if they were dreaming. But no one would doubt the veracity of this announcement. The announcement is tied to the duplicate system and there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. In other words, Gu Chen, a civilian summoner with 3 actors, successfully cleared the hellish novice copy. It's all an illusion, it doesn't scare me. A fat man in a jersey yelled grumpily. That's a hellish copy, how did he do it? Didn't they say that civilians choosing a summoner is a dead end? Did they lie to me? Okay, who was it that said before that if Guchen managed to pass the level, he'd livestream upside down diarrhea? Come on, show. Inverted diarrhea can be put off for a while, who's better at math? Help me calculate Wu Ziyi's current psychological shadow area. No need to forget about it, I'm sure I regret it. A pure and innocent great injustice seed, what a long time to live. Who's to blame if he chose it himself? But the path you chose, you have to finish it even if you're on your knees. The murmurs, the jeers, there was no cover or scruples, these people did it on purpose. Gu Chen's success was certainly enviable, but Wu Ziyi's failure was only more full of joy. Especially one like this one, who watched his building rise and then watched it collapse. It is most likely to be enjoyed. From the moment he fled the copy, the rewards of the hellish copy passed him by. SS rating. Inferno level copy first pass reward. Either of the two would be a heavenly opportunity for the average transfer student. And mediocre as he was, he managed to miss 2 at once, unimaginably. How big his psyche was at the moment. There was no need to doubt that Wu Zi was truly sorry. At the moment, his eyes were dull, and remorse and self-reproach were written all over his face. From the time he left his copy to the time the announcement was made, it was only about 15 minutes before and after that. However, for him, it was like going from heaven to hell. The string of rewards and achievements above the announcement seemed so blinding to him. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The rewards and honors he was supposed to have all drifted away like smoke in the blink of an eye. Sinning. Snap. Wu Ziyi was so furious that he slapped himself violently and leaving with hate in the eyes of the flirting crowd. And this crisp slap caused Li Wenwei, who was in a daze, to snap back to his senses. Gu Chen had cleared the hell-level copy, which was a pipe dream in his mind. But there was no need for him to question it, the clearance information was clearly written in the announcement. 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. SS rating. This achievement, not to mention Lin Chang, even if it's placed in the entire Northern Realm. Those are all extremely bombastic presences. Can a civilian summoner really be this strong? With an SS rating, this is a total crushing victory. I've come to my realization. In fact, we've been lied to all along. The civilian-turned-summoner is the strongest. Kill the coins. Good scolding. This is obviously Gu Chenxiang. So Gu Chen is the real great god. In the replica plaza, Gu Chen's popularity rating had changed drastically. How hard they were stomped on before, how high they're being held up now. Li Wenwei, who had previously been worshipped by the crowd, was reduced to a passerby that no one cared about. Li Wenwei's face was filled with bitterness. Although Wu Ziyi had been reduced to a laughingstock in the mouths of the people, he had only lost his face. He, on the other hand, is losing money. Real money, $500,000. Although he came from the Lin Changli family, he was not the heir of the Li family. $500,000 wasn't pocket money for him either, it was for strengthening his equipment after upgrading. A rare knight suit is worth millions of dollars. That's not just a broadside to wear a few grades and throw away, but an important trump card to get into higher education. Now he's lost $500,000. If his dad finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll have to peel his skin off. How good it would have been if he hadn't gambled with Gu Chen before. Strong regret grew and spread in his heart, yet it was too late. The betting fight to go on the trading platform was his own idea. Once the money was in the platform, the wager is then official. Not to mention him, even if the head of the Li family came, he couldn't back out. Gu Chen didn't even have to talk to him. You can transfer money into your account with a few clicks on your cell phone. Gu Chen, I'm going to be killed by you. Just as Li Wenwei was filled with remorse, Gu Chen and the others finally came out of their copies. Once out of the replica, the first to greet them is a reporter holding a long gun. After all, it's turnaround season, and the major newbie replicas are one of the hottest strongholds for journalists. Genius professionals come out of nowhere. Breaking copy records is one of the easiest news stories to get a young person's blood pumping. Mr. Gu Chen, I'm a reporter from the Evening Professionals newspaper. Can you tell the group what it was like for you to make your first pass through the hellish copy? Mr. Gu Chen, this is Lin Chun TV. May I ask why you chose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, you've won the bet with Li Wenwei. May I ask what you intend to do with the $500,000 bet? Damn, your first day as a reporter? You're asking this kind of question? A dozen reporters and thousands of transfer students surrounded Gu Chen. It made him feel in an unmistakable and real way what the phrase "all eyes on the world" really meant. The crowd of onlookers in the square was even more envious. It's a rare occasion to pretend. It's a rare opportunity to show your saintliness in front of people. Without further ado, if we catch this wave of traffic, is it as easy as eating or drinking for him? What a splash of riches! The gears of fate turned on Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen didn't want to waste time with these reporters at all and directly pushed Lin Yuan over. Lin Yuan was also experiencing this kind of scene for the first time, but he didn't have stage fright at all. He cleared his throat and grabbed the nearest microphone as he doesn't care if anyone else loves it or not, he just starts delivering his first pass testimonials. Take this opportunity to show your face and rub off on Gu Chen's hotspot. He'll be half a celebrity from now on. With fame, making money isn't as easy as eating and drinking. Gu Chen, on the other hand, took this opportunity to just bolt. The bet was over when the copy announcement went out. Li Wenwei's bet of $500,000 had also been credited to his account. In the accompanying space, hellish treasure chests and first-pass gift boxes glittered. Gu Chen's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Open the box. Unboxing. Chapter 36 Fallen Spells, Stone Ghosts. Having risen to level 10, the third summoned beast's bitmap has been opened. However, Gu Chen wasn't in a hurry to open the treasure chest and gift box first. The newbie copy of the Inferno treasure chest must produce 5-star rare equipment. Inferno First Pass gift box will definitely produce rare items, and there is a high probability that they are exclusive to this profession. Gu Chen opened the treasure chest with excitement. You have opened the duplicate treasure chest, Inferno. Acquired weapon, Fallen Orb. Quality, Rare. Restricted level, 10. Restricted occupations, Law Professions. Attributes, Spirit plus 150, Casting Speed plus 50%, Skill Damage plus 50%. Effect, each time a skill is used to hit a target, the will generate a Death Tentacle next to the target for 2 seconds. Death Tentacle inflicts 300 points of true damage to the target and applies a slowing effect. This mana orb is good, not only does it come with skill damage, it also increases intelligence by 150. Gu Chen was pleasantly surprised and greatly satisfied. His spirit attribute is 219, and the spells can actually increase it by 150. It was almost close to doubling his mental attributes. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the fallen witch's death tentacles were. To a summoner, the skill of a summoned beast is the skill of the summoner. The Blood Archon's deadly shot could shoot 6 bullets with skill effects at once. When all bullets hit the target, 6 tentacles are spawned next to the target. Nightmare Master's Nightmare Entangle can now summon 14 nightmare minions to entangle the target. In this way, 14 more tentacles can be generated. In other words, Gu Chen only needed to have the 2 summoned beasts cast their skills once each. It would be possible to generate 20 death tentacles. 1 death tentacle can do 300 points of damage. 20 tentacles is 600 points of damage. At the rate of 1 attack per second, this damage value would have to be doubled again. 120,000. Simply horrible. You know, even the final boss of the hellish copy of the Fallen Witch. Max life is also only 158k. It was amazing that a mere spell with a skill attached to it could knock out 120,000 damage from the target. The Fallen Witch is straight up bloodied? Gu Chen felt that the current him was frighteningly strong. Mostly, this spell is just too good of a fit for his situation. The rare 5-star mana is only mid-range, and the skills that come with it are kind of middle of the road. If placed in the hands of other law professions, at best, it would be a small increase in combat power. After all, most professionals mastered 3 or 4 skills at most. But in Gu Chen's hands, the damage directly exploded. It's scary as hell. Gu Chen himself wanted to suck in a breath of cold air. Placing the fallen orb into his equipment bar, Gu Chen couldn't wait to open the first pass gift box. You have opened the first pass gift box, Inferno. Props obtained, a tribute fruit. Quality, rare. Restricted level, 10. Effect, full attribute plus 100. Level 10 attribute fruit with plus 100 to all attributes. Nice and cool. Attribute enhancements bring bonuses in a variety of ways, for example, life value, energy consumption, skill cooldowns, etc. And the higher the summoner's attributes, the more damage the summoned beasts can do, and it all rings true. So Gu Chen didn't hesitate and directly digested this attribute fruit. It's light and sweet in the mouth, like a peach. With that, a thick energy traveled through his limbs and bones. You have taken the fruit of attributes, all attributes plus 100. Gu Chen felt a burst of renewal in his body, and his body was filled with strength. You can even punch a star. Of course, this was just an illusion brought about by a sharp increase in attributes in a short period of time. He then changed out of the Black Deacon's vestments he was wearing and put on the sacrificial suit you obtained when you killed the Red Priest, then opened the character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Profession, Summoner. Rank, LV.10 7234 14500. Power, 317. Agility, 316. Body mass, 318. Spirit, 469. Talent, Dark First Blood, Divine. Skill, Total Link LV.5, Rare. Equipment, Fallen Orb, Ritual Set. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV.10, Legend, Nightmare Master LV.10, Epic. Not bad. With Gu Chen's current 4-dimensional attributes, it could almost be said that he was invincible at the first rank. Even if he encountered a second-ranked professional, he still had the power to fight. It gave him another boost for his next foray into the wilderness. The rookie copy has been cleared, and if you enter the other copies next, there's also a hefty user fee to pay. This is because all man-made replicas, except for the newbie replica, require payment. After all, replicas require a high concentration of energy crystals to maintain and sustain them, and if you don't pay the money, the copy is long closed. Gu Chen also had a small amount of savings now, but he didn't intend to enter a copy. Traveling to the wilderness and entering the abyss is the fastest way to level up. The abyss, located in the wilderness, is a form of alien invasion of this world. The duplicates are modeled after the abyss, and the vast majority of them are located within cities. This prevented professionals from traveling long distances through the wilderness in order to level up. Because the wilderness is infested with foreigners, and there are many crises. The slightest inattention could be killed by those ferocious foreigners, and the level of danger was even more horrifying than that of a hell-level copy. Gu had already made up his mind to enter the wilderness, but before that, he was going to finalize the third summoned beast. Opening the profession trading platform, Gu found 5 level 10 summoning skill books. They are the Unicorn, the Earth Devil Turtle, the Tree Goblin, the Stone Ghost, and the Zatoichi. Unicorns are mage-type summoning beasts, Earth Magic Turtles are tank-type, Tree Spirits are warrior-type, and the Zatoichi is an assassin-type, and only the Gargoyle is a support-type. And Stone Ghost isn't a common gain or assist, it's a detractor. It can't add shields, healing, damage, etc. to its own units. However, it can add poison, curse, weakness, and such to enemy units. The mention of weakness and the fear of being dominated by the Grey Mist curse is still fresh in my mind. A powerful mitigating status that simply seals the deal outright. The 2 summoned beasts now, the Blood Archon who can carry and fight, and the Nightmare Juggernaut who explodes and reaps. Another mitigation aid would be perfect. That's you, Stone Ghost. After much deliberation, Gu spent 150,000 on the Stone Ghost summoning book. Excellent grade, and at that price it's kind of a cabbage. There are so few high-quality call books out there, and even fewer of them make it to the marketplace. It's usually internalized between the big guilds. Gu was not a noble, and he hadn't joined a guild, double buffs stacked. It's weird to be able to buy high-quality summoning books. Luckily, though, although he couldn't buy a high-quality summoning book, he still had his god-ranked talent, the You can use the Dark Bloodline to enhance the qualifications of summoned beasts. Levels 9 and 10 get the Primordial Bloodline, the It is possible to upgrade the third summoned beast directly to Epic 1 star. That's good. Gu heart was filled with anticipation. Stone Ghosts fused with Dark Bloodlines are pretty screwed up. Chapter 37 Dead Wreck Demon Statue, Slaughtering Li Renjie. Professional trading platforms rarely deliver instantly. The seller of the Stone Ghost summoning skill book is not in Lincoln, and needs to transfer the item off-site. It's too late now. Next he bought some consumables that he might use out of town. Waiting for it to arrive tomorrow with the summoning book. Gu then clicked into the short video platform. I had thought that clearing the hell level copy would cause quite a stir in Lin City. There's definitely a frenzy of retweets related to him on short videos as well. However, after swiping through several videos in a row, there was nothing at all related to him, couldn't even find out about the first pass of the hellish copy. He's a little puzzled that it's not just short-form video platforms that. Even the major media platforms seem to be in a state of silence. What's going on? The internet cable was pinched? Gu was a bit puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. Anyway, with the reward for clearing the hell level in hand, and the SS rating on his record, the vanity of the name would be inconsequential. Next, just wait for the school to put a guaranteed spot in place for him. Day 2. Near noon, Gu received a courier from the professionals platform. After taking out the summoning book and confirming that it was correct, he directly studied it. You have successfully signed a contract with a Stone Ghost. Summoned animal, Stone Ghost. Qualification, excellent. Rank, 10. Life value, 6,220. Attributes, Strength 85, Agility 90, Physique 94, Spirit 95. Talent, Stone Form, excellent. Skill, Petrification LV.1, excellent. Next, Gu incorporated all of the 2 primordial Dark Bloodlines into the Stone Ghost. Dark Bloodline First Generation Fusion successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Gargoyle, excellent, Wraith, epic. Summoned Beast Startup successfully. Undead Demon Statue, epic, Undead Demon Statue, epic. Rank, LV.10. Life value, 13,500. Attributes, Strength 145, Agility 140, Physique 157, Spirit 158. Talent, Irresistible, epic. Skill I, Exhaustion to the Core LV.10, epic. Skill 2, Black Death Epidemic LV.10, epic. Skill 2, Mordor Forbidden Domain LV.10, epic. A gargoyle advances to the epic level of an undead skeleton goblin. It starts with 1 epic talent and 2 epic skills. As for the third skill, it's gained after starring up. Irresistible, when the undead wraith is at rest, defense is boosted, recovery is boosted, and immune to all negative effects. Exhaustion to the extreme, applies the exhaustion status to nearby targets, reducing their full attributes by 50%. Increased damage by 50%, not immune. Black Death Plague, infects one target with the plague. Reduces the effect of healing by 90% and continuously loses life points, cannot be immunized. Mordor's Forbidden Zone, the dead demon statue has created a forbidden zone centered on itself. All consumptions of targets within the forbidden zone skyrocket 10 times. As with the Nightmare Juggernaut, the targets mentioned in the skill are not the enemy and only the enemy being targeted is considered a target. Clearly a benefit-reducing skill, Gu-chan was blissfully happy to see it. Especially the third skill, Mordor Forbidden Domain, which was able to cause the enemy's consumption to skyrocket tenfold. It's just terribly powerful. Imagine the opposing mage simply casting a skill and having his spirit directly depleted by half. Or the opposing warrior comes up and goes through the motions and gets tired and weak in the legs. There are even some powerful skills that can't be cast at all, under the influence of 10x consumption. The opponent could only stand still and stare. This is awesome. After looking at the various skills and talents once more, Gu-chan closed the summoned beast panel with satisfaction. Confidence in the wilderness trip ahead. Just then, the cell phone rings. Pick up a look, is the class teacher Jiang Songhua call. Gu-chan's eyes instantly lit up, since it was Jiang Songhua calling. It should just be something to do with bailing out of Upper Kyoto Academy. After all, he'd gotten an SS rank rating in his Hell-ranked copy. There was only one guaranteed place in Linchang No. 1 Middle School, and it was definitely going to fall to him. However, as soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Songhua's cursing voice came from the receiver. Gu-chan, your guaranteed spot is being held down. It's the stupid office-sitting pigs at City Hall who did it. Let me ask you, what do you have in mind next? This imposing attitude caused Gu-chan's expression to stutter, directly making him laugh. It was his guaranteed place that was cancelled. How come it looks like Jiang Songhua is the victim? Oh, right, if Gu-chan can be guaranteed admission to Shangjing Academy, then Jiang Songhua, as the homeroom teacher. There will be a huge boost in both status, position, and prestige. When you look at it that way, this classroom teacher is really a victim. Gu-chan then asked, Mr. Jiang, don't be angry yet. Why did City Hall card me for a guaranteed spot? Jiang Songhua cracked, they think that summoners don't have much growth potential. Not worth focusing on. It's all a bunch of self-righteous dumbass. They don't know anything about the difficulty of a hellish copy. Not enough potential to be worth focusing on? The reason sounds a little far-fetched. Gu-chan then asked, since I was rejected, who was the guaranteed spot given to? It's never a turn, is it? It would be a bit of a crapshoot if there were no rounds. After all, guaranteed places are also a kind of resource handed down from above. It's such a fixed one every year that it's a waste if you don't use it. The guaranteed spot has temporarily fallen into the hands of the Li family. Temporarily landing in the Li family? Are you going to bail on Li Wenwei? What does temporarily mean? Li Wenwei is only a side branch. This place should be for the Li family heir. The Li family heir? Who? Li Renjie. Jiang Songhua took a deep breath on the other end of the phone and slowly, he said, he was sent to Solid North City from a young age to receive the best resources in the North Realm, and he switched to the rare profession of spiritual numinator, which is also considered a genius. But after all, Solid North City is the center of the Northern Realm, where geniuses gather. With Li Renjie's strength he couldn't even squeeze into the guaranteed list, so the Li family wanted to take a guaranteed spot in Linchang. Gu-chan's eyes showed a few points of disdain, so it was a smelly beggar. Being bullied in Solid North City and unable to eat, you come to a small place like Lin City to beg for food? The point is that it also begged on him. Gu-chan memorized the name and then asked, Mr. Jiang. Just now, you said that the guaranteed spot has temporarily fallen to the Li family? Well, that's what I heard from the principal, so don't spread the word. If Li Renjie can get an SS rating for his hellish copy before the academy examination, the spot materializes on his head, and conversely, there's still a good chance the spot will go to you. Or is that a strong possibility? Gu-chan smiled disdainfully. He didn't like that possibility. It's clearly his, so why make it sound like he's taking a handout from someone else? So, Mr. Jiang, you're calling to tell me that my guaranteed spot is already stuck? No, I'm here to tell you that Renjie Li will probably come to you for cooperation, to offer you some favors that let's get you to take him through the hellish copy. I know, this is something I'm definitely not going to agree to. No, you don't, you're just a commoner. What are you doing getting tough with nobles? Have you just gotten past the Li family? You have to promise him. Jiang Songhua sighed and said, I also know that you're holding back in your heart, But now the situation is stronger than the people. If Li Renjie goes to you, you ask him for more favors. As you know, the Li family is the largest family in Linchang, a real big dog family. You must take this opportunity to ruthlessly slaughter Li Renjie. Zai Li Renjie? Got it. Gu Chen nodded, remembering his mentor's advice in his mind. Just then, there was a rattling at the door. Immediately after that, the dormitory door opened from the outside, and it was Li Wenwei who opened it. Cousin, this is Gu Chen's dormitory. Lavan said, stepping aside to the side. A handsome-looking teenager wearing a vestment robe appeared at the door. The young man looked arrogant, and a sense of superiority that defied everything permeated his body. He crossed the threshold and surveyed the dormitory with an air of superiority. Eventually, he landed his gaze on Gu Chen. I'm Li Renjie, you should have heard of me, right? Chapter 38. You can't afford it, and you don't have the life to take it. It doesn't matter if you've never heard of it, I'm just here to talk to you about a partnership. Li Renjie stretched out a finger and said with a condescending gesture, take me through a hell-level copy. Take the SS rating and I can give you an epic equipment. Gu Chen looked at the other party with interest. It was really a good calculation. Even if you pass a hellish novice copy, you can only open top-tier rare equipment from treasure chests. Li Renjie's first strike was epic equipment, which was not a small amount of money. If Jiang Songhua hadn't told him the inside story ahead of time, he might have really agreed. But now, wanting to trade in epic-level equipment for a guaranteed spot at the Upper Capital Academy. This abacus bead had crumbled into Gu Chen's face. Seeing that Gu Chen was unmoved, Li Renjie looked at him with an unchanged gaze and extended another finger. 2. Worthy of being the #1 family in Linchang, it's really a big dog family. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Epic gear basically starts at 10 million. This is equivalent to taking more than $20 million in exchange for a place in the Shengjing Academy. Over $20 million. Is that a lot? For the average person, it's money that can't be earned in several lifetimes. But when compared with the Shengjing Academy, the highs and lows are immediately differentiated. Not to mention, if you pass a couple of copies of the schoolhouse, the gains made are much higher than that. Gu Chen smiled coldly, let me take you to get an SS grade evaluation, and then squeeze me out of my guaranteed spot. Is that what you call cooperation? A flash of surprise flashed under Li Renjie's eyes. Gu Chen actually knew? Heck, it's good to know, no need to hide it then. Li Renjie said in a deep voice, 2 pieces of epic equipment, this is the last chance I'm giving you. I advise you not to be insensitive. Gu Chen said cheerfully, I'll give you a chance, too. Take out 2 pieces of epic equipment to make amends and apologize, then get the hell back to Solid North City, and I can treat you as a fart and let you go. Li Renjie's gaze went cold as he angrily shouted, Gu Chen, you think that after clearing the hell-level copy of the... and I'll be afraid of you? Ignorant. A level like yours wouldn't even count as trash in Solid North City. Li Wenwei, teach him a lesson. Ha? Li Wenwei looked stunned, me? His eyes dodged. Gu Chen was a great god who had cleared a hell-level copy, letting him teach him a lesson? But against the stern look in Li Renjie's eyes, he could only harden his heart and swinging his fist towards Gu Chen's face. However, cannon fodder like him was no threat to Gu Chen at all. Even if you don't call a summoner, you can easily take them out. Boom! Gu Chen sent him flying out with just his own attributes. Li Wenwei screamed miserably and fell to the ground holding his belly, in cold sweat from the pain. How dare you fight back? Looking for death. Li Renjie's eyes glared with anger. In Solid North City, he was obsequious. But in Lincoln, he's going to hit hard. Li Wenwei is his cousin, how dare a commoner knock out a Li family member in front of him? What's this? It's a death wish. Gu Chen, I advise you that you'd better be sensible and kneel down and apologize to me right now. Take me to get an SS rating again, and if I'm happy, I'll spare your life, otherwise, you're going against the Lin Changli family. Gu Chen had a disdainful look on his face. Lin Changli family, what is it? A fury surfaced in Li Renjie's eyes. Unbridled, you seek death. The words just fell. Snap. Gu Chen backhanded a slap and stepped on his feet. The sole of 43's shoe stepped directly on Li Renjie's white face. Li Renjie's head was dumbfounded, and his anger surged, his eyes filled with humiliation. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from Gu Chen's feet. Kid, you dare to step on my face? The Lin Changli family won't let you go. Li Renjia's killing intent skyrocketed in his heart. A country bumpkin from Lin Chang dared to humiliate him in this way. He wanted Gu Chen to die, and he wanted Gu Chen to die horribly. Gu Chen increased the force of his foot, stepping on Li Renjia's face and rubbing it hard against the concrete floor. That white face suddenly became a bloody mess. What about the Lin Changli family? If you want to pinch him as a soft target, then be prepared to splatter blood all over him. Stop. Li Wenwei hastily chimed in from the side. Do you want to be immortalized with the Lin Changli family? Gu Chen raised his eyes, and there was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. A single look caused Li Wenwei's heart and mind to tremble, and a wave of coolness went straight to the sky from the back of his heart. This look, Gu Chen wants to kill someone? How dare he? No way, absolutely no way. Li Renjia just wants your guaranteed spot. How dare you want him dead? It's not that bad, is it? Take out 2 pieces of epic equipment and I can let you die a painful death. I'm sorry, Gu Chen said in a cold voice. That's right, today he's going to kill someone. Kill Li to warn Li. The Li family's seizure of his guaranteed place on the basis of power is the nail in the coffin. Can this be tolerated? Just because Gu Chen didn't have power, he could be bullied by the nobles? You should be treated like an ant that can be crushed at will? Today the Li family wanted his place and he gave it. What about tomorrow when they want his life? In the eyes of the Li family, Gu Chen was a mole cricket that could be crushed at will. He wants your place because he thinks highly of you. If you don't say yes, you don't know what's good for you. If you dare to resist, there is a way to take your death. So, instead of being driven to death by the Li family like a frog in warm water, then it would be better to settle Li Renjia first and ruthlessly slap the Li family in the face. As for that guaranteed spot, with his strength, even if he doesn't guarantee it, enrollment in the upper Kyoto school is also on the cards. Kid, I don't believe you dare to kill me. If I die, you'll definitely die a horrible death. The Lin Changli family won't let you go. Before he finished speaking, Gu Chen stomped on Li Renjia's throat. Li Renjia's eyes stared blankly, the life in his eyes rapidly receding in death. Until his death he couldn't believe that Gu Chen had actually dared to make a move. Cousin. Li Wenwei looked at the scene in front of him in shock, watching Gu Chen kill his cousin with his own eyes. The heir to the Li family. Moreover, after killing Li Renjia, Gu Chen not only didn't stop. Surprisingly, he locked his eyes on him. Li Wenwei was instantly agitated, and his heart was remorseful. He thought that Li Renjia had switched to a spiritual reckoner, having grown up in solid North City. It should be able to easily crush Gu Chen. He didn't expect Gu Chen to even use his summoned beasts, killing them with a slight strike. Gu Chen was not a murderous person and did not make a move against Li Wenwei. He shook off the blood on the bottom of his shoes and said with a disdainful face, "Go back and tell the Li family's principal that what I have, you can't afford to take, and you don't have the life to take." After saying that, the void in front of Gu Chen's eyes shattered, and a large hand of black mist suddenly reached out and, with a gentle tug on him, his figure instantly disappeared. Gu Chen was taken away by the Nightmare Master. The only bodies left in the dormitory were the stupefied Li Wenwei and Li Renjia. After about 10 seconds or so, Li Wenwei finally slowed down from his intense fear. Then, a mournful scream resounded throughout the entire dormitory building. Someone's dead. Li Renjia is dead. Someone come quickly. Chapter 39 Above the Wilderness. Not long after Gu Chen left, Li Wenwei's cries alerted the hostile teacher who was making routine inspections in the dormitory building. The first thing the resident teacher saw when he arrived was the body on the floor. A look of horror appeared on his face. Who killed the man? The host teacher immediately looked at Li Wenwei and asked. It's Gu Chen. Li Wenwei returned with a trembling voice. Gu Chen? Upon hearing the name, the host teacher's first reaction was disbelief. He knew the student all too well. His parents died young. He had no one to turn to. Every year during vacation everyone else went home. Gu Chen could not afford to rent an apartment, so he had to sneak into the dormitory to live. At first, after he found out, he kicked Gu Chen out several times, and then after understanding the situation, just turn a blind eye. Whoosh! Just then, several middle-aged men dressed in black appeared in the dormitory corridor. The man at the head of the group's face was grave, and he came to Li Renjia's corpse with quick steps. After confirming the death situation, intense killing intent radiated out from his surroundings. Who did it? Who on earth did this? Daring to kill the heir of the Li family, I'll break him into pieces. Seeing this scene, a scornful look appeared on the host teacher's face. He recognized this man. It was the Li family's butler, Wang Chongshan, level 29. A peak second-order assassin. I heard that Wang Chongshan was famous earlier in his life, but then he was seriously injured in the abyss and his battle power was greatly reduced. It was only then that he got a job as a housekeeper in the Li family. But even so, an assassin at the peak of the second order in a small place like Lin City. And no one dares to underestimate it. In the entire Linchang No. 1 middle school, apart from the principal, I'm afraid that only the vice principal could suppress him. Unfortunately, both principals are away today. The host teacher retreated to the side. The one who died was the heir of the Li family. He couldn't control this kind of thing. When Li Wenwei saw Wang Chongshan appear, it was as if he had seen a savior, and he hurriedly stepped forward and told the story of what had just happened. Gu Qin. A mere pariah, how dare you kill the Li family heir? I want you to die without a burial. Having said that, Wang Chongshan took out a carrying lamp from his carry-on space, and under the light of a faint trace of energy was revealed, precisely in the direction that Gu Chen had left. Give chase. A freshly transferred student, he can't run far. Bring him back to me, I'll make him bury the young master with him. With a command, Wang Chongshan scurried out with several men in black. Followed the directions of the pilot light and chased after it. The other side. After leaving the school, Gu Chen stopped a car at a remote intersection and headed directly out of town. Cars here are powered by energy crystals, and special lanes have been carved out of the road. Speed is flying. 10 minutes later, Gu Chen arrives near the city gates. According to the Divine Summer Empire law, professionals who hadn't reached level 10 couldn't leave the city alone. If you want to leave the city, you must be accompanied by at least another level 10 or higher professional along with you. The young guards guarding the city saw Gu Chen's slightly tender face from a great distance. Schadenfreude said, another student planning to blend out of the city. Let's see if I'm done catching you later. The captain of the city guards glanced in Gu Chen's direction and slapped the young guard on the back of his head. Cursing. What's wrong with students? People are already level 10 even if they're a student. You didn't even make it to the higher learning academy, you've been in the military for so long before you made it to level 9, and you're going to go get him? Gu Chen was wearing the Black Deacon's crest, and the city guard captain was a second-order professional. That's why it's possible to tell his rank at a glance. Level 10? No way, the newbie copies only opened yesterday. A student got to level 10 today? Is this still human? The other few young guards sniffed and turned their heads toward Gu Chen, their eyes filled with envy. It was only the second day and he had already risen to level 10, an achievement that was unparalleled so far. If nothing else, this student's enrollment in the Upper Kyoto Academy is a foregone conclusion. This kind of genius, they can't even wait to flatter, go up to stop others, eat their fill? Gu Chen walked through the city gates unimpeded. On the other hand, in the Li family garden, the head of the family, Li Snap, also received the news that his beloved son, Li Renjie, had been killed in the dormitory building of the first middle school in Linchang. The living room was a mess, and the subordinates outside were on their knees, shivering. Li Snapdragon's face was as gloomy as water, his forehead veins bulging. Gu Qin! How dare a mole like Pariah kill my son? Mobilize everyone, dig 3 feet into the ground, and find him for me even if it means overturning Lin City. I'm going to kill that brat with my own hands as a sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. Li Snapdragon gritted his teeth, the cold light in his eyes raging, itching to tear Gu Chen alive. However, at this moment, Gu Chen had already left the city without any problems. Passing through the light blue curtain of light under the city gates, the originally sunny sky instantly became overcast. Gu Chen looked around, and as far as his eyes could see, there was a black and gray mist, and visibility was very low. 5 meters away was a blur, 10 meters was the limit. He subconsciously looked back and the entire city was shrouded under a hemispherical, translucent curtain of light, and boundless black fog surrounded the city beyond, cut off by that curtain of light. This is the wilderness? It feels a little harsher than the textbooks tell us. Gu Chen reached out and grabbed at the thin black mist in front of him, and the dark gray mist escaped from his fingers. No one knows how this dark gray mist was formed. The black mist has existed since the day history was recorded. Of course, the abyssal fae also exist. It's always been there. When you get to the wilderness, you have to face the real abyssal fae, and the danger is multiplied. Not only do you have to maintain a high level of mental concentration at all times, but you also have to be wary of any attacks that may occur in the black mist. Therefore, it is important to be on top of your game. Gu-chen took out a map and summoned the Blood Race Archon to lead the way in front of him. Traveling in the direction of the abyss, he soon disappeared into the black mist. Not long after, a low hiss came from the distance. He followed the sound of the voice, and his eyes, through the black mist of the. Vaguely, one could see the figures of some professionals who were fighting against the foreigners. After a kilometer from the city gates, the wilderness began to be infested with more and more foreigners. Gu-chen saw an alien figure wandering 5 meters ahead, and with that, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Witch of Carrion. Rank 10. Life value, 11,350. Attributes, Strength 93, Agility 98, Mental 65, Physical 75. Skill, Biting. It's a level 10 Fae with a large, rotting body. The tattered clothes were covered in patches of blood, and mosquitoes and a sickening stench lingered around them. Looking at the attributes, the Carrion Witch is based on physical attack and defense, and his physique isn't too weak, with a blood count of over 10,000. Highest agility, even a bit higher than assassins of the same level. This also means that once you get caught up in it, it's a no-win situation. Facing this kind of demonic monster, ordinary professionals would easily not go to war if they did not have full certainty. But this concern didn't exist at all for Gu-chen. Only to see the Blood Archon unleash his skills without saying a word. A series of silver glittering bullets hit the Carrion Witch, instantly emptying his blood. Kill Carrion Witch LV.10, experience plus 626. Chapter 40 Dead Wrecked Demon Statue, fully weakened. Killing the Carrion Witch for only 626 experience? That's too little. Gu-chen froze for a moment, almost thinking he had misread the situation. Upon further inspection, normal monsters, oh, that's okay. After killing too many elite monsters in the hell level copies, this switched to normal monsters. It's still a bit out of place. Along with leveling up, more and more experience is required to upgrade. It takes 14,500 experience points to go from level 10 to 11. Counting the experience overflow from killing the Fallen Witch, as well as the experience gain from the pass reward and first pass reward. He still needed 7,266 experience points to upgrade now. In other words, he would have to kill 12 more Carrion male witches before he could upgrade. It seems acceptable for now, but what about later? Is it hard to kill hundreds or thousands of Fae in the wilderness just to move up a level? After passing through the hell level copies, ordinary foreigners couldn't even get into his eyes. Most of the wilderness is filled with common Fae, and it's just too cost-effective to kill. It looks like we need to head to the Jinyuan army stronghold as soon as possible. The Jinyuan army, stationed in the wilderness, always at war with the foreigners, guarding the abyss. It is the most elite army of the Divine Summer Empire. At the Jinyuan army stronghold, wilderness quests can be picked up and issued, and for battle-hardened professionals, one could even break the rules to join the Jinyuan army and enjoy special subsidies from the military. Gu-chen wasn't in it for the mission or the military subsidy, but to enter the Jinyuan army stronghold. You can check the basic information of several nearby abysses and choose the one that suits you better. Glancing at the map, he continued walking deeper into the wilderness. It wasn't long before a subtle cracking sound suddenly came from the black fog behind them. Gu-chen hadn't noticed, or was it the Blood Race Archon who noticed it first? Someone is coming this way, and still approaching at breakneck speed. Could it be the Li family? So fast? Gu-chen raised an eyebrow. Almost as soon as the thought had risen, a shadow appeared just a short distance away at the edge of the black mist. Immediately after that shadow, 3 more black shadows appeared. The powerful auras pressed down on him from the sky. Second-order professionals, 5 at a time. Gu-chen's face changed slightly, and a few moments of gravity appeared in his eyes. Gu-chen, how dare you kill my Li family's young master? Behave yourself and surrender. Or I'll leave you for dead. Wang Chongshan's voice came from the black mist, at first 10 meters away, and in the twinkling of an eye it had come close. Swish! 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 The speed of the peak of the second rank caused Gu-chen to have no time to react, only to see a flash of black shadow in front of him. Wang Chongshan then appeared in front of Gu-chen. Immediately after that, 4 middle-aged men dressed in black followed. Wang Chongshan is a level 29 assassin. Beside him were 3 level 23 warriors with a level 22 priest. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth twitched. This lineup, it was perfectly capable of going to play a copy. Is this to treat him like a copy boss? Chasing you all the way from Lin Cheng to the wilderness, how much do you guys take in a month at the Li family? Gu Chen, don't presume to resist. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you can't escape death. Come back to Lin Cheng with us honestly, and you may still have a whole body, or else. The Li family will definitely make your life worse than death. Cut the crap, just with you 5-second ranked professionals, you may not be able to kill me. I'm sorry, Gu Chen said in a cold voice. The opponent was a great realm higher than him in rank, and had a prop like a guiding light. There is no escape. Instead of running for your life, you should focus on fighting to the death. Humph, arrogant and ignorant, I'll waste you first. Wang Chongshan shouted angrily. Whoosh! A series of dark weapons emitting a dark light cut through the black mist and shot directly at the vitals of Gu Chen's body. Just then, a huge figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Dead wrecked demon statue. His stout body was full of majesty, like a giant guarding Gu Chen. Its body is made of ancient stones stacked on top of each other. The stone joints burned with an icy blue flame. The limbs are thick and angular, and the surface of the stone is engraved with mysterious runes and seals. It looks mysterious and indestructible. In the face of that series of concealed weapons, the undead skeleton demon statue did not move as if it was a mountain, and did not avoid it in the slightest. Bang! 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 The concealed weapon struck the rough stone body of the undead wraith statue, erupting in a series of stinging sparks that. Its blood level plummeted by 30%. It hurt, but it was bearable. After all, this was a level 29 assassin's skill, and the undead wraith was only level 10. When the undead wraith is at rest, defense is boosted, recovery is boosted. It was already rare to be able to resist this one attack without dying. Next, the undead wraith's blood level began to rise back up at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, a rate that, even when compared to the blood race Archon, it was no different. Sparkling ghostly blue flames erupted around its body. An angry snarl was issued at the few dark shadows in front of him. In the next second, 3 layers of black light erupted successively from its body. Exhaustion to the extreme applies the exhaustion status to nearby targets, reducing their full attributes by 50%. Increased damage by 50%, not immune. Black Death Plague infects one target with the plague. Reduces the effect of healing by 90% and continuously loses life points, cannot be immunized. Mordor's Forbidden Zone, the dead demon statue has created a forbidden zone centered on itself. All consumptions of targets within the forbidden zone skyrocket 10 times. Facing a group of second-ranked professionals, Gu Chen immediately ordered that the undead wreckage demon statue's skills be turned on full blast. When the mitigating effect was applied to Wang Chongshan and the others, a few people's faces burst with horror. Not good, what kind of skill is this? It directly makes my full attribute waste cut. Ahem, why am I sick and my blood is dropping so fast? Don't panic, watch my great purification spell. Grass. These negative effects can't even be purified. Heal me, I'm losing blood like crazy. It's already healing, can't you feel it? Day. The healing effect is only 10%? Wang Chongshan came with a few Li family bodyguards in an aggressive manner, but after the undead wreckage demon statue made its appearance, it wilted in an instant. Kill. Gu Chen stood behind the undead wreckage demon statue and gently spat out a word under his breath. In the next second, the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord moved out in unison. A red and a black figure instantly arrived in front of the 2 warriors. A warrior's face changed drastically, and the shield in his hand was pushed forward in a blocking stance. The first time he did so, he put a shield of courage on himself. This is the most common defense skill used by warriors. As you get higher in level, the defense gets stronger. If a 6th level warrior casts Shield of Courage, its defense was roughly equivalent to a level 60 epic piece of equipment. Almost as soon as the Shield of Courage had just been formed, a barrage of silver bullets whistled and hit the shield. Crackle! The Shield of Courage that made this warrior so proud lasted only a second before it was completely shattered. The Blood Archon's gaze was icy cold, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the bullets poured down like a torrential downpour of rain. Frantic hits on this warrior. Shields shattered. Armor shattered. The bloodline is dropping extremely fast. Chapter 41. One size fits all. 99, not even close. Under the effect of Undead Wreckage Fiend's skill, all targets' full attributes are reduced by 50%. Damage taken is increased by 50%, healing is reduced by 90%, and lifesteal is continuously decreased. To top it off, their consumption skyrocketed tenfold. Although a level 23 warrior was a full 13 levels higher than Gu-chun. But after the full attributes were reduced by 50%, it was equivalent to a level 14 warrior. And, under the influence of the tenfold consumption of his entire energy was only enough for him to cast a basic shield of courage. When he was about to cast his big move, he was shocked to realize that he was out of status. How is that possible? Bang! 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 Stunned, the warrior's head was struck by a barrage of bullets that exploded directly into flames. Puff! The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, not understanding why he couldn't release the skill until he died. At the same time, 10 nightmare servants wrapped themselves around another warrior. The nightmare lord appeared behind him and silently launched an attack. Disillusionment. Instant kill. With a single burst and 10 times the damage, this warrior died directly on the spot before he could react. In one breath, 2 second-rank warriors became cold corpses. The only remaining warrior looked at the 2 corpses on the ground with unprecedented fear on his face. A shield of courage was placed over himself, and he turned around and ran. However, he had just taken 2 steps when a dark shadow wrapped around his body, trapping him in place. Taking advantage of this, the Blood Archon pulled the trigger one after the other, his twin guns spewing fire and bullets poured densely behind the man like rain. The last warrior, dead. 3 warriors died tragically one after another, even though Wang Chongshan was the peak of the second rank. At this moment, he was also scared white. But he did not dare to run away, lest, like the warrior who had just. As soon as he turned around, he was killed by the combined efforts of 2 summoned beasts. In the current situation, the only way to have a chance of survival was to fight to the death. A touch of determination appeared on Wang Chongshan's face as he brazenly unleashed his strongest skill, and his figure instantly hid. With unimaginable speed, he launched himself at Gu-chun in a desperate attempt to kill him. As an assassin, he knew the weaknesses of all professions. When you fight a summoner, you have to kill the summoner first. Even with his full attributes cut by 50%, he's still the equivalent of a level 17 assassin and Gu-chen was only level 10. With his current attributes, he could definitely kill Gu-chen on the spot if he used a surefire technique. Although the Li family head had ordered Gu-chen to be captured alive, he couldn't care less at the moment. Die! Wang Chongshan let out a bellowing cry and instantly appeared in front of Gu-chen, directly launching an extinction attack. A hideously shaped short sword suddenly appeared, blossoming with a harsh blood-colored light. This was his killing technique, even though his attributes were now suppressed. It is also capable of dealing nearly 10,000 damage in one hit. A normal level 10 professional would have at most 8,000 or 9,000 blood, and Gu-chen was a legal professional. The blood will only get lower. The hideous short blade transformed into a sharp blade that pierced through everything, landing on Gu-chen without mercy. 99. An exaggerated damage value jumped out. Wang Chongshan's face erupted with unprecedented excitement. A cut of 99. Damage explosion. A sardonic smile appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the scene where Gu-chen was cut down by his blow. However, on Gu-chen's body, the sacrificial vestments were shining with a shimmering light. The killing blow just now didn't damage Gu-chen, it only hit the top of the shield. It didn't even break the shield. Sacrificial robes. Attributes: physical fitness plus 35, physical defense plus 10%, magic defense plus 20%. Effect: provide a shield with all attributes 10. What is Gu-chen's current full attribute? The 3-piece ritual set adds a total of 80 points of attributes, and the effect of collecting the set adds another 150 points of attributes. The attribute fruit added a total of 400 points of attributes, plus he already had 870 points of full attributes when he rose to level 10. In other words, Gu-chen's current full attribute was 1500, and that shield value was 1500. Although One Blade 99 was powerful, it was still inferior to Gu-chen. How can it be? Wang Chongshan's face revealed an intense look of horror. He's a level 29 assassin. Even with half the full attributes suppressed. It's also impossible to even beat a level 10 newbie. Even his strongest strike didn't even break the opponent's defense. This time, Wang Chongshan has broken a big defense. You're just working for the Li family, what's the point of playing with your life? Gu Chen's tone had a few hints of disdain in it. Wang Chongshan's eyelids jumped, and his first reaction was to launch his skill to escape. Ghost sprinting. Open. In the next second, his face changed abruptly. You can't open it? Energy bottoming out? At the same time, 10 black shadows instantly appeared on his body, winding him in place. Wang Chongshan instantly collapsed. You can't fight, you can't escape. He looked toward the contemptuous smile that hung on Gu Chen's face, and a strong fear steeply rose in his heart. At this moment, he came to his realization, and his heart was full of remorse. It's the Li family who died. He's just a stinking part-timer. What's the point of playing with his life? Gu Chen, please spare my life, I didn't mean to harm you, it's all because the Li family forced me to. He looked in Gu Chen's direction, knelt down and kowtowed, cried bitterly, and directly gave up resisting. Please leave me alone. As long as you spare my life, everything I have on me is yours. As soon as the words fell, his figure was enveloped by the black mist that the Nightmare Sovereign had transformed into. Disillusionment instant kill. In an instant, 10 times the damage exploded. Wang Chongshan's face carried intense fear and unwillingness as his body fell heavily to the ground. Kill you and everything you have is mine too. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with indifference. The battle was over, and the Blood Archon had successively consumed 15,000 of his blood. Transform all 5 corpses on the ground into Blood Descendants. 5 second-order Blood Descendants who not only maintain their rank and attributes from their lifetime, also has blood instincts. And, the self-destructive damage of a second-order blood is as high as 500 points. It's also a great booster in a pinch too. Next, Gu Chen ordered the Blood Descendant to pick up all the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Scepter of Healing LV.20, excellent. Holy Vestment Robe LV.20, excellent grade. Hurricane Heavy Sword LV.20, excellent. Hurricane War Armor LV.20, excellent grade. Fong Blade LV.25, rare. Except for a short blade for the assassin profession, which was of rare grade, the rest of the equipment was of excellent grade. It's understandable. After all, they're just a bunch of part-timers. How much money can they make with all their hard work? Rare level equipment all started at $1 million, they'd be damned if they could afford it. Other than that, it's just some props and materials. The vast majority of them were of little use to Gu Chen, but at least they could be listed on the trading platform to sell for some money. Gu Chen then put all of these things into his carry-on space. In the end, all that was left in his hands was a scroll that emitted a blue halo of light. First order skill scrolls. Quality, excellent. Effects, randomly obtain the first level skills of this profession, possibly obtaining the mastered skills. Chapter 42 Your Majesty, the eldest young master he. First rank skill scrolls, sold for 100,000 on the trading platform. Gu Chen hadn't considered something like skill scrolls before, after all, the randomness was rather large. It's easy to open low-quality skills and duplicate skills. And, it's usually rare professions and hidden professions that lack high-level skill books that. It's the skill scrolls that will be needed. Summoners were just ordinary professions, and using skill scrolls would be too cost-effective. But right now, since there's a free one, it's a waste of time to use it. He casts mental energy, and with the scroll activated, a bright burst of light blossomed before Gu Chen's eyes. Immediately afterward, he felt a strange energy transform into a gush of warmth that rapidly sinking into himself. You have acquired a new skill, Displacement Swap, excellent. Displacement Swap, a summoner may swap displacements with a summoned unit. Also allows 2 summoned units to swap displacements. A displacement skill. Summoning units are not only summoned beasts, but also blood descendants, so that this skill is much more maneuverable. The next time you are attacked by an assassin in close quarters, you can immediately switch yourself with the blood descendant. Imagine, when an assassin had gone through the trouble of coming to Gu Chen's side, and in the next second. Instead, he saw his figure transform into a blood descendant. And then, boom! Self-explosion. The assassin must have been confused, his brain buzzing. A smile appeared on Gu Chen's face as he began to look forward to the next enemy that would attempt to assassinate him. Looking at the battle marks all over the ground, he ignored the. After putting the Nightmare Juggernaut and the Undead Wreckage Demon statue into the summoned beast space, he then took the map and looked around, continuing to walk deeper into the wilderness. The clue left by Wang Chongshan broke off here. Not long after, a group of Li family's guards chased after them. There are footprints here that go forward. It looks like they fled deeper into the wilderness. The depths of the wilderness? Could it be that Gu Chen is going into the abyss? So what do we do? Keep chasing? Continue chasing? The depths of the wilderness have been invaded by the abyss, and there are countless foreign races inside, and it's incredibly dangerous. To say it's a 9-to-1 would be an understatement. Which one of you wants to go? Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads for a moment. The average guard gets paid a few $1,000s a month, and you're going to play for your life with that kind of money? Crazy? The family head gave a death order for us to take Gu Chen back, so what now? If that's the case, then send someone back to Lin Cheng to report to the family head. Just say that Gu Chen has escaped into the depths of the wilderness, and that Wang Chongshan and his men are in full pursuit, so we'll stay on the periphery as a countermeasure. Good, then. The group discussed the matter for a moment, and chose 2 people to rush towards Lin Cheng. The others were guarding the outskirts of the wilderness, closely monitoring the movements around them. 20 minutes later, Lin Cheng, Li Family Manor. Li Snapdragon received the news that Gu Chen had escaped Lin Cheng and had entered the depths of the wilderness. Wastes? It's all a bunch of wastes. A level 10 professional who just switched jobs. How dare you escape from Lin City under the Li family's pursuit, and even flee into the depths of the wilderness? What are you guys doing for food? Li Snap was so angry that his anger surged, and his expression was filled with rage. The crowd of guards and subordinates under the stage were filled with shame, and deeply lowered their heads, not daring to speak. How dare a lowly pariah kill my son? It's simply too much of a bully. Everyone in the Li family, I don't care what methods you use, live and let live. Dead or alive, I must have that boy back. And issue me a territory-wide bounty on whomever. As long as you can bring me back Tatsu's head, I'll grant him a set of epic 5-star suits to pick from at random in the multi-treasure building. Li Snap gritted his teeth, and almost word for word popped out of his mouth. The tone was filled with intense hatred. At this moment, everyone realized that Gu Chen was absolutely dead. Even if the Lin Cheng Li family had come out in force, they had even initiated a territory-wide bounty, so that even if a mosquito flew into the depths of the wilderness, I'm afraid it would be caught out. It's an epic 5-star set, after all. Worth hundreds of millions. With this handiwork, I'm afraid that not only Lin Cheng, but even the entire Northern Realm would be abuzz. Sure enough, it only took a few short minutes after the sky-high reward was issued. It just caused a firestorm of conversation in the 7 cities of the north. The vast majority of professionals, even if they spend their entire lives going down copies and into the abyss, can't even put together an epic 5-star set. But now, just by catching a level 10 professional, one could get a supreme treasure worth hundreds of millions. This is the kind of opportunity that is simply unattainable. For a while, a large number of professionals traveled to the wilderness of Proconsul, trying to find Gu Chen's trail deep in the wilderness. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away was the city of Gubei. Ever since Gu Chen severed ties with the Gu family and left in anger, the Gu family residents then fell into an unprecedented silence. It was mainly Gu Qingfeng. After that day's farce, Gu Qingfeng had given Qin Yun, the concubine, the cold shoulder. Unwilling to speak with them, he shut himself up in his study, drank away all his underlings, ignored military affairs, ate and drank nothing, and refused all contact with the outside world. So far, it has been 2 full days and 2 nights. Nowadays, he no longer has the extraordinary aura that he used to have in the past. There was a sense of dishevelment and loss all over his body. Recalling all the rebukes Gu Chen had given him that day, a pang of disorientation ran through his mind. The War King of the North, admired by the subjects of the Empire, a great hero in the eyes of the world. It's amazing that they would go so far as to cut ties with their own son. It created a sense of frustration in him that he had never felt before. Gu Chen is the firstborn son of the Gu family, and the reason he's so strict. What's wrong with just wanting your son to go through more trials and tribulations? The king. King? Butler Gu He's voice sounded outside the door. Didn't I tell you to put off all idle matters and leave me alone? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed, and a flash of intense anger appeared on his face, and now he was. Don't want to bother with anything. No, Your Majesty, I have something important to report. The eldest young master, he. What happened to him? Before the words were finished, Gu Qingfeng violently walked out of the room, a slight tremor in his pair of tiger eyes.
Could it be that Gu Chen has come home? He knows he's wrong and is coming back to admit it?
Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. After all, he was his own son. If Gu Chen was able to take the initiative to admit his mistake, how would he care about his previous angry words?
Although Gu Chen was so stubborn and unambitious that he couldn't even become a professional. But as long as my son is willing to come back, what's the harm in raising him for the rest of his life as a father?
Seeing Gu Qingfeng so eager, Gui's heart trembled and he hurriedly opened his mouth. Your Majesty, we've just received news from Lin Chang that the eldest young master has killed the heir of the Li family and Lin Chang. He then fled out of Lin City and into the wilderness, and his whereabouts are still unknown.
Chapter 43 Give the Li family an explanation. Will the Li family dare to take it?
Your Majesty, the Li family has also issued a territory-wide bounty for anyone who can bring the head of the youngest master back to Lin Chang.
Just promise an epic 5-star set.
The young master must have been chased by the Li family and was desperate before he fled into the wilderness. You should go and take a look. If it's late, I'm afraid. Gui's voice carried an obvious tremor, not daring to continue at all. It's the wilderness, it's so dangerous that even a professional who goes in there will die 9 deaths.
Gu Chen failed to transfer and couldn't even become a professional. How can you live after escaping into the wilderness under the pursuit of the Li family? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura abruptly erupted from Gu Qingfeng's body. It directly flipped Gu over. Gu Qingfeng's face instantly chilled to the extreme, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. A territory-wide bounty? To kill my son? Bastard! Is the Lin Changli family tired of living? How dare you do such a treacherous thing?
A bounty has been issued in the Northern Realm to hunt down the son of the Northern Realm's War King. This was tantamount to stomping the face of the royal family hard on the ground. The killing intent in Gu Qingfeng's eyes skyrocketed. That was his son, being chased by the Li family? And forced into the wilderness? Even a first-ranked professional might not be able to survive in the wilderness. Not to mention that Gu Chen was just an ordinary person. Outrageous! Gu Qingfeng's anger surged, and he couldn't wait to plunge the Lin Changli family into oblivion. Just as he was shaking with rage, a graceful figure walked over from the hall. Seeing the visitor, a flash of displeasure flashed across Gu Qingfeng's face. However, he still opened his mouth and said, "The Lin Changli family is chasing Gu Chen? Did you know that? I just got the news too." Qin Yun looked calm and did not care about the other party's attitude. Gu Chen killed the heir of the Lin Changli family. This matter, I'm afraid I have to give the Lin Changli family an explanation. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's gaze turned cold. Within the Northern Realm, the Gu family is king. A merely family is an ant that can be crushed at any time in front of the royal family. He only needs to say one word, and the Li family can go up in smoke. You're the Northern Battle King and you need to give an explanation to the Li family? It's a joke. Even if he gave it, would the Li family dare to take it? Gu Qingfeng looked at Qin Yun, the coldness in his eyes wanting to be even more. Is it the Li family who came to find you for a statement? No. Qin Yun shook her head and said, Gu Chen is, after all, the firstborn son of the Gu family. Once word of his murder spreads, it will be detrimental to the majesty of the royal family, and this matter must have its effects removed as soon as possible. Your Majesty, the one who died was after all the heir to the Li family, and if an explanation is not given for this matter, I'm afraid the royal family's behavior will chill the Li family. Gu Qingfeng's face went completely cold. Fine. The majesty of the royal family, right? My son is being hunted by the Li family, his life and death unknown, and you're talking about the majesty of the royal family here? Remember, the majesty of the royal family is something I killed on the battlefields of the abyss. Not from apologizing. If the royal family's behavior will chill the Lin Changli family, then send the entire Li family into the Inferno abyss, and this king would like to see if Lord Inferno can warm up the Li family's heart. Gu Qingfeng glared at Qin Yun and rebuked him in a cold voice. If you really care about the majesty of the royal family, from now on, don't belittle yourself. Kneeling on your mother's knees is the kind of thing you can do. Qin Yun's eyes reddened slightly and she owed her body. Your Majesty, I just want to reunite the family. It's just that I don't want to see Chener cut ties with the Gu family. Looking at the icy coldness in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally realized that the kneeling on that day, she was the one who took things too far. Once she thought of this, she quickly said, Your Majesty, I was confused before. Even if Chener had killed the Li family heir, why would he need to answer to the Li family in the district?
Since there's no whereabouts of Tatsura yet, that means he's safe for the time being. We'll immediately set out for Lin City, make the Li family apologize, and make sure they hand over Chun'er. Gu Qingfeng's face eased for a few moments and nodded. Well, count on the fact that you still know the importance of likeness. Immediately afterward, Gu Qingfeng looked to Gu He, who was at the side, and said in a deep voice, gather the royal family's personal guards. Follow me to the Li family in Lin Chang. If anything happens to my son, this king will make his Li family be annihilated. Yes. Gu He looked agitated, took a long breath, and quickly retreated to gather his personal guards. It's 1,000,000 miles from Gubei City to Lincheng, so I hope I can make it. Otherwise, not only the Li family, I'm afraid that the entire Lin City would be in for a bloody storm. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Lin Chang, a small border town, welcomed an unprecedented bustle of activity. A large number of far-flung professionals have appeared in the city. Through various channels, they inquired about information related to Gu Chen, and then formed a team to leave the city and head out into the wilderness to search for Gu Chen's traces. So many professionals, it's the first time I've seen so many people on the streets of Lin City. They should all be coming for the Li family's bounty. I dare say Gu Chen is dead this time. Reward? What's going on? Weren't these people pulled in by the Lincoln Cultural Center? Are you a local? How dare you not know about the Li family in Lin Chang? Why, I just got out of my copy this morning. Hold on, I'll brush up on my video and eat a melon first. The streets leading to the city gates were filled with ordinary people who loved to watch the spectacle outside the small restaurants on both sides of the road, as well as a large number of professionals below the second order. The wilderness is too treacherous for such groups, who have to sit in town and watching the steady stream of people pouring out of the city, there was a great deal of interest in the details of the various events. The heir to the Li family was killed by a civilian. Whose ministry is this? I heard it's a transfer student from Lin Chang No. 1 Middle School, without any background, named Gu Chen. As for why he wanted to kill Li Renjie, that's unclear. I remember that Gu Chen cleared the hellish novice copy and got an SS rating. The guaranteed place in the Shinjing Academy is not his. Why would he go and offend the Li family when he has a great future ahead of him? What, an SS rating? You've been drinking too much, haven't you? So far. Lin Chang's hellish novice copy hasn't been cleared yet. You can read the news more often if you're fine. I even liked Gu Chen's video where he got an SS rating. I'll look for it. Scratch that. The video is down? It can't be. Let's see. Gee, it's really not searchable? Where's that coming from? I suspect you're working together to trick me. Listening to the conversations of some of the people in the neighborhood, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran's faces were covered with clouds of worry. Am I right in saying that the fact that we got an SS rating was squashed by the? Aside from the transfer students who were present that day, almost none of the people of Pro City knew that the Hell level copies had been cleared. Even the locals of Lincoln don't know, and it's even more unlikely that outsiders would know that. The one who can have this kind of ability, other than the City Hall, is the Li family, and we can't even rule out the two joining forces. Lin Qingqing guessed. I heard that Li Renjie didn't compete for a guaranteed spot at Solid North City. It seems like the Li family had their eyes on Gu Chen's guaranteed spot from the very beginning, which is why they suppressed the news of us clearing the Hell level copy. So many professionals have entered the wilderness in pursuit of Gu Chen, and if he's caught, definitely a dead end. Let's go look for it too. We must find Gu Chen before the Li family does, or else we'll be in big trouble. Lin Yuan made an immediate decision. Once Lin Yuan and the three of them agreed, they immediately moved in the direction of the city gates. There were more and more professionals entering the wilderness, and the danger was instead greatly reduced from before. Just then there was a sudden clamor from the distant gates, followed by the shadow of a huge ship appeared in the sky, and a thunderous boom shot up into the sky. Soon, a giant battleship appeared in the sky above Lin City, and on top of the battleship stood a multitude of black-armored warriors. The Gu character king's flag hunted in the strong wind. At the same time, a loud voice resounded over Lin City. The battle king is coming, idlers avoid. Chapter 44 Brother of the son of the War King of the North. The War King is coming? Which War King? You're from the Abyss? What other battle king could there be? Of course it's the Northern Realm battle king Gu Qingfeng. What? You mean that Imperial Pillar? That's a legendary big shot. What's he doing here? I'm not sure. Looking at the direction, it looks like it's heading towards the Li family. Floating battleship, Gu character king flag. Gu Qingfeng hadn't even shown his face, and the tens of thousands of people in Linchang below all boiled over. Excited, thrilled. This is the king of the 7 northern cities. Surprisingly, he appeared in Linchang today, causing everyone present to feel a supreme honor. Soon, the floating warship stopped over the Li family. Beneath the king's flag, a group of warriors in black armor stood proudly like a javelin. The aura of iron blood and solemnity rose up to the sky, almost causing the crowd to not dare to look directly at it. Gu Qingfeng walked out of the command room and stood before a group of his personal guards, looking toward the Li family below. Beside him were Qin Yun and the butler Gu He. It's Gu Qingfeng. My god, it's actually the Battle King himself. What in the world is happening? Such a big shot would even come to Lin City? The floating battleship is parked over the Li family, it's coming towards the Li family? You guys, is there a possibility that Gu Qin is Gu Qingfeng's son? You think I'm from the abyss? Gu Qingfeng has only one son, and that's Gu Ru. Not only did he awaken a rare profession early, but he was also accepted into the Shangjing Academy. How could Gu Chen be his son? Forget it, there's no point in guessing, just go to the Li family and take a look. At this moment, it can almost be said that the Lin city is empty of people. Everyone drew closer to the direction of the Li family at a rapid pace. Outside the Li family manor, there was a sea of people rubbing shoulders. On the streets, on the trees, on the railings, on the eaves, on the roofs. Those who can stand, those who can't. It's all full of people. The floating battleships covered the sky and drew almost half of Lin city. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran had also arrived near the Li family. Looking at the King Gu flag flaunting recklessly in the wind, a bold idea suddenly popped up in Lin Yuan's mind. Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng. Could it be that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son? Under the shadows, the floating battleship was like a ferocious beast of steel, completely covering the Li family manor. Meanwhile, sensing the sudden and powerful oppression from outside, the distracted Li Snap walked out of the study and into the courtyard. He looked up just in time to see a majestic figure step off the battleship, stepping in the air, and slowly falling towards this side of the courtyard. At this moment, Li Snap's eyelids jumped, and he only felt that the blood in his body was going to flow backwards. A shudder that went deep into his soul caused him to go limp and flop to the ground with a thud. War King. Li Primrose was foolish enough not to know that the War King himself had arrived. Please forgive me. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back and asked in a cold voice, Li Snapdragon, hand over my son. If I don't see my son today, I want your entire Li family wiped out. As the words fell, hundreds of black-armored warriors quickly flew down from above the floating battleship. In an instant, the Li family manor was surrounded. Gu Qingfeng's words were loud and clear, clearly saying that Gu Chen was his son. On the periphery, those who had previously speculated about Gu Chen's identity erupted in a burst of exclamations. It's so blown up. Surprisingly, I guessed right. Gu Chen? He's actually from the Northern Realm royal clan? Lin Qingqing turned her head and, with an incredulous face, he looked at Lin Yuan. Don't look at me, I got screwed by him too. I thought he was so poor he couldn't afford to eat. But who would have thought that his father is the Northern Battle King? The expression on Lin Yuan's face was very complicated. He had actually been tricked by his best brother. We agreed to be civilians together, and you're the son of the Northern War King? This feeling. So good. His brother, surprisingly, came from the most powerful family in the land. From this moment on, he will have a whole new identity. Lin Yuan, the brother of the son of the War King of the North. Doesn't this just take off? It's his turn to be rich, finally. At the same time, a stormy aura enveloped the entire Li family manor. It seemed like the next second it was going to turn everything here into flying dust. Li Snapdragon was so scared that his heart and soul trembled, lying on the ground and trembling, begging for forgiveness. Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. I dare to vouch for my life. Gongzi is not in my Li family. Li Snapdragon couldn't figure out how Gu Qingfeng could start such a big battle to get him to ask for someone. Isn't Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Ji, at the Shangjing Academy? Why did he come to the Li family to ask for someone? Although his Li family is the #1 family in Linchang, but with his status, even if he rushed up to flatter Gu Ji, the other party would not necessarily give him a chance. That young master is a man of heavenly status, even if you give Li Snapdragon 10 guts. He didn't even dare to show the slightest disrespect to such a figure, so how could he dare to be an enemy?
Lee Snapdragon, you've got a lot of nerve. I'm warning you, if my son is half damaged, your Lee family will wait for your family to be copied and destroyed. Xinyan came down from the battleship and stood behind Gu Qingfeng, rebuking him in a stern voice. It looks like it's moved to real anger. Now that Gu Chen's life and death were uncertain, she didn't dare to play any tricks at this juncture. Gu Qingfeng stood on the sidelines, his face turning blue. The whole thing is like a storm that could erupt at any moment. Solid North City and Linchang are tens of thousands of kilometers apart, and after receiving the news last night, they ran all the way to. It was also light out by the time we reached Linchang. In other words, his own son had been in exile in the wilderness all night. It's a wilderness out there. Crisis is everywhere, alien races are rampant, and if you accidentally stumble into the abyss, you'll only. Gu Qingfeng's face was cold and hard, and the anger in his heart rubbed up. His own son was bullied and hunted down in a small city. He fled into the wilderness and is still unknown. The crowd on the periphery murmured, lamenting that the Li family had kicked the bucket this time. Gu Chen killed your son, so you're chasing after him, and you're putting a bounty on him. It made it so that no one in the entire north knew about it. This is great. After messing with Gu Qingfeng, your Li family is definitely dead. Li Snap's body trembled tremendously, and Xinyan's words scared his face white. Xinyan is Gu Qingfeng's wife. Her words. To a certain extent, it also represented Gu Qingfeng's will. Li Snapdragon had no doubt that as long as Gu Qingfeng gave the order, those War King's personal guards outside would really kill his entire family without leaving anyone behind. At this moment, his heart is in turmoil, his liver and guts are in shreds. Every muscle in his body trembled violently with fear. Fear. He was terrified. But Guru really wasn't at the Li family manor. Mr. and Mrs. Gu Qingfeng came to look for their son. The entire northern realm knew that they only had one son. That would be Guru. Guru is not in the Li family. Really not. This is killing him. Your Highness, please forgive me. I dare to swear to God that your son is really not in the Li family. I've never seen Mr. Guji before. Please be perceptive, Your Majesty. Please be perceptive, Your Highness. Asshole. Gu Qingfeng was furious when he heard this. Gu? Who said he's here for Gu Ji? After talking for half a day, this Li Primrose hadn't even realized who he was actually here for. Chapter 45 Gu Chen's Movements, Ling Yuan Pass. Seeing that Li Snap didn't understand the situation until now, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Lift up and kick out. Gu Chen was still being chased and fled in the wilderness, and he didn't have the luxury of wasting time here. The Li family's pursuit of Gu Chen must be stopped immediately, or else if Gu Chen died in the wilderness, even exterminating the Li family would not be enough to vent his hatred. Li Snap is kicked off and his body flies backwards like a sandbag, crashing the main building of the manor into rubble. Amidst the broken bricks and stones, his body was in severe pain, and he couldn't even lift half of his strength. This is the strength of the Northern Realm Battle King, guarding the abyssal battlefield for 18 years, killing off 10,000 clans all by himself. Seal the king with a battle. Facing this kind of supreme powerhouse, even though Li Snap was a fifth-order berserker, he was not capable of resisting in the slightest. Li Snapdragon, listen to me, Gu Chen is my son. If anything happens to him in the wilderness, I'll not only wipe out your Li family, and make all those involved in the hunt bury my son with them. As the words full of killing intent fell, inside and outside the Li family manor, everyone's faces were stunned in unison. It's a good thing I'm not leveled up enough to take the Li family's bounty quest. For the first time in my life, I think being low-ranked is a good thing. That was a close one. I was planning to go to the Li family in the morning to collect my quests. Luckily I got up late today. Done. I just claimed the bounty, but I'm just doing it for the heck of it. Who are you to ask me to be buried with you? The crowd was completely abuzz, part of it cracking up and laughing, and the other part of it looking ashen. Those professionals who had come for the bounty were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that Gu Chen was their chance, but they hadn't expected it to become a death-defying calamity. If something happened to Gu Chen, all the professionals involved in the hunt would have to die. They had only coveted the bounty of the Li family, but they didn't expect to lose their lives here. Li Primrose, you pitiful thing, you deserve your son's death. If I don't die in a big way this time, I will definitely smash the Li family. Stop cursing, hurry up and get out of the city to find someone. If Gu Chen has a slip up, we'll all die.
In the crowd, a large number of high-ranking professionals turned away and quickly rushed in the direction of the city's outskirts. No one would doubt Gu Qingfeng's words, and even more so, no one would dare to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. The one who gave the word is the King of the North. If he gives the word, all those who hunted Gu Chen would become wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chen was the only hope for all of them. Meanwhile, when Li Snap heard the word Gu Chen, he had a look on his face like he'd seen a ghost. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Gu Chen? He's just a farmer's son whose parents have died since he was a child. How could it be Gu Qingfeng's son? Li Snap was expressionless, too shocked to say a word. His mind was a blank. The person he had initiated a realm-wide bounty to hunt down was actually the son of the Northern Realm War King. How is that possible? It's ridiculous. If he had known that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, not to mention that Gu Chen had only killed his son. Even if Gu Chen killed all of the Li family, he wouldn't dare spit out a single word of disapproval. Li Snapdragon's face turned ashen, once he thought that it was Gu Qingfeng's son who was being hunted by him. He then felt fear like never before. Even, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him. Right at this moment, a silhouette hurriedly came from outside and squeezed into the Li family manor. Reporting to the family master, word has come from the wilderness that Gu Chen is fleeing in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass. Li Snap's body trembled violently, and a flash of light first erupted in his eyes and then it quickly dimmed again. Gu Chen is still alive. But why did he flee in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass? It had been invaded by the abyss, and the polluted land was filled with brutal foreigners, menacing. A small first-ranked professional, if he blunders into a contaminated land and is besieged by foreigners. Isn't that a pure death wish? Immediately notify all professionals who have taken up the bounty, and tell them to stop chasing and killing. Rush at full speed in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass. Tell them to make sure they get Gu Chen back before he enters the polluted land. Li Snapdragon practically snarled out these two words, like a ferocious beast that had been driven into a corner. And when the people around them heard this news, each one of them felt as if they were seeing the end of the world coming. Lin Yuan Pass. The reason why it is contaminated by the abyss is because it is located near the Buried Bones dungeon. The Buried Bones dungeon, on the other hand, was the only First Order abyss in the wilderness of Linchang. First Order abyss, First Order, doesn't sound high. But it's the abyss. It's a lot more treacherous than a hellish copy. How did Gu Chen end up in exile there? Even if he wouldn't mistakenly enter the abyss, there were foreigners entrenched around the Buried Bone dungeon. It's like 9 deaths. Even some well-prepared teams of First Order professionals would have been wiped out. Not to mention that Gu Chen was in exile there. It's finished. Lin Yuan Pass is right next to the First Order abyss. Even a level 20 warrior wouldn't dare to enter alone. Is this heaven's way of killing me? Don't ing bull, hurry up and get out of the city. If you go early you might be able to pull that master back. Li Snapdragon, you ing wait for me, if I can come back alive this time. I will definitely overturn your Li family. Burial Dungeon. First Order Abyss. Taking one out on its own is scary enough, now it's a straight double buff stack. Scary as hell. Although he had gotten the news that Gu Chen was still alive, it appeared to the crowd that now he was. It's like taking one step towards death. No, it's not right. The wilderness is 4 corridors above. The closer we get to the Lin Yuan Pass, the stronger the foreigners will be. Why would he flee in that direction? Isn't that asking for trouble? Lin Yuan took out a map from his carry-on space, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At that moment, Lin Qingqing also looked over, a puzzled look in her gaze. The Lin Yuan Pass is not fit for escape all this way, and he's clearly being pursued by. Why did you choose to go in this direction? At this moment, Su Ran pointed to the Lin Yuan Pass on the map, then deviated downward at a slight angle. Great God, Gu Chen does things with a strong sense of purpose. I have a feeling that he's not on the run. Nor to the Lin Yuan Pass. A slender, white finger moved downward and landed on 4 small words. He's level 10, is there a possibility that? He's now going to brush the First Order abyss, the Buried Bones dungeon. Su Ran's words caused Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing's gazes to light up. The First Order abyss, which could only be accessed by professionals below level 20. Hey, you don't say, you don't say. Everyone thought he was being hunted. Even I almost thought he had fled into the wilderness in desperation. In hindsight, I didn't expect it. This kid, old Gu, is actually going into the abyss. Entering the abyss at level 10, worthy of being a great god. Lin Xingqing said with a look of admiration. Go go go, hurry up, let's go to the teleportation array now. Lin Yuan instantly snapped out of it and, pulling Lin Xingqing and Su Ran, he squeezed towards the crowd beyond. A first-order abyss. It's a splashy experience for them. Why don't you just hug Gu Chen's thigh? Chapter 46. All these, Gu Chen did? After squeezing out of the crowd, Lin Yuan and the three of them didn't go directly to where the teleportation array was. Instead, go ahead and borrow the money. Teleportation also costs money. Especially a teleportation array to the abyss like this one was expensive. That's why many people would rather spend money on a copy in the city than enter the abyss. However, for the three of them, Lin Yuan preferred to head to the Buried Bones dungeon. After all, the teleportation array could send them directly to the plaza at the entrance of the abyss. Avoided fighting against the foreigners in the wilderness. As long as they arrived at the entrance to the abyss first, then they would definitely be able to squat Gu Chen. The risk of following Gu Chen into the abyss was close to zero, while the reward was horribly high. They had already experienced this kind of thing once, how could they give it up so easily? Unlike the mood of Lin Yuan and the three of them, Gu Qingfeng's face was blue at this moment. When he learned that Gu Chen was fleeing in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass, endless anger surged from the bottom of his heart, nearly causing him to lose his mind. Lin Yuan Pass, which was invaded by the abyss 50 years ago. It has now been completely reduced to a polluted place. The dungeon next to it is even more notorious, and the death rate is always high. The difficulty of passing the level directly crushed 90% of the Divine Summer Empire's second-order abyss. Back then, he didn't even dare to enter the Buried Bone dungeon when he was level 15, let alone Gu Chen. Li snap! Die for this king! In the midst of the violent rage, a holy sword light appeared beside Gu Qingfeng, as piercing as the red sun. Carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, he chopped towards Li Snapdragon. No! Li Snapdragon was penetrated by the holy sword's light shadow, and his life value was instantly emptied. Even the entire Li family manor was reduced to rubble under the might of this sword. Li Primrose's body fell heavily to the ground. Dead. However, in the next second, blazing holy light emanated from his corpse. Resurrection Cross, resurrect in place after being killed and gain 30% of your own life. It sells for $10 million apiece on the traders platform. As the head of the Li family and Lin Chang, Li Snapdragon. How is it possible to not have this life-preserving prop? The king has mercy. I am aware of my offense and beg for the king's mercy. As soon as Li Snapdragon was revived, he rolled and crawled to kneel at Gu Qingfeng's feet, kowtowing frequently. At this moment, he had no time to pay attention to the injuries on his body. The fear of death made his body tremble violently. He just died once, and now he's freaking out. The resurrection cross could only take effect once in 24 hours, and if Gu Qingfeng came back with another sword, he's going to be completely hiccuped. In desperation, Li Snap could only say stiffly, "Your Majesty, calm your anger. Mr. Gu Chen is still alive now. I beg you to give me one day, my Li family will come out in full force, and I will make sure that Mr. Gu Chen returns safely." Just you? Humph. The holy sword in Gu Qingfeng's hand turned invisible, and his entire body rose up in the air and flying towards the floating battleship. Personal guard battalion, guard the Li family, no one is allowed to enter or leave without the king's word. This king has said that if my son makes a mistake, not only the Li family, but all those involved in this, all must die. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Between the words like a thunderbolt, causing the hearts and minds of those present to tremble and their faces to turn white. Seeing this, Gu He and Qin Yun quickly flew onto the floating battleship as the steel behemoth stirred the clouds. Heading towards Lin Yuan Pass, he flew forward and reached the sky in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingfeng left in a battleship, and warriors in black armor guarded the Li family. Prevent those on the estate from taking advantage of the opportunity to flee. The oppression of death receded like a tidal wave, and Primrose Li stood up, trembling. A face filled with despair. Thinking back to all that had gone before, his face grew paler and paler. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain of that loss anymore. If your son dies, you can have another one. But if you offend Gu Qingfeng, that would be a major offense of plagiarizing the family and destroying it. Just for a place in the Upper Beijing Academy. The Li family had gone so far as to be associated with chasing Gu Qingfeng's son into the depths of the wilderness, and Li Primrose was now regretting it so much that his intestines were green. But if it all started over again, who would have thought that a farmer's son who had grown up in Linchang for 18 years would be Gu Qingfeng's son? If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, even if someone had held a knife to his neck, he wouldn't even believe that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son. Family master, what should we do now? Go to the shrine. What's in the shrine that's more important than the survival of my Li family? Go and offer a few more notes of incense to the ancestors of my Li family, and hope that the ancestors will bless them. Let Gu Chen meet his fate in the wilderness and return safely. Li Snapdragon didn't care about the injuries on his body and limped in the direction of the shrine. The War King's own guards are right outside the door. There's no way to run. Now we can only hope that the ancestors bless the spirit of heaven can bless the Li family. Gu He, have you found out? What is the reason between Chen'er and the Li family? Gu Qingfeng stood on top of the floating battleship and was distracted for a while. In his impression, Gu Chen was unthinking and stubborn in character. It's always been rotten to the core. But why was he so radical this time that he killed Li Renjie and went into exile in the wilderness? Is this an extreme way of forcing yourself to give in to him? Or, is there something else going on here? Your Majesty, it has been ascertained that the cause of all this. It's all because the Li family is trying to snatch young Master Gu Chen's guaranteed spot. A guaranteed spot? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Gu Chen wasn't even a professional. What guaranteed place did he have? Could it be that the principal of one of the institutions of higher learning had learned that Gu Chen was unable to transfer his job? Trying to curry favor by such means? Not bad, although young master failed to transfer in solid North City, but for some reason. After he returned to Linchang, he actually succeeded in his transfer. There's actually such a thing? A flash of shock erupted on Gu Qingfeng's face. It wasn't that this kind of thing hadn't happened before, but there were only a handful of them, and it was unthinkable that it would happen to Gu Chen. What? Gu He, now is not the time for jokes. Xinyun's face instantly changed. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly at something she had never heard of before. Your Majesty, Your Highness, after the young master's transformation into a summoner. With 4 teammates, he entered the newbie copy of the temple ruins, leveled up to 10 in a day, and cleared the hellish copy that no one had cleared in decades. Gu He narrated the information he had gathered, passing a hell-level copy of the. It would have gotten an SS rating, and according to the policy of the Lincoln City, students who get an SS rating will get a guaranteed spot in the Upper Kyoto Academy. And that Li family heir, Li Renjie, since he failed to secure a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy. Then they used the power of the Li family to suppress the news of the young master's passage through the hell-level copy in an attempt to snatch the young master's guaranteed place. The cause of death is also relatively simple. Li Renjie and Li Wenwei, a son of the Li family sidekick, traveled to Linchang No. 1 Middle School. Find the young master in the dormitory building and bully him into taking them through the hell-level copy. Unwilling to agree, the young master made a move to kill Li Renjie and then fled to the wilderness. Li Renjie is a 13th level psychic numerate, a rare profession. But somehow it was easily countered by the level 10 young master. After listening to the butler Gu He, the annoyance in Gu Qingfeng's heart had been replaced by intense shock. Successful transfer, leveled up to 10 in one day, cleared the hellish copy of the. Got an SS rating and a guaranteed spot at SJS. And it also crossed over and killed a rare profession that was 3 levels higher than him. This achievement, not to mention in Linchang, even in Gubeichang. That would also crush the vast majority of talented professionals. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. All this is all Gu Chen's doing? His son, Gu Chen? Chapter 47. Just by being alive, he's doing all he can. Hearing Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng looked down at the vast smoggy clouds below the battleship. The shock in his heart couldn't be calmed for a long time. His son, a supreme genius? A touch of gloom appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with pain. If I had been more tolerant of my son. Now Gu Chen was surely not going to end up in exile in the wilderness. Is it hard to believe that, all along, you've been wrong? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He sighed slightly from the side. The world knew that Guru, the son of the Northern Battle King, was a genius, and not only did he switch to a rare profession ahead of time. Even more, he was accepted into the Shangjing Academy. But who knew how much resources Gu Qingfeng had invested in Gu Ji's body? There are only two kinds of people who can turn into dragon warrior knights. One has a dragon bloodline in his body. The other is being blessed by the dragon god. Guru didn't have any dragon bloodline in his body, and in order for him to successfully transfer to the resources that had been consumed on him since he was a child were almost worth a year's worth of military spending in the north. It's no exaggeration to say that if you piled those resources on a hog, all of them can pile up 1,000,000 blood and boss. And Gu Chen? The Gu family has invested in him since he was a child. Just that 1 month's living expenses for staying at Gu's house. Comparing the two, who was the real supreme genius? Sighing, Gu he continued, Your Majesty. Haven't you always thought the Grand Master was self-indulgent and rotten? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Why, is there something else going on here? I have investigated and found that the Grand Master grew up in a peasant household, lived in poverty and suffered from hunger and poverty. Often bullied by some powerful children, but even so, his grades have always been good. Until after high school, when the farmer and his wife died one after the other, and the young master had no one to turn to. Even the basics are a problem. So the young master had to run from merchant to merchant. He even had to skip school and go out to work for a few $100s a month. We all thought him a deserter of his studies, and reproached him with being unthinking and self-absorbed. But we were wrong. It's not that he doesn't want to be aggressive, it's that he can't be aggressive. You hated him before for degrading himself and deserting his studies? He's not stupid, he knows better than anyone that as long as he studies hard now, in the future, even if he can't change jobs. You can't go to an institution of higher learning and still be a well-paid employee and have a better life. But he can't. If he goes to school just one day, he'll lose one day's income. It's going to be a day of starvation. The good life a few years from now will be too far away for him, and if he doesn't go skipping school to earn a living, I'm afraid I'll starve to death after a week. Speaking of this, Gui's face revealed a complex color, feeling both pathetic and ridiculous at the same time. Gu Qingfeng's son, the first eldest son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, would be reduced to almost starving to death. It was hard to imagine just how much he had suffered in these 18 years. Silence. Gu Qingfeng's expression stiffened and his entire body fell into an unspeakable silence. Earlier, he hadn't understood how Gu Chen, with such a cowardly character, could have killed Li Renjie. But now, he gets it. What would happen to a farmer's son who was targeted by the #1 family in Lin City? Suppressed, mastered, never to be seen again. The news of the passage of the hellish copy was completely blocked, and the grabbing of the guaranteed spot of the. This is the best example. In the face of this kind of bullying, even if his talent was high, he would not be able to break away from the Li family's control. In this way, there were only two paths before him to follow. Either you bend down and become a slave, and from then on, you will willingly be a traitor to the Li family. Either he tears his face apart and dies with the Li family. Obviously, Gu Chen chose the latter. He's not pushing anyone in such an extreme way. He just wants to survive. Trying to grasp what fate had left him, the only, so little gift. For him, simply being alive was all he could do. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath, and his heart fluttered violently. It was like being stabbed with 1,000 steel needles. He couldn't believe that for the past 18 years, Gu Chen had spent every minute of his life living in the cracks. He had thought that suffering would be a sharpening for Gu Chen, but he was wrong. Suffering was suffering. It wasn't worth pursuing, much less making Gu Chen better. No wonder Gu Chen chose to cut ties with the Gu family at this moment. Gu Qingfeng realized his mistake. His heart was filled with grief and anger, and a surge of rage rose violently from the bottom of his heart. Good Lin Changli family, even my Gu Qingfeng's son dares to bully him. I'm going to wipe out your entire Li family. Gu Qingfeng turned to look at the misty sea of clouds beneath the battleship, looking in the direction of Lin Chang. A cold and piercing killing intent escaped from his eyes. Guhi, notify the royal family's personal guards and give me the Li family to be decimated, leaving no one behind. Yes. Guhi got the order and informed the commander of the personal guards without saying a word. The very moment the message was delivered, the hundreds of royal guards guarding the outside of the Li family and Lin Chang lit up their sharp long swords and charged towards the Li family's garden. Soon, all the Li clan members inside the manor died horribly, and this was only a small portion of the Li clan members. Most of it has gone deeper into the wilderness. But it doesn't matter. Those are the ones who went after Gu Chen. It had long been included in the hit list, and there was no way to escape. This was the northern realm, and anyone Gu Qingfeng wanted to kill would have a hard time escaping, even if they had their wings. Deep in the wilderness. Just as Lin Yuan and the others had guessed, although Gu Chen was heading in the direction of Lin Yuan Pass. However, his destination was the Buried Bones dungeon south of Lin Yuan Pass. Look, brother Tatsu, if you follow this direction all the way, it's Lin Yuan Pass. That it was invaded by the Abyss 50 years ago and is now alien territory. Last year, there were 5 teams that went in successively to do the quest, basically all of them were 4th-ranked powerhouses, and in the end, only 3 of them walked out alive. In the midst of the black mist, a young man with honorable clothing and an extraordinary temperament walked beside Gu Chen. The teenager's name was Su Xia, whom Gu Chen had met at the Jin Yuan army stronghold. Unlike the other professionals on the wilderness, Su Xia hadn't come to the wilderness to kill the foreigners. He appeared at the Jin Yuan army stronghold in search of a rare material. This kind of material can only be spawned by a second-order abyssal buried bone dungeon. It is the core material for building level 10 epic equipment. Upon learning that Su Xia wanted to build epic level equipment, Gu Chen knew he had met another dog bigot. The two chatted for a few moments, and Su Xia said that if Gu Chen got that material, he's willing to offer $800,000 for it. Su Xia looked at the compass in her hand for a moment, then her body sidestepped and pointed to an area in the black mist. Tatsu, that's the direction of the Buried Bones dungeon, and if you walk, it'll take at least 3 hours or so to get there. Su Xia said and snapped his fingers. In the next instant, there was a churning of black mist before his eyes. A smoothly styled dark blue sports car appeared on the ground next to it. But if you take this floating coupe of mine, it will only take half an hour at the most. Float. Coupe. Looking at the luxury coupe in front of him, which was like a deep blue beast, Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. How did you get out of such a big car? Cars are neither equipment nor props, and carry-on space simply cannot accommodate them. By the way, what's your profession again? Space mage? Su Xia smiled. I failed to transfer, I'm just an ordinary person, get in the car. The burial dungeon will be here soon. With a slight movement of his eyes, Gu Chen noticed a hidden glint of light on Su Xiao's finger. It was a dark silver-colored ring, a space ring. Chapter 48. This is worse than killing me. Located deep in the wilderness, the Buried Bones dungeon is one of the most difficult of the first-order abysses. But that didn't stop the abyssal plaza from being filled with professionals who had come to challenge them. Whether it's a copy or an abyss, risk and profit are directly proportional. The higher the difficulty, the higher the mortality rate, and the more generous the rewards you will receive after clearing the level. There is also the point that, when well prepared, as opposed to a copy of the abyss, is significantly more cost-effective. After all, copies are charged on this basis, and usage fees are said to be sky-high. Let's take the example of the first-order hell-level copies in Pro City, where the rate per person per time was $3 million. That's not a bad price to pay for. On the one hand, the operation and maintenance of the replicas cost an exorbitant amount of money, and on the other hand, the power that controls the replicas is also going to make a profit from it. The same is true for newbie copies, except that the laws of the Divine Summer Empire state that the transfer students have a 10-day free period for novice copies, which is considered the Empire's special care for the student population. At this moment, the Abyssal Plaza stood with a large number of professionals, the same as the replica plaza that most of them are recruiting crews. At this moment, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran had arrived at the entrance to the abyss. There was no communication in the wilderness, and even they didn't know where Gu Chen was right now. But they were smart enough to guard the entrance to the abyss. In this way, anyone who entered the abyss would pass under the eyes of the 3 of them. Looking at the crowd of people with that one sign held high in the air, Lin Yuan, who was dozing off, suddenly seemed to think of something. Right, there are only 3 of us now, even if we wait for Lao Gu. That's only 4 people, do we need to recruit another person? The more people in the group, the more experience bonus will be added, and if one less person, well, that's one less experience. Yeah, let's recruit while the Great Spirit's still here. After all, first-order abyssal actors aren't very easy to find. Lin Qingqing spoke. Not very good at finding them? I remember there were quite a lot of actors in the newbie copy of the. Why is it so hard to find actors from the first-order abyss? The newbie copies are easier, and the transfer students don't have much of a war chest. All of them want to rise to a higher rank before the academy examination, and there will naturally be more actors. But the first order abyss is different, a couple of strong pros grouped together to clear the level. It's much more lucrative than bringing in actors, and second order professionals are experience grabbers in the abyss, so few want to be actors. I see, you guys stay here and keep an eye on the entrance to the abyss, I'll go ask. Lin Yuan nodded with seeming understanding and looked towards a group of professionals who were looking for their teammates. Then walked over to a level 12 swordsman. We're all swordsmen, so maybe it's easier to talk. Dude, our team is missing a teammate, get it? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, this swordsman turned his head and subconsciously glanced at Lin Yuan's level. A flash of contempt flickered under his eyes. Level 6, not even first rank, how dare you come to the first rank abyss? Isn't this a death wish? This swordsman didn't bother with Lin Yuan and said nonchalantly, you're an actor, right? You're too low in rank, call your captain to talk to me. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Oh, my god, you've got a face, don't you? A level 12 swordsman and you've got a sense of superiority? If he hadn't been unable to beat his opponent, Lin Yuan would have drawn his sword by now. Hello, I'm the captain, what can I do for you? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, and Lin Yuan hurriedly turned around and intense joy erupted in his eyes. At the same time, the swordsman's gaze landed on Gu Chen, who was slightly startled that an undisguised disdain ensued. Level 10? Summoner? You guys are having fun with me, aren't you? Gu Chen didn't care, what's the problem? A word of advice, don't go down into the abyss, you'll die fast. The swordsman had an impatient look on his face and waved his hand, alright, step aside. This place is no place for you high school kids. Waste of time. After saying that, the swordsman walked off to the side, as if he was afraid of being pestered by Gu Chen. Old Gu, I can finally wait for you. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Gu Chen's heart was also filled with surprises. Where there was a teleportation array, he was able to restore communication. Originally, he had wanted to send a message to inform Lin Yuan that they were coming down to the abyss. I didn't expect to see Lin Yuan's figure just as soon as I arrived at the Abyssal Plaza. This will save a lot of work again. Old Gu, you've really done a great job this time, if it wasn't for Lord War King coming to Linchang. I didn't even know you were even. There's no need to mention him, I've already severed my ties with the Gu family. He'd been walking through the wilderness for almost a day and a night, and during that time he'd encountered a number of professionals that also learned from those people what had happened in the city of Lincoln. He had even shown the way to a few professionals who had come after him. After all, the wilderness is filled with black fog, and visibility is very poor. And he was followed by the Blood Race Archon with a group of Blood Race descendants. That battle, it didn't look like an exile in the wilderness by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, this is only an isolated case, after coming out of the Jinyuan army stronghold. He's still being discovered by someone with a heart of gold. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan and the others guessed Gu Chen's intentions. Arrived early and waited in Abyss Plaza. At this moment, Lin Yuan gave a sharp jolt as intense shock erupted from the bottom of his eyes. Old Gu. You. Northern Realm royal family. Break off relations? Lin Yuan's mind went blank, his tongue felt like it was tied in knots, as if he had lost his prophetic function. That's the royal family. Do you know what a royal family is? Everyone else is licking their chops, and you cut them off? Looking at Gu Chen's serious look, Lin Yuan had an expression worse than tears on his face. The back of his teeth were clenched. That's the Northern Realm royal family. Old me could almost be the brother of a royal prince. A splash of riches. Terribly ate up. This is worse than killing me. Gu Chen. By the way, is the team missing someone? I just happened to bring a friend. Gu Chen interrupted Lin Yuan's ghostly wailing and pointed at Su Xia beside him. Lin Yuan's expression instantly returned to normal and looked at Su Xia, a look that it almost made Lin Yuan lose his expression management again. This Su Xia, surprisingly, was not a professional. No, dude. You're not even a professional and you dare to come to the First Order Abyss? Su Xia was unconcerned. What, are the requirements to come to your team as an actor so high? And you have to be a professional? Lin Yuan was so stunned by what was said that he couldn't refute it for a moment. Yeah, what difference does it make if an actor is a pro or not if they don't do anything on the team? Besides, Su Xia isn't a professional, he won't share the experience. However, his presence can lead to an experience bonus for a team of 5. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth were grinning up to his ears when he thought about this. Please do join our team. Chapter 49 Studs Are Wise. Su Xia entered the line. Before that, there had never been a team of professionals who would take an ordinary person who had failed to transfer into the abyss, and this was an act that was simply incomprehensible to the rest of the world. But to Gu Chen, there was no difference between taking an ordinary person and taking a professional. He's the only one who really works anyway, everyone else just has to yell 66 from the sidelines. And it's not like Su Xia is useless. He's from Wanchang, and the burial dungeon happens to be right on the border of Wanchang, which means that if it was about familiarity with the abyss, Su Xia was instead the most knowledgeable amongst the crowd. However, he couldn't help but be taken aback when he realized that Gu Chen was trying to enter the nightmare class abyss. Ha? Nightmare level? Su Xia was a bit unable to keep up with the reaction for a moment. Brother Tatsu, are you sure you don't want to start with the normal level first? Or hard level would be fine. Gu Chen froze, then thought that earlier he had only said that he had entered the buried bone dungeon abyss. It doesn't say whether it's normal or nightmare level. We are indeed going into the nightmare level abyss, and if you think it's more dangerous, can quit the team now. Sure, I can refund you the money, and if you swipe the material later on, you can get it from me too. The big deal is to find someone else. There are so many people in Abyss Plaza. It's not like you can't find a single actor. Su Xiao's face was torn, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to continue or not. Nightmare level abyss, which is more difficult than a hell level copy of the. There wouldn't be that chance of escaping by immediately using a teleportation scroll when you see danger coming. More often than not, by the time you realize the danger, it's already too late. Many of the professionals had been killed by the abyssal aliens before they could even use their teleportation scrolls. The difficulty of the pass is several levels far above the copy. The replica, so to speak, is a sealed scenario, whereas the abyss, on the other hand, is unmistakably real. Su Xia had a tangled face. Why do you have to choose the nightmare level? This is the abyss. Gu Chen said with a helpless face, because the only way to unlock the hell level is to clear the nightmare level. Unlike the newbie copy, the first order abyss is much more open to direct nightmare level choices. There is no need to unlock it from hard level. Su Xiao's expression froze, and his brain was as if it had gone down. That tone, that look, what does it mean? If you didn't have the nightmare level restriction, would it be hard for you to go straight into the hell level? Are you sure you can really pass? Packed. So confident? I might quit in the middle of it. The last person who quit in the middle of the process may have regretted it. A tangled look appeared on Su Xiao's face. It's practically unheard of for a normal person who failed a transfer to enter a nightmare level abyss. One might even say it's a death wish. Initially he just wanted the material. But Gu Chen said that he could give him a chance to team up and enter the abyss, which was more than he could ask for. For someone who can't be a professional, the abyss is an unimaginable attraction. But nightmare level abyss is also extremely deadly. Actually, I just want a material. Su Xiao's face was cloudy, and in the end, he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Okay, I'm with it. Lin Yuan stepped forward, smiled and patted his shoulder. Congratulations, stud is a kind of wisdom. Now that we're sure, let's get ready. Without further delay, Gu Chen walked over to the side of the abyss entrance, opened the interface, and selected the nightmare level. Warning, the current selection is nightmare difficulty, and the challenger will be faced with a near-realistic abyss that extremely difficult, extremely high mortality rate. Do you choose? Yes. The average level of the current team is too low, it is recommended to reorganize the team. No. We're entering the buried bone crypt, nightmare level, abyss. Please wait. The entrance to the abyss was similar to the entrance to the replica, only to see a blood-colored light blossom from the spatial vortex. Immediately afterward, Gu Chen and the four people behind him disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, all the professionals within the north. In the first instance, I received a message pushed from the professionals platform. Notice, Gu Chen, winner of the SS rating for Lin Chang, has led a team of professionals into the buried bone crypt, nightmare level. A simple tweet directly blew up the entire northern realm. What the hell? Pro City? An SS rating? Gu Chen, the name is so familiar, isn't this person the summoner that the Li family is after? The son of the War King of the North? Crazy? Gu-chen is only a level 10 summoner, how dare he go to the First Order Abyss? This is seeking death, isn't it? Even if he's the son of the Northern Battle King. It's also impossible to pass the nightmare level abyss at level 10? No, don't you guys see the point? Gu-chen took Lin Chang's SS rating?
The proconsul said there was no such thing.
Gu-chen has indeed cleared the Temple Ruins Hell level copy, and his SS rating is the real deal.
I saw it with my own eyes.
I crossed over? Did Gu-chen pass the Hell level copy or not? Is the SS rating real or not? Why ask me? If you want to ask the City Hall of Linchang. Quickly, call the city's hotline and ask. My great prosperity city has finally produced an SS-rated evaluation recipient, why don't they report it? Now that that's out of the way, I have a sudden urge to ask. Since Gu-chen has gotten an SS rating, why should he fish out of water with the Li family? Pro City Hall, City Lord's office.
Su Lai is under a lot of pressure right now, as the Supreme Consul of Linchang, since he's been in politics, There has never been such a descent into despair as today. That's right, desperation. At first, when he learned that a SS rank evaluation recipient had appeared among the transfer students in Pro City, he was ecstatic. An SS rating represents more than just a guaranteed spot in the Upper King's Academy. It also meant that he was able to secure more resources from the north, which was a testament to his performance.
Just as he was planning to report this matter to Solid North City, he received a request for an audience from the Li family.
Li Primrose made only a very small request, which was to request that City Hall submit the application process for guaranteed spots a few days late. As for other things, all the Li family will operate. Of course, Su Lai wanted to know what the Li family was going to do, but even though he was the city's lord, nor did he want to easily offend the Li family. After all, it was the #1 family in Linchang. And from his point of view, as long as he can add a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy for Linchang, it doesn't even hurt who got this SS rating. Delaying the workflow for a few days. It happens all the time. It's not a violation. A small thing indeed. So Su Lai readily agreed. The next day, Li Renjie was killed, and Su Lai was shocked but still able to sit still. However, today, when Gu Qingfeng came, Su Lai couldn't sit still at once. Next, Gu Chen's identity is revealed to be Gu Qingfeng's son. At that moment, Su Lai was completely flustered. He, a small city lord of Linchang. How dare you get stuck with a guaranteed spot for a royal prince? Even killing him wouldn't cover this sin. Just now, he received another message that the Li family had been destroyed. At that moment, Su Lai's eyes went black and he seemed to have seen his end. He was so anxious that he almost broke down, but he suddenly realized that since all the Li family members were dead, that meant that he was the only one who knew about those things. In this way, as long as the guaranteed spot was implemented into Gu Chen's head as soon as possible, he would have a smooth landing. At that thought, Su Lai immediately grabbed the phone on his desk. Secretary Li, go through the emergency procedures and immediately implement the guaranteed place on Gu Chen's head. And make a big deal about the hellish newbie copy being cleared. Quick! Move fast. It has to be fast. Su Lai shouted the word fast 3 times in a row, never having lost his temper so much. However, before his words even left his mouth, a striking message popped up on the monitor in front of him. Notice, Gu Chen, winner of SS rating in Linchang, has led a team of professionals into the buried bone crypt, nightmare level. Looking at the information in front of him, Su Lai's eyelids jumped and the expression on his face froze completely. Done. It's all over. With this news, his delay in the bonding process was completely hidden. Chapter 50 First Order Abyss, Bone Burial Dungeon. You have entered the first level of the Abyssal Bone Dungeon, Nightmare level. Please be safe and clear the level with caution. With a slight sensation of weightlessness, the Gu Chen and the others appeared within a damp, dimly lit cavern, and the air was filled with a fermented, sour rot that filled their nostrils for a long time. This odor, it's sour. Lin Yuan cursed, hurriedly covering his mouth and nose. The stomach was already flipping. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran dry heaved in shock. The two women covered their mouths and noses at the first opportunity, and an unbearable expression appeared on their faces. Just the pungent odor is not threatening, but it definitely affects the ability to fight. Among the crowd, only Su Xia could not see any difference, because he had somehow put a metal mask on his face. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, the Su Xia then took out 4 masks of the same style from his space ring.
Here, put these on. They're N99 respiratory masks, my design.
Able to purify the air in the dungeon, as well as talk, night vision auto capture.
Breathing mask, type N99?
Lin Yuan hastily took one and put it on his face, and the sour odor in his nostrils was quickly filtered through in its place is the refreshingly fresh air.
For a moment, the whole world became beautiful.
Gu Chen, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran also quickly put on their masks, and then let out a sigh of relief in unison. I recall that the newest model of mask on the market is the N98, manufactured by the Forever Living Group.
What is this N99 model of yours? Lin Qingqing asked. The N99 model is an upgrade from the N98 model. The plan is to open the pre-sale at the Yongsheng Group's new product launch in 3 months.
Su Xia's voice rang out from the mask.
What, this is the latest model of breathing mask? It's not on sale to the public yet? How did you get it? Yongsheng Group, the nation's most cutting-edge technology conglomerate.
With the advanced weapons developed within the group was able to secure large orders from the Jinyuan army, even overpowering several military-industrial groups.
The Su clan, the actual controller behind the Yongsheng Group. Rumor has it that there's a central figure in the Sui family.
Its excellent research and development capabilities have brought tremendous technological advantages and commercial value to the Yongsheng Group, making it an authorized partner group of the Jinyuan army.
Wait, your last name is Su?
Lin Qingqing's tone was filled with surprise.
Could it be that you're that Su family genius? Developing a transcendent weapon that kills the abyssal fae. It allowed the Yonsei Group to successfully take a big order from the Jinyuan army.
I dare not be called a genius, but the Jinyuan army is indeed more than satisfied with my design.
I don't know, Su Xia said with a smile.
This time, the gazes of the rest of the people looking at Su Xia quietly changed.
Surprisingly, it's him.
I heard that the Su family's security level for him is in accordance with the treatment of the family head.
This kind of core person. How did he follow Gu Chen to the abyss? Gathering materials? What materials are so precious? And you had to have the core of the Su clan come in person?
Although Gu Chen was curious, he didn't care too much about it. Everyone had their own secrets. We're all just teaming up for a trip to the abyss together. Resolving the unbearable sour smell, he then summoned the Blood Race Archon. Traveling all the way from the wilderness to the Buried Bone Dungeon, the Blood Archon had also gained a lot.
Only to see it let out a gloomy low roar, and a dense mass of blood-colored figures immediately appeared in the dungeon.
A full 50 blood descendants, that was the limit of what could be transformed at the moment.
The Blood Archon is already level 11.
And a converted blood descendant can't be more than 10 levels above itself. Among these blood descendants, the highest level was level 21, and the lowest was level 15. Seeing the sudden appearance of a group of blood descendants, Lin Yuan and the others were really startled.
Almost thought he was caught in a fey ambush. Don't be afraid, it's my skill. Gu Chen called back to the 4 people who were preparing to retreat. What? Su Xia was in disbelief. How can a summoner have so many summoned beasts? There's only one summoner, all the others are summoning units for summoners. Gu Chen explained, then ordered the blood descendant to open the way in front.
Soon there was a low hissing sound from the darkness that a humanoid creature with a lizard-like shape came out of the darkness. The tattered and ugly head was covered with bloodstains, and a pair of scarlet eyes glittered with brutality that the limbs were stout and short, severely disproportionate, and the body was covered with rotting flesh, with some places even revealing white bone ballast.
Is this an orc? Never seen such a short, ugly orc.
Almost without even needing Gu Chen's order, the Blood Race Archon had already unleashed his skill.
Bullets lit up the darkened dungeon like lightning, crackling into the orc.
Orcs are known for their strength and physique, and they move swiftly, but the Blood Archon's skills are as fast as lightning. There was no chance left for it to dodge. In an instant, the orc's blood bar was emptied and he fell to the ground with a wail.
Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV.13, experience plus 1560.
A level 13 Fey was directly taken away by a single skill from the Blood Archon. This scene caused an intense look of shock to appear on Su Xia's face. Within the nightmare level abyss, the aliens are all enhanced.
It was simply not comparable to those ordinary foreigners in the wilderness.
Although he was only level 13, he was killed by a summoned beast with a single skill,
This is unbelievable.
After all, a level 13 Beast Corpse Chimera had nearly 40,000 blood.
a skill that directly cleared almost 40,000 blood? It's outrageous. At this moment, Su Xia suddenly realized that with the strength of Gu Chen's, maybe it's even possible to pass a nightmare-level copy. After the beast corpse chimera died, 6 death tentacles coalesced from black mist appeared next to the corpse in. It's a collateral skill of the fallen spell. A death strike appears every time a skill is used to hit a target. Deadly shot, you can shoot 6 bullets with skill effects. Hence the appearance of 6 death tentacles. Except that the death tentacle lasts only 2 seconds, or 1 breath, and the death tentacles dissipated into black mist. Beast corpse chimeras? That's a mouthful of a name. Lin Yuan looked at the ugly alien corpse on the ground and spat. Failed test subjects, actually. Su Xia spoke. The buried bones dungeon used to be the place where the dwarves carried out their cruel punishments. Countless dwarves have died here, and then a voodoo shaman came and fused the dwarven corpses with orcs, and made into this half-corpse, half-beast chimera. With that, Su Xia distributed 4 antidotes to the crowd. Beast corpse chimera's attack carries rotting poison damage, and if it's unfortunate enough to be struck by, you must use the antidote potion at the first opportunity, otherwise you will enter a poisoned state and continue to lose blood. Gu Chen received a tube of healing potion. The green liquid was like an emerald shining and swirling. Antidote to poisoning potion can quickly dispel the poisoned state of the body after using it. On the trading platform, the antidote potion was $3,000 a tube, not exactly cheap. Thanks a lot. Gu Chen put the antidote potion into his carry-on space and ordered the Blood Clan to continue driving the road as he walked. I bought some raiders at the Jin Yuan army stronghold. The final boss of the Nightmare class abyss is indeterminately located and very secretive, making it difficult to find. But one guide mentioned that to trigger the final boss, it is necessary to kill all the foreign races on these 3 levels, leaving no one behind. However, if there is a single alien that is not killed, the conditions for the appearance of the final boss cannot be triggered. So, if you want to get the record-breaking rewards after clearing the level, you'll have to fight for the speed of killing monsters. Chapter 51. Go to the main prison first and kill the Beast Corpse Patriarch. The Nightmare level abyss is very treacherous and has a high mortality rate, though. But the first pass record came decades earlier. Therefore, if Gu Chen wanted to get a high reward after passing the level, then we'll just have to take the broken record reward. But this is the abyss. Records are that easy to break? The current highest time for Nightmare level abyss is 6 hours and 47 minutes, and the record holder's name is Liang Yi. It's the current Lord of Wancheng. This is the record that Liang Yi and his team hit at level 19, It was already approaching the limit for ordinary professionals, and any faster would be impossible. But for Gu Chen, it certainly wouldn't stop there. Walking through the dungeon, a few beast corpse chimeras popped out of some dark corners every now and then. There was no danger to Gu Chen and the others. After all, a large number of blood descendants were scouting right in front of them. Boo! A shot was fired, directly hitting the beast corpse's head and dealing over 8,000 damage. Orc corpses are also considered an undead creature. After all, they are made from a fusion of orc and dwarf corpses. Possesses strong resistance to both physical and magical damage. Fighting a level 13 alien in the wilderness. The Blood Archon was able to deal around 12,000 damage with 1 bullet. But hitting the body of the beast leaves just over 8,000, and it has to be said that this defense is still substantial. It's a good thing the Blood Archon does enough damage and has a hit reset, as long as it's not an elite Fae. Basically, they all ended up being killed in seconds by the Blood Archon. Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign as well, and together with the Blood Race Archon, they were responsible for the kill. The Blood Descendants, on the other hand, are in charge of the search, traveling every area within the dungeon. Spare no beast corpse chimeras hidden in the darkness. The Nightmare Master's basic attack was not as good as the Blood Archon's, but with the aid of the Nightmare Servants, it could burst out with 10 times the damage and instantly kill a level 13 beast corpse chimera. Boo! The Blood Archon pulled the trigger, and a barrage of bullets whizzed by. It directly beat that beast corpse chimera into a sieve. At the same time, the Nightmare Juggernaut flickered for a while, instantly completing a kill. Kill beast corpse chimera LV.13, experience plus 1,560. Kill beast corpse chimera LV.13, experience plus 1,573. The rate of growth in experience has accelerated significantly. Versus the alien race in the wilderness with only 500 or 600 experience. The experience gained from killing foreigners in the abyss was as much as 3 times that gained in the wilderness. And, because of the presence of the blood descendants, whether they are searched for or killed, the speed of advancement has also been greatly improved. As the blood descendants continued to advance within the dungeon, soon the Gu Chen and the others then arrived at a wasteland littered with skeletons. The dead bones crunched under his feet as he made his way through. This is the first floor of the main prison? That fast? Wouldn't that be almost to the matriarch's beast corpse? Su Xia looked around and quickly recognized this place. There are a total of 3 levels in the Buried Bones dungeon, with the first level, the main dungeon, being the first challenging location that. There was a high-level elite beast corpse here. The corpse was a former dwarf clan chief with a strong battle power that was difficult to deal with. Su Xia immediately said, wanting to deal with the beast corpse patriarch. It is necessary to kill all the beast corpse chimeras in the periphery first, otherwise if we enter the main prison directly, we will easily be surrounded by beast corpse chimeras. No. Even with 50 blood descendants to clear the way, we wouldn't have gotten into the main prison so quickly. What's going on? Lost? A puzzled look appeared in Su Xia's eyes as he looked at the several people around him. Gu Chen's face was found to be calm, and did not show the slightest bit of abnormality due to his early entry into the main prison. Generally speaking, in the abyss one would try to kill the common Fae first, if possible. Leaving some of the elite Fae at the end would make it much less difficult to kill. That's why the professionals who entered the Buried Bone dungeon before would first clean up the beast corpse chimeras at the periphery of the area. Once all the ordinary beast corpses in the periphery were cleared, then they would enter the main prison to kill the beast corpse patriarch. This makes it less difficult to kill in the first place. Because in the entire dungeon, the lowest ranked is the beast corpse chimera. The killing process could also eat experience to upgrade, and after upgrading, it would be much less difficult to kill the beast corpse patriarch in the main prison. Secondly, when the ordinary foreigners on the periphery have been killed off, the beast corpse patriarch's battle prowess would also be drastically reduced. Because the beast corpse patriarch has a skill to gather monsters, and as long as he's in a combat situation, it would be possible to gather monsters indefinitely, and a steady stream of beast corpses from the periphery would converge on the main dungeon. Once a professional was surrounded by an entire dungeon of beast corpse chimeras, there was nothing left but death. Therefore, ordinary professionals did not dare to prioritize entering the main prison. Gu Chen spoke at this time. The Buried Bone dungeon is rather special. You must kill all of the Fae in the 3 dungeons in order to trigger the conditions for the appearance of the final boss. That is to say, but where any of the Fae are omitted. We all have to spend a lot of time looking for monsters, and unless we kill all the beast corpses, we'll never see the final boss. So I thought of another way to get to the main jail first. Utilize the beast corpse chief's monster gathering skill to gather all the normal beast corpses on the dungeon floor so that it will be the fastest time to kill all the beast corpses. What? Su Xia's face changed drastically. You want to kill the beast corpse clan chief first? This way the beast corpses on the periphery will all come pouring in. How will we fight then? Don't panic, fight what you need to fight. With a wave of Gu Chen's hand, the tall figure of the undead wreckage demon statue appeared in the main prison. Black light spread outward from its feet, applying exhaustion to the core, to all the beast corpses present. Immediately after that, the Nightmare Lord flew up and constructed deep dreams in the middle of the main prison, encompassing all the beast corpses present. Ah! No sooner had the deep dream unfolded than a piercing scream rang out from within the main prison. The dream energy deals a constant high amount of damage to all beast corpses in the main prison. The life value of the beast corpses was dropping crazily, almost 10,000 blood drops every second that passed. Seeing such an exaggerated damage effect, Su Xia's eyelids jumped violently. A strong sense of unreality filled his mind. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, who were on the side, nodded with great satisfaction when they saw Su Xia's expression. That's good. That's the state. 3 parts puzzled, 3 parts shocked, 3 parts incredulous. And a point for skepticism. Lin Yuan recalled the first time he had seen Gu Chen fight, and he had also displayed such an expression. Ranged explosive damage. It's not a spike, but it'll kill a whole bunch of people in 2 or 3 breaths. It's totally a lawn mowing game. The beast corpse chimeras in the main dungeon are all level 16 existences, even though they're also normal Fae. With his life value tripled, it was somewhat unrealistic to want to be killed by Deep Dream in seconds at once. And, in this main prison, that heavyweight beast corpse patriarch hadn't come out yet. Just then there was a dull, heavy thud in the darkness, followed by the dungeon began to vibrate regularly. A powerful, tyrannical aura suddenly erupted, approaching this way. A short, stout, black-haired man. Beast corpses with carrion and animal skin all over their bodies came out of the darkness. It was covered in large stitching scars, like a pieced-together corpse. Su Xia's face changed abruptly. It's out, it's the Beast Corpse Clan Chief. Chapter 52 Gathering Monsters Scary? It's actually a moth to a flame. Fei, Beast Corpse Leader Elite. Rank, LV.17. Life value, 121,500. Attributes, Strength 190, Agility 177, Physique 192, Spirit 170. Skill I, Animal Blood Boiling. Skill 2, Corpse Poison. Skill 2, Summon Animal Corpse. Level 17 Elite Fei. Gu Chen's eyes shifted slightly, and a few shades of gravity appeared on his face. This beastly corpse patriarch. It was almost as good as the final boss of the temple ruins, the Fallen Witch. However, this was only the first level of the Buried Bones dungeon. Where did the human scum come from? How dare you intrude into the Forbidden Land, looking for death? The Beast Corpse Patriarch's face was hideously tyrannical. It roared angrily, and boiling tainted blood erupted steeply within its body. A powerful aura instantly swept through the entire main dungeon, surprisingly instantly counteracting the deep dream realm. With this use, the numerous ordinary beast corpses on the periphery seemed to hear the order to transfer the. Frantically, he lunged towards Gu Chen and the others. Su Xia's face went pale as he watched the scene, and he even wanted to take out a teleportation scroll. As far as the current situation was concerned, Gu Chen didn't seem to have the means to be able to fight off so many beast corpses. Just then, Gu Chen's mind moved, and 3 layers of black light abruptly erupted above the undead wreckage demon statue. 2 black lights fell on the Beast Corpse Patriarch, Exhaustion to the Core, and Black Death Epidemic. All attributes are reduced by 50% and damage taken is increased by 50%. The healing effect is reduced by 90% and sustains a loss of lifesteal. The third black light was transformed into a dark shadow, centered on the demonic statue itself. It instantly spread over the entire main cell. Mordokai. The consumption of all targets within the skill range skyrockets tenfold. All 3 skills come together in a comprehensive nerf. The might that the Beast Corpse Patriarch had erupted with was instantly wasted. The deep dream realm once again cast a terrifying dream energy and began to decompose the group of beast corpses within the main prison. Even if the Beast Corpse Patriarch had a high blood count, he would turn into a dead corpse under a full-scale weakening. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV.15, Experience plus 1957. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV.15, Experience plus 1960. Kill Beast Corpse Chimera LV.15, Experience plus 1952. Clicking a harvest, the experience value rose miserably, soaring like a rocket. The Beast Corpse Chimeras died in pieces, and it didn't take long for Gu Chen's level to rise to level 12. Level up. Rank, LV.12 3234 21600. Power, 337. Agility, 336. Body mass, 338. Spirit, 509. Summoned beasts, Bloodlord LV.12, Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV.12, Epic, Skeleton Wraith LV.12, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. No one shared the experience and this upgrade took off straight away. 5 people enter the abyss, which increases in difficulty and, accordingly, in experience, and that. Almost 90% of the experience fell on Gu Chen's head. That's why he insisted on taking the actor into the abyss. This kind of killing speed was simply unimaginable when placed in the hands of other professionals. Just a wave of beast corpses rushing in from the periphery had directly raised a level. Ah! A mournful scream interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts. More and more beast corpse chimeras are being disintegrated to smithereens by the dream energy. The Beast Corpse Patriarch erupted into a sky-high rage, dark red tainted blood gushing out of him, filling the deep dreamscape, trying to break through this dream. However, with the undead skeleton demon statue pressing down, all resistance was destined to be futile. No matter how much it pounds the deep dream world. The Beast Corpse Patriarch, whose full attributes had been weakened by half, simply couldn't break free from the imprisonment of the deep dream realm. The dream energy continued to deconstruct its body, sustaining damage, dropping more and more blood. seeing that his life value continues to fall and he can't break through the deep dream world. The Beast Corpse Patriarch let out a mournful roar and began summoning all the beast corpses to come to the main prison for assistance. And this was exactly the scene Gu-chen was expecting to see. The roar of the Beast Corpse Patriarch echoed in the dark dungeon. A cacophony of shouts rang out from the darkness of the densely packed Beast Corpse chimeras emerged from all directions, frantically rushing towards within the main prison. As soon as these ordinary beast corpses stepped into the range of the main prison, they were enveloped in a layer of black light. All attributes are directly halved, and the effects of injuries are increased by half. Next, without any suspense at all, the pieces of ordinary beast corpses were torn to shreds by the dream energy and turned into valuable experience into Gu-chen's experience bar. The beast corpses are dying in large swaths, and they have no sanity to speak of at all. Not even instinctive fear. In a near frenzy, a reckless rush into the main cell, It didn't take more than a few steps before the deep dream was ripped to shreds. Is this the ability to gather monsters that scares professionals? In front of Gu-chen, it was just a moth to a flame. Seeing this scene, the Beast Corpse Patriarch let out an earth-shattering roar. Frantically, he lunged in the direction where Gu-chen was. Even with the full attributes weakened, the speed was extremely fast. However, the Blood Race Archon was on constant alert, always guarding Gu-chen's side. Even though he had a shield with a value of over 10,000 on him, he didn't forget to let the summoned beasts protect him. Only to see the Blood Archon raise his twin guns and pull the triggers at the charging Beast Corpse Patriarch. Bang! 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 A series of bullets hit the Beast Corpse Patriarch's body, but only knocked out over 30,000 blood. If this was replaced with a 40,000 blood Beast Corpse Chimera, it would be a direct hit. Worthy of being an elite Fae, even though his full attributes were halved, resisting a single skill from the Blood Archon hard. And yet, it only dropped 30,000 blood. However, it wasn't over yet. The fallen spell skill took effect. Around the Beast Corpse Patriarch, 6 death tentacles grew rapidly. It slapped mercilessly on the Beast Corpse Patriarch's body, causing his charge to slow down instantly. Crackle! Crackle! Death tentacles can only exist for 2 seconds and attack once per second. Each death tentacle could deal 300 points of damage to the target, 6 would be 18,000. 2 seconds down, 36,000. Adding to the damage from the skill just now, in just one breath, the Beast Corpse Patriarch then dropped almost 70,000 life points. Lin Yuan and the others looked shocked. Almost 70,000, this damage was too terrifying. This Beast Corpse Patriarch only had a total of over 120,000 life points. The Blood Archon had crippled him with a single strike. However, despite the blood bar being mostly empty, the Beast Corpse Patriarch didn't stop. It was like a ferocious beast, ignoring any attacks and rushing madly towards Gu-chen. After all, it was an elite Fae, and although the Blood Archon's skills exploded with super high damage, there was no way to stop its onslaught. Lao Gu. As they watched the Beast Corpse Patriarch rush towards Gu-chen, Lin Yuan and the others let out a tense cry. In their opinion, this was the first time Gu-chen had faced a foreign race head-on. As we all know, the biggest drawback of a summoner is his own lack of combat ability. All of the strength is focused on the summoned beast, which is very vulnerable to both its own blood and defense. Once the alien gets close, that's when the summoner dies. However, in the next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared and wrapped around the Beast Corpse Patriarch's body. That frantic rush suddenly stalled, and before he could even get 3 meters closer to Gu-chen, he was then trapped in place by the Nightmare Minion's entanglement effect. Meanwhile, 10 Nightmare Servants twined that. It caused the sustained damage taken by the Beast Corpse Patriarch to steeply skyrocket tenfold. Boom! Hematokizia. The Beast Corpse Patriarch was trapped in place, his remaining blood collapsing at an incredible rate. In a flash, the blood is cleared. Chapter 53 The Second Legendary Grade Summoned Beast. Within the main prison, the Beast Corpse Patriarch was disintegrated into a floor of dark red debris. The beast corpses that had been summoned all died in the deep dream realm, leaving nothing but broken pieces. Kill Beast Corpse Patriarch Elite LV.16, experience plus 5,725. Acquired loot, Dwarf King's Ring LV.16, rare. Acquired trophy, Secret Silver Armor LV.16, rare. Obtained loot, Enhancement Stone 10, rare. Level up. Rank, LV.13 1369 43,200. Power, 347. Agility, 346. Body mass, 348. Spirit, 529.
Summoned beasts: Bloodlord LV.13, Legendary; Nightmare Lord LV.13, Epic; Skeleton Wraith LV.13, Epic.
Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available.
Rise to level 11 in the Wilderness, and level 12 after killing the first wave of Fae in the Buried Bones dungeon. Now clear a whole level of dungeons and go straight to level 13. Abyss: it's true that high risk comes with high reward.
Take a break here first. Gu Chen turned to Lin Yuan and the others and didn't continue deeper.
Further along is the second floor, and for every floor deeper in the Buried Bones dungeon, the
difficulty are going to happen dramatically.
After all, it was now a nightmare level abyss, so Gu Chen planned to reinforce a wave of summoned beasts first.
Unleash the gift. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King's Blood.
King's Blood lineage.
A flash of ecstasy erupted in Gu Chen's eyes as it finally appeared.
What you get after the first two upgrades are descent bloodlines. That was why he hadn't fused the summoned beasts, and now that he had gotten the King's Blood bloodline, it meant that he would once again get a legendary level summoned beast. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to advance the Undead Wreckage Demon statue to legendary level. For no other reason than the full nerf effect really smells too good. If one advances to legendary level, it was hard to imagine how powerful a suppressive effect the Undead Wreckage Demon statue would have on the other side. As for the two descendant bloodlines, they were given to the Nightmare Lord. It also gives it 2 bloodline awakenings. Bloodline awakening successful. Bloodline awakening successful. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Rank, LV.13. Life value, 21,300. Attributes: Strength 179, Agility 186, Physique 185, Spirit 190. Skill: Disillusionment Instant Kill, has been strengthened. Disillusionment Instant Kill utilizes the dream world to approach the target unit, launching an attack and killing, each time after killing the target. Increase damage of next skill by 1%. Note, if the summoned animal dies, the damage bonus will be zeroed. Skill: Deep Dreaming, strengthened. Deep Dreaming, constructing deep dreams in an area. Deals high sustained damage to targets caught in it, and for every target that dies, all targets within the deep dream will be stunned for 1 second. At 21,000 blood, though not as high as some of the elites and bosses. But it has been extremely rare. Because elites and bosses have a blood bonus, in the aspect of blood. Few exist that can match it. After the awakening, in addition to the blood and 4-dimensional attributes being improved, the skills, Disillusionment Instant Kill, and Deep Dream, were also strengthened. After killing a target with Phantom Instant Kill, the damage of the next skill is increased by 1%. The damage bonus is able to keep stacking as long as you don't die. Unfortunately, if the enhancement is Deep Dreaming, for every target killed, with a 1% increase in skill damage, that Nightmare Juggernaut will receive a terrifying boost. After all, Deep Dream was a ranged damage skill, and it could kill a whole bunch of people in a short period of time. It's not like Disillusionment Instant Kill, where you have to name them one by one. In comparison, the enhancement of Deep Dream is relatively small. Each target that dies within the Dreamlands inflicts a 1-second stun on the other targets. It's only 1 second, but if used properly, definitely disables all units caught in the dream. Not bad, at least it would go a long way towards stopping the powerful Fae from breaking through the dreamscape. Next, Gu Chen bestowed the King's Bloodline on the Undead Wreck Demon statue. Advancement successful. Undead Demon statue, Epic. Undead Demon statue, Legendary. Rank, LV.13. Life value, 26,700. Attributes: Strength 231, Agility 226, Physique 243, Spirit 244. Summoned Beast qualification is raised from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner full attribute plus 100. Summoned beasts get talent and skill enhancement. Irresistible, lore: while the Undead Wreckage Fiend is at rest, the defense is increased by 1% per second, recovery is increased by 1% per second, and targets located within 10 meters of the Undead Wraith. Negative effects increased by 50%. Exhaustion to the core LV.20, Legendary, applies an exhaustion status to a nearby target. Reduces all attributes by 50%, increases damage by 100%, not immune to. Black Death Plague LV.20, Legendary, infects one target with a plague that Reduces the effectiveness of healing it receives by 90%. The plague is contagious. The more targets it infects, the more life points it continues to lose.
Non-immunizable.
Mordor Forbidden Domain LV.20, Legendary, the undead wreckage demon statue centers on itself. Drawing a forbidden area, targets within the forbidden area suffer 10 times more damage and all consumptions increase 10 times more. Legendary talents, and full skills at full legendary level. The excitement on Gu Chen's face was overwhelming.
The first is a talent boost.
When the undead wraiths are at rest, the defense and recovery by 1% per second, which means having to give up the undead wraith's mobility, it is only then that the state can be raised to its maximum.
But there's no way the undead wraiths aren't moving with the group.
It was also impossible to attract all the Fae to where the undead wreck demon statue was. If placed before, Gu Chen wouldn't have been able to maximize the use of this talent at all.
But don't forget that after Gu Chen killed Wang Chongshan and his party, learned the displacement swap skill from the primary skill scroll.
Not only does it allow him to swap displacements with summoned units, it is also possible for summoned units to swap displacements between themselves. In this way, the undead wraiths can stay somewhere to stack their stats first, and when it comes time to enter combat, simply swap their positions with the blood descendants in battle. And, a target located within 10 meters of the dead wreck wraith. Negative effects suffered are also boosted by 50%, so much so that the advantage of displacement swapping is even more pronounced. Displacement swap is only an excellent level skill, but paired with a legendary level summoner, the battle power exerted was frighteningly powerful. As for the other three skills, they each gained a different degree of enhancement. The damage of, exhausted to the core, has gained a 50% bonus. The Black Death Epidemic has gained contagiousness, eliminating the need for the undead wraiths to cast it one by one. And the more targets infected, the higher the sustained damage. Mordor Forbidden Domain has changed the most. Previously it was 10 times more consumable. Now there was an additional 10x damage, so that a target that was in the skill's range would basically have no chance of survival.
It's done.
Looking at the three summoned beasts beside him, Gu Chen's heart was full of vigor.
Well, keep heading for the second floor of the dungeon, for the record-breaking reward. It's time to speed things up next.
Gu Chen said, ordering the blood descendants to drive forward, while Ling Yuan and the others nodded their heads.
Follow up quickly.
Nightmare level abyss, for the sake of breaking records, that would be a speed pass.
Chapter 54 Giving up the Dwarf King Ring. How do I get to the second floor of the Buried Bones dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. There is a labyrinth behind the main dungeon, and the entrance to the second level of the dungeon is at the end of the labyrinth.
I'm sorry, Su Xia spoke up.
That means you have to go through a maze to get to the second floor of the dungeon? And the puzzle game that. What a headache.
Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head. Well, the guide has listed 5 routes through the labyrinth, and every time you enter the abyss, the
mazes you encounter are all different, so try them one by one.
Although Su Xia had never entered the abyss, as a Wancheng man, he was familiar with the burial dungeon to a fault. It was the abyss at his doorstep after all.
It's too much of a waste of time. Gu Chen then shook his head. I want to use another method. What method?
I read in one of the guides that there's a stone statue at the entrance to the labyrinth. Put the Dwarf King's ring on the stone statue's finger and we can reach the second floor of the dungeon directly. It is true that a gargoyle who has gained the ring of the Dwarf King will be temporarily resurrected, but only by defeating the gargoyle that. The entrance to the second floor of the dungeon will only appear.
Su Xia said in a hurry.
After killing the Beast Corpse Patriarch, 2 pieces of rare level equipment were popped out, one being the Dwarf King ring, both the properties and the effects are very impressive. The other is secret silver armor, the warrior's professional equipment. Gu Chen planned to go out and hang on to the professional platform directly afterward.
Dwarf King's ring. Quality, rare. Rank, LV.16.
Attributes, strength plus 30, agility plus 30, physique plus 30, spirit plus 30. Effect, increased damage dealt to dwarf units by 100%. The Fae in the Buried Bones dungeon are basically made from dwarven corpses orcs. This means that by wearing the Dwarf King's ring, it deals 1x attack power to all the next Fae.
All attributes plus 30, damage enhancement, 1 times, this booster can be said to be unprecedentedly powerful.
So, almost 99% of professionals would rather try the maze over and over again, nor would he surrender the ring.
But for Gu Chen, since he wanted to get the record-breaking reward, then one should never countenance such trivialities. A dwarf king's ring is just a ring. 30 full attributes is dispensable to him. As for the 1x boost in damage dealt to dwarves, it's not uncuttable. After all, the undead wreckage demon statue had advanced to a legendary summoning beast. The boost it brought was certainly not comparable to a dwarf king's ring in the district. The difficulty of the buried bone dungeon increases dramatically with each deeper level. The dwarf king's ring has a 1x damage bonus, and it's a very important tool for clearing levels in the later stages. Su Xia persuaded from the side. Moreover, the one awakened by the dwarf king's ring is a level 20 stone statue, with immense power. The damage is even more horrific. A paladin with 60,000 blood was killed by one of its skills earlier. There's simply no one who can resist such horrific damage. Gu Chen didn't say much and showed his thoughts with practical actions. He walked straight to a stone wall behind the main prison. A square hole has opened up in the stone wall, the entrance to the labyrinth, and next to it is a man in armor, a stone statue of the dwarf king wearing a crown and carrying a large stone hammer at his waist. Without much thought, Gu Chen directly put the dwarf king ring on the finger of the stone statue. There was a flash of light on the stone statue, and its limbs began to move as if it had come to life. Immediately after that, the stone statue of the dwarf king bellowed and came forward with a huge hammer. "Challenger, are you the one who wants to duel me?" The stone statue of the dwarf king stared with a pair of copper bell eyes and deadly staring at Gu Chen. Seeing this scene, Su Xia's face immediately revealed a scornful look. Alien, stone statue of the dwarf king. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 85,200. Attributes, Strength 310, Agility 177, Physique 192, Spirit 170. Skill, Warhammer Blast. Level 20 Common Fey, 85,000 blood. Take the pinch. Gu Chen didn't say anything, and with a thought, 2 streaks of black light erupted from the undead wreckage demon statue's body. It instantly fell on the stone statue of the dwarf king. Stone statues aren't lifeforms, and Black Death Epidemic fails outright. But under the effect of exhaustion to the core, the dwarf king stone statue's full attributes were suddenly halved. And the damage taken is increased by 100%. The stone statue of the dwarf king sensed its own negative status, and a look of anger erupted on its rugged face. The huge stone hammer in his hand bloomed with golden light. Warhammer Blast. The huge golden stone hammer slammed down towards Gu Chen. Looking at the attack smashing down at breakneck speed in front of him, Gu Chen didn't have the slightest intention of dodging it. Su Xia, who was watching the battle from the side, had a shocked expression on his face and let out a cry of surprise. Just then, Gu Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. In its place, the Nightmare Lord appeared before the stone statue of the dwarf king. Boom! The golden warhammer smashed down, and the black mist on the Nightmare Juggernaut's body churned for a while, and since it was a body of energy, the physical attacks do far less damage to it. Immediately after that, the black mist spread in 10 black shadows instantly wrapped around the dwarf king's body. The dense black mist enveloped the stone statue of the dwarf king in a flash. Disillusionment instant kill. Nightmare Juggernaut casts a direct skill that stacks 10 times the damage of the stacked with the 1x damage bonus from exhaustion to the core, the dwarf king stone statue instantly took 20x skill damage. Boom! A heavy wail echoed through the dungeon. The stone statue of the dwarf king couldn't see any damage on the surface, but 85,000 blood was instantly emptied. In the next second, the light on the surface of the stone statue receded and stood back up to its previous position. Dueling victory. Defeat stone statue of dwarf king LV.20, experience plus 3,687. The stone statue turned around, and the stone hammer in its hand suddenly erupted with a golden light that it slammed into a nearby wall. The wall shattered, revealing a huge hole in the inside are deep stone steps leading all the way down. The dwarf stone statue put away its stone hammer and turned back to its original position, while the dwarf king ring on its hand disappeared. Looking at the stone steps that led to the second floor of the dungeon, Gu Chen had a smile on his face. However, Su Xia, who was on the side, had not yet slowed down. A duel with a stone statue of the dwarf king, and that's the end of it? The legendary stone statue of the dwarf king that killed a 60,000 blood paladin with a single hammer blow. Killed by a single damage from Nightmare Juggernaut? Su Xia felt like a dream at the moment. However, when he thought of the image of Gu Chen leading the crowd to rush into the main prison on the first floor,
the three summoned beasts crunching and killing indiscriminately, and powerfully exploding the Beast Corp's patriarch in the midst of the Beast Corp's frenzy. I can't believe that the summoner is as powerful as he is, no wonder he's so confident. Challenging a nightmare-level abyss right off the bat. Su Xiao looked at Gu-chan with a complicated expression, although he was not a professional. But it also truly felt Gu-chan's power. This kind of power completely overturned his perception of the previous professionals. Shocked? That's not even close. Lin Yuan walked forward and patted Su Xiao's shoulder. Let's go to the second floor of the dungeon. The real battle is yet to come. A large number of blood descendants poured into the cave entrance, stepping into the stone steps and advancing toward the darkness below. Gu-chan looked at the time. It had been exactly 1 hour since he entered the abyss. At this rate, the record-breaking reward is definitely secure. With a wave of his hand and 3 summoned beasts following behind him, Gu-chan led Lin Yuan and the others towards the second floor of the dungeon. Chapter 55: What to do if you can't punch it up. The second floor of the dungeon is even more treacherous than the first floor of the dungeon. The alien here is no longer a failed experiment like the Beast Corp's chimera, but an evolved body with sanity and more power. After walking for some distance on the second floor of the dungeon, a group of beast corpses in armor spotted Gu-chan and the others. The beast corpse at the head held 2 giant axes, and formed an attack formation with the beast corpses behind him. Stopped them in their tracks. Humans, get out of our crypt, you are not welcome here. As he spoke, the attribute information of the group of beast corpses then appeared. Alien, Orc Warriors. Rank, LV.17. Life value, 62,500. Attributes, Strength 180, Agility 173, Physique 192, Spirit 175. Skill, Battle Formation Charge. A 17th level common Fey is the Beast Corp's matriarch of the articulated dungeon floor. The level 20 Dwarf King stone statue just now wasn't a regular copy of the plot. It can only be considered a choice node. Looking at the dozen or so Beast Corp's warriors in front of him, Su Xiao's face turned a little white. Brother Tatsu, it's best to make a strategic retreat first. I'm familiar with these Beast Corp's warriors, and the greater the number of, the more damage a battle charge does. If there is a real fight, this team of Beast Corp's warriors is capable of exploding a battle power that far exceeds their own by several times. Gu-chan nodded, but had no intention of stepping back at all. The undead wreckage demon statue on the side roared, and 2 negative statuses were placed on the group of Beast Corp's warriors. The war axe of the leading Beast Corp's warrior was raised high, and a low roar came out of his mouth. How dare you make a move against us, human, you're looking for death. Before the words were out of his mouth, a series of bright silver-colored bullets appeared in the dungeon at the first sign of, precisely hitting the head of that Beast Corp's warrior soldier. Snap! The head exploded and a headless body fell heavily to the ground. Kill Beast Corp's warrior LV.17, experience plus 2,299. At the same time, 6 black mist-like tentacles of death sprang up and an attack was launched against the rest of the Beast Corp's warriors. The battle was imminent, yet the remaining Beast Corp's warriors didn't show the slightest bit of confusion. Instead, they quickly formed up and charged towards Gu-chan's side. It was worthy of being a war soldier, well-trained, unlike the Beast Corp's chimeras that just relied on instinct to pounce. But it's not enough. Only to see the Nightmare Sovereign's body surrounded by black aura, more than 10 black shadows shot out at great speed. It instantly wrapped around the body of the group of Beast Corp's warriors. Battle Formation Charge: the more Beast Corp's warriors you have, the more damage you do? So the question is, if you can't punch up, is the damage still high? A dozen or so Beast Corp's warriors are entangled in place and continue to lose blood while in the plague state. The Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Sovereign were even more unlikely to let go of this good opportunity, directly charging into that group of Beast Corp's warriors as if they were tigers entering a flock of sheep. Bullets whistled, black mist filled the air, and one after another, the Beast Corp's war soldiers fell to the ground. Kill Beast Corp's warrior LV.17, experience plus 2,236. Kill Beast Corp's warrior LV.17, experience plus 2,250. Kill Beast Corp's warrior LV.17, experience plus 2,247. In just 3 to 5 minutes, a dozen or so Beast Corp's battle soldiers fell to the ground horizontally. Level up. Rank, LV.14 2,267 89,500. Power, 457. Agility, 456. Body mass, 458.
Spirit, 649. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV.14, Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV.14, Epic, Skeleton Wraith LV.14, Legendary. Due to the previous progression of the Undead Wreckage Demon statue from Epic to Legendary, it allowed Gu-Chen to gain 100 points of full attributes. As a result, his average attributes had now reached over 500, and even if he were placed at the 3rd rank, it was also capable of crushing the vast majority of professionals. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. The old rule is that a level 14 Dark Bloodline is reserved for a level 15 summoner as an alternative. On the other side, Su Xia's pupils were shocked to the point of trembling. I had thought that the Beast Corpse warriors on the 2nd floor of the dungeon would be a considerable force of resistance. But he didn't expect to become a pile of dirt directly against Gu-Chen's summoned beasts. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing, and Su Ran, on the other hand, were watching with excitement, even though they weren't hanging that. But by hugging Gu-Chen's thigh, the joy of opening up was very real. Having risen to level 14, the Blood Archon's life value skyrocketed to 56,340. You can convert 80 blood descendants. With that, it unleashed its skills, consuming 24,000 blood. Converted all the corpses on the ground into level 17 blood descendants. Because Gu-Chen was trying to set a record, and the blood descendants' battle prowess wasn't particularly outstanding. That's why they've never been allowed to join the fight, just to act as pathfinders. However, don't let that underestimate them. Except for only a few that are level 20 plus, the rest are level 10 plus. A blood descendant of level 20 or higher does 500 damage to self-destruct. Self-destruct damage at level 10 or higher is 300. So, if these 80 blood descendants blow themselves up at the same time, can explode for 250,000 damage in a split second. That was Gu-Chen's idea, to give the final boss a big one. Next, the path continued to be opened by the blood descendants as Gu-Chen led the crowd forward. The terrain of the 2nd floor of the dungeon was even more complicated than the 1st floor, crisscrossed with a great many passages. Even when Gu-Chen had the intention of trying to find the 2nd level of the main prison, he almost got lost in it. Luckily, there's Su Xia. It wasn't that Su Xia was so familiar with the route. In the 2nd floor of the dungeon, he was also a wayfarer. The nice thing, though, is that he's got a hack, something like a scanner, that. He also researched it. After scanning the map, and then scanning the environment in which you find yourself, a holographic map can then be generated. The holographic map shows the current location and also generates the optimal path that effectively avoid getting lost in the middle of complex terrain. Get ready to go, it's 10 kilometers and will take about 45 minutes. The black tech is starting to navigate. This time was generated at the average speed of a level 14 professional, and may be inaccurate, but the difference won't be too great. But anyway, 10 kilometers is still a bit far, so next it's time to speed up the road. Why don't I have one of the summoning units carry you? Gu-Chen looked at Su Xia and asked. With navigation in hand, the next step is to start catching up. Su Xia was just an ordinary person who hadn't been transformed and couldn't keep up with the crowd's speed. No, I can keep up. As he spoke, Su Xia took out a mechanical device from his spatial ring. The movement was skillfully put on. The unit is an overall dark gray with some silver and white lines for a hard, smooth look. Fits the contours of the body. Shoulders, chest and legs covered with armor, equipped with a power unit and a support structure at the waist and hips. Back with cooling fins and antenna. This scene made Lin Yuan's eyes go straight. Old Su, you wear a mecha? No, this is battle armor, number Mark 1. Click. 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 Su Xia began to warm up, moving his joints and limbs. A series of mechanical turning sounds came from the battle armor. As he took his steps, his whole body, like an agile cheetah, in a single breath, he scurried out 8 or 9 meters away. I purposely didn't load the weapon systems to save weight, and I'm a lot faster on foot. Let's go, we should be able to reach the 2nd floor of the main prison in 45 minutes. Chapter 56 Beast Corpse Queen. 80 blood descendants in a frontal formation opened the way in front, with Gu-Chen and the others following behind. Turn on rush mode. Along the way, many Beast Corpse warriors arranged themselves into attack formations and charged towards the crowd. Gu-Chen didn't want to waste time here. Therefore the method of dealing with these Beast Corpse warriors was also very simple. Once the Beast Corpse warriors have charged up, have the Nightmare Master summon the Nightmare Servant. wrap all of the Beast Corps warriors rushing at the front row in place. So much so, that the Beast Corps warriors behind them fell over one after another. By the time they had assembled their formation again and were ready to pursue, they had already lost sight of Gu-chan and the others. From the entrance of the second-level dungeon to the main dungeon, even if you took the shortest distance, it was still 10 kilometers. Without Su Xia's black tech navigation, I'm not sure how many more days I'll have to spend circling this intricate dungeon. It is also because of the complexity of the dungeon that many professionals, even if they are armed with cheats and maps, it's also going to be quite a journey in this. The condition for the appearance of the final boss in turn requires the deaths of all the normal Fae, so the record for copies of the Buried Bone Dungeon was always hard to break. 45 minutes later, Gu-chen and the others arrived outside the main prison on the second floor. After resolving the group of war soldiers that had been attracted to the area, the group walked into the main cell. On the surface alone, there's no difference between the main dungeon and the rest of the dungeon within but the interior is much more spacious and comes with a strong icy aura. This should be the place. Su Xia surveyed the surroundings and said, inside the main prison on the second floor is also an elite Fae, that voodoo shaman stitched together the bodies of the orc and the dwarf queen, after successfully creating the Beast Corps King that combines both power and sanity. Just as Su Xia was talking, a gust of black wind blew up around him. A low hissing sound resounded around them as a rough figure walked out from the depths of the main prison. The queen of the beast corpses appeared, covered in dirty beast hair and colorful scales, and exaggerated in size, barely human. This look is even uglier than the Beast Corps patriarchs. It was like several types of orcs and dwarves stitched together into one monster. Fae, Queen of the Beasts Elite. Rank, LV.18. Life value, 151,500. Attributes, Strength 210, Agility 197, Physique 212, Spirit 190. Skill I, Berserk Rush. Skill 2, Acid Poisoning. Skill 2, Corpse Berserking. Skill 4, Gathering the Corpses. A level 18 elite Fae with a blood count of over 150,000 was even more terrifying than the dwarf clan chief. This Beast Corps Queen seems to be a bit fierce. Gu-chen immediately had the summoned beasts launch an attack. The Blood Archon's figure flashed, and he rushed forward with his twin spears in hand. A series of bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 The body of the Beast Corps Queen exploded with fist-sized bloody holes. Ah! The Beast Corps Queen let out a sharp, piercing scream as she took damage. With that, it spewed out a large cloud of purple-black smoke from its mouth, smoke that was highly poisonous, and it still ranged damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran and Su Xia were all enveloped by the poisonous mist and their blood levels dropped rapidly. It was a good thing that Lin Yuan and the others had followed Gu-chen through a hell-level copy, and not only had their attributes improved, also opened nice equipment from the duplicate treasure chest's first pass boxes. This makes their defense much higher, blocking a portion of the damage. But Su Xia wasn't so lucky. Just by the black mist drifting across his face, he was left with only a trace of bloody skin, and the reason why he didn't die, it was because he used an invincibility scroll in the first place. Su Xia, who had only a trace of blood left, turned pale and immediately took out a life recovery potion to give himself back blood. In his heart, he couldn't help but be thankful that he had reacted in time just now, or else he would have been dead by now. Xu Xia must have more than one life. As the core figure of the Forever Living group, he must have props like the Resurrection Cross. But even if there are resurrection props, they are not unlimited, there will be a cooldown limit. After using it once, you certainly can't use it a second time in a short period of time. We're not even halfway through the Bone Dungeon Abyss. If you waste a resurrection prop right here, how are you going to get through the later stages? You guys retreat first. Gu-chen immediately said to the crowd. Almost the instant the words fell, the sound of mechanical rotation then resounded from the Mark I battle armor. In the next second, Su Xia pulled out his legs and ran without the slightest bit of lingering. It was at this point that he reacted to the fact that a place like the Abyss, it really wasn't something that he, an ordinary person, could dabble in. Earlier, watching Gu-chen slay the first floor of the dungeon, even the level 20 Dwarf King stone statue was killed in one hit, and he subconsciously let his guard down. So much so that Gu-chen easily killed the first wave of Beast Corps warriors on the second floor of the dungeon. It made him unable to help but feel contempt for these foreign races. Yet now it dawned on him that he was just an ordinary man that A random foreigner in this abyss could take his life, so what right did he have to be gullible? Perhaps Su Xia, who had become a great invalid, was too conspicuous. A wave of black air erupted around the Beast Corpse Queen, and her body was like a cannonball as she catapulted directly towards Su Xia. Frenzy rush. Su Xia was frightened by this scene. This was the skill of the Beast Corpse Queen. If the Beast Corpse Queen rubbed on it, it would definitely be a life lost. He hastily took out his instant scroll and almost brushed against the Beast Corpse Queen's charge and instantly moved out. A tiny fraction of a millimeter. Whoosh! Su Xia's figure appeared behind Gu Chen, whose legs were weak at the moment. The clothes on his body were already soaked with cold sweat. It was only a matter of time before he was killed again by the Queen of the Beast Corpses. After 2 brushes with death in a row, Su Xia has been on a stand, cowering and shivering between Lin Yuan and the others. At the same time, outside the main prison, a large number of Beast Corpse battle soldiers came raging over to kill. Human, how dare you kill my clan, seek death. Gu Chen didn't even talk and directly launched his skills. Displacement interchange. In the next second, the figure of one of the blood descendants closest to the Beast Corpse Queen flickered and suddenly it turned into a tall, looming demonic statue of an undead skeleton. Due to level restrictions, summoned beasts couldn't leave Gu Chen's 3-kilometer range. So the undead wraith statue had been stationary somewhere in a dungeon 3 kilometers away for 10 minutes. In other words, the defense and recovery of the undead wreckage demon statue had been stacked 6 times. Buzz! A rich black light blossomed from the tall demonic statue that. The bodies of the group of foreigners, including the Beast Corpse Queen, trembled in unison, and were instantly inflicted with exhaustion to the core and Black Death epidemic. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Gu Chen spoke indifferently. For the average professional, the Beast Corpse Queen in front of him and the Beast Corpse warrior soldiers that rushed to kill him were simply irresistible, and it would already be considered a blessing of life if he could leave a whole body in such a battle. However, right now, these foreign races were nothing but dirt in Gu Chen's eyes. All attributes are halved, and damage taken is doubled by 1. And life continues to drop while in the plague state. What is there to fear from such a foreigner? Even the elite Fae were killed as usual. The Blood Archon and the Nightmare Lord immediately joined the battlefield, bullets whistling and black mist filling the air. The Beast Corpse warriors were harvested like leeks in a frenzy. The Beast Corpse Queen's hideous eyes flashed with a grim color. It didn't lead a group of Beast Corpse war soldiers to charge into battle, but instead looked to the tall and powerful undead skeleton demon statue by its side. Surprisingly, it's a mitigating summoning beast, so I'll kill you first. With a low gulp, the Beast Corpse Queen directly unleashed her skills and charged towards the undead demon statue. Chapter 57 Beast Corpse Warlord, Strong Control Skill. The Beast Corpse Queen was a level 18 elite Fae, and after it cast Berserk Rush, I was expecting to kill the level 14 undead wraith statue outright. However, the skill landed on the undead wreckage demon statue, only causing it to lose over 800 life points. The Queen of the Beast Corpse's expression stagnated as she looked at the pitifully small amount of damage. For the first time, a few moments of bewilderment appeared in Tyranny's eyes. After the undead wreckage fiend ascends to level 14, its life value is 32,600 points. 800 or so damage is almost negligible. And even, in that very days, the life value that had just been knocked out was restored right under the eyes of the Beast Corpse Queen. The Beast Corpse Queen was confused, not knowing how to fight. Looking at the undead skeleton demon statue in front of it, which was as lofty as a mountain, it had never felt such despair before. The Beast Corpse warriors on the second floor of the dungeon had gathered dozens of them, almost forming a closed circle. However, the Beast Corpse Queen had a numb scalp. Only to see that the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Sovereign had already killed their way into that group of Beast Corpse warriors. Even the Blood Descendants who hadn't been moving much joined the fray. The scene was also clear, almost a one-sided massacre. The Blood Archon was frantically sweeping in the center, while the Nightmare Lord was killing at point-blank range on the periphery. The 2 summoned beasts, one of which was legendary and one of which was epic, were simply not something that this group of ordinary Fae could deal with. The attributes of most Blood Descendants are comparable to those of a level 17 Fae, though. But with both blood instincts, speed, strength, and recovery over his class. As a result, the main prison at the moment was like a large slaughterhouse. The Beast Corpse Queen instantly became enraged at the sight of this scene and shouted out violently. A circle of purplish-red blood light erupted under his feet. A streak of blood light shot out at a rapid pace, landing on the bodies of the surrounding beasts. Those beast corpses let out roars of fury, a bloodthirsty look in their eyes, and even their size swelled up by a circle. This is the skill of the Beast Corpse Queen, Beast Corpse Frenzy. It allows all Beast Corpse warriors to enter a berserk state and gain a 30% damage bonus. Su Xia reminded Gu Chen as he stood behind Lin Qingqing's burly and delicate body. Don't even dare to risk your head. A 30% damage bonus is already considered rare for the average pro. It can even serve to turn the tide of battle in some battles. But give a bunch of weaklings a 30% enhancement, and it's still a bunch of weaklings. Nothing will change at all. At best, it slows down their deaths just a little bit. After fighting for about 3 minutes, under the storming attack of the summoned beasts, more than 40 Beast Corpse warriors were already dead on the ground. The Archon of the Blood, on the other hand, is not stopping for a moment. Turning around, he killed the Beast Corpse King Queen, who was still in a deadly fight with the undead skeleton demon statue. The Beast Corpse Queen, the most sensible being on the second floor of the dungeon. Yet it's a bit of a one-trick pony. Call it irrational, it knew from the moment the battle started that it had to kill the undead wraith statue first. Call it sensible, but it's been scraping the undead demon statue the whole time. Not paying the slightest attention to the frontal battlefield. A little bit of sanity, but not much. This was Gu Chen's assessment of the Beast Corpse Queen. Accompanied by a mournful wail, the Beast Corpse Queen was covered in black-tainted blood, died under the twin spears of the Blood Archon. Kill Beast Corpse Queen Elite LV.18, experience plus 7,268. Acquired loot, Mirror Ring LV.15, rare. Acquired loot, Amulet of Fate LV.15, rare. Obtained loot, Enhancement Stone 10. Loot obtained, Life Restoration Potion 5. Level up. Rank, LV.15 2212 162,400. Power, 467. Agility, 466. Body mass, 468. Spirit, 669. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV.15, Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV.15, Epic, Skeleton Wraith LV.15, Legendary. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Another upgrade. Level 11 into the First Order Abyss. One person gets 5 people's experience all to themselves. That's a hell of an upgrade. Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar. The experience required for the next upgrade had skyrocketed to over 160,000. The next upgrade should be about to slow down. The Beast Corpse Queen burst out 2 pieces of equipment, a ring and an amulet. Mirror Ring. Quality, Epic. Rank, LV.15. Occupation restrictions, Summoning. Attributes, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 100. Effect, Summoned beasts can generate 2 mirror images when used. Mirror Image has all the talents and skills of the main body and has 80% of all attributes and takes 50% more damage. Surprisingly, it was an exclusive equipment of the summoning department. And it's still epic. That's not very often. Mirrors take 50% more damage and are doomed to not be around for too long. But that's just for normal summoned beasts. For a Blood Archon, the ability to recover was not normally strong. After all, it was a legendary summoned beast, and even if the mirror image could only possess 80% of the body's full attributes, it's also enough to offset this drawback. In this way, it was equivalent to having 2 more powerful helpers. Thus, Gu Chen equipped the mirror ring on the Blood Archon's body. He then looked at the second piece of equipment. Amulet of Destiny. Quality, Rare. Rank, LV.15. Occupational restrictions, none. Attribute, Physical Fitness plus 60. Effect, binds a friendly unit, at less than 30% of life. The damage sustained is borne by the friendly unit. This is a life-saving artifact. Without much thought, Gu Chen directly wore the Amulet of Destiny on his body while binding the Blood Archon. The Blood Archon's own blood growth was relatively high, and after the first bloodline awakening, the talents gain enhancements, and each time you kill a unit you gain 10 life points to your life cap. With the 2 phases stacked on top of each other, his blood grew horribly fast, even compared to the undead wreckage demon statue, which was also of the same legendary level, it was still more than 30,000 blood higher. After a brief respite, the Blood Descendants continued on their way. The crowd found the entrance to the 3rd floor of the dungeon in the secret room behind the main dungeon on the 2nd floor. Compared to dungeon levels 1 and 2, level 3 is less complicated.
After going down the stone steps, there was a spacious passageway stretching all the way into the darkness. Just halfway through the journey, a low hissing sound came from the depths of the darkness. Immediately afterward, 15 burly figures walked out with heavy steps. At the head of the group were 3 beast corpses wielding giant hammers that. His body was covered with stitched wounds from animal and human skins, and his eyes flashed with bloodlust like a wild animal.
Fey, Orcish Warlord. Rank, LV.19. Life value, 75,200. Attributes, Strength 198, Agility 183, Physique 192, Spirit 185. Skill I, Bone Crushing Blow. Skill 2, Hammer Trample. A level 19 Beast Corpse Warlord, a more advanced test body than a Beast Corpse War Soldier, According to the guide, its 2 skills are Single Burst and Single Control. Beast Corpse Warlords are powerful in battle, and usually come in teams of 5, which means that a team of Beast Corpse warriors was able to release at least 5 control skills. It's a disaster for the average team of professionals and an inattentive. It will be strongly controlled to death. And as soon as Gu Chen stepped into the 3rd floor of the dungeon, he encountered 3 teams of Beast Corpse warlords. This luck, it's as bad as it gets. How did 3 teams come at once? Su Xia's face turned a little white for a moment. 3 teams, 15 Beast Corpse warriors, representing 15 control skills. It also means getting strong charged for 15 seconds in the nightmare level abyss. Su Xia instantly shivered and felt a chill down his back just thinking about it. Chapter 58. The situation turns sharply for Elite Fey. Gu Chen, of course, knew that Beast Corpse warriors possessed powerful control skills. Thus he did not let the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord take the lead in charging up. Descendants of the Blood, besieging the Beast Corpse Warlord. With a command, without the slightest hesitation, the 80 Blood Descendants. Surrounding the 3 groups of Beast Corpse warriors, they launched an attack. The Blood Scion's charge is really just going up there to cheat skills. Don't you have power control? 15 seconds of hard control? Come on, 80 Blood Descendants, you can control them as much as you want, as much as you want. The scene was a mess, very anxious. The level 19 Beast Corpse warrior was not weak at all, However, it wasn't easy to kill a Blood Descendant. In the end, it was only when the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord joined forces that the chaos was completely suppressed. Kill Beast Corpse War General LV.19, experience plus 3080. Kill Beast Corpse War General LV.19, experience plus 3060. Kill Beast Corpse War General LV.19, experience plus 3090. Just as these Beast Corpse War generals were dead or wounded, a loud boom could be heard, and 2 low figures covered in hideous scars came out of the darkness. It was dwarves, one with a heavy black hammer and the other with a huge black axe. If you ignore those centipede-like stitches on the dwarf's body surface. This was the most human-like dwarf Gu Chen had ever seen since he entered the buried bone dungeon until now. However, in the next second, Gu Chen's eyelids jumped steeply. Only these 2 dwarves, who had gradually emerged from the darkness of the. Surprisingly, it had a green-faced, fanged orc head. Animal head and body. Otherworldly, Beast Corpse Commander Elite. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 185,200. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Physique 372, Spirit 295. Skill I, Bone Crushing Blow. Skill 2, Gathering of Corpses. Elite Fey, Beast Corpse Commander, and there were 2 of them at once. Accompanying its appearance, densely packed Beast Corpse warriors poured out in all directions. Frantically, he rushed in the direction where Gu Chen was. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly, and a dull sound came from the darkness. Behind the Beast Corpse Commander, 2 monstrous giants with huge, floridly muscled bodies slowly stepped out. Their skin is dark green and covered with bruises. It looks like twisted tree roots snaking across the surface. A ferocious gleam in his muddy eyes, his huge mouth full of jagged, sharp teeth, the yellowing mucus dripped from the corners of his mouth, emitting a pungent, foul odor. Alien, Beast Corpse Mutant Elite. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 236,600. Attributes, Strength 378, Agility 223, Physique 392, Spirit 205. Skill I, Appendage Grabbing. Skill 2, Disease Fog. Skill 2, Berserking. It's 2 more Elite Fey. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. together with the two beast-headed dwarven commanders. There were now 4 elite Fae on the field. Luckily, though, the Beast Corps commander's blood level was relatively low, and in addition to the monster gathering skill, just one single attack skill. Compared to these two Beast Corps aberrations that appeared behind them, the Beast Corps commander was considered relatively weak. Facing the 4 elite Fae, Gu didn't hesitate for a second. The first time, he activated the displacement swap skill and swapped the undead wraith statue that was stacking its status at the entrance of the 3rd floor. With a black light swirling across the battlefield, the numerous Fae, including the Beast Corps commander and the Beast Corps aberrations, had their mitigating status applied. Descendants of the Blood, go slay the Beast Corps warriors, and the Archon of the Blood unleashes the mirror image. Kill the elite foreigners with the Nightmare Lord. Gu immediately issued a command. He hadn't taken over the previous battle because the strength of the summoned beasts could completely crush the Fae. But now, at the last stage of the Buried Bones dungeon, it's clear that it's starting to go up in difficulty. The Blood Descendant stared at the Beast Corps warriors that kept charging from the periphery of the battlefield, as instructed by Kerchen. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to launch his attack. The ring of the Archon of the Bloods lit up with a flash of blood, and to the right and left of it, the 2 mirror image figures appeared instantly. I can't say it's a likeness, it's exactly the same. Swish! The Nightmare Master's figure flickered and appeared behind a Beast Corps aberration, the Nightmare Servant transformed into a black shadow and instantly wrapped itself around that huge body. Roar! The Beast Corps aberration let out a roar, emitting a large green mist around its body. Disease Fog? It's similar to the Undead Wreckage Fiend's skill, Black Death Epidemic. All are capable of inflicting viral damage that consistently drops blood. However, the virus emitted by this green mist was of no use to the Nightmare Juggernaut at all. Because Nightmare Masters are conscious energy beings, not living creatures. Something like a virus can't hurt it at all. It was as if the Dwarf King's stone statue was immune to Black Death Epidemic damage. The green mist spreads and the black mist spreads with it. The Nightmare Juggernaut itself is a spell spike type summoning beast, and when 10 Nightmare Servants entwined, it instantly unleashed its skills. Feeling the intense crisis coming, the Beast Corps freak roared and immediately dodged to the side, trying to get away from the black mist attack. However, at this moment it realized that its body was entangled in place by a black shadow that there's no escape. Disillusionment instant kill. Launch! In an instant, a thick black fog invades the Beast Corps aberration that it exploded with powerful damage under the mitigating effect, emptying its blood in an instant. Kill Beast Corps aberration elite LV.20, experience plus 9312. Acquired trophy, heavy injury gloves, rare grade, LV.20. Trophy, scroll of teleportation, rare. Loot obtained, life restoration potion 3. At the same time, witnessing the death of his kind, another Beast Corps aberration let out a steep roar of rage and the body suddenly swelled up. Berserking! It was on all fours, with thick animal hair sprouting from its body, and sharp, razor-sharp nails sprouting from its hands and feet, like a ferocious beast that had lost its mind, it entered a state of frenzy. Just then, deafening gunfire exploded. The Blood Archon appeared in front of the berserked Beast Corps aberration like a ghost. Bullets poured down like a torrent of steel, blowing bloody hole after bloody hole in that huge body. The other two Beast Corps commanders didn't have it easy either, and were beaten by the mirror image of the Blood Race Archon. Granted, the mirror image only has 80% of the body's full attributes, but 80% of a legendary summoned beast's. That's still legendary. Just as the Beast Corps forces were lopsided, a ghostly green energy suddenly emerged from the darkness. Those energies surged into the bodies of the 3 elite alien races respectively. In an instant, their lost status was completely restored. At the same time, a thick, poisonous fog swept in from the darkness, spreading violently outward and directly, the two mirrors were beaten to the point that their blood levels dropped wildly. Immediately afterward, another purple energy flew out of the darkness and it instantly landed on the corpse of the Beast Corps aberration on the ground. Roar! The Beast Corps aberration opened its cloudy eyes abruptly and the flesh and blood of his body was eroded beyond recognition by the sudden poisonous fog, and his huge body was hung with rotting flesh and white bones, looking no different from a zombie. In the next second, the huge zombie-like body directly stood up. Alive? Gu Chen's eyelids fluttered as he looked toward the zombie-like Beast Corps. Alien, Beast Corpse Mutant Elite. Level, 20. Life value? Attributes? Skill? Another elite Fae? The Beast Corpse Mutant is all question marks except for the name and level. What the hell is this? Chapter 59. All attributes are question marks, scary as hell. Returning from the dead, the Beast Corpse aberrant became a Beast Corpse Mutant. A level 20 elite Fae with no life value, for dimensional attributes or skills visible. There are about 3 possibilities for not seeing the attributes: either they are blocked, 2. The opponent's level is too high, and 3. There is no value. The Beast Corpse Mutant is clearly the third case. In the end, it's just a corpse that's been revived, so naturally, it doesn't have the life value and attributes that it has. In another way, it's kind of an invincibility. What's the difference between that and invincibility? Lin Yuan's eyelids fluttered as he looked at the zombie-like figure and only felt his scalp tingle. How can we fight this? It doesn't even have a value, even if Gu Chen's summoned beasts exploded in damage. Can't beat that either, right? Lin Xingxing and Su Ran's faces turned slightly pale. Every dead elite Fae is transformed by the voodoo shaman into a beast corpse aberration. Can exist for 1 minute, they are undefeatable, but will simply die when the time is up. I'm sorry, Su Xia shouted from the side in a hurry. After resurrecting, the zombie-like beast corpse mutant let out a berserk roar of fury, launching a frantic attack against the nightmare juggernaut. An appendage suddenly sprouted from under its ribs and violently grasped at the nightmare lord, If this was an ordinary summoned beast, once it was caught, it would immediately be entangled in the beast corpse mutant. But the nightmare juggernaut has no entity at all. The sharp appendages easily pierced through the black mist on the nightmare lord, and pulled hard, only to pull empty. The beast corpse mutant didn't seem to realize this, or rather, coming back from the dead, there was no sanity at all, still launching attacks against the nightmare sovereign without some regard. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight has reached a white-hot stage. The 3 elite Fae had become bloodless. Only to see blood-colored dragon scrolls erupt from the circumference of the 3 blood race archons at the same time. Berserk energy surged out, like an angry dragon rushing towards the 3 elite foreigners who had already been crippled. Scarlet Feast. Boo! 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 With 3 loud bangs, the 3 elite Fae were hit by the skill, and their blood levels suddenly decreased by a large amount. Immediately after that, the Scarlet Feast, S2 Fae's damage determination took effect. Based on 30% of the Blood Archon's maximum life value, another 20,000 or so damage was added. In an instant, all 3 elite foreigners were dead. Almost the instant the 3 bodies fell, 3 streaks of purple energy flew out of the darkness, It landed on top of the 3 bodies. Immediately afterward, as before, the 3 elite Xenos instantly became like zombies, got up from the floor. Beast Corpse Mutant. Level 20. There is no life value, no 4-dimensional attributes, and no skill information. Swish. A Beast Corpse Mutant extended its appendages and stabbed at the nearest Blood Archon, It's incredibly fast. The Blood Archon was, after all, of the legendary level, with superb awareness and reaction, and with a flash of his body, It almost grazed the appendage's attack and dodged it. However, the other mirror image reacted a fraction of a second slower and, in an instant, he was struck by the appendages of the Beast Corpse Mutant. The Blood Archon was flesh and blood, and its mirror image was also flesh and blood. As a result, this appendage piercing caused real damage, A bloody hole was instantly pierced through the mirror image's body. Immediately afterward, the appendage lashed out, pulling the mirror image to the beastly corpse mutant's face and deep purple poisonous mist erupted from its body, directly corroding the mirror image into a ghastly white bone. Ka-la! A pile of skeletons crumbled to the ground, and the mirror image didn't even have time to fight back, dying instantly. Gu Chen, who witnessed this scene, steeply jumped his eyelids. That hurt? Are you kidding me? Mirror image, even if it's slightly weaker, has 80% of the full attributes of a Blood Archon. Surprisingly, he was turned into dry bones by the Beast Corpse Mutant in an instant. The 4-dimensional attributes are question marks, which is horrible as hell. The mirror image died, and that Beast Corpse Mutant didn't go and kill the other mirror image or the Blood Archon. Nor did he go to kill the Nightmare Juggernaut, but instead charged directly towards the undead wreckage demon statue at an extremely fast speed. No. Such horrible attributes. Even the undead wreckage demon statue that has stacked 10 times its defense probably can't carry it. Undead wraiths at rest can stack defense and recovery, capped at 10x. But even so, Gu-chan didn't dare to easily let the undead demon statue get into danger. If this summoned beast died, it would be equivalent to losing an ace in his hand. His face changed slightly, and he hastily activated his skills. Displacement interchange. In an instant, the undead wreckage demon statue swapped places with one of the outermost blood descendants. And the blood descendant who had been switched over had almost just appeared. It was then smashed into a spray of blood by the beast corpse mutant. That's a level 21 blood descendant, and he just got run over like that? I'm sorry, Lin Yuan said incredulously. This is still just the nightmare level. If it's the hell level, how terrifying would it be? Lin Qingqing's voice still had a few tremors in it. It must be delayed. The beast corpse mutant can only exist for 1 minute. Just drag it out long enough to end them. Su Xia frowned. 1 minute? Sounds short, but with the speed of the beast corpse mutant. Enough to kill us several times. Su Ran's eyes twitched slightly. Having crushed a blood descendant, the beastly corpse mutant didn't stop there. It continued to charge in the direction where the undead wreck demon statue was. The descendants of the Blood Clan and the beast corpse warriors on the way were hit by it, and all of them were turned into a mist of blood and spilled all over the ground. No sense, indiscriminate attacks, ruthless enough to kill even his own people. At the same time, the other mirror image couldn't hold back the beast corpse mutant's attack. It was beaten to a pulp. Gu-chan didn't dare to be careless at all, facing these 4 elite foreigners whose attributes were all question marks. He immediately summoned the Blood Race Archon and the Nightmare Lord back. Immediately after that, he unleashed his displacement skill, swapping the position of one of the blood descendants at his side with the undead wreckage demon statue, causing it to appear at his side. Subsequently, all of the blood descendants on the battlefield quickly contracted this way as well. The stars surrounded Gu-chan and the 3 major summoned beasts. All the summoned units are converging around? What's he going to do? A clear look of doubt surfaced on Su Xia's face. Old Gu, you're confused. Isn't this letting all the beast corpses wrap you up in dumplings? Lin Yuan yelled anxiously. Don't you wah here. Lin Qingqing pushed Lin Yuan. Yes, when the great god does something, it definitely won't be as simple as we think. I'm sorry, Saran nodded in agreement. At this moment, the summoning units that were originally scattered all over the battlefield converged around Gu-chan. It looks like it's caught in a siege. And this change caused all of the beast corpse warriors to turn their spears and charge inward. The 4 elite Fae didn't hesitate either, turning around in unison and charging madly amidst the roaring sounds of the target was aimed directly at Gu-chan and the 3 summoned beasts. At the same time, Gu-chan lightly snapped his fingers. Ta-da! With a soft sound, the black mist around the Nightmare Lord flourished in the build deep dreams centered on your current location. In a flash, the 4 beast corpse mutants that rushed in along with the dozens of beast corpse warriors around them all fell into a deep dream state. The dream energy was like an unseen quagmire, causing their speed to plummet and their blood levels to drop wildly. Chapter 60 Sacrificial Set, 5 times damage rate. The persistent damage dealt by the deep dream caused the blood levels of all the beast corpses to drop continuously. The beast corpse warriors stagnated in their actions, as if they were deep in the mire, and were knocked around by the impact of the dream energy. Only the 4 beast corpse mutants had purple and black energy lingering around them, free from the dream world's interference. Charging in the direction where Gu-chan and the summoned beast were. Can't suppress it? Gu-chan's brows furrowed slightly. This was the first time he had encountered an alien race that wouldn't be disturbed by deep dreams. Beast corpse mutants can only exist for a minute, a short time, but in the midst of a life and death battle, it just seems extremely long. Well, after the last bloodline awakening, the deep dream realm has gained yet another enhancement. Not only has the damage been increased, but there is also more control. These beast corpse warriors first had their full attributes halved, and now they're being infested with dream energy. The blood level dropped rapidly, and in just 2 breaths, they were already dead in pieces. And with the death of the beast corpse warrior, the beast corpse mutants that were charging towards Gu-chan and the summoned beast suddenly stagnated, all of them standing frozen in place. For each target that dies within deep dreams, it inflicts a 1-second stun on all targets. Gu-chan and a group of bloods were also in a deep dream world. However, they are not the target of the nightmare juggernaut and therefore are not affected by the stun effect. Next, the 4 beast corpse mutants, under the influence of the stun effect, It's like the screen is stuck in frame, moving and stopping, moving as slow as a turtle. In this way, the Beast Corps variant was considered to be temporarily controlled. Beast Corps warrior soldiers and Beast Corps war generals kept charging in all directions, rushing into the deep dream world like moths to a flame, roughly estimating that there were at least 80 or 90 of them. Every dead target causes a 1-second plenary stun, and at this rate, it was entirely possible to control 4 Beast Corps mutants until they died. At the same time, a large black fog suddenly spread out within the deep dream. Densely packed death tentacles appeared out of nowhere, slapping violently at all the Beast Corps war soldiers. This is the effect of the Fallen spell. Each time a skill is used to hit a target, will spawn a death tentacle next to the target. Death tentacles can only exist for 2 seconds and deal 600 damage. But it couldn't be helped by the sheer number of beast corpses. 600 damage to 1 beast corpse is 480,000 damage to 80 beast corpses. Dealing 480,000 damage in 2 seconds is also extremely explosive. Without the threat of the beast corpse mutants, Gu-Chen also stopped restraining the blood archon and the only remaining mirror image. Go on, kill them all. Whether it's a Beast Corps war soldier or a Beast Corps war general, all of them become living targets under the weakening of the mitigating effect, which is an unbeatable opportunity. The two led a group of blood descendants to kill the Beast Corps warriors. Under the influence of the negative effects in the deep dream, the scene had turned into a lopsided slaughter. Kill Beast Corps warrior LV.17, experience plus 2,199. Kill Beast Corps warrior LV.17, experience plus 2,250. Kill Beast Corps war general LV.19, experience plus 3,080. Kill Beast Corps warrior LV.17, experience plus 2,120. In addition to the undead wreckage demon statue, the Blood Archon and the Nightmare Lord had already begun their harvesting mode, madly slaughtering all the foreign races present. The priest set on Gu-Chen's body bloomed with a bright red aura. Ritual set effect activation. Set effect: perform a sacrificial ritual on a target unit. The sacrificer will gain a damage multiplier of the number of sacrifices 10% for the next period of time. Without hesitation, Gu-Chen granted the set effect to the Blood Archon, and as for the sacrificed person, naturally, it was the blood descendants present. 80 blood descendants, and he sacrificed 50 of them in one breath. 50 radiant lights quickly surged into the Blood Race Archon's body, and the latter's figure steeply soared. The scarlet blood flames erupted from his body, blazing around him. Damage boosted 5 times. The Blood Archon stomped his feet and rushed out of the deep dream realm as a blood-red stump, launching a stormy attack towards the beast corpses charging from the periphery. Scarlet blood flames spewed out from the 2 guns, and the blood-colored bullets shot out one after another without stopping. Each shot hit the beast corpse squarely in the center of the head. Bang! 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 One by one, the ferocious beast corpses had their heads blown off just as they approached, turned into a headless corpse falling to the ground. Punt! No skills were used at all, it was all poke. Sacrifice state, damage skyrocketed 5 times, output directly exploded. There are no beast corpses that can't be taken care of with one shot, and if there are, then 2. The swarming beast corpses fell one by one like they were made of clay. Hiss! Lin Yuan and the others watching the battle from the sidelines couldn't help but suck in their cool breaths, making a huge contribution to global warming. Although he was used to Gu-Chen's summoned beasts bursting out with superb damage. But I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. A level 17 Beast Corps warrior is already sick with one shot. A level 19 Beast Corps warlord was even one shot? What's going on? The abyssal aliens are giving away their heads en masse? Ga messy kills. It's so cool. Awesome. Lin Yuan was trembling with excitement. Gu-Chen was in charge of messy kills, and he was in charge of WoW. Among the 4, the one who was the most out of sorts was Su Xia. After all, he had the most thorough knowledge of the buried bone dungeon. At this moment, seeing the terrifying killing power of the Blood Race Archon, the shock in his heart had reached a point of no return. The worldview collapsed. A level 15 summoned beast. Explosively kill Beast Corps warrior soldiers and Beast Corps warrior generals of the nightmare level abyss with just a punch. This was something he would have been locked up in a mental institution as a lunatic if he had told anyone. But that's the truth. One by one, the beast corpses present died, and Gu-Chen sat in the middle of the field, his experience climbing higher and higher. Soon, a minute was up. In the midst of the deep dream, the 4 Beast Corpse mutants collapsed to the ground, one after the other. Completely lost signs of life. The experience and loot had been taken back when the Beast Corpse freak was killed. The 4 elite Fae, directly contributing 36,000 experience with 6 pieces of equipment, were a blast. The big picture was set, and there were no more Beast Corpses charging around. When the last Beast Corpse present was killed, a mournful, piercing scream resounded steeply in the darkness. Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and the others immediately covered their ears, while Gu-chan had a look of excitement on his face. This scream had finally triggered the conditions for the appearance of the final boss. The sound of whistling wind steeply resounded within the crypt, like the wailing of a complaining spirit constantly echoing in the ears. Lin Yuan's 4 as well as the remaining 30 blood descendants trembled enormously. In an instant, his body was fixed by a powerful force. It's a psychic attack. Gu-chan also felt dizzy, but he wasn't immobilized, because his full attributes had already broken through 1,000, and he had the highest spirit among the 4-dimensional attributes. Finally, Gu-chan's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed towards a strange silhouette that was vaguely visible in the depths of the darkness. The final boss of the First Order Abyss, Buried Bone Dungeon, Nightmare Level, Voodoo Shaman. Chapter 61. Don't get me wrong, I'm just trying to kill you. The Voodoo Shaman showed up. More than 4 hours have passed since we entered the abyss. Gu-chan's face revealed a look of relief. The record-breaking reward was definitely secure now. Next, simply kill the Voodoo Shaman to successfully clear the Nightmare Level abyss. The gloomy wind in the dungeon seemed to have weakened by a few points, and the mournful sounds of grievous spirits' lamentations dissipated. With the sound of footsteps, a figure in a dark animal skin coat stepped out of the darkness and it wore decorations carved from dead bones, and on its head was a gas mask that made it impossible to see its true face. In its hand was a hideously shaped staff, with a crystal set at the top of the. There were flashes of eerie light in them. Fae, Voodoo Shaman Boss. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 283,100. Attributes, Strength 330, Agility 310, Physique 290, Spirit 360. Skill I, Pure Light Curtain. Skill 2, Death Thunderstorm. Skill 2, Corrosive Poison. The Voodoo Shaman stepped forward, the dark windows of his eyes reflecting the beast corpses that littered the ground. The mask turned to Gu-chan and the others, and a low, hoarse laugh resounded from within the mask. Jie, it's amazing that you were able to kill all the experiments, you guys. Want to gain power over death too? An oozing laughter, which was permeated with a sense of coldness and evil. A Voodoo Shaman is like a fanatical scientific pioneer, passionate about mind-boggling biological experiments, for example, sewing dwarven corpses to orcs, or transforming orc corpses into aberrations. In short, his aim was to transform the dead body into a monster that, in his opinion, was. It is a power that transcends death. Gu-chan was unimpressed by this. Don't get me wrong, I just want to kill you. A level 20 boss, this was the most powerful alien he had faced so far. If it was any other team of level 15 professionals that came, they would definitely die as many times as they came. The death rate of the Buried Bone Dungeon could be ranked at the top amongst the Second Order Abyss. It was definitely not a joke. However, compared to the Blood Archon who dealt 5 times the damage, it was a completely different matter. Kill me? Human, do you know what you're talking about? The Voodoo Shaman grunted coldly, his body expanding so steeply that his animal skin coat was bursting through revealing a lanky body inside that was green and black and full of explosions. His body was covered with densely stitched scars. It looked like a corpse with 1,000 holes in it. Swish! Suddenly, a pair of huge bone wings stretched out from its back, like a life-threatening scythe. It was covered with jagged bumps and sharp bone spikes, as if capable of tearing everything apart. Roar! The undead wreckage demon statue let out a low roar, and a dense black light burst out from its body surface, like 2 black meteors flying towards the Voodoo Shaman. Exhausted. Black Death. Regardless of whether it's an elite or a boss, as long as these 2 statuses are applied, at the very least, you'll lose half your life first. The Voodoo Shaman raised his hand directly, and the crystals on his staff blossomed with a blinding light that. A curtain of light formed in front of it to try and block the 2 skills. Pure Light Curtain. This is a protection skill that effectively counteracts skill damage. But unluckily, all of the skills of the undead wreckage fiend were non-immunizable.
Only two black lights were seen piercing through the light curtain like meteors, instantly landing on the voodoo shaman's body.
In the next second, the mitigating effect takes effect.
The voodoo shaman's aura around him stagnated, his full attributes were suddenly halved, and the effects of the damage he took were doubled.
Begins to drop blood continuously while in a plague state.
Sensing the change that had occurred in himself, the voodoo shaman was enraged, and he let out a roar that.
Several black lightning bolts coalesced around him. Death thunderstorm.
The blood race archon immediately struck out, not dodging and rushing straight forward. The black lightning erupted with a shocking might, accompanied by gusts of booms that landed on the blood race archon's body. If placed before, this one skill could completely kill a level 15 Fae. However, right now, the blood archon's blood level had only dropped by a quarter. The voodoo shaman gave a slight lurch, as if he hadn't expected his damage to be so low. But it didn't care too much, after all, it was in bad shape right now.
It's understandable that a random skill didn't do damage.
With that, an intense black light erupted around its body, and it raised its hand and pointed toward the blood race archon. A large swath of purple-black poisonous mist covered the sky and invaded towards the blood race archon.
Corrosive poison.
Like the beast corpse aberration before it, it is highly toxic damage. But the poisonous mist cast by the voodoo shaman is more than 10 times more powerful than the beast corpse aberrations. It was almost as if it was condensing into a substance, like a storm of poison that came blasting towards the killers. As soon as the blood archon came into contact with the poisonous mist, his blood level dropped wildly, and he immediately flew backward and retreated. At the same time, both guns aimed at the voodoo shaman and pulled the triggers directly.
Fatal shot.
The silver bullets wrapped around the blood flames, instantly piercing through the poisonous mist and shattering the curtain of light.
Hit the voodoo shaman. Bang! 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 At the same time, 6 death tentacles were rapidly generated around it.
The voodoo shaman's body trembled greatly, and was knocked back repeatedly, and his own blood level dropped drastically,
rapidly falling at a rate visible to the naked eye. How is that possible?
Inside the masked eye window, the voodoo shaman's eyes exploded in a violent glare that.
It's as if you're experiencing the end of the world.
A level 15 summoned beast, a casual skill had knocked out 150,000 of its blood.
How can you do such horrible damage? You know, it's a boss. It's not just the blood that has a bonus. How could it become so weak when there were bonuses to attack and defense? Undead wreckage demon statue, it's practically a monster-killing weapon. This damage looked like Gu Chen's heart was blossoming.
Despite quintupling the damage of the blood archon, alone against a voodoo shaman, it's not enough to deal such a high amount of damage. After all, it was a level 20 abyssal boss, and the defense bonus was no small feat. The main reason why you can deal such explosive damage is that the position that the main voodoo shaman is standing in, it happened to be less than 10 meters away from the undead wraith statue. Irresistible, while the undead wraith statue is at rest, its defense increases by 1% per second. Recovery is increased by 1% per second, and targets located within 10 meters of the undead wreckage demon statue receive a 50% increase in negative effects. That is to say, because of the standing. The voodoo shaman had just taken 150% damage. A mere 1.5x damage is a minor hit for an abyssal boss. But don't forget that the blood archon was still in the sacrifice state at the moment, and the damage multiplier was doubled 5-fold. In this way, after that mediocre skill that just landed on the voodoo shaman's body, it just explodes right into 7.5x damage. 7.5 times ah. It's also fortunate that voodoo shaman is an abyssal boss with a high defense bonus. If it was any other level 20 Fae, they would have died a dozen times already.
Why? You're only level 15, how did you do such horrible damage?
The voodoo shaman hissed in agony, his torso badly damaged by the bullets that. Even the bone wings on his back had broken off a piece, and the balance of victory had tipped.
The great lord of the blood clan is not nagging, so what if it's an abyssal boss? It can't be killed by a single skill. That makes 2.
Scarlet Feast. Raging blood flames swept out in a spiral, like an extinguishing storm that. Carrying a destructive and terrifying power, it charged straight at the voodoo shaman.
This was the strongest strike of the blood race archon, and it was simply unavoidable. Boom!
The blood flames turned into a raging storm, blasting the voodoo shaman into 1,000 pieces.
It was instantly bloodied. Immediately after that, the additional damage ruling takes effect.
A scarlet, blinding light blossomed violently on the voodoo shaman's body, and the huge damage bursts out of nowhere and damage overflows. The voodoo shaman let out agonizing screams as he frantically struggled in the midst of the blood flame storm. And its blood bar, which had been completely emptied.
Chapter 62. Quickly, this king is going to see Chenna right now. Pro City, City Hall. Inside the city lord's office, Su Lai stood trembling next to his desk. Ever since he saw that message about Gu Chen entering the abyss, he knew that Gu Qingfeng would definitely come to him. It was just that he didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. Generally speaking, a professional enters a copy or enters an abyss that the profession trading platform wouldn't pay too much attention to it, much less push the news of Gu Chen's entry into the abyss to all of the profession as it had done this time. But why had so many professionals received the news that Gu Chen had entered the buried bone dungeon? Don't ask. Asking means he's spending money. There are discounted packages available on the professionals trading platform, and for only 100,000 bucks. It would be possible to push a message out to professionals all over the north. Messages are limited to 30 words, not counting punctuation, and can only be tweeted once. In fact, this package is not a good deal at all, but Gu Chen still bought it. The purpose was to punch the Li family in the face. It was just that he hadn't expected that the Lin Changli family had been completely obliterated by a single word from Gu Qingfeng. Your Majesty, I really didn't expect that Lord Gu Chen would mistakenly enter the First Order abyss. The villain is guilty and deserves to die. Su Lai's voice trembled slightly, and a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Su Lai was only the lord of a small border town, while Gu Qingfeng was the king of the northern realm. Even a casual word from the other side could determine his career path and life and death. Such a disparity caused him to feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. No one knew why Gu Chen had entered the buried bone dungeon. After all, he was only a level 10 professional. There is only one reason that can be found for this behavior, in the eyes of the outside world. That's letting off steam, dying to make a point. And why did he die to make a point? Just because you're being hunted by the Li family? No, not at all. Being hunted and then dying? The only thing it will do is make the haters go a little less far. So, this argument simply doesn't hold water. Next, after combing through the threads of what happened, some do-gooder found a key point that it also made the public understand why Gu Chen had killed the heir of the Lin Changli family. That is, Gu Chen cleared temple ruins, hell level, and got an SS rating. This major news was surprisingly suppressed by the Li family. Even the city lord's mansion didn't issue an announcement that the hell level copy had been cleared. What's even more irritating is that, to this day, there are many locals in Lincoln who don't know that the temple ruins hell level has been cleared. You know, if you put it in any other city, a transfer student gets an SS rating in a novice copy. City Hall will absolutely issue a citywide announcement within 10 minutes of the copy announcement. Immediately afterward, an announcement will be sent out from the urban area where the transfer student is located. This is followed by an announcement from the transfer student's school. Next, a few important officials, represented by the city lord, will head to the replica plaza, take a picture with this genius and follow through with a guaranteed spot in public. After all, it's a show-your-face thing that no one would normally hide. But Prosperity's handling of this matter is just too counterintuitive. One has to wonder if there is a PY deal behind this. It was soon disclosed that the inner workings of the situation were revealed by none other than Li Wenwei, the live witness who had witnessed Gu Chen kill the heir to the Li family. Family head Li Snapdragon, in order for Li Renjie to obtain a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy. The first thing we did was get the word out to City Hall and delayed the process of guaranteeing a spot for a few days. And these few days are the room for the Li family to maneuver. As long as we let Gu Chen lead Li Renjie to get an SS rating, the guaranteed spot can rightfully fall on Li Renjie's head. Gu Chen did not yield in the face of Li Renjie's coercion and temptation. Instead, he directly killed Li Renjie, and this spirit of daring to resist the powerful is worth learning from young people of my generation. I've told you all I know, can you spare my life? I don't want to die, oh. In order not to be killed by the War King's own guards, Li Wenwei explained all that he knew. Not a single word of falsehood. For this reason, Butler Gu he was merciful and left his body intact. And Gu Qingfeng had been searching the wilderness all morning. It was only after returning to the city that he learned of Gu Chen's entry into the abyss. Gu Qingfeng, who had nowhere to vent his anger, came to the city hall of Linchang and grimaced. Appeared inside the city lord's office. Gu Qingfeng looked at Su Lai, a hint of coldness showing in his eyes. Lincoln, you've cleaned up well. A short sentence, heard in Su Lai's ears, but it caused a cold sweat to break out on his back. Although he was the city lord of Lin City, in the end, everything in Lin City was up to Gu Qingfeng. Because this man was the war king of the Northern Realm, the 7 cities of the Northern Realm, the only king. And also his master. It's just that the master's son has had an accident on his turf. Not only was he forced into the wilderness by the Li family, but more importantly, he was also stuck with a guaranteed spot. Now that the person is in the deep end, a pro who's just reached level 10. Why enter the first order abyssal burial dungeon? It doesn't take much to figure out that it was forced in by the pursuers. There's no way out. Thinking of this, Su Lai's heart trembled violently, and his legs softened as he directly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I hereby make an oath that I will kill all the professionals who are after your son. I beg the king to spare my life. Gu Qingfeng was about to speak when a rush of footsteps suddenly came from the office door. Your Majesty, good news. Lord Gu Chun has cleared the nightmare level abyss. He made it out of the burial dungeon alive. Butler Gui's voice came from outside the door, and along with him, there was Qin Yun, Only at this moment, Qin Yun's face looked a little unnatural. What? Is that true? Gu Qingfeng turned around in a hurry, his face filled with incredulity. Chen er he? Really out of the buried bones dungeon? Your Majesty, how dare my subordinate joke with you at this time? You take a quick look. Gu he didn't say much and directly turned on the TV in the city lord's office. Only a large message appeared above the screen. Gu Chun, SS class professional from Lin City. Successfully lead a team of professionals to clear the first level of the abyssal bone dungeon, nightmare level. Successfully cleared. Nightmare level buried bone dungeon. Good. Worthy of being my Gu Qingfeng's son. The gloom on Gu Qingfeng's face was swept away, and intense joy erupted in his eyes. Gu Chen not only didn't die, but he even cleared the nightmare level abyss. This achievement, even if it was placed in the solid North City, it would still be overshadowing a bunch of heavenly prides. To put it mildly, over the past decade or so, he had invested tens of billions of dollars worth of resources in his second son, Gu Ji, but even so, Gu Ji didn't dare to enter the First Order Abyss at level 10. Not to mention successfully clearing the First Order Abyss like Gu Chen did and returning in one piece. Thinking of this, an undisguised excitement surfaced on Gu Qingfeng's face. Quickly, raise the floating battleship and head to the bone burial dungeon. This king needs to see Chenner now. Chapter 63. There's nothing wrong with repressive education. Hearing the news that Gu Chen had already cleared the nightmare level buried bone dungeon, Gu Qingfeng's heart was a burst of anxiety. Never in his life had he wanted to see his son immediately as he did now. After returning from the wilderness, he made it a point to go to Gu Chen's school. Also in class, teacher Jiang Songhua understand Gu Chen weekday life, which understands son has been through a lot of aggression. Especially after figuring out why Gu Chen killed Li Renjie. Gu Qingfeng's heart was even more incomparably remorseful. If he had known about his son earlier, it wouldn't have resulted in Gu Chen being forced into the wilderness in a desperate situation. It was even more unlikely that the Lin Changli family would bully his son. He only needed to publicize Gu Chen's identity and look at the entire Northern Realm. And who dares to touch his Gu Qingfeng's son? But he didn't. It was his inaction that caused Gu Chen to go through so many trials and tribulations as a child. Now that Gu Chen had not only survived, but had also managed to clear the nightmare level buried bone dungeon, it's nothing short of a miracle. Gu Qingfeng couldn't wait to see Gu Chen now that he'd made up his mind to make up for everything Gu Chen had missed out on over the years by doubling down on him. However, right at this moment, Qin Yun suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, don't be in a hurry. It's too early to go over. Gu Qingfeng turned his head to look at Qin Yun, his face steeply cold. What? Don't you want me to get Tatsuo back? No, Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Right now Tatsuo has just come out of the abyss. Should be planning to go back to Linchang. If we go out of the city to look for him at this time, I'm afraid we'll just pounce on him. Besides, I don't know if he's out of breath now, and if we get to Tatsuo, and he won't see us, so it's not a joke? Your Majesty, think about it. Shunner would rather be hunted down by the Lin Changli family and flee into the wilderness. Neither is willing to disclose his identity, and it seems to me that he still has some complaints in his mind. Gu Qingfeng's face changed slightly, the reason why his son was being pursued by the Li family in Linchang. The main responsibility was on him for not announcing Gu Chen's identity to the public. But taking a step back, if he hadn't announced it to the public, wouldn't Gu Chen have announced himself? If Gu Chen told the public about his birth, the Li family would definitely not dare to act rashly even if they didn't believe him. At this thought, Gu Qingfeng's face sank slightly. "Madam, what do you think should be done then?" Xin Yun said wistfully, "Your Majesty, Chen'er was able to successfully pass through the buried bone dungeon. This is a great thing. As I see it, we'll have a celebration banquet for him in Lin Chang, to receive him, for one thing. Secondly, consider it an apology to him." In the first half of the sentence, Gu Qingfeng expressed his approval, but in the second half, he was directly offended. Apologize? Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly clouded over. Under the sky, What kind of father admits his son's mistake? If this matter were to spread, how would the world look at me, Gu Qingfeng? I have shortchanged Chen'er, so naturally I will make it up to him twice as much, and as for apologizing, this matter that. I don't want to hear it again in the future. Gu Qingfeng was the war king of the northern realm. For the king, the might of the four seas, how could he be willing to bow down so easily? He knows his mistakes and can correct them, but will never admit them. Xin Yun revealed a difficult look. Then what do you say? Chen'er was forced away by you. How will he come back if you don't take a stand? Butler Gu heard Xin Yun's words and silently rolled his eyes beside him. That kneeling of yours that day. You forced people to leave, and now you're being evil? The Big Dipper, right? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed slightly, although in his mind he was desperate to see Gu Chen. However, after learning that Gu Chen had no worries about his life, he was able to keep his composure. He hadn't closed his eyes for a day and a night in order to find Gu Chen. But through Xin Yun's words, he suddenly realized something that is, Gu Chen has no intention of going home. Does this kid still hold a grudge against him? Thinking back to all the ways Gu Chen had counted on him in the hall of the Gu family that day, a few moments of anger suddenly rose in Gu Qingfeng's heart. His son, who would rather be hunted, who would rather live in exile in the wilderness, who would rather risk his life into the abyss. You don't want to come to him as a father? Is this a complete break with him? Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. Even if he had been a bit harsh on Gu Chen over the years, it was for Gu Chen's own good. As the saying goes, 100 refinements make steel, and although Gu Chen had suffered for 18 years, look at what he had accomplished now. What man of his age could do what he did? Ask the entire Xinxia Empire. And what level 10 professional could pass through the nightmare level abyss by himself without using the resources of a guild or a lineage? Throughout history, only Gu Chen. And this just proves that his educational philosophy is right. There is nothing wrong with his repressive upbringing. If those sufferings hadn't allowed Gu Chen to be metamorphosed, I'm only afraid that the current Gu Chen, it has long been dormant. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng's heart suddenly rose with a few moments of anger. It was his education that had brought Gu Chen to his current heights, but not only did Gu Chen not feel grateful, he was actually holding a grudge against him. This kid has been around since he was a kid, he's got a gangster's temperament, and he can't tell the difference between a good guy and a bad guy. If we don't put him down hard while he's young, we might have to break into some kind of mess in the future. Xin Yun laughed faintly. I think you're just being too strict with Chen'er, suppressing the resignation is also your son. How come I don't see you suppressing resignation? Xin Yun's words were ostensibly to help excuse Gu Chen, but as soon as Gu Ru was mentioned, again, Gu Qingfeng's determination was strengthened. The second son, Gu Ru, grew up by his side, and was a man of good character, gentle and thrifty. He could be sure that the same thing was put on Gu Ru. It definitely wouldn't be like Gu Chen who wanted to go so far as to cut ties with him. Resignation was brought up by me, and has always been filial to his parents, and has never caused any trouble. Where's the need for suppression? Speaking here, Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly. It's Chen'er, on the contrary. All these years I have neglected to teach him the nature of the heart, although now I have made a little achievement, if not in time to correct the wrong. It is bound to be a scourge in the future. After discussing with Xin Yun for a few moments, Gu Qingfeng had already made up his mind in his heart. Gu Chen is the first eldest son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. This nature must be ruthlessly suppressed. Otherwise, how can we take charge of the North on his behalf in the future? On the side, Butler Gu he listened to the conversation between the two, and the more he listened, the more he felt his heart chilling. No wonder Gu Chen would rather enter the abyss than return to the Gu family, with this kind of suppressive education. It's breathtaking to think about. Going home? Go back to accepting blame and suppression? But I'm afraid no sane person would choose such a life. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and drank in a low voice, Su Lai. Su Lai's body trembled and he bowed hurriedly, Your Majesty, I am here. Gu Chen's guaranteed spot, what's going on? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I will immediately issue a city-wide announcement.
Implement the guaranteed spot on Lord Gu Chen's head as fast as possible.
No need, Gu Chen is my son, he doesn't need to take up your spot in Linchang. You go tell Gu Chen that if he still wants a guaranteed place in the Upper Beijing Academy, have him meet me in solid North City. Yes, I will definitely bring the king's words to Prince Gu Chen.
Gu Qingfeng stopped speaking, flung his big sleeves and turned to leave.
Chapter 64 Gu Chen this talent, wanting to be sure of the First Order Abyss, Buried Bones Dungeon.
The moment the voodoo shaman's blood was cleared, a series of messages popped up in front of Gu Chen's eyes.
Kill voodoo shaman boss LV.20, experience plus 15,317. Acquired loot, buried bone robe LV.20, rare. Loot obtained, eternal source crystal, rare. Level up. Rank, LV.16 3,789 211,500. Power, 477. Agility, 476. Body mass, 478. Spirit, 689. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV.16, Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV.16, Epic, Skeleton Wraith LV.16, Legendary. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Congratulations!
You have cleared the Dungeon of Bones, Inferno.
Reward, Professional Experience plus 500, Abyssal Treasure Chest 1, Rare Grade. Exiting the Abyss in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Plaza was crowded with professionals looking to form a group.
Yang Lin found a more spacious place on the outskirts of the square and sat on the ground. Was polishing the long sword in his hand. He had just come out of the ordinary level abyss with his teammates, a trip that was not very rewarding though.
But it's always nice to grab some experience.
At this rate of progress, with just one more pass through the normal level abyss, he'll make it to level 13. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but think of the two oddballs from the morning.
A level 6 swordsman, a level 10 summoner. How dare you team up with this lineup to go down to the abyss? It's like coming to get killed.
Yang Lin looked around the square and didn't see those two figures from the morning at all. So it seems that those two must have died in the abyss. After all, the Buried Bone Dungeon was one of the few most difficult amongst the First Order abysses.
Professionals below level 10 entering were absolutely dead.
Good words are hard to persuade the ghost, when he had already persuaded those two, but that other party did not listen to.
There's nothing he can do about it. Right at this moment, an announcement was suddenly released on the big screen of the Abyssal Plaza.
Congratulations to the professionals team for successfully setting a new record for the Bone Dungeon, Nightmare level. Clearance time, 4 hours, 32 minutes, 31 seconds.
Passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner.
Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Su Xia, no profession.
Rewarded, Professional Experience plus 500, Personal Achievement plus 1. Record-breaking gift box 1, Rare. Evaluation of this clearance, SS. Yang Lin looked at the announcement on the big screen and couldn't help but rub his eyes. What's the situation? Buried Bones Dungeon in 4 hours and 32 minutes?
This was more than 2 hours faster than the record that Wanqing City Lord Liang Yi had beaten at level 19.
What was the origin of this captain named Gu Chen that he was so powerful?
Yang Lin subconsciously looked at the screen that recorded the historical records of the abyss. Only to see that the original record holder of the Nightmare class abyss, Liang Yi, had turned into
Gu Chen. Ha! The name, why does it look familiar? The captain is a summoner? There's also a swordsman in one of the crew. Impossible.
Yang Lin's eyelids jumped and he subconsciously let out a cry of alarm. The professional next to him was taken aback and rolled his eyes impatiently, stop howling and. There is no mistaking the announcement of the abyss, and just because you can't do it, doesn't mean others can't. Yeah, it's been a couple years since we've had any movement, and it's about time for a copy of the Buried Bone Dungeon to be a broken record.
I checked, and that team is full of transfer students.
The captain was only level 10 when he entered the abyss, and it's unheard of for this lineup to break records.
I can't believe it's them.
I saw that procession this morning, it's very striking. After all, none of the entire staff is above level 10. I remember, there's another regular on their crew.
It should be that non-professional inside the announcement.
I was laughing at them in private this morning. I can't believe the smack in the face came so fast.
Young people are really getting strong these days.
I should have known that I should have gone to mix things up in front of Gu Chen back then. While the few professionals beside him were chatting furiously, Yang Lin on the side was looking ridiculous.
How can
a summoner, a swordsman, and a party with an average level of no more than 10?
Aren't those the same two people we saw this morning? With that level and that lineup, they could even set a new all-time record for the Nightmare class abyss?
Yang Lin felt his worldview collapse. The people next to him were regretting that they didn't go in front of Gu Chen to mix things up. Instead, he was completely missing the great opportunity to be taken flying by Gu Chen. There was an opportunity to take off where he left off in front of him, and he didn't appreciate it. There is nothing more painful in this world than to regret only after losing.
Sinning.
Yang Lin covered his face, so depressed that he was about to vomit blood.
He's been working early and late at Abyss Plaza every day. Nothing more than wanting a few strong teammates.
But when a great god sent him an invitation to team up, he simply refused. Not only do they refuse, but they advise people to never go down into the abyss and die quickly.
What's this?
God rewarded him with a meal, and he hardened himself and smashed his bowl. 2 words, deserved. The other side.
Wancheng City Hall.
After the nightmare level record for the Buried Bones dungeon was broken, Wancheng, which was the closest to the abyss, received the news at the first opportunity and held an emergency meeting at the same time.
City Lord Liang Yi looked at the several pages of information in his hands, and an undisguised excitement appeared on his face. Gu Chen, pass the temple ruins and get an SS rating. Now it's refreshed the record I beat in the Buried Bone dungeon back then. This kind of genius, to be suppressed in Lin City by Su Lai and the Li family in a joint effort?
The Li family has been exterminated, and up until now, the guaranteed spot hasn't materialized on Gu Chen's head.
What exactly is this Su Lai planning?
No matter what his intentions are, Gu Chen, this talent, Wancheng wants it.
Liang Yi slammed the table with an imperative gesture and... Doesn't Wancheng's guaranteed spot happen to be vacant? Just settle for Gu Chen. Let's see, one is a guaranteed spot, and the other is a reward for clearing a hellish copy.
The third is the Nightmare level Abyss Pass reward. Secretarially, there's no need to apply upwards, direct transfer from the City Lord's residence, and within 3 minutes.
Come to my office with all 3 rewards ready.
Also, arrange for a teleportation array. Within 5 minutes, I want to arrive at the Abyssal Plaza in the Buried Bone dungeon.
This. Secretary Li was a bit confused for a moment. City Lord, isn't this a bit inappropriate?
It's already been rumored over in Lin City that Gu Chen is the son of the Northern Battle King.
So what? Gu Chen would rather go into exile in the wilderness than report Gu Qingfeng's name.
It shows that he has no sense of belonging to the Gu family at all, so just do as I say.
Then, if Gu Qingfeng is held accountable, how will we in Wancheng respond?
Accountability? Gu Qingfeng is the Northern Realm Battle King, and I, Wancheng, am affiliated with the Eastern Continent. Can he ask for it? Besides, the Eastern Continent has a royal family sitting on it as well. I'm not even afraid of that, so what are you afraid of?
Cut the crap and get ready. If you delay the main event, I'll transfer you to guard the abyss.
Chapter 65. No matter how much Su Lai gives, he definitely doesn't give as much as I do.
Between professionals, the competition is for levels, equipment, props, spots, etc.
Instead, the major cities compete with each other for rankings, resources, talent, etc. Although Lincheng and Wancheng were neighboring, one was classified as the Northern Realm, and the other was under the Eastern Continent. And with the wilderness separating the 2 cities, there was essentially no conflict of interest.
But this time it was different.
The Buried Bones dungeon is one of the several most difficult of the First Order abyssals. It happens to be situated near the city of Wancheng and is known as the Abyss at the doorstep of Wancheng people. However, the difficulty of this abyss is too high, resulting in a large number of Wancheng professionals being unable to clear it. Or even die in it. Over time, the vast majority of Wancheng professionals would subconsciously avoid this abyss. Inevitably, this caused a massive loss of professionals in Wancheng. The loss of professionals and the severe shortage of talent pipeline. This led to Wancheng's ranking in the Eastern Continent falling year after year, and it also missed out on a lot of resources as a result.
This is the third year that Liang Yi has taken over as the Lord of Wancheng City, and as in previous years, the Wancheng still hasn't sprouted any good seeds. It gave him a huge headache. He had a premonition that if Wancheng continued like this, not only would the city be finished, even his career is over. Especially after he heard the news that his heart became even more depressed after a transfer student who got an SS rank evaluation appeared in the next door pro city. Why is it that good talent never comes to Wancheng? Soon, however, he realized again that things weren't as bad as he thought. Who would have thought that not only did Pro City not pay attention to this SS-rated transfer student? Instead, they teamed up with the Li family to suppress it. What's a peasant boy whose parents died early to do when he's being suppressed by the city lord in conjunction with a family? There was no choice but to concede. Upon smoothing out what happened, Liang Yi thought that this was an opportunity. After all, it's the transfer student who got the SS grade evaluation. You Linsheng don't want it, well, I, Wansheng, want it. However, the next thing that happened was that Gu Qingfeng appeared in Linchang and announced Gu Chen's birth. This made Liang Yi sigh secretly. Gu Qingfeng's son, even if he's not from Linchang, he's still from Gubei Chang. How come it's not his turn? He had wanted to give up, but when he learned that Gu Chen had been forced into the wilderness by the Li family, a few more moments of hope rose in his heart. Gu Qingfeng's son would be forced into the wilderness by a tiny Li family? No way. The only explanation was that Gu Chen didn't recognize the Gu family's identity. That was why he didn't report Gu Qingfeng's name from start to finish. That makes things so much better. Since Gu Chen had been suppressed in Lin City and didn't recognize the Gu family, the people of Wancheng welcome you. Immediately afterward, the news that Gu Chen had cleared the nightmare-level buried bone dungeon was announced. This made Liang Yi, who was still in the midst of tangling, directly make up his mind. He's going to rob people. After all, Gu Chen was a transfer student who had gotten an SS rank evaluation. Another new record for clearing the first order abyssal buried bone dungeon. This kind of genius may not be able to come out for a few decades. It's a shame to just let him go into exile in the wilderness. Based on the natural talent and battle prowess shown by Gu Chen alone, it would be worth having him, the city's lord, treat him with courtesy. City lord, the 3 rewards are ready. Secretary Li Feng's voice reached Liang Yi's ears along with the knock on the door. Also, I found out that Gu Chen has just risen to level 16, and usually at level 15, the summoner will be able to add new summoning bit slots, and he just came out of the abyss, so he shouldn't have time to contract a new summoning beast yet. So, I applied for a level 15 summoning skill book in the middle of the Wancheng treasure trove. This is also one of only a few rare grade summoning books in Wancheng. Only rare level? It can't be helped, a small place like our Wancheng doesn't produce summoners at all. If you want an epic summoning book, you can only buy it from some central cities, not to mention the high price, and it's too late. Liang Yi got up from his seat and nodded. Well, that's all for now then. Big deal, we'll make it up to him later. Li Feng wiped away the sweat on his forehead. City lord, what if Gu Chen is unwilling to come to Wancheng? Liang Yi glanced at him. We are going to rob people. Robbing people. Understand? If he doesn't want to, that's his business, not mine. Furthermore, since Gu Chen was able to kill Li Renjie, it means that he's not the type to hold his tongue. This kind of person, he will continue to stay in Linchang? What if Su Lai apologized to him and took out more resources as compensation? I can't rule out this possibility. If Su Lai gives enough, maybe Gu Chen can really put up with it. But now that we, Wancheng, have intervened, Gu Chen will definitely not choose to reconcile with Linchang. Because, no matter how much Su Lai would have given, he certainly didn't give as much as I did. Liang Yi got up from his desk and walked towards the teleportation hall with big strides. Li Feng held 2 treasure chests with 2 gift boxes in his hands and immediately followed. The treasure chest and gift box could have fit perfectly into the carry-on space, but he didn't. It's not a bad idea to have a lot of gifts. At this moment, the Abyss Square was packed with people. The all-time record for Nightmare Class Abyss has been broken, and this is a very rare spectacle that the professionals who were able to witness this scene with their own eyes were also honored. As the bout of vertigo ended, Gu Chen and the others were teleported to the Abyssal Plaza. The crowd around them erupted in laughter. Look, Gu Chen is out. That's Gu Chen? I heard it's still a transfer student. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Save your breath, even if you don't have it, it's not your turn. Do people figure you're older or lower in rank? To break the all-time record for Nightmare Class Abyss at such a young age. I'm envious. Chicken purple with envy. Gu Chen is from Linchang, he broke the all-time record, and no one came to Linchang City Hall? Come what? Gu Chen's guaranteed place hasn't come down until now. The Lincoln City Hall people have the nerve to come? Look, isn't that the guy from City Hall? I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. After all, it's the genius who refreshed the Nightmare class Abyss, so it seems that the City Hall is in a hurry. The Abyssal Plaza's teleportation array lit up with a blinding light accompanied by the several men in suits walked out of the teleportation array. The leader, a man in a dark gray jacket, erect and underneath the thick, heavy eyebrows were stern eyes that were scanning the surroundings. Isn't that Liang Yi? The Lord of Wan City. Don't tease, Gu Chen is from Linchang, how could Liang Yi? It's really Liang Yi. Liang Yi is now level 50, the highest leveled professional in Wancheng. What is he doing here? What else could it be? Look at those attendants behind him, with their treasure chests and gift boxes. Robbing people, of course. Robbing someone? Gu Chen is the son of the Northern Battle King, he's the crown prince in solid North City. How is it possible to go to Wancheng? You don't know anything about that. It's all over the place now. Gu Chen has long since severed his ties with the Northern Battle King. I say, he's been hunted by the Li family for so long that he'd rather flee into the wilderness, into the abyss, and none of them are willing to report the name of the Northern Battle King, so there's a big melon here. Just watch, I reckon Gu Chen will soon become one of us from Wancheng, and when that happens, all the professionals in Wancheng will benefit from this. There's still this going on? Gu Chen joining Wancheng is his business, what does it have to do with us? Chapter 66 sincerely invite you to join Wancheng. With the strength that Gu Chen had displayed today, no matter which city he joined, the professionals where that city is located will benefit from it. There is certainly no doubt about that. Why does the Divine Summer Empire train professionals? Because whenever an abyssal achievement is achieved, the invasion of abyssal forces into this world can be curbed. Granted, abyssal achievements aren't as easy to get as personal achievements. However, once you get the abyss achievement after clearing the level, the difficulty of the abyss will drop and the reward for clearing it will increase accordingly. The reason why the difficulty of getting through the Buried Bones dungeon remains high is that it has been very few professionals have ever achieved the abyssal achievement. To get the abyss achievement, you must enter the hellish abyss. Although Gu Chen was not qualified for the time being, no one would question his potential. After all, in the eyes of the world, he's an unquestionable genius. The abyssal achievement was only a matter of time for such a genius. It wasn't until this moment that someone finally figured out that why would the first person to rush to the Abyssal Plaza be the city lord of Wan City? Because for Wancheng now, it was too necessary for a genius like Gu Chen to help them achieve abyssal accomplishments. Although the Buried Bone dungeon was a first-order abyss, it was too difficult to, resulting in a large number of newbie pros having to abandon this abyss. You can't beat the abyss on your doorstep, so it's inevitable that you'll have to head for the big city. In this way, a large number of Wancheng's professionals were lost in such a subtle way. The loss of fresh blood dooms the city to begin its decline, and once it begins to decline, it's caught in a vicious circle. At this time, some of the professionals from Linchang suddenly realized a fatal problem. No, absolutely not. If Gu Chen is snatched away by Liang Yi, he'll be from Wancheng from now on. Even if he achieves an abyssal achievement next, we won't get half the benefits. How can this be? It's not easy for Linchang to produce a genius professional. It absolutely cannot be snatched away by Wancheng. No. Don't you know what your Linchang's attitude towards Gu Chen is? How long have people been getting SS ratings, and where are the guaranteed spots? That's not right. How did you people from Linchang come to the Buried Bones dungeon? This is the abyss of Wancheng. Good, if Gu Chen can drive the rise of Wancheng. In the future, I'm going to rent my balcony for $100 a month too. Each with his own mind. Some of the Linchang people who had chased after Gu Chen in order to rub off on his hotspots couldn't sit still at once. At first they didn't pay much attention to the matter itself, but at most they came along for the ride. By the way, let's see how the legendary royal son is different from ordinary people. After all, Gu Chen wasn't even on the same level as them, and there wouldn't be any connection in the future. But it's different now. With the natural talent that Gu Chen had shown so far, seizing the abyssal achievement would only be a matter of time.
It's almost predictable that the difficulty of getting through the buried bones dungeon is going to drop in the near future. The rewards are much more lucrative. In this way, in the future, none of Wancheng's professionals would have to leave their homes in order to upgrade. After Gu Chen cleared the abyss, all of Wancheng's professionals could follow suit and get a piece of the action. It could be said that Gu Chen was the thigh of all the professionals in Wancheng.
What the hell is going on in Linchang? No one from City Hall is coming until now?
The professionals of the proconsul were in a hurry, for they saw that the
Liang Yi was leading people in the direction where Gu Chen was. Son of a, Liang Yi is too shameless. Who's got someone at Linchang City Hall? Quickly shake someone. Wait, I'll call the city lord now. Big brother you even have the phone number of the Linchang city lord? Isn't there a city hall hotline?
Oh, then you fight, and I'll lose if I get through.
At this moment, Gu Chen had just finished organizing the harvest from this abyss.
He then saw several middle-aged men with extraordinary auras appear before his eyes.
Liang Yi stood in front of Gu Chen, without much nonsense, and opened the door.
Gu Chen, how do you do? I'm Liang Yi, the Lord of Wancheng, and on behalf of the people of Wancheng.
You are cordially invited to join Wancheng this.
Okay, I'm in.
Gu Chen agreed in a straightforward manner. For no other reason, the identity of Wancheng City Lord was put aside first. Liang Yi obviously came with sincerity.
Those 4 men behind us were holding 2 treasure chests with 2 gift boxes, respectively. First of all, regardless of what was actually inside, after coming to this world for so long, no one had ever made such a generous offer to him.
Hearing Gu Chen's one-bite promise, Liang Yi's face revealed an undisguised excitement.
Li Feng, standing behind him, on the other hand, had his cheeks twitch, and in just 4 words, Straight away, he'd done away with the 3 sets of words he'd racked his brain to come up with.
Totally out of order, right?
Behind Li Feng, the 3 negotiators glanced at each other, and the corners of their mouths rose with extreme tacit understanding.
Done and dusted. Never had such an easy job in my life. Just at this moment when all is well.
Another middle-aged man in a dark gray jacket came up with several men.
No way, the people from Linchang City Hall are just coming now? The yellow flowers have gotten cold.
The one leading the team is City Lord Su Lai. I've seen him before and he was on the news a while ago.
5 people in total, how come they all came empty-handed? This attitude, does it really not care about Gu Chen?
Putting aside the status of a royal prince, that's also a genius who cleared the nightmare class abyss.
My goodness. It's a good thing I'm from Wancheng, I'm sure. Lin City will absolutely be destroyed in the hands of this city lord named Su Lai. Mr. Gu Chen.
Su Lai saw Gu Chen's figure and jogged all the way to the near side. Your Excellency, on behalf of Pro City, I congratulate you on successfully clearing the First Order Abyssal Buried Bone Dungeon. Now that the Li family has been destroyed, you should quickly return to Lin City with me. The people of the whole city are waiting to celebrate you. As for the matter of the guaranteed place, it is true that the City Hall of Lincoln did not do the right thing, so don't worry. The villain has prepared a set of resources no less than the rewards of a hell-level clearance, as compensation for you. Su Lai spoke very quickly, and said a stream of what his secretary had prepared for him to say. However, there is no mention of the implementation of guaranteed places. Hearing this, Liang Yi beside him instantly laughed. City Lord Su, Gu Chen is an SS-rated evaluation recipient. Passing the Temple Ruins Hell-level copy and refreshing the Buried Bones Dungeon Nightmare level abyss, and this is your compensation? How about sending out the barkers? Su Lai snorted coldly and ignored Liang Yi as he continued to say to Gu Chen, Your Excellency. You are from the north, or you should return to Linchang first.
What did you just say? Gu Chen directly interrupted Su Lai.
Su Lai froze, thought for a moment, and spoke, I say we go back to Linchang first. No, the previous sentence.
You are from the north. Who told you I was from the north? You are the son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family.
City Lord Su should have recognized the wrong person. My name isn't in the genealogy of the Wang clan.
Please return.
Su Lai's expression was stunned, and he was directly silenced by this dry sentence. After a moment's reprieve, he spoke, Your Excellency, the king has made arrangements to.
As soon as you return to Solid North City, we will definitely implement a guaranteed place for you. Chapter 67 Not even a piece of justice for me.
Su Lai came here with a message from Gu Qingfeng, thinking it was just a matter of running an errand. However, he didn't expect Gu Chen to have the slightest intention of returning to the Northern Realm.
In desperation, he could only relay Gu Qingfeng's meaning. Before Gu Chen could say anything, Liang Yi next to him snatched the first words. What do you mean? Are you trying to threaten Gu Chen with the name of the Northern Battle King? Su Lai had a hard look on his face. No. What about the guaranteed spot? The king said that as long as Gongzi returns to Solid North City, the guaranteed place will be implemented immediately. Isn't that a threat? Gu Chen looked at this scene and did not say anything. He knew very well that Liang Yi was intensifying the conflict. Su Lai was also clear about this and directly ignored Liang Yi, saying to Gu Chen, Your Excellency, if you follow Liang Yi to the eastern continent, how will you face the northern realm's subjects in the future? Gu Chen smiled. It's not impossible to keep me from going to the eastern continent. But you have to promise me 2 conditions. A few moments of joy surfaced under Su Lai's eyes. Please speak, Your Excellency, I will definitely do my best. When Liang Yi next to him heard this, his face changed abruptly. No, we just agreed. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? First, how you and the Li family colluded with each other. What was the attempt to take my guaranteed spot? Make the whole process public and apologize to me. Su Lai's face immediately appeared a difficult color. If this was announced, then his career will stop there. My lord, it's fine to disclose the whole process, but I really didn't collude with the Li family. Okay, so let me ask you, did I get the SS rating? Yes. Then why didn't City Hall release the guaranteed spots in time? Su Lai fell into silence. No talk? Then there's no talking, and it looks like I don't have to say anything about the second condition. Su Lai's brows furrowed, and he was speechless for a moment. Publicizing the inside story of him colluding with the Li family in an attempt to steal Gu Chen's guaranteed spot. Is that too much to ask? For Gu Chen, the victim, it was not excessive at all. But Su Lai was the city lord after all. How could he do such a thing as destroying his own foundation? Not talking, huh? That's fine, I've given you your chance anyway, and if you don't say yes, there's nothing I can do about it. Gu Chen looked at the crowd of professionals around him and shrugged. As you can see, I just want a share of justice, yet he won't even grant me such a trivial thing. Without even giving me a fair share, ask, will he give me my place, my resources? Definitely not. So it's not that I'm leaving prosperity, it's prosperity that's forcing me to leave. Su Lai's cheeks twitched, speechless. It's falling apart. In fact, there's no need to negotiate on this matter at all, because as long as Su Lai is alive, it wouldn't have publicized his collusion with the Li family. He's the lord of Lin City, a 5th-ranked professional, and Gu Qingfeng isn't even pursuing him. He certainly wouldn't do anything to self-destruct. Even if Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son, that doesn't cost him his future in future to publicize his blackness. After all, he had been ordered to come here just to bring a message to Gu Chen. Gu Chen was willing to go back. He had naturally accomplished his mission, and Gu Chen didn't go back. As Gu Qingfeng's subordinate, it was hard for him to kidnap Gu Chen to Solid North City? It's not possible. Now that the Li family in Lin Chang has been exterminated, there was no evidence at all of his jamming Gu Chen's guaranteed spot. And even, precisely because he stuck the slot, it gave Gu Qingfeng a handle to pin down Gu Chen. But no one expected that Liang Yi's arrival directly brought an optimal choice. North doesn't give him a guaranteed spot? I'm sorry, but the Eastern continent has already sent it over, and brought a lot of resources as compensation. Which one to choose? Of course Gu Chen was as clear as a mirror in his heart, so he agreed to Liang Yi in one breath. Su Lai nodded. Speaking in a tone of regret, he said, I have already brought the king's message, and since your excellency is unwilling to return to Solid North City, I can only say what I have to say. As for the guaranteed spot, it's not that I, Lincoln, am unwilling to give it to you. Rather, the king has already made arrangements for this. If you want to get a guaranteed place, please head to Solid North City earlier, your excellency. Don't keep the king waiting. After saying that, Su Lai bowed, turning around with his men to leave. Liang Yi looked at Su Lai's back as he left. Looking at Gu Chen with a strange expression, he said, he stuck you with a guaranteed place, and you just let him go? Doesn't fit your style of doing things, huh? Gu Chen smiled faintly. The one Su Lai fears in his heart is the Northern Battle King, not me. Even if I asked him to kowtow and admit his faults, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of remorse. So, to deal with this kind of person you have to hit him where it hurts with one blow. Let him float a little longer, while he is subjected to the reproaches and abuses of all the people of Proconsul. He's about to regret that he shouldn't have let me go today. With regard to this person, Su Lai, Gu Chen certainly had no intention of letting him off the hook so easily. Since the other party had struck out at him, it was only natural that they would have to pay for it. After all, he holds a grudge. Returning to Lin's city through the teleportation array, Su Lai walked into his office at the first opportunity. At the same time, he said to the secretary behind him, "All right, the message has been brought, and since the Duke does not wish to go back, just report it to the king as it is. Next let it be known, in the name of the town hall, that all copies belonging to the city of Proconsul. A flat 20% reduction for 1 month. In the end, this gentleman of ours is nothing more than a talented professional. And how much damage can his departure do to the city of Lincoln? Now I'm giving all the city's professionals a reduction in their copy fees, and by getting this thing hyped up, people will stop seizing on this Gu-chun thing. As for the future, in 2 more years I won't be serving in the north. Even if he's a royal prince, what can he do to me?" Got it. The secretary jotted down a few key words in the notebook in her hand and turned to go out to make the arrangements. In the final analysis, Su Lai was only afraid of northern border warlord Gu Qingfeng. As for Gu Chun, although he maintained politeness and respect, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Genius? What's a genius? No one who could hold the position of city lord in the Divine Summer Empire was mediocre. Basically, they're all amazing geniuses. A mere genius who hadn't grown up yet had no weight at all in Su Lai's eyes. In his opinion, if Gu Chen wanted to call his bluff, you have to be a 5th-ranked professional at least before you can do that. However, it was unfortunate that Gu Chen had switched to the summoner profession, and even if the early stages were stronger, it also doesn't change the fact that there is no successor. The system of professionals has been developed for hundreds of years. However, the profession of summoner had never had a 5th-ranked professional born. They say that nobles are invincible in their class after switching to summoner? Yes, but that's only limited to the 2nd through 4th orders, and that's still with a huge amount of resources invested. With 1 summoning slot opening every 5 levels. No summoner could afford the cultivation resources required for the 5th rank. This was the reason why Su Lai despised Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen was no ordinary summoner. Within a few days, Su Lai would surely regret this slight. Chapter 68, 100,000 Experience. After negotiating with Liang Yi, Gu Chen received all the resources Liang Yi brought with him. A guaranteed transfer agreement from the Upper King's Academy, a level 15 rare quality summoning skill book that, a rare level duplicate treasure chest and a rare level abyss treasure chest. Liang Yi made a statement on the spot: if Gu Chen could clear the hell level abyss next, he would be allowed to pick any piece of legendary equipment amongst the treasures of Wancheng. There's a small condition, though, which is that you have to clear the hellish buried bones dungeon. Gu Chen readily agreed to this, and he had just unlocked the hell level difficulty of the buried bones dungeon. Surely you won't enter another abyss next time. If you switch to any other first order abyss, you'll have to start over at nightmare level again, and it's not worth the effort. Regarding this offer from Liang Yi, Lin Yuan and the others beside him revealed undisguised envy. Pick a piece of legendary equipment from the Wancheng treasure trove. Even the son of the city lord doesn't have such authority. It was enough to see how much Liang Yi valued Gu Chen. After everything was agreed upon, Liang Yi arrived at Wancheng through the teleportation array with Gu Chen and the others. Along with them were Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran. They were all planning to continue following Gu Chen into the hell level abyss, so of course they wouldn't go back to Lin City at this juncture. Of course, among them was also Su Xia. The Su clan was originally the #1 family in Wancheng. In order to show her gratitude to Gu Chen, Su Xia had invited Gu Chen and the others to the Su family manor. A celebratory banquet was organized. The material Su Xia needed before was the eternal source crystal that had dropped after killing the voodoo shaman. The 2 men paid the agreed-upon price and delivered the goods with one hand. The price of the materials was 800,000, and bringing the abyss once was 1 million, totaling 1,800,000. Su Xia asked for Gu Chen's account number, and without saying anything, directly hit $5 million over. Gu Chen, who received the transfer information, thought he had misread it. What's the situation? Isn't it 1.8 million? You transferred me $5 million? Su Xia said with a straight face, the extra is considered a deposit. Count me in the next time you enter the hell level abyss, and if you hit an epic level eternal source crystal, sell it to me as a priority. No problem. Gu Chen agreed in a single breath.
After drinking and eating, Gu Chen received transfers from Lin Qingqing and Su Ran respectively.
2 million in total.
Actors enter the first order nightmare level abyss at a market price of around $1 million. Lin Qingqing, on the other hand, took the opportunity to ask, "Great God,
I don't think you'll be changing teammates when you enter the hell level abyss, right? Give us an hour, Saran, and I will go borrow money now." Gu Chen thought for a moment. No problem, $3 million a game for Hell Great Abyss, shouldn't be too expensive, right? Not expensive, but not cheap either.
Lin Qingqing hurriedly nodded her head, and after saying goodbye to the crowd, she pulled Su Ran out to borrow money. From having nothing before she met Gu Chen to being in debt. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran never imagined that one day the two of them could owe millions of dollars. But they were very happy to. A powerful god like Gu Chen can follow the next abyss simply by paying the market price.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How many female professionals might have given up something to a high-ranking professional in order to be able to upgrade quickly?
This kind of thing has been commonplace for a long time.
Compared to those female professionals, Lin Qingqing and the girls were already very lucky.
At least at this stage, the initiative is in their hands.
As long as they wanted to continue following Gu Chen would continue to bring them.
That's it then, I'll give you 2 hours, that should be enough to borrow the money.
At 4 p.m., we'll meet at the entrance of the teleportation hall in Wancheng.
Good.
After the two women left, Gu Chen gave Ling Yuan his ID card.
There are still some procedures that need to be taken care of for him on the side of Wancheng City Hall. It is usually necessary to go in person. But with Liang Yi giving the green light, Ling Yuan managed to get an errand job. Next, Su Xia arranged a quiet room for Gu Chen within the manor.
Gu Chen, on the other hand, began to count the harvest. 2 rewards from the abyss.
One is a pass bonus, which has 500 of the prosperity experience. There is also a rare tier abyssal treasure chest. The other was a record-breaking award, again 500 in pro experience, a personal achievement that. As well as the rare class broken record gift box. 2 professionals experience, totaling 100,000 experience.
It's ridiculously high, but there's no excuse for it.
After all, from start to finish, it was entirely Gu Chen alone who was fighting his way through the nightmare level abyss. As for Lin Yuan and the others, both rewards were 15,000 experience each, far less than Gu Chen. But 30,000 total experience also brought them up to level 11. It could be said that the current Lin Yuan and the others had completely crushed 90% of the transfer students in this session. After all, it's only the 3rd day after the transfer ceremony. The vast majority of people haven't even reached level 10 by now. To make an intuitive comparison, if Levine is still alive, it's estimated that we've only managed to get to level 11 by today. Imagine that Lin Yuan and the others are just civilians. Yet they were able to reach the same level as Li Wenwei, who came from the number 1 family in Lin City, which was enough to prove how swiftly they had risen in rank. It wasn't hard to imagine that even if they couldn't keep up with Gu Chen after the 2nd stage, it is also possible to have a bright future. Next, Gu Chen first received 100,000 professional experience. Experience plus 500. Experience plus 500. Level up. Rank, LV.17 4123 321,500. Power, 487. Agility, 486. Body mass, 488. Spirit, 709. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV.17, Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV.17, Epic, Skeleton Wraith LV.17, Legendary. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Another upgrade. Gu Chen subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Just one abyss allowed his level to soar by 6 levels. Level 11 enters the first order abyssal burial dungeon with 4 actors, one of whom does not eat experience. It's the equivalent of one person soloing a 5-man abyss and breaking the all-time record. From level 11 to level 17 in less than 5 hours. If this was heard by any brittle professional, they would probably be scared alive. 3 ranks away from becoming a 2nd order professional. Next, as long as he succeeded in clearing the nightmare level buried bone dungeon, he would be able to rise to at least level 19. In other words, he could pick another first order abyss to brush up on his experience before level 20. The wilderness around Wancheng has only one first order abyss, the buried bone dungeon. Gu Chen didn't intend to repeat the brush, there was no point. I've heard that there should be a good first order copy within Wancheng.
Maybe we can get Liang Yi to make arrangements when the time comes. Next, Gu Chen set everything on the table in front of him. 1 rare grade duplicate treasure chest, 2 rare grade abyssal treasure chests, a rare tier record breaker gift box, and a summoning skill book. Which one to open first? Chapter 69 Unboxing, Warrior Type Summoning Beasts. You've opened the rare class treasure chest. Acquired Shadow Dagger LV.20, rare. Obtain a teleportation scroll 1. Get strengthening stone 15. Obtain large life restoration potion 10. A rare grade equipment, a teleportation scroll, and some materials and consumables. The Shadow Dagger is the equipment of a professional of the assassin line, capable of increasing strength and agility. It also comes with a stealth skill, and the first attack after removing the stealth state is bound to trigger a bludgeon. Simply an assassination weapon. The equipment was good, but it didn't suit him. So Gu Chen took out his cell phone and looked on the professional trading platform. Among the rare grade equipment, the level 20 Shadow Dagger sold for around 3 million. The number made his heart swell with joy to see. You can't use it yourself, but you can sell it for a good price. Gu Chen put the equipment into his carry space and put a for sale tag on it. Gu Chen thought of Su Ran, who seemed to be an assassin as well, and wondered if she wanted this Shadow Dagger. You can sell it to her at market price if you want it. Su Ran and Lin Qingqing had been borrowing money, but after each pass, they also get treasure chests and gift boxes. And since the difficulty levels that Gu Chen had cleared were all very high, the equipment that was opened out wasn't bad. So for them, by selling 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, they would soon be able to pay back the huge amount of money they owed. Next, Gu Chen's gaze fell on the second treasure chest. You've opened the rare abyssal chest. Acquired medium cloak LV.20, rare. Get strengthening stone 15. Acquire spiritual recovery potion 5. Obtain large life restoration potion 10. Medium cloak, don't be another equipment from another profession. Gu Chen said, picking up the cloak and looking at the equipment properties. Medium cloak. Quality, rare. Rank, LV.20. Occupational limit, summoner. Attributes, physique plus 50, spirit plus 50. Effect, choose a summoned beast skill as the medium. Both summoner and summoned beast can use this skill. Exclusive equipment for the summoner profession. This is good stuff. With this cloak, it's like having an extra skill that. And with the ability to switch back and forth between the skills of several summoned beasts, his battle power will be greatly increased. Gu Chen put the medium cloak into his carry space and opened the third treasure chest. You've opened the rare abyssal chest. Acquired Echo Necklace LV.20, epic. Get strengthening stone 15. Get purification scroll 1. Acquire spiritual recovery potion 10. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and this time, he actually opened an epic equipment. There's a 1% chance of opening epic equipment from a rare grade treasure chest. Gu Chen didn't even expect his luck to be so overwhelming. Echoing necklace. Quality, epic. Rank, LV.20. Occupational restrictions, none. Attributes, spirit plus 300, speed plus 300, cooldown reduction plus 45%. Recovery speed plus 45%. Echo set, echo necklace, echo ring, echo amulet. Set effect, immediately restores 10% of your energy after each target kill. After obtaining this equipment, Gu Chen almost looked at it with straight eyes. This turned out to be one of the sets, and the set effect was to restore 10% of energy immediately after a kill. This if the Nightmare Juggernaut were to wear it. Wouldn't it be possible to extend the duration of a deep dream indefinitely? Powerful. It's simply too powerful. Based on the properties of the Echo Necklace, if the set is molded, it produces a large increase in several major attributes such as lifesteal, damage, defense, and recovery. Not bad for an epic set. Pity. There are still 2 other pieces of equipment missing and they won't be available until level 20. Looking at the eye-catching set effect, Gu Chen was depressed. It is now 3 levels short of level 20. From level 17 to level 20, which is a difference of 400,000 to 500,000 experience, it would also take at least 2 more entries into the high-level First Order Abyss to clear it. Gu Chen helplessly put the Echo Necklace into his carry-on space. Then turned his attention to the only remaining record-breaking gift box. Generally speaking, the gift boxes will open equipment or props corresponding to the professional. Gu Chen rubbed his hands together and opened the gift box. You've opened the rare class record breaker gift box. Acquired skill book LV.17, rare. Skill books? A flash of color flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he hurriedly picked it up to check it out. Skill book, Spiked Turtle Summoning. Rank, 17. Qualification, rare. Effect, sign a contract with the spiked turtle. Since it was opened in a gift box, so there is a match in level and type with the professional who opens the box. The spiked storm turtle was known for its defense, though it was not a tank-type summoned beast, but rather a warrior type. I can't believe I opened a rare grade summoning skill book. Gu Chen was a bit surprised, as the summoning skill book Liang Yi had given him was also a rare tier. With that, he took the summoning book in his hands as well. Skill book, Spectral Cat Summoning. Rank, 15. Qualification, rare. Effect, signs a contract with a ghostly cat. Spectral cat, known for its speed and burst, assassin-type summoning beast. Gu Chen took a look at the summoning book and lost interest in it. After all, the Nightmare Juggernaut is the assassin-type summoning beast, which can not only explode in a single burst, but also has powerful group attack skills. If the fourth summoned beast then contracts the Spectral Cat, it will have a greater impact on the battlefield. Therefore, Gu Chen put the Spectral Cat summoning book into his carry-on space, planning to list it on the pro trading platform to see if I can sell it. If it was a rare grade weapon, the price would definitely be around $3 million. But change it to a rare level summoning book and you'll be thankful if you can sell it for $1 million. After all, summoned beasts at this level are only entry level for summoners. Prices will be low and not good for bidding. Otherwise, Zhang Sanhua wouldn't have casually given him the Bloodthirsty Bat summoning book in the first place. Sorting through all the resources, the medium cloak and the echo necklace are both good pieces of equipment that. However, there is a level restriction, 20 levels to use it. The only thing that could be used right now was the summoning skill book. Thinking about this, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Thanks to the fact that he opened the appropriate summoning book from the gift box. Otherwise you'd have to worry about the choice of summoned beasts now. Almost didn't have any summoned beasts to use, looks like we'll have to head to the big city from now on. Whether it was Linchang or Wanchang, they can only be considered third-tier cities in the Divine Xia Empire. There are far fewer resources available for the summoner profession. Liang Yi also explained to him before that there are only 3 level 15 skill books in the Wanchang treasure trove. This Spectral Cat summoning book is the one with the highest growth out of the 3 rare levels. Liang Yi also said that if this one isn't satisfactory, he can help find it in other cities. Can't say enough good things about the attitude. To be able to achieve this level, it was already many times better than Su Lai of Linchang. Now, among Gu Chen's summoned beasts, the Blood Archon was a long-range output and burst. Nightmare Juggernaut is instant burst with sustained output, and Undead Wraith Statue is a mitigating weakening, just in time for the lack of a warrior-type summoner. As it happens, the Spiked Storm Turtle is the warrior type. Chapter 70 Killing Machine, Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. From level 14 to level 17, Gu Chen's divine talent had never been activated. Right now is the best time. He picked up the summoning skill book and learned it directly. You have successfully signed a contract with the Spiked Turtle. Summoned animal, Spiked Turtle. Qualification, rare. Rank, 17. Life value, 11,220. Attributes, Strength 235, Agility 200, Physique 230, Spirit 195. Talent, Spiked Heavy Armor LV.20, rare. Skill, Stampede Charge LV.20, rare. A dull roar emanated from the midst of the summoning space, A large turtle with spiked heavy armor appeared out of nowhere. Gu Chen didn't look closely at the summoned beast attributes, after all, he had to empower the Dark Bloodline to advance next. Unleashing his talent, he gained 4 Dark Bloodlines in succession. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. You have acquired the Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Gu Chen felt that as he leveled up. Descendant bloodlines are appearing less and less frequently. Before level 10, almost every 2 levels, This time it took 4 levels of promotion for it to show up once. It was a bit of a shame, though, that the king's bloodline didn't appear. Next, Gu Chen bestowed the primordial bloodline on the spiked tyrant turtle. Then used a descendant bloodline for a bloodline awakening, and then used a primordial bloodline for an ascension. Dark Bloodline First Generation Fusion Successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Spiked Storm Turtle, Rare, Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle, Epic. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening Successful. Summoned Beast Startup Successfully. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle, Epic, Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle, Epic. Rank, LV.17. Life Value, 76,220. Attributes, Strength 380, Agility 350, Physique 360, Spirit 320. Talents, Battle Stop Gothic, Epic, Counter-Strike Armor, Epic. Skill I, Crushing Blast LV.20, Epic. Skill 2, Mockery of Fury LV.20, Epic. Skill 2, Dragon Blood Boiling LV.20, Epic. Boom! With a muffled sound, the originally dark brown large turtle shed its skin and its size skyrocketed. It looks like a tall hill. Its shell is hard and rough, edged by a ring of serrated teeth, sharp as a knife. The surface was covered with irregular protrusions, like a thick spiked armor that glistened with a metallic sheen under the light. Its eyes were like two brilliant sapphires, and its upper and lower jaws sprouted sharp fangs that. The body was covered in hard, horny scales that shone like daggers. The sharp claws were as sharp as hooks made of steel, and the thick limbs were like huge stone pillars. There were also bone spurs protruding outward from the joints, and from head to toe it looked like a beast made for killing. Compared to the previous spiked storm turtle, the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle's aura was even more powerful. A hideous killing intent of bloodlust and frenzy permeated his body. Stop Battle Gothic, for each damage taken by the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. All of them will get 10% damage bonus, and the bonus effect lasts until they exit the battle state. Revolting Spiked Armor, when taking melee damage. Returns 50% of the amount of damage to the opponent in the form of true damage, and every 20 points of physique boosts the percentage of counter damage by 1%. Crushing Blast, catapult start to charge forward. Inflicts massive damage and slows down targets in the path, and inflicts a flying effect on targets at the end of the path. Taunt of Wrath, taunt a target in a certain area, forcing the target to attack itself. Gain 1% attack speed bonus per attack. Dragon's Blood Boiling, when life value is below 30%, defense is increased by 300%. Life recovery speed increased by 300%. 76k blood, anti-armor, damage bonus, taunt. With output, defense, taunt, and control, it's a complete hexagonal warrior. Can carry and fight. Born to kill machines. Simply unbeatable. This positioning was the position that Gu-Chen had been missing. Only if the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle was held frontally, the Blood Archon and Nightmare Lord could deal higher damage. This time, the Summoned Beast lineup had taken basic shape. The afternoon passed quickly. The news of Gu-Chen joining Wancheng had also become a hot topic between Linchang and Wancheng. It's not even just those two cities. Along with that, several surrounding cities that are relatively close by have attracted a lot of attention. At 4 p.m., there was once again a firestorm of news coming out of Wancheng. Update. Gu-Chen has led a team of professionals into the buried bone dungeon, Hell Level. For a while, it was scrambled for coverage on all major media platforms, generating unprecedented heat. In one fell swoop, Gu-Chen's movements were pushed onto the hot list. Gu-Chen is confused. You only cleared the Nightmare level abyss in the morning, and then you enter the Hell level abyss in the afternoon. Who does he think he is? It is. Really thinks that abyss is run by his family. I think he's completely drifted. If I were Gu-Chen, I would have set aside at least a day to recuperate. Otherwise there is no status pass at all. Disappointed. It's too disappointing. I had thought that City Lord Liang Yi had recruited a hope for us in Wancheng. Now it seems to be empty. I was counting on Gu-Chen to get the abyssal achievement in the buried bone dungeon, and this? He's here to give away his head, isn't he? I say you guys are going a bit overboard. Gu-Chen is a genius invited by City Lord Liang Yi. Just you losers who can't even pass through the ordinary abyss, you have the nerve to point the finger? The news of Gu-Chen's entry into the Hell level abyss began to spread like fire on short video platforms. Wancheng and Linchang, in particular, have almost exploded. For Lincoln. The vast majority of professionals didn't want to see Gu-Chen continue to pass through the Hell level abyss. After all, from their perspective, Gu-Chen had betrayed Linchang. And on the side of Wancheng, there are those who are jealous, those who look at the fun end. There were also those who hoped that Gu-Chen would become famous in one battle with his Hell level abyss. Basically all the hot topics in the two cities began to center around Gu Chen. However, these conversations didn't last long before they ended. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening, the announcement that Gu Chen had cleared the hell level was posted on the Abyssal Plaza in the Buried Bones dungeon. Congratulations to the professionals team for successfully setting a new record for passing the Bone Dungeon hell level. Clearance time, 4 hours, 02 minutes, 56 seconds. Passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Ling Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Su Xia, no profession. Evaluation of this clearance, SS. Over time, countless topics have flooded the major media platforms. The strong shock and doubt was expressed regarding Gu Chen's passage through the hell level abyss. Immediately afterward, the professionals began a fiery discussion. This time, Gu Chen had set a new all-time record for the hell level Buried Bone dungeon. Does it mean that from now on, the record of this abyss stops here? If that was true, then Gu Chen had merely set a new record for the hell level abyss. It did not meet the expectations of Liang Yi and the people of Wancheng. After all, countless Wancheng people were looking forward to Gu Chen obtaining the abyssal achievement of the Buried Bone dungeon. To reduce the difficulty of the abyss. If he tried his best and still didn't get the abyssal achievement, then wouldn't it be a waste of time for Liang Yi to send so many resources? Soon, just as the populace was buzzing with discussion, a video number silently sent out a message. 4 hours and 02 minutes isn't the limit for clearing the Buried Bones dungeon hell level. If we weren't trying to get the abyss achievement, we should be able to clear the level half an hour early. This video number has a simple line in the credentials field. First Order Abyss Achievement winner Gu Chen. Chapter 71 Abyssal Achievement, quickly apologize to Gu Chen. Passed the hellish Buried Bones dungeon in 4 hours and 02 minutes. That doesn't leave any room for anyone else at all. Can someone tell me what the point of Gu Chen refreshing the hell level abyss is? Yeah, you can only claim the record-breaking reward once, it's not like it's going to be given out over and over again. The Buried Bones dungeon was already difficult, and with him messing with it like that, it's completely blocking the path of other professionals. That's right, how can anyone else get a record-breaking reward in the future? Gu Chen is a villain. I'd like to ask, do none of you have eyes? Didn't you see Gu Chen mention the abyssal achievement? The abyssal achievement? Are you sure he got it? Right after Gu Chen sent out that graphic just now, a stream of comments quickly poured out. At the same time, the Abyssal Plaza of the Buried Bones dungeon once again sent out an announcement. Notice: the Journeyman team successfully cleared the hellish Buried Bones dungeon and won the Abyss achievement. Starting from today, the difficulty of passing the first level Abyssal Bone dungeon has been reduced by 25% and the reward for passing it has been increased by 25%. 5 members of the professional squad earn Abyssal Achievement Badge. Boom! An announcement that caused major media platforms to explode right off the bat. Both Wancheng and Lin Cheng's professionals were in unspeakable shock. Who just scolded Gu Chen? Hurry up and come out and apologize. Apologize. An apology must be made. No apologies will be accepted. I'm warning you, apologize to Gu Chen immediately or I'll humanize you. Head of Gu Chen's fan support group, applying to fight. I told you, a great god like Gu Chen will definitely get the Abyss achievement. How could the city lord's vision be wrong? The difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon has been reduced by 25% and the reward for clearing it has been increased by 25%. This includes the 4 difficulties of normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell, so it seems that Wancheng's professionals will be blessed in the future. Subo, Gu Chen is from our Lin Cheng. Why is this kind of good thing not Lin Cheng's turn? Correction, Gu Chen is already a member of our Wancheng, thanks to the fact that we have a good city lord in Wancheng. Ha, it's still thanks to the city lord of Lin City. If it wasn't for him, how would Gu Chen have come to Wancheng? Why don't the Lincoln people say anything? I bet 10,000 straw horses are whistling through their minds. I'm so angry, I'm going to write the word miserable on Su Lai's leg. Ha ha. The people of Wancheng rejoiced and actively shared their sudden joy on all major platforms. Looking at this posture, it was determined to base their pleasure on the pain of all the professionals in the City of Prosperity. After Liang Yi, who was sitting in his office at City Hall, learned of the news, he almost jumped right out of his chair. Abyssal Achievement. It was only the first time Gu Chen had entered a hell level abyss, and he had gotten the Abyss achievement. This was far beyond his expectations. In his plan, he had to wait at least until Gu Chen had risen to level 19, like he had done back then. Go back and try to see if you can get the Abyss achievement in the Buried Bones dungeon. It was unthinkable that Gu Chen had done without a word what no one had been able to do for so many years. No one knows better than he does that. How much of a boost Gu Chen's move would bring to the professionals of Wancheng? Even he could imagine, in the years to come, the city of Wancheng will see a spurt of urban warfare. Reward. There must be a reward. Gu Chen, this floor is the residence that the city lord has set up for you. After coming out of the Buried Bone dungeon abyss, Li Feng took Gu Chen and the others and arrived on a luxury apartment building located in the center of Wancheng. Are you saying that this entire floor is my residence? Gu Chen didn't react for a moment. Yes, large flat, 518 square meters, luxuriously furnished. The furniture and household items have been properly placed, turnkey. Li Feng responded with a smile. He's serious like a real estate agent. Gu Chen nodded and came to the wide and imposing Zimmer gate. Enter your face into the facial recognition system. The door snapped open automatically. Gu Chen waved at Lin Yuan and the others, and then a few people walked into the house. The moment the crowd stepped inside the house, the smart home devices go into working programs at the first opportunity. The house lights came on, the curtains automatically closed in on either side, and the window opener opens the window to its maximum angle, with a cool breeze and a clear window. Walking through the entrance, the living room was decorated in great detail, and many of the materials were ones that Gu Chen could not name. Understated luxury. This set of large flats must be tens of millions of dollars at least, right? Lin Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room overlooking the bottom, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This is the 33rd floor, enough to take in the city at night. 15,544,000 to be exact. Wancheng, although it's a third-tier city. But a large flat located in the center of the city isn't cheap either. Li Feng responded. Gu Chen nodded his head, and an extremely unreal feeling was born in his heart, a moment that the memory of that dilapidated hut on the outskirts of Lincheng came steeply to his mind. The place where I lived before was a sewer compared to the luxurious apartment in front of me. Sure enough, no matter what world it is, the sense of disparity between people is always so strong. Before he came, he had already had the mental expectation that Liang Yi, in order to continue to draw him in, surely they would give some more lucrative offers, and they couldn't afford to fall so easily. But now, he realized he was wrong. Poverty limits imagination. I didn't expect the other party to give him a large flat worth more than $15 million. It simply turned his worldview upside down. This apartment is already considered a top mansion in Wancheng. Both the lighting and orientation are the best, what do you think? Li Feng asked. Not bad. Gu Chen nodded, suppressing the shock in his heart. When he was downstairs, Lin Yuan told him that no matter what Li Feng came up with, he had to keep his composure. Never let people look down on you. It's okay, it's just like that. Next to him, Lin Yuan crossed his arms and Cloud nodded. Within seconds, however, he couldn't pretend anymore. Is it too late for me to join Wancheng? Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Li Feng, showing a companionable smile. You're joining Wancheng too? Don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm in it for the resources or the mansion. It's mainly because I respect City Lord Liang Yi's character, as well as the local customs of Wancheng, which gives me a home-like feeling of closeness. Li Feng was amused and spread his hands. I can't make the decision on this kind of thing. When you get into an institution of higher learning, you can focus on Wancheng's talent introduction policy. Okay then, later. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose, seemingly noticing the laughter in Lin Qingqing and Su Rant's eyes. He added. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Lin Chang, but Wancheng is more sea and sky for me. Chapter 72 Su Lai's fire is very strong. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere of the Wancheng professionals, after learning that Gu Chen had obtained the abyssal achievement, the pro-city professionals' back teeth were clenched. In the duplicate square of the temple ruins, Gu Chen's name was still hanging on the clearance record of the hell-ranked copy, stinging his eyes to no end. This place was filled with people who knew Gu Chen, people who had taunted him before. There were people who had once envied him, some of whom were still his classmates. Of course, it doesn't include Wu Zi. He hasn't shown up at the novice replica plaza since he defected from the team in the replica. Disgraceful. Among the novice professionals right now, basically all of them were discussing topics related to Gu Chen. Have you heard? Not only did Gu Chen join Wancheng, he also got the Abyss achievement for the Buried Bone Dungeon. Envious, after Wancheng's transfer student passes the novice copy of the. There's a high probability that you'll choose the normal level Buried Bones Dungeon, right? After all, the difficulty has been reduced by 25%. Don't forget, it's not just the difficulty that's been reduced. The reward for clearing the Buried Bones Dungeon has also been increased by 25%. Alas, there's a good city lord in Wancheng. Liang Yi poached Gu Chen. Benefiting all the low-ranked professionals in Wancheng, what did the city lord of Linchang give us? I heard that Su Lai lowered the copy usage fee for Linchang. There's FKLUs, the difficulty of the copy isn't lowered, we low-level professionals still have no way out. Su Lai is a villain, looks like he's giving out benefits to the professionals of Linchang. But it's only cheap for the nobles and the rich, and doesn't care about the deaths of the lower-class professionals. It's hard to imagine how much of a boost Wancheng's professionals will get because of Gu Chen. It's all Su Lai's fault. If it wasn't for him and the Li family teaming up to suppress him, Gu Chen wouldn't have left at all. This guy Su Lai, he really isn't a human being. Lincoln City Office. Su Lai sat in his office, listening to his secretary's report, his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping. City Lord, the people of Pro City are venting their frustrations about City Hall on all the major media platforms. The negativity is going to be on the hot seat, and we're seriously lacking in credibility. Block the news. All negative news about City Hall is to be suppressed. Do I have to teach you such things? It can't be blocked, it's all mainstream media platforms, and it's not just Lincoln. Several neighboring cities, including Wancheng, have also gotten involved, saying they want justice for Gu Chen. Su Lai didn't say anything, and his face clouded over a few more times. We have also received information that a large number of students are organizing to conduct a demonstration. The goal is to get the city lord to apologize to Gu Chen. A few moments of anger surged on Su Lai's face. Go on. Solid North City has sent word that starting this month, all taxes in Lin City have been raised by 15%. For the next 3 years, all subsidy policies in the north will not be applied to Linchang. Go on. After the Li family was exterminated, the 3 major families in Linchang, in order to seize the Li family's various properties. There have been many firefights, which have had an extremely serious impact on the security of Linchang. All to screw me? On purpose. They're all out to get me, aren't they? Su Lai let out a furious roar, both fists slamming hard on the table, his eyes filled with blood. The spirit is already on the verge of breaking down. Damn, all of them are giving me at this juncture. If you can't block the internet, block the relevant media platforms for me. I'll put them all out of business. Demonstration? Forcing me to apologize? Suppress it for me. Suppress it hard. All participants will be disenrolled from school and sent to factories for labor reform. And Solid North City, how dare they raise the tax of Pro City by 15%? And removing the subsidy policy? Retaliation. This is absolutely naked revenge. Good, the several great families are all dishonest, aren't they? Arrest all those who are causing trouble. Solid North City wants to bleed from me, then don't blame me for taking them out. Su Lai roared angrily, as if he was trying to vent all the anger in his heart. At first, he didn't put this downtrodden male who had severed his ties with the royal family in his eyes. But I didn't realize that one oversight would lead to one trouble after another. I thought that after the Li family was exterminated, all those hookups between him and Primrose Li would be gone forever. But I didn't realize that everything had actually been blown out of proportion. For a moment, chagrin, anger, regret and other emotions all poured out of him, and he was on fire. For once, in a rare instance, he did not exercise restraint. He wants to vent. Su Lai was, after all, a city lord, and did not completely let himself be controlled by his emotions. After a minute had passed, he had regained his composure. Taking a long breath, he could no longer see any anger on his face. He'd already figured out that those miscellaneous outside voices were nothing at all. Even the position of City Lord of Lin City was nothing more than a job to him. There were still 2 years to go before his term expired, at which time he would be transferred to the western region or the southern border. The Prince of the Northern Kingdom. Oof. I despise you. I can't afford to mess with you. can't I afford to hide from you? Sulai thought this way, his eyes showing a few moments of helplessness. He had long planned to swing for the fences. Solid North City, War King's residence. The news that Gu Chen had left the Northern Realm and joined the Eastern continent had already spread back to the royal residence. Gu Qingfeng was incomparably shaken by this incident, and if it wasn't for Qin Yun pulling he was all set to mobilize his troops to kill Wancheng. Your Majesty, rhetoric called from Shangjing, the special enrollment test for the Shangjing Academy has all been completed. The next step is to wait for school to start. Qin Yun's tone carried a strong sense of elation and pride. HM? Rhetoric will be back this afternoon, really? Good, the boy's hung up on his parents after all, says he's going to be busy after school starts. So take advantage of this time before school starts to spend more time with us again. Well, Resignation has been obedient and understanding since he was young, it's enough for him to have this heart, in that case. You quickly go and ask the butler to arrange for a banquet to be held in the hall tonight to receive Resignation. Qin Yun nodded, revealing a few difficult colors between his features. Your Majesty. You're moving to the Eastern continent now, and if resigned child comes back and can't see you, I'm afraid he'll have regrets in his heart. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's face showed a few difficult colors. Whether it was Gu Chun or Gu Ru, both were his sons, and as a father, you can't lose sight of the other. Traveling to the Eastern continent, a round trip plus dealing with Gu Chen would take at least 2 days. And this time Gu Ru came back probably won't stay long. Once he thought of this, Gu Qingfeng's brows revealed a few more shades of exasperation. Gu Chen was clearly his firstborn son, why did he always have to cause trouble outside? As an elder brother, why couldn't he be as heart-saving as his younger brother Gu Ru? It seems that his previous thought was right, Gu Chen's nature was too wild after living outside since he was a child. It has to be pressed, otherwise it will be difficult to become a great man in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng let out a long sigh. Just as well, it was that rebellious son's choice to leave the Northern Realm, and even if he joins the Eastern continent, it won't be a mess for a while. I'll stay with you mother and son in Solid North City for the next 2 days, and after Resignation leaves the North. And then we'll settle the score with the rebellious son. Qin Yun nodded her head and let out a hum, her tightly frowning willow brows suddenly stretching. Chapter 73 One City Treasury, Indomitable Black Armor. The day after clearing the hell-level buried bone dungeon, Liang Yi honored his promise. Li Feng led Gu Chen to the outside of the Wancheng treasure trove. The treasury of Wancheng contains the greatest wealth of the entire city. It contained a collection of countless equipment and props, as well as rare materials. With the exception of the lord of the city. Only those who have done outstanding service to the city are allowed to enter it to pick out treasures. Gu Chen had made an outstanding contribution to Wancheng by getting the abyssal achievement in the Buried Bones dungeon. Gu Chen got a gold card from Li Feng, and with the gold card, he could pick any piece of legendary equipment in the treasure trove. Gu Chen, go inside, you can pick any equipment of legendary grade and below. But this gold card can only be exchanged for one piece of equipment. Li Feng's tone was filled with undisguised envy. Gu Chen nodded his head and took the gold card and walked through the treasury door. Within the treasury was like a large exhibition hall, in which were placed all kinds of equipment and props. The minimum is rare. The surfaces of the equipment and props were emitting various colors of brilliant light, a glittering scene before them. There are so many treasures, I don't know how to pick them. Gu Chen looked at the many treasures in front of him, and had the feeling of Lu entering the Grand View Garden. For a moment the eyes were dazzled. After strolling around, Gu Chen realized that perhaps because the summoner profession was rare in small cities, therefore there is not much equipment suitable for the summoner profession. He wasn't discouraged, though, even though there wasn't a lot of equipment he could use. But there's a lot of equipment that summoned beasts can use. After looking at the legendary grade equipment section for half a day, he eventually picked out a piece of defense, the unyielding black armor. Indomitable black armor. Quality, legendary. Rank, LV.20. Occupational limitations, melee occupations. Attributes, physique plus 500, life value plus 600. Effect. Inflicts real damage of 5% of the wearer's own maximum life value on surrounding targets every second. This effect does not work on long-distance professions. After careful consideration, Gu Chen finally decided to take this armor. The plus 500 to constitution and plus 600 to lifesteal, while substantial, are only secondary. Gu Chen was mainly interested in the effects of this armor. The target is an enemy unit, and if you equip the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle with this unyielding black armor. With 7,600 blood plus another 600, the maximum life value went up to 82,000. In this way, the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle can deal over 4,000 true damage per second to surrounding targets in combat. Look closely, it's per second. Mockery of Wrath, you can force surrounding targets to attack you. Crushing Blast, slows targets in the path of the attack while dealing damage. Coupled with the effects of the unyielding black armor, it is conceivable that once the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle is allowed to enter the abyss, the must be killing crazy. Not bad for a legendary. That's you. Exchanging his gold card for the unyielding black armor, Gu Chen took the equipment and left the treasury with great satisfaction. Outside the treasure trove, Li Feng was still waiting outside. By the look on your face, you should have chosen a very satisfactory piece of equipment. I'm sorry, Li Feng said with a smile. Well, thank the city lord for me. Gu Chen nodded his head. Next, you have one more chance to enter a first order copy or an abyss. What's the plan? I'm sorry, Li Feng asked. Gu Chen was now level 19, and this time, after clearing the hell level buried bone dungeon. His level had only risen by a mere 2 levels. The upgrade speed has become much slower compared to before. The first is that due to leveling up, the amount of experience gained after killing an alien is reduced. At first, a level 11 summoned beast kills a level 13 beast corpse chimera. The experience gained is around 1500. Now, a level 17 summoned beast kills a level 15 beast corpse war soldier. The experience gained is not even 800. Straight to the waist. Secondly, the experience required for upgrading has become much higher. When he entered the nightmare level buried bone dungeon, Gu Chen was only level 11. It only takes 20,000 to 30,000 experience to level up. And by the time he entered the hellish buried bones dungeon, he was already level 17. It takes more than 300,000 experience to level up. And you can only take the record-breaking reward once. This experience bonus is also gone when you pass the hell level later on. It's inevitable that as you level up, the upgrades get slower and slower. So, while there's still time to get in another first order copy, Gu Chen was certainly unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Does City Lord have any plans? Gu Chen asked. Since Li Feng took the initiative to bring up the topic, he must have come prepared. There was a new first order copy built in Wancheng some time ago, so if you're interested, the city council can allocate spots directly to you. The direct allocation of slots also eliminates the copy usage fee, which saves millions of dollars in one fell swoop. A first order copy? How's the experience reward? Gu Chen was a bit perturbed. How can I say this, even though it's an artificial copy, if you play hell difficulty? The experience rewards are not at all inferior to the abyss, only that the difficulty is much greater than a normal copy. That's not the point, it doesn't matter how difficult it is as long as the payoff is high enough. Gu Chen didn't care about this, after all, it was only a first order copy. How much more difficult could it be? That would be no problem, I can send you some copy information if you agree. Wait a minute. Gu Chen was in no hurry to agree. Hurriedly, he said, since we're going into a copy, could we ask for a small favor from the city hall side? You say. I've heard that the difficulty level of the artificial replica is adjustable. I'd like to just hit the hell level. After all, I'm already level 19, and if I unlock it one step at a time from hard level, I guess I'll be second rank before I hit hell level. Once you become a second order professional, you can no longer enter a first order copy or the abyss. It might not work for others, but since you got the abyssal achievement, it wouldn't be a bad idea to open up a hellish copy to you directly. Good, then I'll trouble Secretary Li. After deliberating, Li Feng sent some copy information to Gu Chen. Then it was off to manipulate the replica slots with the opening of the hellish difficulty. After Gu Chen returned to his large flat apartment, he called Lin Yuan and the others out. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingxing and Su Ran are not from Wancheng, so for the sake of convenience, all three were staying in Gu Chen's apartment. After all, it's a large bungalow with lots of rooms, so accommodation isn't a problem at all. The team personnel for this replica remains the same as the previous lineup. Xiao Hai is also among the team members. The last time he was in the middle of a hell-level buried bone dungeon, Gu Chen had struck an epic-level eternal source crystal. It was bought by Su Xia for $5 million. According to him, with this material, He could then develop a new generation of Mark 21 battle armor. The reason why he wanted to follow Gu Chun into the replica was because he wanted to try out the combat capabilities of the new generation of battle armor. In response, Gu Chun directly agreed. Xuxia can make up the numbers without sharing the experience, and that. Gu Chun was also curious about that new generation of Mark 21 battle armor. This is the world of universal transmigration. Is Iron Man coming? Chapter 74 First Order Copy, Spider Cave. A first-rank copy of Spider Cave, is it difficult? Lin Yuan sat down on the floor of the living room and set the PS5's controller aside. Looked at the copy material on the TV screen. It's difficult, there are a bit too many foreigners in there. Lin Qingqing said. A bit much? Saran asked, cocking his head. Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and changed to a more appropriate word, very much so. Or even mega many. That's a spider cave. Does that mean that there will be a lot of experience as well? Lin Yuan asked. That's not so bad, even if it opens up hellish copies for us straight away. The experience that will be harvested in the end is just at the same level as a first order abyss, and even if it's more, it won't be too much. If that's the case, why don't we keep brushing the buried bone dungeon since it's a first rank anyway? I'm sorry, Lin Yuan asked. This kind of question. Didn't your high school teacher talk about it? You don't even listen in class? Huh? I would not listen to the lecture? Here, you go ahead and I'll add anything you missed. Lin Qingqing gave a blank look, but still patiently explained, the abyss has a self-protection mechanism. If you repeatedly brush the same abyss, the professional's own attributes will be suppressed by the abyss and the experience gained will be reduced. Lin nodded farther, well, that's what I thought. So, it would be great if Wancheng City Hall would grant the quota for the. It'll at least spare us a few $1 million in copy usage fees. Su Ran sighed from the side. Speaking of money. Ahem. Gu Chen cleared his throat, the price of a first-rank copy is the same as that of a first-rank abyss. $3 million ahead, no problem, right? Lin Qingqing looked fleshy, no problem, give us a little time to sell our equipment. There is so much debt now that several online lenders won't give us a loan. Gu Chen suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Ran and asked, right. I opened a level 20 dagger, rare grade, you can sell it to you at market price if you want it. Well, I happen to be missing a level 20 weapon. But it has to wait until I sell a few pieces of equipment for some money. Su Ran scratched his head in embarrassment. Alright, that's it then, you'll take the rest of the day off today and get ready in the meantime, and tomorrow morning, at 7 a.m., Let's enter the first-rank copy of the Spider Cave. Gu Chen nodded his head and slapped the copy on the table. He received a message from Li Feng that the copy quota had been approved. And unlocking the hell level straight away eliminates a good deal of the hassle. After making sure, Lin Yuan sat down on the living room floor to play PS5 again. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran went out to sell their equipment. It's possible to go through the pro trading platform, but the process is too slow, and if you go down to the copy tomorrow, it's likely to be too late. So they went straight to the equipment recycling store in the center of Wancheng. Su Xia volunteered to take care of all kinds of preparations before the copy, such as cheats, consumables, food, etc. Gu Chen wasn't idle either, organizing the equipment on his body. In the midst of the hellish buried bones dungeon, he had acquired a total of 3 epic items. 2 of them are the Echo Ring and the Echo Amulet. The third piece was the Eternal Source Crystal sold to Su Xia. Even Gu Chen hadn't expected that he'd put together the Echo set in just one hell-level copy. The set's attribute bonuses are also impressive, providing him with a total of 600 spirit points, 500 points of speed, 300 points of constitution and strength. The most powerful thing was the set effect that Gu Chen had his heart set on, and every time he killed a target, immediately restores 10% of your energy. One more level up, and the Nightmare Master will be able to wear the Echo set. An epic second-rank set, though not yet starred, was enough to make one's heart pound. Early the next morning, Li Feng sent an MPV that sent Gu Chen and the others to the replica square of the Spider Cave. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and there weren't many professionals in the replica plaza. But when Gu Chen appeared, there were still quite a few people who recognized him. Great God, Gu Chen, what a coincidence, you also go down to the Spider Cave. Great God, you are my idol. Gu Chen, the people of Wancheng welcome you.
In response to the greetings around him, Gu Chen nodded politely as a response to the greetings from the crowd. Ever since he got the Abyss achievement for the Buried Bone Dungeon, I don't know how many low-ranked professionals in Wancheng were willing to call him a righteous father from the bottom of their hearts. After all, this operation of Gu Chen's. Straight away the vast majority of them win. As for the few who really can't bring themselves to do so, they have no complaints in their minds. It was even grateful to Gu Chen. Because now, they can also take the narrow balconies of their homes and it's rented out for thousands of dollars to out-of-towners who admire it. Without delay, Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others through the replica plaza. Came to the entrance to start the operation. Identity authentication is successful. The current copy has unlocked hell level difficulty for you. Please choose carefully. Gu Chen told Lin Yuan and the others to get ready, and without hesitation, he chose the Inferno level. The average level of the current team is too low. It is recommended to reorganize the team. No. Entering first level copy of Spider Cave, Inferno level, please wait. The spatial vortex representing the entrance to the replica steeply turned blood red, and immediately after that, an intense aura of terror swept through the area, entangling Gu Chen and the 4 people behind him. Feeling the oppressive aura of the hell level replica, the professionals in the square quickly looked over. Shock and amazement filled his expression. It's great God Gu Chen. He's actually entered a hell level copy. What? How did he do that? How did he manage to go straight into a hell level copy? What's all the fuss about? Gu Chen is the red man beside City Lord Liang Yi. What's unlocking a copy difficulty? Ugh, envy, obviously they're all the same age, and they've already scored a hellish copy. And I can't even pass the regular level. I don't envy. I'm tired of envy. It's too hard to be a professional. It's better for me to go into the factory and hit the screws. That said, the record for the fastest passage through a hellish spider cave is 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you guys think Great God Gu Chen will set a new record this time? You're from the Abyss? What's the point of asking such a question? No more factory, from now on I'm living in Abyss Plaza and I'm going live. Families. Let's all guess how long it'll take Great God Gu Chen to pass the level. Ouch, I'm going. You kid kind of got the live streaming figured out. As the heat builds in the replica plaza, the Gu Chen was already standing in the middle of a dark and cold cave. At the same time, a flurry of copy information appeared in his line of sight. You have entered the hellish replica of the Spider Cave. Deep in the cave there is a ghost-faced king spider contaminated by the power of the abyss. Please make sure you stop the ghost-faced king spider from unleashing a plague of insects, otherwise the power of the abyss will completely erode this place. There is a clan of insect masters living on the outskirts of the cave. If we can convince the patriarch, all the bug masters will be your helpers. Chapter 75. Old Gu, you have a plan, right? Once their eyes had adjusted to the darkness, Gu Chen and the others began to look around and survey the area. As far as the eye could see, there were traces of spider-covered silk everywhere. These spiders are like layers and layers of tulle. Hanging crisscrossing the surrounding rock walls and the top of the cavern were a number of grayish-white spiders the size of grains of rice crawling around. The ground was littered with a jumble of debris, from insect shells to dried-out skeletons, scattered amongst the spider silks that littered the ground. It reeked of decay. Lin Yuan took a few steps to the side, looking at the dense spider silk above the cave wall. Subconsciously, he reached to the side and yanked. For a while, a large amount of dust rustled down, making him grimy. This dust, it's actually just like the real thing. Lin Yuan's tone was filled with marvel. First time on a copy? Look at your lack of talent. Lin Xingqing gave him a blank look. Hey, first time I've ever played a copy that cost money. This copy doesn't look like it's any different from the abyss it seems. The replica is artificially created, but everything here is infinitely closer to the real abyss. Why else would you charge so much? There are charges in the duplicate plaza. The price for a first-order hellish duplicate is 1 million per person per time. Ridiculously expensive. In the original Xinsha Empire, copies were monopolized by the aristocracy of. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter the copy at all, and if they wanted to upgrade, they could only risk their lives by entering the abyss. Until the current lord of the country came to power and initiated a series of reforms that purged many of the recalcitrant nobles, It was only then that the ownership of the copies was nationalized.
Subsequently, the empire issued a new policy that allowed ordinary people to enter the replica by paying a usage fee. At the same time, in order to allow more professionals to have the opportunity to upgrade, the empire began to make a big effort to build up its infrastructure. It took almost 10 years before and after to build teleportation arrays in every abyssal plaza. In this way, the number of professionals in the Divine Summer Empire had only ushered in an era of spurt. Even Xiao Nanfeng, the number one person in the Divine Summer military, known as the Shura war god. It also came on strong after the new deal was released. So the average professional can nowadays have a chance to excel in the all thanks to a series of new political reforms introduced by the Lord of God's Summer Kingdom. At this time, Su Xia stood next to Gu Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, according to the raiders, the outskirts of the Spider Cave are inhabited by a clan of sentinel bugmasters, so if we can obtain their help, we'll be able to clear the level as fast as possible. However, in order to obtain the help of the Imperial Insect Master clan, we must first convince their clan leader. That's a lot of difficulty." Lin Yuan pretended to nod and came up as well. "Old Gu, you have a plan, don't you?" At those words, the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look over. Gu Chen thought briefly and nodded, "Yes." Lin Yuan was instantly overjoyed, waiting for the word Gu Chen. It seemed that this time it was definitely a sure thing. Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes lit up as she hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Great God, then what's next?" "We've just entered our copy, which happens to be located on the outskirts of the Spider Cave. Shouldn't we go to the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster clan to persuade them first? I've read some of the rundown about the Spider Cave. The leader of the Imperial Bugmaster clan is very arrogant. Even the entire clan of Imperial Bugmasters thinks that they are gifted and are less willing to help ordinary people like us. If you want to convince the Patriarch, you have to produce 2 pieces of epic equipment, and half of the experience gained from each kill of the Fae must be shared with them. It doesn't have to be that complicated." Gu Chen waved his hand, directly interrupting Lin Qingqing's words and, "My plan is simple, first kill all the Sentinel Master clan, then kill all the Spider Fae in the cave, and finally kill the ghost-faced King Spider." Lin Qingqing's face was stunned, almost as well as she had heard wrong. She subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and Su Ran. An unspeakably complex look was found to pass over the faces of all 3. Lin Yuan sket his tongue and opened his mouth to advise, "Old Gu, it's a foreigner we're trying to kill. It's not the Imperial Bugmaster clan, so you shouldn't confuse those 2 things." Gu Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "In this copy of the ghost-faced king spiders are about to unleash a plague of insects, and the clan of the Imperial Bugmasters lives on the outskirts of the Spider Caves. It can be said to be at a critical moment of life and death. Yet they did not resist at all in the face of the invasion of the foreigners. Instead, they are deliberately making things difficult for us professionals. In that case, what's the point of having them?" Hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod. Makes sense. Granted, the main task of the professionals is to stop the ghost-faced king spider from unleashing a plague of insects. But it was also a disguised way to save the insect master clan. However, the group of Imperial Bugmasters, including the Patriarch, were eyeballing it high. Professionals who simply don't look at entering the Spider Cave, not only claiming equipment props, but also sharing the experience equally. Even hell-level copies are not bound to produce epic equipment. The clan leader of the Imperial Bugmaster clan reached out with 2 pieces of epic-level equipment. There's also an equal share of experience with the pros, and they pretty much take all the good stuff. Lin Yuan was playing PS5 in the living room yesterday, playing Tiger Vanguard all day, and didn't read the strategy guide much at all. By the time Lin Qingqing and the girls sold their equipment at night to gather enough money to come back, Lin Yuan hadn't played Tiger Vanguard yet. Su Ran went up with a puzzled face and asked, "What is this game you're playing? How come all the monsters in there look the same?" A light sentence directly made Lin Yuan break his great defense. He was riveted until the latter part of the night, so he had even less time to read the raiders. Now that he knew about the Sentinel Bugmaster clan, he spat directly on the ground and angrily, he said, "Fine, just listen to old Gu and kill those Imperial Bugmaster traitors first. Killing the Imperial Bugmaster clan seems to be much more difficult." Su Xia was all out of breath in his heart. Prior to this, professionals were essentially going in 2 directions in the Spider Cave. One was to kill directly into the cave and eventually kill the ghost-faced king spider after breaking through a bunch of spider fae. Of course, this practice is more difficult and must be done with complete certainty. Otherwise, the cave is full of spider aliens, and a single slip up, it would be eaten by the overwhelming alien race without even a crumb left. After all, the spiders here are fey, and cannibalism is all part of the base area. As for the second, it was to seek help from the Imperial Bugmaster clan. The Insect Master clan is gifted, and their skills have an innate restraint against the spider fey. With their help, it will be much less difficult to pass. But accordingly, the pass rewards will be taken away from them a lot. Yet Gu Chen's choice was unprecedented. Killing the Imperial Bugmaster clan first, and then killing the ghost-faced King Spider meant that the difficulty of the copy directly skyrocketed. After all, that's a herd. Although Gu Chen's decision was a bit hard to accept, Su Xia still chose to cooperate. A hidden glow flashed across his spatial ring. Boom! A mechanical battle armor with a very technological shape appeared in the sight of everyone. With its cool red and gold exterior, smooth and powerful lines, it's simply the perfect combination of technology and art. Su Xia quickly put on his battle armor, and the Eternal Source crystal located on his chest blossomed with bright blue light. Like dazzling stars in a radiant universe, it illuminated the dimly lit cavern with light. Let's set off then. Target the Imperial Bugmaster clan territory. I'll lead the way. Chapter 76 Outsiders, you are not welcome in the Insect Master's territory. Su Xia's battle armor had a built-in navigation system that, according to him, was more advanced than the last one in the Buried Bone Dungeon. After putting on his battle armor, he displayed amazing mobility and agility. The speed of movement was not inferior to Lin Yuan's level 12 professionals. Since the crowd had just entered the copy, it wasn't far from the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster clan. Didn't go long. Snort! A giant spider suddenly leapt out from the top of the cave and jumped violently towards Gu Chen and the others. Careful! Su Xia turned around at the first opportunity, and a blinding beam of energy erupted from the palm of his mechanical arm. It hit the spider's head instantly. Yet this giant spider was covered in a hard carapace that. The energy beam struck by the battle armor slammed into its body, causing far less damage. Luckily, Gu Chen had prepared for this, and the Blood Race Archon at his side had already launched an attack. Bang! 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 Silver bullets whizzed out, and the giant spider was blown up in mid-air before it could even land. Boom! The giant spider's body slammed into the ground, its hard shell riddled with cracks and green blood splattered from its shattered body, and its sharp-stepping feet twisted and snapped. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. That's too low of an experience. Gu Chen was already prepared for this, and there were numerous foreigners in the spider cave. However, individual combat power is low, and therefore experience is low. A single poisonous spider wasn't difficult to deal with. What was difficult was that the poisonous spiders in the caves basically appeared in groups. In this way, the experience is higher, but so is the difficulty. That's why many professionals would rather pay some price and choose to ask for the help of the Imperial Bugmaster clan. Just after the first sharpshooter poison spider was killed, a cacophony of voices rang out in the darkness, and soon more than 20 giant spiders appeared in sight. Shrink the formation. Gu Chen let out a low gulp and called Su Xia back, then released the Nightmare Master. A sharp blade poison spider only has 1,000 or so years of experience. But 20 or so of them could be over 20,000 experience. Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar. He still needed more than 500,000 experience to rise to level 20. Seems like it's still cool to be low level. If he was level 11 right now, these foreigners in front of him alone would be enough for him to upgrade. The Nightmare Juggernaut rushes on. These normal level 20 Fey were basically a giveaway to the epic summoners. Only to see the Nightmare Sovereign's figure flash away, instantly appearing amongst those poisonous spiders. Immediately after that, it directly unleashed its skills. Deep Dreaming. It's a bunch of level 20 sharpshooter venomous spiders, but they're just normal Fey. The Nightmare Juggernaut's skills were completely explosive damage to them. The illusory dream energy instantly envelopes the surrounding area, inflicting sustained damage to the venomous spiders. The blood level dropped rapidly. Tens of thousands of injuries per second. More than 20 sharp blade poison spiders were trapped in the deep dream realm, and they simply couldn't carry such a high amount of damage. In a flash, it was torn to shreds by the dream energy. Nightmare Juggernaut collected his skills, and it was only about 2 seconds before and after that. The energy drain is much less. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1030. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1080. Killed them all and earned over 24,000 experience. Gu-chen had a satisfied look on his face. It's cool. No wonder so many people like to play lawn mowing games. Before, whether it was killing sunken guards or beast corpse war soldiers, both require maintaining a deep dream for sustained damage and are more taxing on energy. But with the spider fae, basically 2 seconds in the middle of a deep dream, it would be torn to shreds by the dream energy, and it was not a big drain on energy. This feeling of euphoria is truly unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, the sharpshooter poison spiders were all dead, and Su Xia stood in place in his battle armor. Look at the eyes. Good. So strong. His energy beam only managed to knock out over 600 blood from the sharp-edged poison spider. But Gu-chan's summoned beast directly injured over 10,000 in seconds. The difference is outrageous. Let's go, keep leading the way. Gu-chen spoke indifferently. Soon, the crowd arrived at the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster clan. Saying it's a territory, when in fact the word stronghold would have been more appropriate. There were patrolling guards on the outside, like an ancient army camping. When they saw Gu-chen and the others approaching, a team of Imperial Bugmasters in white trench coats immediately stepped forward. At the head of the group was a withered, bald man with an icy face who reached out to block the way. Outsiders, you are not welcome in the Imperial Bugmaster territory. If you're here for help, then show enough good faith to start with. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you in. The bald man squinted at the crowd, his tone of voice revealing undisguised condescension and indifference. Gu-chen did not care about the offense in the other party's tone and looked at the bald man's attribute panel. Fae, Insectologist's Guards. Rank, LV.18. Life value, 10,500. Attributes, Strength 240, Agility 245, Physique 240, Spirit 250. Skill, Insect Storm. Just over 10,000 blood? It's still really weak. With a calm face, Gu-chen spoke, I want to see your clan leader, tell him to come out. Hearing the undisguised contempt in Gu-chen's tone, the Imperial Bugmaster guard's face sank. Angrily. Daring. The matriarch's status is honored, is he not a person? Before the words were out of his mouth, a series of bullets came whizzing in like a thunderbolt. Instantly, the bald man and those Imperial insect master guards behind him were beaten into a sieve, and their bodies fell to the ground in a heap. The Blood Archon let out a low gulp and unleashed his skill, his blood level instantly dropping by a small amount. Blood Legacy. In the next second, the corpses on the ground were enveloped in a blood-colored glow, and one by one, they stood up and a bloodthirsty glint blossomed in his eyes. There are 5 more blood descendants in the group. At this point, Lin Yuan and the others' bodies trembled before they reacted. Even though it was already known that Gu-chen was going to kill the Imperial Bugmaster clan first, this was too stiff. This is murder. How did you do it so neatly? Even before that bald Imperial Bugmaster could finish his words, the group of guards were already dead. Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV.18, experience plus 788. Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV.18, experience plus 809. Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV.18, experience plus 796. Gu-chen had a bashful look on his face, glancing at the experience bar that was barely moving. Directly heading within the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster. Murder? No, in his eyes, it's all just experience. Gu-chen's tactics were also simple, pushing all the way across. It is very complex within the territory of the Imperial Bugmaster, with many passages, and if it were in any other copy of it might also be a pain in the ass to get to the Fae one by one. But here, there is no such concern at all. After killing several groups of guards, the alarm of an enemy attack rang out within the territory, followed by more than 50 Imperial Bugmasters dressed in white trenchcoats killed out aggressively. These were just ordinary guards of the Imperial Bugmaster clan, and were not considered a major defense force at all. Outsiders, how dare you kill people in the Imperial Bugmaster's territory, you're really looking for death. Hearing the other party's angry shout, Gu-chen raised his eyes and looked at the Blood Race Archon. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Chapter 77. Killing you would be the best thing that could happen to me. The Blood Archon's eyes were filled with murderous aura, and he directly cast Deadly Shot, without saying a word. With the skill effect, a single bullet can deal tens of thousands of damage. Tons of fire spewed out from the twin spears, unstoppable. The Blood Descendants then rushed towards those Imperial Bugmaster guards and launched a fierce attack. The Nightmare Master transformed into a flash of black mist and appeared in the depths of the Imperial Bugmaster's territory in the twinkling of an eye. It also opens up the deep dream world. Those Imperial Insect Master Guards who rushed to kill were like moths fighting the fire, and just as soon as they entered the dream realm, it was just torn to shreds. As Gu-chan and the others watched from the side, it was a completely lopsided massacre, and their experience rose miserably. There were over 50 guards in total, that's over 40,000 experience. What a blast! The experience came, it was so easy to get it standing up. Perhaps the common guards died too soon, and the next. A group of more powerful Imperial Bugmaster warriors appeared, and in somewhat greater numbers than before. However, even so, it couldn't withstand the powerful strikes of the two summoned beasts. The Nightmare Lord attacked in groups deep within the territory, while the Blood Race Archon and the Blood Race Descendants struck down on the periphery. Some Imperial Bugmasters with a bit of brains directly abandoned the Nightmare Master and charged towards Gu-chen's side. Instead, he was killed by a shot from the Blood Archon, who then turned the body into a Blood Descendant. The group of Blood Descendants is growing, and the territory is like a slaughterhouse above the smell of blood was thick as hell. In the eyes of the other professionals, the powerful Insectologist clan, it was just a wave of experience for Gu-chen. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV.18, experience plus 1026. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV.18, experience plus 998. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV.18, experience plus 1010. Just as the experience was slowly rising, Lin Yuan, who was next to him, suddenly spoke, "Lao Gu. There seems to be an Imperial Bugmaster Elder coming from the front." Elder Bugmaster? Gu-chen raised his eyes. I'm afraid that too many guards and warriors of the Imperial Bugmaster clan had died. A group of Imperial Bugmasters in grey trenchcoats appeared in the middle of the battle. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his face. He was enveloped in a broad grey trenchcoat, and wherever he passed, the ground was crawling with tiny black insects the size of grains of rice. Fei, Elder Sentinel Elite. Rank, LV.19. Life value, 106,600. Attributes, Strength 278, Agility 223, Physique 292, Spirit 205. Skill I, Xenomorph Splitting. Skill 2, Insectization. Elite Fei, Level 19. Put in any Nightmare level copy can exist as the final boss. 2 skills, 1 summoning like and 1 ranged damage. Against an ordinary team of professionals, this would be nothing short of a disaster. Su Xia said from the side. The Elder Bugmaster noticed Gu-chan at first glance, and he looked over. A look of intense hatred emerged on his face. Weak humans, scum who are not even as good as bugs, how dare you attack my Imperial Bugmaster territory? I will kill you all. In the face of the anger of the Imperial Insect Master Elder, Gu-chen was unconcerned. It didn't even mean to take over the fight. He took a few steps back and directly handed this Imperial Bugmaster Elder over to the Blood Race Archon. Swish! A subtle air-breaking sound rang out, and the figure of the Blood Race Archon was as ghostly as the appeared in front of him. The Elder Bugmaster was startled, even though he was a level 19 Elite Fei. Nor could he keep up with the godlike speed of the Blood Archon. In the next second, the shock on his face was replaced by a flash of pain, only to see the Blood Race Archon exuding icy killing intent all over his body. A series of silver bullets shot out from the muzzle of the gun, erupting with an appalling might like thunder and lightning. Fatal shot. The high explosive bullets beat the body of the Imperial Bugmaster Elder to a bloody pulp, spilling blood all over the ground. Ah! The Elder Bugmaster let out an agonizing scream, even though he was an Elite Fei. Neither could keep up with the speed of the Blood Archon, and his blood level directly dropped by a third. At the same time, the last bullet with a skill effect grazed the body of the Elder Imperial Bugmaster. Busted the head of an Imperial Bugmaster Guard. Boo! Kill Imperial Bugmaster Guard LV.18, experience plus 826. Trigger kill reset, skill refresh. The figure of the Blood Race Archon flickered and cut through a stump, appearing behind the Imperial Bugmaster Elder. Fatal shot. Another barrage of bullets came in, and the Sentinel Elder had no time to cast his skills. A bloody hole appeared right on his body, shocking to the eye. If there weren't those guards, it's not likely that this Elder could still go a few rounds against the Blood Race Archon. However, now that he's become bloodless, the With a face of shock and anger, he looked at the blood race Archon and roared, "Impossible! Why aren't your skills cooling down?" In shock and anger, a large black fog erupted from his body. Xenomorphs splitting. No, not black fog, but densely packed black alien insects. If you look closely, you'll see that one of these bugs turns into 2, and 2 into 4. The numbers are skyrocketing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the twinkling of an eye, oodles and oodles of xenomorphs flew up into the air, like a great dark cloud of. It flew straight towards Gu Chen's direction. Killing the summoner first, it seems that this elder also has a brain. However, what the Bugmaster Elder didn't expect was that when that large group of foreign bugs had just flown halfway to the 5 blood descendants stomped their feet and rushed up with their bodies like cannonballs. Then, self-destruct. Boo! The explosions rang out at almost the same time. The sonorous blood flames rose in a small mushroom cloud. The ranged damage instantly devoured the uncountable xenomorphs. Kill Xenomorph LV.19, experience plus 3. Kill Xenomorph LV.19, experience plus 3. Kill Xenomorph LV.19, experience plus 3. What? Seeing this scene, the Bugmaster Elder violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. 5 level 18 blood descendants blowing themselves up, total damage is 15,000. Killing a bunch of bugs is all. More than enough. The exploding blood flames quickly dissipated, and all the xenomorphs were all reduced to ashes in the explosion. The elder Bugmaster had a complicated look on his face, having thought of casting a wave of insects to gnaw the summoner into a skeleton. But he didn't realize that the wave of bugs he released were all killed by the explosion. At that moment, the blood race Archon's gaze once again looked over. The Bugmaster Elder's face tightened. This feeling was like being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately released his skills. Insectization. With a roar of agonized fury, his body rapidly grew deep and hard. It was like a rough layer of armor growing rapidly. At the same time, his limbs began to twist and the bones of his body reshaped with a toothsome crunch, his arms and legs becoming thick and powerful, sharp spines protruding from his joints. In the blink of an eye, the elder Imperial Bugmaster turned into a humanoid xenomorph. With that, he let out a sharp hiss, and his sharp limbs glistened with an icy, metallic luster that piercing toward the blood race Archon in front of him. Insectification of the human body, this was undoubtedly the strongest skill of the elder Imperial Bugmaster. However, the great lord of the blood race looked at him with an icy gaze, not flickering and not avoiding. As the sharp limb pierced through, a hand held it in front of his body, preventing it from advancing an inch further. At this moment, the insectoid face of the Imperial Bugmaster Elder revealed an obvious look of shock. With this strike, he was supposed to pierce the body of the blood race Archon. But I didn't expect it to be blocked so easily. Terrible. Everyone is level 19, why are you so horrible? The Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch's body trembled, and he directly gave up his resistance, pleading toward Gu Chen. Humans, don't do it. I'll take you to the matriarch. As long as the clan chief nods, the Imperial Insect Master Clan can help you kill the ghost-faced King Spider. Hearing this, Su Xia and the others were astonished. That's a vote? The elder Bugmaster's desire for survival was really not that strong. However, Gu Chen shook his head with an indifferent expression. Killing you all would be the best way to help me. As the words fell, a blood-colored storm erupted from the blood race Archon's body. Scarlet Feast. The Bugmaster Elder's body was impacted by the blood-colored storm, and his insectoid body shattered on the wrong side, and in the twinkling of an eye, the blood is then emptied. Chapter 78: The Devastating Blow of the Black Death Epidemic. Kill Sentinel Elder Elite LV.19, experience plus 8,212. Acquired loot, Bugmaster's Vest LV.19, rare. Acquired trophy, Bugmaster Boots LV.19, rare. Just like before in the Buried Bones dungeon, the Elite Fae were divided into strengths and weaknesses, no doubt. This Bugmaster Elder was the one who belonged to the weaker category. But after all, it was an elite, and the experience of killing it was still considerable. The 2 pieces of rare-level equipment that dropped were clothes and boots, but they were limited to professions that must be an Imperial Bugmaster to wear it. Bugmaster is a rare profession, and I'm sure these 2 pieces of equipment are listed on the professionals trading platform. It should fetch a decent price. Inside the territory of the Imperial Bugmasters, watching the elders being killed in battle. The group of Imperial Bugmasters on the battlefield were demoralized. Especially the gray-clothed Imperial Bugmasters who had appeared after the Elder, saw the situation and pulled their legs out to run. Just kidding, even the Elders were killed, they still have to fight. With this, the group of Imperial Insect Masters collapsed and fled deeper into the territory. The Blood Race Archon led more than 30 Blood Race descendants to chase after him. The Nightmare Lord also withdrew his deep dream, directly consuming nearly half of his spirit. More than 30 Nightmare Servants were summoned. The Nightmare Servant flew out as a black shadow, entangling a portion of the fleeing Sentinelese in its place. Then they were killed one by the Nightmare Juggernaut. Gu Chen led a group of summoned beasts in pursuit within the territory, killing all the Imperial Bugmasters along the way. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV.18, experience plus 1026. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV.18, experience plus 998. Experience is growing slowly, but it's climbing. Making their way to the deepest part of the room, the group came under a sculpture of a xenomorph piled up on a mountain of rocks. The xenomorph sculpture was roughly 3 meters tall, about the size of a heavy truck. As Gu Chen and the others approached, above the sculpture, slowly, a woman in a black trenchcoat stepped out. This woman has a demonic look, a hot body, wearing a fishing net-like lining underneath the open trenchcoat, the sexy parts were highlighted without any avoidance. Humans, have you not come to seek my help? How dare you attack my noble clan of insect masters? A cold and condescending voice rang out, echoing in the empty crypt. Fae, Insectologist Patriarch Elite. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 155,200. Attributes, Strength 338, Agility 263, Physique 342, Spirit 265. Skill I, Insect Wave Rampage. Skill 2, Bugmaster Enhancement. Skill 2, Complete Insectization. A level 20 elite Fae, and the strongest existence of the Sentinel Bugmaster clan. This could be considered an irresistible disaster for ordinary professionals. However, to Gu Chen, it wasn't as powerful as the Beast Corpse aberration that he had killed earlier. In the clan of Imperial Insect Masters, the main skill was to summon foreign insects to launch attacks. However, for a group of Bloods, the attack and scraping of the xenomorphs was undoubtedly the same. And for the Nightmare Juggernaut, it's not even a scratch. Listening to the tone of the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch, Gu Chen couldn't help but frown. From the other party's haughty tone, there was an undisguised arrogant stance. It seemed that in her eyes, humans were no different than ants on the ground. Noble? Gu Chen said in a cold voice, then die here with your nobility. Hearing the killing intent in Gu Chen's tone, the Imperial Bugmaster Matriarch was furious as she let out a cold cry. Countless foreign insects flew out from her palm, turning into a black light that surged into the surrounding Imperial Bugmasters. Bugmaster Enhancement. With the black light blooming, all the Imperial Bugmasters looked like they had entered a berserk state. A strong aura erupted from his body, and his body expanded extremely quickly, turning into a half-human, half-insect form. The level didn't increase, but the 4-dimensional attributes directly skyrocketed by 45%, becoming even more powerful. Immediately after that, the Sentinel Bugmaster Patriarch let out a sharp, stern whistle. Insect wave raging. The whole hole in the ground appeared to vibrate visibly, and the floor and walls, under the tremendous force of a large crack erupted. Densely black alien insects crawled out from among those cracks, emitting ear-piercing and thin chirping sounds. It surged towards Gu Chen and the others in an overwhelming manner. Retreat! Gu Chen made an immediate decision and led the crowd to quickly retreat backward. The number of these xenomorphs was too terrifying, and Lin Yuan and the others were all ordinary professionals. Once surrounded by a wave of insects, it was only a matter of a few breaths before they would be chewed up to the point of no crumbs left. The Blood Archon took the opportunity to activate the effect of the mirror ring. Its figure blurred for a moment, and 2 cold figures in dark red gowns appeared next to it. The 2 mirror images stomped their feet and appeared in front of Gu Chen and the others, their bullets whistling out and smashing the onrushing xenomorphs to smithereens, they covered their way backward. Instead, the Blood Archon's main body rushed towards the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch and engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, the Nightmare Lord didn't hesitate to unfold the deep dream realm. The uncountable xenomorphs crawled out of the hole in the ground before being crushed to pieces by the dream energy. Kill Xenomorph LV.20, experience plus 5. Kill Xenomorph LV.20, experience plus 5. Kill Xenomorph LV.20, experience plus 5. Countless messages of experience rolled in and out of sight, dazzling the eye.
Gu-chan didn't even bother to look at it. Killing a xenomorph was only 5 points of experience, if he was pointing to this to upgrade.
That's going to be a monkey's errand.
With a thought, the skill glowed brightly and a looming demonic statue appeared in the middle of the cave.
Roar!
Immediately afterward, a large black light blossomed from the rock-like body of. Applies 2 mitigating effects to the Imperial Bugmaster eye.
Exhausted. Black Death.
2 skills were released, and all the Fae, including the Sentinel Bugmaster clan chief, were all weakened. The Imperial Bugmasters, whose battle power had just skyrocketed due to Bugmaster strengthening, had become weak in the blink of an eye. The Black Death epidemic is also beginning to spread on a wide scale. After the last Bloodline Awakening, the Black Death epidemic has been strengthened again. The more infections there are, the more life points per second the infected target loses.
The Sentinel Matriarch has summoned an overwhelming number of xenomorphs.
Instead of causing much damage to Gu-chan and the others, it pushed the damage of the Black Death epidemic to its peak.
News passed quickly from mouth to mouth.
Deep Dream can only deal damage to targets in a fixed area. Instead, Black Death epidemic is accompanied by an increase in the number of infections and a spike in damage. It's an epidemic that drives out all the people, and it's devastating to any community. After a few breaths, the xenomorphs died in large numbers, and a thick layer of insect corpses was piled up on the ground. Then it was stomped to smithereens in the battle between the Blood Descendants and the Imperial Bugmasters. Seeing this scene, the Nightmare Juggernaut simply withdrew his skills.
Didn't expect a mitigating skill like Black Death Epidemic.
Surprisingly, it would explode with such horrific damage in such a situation.
Gu-chan didn't expect it either.
Just now, he summoned the Undead Wreckage Demon statue just to suppress the Imperial Bugmaster clan. Even the Black Death Epidemic was inflicted only on Imperial Bugmasters. Only later the infection spread to the xenomorphs, which in turn flew between the waves of bugs that.
This is what led to countless xenomorphs being killed by the epidemic. Totally kind of a surprise.
The pair of ice-cold eyes of the Imperial Insect Master Patriarch abruptly contracted when he saw this scene. A look of unspeakable shock appeared on his face.
Impossible. What kind of skill is this? Surprisingly, he was able to exterminate thousands of xenomorphs in a few breaths? Humans, how can they have such terrifying battle power?
Chapter 79 Killing the Sentinel Bugmaster Clan Chief, Epic 5 stars. It had not at all occurred to the Patriarch of the Imperial Bugmaster that the xenomorphs of which he was so proud, It was so inexplicable that they just died out. Even the Black Death Epidemic damage after infecting thousands of xenomorphs skyrocketed, causing her blood level to drop at a rapid rate as well. At this moment, facing the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch who was in shock. The Blood Archon shot out bullets as dense as a storm, causing a large mist of blood to explode from his body. Seeing that her skills didn't cause damage to Gu-chan and the summoned beasts, the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch bellowed, a powerful energy wave emanating from his body. Immediately afterward, a huge alien insect silhouette appeared behind her. Snort! The form of the Patriarch of the Imperial Bugmaster soared, his torso shifted, and in the twinkling of an eye, it then turned into a huge 3-meter-tall xenomorph. Fully insectized. This isn't a half-human, half-insect form, like the Elder Sentinel. Instead, the person is completely transformed into the form of a xenomorph. And, after his body is fully insectized, the Sentinel Master Patriarch's body surface grows a hard armor that attack and defense are greatly improved, gaining a high melee bonus. For a time, the battle power of the Imperial Insect Master Clan Chief increased greatly. It seemed to have truly turned into a giant alien worm from the abyss, a furious aura surging around it as it charged at the Blood Archon without fear. However, she had forgotten that even if her battle power skyrocketed after being fully insectized. But under the exhausted to the core, reduced benefit state, her full attributes not only didn't increase, but also decreased drastically. Not only that, but the damage taken is also a 100% bonus. In the face of the charging giant xenomorphs, the Blood Maharaja raised his gun and struck. Bullets poured out like a raging storm, shattering that hard armor within an inch of its life. Sharp as a sword, limbs and knuckles became vulnerable under the Blood Archon's onslaught. The legs and feet of the giant xenomorph were broken one after another, and the armor on its body was even more broken, with green blood splattering everywhere. Sigh. The giant xenomorph let out a hiss of pain, not even touching the corner of the Blood Archon's coat. Then he had been seriously injured and became greatly disabled. The Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch let out a hiss of pain. Impossible.
Why is this happening?
In a single glance, the ultimate skill she was so proud of was shattered to pieces by the Blood Maharaja.
At this moment, where did she have the heart to fight? She hurriedly turned back and ran in the direction she came from. You want to run away if you can't beat me? How can it be that easy? The Blood Race Archon's figure flickered as he dashed forward as a stump.
The Bugmaster Elder only felt a strong wind coming from behind him, and he didn't even have time to turn around to look at it. She saw a silhouette appear right in front of her, blocking her retreat. The Elder Bugmaster yelled incredulously, "Humans! The Insect Master clan is the nemesis of the ghost-faced King Spider. If you kill us, the ghost-faced King Spider will summon an insect plague to destroy everything here.
Even you are not immune." A cold smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. You threaten me?
No, spare me. I'm willing to help you kill the ghost-faced King Spider.
Just you? Gu Chen smiled disdainfully and gave the Blood Archon a look.
The latter would understand, and directly unleashed Scarlet Feast, a blood-colored storm sweeping out. This was followed by additional damage, which unsurprisingly cleared the blood bar of the Imperial Bugmaster Patriarch. Kill Sentinel Master Patriarch Elite LV.20, experience plus 11,290. Acquired loot, Bugmaster Skill Book LV.20, rare. With the death of the Patriarch, the remaining Imperial Bugmasters have completely turned into a scattered mess, scurrying desperately toward the stone caves in all directions. How could Gu Chen let go of this opportunity? The one who escaped wasn't an insect sentinel, but an experienced With a single thought, dozens of nightmare servants transformed into black shadows and wrapped themselves around those Imperial insect masters. The Nightmare Lord flickered away, naming the fleeing sentinels one by one. The mirror images of the two Blood Race Archons then took this opportunity to unleash Blood Race Inheritance. The bodies that fell to the ground reared up under the wash of blood-colored energy and launching a frantic attack against the freshly alive Imperial Bugmasters. The Blood Archon wasn't idle, and after settling the Matriarch, it penetrated deep inside the territory of the Imperial Bugmasters and the killing mode was turned on against the Imperial Bugmasters who were dressed in white or gray. Gu Chen's orders are to leave no one behind. No insect sentinel could escape from under this calamity. Kill Sentinel Warrior LV.18, experience plus 1026. Kill Sentinel Mage LV.19, experience plus 1326. Kill Grey Clothed Imperial Bugmaster LV.19, experience plus 1302. Soon, the clan of Imperial Bugmasters was driven to extinction. These Bugmasters, who are so arrogant that they treat human beings as if they were ants, died forever with their nobility and pride. In response, Gu Chen did not have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. According to the plot of the copy, if the professional fails to kill the Ghostface King Spider, after the eventual outbreak of the insect plague, everything here will be destroyed. At that time, the Imperial Bugmaster clan would also be annihilated due to their arrogance. People have a certain death, so it would be better to die a good death and become Gu Chen's experience is best. Level up. Rank, LV.23,126 651,500. Power, 517. Agility, 516. Body mass, 518. Spirit, 769. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV.20, Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV.20, Epic, Skeleton Wraith LV.20, Legendary, Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle LV.20, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Finally the second rank. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. After entering the replica this time, the upgrade has become significantly longer. Not to mention killing a large number of sharp blade poison spiders along the way, but now they've killed all of the Imperial Bugmaster clan. That's what finally moved up a level. When this copy goes out, it will have to go into the second order abyss. But before that, Gu Chen planned to boost the summoned beasts a bit more. The primordial bloodline gained at level 17 hasn't been used yet. The last time I entered the hellish buried bone dungeon I rose to level 19 and got 2 more primordial bloodlines. Gu Chen's heart was vaguely looking forward to it. This time, even if it was his turn, it should be the king's bloodline's turn, right? Unleash the gift. You have acquired Dark Bloodline First Generation. Hatsune Miku again? Gu Chen's face was filled with depression. Was the king's bloodline so rare? Forget it. Let's just use it.
There's nothing wrong with first-generation bloodlines. At least there's still the Nightmare Juggernaut and Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle to star. With that thought in mind, Gu-chan directly bestowed all 4 primordial bloodlines to the Nightmare Lord. Summoned beasts start up successfully. Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic, Nightmare Juggernaut, Epic. Life value, 11,290. Attributes, Strength 390, Agility 396, Physique 395, Spirit 480. Gaining a new talent, Shadowkill Arcane, Epic. Shadowkill Arc, when Nightmare Juggernaut launches a skill attack from behind the target. If you kill the target directly, deal equal damage to the target entangled in the Nightmare minion. Gifts are reinforced. Dreams come true, Nightmare Juggernaut's skill cooldown is reduced by 80%. Skill consumption, energy consumption, negative effect impact reduced by 80%. Skills enhanced. Nightmare Haunting, summon a Nightmare minion for every 5 spirit points. Targets attached to Nightmare minion will receive multiple damage, capped at 20x. Chapter 80 Shadow Killing Arclight, Instant Reaping. Epic 5 stars. Added an epic talent. Shadow Kill Arc? Using the skill to kill a target from behind, it will be possible to deal equal damage to a target entangled in a Nightmare Servant. That's something. The Nightmare Haunting skill has just been strengthened, and not only has the damage multiplier been raised to 20 times. And it only takes 5 spirit points to unleash a Nightmare minion. The Nightmare Juggernaut spirit is 480 points, and with the current spirit attribute, 9/6 can be released at once. That is to say, the original Illusion Instant Kill was only a single burst skill that. But after obtaining the Shadow Killing Arclight talent, this single skill directly became a group attack skill. This is great, the Nightmare Master no longer needs to name them one by one. Not only that, but another talent, Dreams Come True, has also been strengthened. The skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are all reduced by 80%. In doing so, not only had the Nightmare Master's attacking ability been enhanced, continuous voyage capability followed suit. After upgrading Nightmare Juggernaut to an epic 5-star, Gu-chan couldn't wait to take out the long-awaited Echo set. They are the Echo Necklace, Echo Ring, and Echo Amulet. Placing the set into the Nightmare Juggernaut's equipment bar, its 4-dimensional attributes rose violently by a hair. In total, it increases Spirit by 600 points, Speed by 500 points, and Physique and Strength by 300 points. The equipment effects are also impressive, with plus 45% cooldown reduction and plus 45% recovery speed. Attack plus 35%, defense plus 30%. The various bonuses have been very striking for a set of effects. However, what Gu-chan was most looking forward to was the set effect after putting together the 3-piece set. Set effect, recover 10% of energy after each kill. A simple statement so powerful that it doesn't even need to be explained. This set effect coupled with the Dreams Come True talent. Straight away, Nightmare Juggernaut turned on Infinite Fire mode. Gu-chan looked at the various data on the panel and nodded in satisfaction. While the Nightmare Juggernaut is still an epic summoner, but it was already able to rival legendary summoning beasts. And, between epic 5-star and legendary summoned beasts, it's also just short of a mediocre first-generation bloodline. Even at level 21, we still can't get the King's bloodline. Gu-chan was also able to advance the Nightmare Master to the legendary level through the primordial bloodline. In that case, among the 4 summoned beasts he had contracted, there were at least 3 legendary ranks as well. Looking at the entire Divine Summer Empire, there had never been a second-order summoner with such a powerful lineup. Moreover, Gu-chan was now level 20. Once we get out of the Spider Cave copy, we'll be able to contract a 5th summoned beast that. In doing so, his battle power would be increased by another leap. Summoner with a godly talent is really scary as hell. After sweeping through the Sentinel Bugmaster's territory, Gu-chan's team expanded at breakneck speed. The level 20 Blood Archon transformed 200 Blood Descendants and vastly advanced deeper into the Spider Cave. Of the 200 Blood Descendants, more than half of them were second-order Bloods. The battle power was definitely more powerful than an ordinary Fae of the same level. To top it all off, a second-order Bloodbender can inflict 500 points of ranged damage by blowing himself up. 10 self-explosions is 50,000 damage, 100 is 500,000. If we let all of these 200 Blood Descendants blow themselves up, Gu-chan was worried that it would just blow up the copy. Up ahead is the nest of a Sharpshooter Venom Spider, containing an elite Sharpshooter Venom Spider. As long as you kill it, you will be able to travel to the next nest without any problems. Su Xia's voice resounded in the hole in the ground. There are multiple nests within the spider cave, each containing an elite fae, and all of these elite fae can summon a lot of regular spiders. Okay, moving on. Gu Chen nodded and ordered the blood descendants to charge forward. Swarms of sharp-edged poisonous spiders also popped up along the way, but they were no match at all for the blood descendants. Each blood descendant only needs to launch one attack in turn. It would be able to kill those ordinary spider aliens cleanly. Soon, a large number of blood descendants entered the nest of the sharp blade poison spider. Almost as soon as he stepped in, a thin cacophony of voices rang out from the surrounding caves. Immediately afterward, a mass of spider silk hung down from the top of the cavern like a curtain of. One after another of the sharp blade poison spiders fell down the spider's silk and appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It's so big. I can't stand it. Lin Qingqing exclaimed. Only to see the sharp blade poison spider jumping out of this nest was even bigger than a car. The 6 scarlet eyes were unusually striking in the darkness, and at first glance, there were at least 50 or 60 of them. They were all level 20 sharp blade poison spiders, their scarlet eyes all staring over. A sharp, stern whistling sound was emitted. Rustling. In the twinkling of an eye, the spiders swarmed up in swarms of. Looking at the color of bloodlust surging from those scarlet eyes, they were completely treating Gu Chen and the others as food. If this scene was encountered by an ordinary professional, the only thing left to do would be to die. However, to Gu Chen, it was still almost interesting. Nightmare Juggernaut, up. At Gu Chen's command, the Nightmare Master dissolved into black mist and dissipated around him. With that, a large number of black shadows traveled around in the middle of the lair, In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the group of sharp-edged poison spiders that had rushed up. More than 50 sharp blade poison spiders were trapped in place, struggling hard but unable to move the slightest bit at all. 8 legs. Froze and couldn't take a step. The spiders let out a stern whistle filled with anger. However, just then, behind a sharp-edged poisonous spider with 5 black shadows wrapped around its body, wisps of black mist appeared silently. Before it could react, the dense black fog completely enveloped that hideous body. With a 5-fold damage burst, this sharpshooter poison spider merely let out only an ear-piercing cry of woe. The blood is then completely emptied. Immediately after that, all the sharp blade poison spiders entangled by the nightmare servants let out a piercing cry in unison. 5 times the damage exploded instantly through the shadow-slaying arc, talent on the bodies of the 50 or so sharp blade poison spiders. Wow! The huge body of the sharp blade poison spider fell to the ground in unison, with no injuries visible on its surface. But the blood levels were all zeroed out. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1023. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1065. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1042. In an instant, the experience prompts in Gu Chen's line of sight began to scroll rapidly again. More than 50,000 experience was harvested in the blink of an eye. All dead? This is the Nightmare Master's skill? Su Xia's voice was filled with astonishment. Impossible, I must be dreaming, how could there be such an outrageous skill? Lin Yuan was directly dumbfounded. After all, it's the skill of a great god, so what's wrong with being a little outrageous? I'm sorry, Lin Qingqing said in a pretense of relief. It's good that the spiders are all dead. Su Ran quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the crowd was astonished, the ground suddenly arched up into a huge mound of earth. Immediately afterward, a sharpshooter poison spider, similar in appearance to but giant spiders covered in red and green patterns crawled out of the ground. This spider has a much more hideous head, and is twice the size of a sharpshooter venom spider. It lifted up the debris on the ground and rushed at Gu Chen and the others, letting out a sharp, ear-piercing roar, declaring territorial sovereignty. Fey, sharp-bladed venomous spider elite. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 165,200. Attributes, Strength 328, Agility 253, Physique 332, Spirit 245. Skill I, Poison Spider Armor. Skill 2, Corrosive Poison Web. Skill 2, Regeneration. Chapter 81 Encountering the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle can be considered a kick in the scales. This sharp blade poison spider elite in front of me only had a blood count of 165,000, and from the values alone, It doesn't have to be that powerful. But those professions who had taken it lightly had all died under its sharp blade. Because of its triple skill, the regeneration ability, which gives it a superb recovery speed of. And it's also unaffected by negative effects of the forbidden healing class. As a result, the fighting ability of the elite sharpshooter venomous spider was terrifying, harder to kill than a cockroach. Even if it were to burst all 8 of its bladed feet, or even chop its body into several pieces. It can also regenerate quickly and regain combat ability in a short period of time. Moreover, it carries its own hard and sharp armor in the form of a highly corrosive poisonous web. It can be said that this elite Fae has no drawbacks in combat, except for its low blood count. Born to fight. An elite Fae born for battle? Isn't that a coincidence? Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle, go! A flash of battle intent erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes, and without summoning the undead demon statue. Instead, he summoned the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle, a warrior-type summoning beast he had just contracted. Roar! Shocking roars echoed through the cavern, as the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, clad in spiked armor. Like a heavily armed and heavily armored warrior, he walked out from within the summoning spell. Its eyes were filled with intense battle intent. To it, fighting and killing was the greatest pleasure. A terrifying might swept out in all directions. It made the sharpshooter poison spider elite feel threatened like never before. Snort. It seemed to have sensed the powerful aura emanating from the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. The sharp blade poison spider elite steeply stormed up, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing harsh whistle. This cave is its lair, and in the midst of its territory no creature that could threaten it would be allowed to exist. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle's eyes were eager for battle, and he met that intense hostility with awe. Its thick legs stomped on the ground and directly launched its skills. Crushing Blast, catapult start to charge forward. Inflicts massive damage and slows down targets in the path, and inflicts a flying effect on targets at the end of the path. Boom! The ground shattered beneath his feet, and the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle was like a heavy artillery shell that. It catapulted forward with unstoppable momentum. Swish! The sharp blade poison spider elite also unleashed their skills at the same time, spewing out a dark purple web of corrosive poison. Splitting his face toward the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. At the same time, the armor on its body blossomed into a scarlet pattern, becoming even harder. The sharp-edged foot was like a spear, stabbing at the huge figure that was attacking at breakneck speed. Snort! A poisonous net with strong corrosive properties covered the body of the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. There was no way to stop its ferocious attack. Instead, the spiked armor was torn to shreds in a single glance. Immediately afterward, that huge figure crashed into the sharpshooter poison spider elite. Boom! A large fragmentation appeared on the body of the sharp blade poison spider elite, and the sharp-bladed foot shattered into several pieces. The entire body was slammed into mid-air and was directly knocked out of the knockout state. One skill, 80,000 plus damage. Explosion. It was a total blast. However, such explosive damage didn't even knock out a single drop of blood from the sharp blade poison spider elite. Venomous spider armor. The sharpshooter poison spider elite stood up, trembling. The broken armor on his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This armor of its wasn't just as simple as defense, it could also function as a shield. As long as you don't completely destroy the armor on its body, you can't do real damage to it. It's no wonder that a level 20 elite Fae only has 165,000 blood, even though the low blood count. But the shields are high. 80,000 damage didn't even break the shield. Gu Chen glanced at the sharpshooter poison spider elite's blood bar. The damage from earlier also only took up half of the shield value. That means the shield is at least 160k. No wonder so many people would die here at the sharp blade poison spider elite. 165,000 blood. Combined with a shield that is almost as good as blood, I'm afraid most people are hard-worn to death here. Actually, this sharp blade poison spider elite doesn't have any powerful attack skills. The only strong point is the high shield. When it breaks this shield, it also has superb recovery. To put it bluntly, it's stalking on the basis of not being easily killed. But for the sharpshooter venom spider elite, today's encounter with the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. It sort of kicked the scales. Roar! Only hearing the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle bellowing, a piercing orange halo blossomed around his body. Taunt of Wrath, taunt a target in a certain area, forcing the target to attack itself. Gain 1% attack speed bonus per attack. The sharp blade poison spider elite who was taunted instantly erupted with intense anger. Charging up towards the Dark Hunter dragon turtle, he swung his newly recovered bladed foot to slash out. Bang! The sharp-bladed foot slashed at the spike-filled armor, erupting in a trail of stinging sparks. There's no armor breaking, no blood loss, and the damage is completely negligible. Even this attack triggered the Dark Hunt dragon turtle's talent, causing the aura emanating from his body to steeply skyrocket by a hair. Stop battle Gothic, for each damage taken by the Dark Hunter dragon turtle. All of them will get 10% damage bonus, and the bonus effect lasts until they exit the battle state. In the next second, the dark hunting dragon turtle swung its arm, and its sharp claws swept out horizontally, cutting the air with an ear-piercing cracking sound. It sliced through the hard armor without any hindrance. The sharpshooter poison spider elite didn't dodge and directly counterattacked, starting to spar with the Dark Hunter dragon turtle. Bang! 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 Although the size of the sharpshooter poison spider elite was huge, it was still small in front of the Dark Hunter dragon turtle. The aura was even weaker. However, in a few rounds, the sharpshooter poison spider elite was completely suppressed and was no match at all. The anger in its heart lusted for more, and with its own superb recovery ability, it began to counterattack even more frantically. This scene, however, made the dark hunting dragon turtle's heart even more energized. It also has another talent, reverse stabbing armor. Revolting spiked armor, when taking melee damage, returns 50% of the amount of damage to the opponent in the form of true damage, and every 20 points of physique boosts the percentage of counter damage by 1%. After putting on the unyielding black armor, the Dark Hunter dragon turtle's constitution was raised to 730 points. The anti-damage percentage skyrocketed from 50% to 86.5%, which could be considered terrifying. The sharpshooter poison spider elite kept counterattacking, however, the injuries on its body were getting heavier and heavier. But in a few moments, not a single part of that body armor was intact. Even with the powerful regeneration ability of the sharp blade poison spider, it was too late to recover this broken body. Boo! With a claw strike from the dark hunting dragon turtle, the armor completely shattered. The sharpshooter poison spider elite's shield was completely knocked out. The dark hunting dragon turtle roared, its battle power and battle intent climbing to the peak at this moment. A biting cold aura erupted above the two claws. Bear! Sharp claws like knives, chopping forward, directly cutting open the bulging abdominal cavity of the sharp blade poison spider elite. Flowery bits of entrails spilled out all over the floor. The sharp blade poison spider elite screamed in pain and directly gave up on counterattacking, retreating backwards in an unprecedented manner. Chapter 82 Bleed, Blood Venomous Spider. With the sharp blade poison spider elite retreating, the battle was clearly starting to come to an end. The dark hunting dragon turtle is made for battle, and as soon as it enters combat, it just gets more and more unbeatable. Dark hunting dragon turtle? What kind of summoned beast is this? It's as terrifying as this. Lin Yuan was shocked. Couldn't stop sucking in cool air. Generally speaking, as you level up, it becomes harder and harder to train summoned beasts. I don't understand, this is the fourth summoned beast, how can it still be so terrifying? Su Xia's eyes were round and it's almost skeptical. If Great God Guchen can stay this strong, I can't imagine that. How terrifying it will be when he becomes an army all by himself. Lin Qingqing sighed for a moment in shock. For the average summoner, with limited resources, the quality of summoned beasts decreases as their number increases. But based on the current situation, Guchen's summoned beasts were stronger than one another. This is completely contrary to the perception of the crowd. While the dark hunting dragon turtle was chasing down the elite sharpshooter poison spider, the blood race Archon, with a group of blood race descendants, was. With the nightmare juggernaut, they were killing the common poisonous spiders that had been summoned to the outskirts of the lair. While the number of common venomous spiders is very high, but the 200 descendants transformed by the blood race Archon weren't far behind, plus the nightmare lord who had obtained the shadow-slaying arc. Summoning a team of beasts to harvest these ordinary fae was a complete piece of cake. More and more sharp blade poison spiders are dying in their nests, and as they look to retreat, the sharpshooter poison spider elite erupted with a harsh roar and frantically killed the dark hunt dragon turtle. The dark hunting dragon turtle was completely unflattering, and this elite fae was already at the end of its rope in its eyes. It's not going to be a climate. It unleashed its skill again, its feet crushing the ground, its body like a cannonball. It catapulted out toward the front with irresistible force. Boom! The sharpshooter poison spider elite was already bloodied, and now it took a hard hit from one of the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle's skills. What little blood was left was directly zeroed out. Even the tattered insect carcass, under the ferocious onslaught of it directly became a pile of fuzzy debris. Kill Sharp-Bladed Poison Spider Elite LV.20, experience plus 9216. Acquired Trophy, Poison Spider Blade LV.20, rare. Acquired Trophy, Poison Spider Heavy Armor LV.20, rare. Obtained Loot, Enhancement Stone 20. Trophy, Poisonous Spider Silk 5. The experience gained from killing the Elite Fae was still considerable, and as for the 2 pieces of rare grade equipment, one for the assassin profession and one for the warrior profession. If you put it on a professional trading platform, you could sell it for a few $1 million, too. It's also a great way to make a buck. An Elite Fae provided almost 10,000 experience, and killing the regular Fae on the periphery of also racked up over 80,000 in experience and a decent return. Gu Chen was full of anticipation for the next spider nest. Just then, there was a sudden buzzing in the darkness around them. Immediately afterward, densely packed sharp blade poison spiders poured out, even more in number than before. Again? How come so soon? Su Xia was surprised for a moment. According to the guide, after the death of the sharpshooter venomous spider elite, this spider lair is subject to small outbreaks of bugs. I just didn't think it would come so soon. Just in time. Gu Chen had a smile on his face. The experience of a single sharpshooter venomous spider is small, but if a wave of bugs comes in, that's a splash of riches. Catch. It has to be caught. He couldn't wait. Blood Descendants, go! At Gu Chen's command, dozens of Blood Descendants charged straight up. A direct self-destruct attack was launched against the raging tide of insects. Boom! 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 1 blast is 500 damage, 10 blasts is 50,000, and they're all ranged. The dimly lit cavern was illuminated by the blazing blood flames of a single sharp blade poison spider was then completely engulfed by the explosion. Within a few breaths, 15 Blood Descendants blew themselves up, killing over 40 sharp blade poison spiders. The mirror images of the 2 Bloodlords took the opportunity to unleash their skills and 15 of them were converted from amongst the corpses of the sharp-edged poisonous spiders that littered the ground to replenish the Blood Descendants' depletion. The transformation skill is not limited to the type of target, having previously been able to transform beast corpses that. You can also transform poisonous spiders now, as long as they're corpses. The transformed blood venom spider is not much different from the sharpshooter venom spider, by and large. It was just well recognizable by the rich blood-colored energy that wrapped around his body. Gu Chen didn't care what form the Blood Descendants took, whether humanoid or insectoid. Self-explosion does the same damage. And so, a large number of transformed and poisonous spiders of the Blood Clan surged outward. Greeting those sharp blade poison spiders that rushed to kill, they launched their self-detonation. If that sharpshooter poison spider elite wasn't dead yet, the scene in front of it would definitely send it into a frenzy. It can't even imagine. The corpse of an already dead poison spider could still explode with such terrifying damage in Gu Chen's hands. All the foreigners killed by the Blood Descendants were all considered the fruits of the Blood Archon's kills. After all, the Blood Scion is the skill of the Blood Archon, and being killed by a Blood Scion. That is, killed by the Blood Archon skill. In this way, for every sharpshooter venom spider that the Blood Descendant kills, the Blood Archon's life value is then increased by 10 points. As the self-detonation continued, the Blood Archon's blood level cascaded up and up. And in Gu Chen's line of sight, the experience prompts kept scrolling. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1056. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1029. Killblade Spider LV.20, experience plus 1045. Explosions echoed continuously in the hole in the ground, except for Su Xia, whose body was covered in battle armor. The remaining 4 covered their ears self-consciously. The sharp-edged poisonous spiders seemed to have gotten fewer. It wasn't long before Su Xia realized that the sharp blade poison spider was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. This means that the wave of bugs has come to an end. Looks like we've successfully busted the first spider nest. Lin Yuan said excitedly. Then let's head to the second spider nest next. Gu Chen spoke. After clearing out the last sharpshooter poison spider, Gu-chen took a short break. Afterwards, Su Xia continued to navigate and the group began to head towards their next destination. The two mirror images of the blood archon have disappeared. The maximum time a mirror image can exist is no more than 15 minutes. Gu-chen before the final time limit converted all of the blood from both mirrors into a blood-venomous spider to replenish the team. By now, the blood descendants transformed by the Imperial Bugmaster had exploded out of existence. The 200 blood descendants had turned into clear blood poison spiders. 200 blood-venomous spiders followed the navigational opening, and after killing several batches of xenomorphs in the middle of the cavern, the crowd finally arrived near their destination. This is the second spider cave. Su Xia pointed ahead. After the crowd stepped through a one-person hole, they came to a nearly oval-shaped hole in the ground. When I looked up, the stone walls around me were covered with spider eggs larger than a man's head, in clusters that the naked eye can't even count them. Spider eggs? That's, like, thousands of them. Su Xia, Lin Yuan, and the others' faces turned slightly white, and for a moment, they only felt their scalps tingle. Chapter 83 Nightmare Master Advancement, Chaotic Yuan Spirit. The scene in front of him caused Gu-chen's face to change slightly, subconsciously revealing a few shades of gravity. Thousands of spider eggs instinctively made one feel a strong sense of discomfort. The sense of oppression was too strong. I had only read about it on the guide before and didn't really feel much of anything, but now that I'm in the thick of it, the instincts are numbing. That's right, these should be the spider eggs of the Tarsus evil spider. Su Xia signaled the crowd to back off, then lowered his voice and said, "Keep quiet and once we make a commotion here, the Tarsus evil spider will crawl out from within the spider egg and attack us." As the words fell, Lin Yuan and the others backed up, looking at the uncountable spider eggs inside the nest. Everyone got a nasty chill. Raiders told us that there's an elite tarsal evil spider around the nest. If you kill it in the burrow outside, you can pass through the nest without disturbing the spider eggs. So, we can totally pull out first. Su Xia suddenly stopped talking when she was in the middle of her sentence. It was because he saw that the densely packed blood race poison spider had rushed into the cave. He turned his head and subconsciously looked at Gu-chen, but saw in the latter's eyes that it was flashing with undisguised excitement. Pull out first? Thousands of spider eggs in the middle of a cave? No, that's thousands of hours of experience. It's a gift from nature. Just in a moment's time, 100 blood-venomous spiders were already spread all over the nest. With his command, these blood-race poison spiders exploded themselves in unison. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, raging blood flames erupted in the lair. It illuminated the entire lair in a blinding flash. 1 second order bloodbender blows himself up for 500 damage. 10 of them is 50,000. 100 is 500,000. In the midst of this near-confined space lair, the damage of the blast was pushed to its peak. The blood flames transformed into a sea of fire, stirring more than just in the middle of the lair. The scalp-numbing countless spider eggs were instantly engulfed by the explosion and turned into ashes amidst the terrifying blood flames. There's still this kind of operation? Lin Yuan was so surprised that his jaw dropped to the ground. Although it had been known for some time that the descendants of the blood race were capable of blowing themselves up, but he had never thought of using self-destruction in this scenario, much less that Gu-chen could self-destruct 100 blood descendants at once. It's too terrifying. This damage, it's simply more explosive than an elemental mage's forbidden spell. No, a second-rank elemental mage can't even cast such a terrifying forbidden spell. Su Xia's eyes rounded, completely bowled over. Not horrible, but outrageous. Lin Qingqing spoke, "Don't forget, just now, only 100 blood-poison spiders entered the nest. In other words, an explosion of this magnitude can be released by great god Gu-chen one more time." This Su Ran drifted off, her cherry mouth slightly open. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Gu-chen's mood was now a burst of euphoria, his body radiating a refreshing sense of permeability. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you're alone, but if you're rich, you're bombing for the old man. He'd wanted to use the tactic back in the Buried Bones dungeon. Only then, the number of blood descendants was limited, and the self-destruct damage wasn't very high. Now not only are the numbers up, but so is the damage. Kill Tarsus Evil Spider LV.19, experience plus 789. Kill Tarsus Evil Spider LV.19, experience plus 813. Kill Tarsus Evil Spider LV.19, experience plus 829.
Experience is low, but wave after wave is rising and climbing. Soon, the power of the explosion diminished.
After the blood flames were extinguished, the entire lair was almost completely unrecognizable. The
ground was covered with the corpses of the Tarsus Evil Spiders, piling up like a mountain. Yet a small portion of the Tarsus Evil Spiders survived the explosion. Even from within some hidden corners, a large number of Tarsus Evil Spiders emerged again.
Instead of fleeing,
Instead, they were so frantic that they rushed towards Gu Chen and the others outside the nest.
Have these foreigners gone crazy?
Lin Yuan was astonished. Surviving the devastating blow, and surprisingly brazenly charging up again,
That's a total suicide attack. These low-level aliens should have no thoughts, only attack instincts. Trying to consume us with their huge numbers.
Su Xia said from the side. That's just as well, the more they come, the more experience we'll have.
Gu Chen is very satisfied with this.
For the Spider Fae, numbers were their advantage, but against Gu Chen,
this advantage is gone.
The more Spider Fae that came, the faster Gu Chen could upgrade. After killing 400 to 500 Tarsal Evil Spiders, Gu Chen's level increased to level 21.
Level up. Rank, LV.21 2129 800 and 1500. Power, 527. Agility, 526. Body mass, 528. Spirit, 789.
Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV.21, Legendary, Nightmare Lord LV.21, Epic, Wreckage Wraith LV.21, Legendary, Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle LV.21, Epic.
Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Finally upgraded. Gu Chen exhaled with a sigh of relief.
In fact, the upgrade speed is now much faster than that of a normal professional. But because the upgrades were so smooth in the early stages, it resulted in this upgrade speed being as slow as a turtle for him now.
Without much ado, the talent was directly activated. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. Primordial Bloodline. Another First Generation Bloodline.
Gu Chen is very depressed, so depressed that he is about to vomit blood. We are saying that the
King's Bloodline has been discontinued, has it not? How can it be so hard to want a King's Bloodline?
Luckily, though, the Nightmare Juggernaut is already an epic 5-star, even though it's another primordial bloodline this time around. Just in time to advance to legendary level along the way.
With that, Gu Chen bestowed this primordial bloodline on the Nightmare Lord. Summoned Beast advancement successful. Nightmare Master, Epic, Chaos Spirit, Legend. Rank, LV.21.
Life value, 36,350. Attributes, Strength 350, Agility 596, Physique 325, Spirit 680.
Summoned Beast qualification is raised from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback. Summoner full attribute plus 100.
Talents, Unnameable, Legendary, Dreams Come True, Legendary, Shadow Kill Arc, Legendary. Unnameable, the body of the Chaos Genesis is connected to nothingness. Capable of devouring a certain level of magical and physical attacks, and can travel between nothingness and reality at will. A Dream Come True, Chaos Spirit's skill cooldown, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 90%.
Shadow Kill Arc, when a Chaos Genin skill directly kills a target. All targets entangled in the shadow of chaos will take equal damage.
Skill I, Sub-Zero Assault LV.30, Legend.
Skill 2, Chaos Entanglement LV.30, Legend. Skill 2, Return to the Ruins Ultimate LV.30, Legend.
Subdimensional Assault and Kill, opens up subdimensional space, ignoring terrain and distance. Deals lethal damage to a designated target. If the target is killed directly, the skill damage is permanently increased by 2%.
Chaos Wrap, unleashes 1 Chaos Shadow for every 5 spirit points.
Chaos Shadow can entangle the target in place and deal multiple damage multiplier capped at 30x.
Return to the Ruins Ultimate, opening the realm of chaos in an area that
the field has a pulling effect on surrounding targets, and targets caught in it will take constant damage, and for every target that dies,
all other targets in the field will be stunned for 1 second.
Chapter 84 The Tarsus Evil Spider Elite who was counter-injured and died.
Legendary level Summoning Beast, Chaos Yuan Spirit.
This advancement was a huge boost for the Nightmare Sovereign. First,
the 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed, with the average attribute at level 21 soaring directly to about 487. What's the concept? Even for a level 30 professional, the average attribute was usually around 460. The average attribute of a level 21 is higher than that of a level 30 professional, which means that based on its attributes alone it could completely crush a level 30 professional. Next, both talents and skills were all advanced to legendary level, and talents are all upgraded to full level at the current stage. The first is Unnameable, which connects the body of the Chaos Genii to the void. Can devour a certain level of physical and magical attacks. That is to say, the previous Nightmare Juggernaut only had a high immunity to physical attacks, and now, the chaotic Yuan spirit had a certain degree of immunity to both physical and magical attacks. Dreams Come True has also been strengthened, reducing several of its own consumptions to 90%. Although the boost from this progression is on the small side, the effect is very powerful. Shadow Kill Arclight has also been improved. The previous qualifier was that the skill had to be used to kill the target behind its back in order for other entangled targets to receive equal damage. There is no longer a qualifier for behind the back kills after the progression, as long as the skill is used to directly kill the target. You can then share the damage out. Next up are the skills. Sublime Assault Kill is an advanced version of Disillusionment Instant Kill. Previously, the Nightmare Juggernaut had to move to the target in order to unleash his skills for an assault. Now, by directly opening the subdimensional space and claiming the enemy through space, he could kill his target from 1,000 meters away. Inflicting lethal damage on a target does not mean killing the target outright. Instead, there's a high probability that you can do a one-hit kill. But that's good enough, not enough for the Nightmare Servant, nay, the Chaos Shadow. Nightmare Entanglement, advanced to Chaos Entanglement. You can put out a Chaos Shadow for every 5 spirit points. Chaos Shadow is pretty much the same as the Nightmare Servant from before. Only the damage multiplier cap was raised to 30x. 30 times. That's scary. Let's just say that the spur lives up to its name. The last skill, Return to the Ruins Ultimate, was to unleash the Chaos Domain. Unlike Deep Dreams, the Chaos Realm can pull surrounding targets into it, and continues to deal a high amount of chaos damage and applies a 1-second stun to the remaining targets for every target that dies. After combing through the details of the chaotic Yuan spirit, Guchen nodded in relief. But there's one more thing that's unfortunate, and that's the fact that the Chaos Yuan spirit's maximum life value is only 36,000 or so points. It was only a little stronger than a level 13 Black Robe Deacon Elite. It couldn't be helped, after all, it was an assassin-type summoned beast, and the blood count bit was a hard hit. But it would do, after all, the body of a Chaos Genin is connected to the void, a large portion of the damage done to it is swallowed up by the void. Just then, a sharp, piercing growl suddenly came from the distant cavern. Out of the darkness jumped a hideously shaped spider alien, from far and near. In the twinkling of an eye it appeared in plain sight. Bang! 8 thick and spiky bladed feet like twisted, sharp knives, stabbing deeply into the stone walls of the cave. The giant spider was revealed, with a hideous, ghastly head that 8 eyes blossomed with an eerie green light, and their fangs were as sharp as daggers, tainted with purple-black toxins. Its body was covered in bizarre patterns that stretched from its head to its bladed feet. It's like some kind of mystical talisman emanating an ominous aura. Alien, Tarsal Spider Elite. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 196,700. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Physique 352, Spirit 274. Skill I, Armor Piercing. Skill 2, Evil Gaze. Skill 2, Berserk State. Nice guy. This Tarsus Evil Spider Elite was surprisingly an elite fae that could enter a brutal state. Nearly 200,000 blood, to put it mildly. Say more. It's just average for a level 20 elite fae. The 4-dimensional attributes are also moderately low, and at this level, there was simply no qualification to be an opponent of the Chaos Yuan spirit. Roar! The dark hunting dragon turtle let out a battle-intentioned roar, and with a stomp of its legs, it directly catapulted out. Crushing impact. Whoosh! The Tarsus Evil Spider's bladed foot flung out, and a row of chilling armor spikes shot out. Armor Piercing. Facing the skill attack of the Tarsus Evil Spider, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle was strong and unrivaled. The spiked armor on his body slammed right into it. Bang! 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 Armor spikes that used to be able to pierce gold and shatter stone hit the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. Surprisingly, it was directly smashed into smithereens and dissipated into nothing, causing no damage at all. And at this moment, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle had already rushed to the front of the Tarsus Evil Spider Elite. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard, and the Tarsus Evil Spider was directly knocked out of the room. The armor on his body shattered in large pieces, bursting out a large amount of green blood. More than 80,000 injuries. The Tarsus Evil Spider's blood level directly dropped by a large amount. Taking advantage of the knocked-away state, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle didn't hesitate for a second, and swung his sharp claws to sweep up the. With a single claw, he severed the bladed foot, which was as sharp as steel, by its roots. Sigh. The Tarsus Evil Spider Elite let out an agonizing scream and did not hesitate to counterattack. Before he could move, however, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle's sharp claws swept over again and it easily threw a huge hole in that bulging belly. 20k damage. In the blink of an eye, the 196,000 blood level directly dropped by over 100,000. The Tarsus Evil Spider Elite became bloodless and deeply realized the terror of the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. In the next second, those weird patterns on its body blossomed with an eerie purple light. The instantly went into a berserk state. Snort. Accompanied by an angry roar, a powerful aura erupted from the Tarsus Evil Spider Elite's body. A layer of dark, eerie light escaped from its body. The dark light converged into an energy blade foot that compensated for the crippling damage to the Tarsal Evil Spider's carapace. Unprecedented spiritual fluctuations steeply erupted from within those green and ghostly eyes. Evil gaze. Thousands of spider pupils appeared out of thin air, blossoming with chilling ghostly light. Instantly, it caused the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle to fall into a stunned state. It was a rare mental attack and very powerful. Gu Chen frowned slightly as the skill instinctively made him feel a great threat. Immediately afterward, before Gu Chen could make a move, the elite Tarsal Evil Spider leapt up and the 8 sharp-bladed feet carried a terrifying might and mercilessly chopped at the body of the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. Bang! Terrifying damage erupted from the body of the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle, and that huge body steeply shook with the blood level dropped steeply. Immediately afterward, raging anti-injury power suddenly erupted from the surface of the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle's body. It blasted towards the body of the Tarsus Evil Spider Elite. Before that Tarsus Evil Spider Elite could react, a wave of devastating damage hit his body. The hideous body instantly shattered into a field of broken limbs. Being an elite Fae, after going into a berserk state, the Tarsus Evil Spider struck its strongest blow without mercy. Then, it was countered by the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle's counter damage. It's a terrible death. Chapter 85 Final Boss, Ghost-Faced King Spider. Kill Tarsus Evil Spider Elite LV.20, experience plus 13,880. Acquired trophy, Poison Blade LV.20, rare. After the death of the elite Tarsal Evil Spider, it took the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle a moment to slow down from the Evil Gaze's mental attack. Roar. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle erupted into a roar, subconsciously about to counterattack, however, the next second. A few moments of bewilderment then appeared in the pupils of those hideous eyes. What's the situation? The Tarsal Evil Spider Elite is dead? How did you die? Nima. This is an elite Fae? It was counter-injured and died? Lin Yuan can't believe his eyes a little. Just quite sudden. Su Xia didn't even know how to answer. A great god is worthy of being a great god. I really want to see the attributes of his summoned beasts. Too bad he wears the Black Deacon's coat of arms. Lin Xingxing said, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Su ran. Why don't you go and steal the Black Deacon's coat of arms off the great god? Saran was stunned. Huh? I'll steal it? Yeah, aren't you an assassin? After the death of the elite Fae, the remaining Tarsal Evil Spiders weren't even a plate of food. Easily killed by several summoned beasts altogether. Although many were killed, due to the relatively low experience of these spider aliens, so the experience bar didn't go up much. Instead, it was the Blood Archon who benefited the most from the battle. Killing nearly 10,000 spider eggs in the middle of the cave directly increased his blood quantity by over 100,000 points. The Blood Archon's maximum life value had now skyrocketed to over 199,000. It's about to cross the 200,000 mark. In this way, Gu Chen was even happier. Because he's wearing an amulet of destiny that's bound to the archon of the blood. After the life value falls below 30%, all damage taken will be passed on to the blood archon. In this way, his survival was greatly assured. The average level 21 professional had a maximum life value of just over 10,000. Gu Chen, due to the attribute fruit he had taken earlier, coupled with the summoned beast attribute feedback. It made his attributes far superior to those of his peers, and as a result, his life value was almost twice that of a professional of the same level. Now add to that the blood archon's nearly 200,000 blood count. Definitely able to stand up in a fight. Next. The blood evil spiders and blood poison spiders that had been transformed launched a carpet sweep around the nest, and every alien was mercilessly killed, with nowhere to escape. After about 5 minutes, the last tarsal evil spider in the nest was killed by the blood archon. The cacophony of voices within the cave fell completely silent. This kind of efficiency is unimaginably fast. After a short rest, Gu Chen and the others walked through the nest of the Tarsus evil spider. Continue pushing deeper into the cave. Facing the next alien spiders, the summoner's efficiency in killing them remained the same as before. All of the kills were done on the line, and the rate of advancement was not affected in any way. Kill Demon Spider LV.20, experience plus 1150. Kill Demon Spider LV.20, experience plus 1160. Kill Demon Spider LV.20, experience plus 1180. Through the second layer, the group had proceeded to the second half of the spider cave. The ghost-faced demon spider encountered on the road was the descendant of the final boss, the ghost-faced king spider. In addition to Gu Chen releasing all of his summoned beasts, in doing so, the speed of the kills increased quite a bit more. Deep in the cavern, the army of summoned beasts is like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting the life of every ghost-faced demon spider. This advance was so overwhelming that no obstacles could be felt at all. Soon, the Blood Clan's army killed all the ghost-faced demon spiders in the cavern, arrived at the last nest. Next, it's time to face the final boss, the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen took a look at the experience value. It was pitifully low, and it was an overwhelming kill. The accumulated experience is only barely enough to fulfill 1/10 of the upgrade requirements. It's from the current situation, even after killing the final boss. Can't get another level up either. After all, the ghost-faced king spider was only a level 20 boss. It's impossible to provide hundreds of thousands of experience to him. Within the cavern, which was jagged and rocky, and the vast majority of which was covered with white cobwebs, the entire cave was eerily dark and extremely depressing. In the corner of a dark cave, a demon like the one from hell, sprawled silently on top of a giant spider web. Its massive body loomed in the darkness, its pitch-black body covered with spots of. It was so treacherous that it outlined a ghostly face that looked like a cry. The ghostly face was situated right in the middle of its abdomen, as if it were a sealed curse. It gives off a haunting aura. Ghost-faced king spider. Upon discovering Gu Chen and the others, its hideous body abruptly burst into flames. Sharp muzzles pointed at the crowd, and a piercing snarl escaped from their mouths. Alien, ghost-faced king spider boss. Rank, LV.20. Life value, 214,650. Attributes, Strength 300, Agility 350, Physique 240, Spirit 350. Skill I, Plague of Spiders. Skill 2, Abyssal Power. As the final boss of a hell-level copy, the ghost-faced demon spider only had 2 skills. It's small, but not to be underestimated. The first skill, Demonic Spider Plague, is the insect plague mentioned when entering the copy. The main quest of the hell-level replica is to stop the ghost-faced demon spider from unleashing an insect plague. Once the spider cave is flooded by the infestation, everything in this cave will be destroyed. The second skill, Abyssal Power, is similar to an enhancement skill that. Once the ghost-faced demon spider unleashed this skill, its full attributes would be increased several times, which meant that the insect plague would be even more ferocious. The strategy guide said that the key to killing the final boss is to get stuck in the right moment. Interrupt the ghost-faced king spider's skill before it unleashes Abyssal Power. Su Xia spoke from the side. The strategy was correct, however, this method of clearance was not what Gu Chen wanted. At the order of the Blood Race Archon, a large number of Blood Race demon spiders poured into the nest, just like crucians in a river. Charging towards the ghost-faced king spider in the center of that huge spider web. Final boss ghost-faced king spider? Blow it up and it's over. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon spider came to the ghost-faced king spider's side and directly exploded itself without saying a word. Boom! 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 Violent explosions erupted one after another around the ghost-faced king spider. Raging blood flames spread across its body in the blink of an eye. Each explosion rang out, accompanied by a powerful shock that the body of the ghost-faced king spider was blown out in a large scorched black area, and wisps of green blood seeped out from its body surface. Snort! The ghost-faced king spider let out a roar filled with anger. It was the king of the spider fae. How dare a group of small spiders offend its majesty? The ghost-faced king spider erupted with intense fury, and on its body surface, a layer of bright red light abruptly bloomed. Immediately afterward, a huge black vortex appeared at the top of the cave. Tarantula Plague. The skill was activated, and a large black shadow jumped in the black vortex. Hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders appeared in the middle of the cavern in a black mass, and they continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced demon spiders spread throughout the entire nest, surrounding Gu-chan and the others. Chapter 86. The strategy is right, but I don't want to follow the strategy to get through the game. Surrounded by hundreds of ghost-faced devil spiders. Sharp, thin screams echoed everywhere in the cavern. This is so overwhelming. A pair of ghostly green pupils stared at Gu-chan and the others in death, their icy pupils filled with tyranny. The killing machine is overflowing. Above the cavern, the black spatial vortex still exists. A steady stream of ghost-faced demonic spiders fell from it. This was the terrifying aspect of the ghost-faced king spider. The hard part of clearing the hellish spider cave is resisting a wave of bugs that then interrupt the ghost-faced king spider when it is on the verge of death to activate its second skill. Once it fails to capitalize on the timing and allows it to successfully unleash its skills, over time, the ghost-faced king spider will summon a steady stream of demonic spiders until an infestation breaks out. To that point, for the ordinary professional who has come to the boss after 1,000 years of hard work. An absolute unimaginable nightmare. Prior to this, many professionals had failed to interrupt the final boss's skills in time because of the. From there, he was surrounded by hundreds and thousands of ghost-faced demon spiders and was consumed alive. This past focus isn't something you can just read a few guides on. Su Xia had utilized the Yongsheng Group's channels and spent a large sum of money to buy this secret. It's just that he didn't realize that it didn't apply to Gu-chan. At this moment, Gu-chan looked at the increasing number of ghost-faced demon spiders in the cavern. An undisguised look of excitement appeared on his face. I just finished killing all the spider aliens out there, and I'm worried that I don't have enough experience to upgrade. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced king spider summoned several hundred ghost-faced demon spiders. What a generous offer. How? It felt like just dozing off and immediately someone came and delivered a pillow. Could anything be more timely than this skill of the ghost-faced king spider? Is that a plague that was summoned? No. That's all living experience. Divine technique. This summoning skill is absolutely divine. Snort. Those ghost-faced demon spiders in the cavern let out a cacophony of shrill cries that the sky and earth rushed towards Gu-chan's side. At the same time, almost 200 blood demon spiders charged up without fear, launching a frantic self-destruct against the blackened shadow in the cavern. The great lord of the blood clan guarded Gu-chan and the others, and directly activated the skill of the mirror ring. 2 mirror images with 80% of the body's full attributes instantly appeared at its side. Whoosh! The 2 mirror images surged forward and attacked the overwhelming swarm of demonic spiders. Immediately afterward, the ground lit up with summoning spells that a mountainous, gigantic demonic statue appeared in front of Gu-chan and the others. Roar! The undead wreckage demon statue roared at the countless demon spiders around it. Like a dull thunderous sound exploded in the middle of the cave. The air hummed, and black light escaped in all directions, sending ripples visible to the naked eye as covered the entire cave in it. Mordor's Forbidden Zone. The dead skeleton statue has created a forbidden zone centered on itself. Targets within the forbidden area suffer 10 times more damage and all consumptions skyrocket 10 times more. 10 times the consumption plus 10 times the damage. When this skill comes out, all of the ghost-faced demon spiders had all turned into brittle skins with only one skill. At the same time, there was a sudden disturbance in the black vortex at the top of the cavern. The number of ghost-faced demonic spiders that were summoned out plummeted. Within the range of the skill, the ghost-faced king spider was also affected. Even the demonic spider's plague skill was barely able to sustain itself. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's eyes revealed a few moments of urgency.
Spare the ghost-faced king spider. At his command, the undead wraith statue eliminated the ghost-faced king spider from its target.
Gu Chen nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face.
If he accidentally interrupted the ghost-faced king spider's summoning skill, his loss would not be a single star.
Next, the Chaos Yuan spirit and the Dark Hunting Dragon turtle charged up as well, launching an attack against the black pressurized swarm of demonic spiders. No skills, all poke. Under the effect of 10 times the damage, these ordinary minions couldn't carry the summoned beast's attack at all. Even the Dark Hunting Dragon turtle didn't need to do anything, the magic spiders around him died in large swathes. After equipping the unyielding black armor, it can deal more than 4,000 damage per second to the surrounding targets. In the midst of the Mordor Forbidden Realm, that damage becomes 40,000 plus. Although the ghost-faced demon spider was level 20, it simply couldn't withstand such horrifying damage. It's dying in patches like mowing grass. Kill demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1060. The ghost-faced demon spider died and wounded a large number of people, and Gu Chen's experience slowly began to rise again. On the other hand, the final boss, the ghost-faced king spider, was still lying in the center of that huge spider web. Maintain the black vortex at the top of the cave. I don't know how much the skill bonus of that ghost-faced king spider is again. It was surprising that the summoning skill lasted until now, and a steady stream of ghost-faced demon spiders popped out. The cave was densely populated with black demonic spider figures. Can't kill it all. It's simply too much to kill. Although the summoned beasts were powerful in battle, as the battle continued, the number of demonic spiders surrounding each summoned beast also continued to climb. From a few to a dozen to 20 or even 30. The number of magic spiders was increasing, and instead of feeling tired, the summoned beasts were killing with vigor. Kill crazy. I can't imagine that a hell-level copy would be so terrifying, with this countless number of demonic spiders. How did all the other professionals get through? Su Xia's brows furrowed. At this moment, he vaguely empathized with the professionals who had failed to pass the. What desperation in the face of the overwhelming number of ghost-faced demonic spiders. In this situation, it's impossible to use a teleportation scroll that. No matter where they fled, they couldn't get rid of the large number of ghost-faced demon spiders. If you can't hold out, the only end is death. Lin Yuan and the others didn't say anything, even though they weren't threatened. But that overwhelming number of demonic spiders caused them to instinctively feel a sense of fear. Not long after a bloody massacre, the corpses of the demon spider piled up in a mountain of. The number began to dwindle. It looks like the summoning skill is almost over. Meanwhile, the ghost-faced king spider lying in the center of the huge spider web steeply erupted with an unprecedented aura, and in its abdomen, the oozing ghostly face suddenly blossomed with deep purple energy. When Su Xia saw this, a look of urgency appeared on his face. According to that key rundown he'd bought, the scene in front of him that. Wasn't it the precursor to the ghost-faced king spider unleashing its second skill? Tatsu, quick, have the Dark Hunting Dragon turtle use Crushing Shock, as long as it hits the knockout status. It will be able to interrupt the skills of the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen twisted his head to look at Su Xia, a light smile appearing under his eyes. Interrupting a ghost-faced king spider's skill? Are you kidding me? Tatsu, come on, that's what the guide says. Su Xia's eyes eagerly urged. Well, Raider was right. Gu Chen nodded and smiled faintly, but the problem is, I don't want to follow the strategy to pass the level. Chapter 87. You'll die with more dignity this way. Just as the two of them were speaking, the body of the ghost-faced king spider abruptly skyrocketed. A hideous and ghastly ghostly face silhouette appeared behind it. The hideous body rose upright from the center of the spider web and let out a shrill roar towards Gu Chen and the others. An unprecedentedly powerful aura exploded. At the top of the cave, a hauntingly evil aura was suddenly released from the black vortex. Immediately afterward, a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders drilled out of the vortex and appeared in various parts of the cave. With the power of the abyss, this batch of ghost-faced demon spiders had more than doubled in size. Whether it was attack or defense, it appeared to have increased dramatically compared to before. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-faced demon spider, which was empowered by the power of the abyss, charged up and a ferocious attack was launched against a group of summoned beasts. Gu Chen looked at the killing in the field indifferently and did not make any response. After all, this lair had already been covered by the skills of the undead wreck demon statue, and the ghost-faced demon spider's numbers were high, though. But under the suppression of 10x damage and 10x consumption, there was no resistance at all. Even with the power of the abyss, a lawn mowing game is still a lawn mowing game. Nothing has essentially changed. The main quest of the Hell level replica is to stop the ghost-faced king spider from unleashing a plague of insects, and therefore, the vast majority of professionals would do everything in their power to stop the ghost-faced king spider from casting its second skill. But in Gu Chen's opinion, killing all the summoned demon spiders, didn't it also stop the infestation? The results are the same, but he clearly gets more experience out of his approach. Why not? The Blood Race Archon, the Chaos Yuan Spirit, and the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle all rushed out. The three summoned beasts were secretly competing, as if they were competing for the number of kills. A 21st level Blood Archon can transform 220 Blood Descendants. With a scarlet glow emanating from its body, the Blood Demon Spider burrowed into the surrounding spiders. Without hesitation, he initiated self-destruction. After blowing himself up and continuing to transform, there's two more mirrors next to him, anyway. The total amount of blood available for conversion amounted to 320,000. And it only takes 300 points of blood to transform a second-order descendant. Combined with the Blood Archon's superb recovery ability, he could completely keep up with the speed of the self-destruction. Every time an explosion sounded, it could take away 5-6 ghost-faced demon spiders that were enchanted with the power of the abyss. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle was not weak either, and its spiked armor gave it a super high defense. Combined with the unyielding black armor's constant damage to surrounding units, it didn't even need to attack deliberately. Running rampant amongst the spiders, basically everywhere he went. Wherever there were patches of ghost-faced demon spiders dying. As for the chaotic Yuan Spirit, it directly flickered and appeared right below that black vortex. With that, the skill is activated. Ruin's Ultimate. In an instant, a dark golden halo rippled out in all directions, with the chaotic Yuan Spirit as the center. A chaotic field twice the size of the black vortex was formed. A large number of ghost-faced demon spiders had just come out of the black vortex and fell into the chaos realm. It was almost too late to even let out a scream before it was disintegrated by the powerful chaotic force into a field of debris. Obviously a spell spike, but he also had unrivaled group attack skills. Nearly 70% of the ghost-faced demon spiders all fell into the chaos domain just as soon as they appeared. Immediately afterward, it was reduced to pieces in the middle of the chaos domain. And, the power of chaos coalesced into dark golden, translucent tentacles that constantly dragging the surrounding ghost-faced demon spiders towards the inside of the domain. This scene was a sight to behold as the Blood Race Archon and the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle parted their eyes. It's so good to kill, it makes my blood boil a bit just watching it. Lin Yuan said as he clenched his fists. This attack power is too outrageous. Su Xia sighed from the side. I just want to know, besides the great god Gu Chen, how should an ordinary professional react when faced with this situation? Lin Qingqing suddenly snapped. You should never turn and run in the face of an infestation of this magnitude. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to. The only way to do this is to launch your skills to attack at the first opportunity. Lin Yuan said directly. And then? Su Ran hurriedly asked, for ordinary professionals like us, even with a first strike, we can't beat such a ferocious insect plague. That's true, but at least do as I say and you'll die with more dignity. Su Ran rolled her eyes and stopped paying attention to Lin Yuan. Kill Demon Spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill Ghostface Demon Spider LV.20, experience plus 1060. Kill Demon Spider LV.20, experience plus 1080. Ghost-faced demon spiders died in batches, although a single one had less experience. But expensive is dense and countless. Gu Chen was in a good mood as he watched his experience continue to rise. Right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly burst out from among the spiders, ejecting. It rushed over in the direction of Gu Chen and the others. Surprisingly, it was an elite fae. Gu Chen's eyes were slightly surprised, but he stood his ground, pleasantly unafraid. A semi-transparent shield appeared in front of him and it directly blocked the attack of that ghost-faced demon spider elite. Sacrificial Robe can provide a shield with full attribute 10. With Gu Chen's current full attributes, the shield value had reached 2,200. That level 20 elite alien didn't do much damage, nearly knocking off only 18,000 shield value. There is no broken defense. Although he was already close to the limit of the shield, Gu Chen didn't hold his breath. Because even if the shield was broken, he could still dodge the attack through displacement swap. Even if he can't dodge it, his physique has reached 528 points. Definitely able to resist this wave of damage. Taking a step back, even if he can't carry it off, when his blood level drops to 30% of the Amulet of Fate will transfer the subsequent damage to the Blood Archon. The Blood Archon had over 200,000 blood now. Even if this ghost-faced demon spider elite used its strongest skill, nor could it pose any threat to the Blood Archon. Just then, the Archon of the Blood turned his head and unprecedented killing intent erupted from those icy cold eyes. Any unit that tries to attack the summoner will be met with the summoner's strongest killing intent. The Blood Archon was closest to the ghost-faced demon spider, and without saying a word, a layer of scarlet light directly erupted from his body. Scarlet Feast. The blood-colored storm surged out and swept out towards that elite foreigner. At the same time, a chaos shadow wrapped itself around the body of this elite Fey, Although the Chaos Yuan spirit was the furthest away, it was the first to unleash Sublime Assault, ignoring the terrain and distance to decimate. Immediately after that, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle charged. Crushing impact. That huge figure was like a hideous cannonball, crashing into this elite alien race. Almost at the same time, the skills of the three summoned beasts landed on this ghost-faced demon spider elite at the same time. Only a boom was heard. The ghost-faced demon spider elite directly exploded in place and was smashed into a pile of crumbs. Kill ghost-faced demon spider elite LV.20, experience plus 11,369. Acquired trophy, Ghost Mask LV.20, rare. Chapter 88. What happens if you don't kill the ghost-faced king spider? The ghost-faced king spider could even summon an elite Fey? This was greatly unexpected by Gu Chen. It didn't really work though, even for the elite Fey. There was also no threat under the influence of the Mordor Forbidden Domain. Even with the power of the Abyss, the infestation couldn't develop on a large scale. It wasn't long before a hint of disorder appeared in the black vortex representing the demonic spider's plague. The number of ghost-faced demonic spiders summoned from it began to diminish. It's almost over. The power of the Abyss can no longer support the ghost-faced king spider's summoning skill. A look of surprise appeared in Su Xia's eyes. It's pretty impressive, a summoning skill that lasted close to 20 minutes. Lin Xingqing let out a heartfelt sigh. Next, then, just kill the ghost-faced king spider on that spider web. We'll be able to pass, right? Su Rant's tone lightened up a bit. No, it's not over. Gu Chen interrupted the crowd's longing with a single sentence, have you ever thought about it? What will happen if we don't kill this ghost-faced king spider? Not killing? The ghost-faced king spider is the final boss, why don't you kill it? I'm sorry, Lin Yuan asked in disbelief. Is there a possibility that we're giving that ghost-faced king spider back its status? It can also unleash the skill one more time. Gu Chen's face showed a leap of faith. Hiss. Lin Yuan and the others' faces were stunned, completely shocked by these words. Even so, all four of them changed the way they looked at Gu Chen. Restore the Ghostface King Spider's status so it can cast its summoning skill again, and then you can continue to kill it? This is to completely drive the ghost-faced King Spider clan to extinction. No, you're the devil, aren't you? Is it possible for a human being to come up with such an evil trick? It doesn't seem like it won't work. A tangled look appeared on Su Xia's face. But will it hurt? There's a hurtful heavenly peace, but not a hurtful peace. Gu Chen returned. In the next second, he took out a primary recovery scroll from his carry space. Seeing this scene, Su Xia revealed a look of dawning understanding. It seemed that Gu Chen hadn't acted on a whim, but had had this intention for a long time. On second thought, though, this approach, while a bit extreme, but it's not a bad way to brush up on monsters. After all, Gu Chen was now level 21, and after this clearance, he would never be able to enter a first-rank copy again, so of course he had to take this last chance to eat up as much experience as he could before doing so. Awesome! Worthy of being my brother, To have this kind of operation. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up in 5. Gu Chen walked forward with the primary recovery scroll in his hand. The method of using the scroll was much the same. It's all probed with spiritual energy, activated, and then effective. He set the ghost-faced king spider as the healing target of the primary healing scroll and then activated it. Only a burst of rich golden light erupted from the surface of the scroll. It landed on the body of the ghost-faced king spider like a curtain of light. In the next second, a hint of incredulity appeared in the pupils of the ghost-faced king spider's eyes. It could feel that along with the golden light that kept pouring into it, the energy it had previously expended was rapidly recovering, which was an experience never before experienced for it. On the other side, Gu Chen's face also erupted with excitement. The scrolls really work. If it's in the game, healing scrolls are not available for bosses. But what Gu Chen was in now was a gamified world. Ghost-faced king spiders were not cold data, but living, breathing aliens. Therefore, the recovery scroll can certainly work against it. It's just that, if something like using a recovery scroll for a boss were to get out, I wonder how many professionals' worldviews will be shattered. A moment later, the golden light of the recovery scroll gradually weakened, and the casting of the recovery skill was completed. Under the effect of the scroll, the energy that the ghost-faced king spider had previously expended had been completely restored to full capacity. Incidentally, even the small amount of damage that some of the blood demon spiders had inflicted on it earlier had been restored. At this point, the ghost-faced king spider climbed to the edge of the spider web and stood tall and was scrutinizing Gu Chen and the others with an icy gaze. In the end, the ghost-faced king spider was nothing more than a bug among the foreigners. With its mind, it simply couldn't figure out why these humans in front of it wanted to help it. Kill. Gu Chen didn't explain that his help for the ghost-faced king spider hadn't come from a place of goodwill. With a command, the blood demon spiders that had been waiting for a long time rushed up. Without hesitation, he was able to launch an attack on the ghost-faced king spider. Under the onslaught of the siege, the ghost-faced king spider's life value began to drop. In the midst of this ferocious attack, the ghost-faced king spider's body shook tremendously and let out an angry roar. Snort! It leapt forward, breaking through the blood demon spider's siege of. Jumped back into the center of the giant spider web. Immediately afterward, a ray of bright red aura abruptly bloomed from its body. It's a done deal. It was a prelude to unleashing his summoning skill. A flash of joy erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes, and he immediately ordered the group of blood demon spiders to withdraw back. In the next second, a huge black vortex appeared at the top of the cave. Black shadows clumped in the vortex, and one after another ghost-faced demon spider jumped out of it. In the blink of an eye, the cavern was crawling with a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders again. Behind Gu Chen, the four of them, Su Xia and Lin Yuan, glanced at each other. There was incredible excitement in his expression. It's a done deal. The ghost-faced king spider is summoning again. Surprisingly, it really can. According to this method, wouldn't that mean that by having enough recovery scrolls ready, just keep killing it in the copy? Once the ghost-faced king spider enters a state of exhaustion, give it a recovery scroll. When its status is back up, it can activate the summoning skill again. This results in a steady stream of kill experience. The solution is a good one, it's just that capitalists have to weep when they look at it. As a large number of ghost-faced demon spiders appeared in the cavern, the three summoning beasts' gazes condensed. Intense battle intent burst from his eyes. They bellowed, directly rushing into the dense cluster of spiders, once again setting off a fight. Kill ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1030. Kill demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1070. The experience message popped up again, and a knowing smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Lin Yuan and the others were even more overjoyed, as long as they could ensure that the state of the ghost-faced king spider. They can then sit back and enjoy the experience. The experience was as good as it's ever been. By the way, old Gu, how many recovery scrolls did you bring with you? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Not much, I only brought 3. Gu Chen's tone revealed a few moments of regret. The reason why I only brought 3 is because before entering the copy of he was also just taking a chance. At the time, it seemed that 3 primary recovery scrolls should be about right. But I didn't expect that this kind of operation could actually restore the status of the boss. Only 3? Wouldn't that be a big loss?
Lin Yuan had a face of flesh pain.
Chapter 89 Passing the Gate, the Warm Wanching People.
Not only Lin Yuan, even Lin Qingqing and the others showed a look of flesh pain.
Gu Chen was now level 21, and after this clearance, he would be able to enter the second stage abyss. The second order abyss is much more difficult, and the conditions of access are much more demanding. Gu Chen is definitely accessible. But whether or not it would still be possible to bring the three of them in with it was a question mark. So, this one hell of a copy. It was likely that this was the last time they would hug Gu Chen's thigh, and it was understandable that they wanted to maximize their benefits. 3, that's almost enough. Gu Chen thought about it, even if he could use the recovery scroll to use the Ghostface King Spider as an experience extractor. But the kills are also time-consuming. The spider cave is inherently inexperienced to kill, and it's mostly about winning by sheer numbers. That is, the longer you spend here, the less cost-effective it is. Next, the army of summoned beasts launched a fierce attack on the demon spider with Ghostface. Experience began to grow rapidly again. Seeing the large number of demon spiders being killed and retreating, the ghost-faced king spider didn't hesitate to unleash its second skill. The result was the same as last time, even with the power of the abyss. The dense swarms of demonic spiders were also unable to resist the summoning army's attack. Soon, accompanied by a breathless wail from the ghost-faced king spider, a hint of disorder appeared in the black vortex, and the summoned magic spiders began to decrease. Gu Chen stepped forward again and activated the scroll. The golden light representing the recovery technique surged into the ghost-faced king spider, and its status was quickly restored. The ghost-faced king spider once again regained its peak, storming up from the center of that spider web and letting out a sharp, stern whistle, his icy pupils stared at Gu Chen and the others in death. The army of summoned beasts didn't stop, and continued to attack the hordes of demon spiders. There were even some blood demon spiders that rushed to the ghost-faced king spider and initiated self-destruction. After more than 10 minutes, the ghost-faced king spider's state was not supported again. Gu Chen stepped forward and used the last recovery scroll. A few moments later, the ghost-faced king spider's state once again returned to its peak. After a short cooldown, the summoning skill was cast again. Only, it wasn't the ghost-faced demon spider that was summoned this time around. Instead, they turn into ghost-faced demonic spider larvae. Alien, ghost-faced tarantula larva. Rank, LV.15. Life value, 8,360. Attributes, Strength 120, Agility 173, Physique 142, Spirit 175. Skill, Evil Gaze. How did it turn into a larva? Isn't this even less experience? Lin Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. It seems that even with an ample supply of recovery scrolls, it's also impossible to keep gaining experience from the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen realized this. Facing a level 15 larva, the Blood Archon didn't even bother to use his skills. A flurry of pummeling bullets hit. Bang! 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 Kill Demon Spider LV.15, experience plus 548. Kill Demon Spider LV.15, experience plus 533. Kill Demon Spider LV.15, experience plus 569. That's an experience that's ridiculously low. Gu Chen immediately ran out of patience and directly ordered the summon army to charge up again. The carnage unfolded without mercy. Until the third wave of demon spiders is killed off. This time, he had only gained more than 600,000 experience among the copies, and was still more than 200,000 short of upgrading. Gu Chen shook his head. It was time to end it. Only the great lord of the Blood Clan gave a command. All the blood demon spiders rushed towards the ghost-faced king spider at the top of the cavern without regard for their lives, launching self-destruction without hesitation. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, the blood level of the ghost-faced king spider was eventually completely cleared. Kill ghost-faced king spider boss LV.20, experience plus 13,890. Acquired loot, king spider bow LV.20, epic. Obtain trophy, king spider armor LV.20, rare. Get loot, teleportation scroll 1. Obtained loot, enhancement stone 20. Obtained loot, abyssal heraldry 1. Congratulations! You have cleared Spider's Cave, Inferno. Reward, professional experience plus 100, duplicate treasure chest 1, rare grade. Copy ends, exiting current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spider Cave replica square.
An announcement suddenly popped up on the screen, causing the countless professionals present to stop. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully setting a new record for clearing the Spider Cave, Inferno level. Clearance time, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 15 seconds. Passing team information. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Ling Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Su Xia, No Profession. Reward, Professional Experience plus 100, Personal Achievement plus 1. Record-breaking gift box 1, Rare. Evaluation of this clearance, SS. It took less than 3.5 hours to clear the Hell level copy. The professionals waiting in the duplicate square were all shocked. It's a first-order hellish copy. Normally, it would take over 7 hours to get through, at the earliest. But Gu Chen had directly shortened this time by more than half, which was simply unbelievable. Shocked as they were, however, no one questioned the clearance time. Because the person who cleared this hellish copy was Gu Chen. Before Li Feng sent Gu Chen and the others to the replica square, the Wancheng City Hall had already prepared Gu Chen's clearance announcement. When the news of Gu Chen's entry into the Spider Cave copy was spread out, the staff at the replica plaza had already made banners in advance to congratulate Gu Chen on his successful clearance. Even on major media platforms. They were also all speculating just how far in advance Gu Chen would set the all-time record for Hell level copies. All indications were that no one in the entire city of Wancheng felt that Gu Chen couldn't clear a Hell level copy. After all, Gu Chen was the one who had taken the abyssal achievement in the Hell level Buried Bones dungeon. A hellish copy of the district, that's not a smooth task? The office of the city's owner. After receiving the news of Gu Chen's clearance, the corners of Liang Yi's mouth became completely suppressed. Taking Li Feng with him at the very first moment, he got up and headed to the teleportation hall. After arriving at the duplicate square, the person in charge of the duplicate square was already waiting by the side. Where's Gu Chen? Has he come out yet? Li Feng looked at the person in charge and asked. Lord City Lord, Secretary Li, the two of you have arrived just in time. Gu Chen has just come out of his copy. A smile piled on the face of the man in charge. Liang Yi nodded and looked in the direction the person in charge was pointing to, only to see that the entrance to the replica plaza was already surrounded by an excited crowd. The staff at Replica Square have unfurled the banner that the crowd was filled with professionals with cell phones and flowers, and reporters from major media platforms had set up their long guns. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. If you didn't know better, you'd think some high-level abyss had been cleared. Gu Chen, you're my idol. Gu Chen, I love you, I want to give you a monkey. Honey. Gu Chen and the others, who had come out of the copy, all froze when they saw this scene. They just cleared a copy, how come there's a conference in the square? Old Gu, look, there's a guy there calling for your husband. Lin Yuan had a bad smile on his face. Gu Chen also cried and laughed a little for a while. Too enthusiastic. He's just a summoner, why does he act like he's a star? It seems that the people of Wancheng can place, they really welcome themselves. Chapter 90. Do you know about the dragons? In the end, Liang Yi and Li Feng went up and rescued Gu Chen. Lin Yuan and the others were pushed up to deal with the enthusiastic people of Wancheng, while Gu Chen followed Liang Yi and Li Feng. Arrived at the city lord's office located in the city hall of Wancheng. This battle is even more enthusiastic than it was back in my day, Gu Chen. Feel the passion of our Wancheng people, right? Liang Yi smiled broadly, his mood today was very beautiful. It really caught me off guard. Gu Chen was sweating for a while. Luckily, Liang Yi and the others came in time, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to leave. Gu Chen, what would you like to drink? Li Feng brought a teacup to Liang Yi's hand. Coke, please add some ice, thanks. Gu Chen said with a smile. Li Feng was slightly stunned, there didn't seem to be any Coke in the refrigerator of the city lord's office. One moment, please. After Li Feng went out, Liang Yi said with a happy face, Gu Chen, congratulations. The novice copies have only just opened 7 days ago, and the vast majority of transmigrants have only just risen to the first rank, and you're already at the second rank. With an upgrade speed like yours, not to mention in the eastern continent, even if we look at the entire Divine Summer Empire, it's also a phoenix-like existence. Gu Chen said a word of thanks, City Lord is in such a hurry to find me. It shouldn't just be to congratulate me, should it? Well, I just like dealing with smart people, simple and efficient.
Liang Yi's face straightened. Then I'll get right to the point, Gu Chen. Have you ever thought about joining the Jinyuan army? When Gu Chen heard this, an odd color appeared on his face. I've got a guaranteed spot at the SCO, and you're asking me to join the military? Maybe I didn't express myself very accurately, whether it's the Shangjing Academy or the Jinyuan army. It's not as simple as you think, there are different forces involved.
A look of incomprehension appeared in Gu Chen's eyes, while Liang Yi continued.
Not all abysses are accessible to professionals of the second rank or higher.
Some of the high-yield abysses are basically in the hands of major powers.
To put it simply, if you hadn't joined this force,
then you basically have no chance of entering the abyss that this power controls. So, the abyss above the second order is really more of a resource that. And to get those resources, you have to choose a power to join. Take, for example, the lineage of academies represented by the Upper Capital Academy, and the military branch represented by the Jinyuan army. There are also guilds formed by major families, and so on. So, before you're about to enter the Shangjing Academy, I'd like you to think carefully about it.
Would you like to join the Jinyuan army? Gu Chen didn't reply and fell into deep thought. Honestly, before that, he had always believed that getting into the Shangjing Academy was the highest achievement for a professional. But through what Liang Yi said, both the Shangjing Academy and the Jinyuan army,
all of them were a party within the Divine Summer Empire, and different forces controlled different abysses. One didn't need to think about it to know that within the Divine Summer Empire, the Abyssal Suppression Army definitely controlled the most abysses. Perhaps not getting a response from Gu Chen, Liang Yi continued, to put it simply. The Shangjing Academy controls the largest number of copies, while the Abyssal Suppression Army guards nearly 80% of the Divine Summer Empire's abyssals. In comparison, the cost of entering a copy is higher, even if one joins the forces of the Academy. You also have to pay a hefty user fee each time you enter a copy, and the advantages, as you know, are that the difficulty is manageable and safer. As for the Abyss, it is more difficult than a replica, with unexpected dangers occurring at all times. There are more than tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers who die on the battlefields of the Abyss every year.
Gu Chen frowned slightly. Since it's so dangerous, you're still letting me think about it?
Liang Yi waved his hand. You can completely rest assured of this. I suggest you join the Jinyuan army. Definitely not for you to just go along and be a big-headed soldier. As I'm sure you've guessed, the power I'm a part of is the Imperial War Department. And I happen to have a recommendation for you to enter the most elite organization among the Jinyuan army.
What organization? Confidentiality regulations are involved, so you can't know yet.
Liang Yi sold the idea and took a sip from his teacup, his eyes looking Gu Chen up and down.
By the way, you're already second rank. Have you contracted your fifth summoned beast yet? Just got out of my copy, not yet.
That's good.
That's good? What do you mean? That's obviously something in the words. Gu Chen's expression moved slightly. You don't suggest I contract a fifth summoned beast? Is there something to say? Liang Yi had a mysterious and unpredictable smile on his face. Let's put it this way.
If you can join the most elite organization among the Jinyuan army, then the fifth summoned beast you contract will definitely be very powerful.
Oh? How powerful? Stronger than ever. Gu Chen couldn't help but ask, can you be more specific? Liang Yi's voice lowered a few points. Do you know about the dragon race? The light-hearted sentence caused Gu Chen's pupils to abruptly shrink. Dragons! That was a terrifying existence at the very top of the biological hierarchy. Packed dragons. It makes your blood boil just thinking about it.
You mean, if I could get into that organization of the Jinyuan army?
It's possible to contract a dragon as a summoned beast?
Liang Yi put down his teacup and said with a smile, I told you.
Dealing with smart people is just simple and efficient. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked, join that organization and? What are the conditions? And what are the restrictions? That's a good question, and while I'm a member of the military forces.
But it also just serves as a recommendation to give you a chance.
Only if you pass the Jinyuan army's examination yourself will you be qualified to join it. As for restrictions, well, as long as you don't commit treason, the War Department won't restrict your personal freedom.
Even more, if you perform exceptionally well in the Abyss, you can earn military honors and privileges that. For example, prioritizing access to some of the very high-yielding abysses.
Is there such a thing as a good thing? Gu Chen's eyes lit up as he listened. The Jin Yuan army was sitting on nearly 80% of the abyss in the Divine Summer Empire. That meant that if he joins the military forces, he is first choice of the abyss. Also, it's possible to contract a dragon. That's a good thing you can't find in a lantern. As for that test from the Jin Yuan army, who was it looking down on? If even he can't pass it, then no one in the Divine Summer Empire's current class of transfer students would be able to pass. When he thought of this, Gu Chen suddenly looked at Liang Yi again. By the way, although the dragon race is rare, but if I join the Shangjing Academy, I should be able to have the opportunity to contract the dragon race as well, right? Liang Yi didn't hide it and nodded his head. Not bad, with your natural talent. If you enter the Shangjing Academy, you can also contract a dragon race. However, it will have to wait until at least next year. Next year? Gu Chen was slightly surprised. Not bad. Your brother Guru has been accepted into the Shangjing Academy. He's a rare profession dragon warrior knight, which means that the academy lineage's spot is already taken. You should understand this explanation of mine, right? Chapter 91. Doing it is the best way to solve the problem. As the name suggests, a dragon warrior knight is a profession that is able to harness dragons for battle. In the same way that a summoner contracts a summoned beast, a dragon warrior knight has to make a contract with a dragon, to maximize their combat power. It was only to Gu Chen's surprise that among the forces of the academy, that spot for the indentured dragons is already taken. And the person who occupied this spot was surprisingly still his half-brother genius, Gu Ji. At this moment, Liang Yi continued. The dragons, one of the foreign races of the abyss. They pride themselves on having the noble dragon god bloodline flowing in their veins, and view humans as stinking insects. Even for the vast majority of dragons, who would rather be killed by humans. Nor do they wish to enter into a contract with humans, for it would be nothing less than a disgrace to them. So, for the human race, signing a contract with the dragon race is definitely an opportunity to be met. And the only thing that will allow you to obtain this opportunity is to join the Jin Yuan army. If you succeed in passing the test, you can become a junior officer. The base salary is $30,000 per month, and the 6 insurance policies and 3 bonuses start the month you start. If you go into the abyss, the War Department pays an additional allowance. The military merits gained from killing foreigners can be exchanged for equipment, props, materials, etc. In addition to this, the status of an officer in the Jin Yuan army affords you a number of privileges. In addition to the abyssal preference mentioned earlier, there is also the right to command during wartime and the unconditional cooperation of the local authorities. What else is there to say? The Jin Yuan army was able to provide him with an opportunity to contract the Dragon Clan. His status as a military officer gave him social status and privileges, and killing foreigners also earned him military honors, which in turn could be exchanged for resources in the treasury of the military department. Thinking of this, Gu Chen said without hesitation, I am willing to join the Jin Yuan army. There's no way around it. The War Department gives too much. Hearing Gu Chen's reply, the corners of Liang Yi's mouth visibly rose, even though he had been rigorously trained. Couldn't suppress the smile on his face either. According to the regulations of the military department, if the newcomer he recommends passes the examination of the Jin Yuan army, then he will be rewarded accordingly. Judging by the talent Gu Chen had shown, he would definitely be able to pass the Jin Yuan army's examination. It's not even a question of joining that organization. At that time, as a recommender, he would be able to obtain a considerable amount of resources as a reward. The excitement in Liang Yi's heart was indescribable, and he couldn't wait to bring Gu Chen to the Eastern Continent military region immediately. He gave Gu Chen 2 hours, though, because he also needed time to submit his application to the Jin Yuan army. Gu Chen also had a casual dinner with the 4 Lin Yuan. In 7 days' time, they had followed Gu Chen through a hell-ranked abyss and a nightmare-ranked abyss, as well as 2 hellish copies. In addition to leveling up, there is a high gain in resources. In the future, even without Gu Chen, they would form a team on their own. It can also easily deal with first-order abyssals below the hell level. Of all the people, only Su Xiao was the most reluctant to see Gu Chen leave. According to him, every time after following Gu Chen through the gate, he was able to gain some degree of physical fitness. It wouldn't get him the battle power to slay the Fae, but a strong body mass that it will be able to harness more powerful battle armor. Gu Chen could feel that Su Xia should also have some kind of unavoidable pain. Otherwise, as the core figure of the Forever Group, how could he have to run to the abyss or a copy every now and then? Gu Chen didn't ask, and with Su Xiao's character, even if he did ask, the other party might not be willing to talk. After saying goodbye, Liang Yi led Gu Chen into the city hall's teleportation hall. Bright silver light blossomed from above the arcane and complex patterns of the spell formation, dazzling, blazing, and in the twinkling of an eye, the two of them were engulfed. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and Gu Chen subconsciously looked around, realizing that at this point they were within a base in the wilderness. The base is located in a valley, and while the outside is filled with gray fog, the inside is unaffected by it. Gu Chen's eyes showed curiosity as he followed Liang Yi to a hall to register his information. After answering some questions, he was led to a closed elevator door. Well, you're on your own for the rest of the way. Liang Yi's eyes revealed a few complex emotions, and he knew that from this moment on, the teenager in front of him and he would be two worlds apart. Liang Yi was about to leave when he suddenly turned back and barked out a sentence. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Those who can come to participate in the examination are all talented professionals from Wancheng and several neighboring cities. If there's a conflict here, getting your hands dirty, that's the best way to solve the problem. Gu Chen nodded and walked into the elevator, which went all the way down. I don't know how many floors it went to. After the latter door opened, a young soldier in military uniform led him around the base and eventually came to the examination venue. This venue was about the size of 2 basketball courts. Among them stood 40 or 50 transfer students scattered about. Gu Chen swept his eyes and realized that the vast majority of these people were in rare professions, and also were shielding props with them, unable to perceive levels and attributes. So, he also blocked out information about his own level, attributes, and the like. Only the occupation is left to be perceived. Walking into the venue, a whispered conversation came to his ears. There are quite a few geniuses who have come to participate in the Jinyuan Army's examination this time. And I wonder who's going to make it through. Zhou Xiaotian from Wancheng is considered one, transmuting the rare profession demon hunter. He's already level 16. And he also has epic weapons and gauntlets, so as long as he's around, those of us can only be considered to be running alone. I think so. Lin Cheng's Zheng Shuran isn't so bad, level 15. Rare profession space mage. Both survival and output are strong to the point of explosion. Listening to the discussion around him, Gu Chen only felt a pang of familiarity. He himself had grown up in Linchang and was naturally no stranger to the name Zheng Shuran. It could be said that Zheng Shuran's family was the biggest family in Lin City besides the Li family. As for Wancheng's Zhou Xiaotian, before entering the spider cave, Li Feng had mentioned this name to him. In fact, he was asking if he could get Zhou Xiaotian to join him in his team. But at that time, Gu Chen's team was already full, so he didn't agree. Right after Gu Chen entered the examination venue, a single gaze looked at him. HM? Summoners also come to take the Jinyuan Army test? Isn't this looking for death? It should be here to accompany the runners, just to make up a number of people, and it's estimated that it's not even level 10. Can't see the level with the shielding props on, but I'll bet this dude must have the lowest rank out of everyone. Gu Chen's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Zhou Xiaotian and Zheng Shuran, who were standing in the center of the venue, looked his way. Chapter 92 Jinyuan Army Examination. What's with the summoner again? Zheng Shuran was surprised for a moment, looking at Gu Chen's handsome face and it always feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Zhou Xiaotian merely glanced in Gu Chen's direction, then withdrew his gaze with a look of contempt. He didn't put this summoner who suddenly appeared in his eyes at all. Don't worry about him, a summoner still dares to come to the Jinyuan Army examination. Is this treating yourself as the protagonist of the world? Fight against a summoner, kill the summoner first. Watch. As soon as the test starts. Definitely the first to eliminate him. Zheng Shuran didn't pick up on this conversation, but asked, have you ever felt that this guy look a little familiar? Look familiar? A disdainful smirk appeared on Zhou Xiaotian's face. Forget it. I'm not interested in wasting my time on a nobody. Like this one who dares to come to the Jinyuan Army's examination when he can't figure out the situation. I can only say that he doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. If this kind of person dares to enter the abyss, he will definitely be the first to die. The words were unceremonious and unapologetic as they reached Gu Chen's ears. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Having entered the Jinyuan Army's examination venue, there were still such idiots? I came to take the Jinyuan Army examination, what's in his way? He even said that he doesn't know what's good for him. The absolute first to die when entering the abyss? Gu Chen raised his eyes to look, and as it happened, that Zhou Xiaotian also looked over, only that was glancing at him with eyes full of contempt. That stance, like he's $1,000,000. The inexplicable feeling of superiority almost spilled off the screen. Gu Chen was not a generous person. His gaze steeped in coldness as he directly unleashed the skill of Chaos Yuan Spirit through the medium cloak. Secondary attack. In an instant, a terrifying spatial fluctuation appeared above Zhou Xiaotian's head. A look of shock flashed across his face, and before he had time to react, his body fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Shiran, who was next to him, hurriedly went up to help Zhou Xiaotian up. However, when she looked at Zhou Xiaotian, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly shrunk. Dead. Zhou Xiaotian was actually killed. Zhang Shiran's pretty face was pale. Looking at the corpse in front of her, she only felt her scalp tingle. Murder? How dare he? This is the examination venue of the Jinyuan army. The others also noticed that Zhou Xiaotian had been killed, and they all looked at Gu Chen with eyes full of scorn. For a time, the gossip within the venue completely disappeared, falling into a deathly silence. Swish! Dazzling golden light blossomed from Zhou Xiaotian's body as he resurrected. At this moment, his face was pale, and he had only 30% of his life value left, entering a weakened state. Resurrection cross? Zhou Xiaotian's eyes were filled with horror, and if he hadn't been carrying a resurrection cross, then he'd be a corpse by now. He looked at Gu Chen, his face filled with anger and suffocation. I just said a few wrong words. Inadvertently, you're going to kill me? A few wrong words? An inadvertent mistake? Do you want to hear what you're saying? What kind of a man thinks he's farting when he talks? Gu Chen was unconcerned. Oh, you just said the wrong thing? Well, then you'd better learn a lesson. Next time, you won't have a resurrection prop. If you're wrong, you must admit it. If you're beaten, you must stand up straight. What, you don't like it? If you don't, I'll kill you again and blow you up. Gu Chen had one advantage, which was that he listened to advice. Zhang Songhua suggested that he slaughter Li Renjie ruthlessly, and he did. Liang Yi said that getting his hands dirty was the best way to solve problems, so he did. He had intended to teach a lesson, but Zhou Xiaotian was too weak and was seconded. What could Gu Chen do? Can you blame him for that? Zhang Shuran turned her head with an ugly face. Aren't you going too far if you do this? Gu Chen raised his gaze slightly. You want to stand up for him? How many resurrection crosses did you bring? Zhang Shuran's face changed and immediately suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart, not daring to say a single word. She couldn't stand to see what Gu Chen was doing, but what could she do? She didn't even see how Zhou Xiaotian died just now, and if Gu Chen made a move on her, she also ended up with seconds. Fighting between candidates is forbidden. The test will begin in 10 minutes. Please get ready. Mechanical light beeps sounded around the venue. Gu Chen didn't pay any more attention to those two and casually found a place to sit on the ground. The others subconsciously moved away from Gu Chen and lowered their voices in discussion. This is a true god. I didn't even see how he struck. A single skill secured Zhou Xiaotian. Just how many levels is this big guy? This is too terrifying. This guy does have some skills, but he's just too arrogant. He kills people when they say one wrong word. He doesn't care about other people at all. Just shut up, or you'll be the next to die. Fear not. He may not be able to kill us all before his energy runs out. Uing. On the side, Zhou Xiaotian's face was pale and his body was still trembling slightly and uncontrollably. There was a scornful look in his gaze toward Gu Chen. He was wearing an epic gauntlet. Surprisingly, he was beaten by a single move. Thinking of this, the scorn in the bottom of his eyes directly turned into deep fear. He's too scared to even think about retaliation. Gu Chen's icy gaze looked like a death stare to him. Before that, he was arrogant and didn't put any of his peers in his eyes at all. Rare profession demon hunter, epic weapons, epic gear. However, everything he relied on was nothing more than dirt in front of Gu Chen, and it was unbeatable. Now that he's not dead, but he's in a weakened state. And this weakened state after death cannot be dispelled, and can only be slowly recovered through time. It could be said that from now on, this examination was no longer relevant to him. Examination will begin soon. After a period of waiting, the ceiling of the meeting house. A huge vertical eye made of golden nebulae appeared abruptly. An unadulterated voice suddenly rang out, as if from far away, Again, it was like ringing in the ears, full of power and majesty, making people involuntarily feel submissive. The secret eye. The heavy people in the meeting hall looked up, their faces changed slightly, and their bodies couldn't help but tense up. It turns out that the examination is conducted in a secret realm. Gu Chen retracted his gaze, feeling an unprecedented spiritual impact from within that golden vertical eyes. The great vertical eye was full of grandeur, and the golden nebulae in it moved slowly and it was as if it contained some kind of regal and terrifying power. In the center of the vertical eye, the pupil composed of thousands of starlight is deep and infinite. Just looking at it is mesmerizing. The emotionless voice rang out again. All candidates on command, the rules presentation will now begin. The difficulty of this test is categorized as normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the more points you get. The results of this assessment will be ranked according to points. Points earned by candidates can be converted into military honors at a later stage. In order to fulfill the purpose of the examination, no recovery props shall be used in this grand examination. If any candidate is found to have used recovery props in the assessment, she will be directly disqualified from the assessment. The rules of the test have been read out. Now, all candidates prepare, the secret world will be open soon. After hearing the rules of the examination, the group of candidates in the venue stood in place and the expression was filled with gravity. Recovery props cannot be used. How could the Jin Yuan army's examination be so harsh? That doesn't give a damn. The eye of the mystery is right above the heads of all the people. The powerful pressure emanating from it caused everyone's heart to palpitate. A moment later, thousands of golden streams of light emanated from the pupils of It shot toward the crowd in the venue. The candidate was possessed by a golden stream of light, and his figure disappeared in an instant, and in the twinkling of an eye the entire venue then became empty. With that, the light on the surface of the eye of the mysterious realm gradually faded away and hovered above the venue. No more changes. Only the golden nebula within it was still slowly flowing. Chapter 93. Isn't it a bit outrageous? Jin Yuan Army Base. Inside the command room, several men in military uniforms. The imposing middle-aged man was sitting in front of a huge screen. These officers were all senior officers of the Eastern Continent military region and also served as examiners for this examination. General Ling, that summoner Liang Yi recommended over, has also joined this examination. Here's the relevant information. A civilian staff member came forward and a paper copy was handed to the middle-aged man sitting in the very center. Whether it was where he sat, or the pair of epaulets on both of his shoulders that represented a one-star war general, all signaled that this person's status was extraordinary. And he, too, was the chief examiner of this examination. Lingfeng. Gu Chen, son of Gu Qingfeng, level 21, summoner. It's only been a week since the transfer ceremony, and this kid's gone from level 1 to level 21. Gu Qingfeng really did give birth to a good son. Admiral Ling, since Gu Chen's rank has far exceeded the average level of the candidates this time around, I would suggest setting his secret realm at the hell level. Do you think it's feasible? May. Also, do a detailed evaluation report on him based on the test data, and I need to know that how on earth did he, a summoner, get such a terrifying upgrade speed? Lingfeng instructed a few words and then looked down at the thick pile of materials on the table. The several officers next to them nodded their heads and tuned their observation view to the secret realm where Gu Chen was examining the secret world. As the golden light flashed, Gu Chen's figure appeared on a sandy field. In front of him at this moment was a humanoid demoness with blood-red skin, clad in animal skins and skeletons. In the banshee's hand, a staff crafted from animal bones was emitting a roaring flame. La Fei. Gu Chen was not ambiguous either, summoning the blood race archon to block in front of him. And this red-skinned banshee in front of her confronted each other. Examination task I, kill bloodstained banshee LV.21. The moment the prompt appeared, the bloodstained banshee moved. The beast bone staff in its hand erupted with an intense fire element that flames visible to the naked eye were converging in the air, instantly coalescing into a blazing fireball. Bang! 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 Before the opponent's fireball spells could fly by, a silver lightning bolt had shot out from the muzzle of the gun in the Blood Archon's hand. Fatal shot. Next. The bloodstained banshee's body trembled, and her head was blown off by the bullet, and she didn't even have time to let out a single scream. Just died straight to the ground. Seconds. Gu Chen's eyes were calm, and he was already used to this kind of scene in front of him. A level 21 ordinary Fae would be completely killed in seconds under a level 21 Blood Race Archon. The Blood Archon was Gu Chen's first legendary ranked summoned beast, although there hadn't been much strengthening of its skills. But after each upgrade, the growth is very high. This way to kill the ordinary foreigners of the same level under the attack of the Blood Archon. It's basically a one-hit wonder. Therefore, this scene in front of him was already expected by Gu Chen. Seconds? Inside the command room, several examiners' faces then showed intense shock. What kind of summon is this? How can it be so strong? No way. How can it be seconds? Check if the secret level was set incorrectly? Report, it's been checked, the level of the secret realm Gu Chen is in is hell level, there are no errors. That bloodstained banshee's battle power is also level 21, and her battle power matches the set level. Candidates who come for the examination. You will receive a prompt to select the difficulty level at the first time you enter the secret world. But since Gu Chen had the highest rank, he had no choice. It was sent straight to the hellish secret realm. The gap between the 4 difficulty levels is also very clear. Normal level secret realm, the base attribute of the alien race is the original attribute, without any bonus. For the difficulty level mysteries, the base attribute of the Fae is a 25% increase on the original attribute. Nightmare level secret realm, the base attributes of the Fae have been increased by 50%. Hell level difficulty, the base attributes of the Fae have been increased by 100%. That is to say, what Gu Chen just faced. It was a level 21 alien whose base attributes had been doubled. If Gu Chen had killed him, it would have been understandable. But the spike. Isn't that a little out of line? Chapter 94 Leading Off a Cliff. Appraisal scores are based on a range of performance in combat. This includes, but is not limited to, quick reactions, tactical usage, offensive techniques, weakness strikes, etc. While a Fae of the same class would be a bit stronger than a human. But for professionals who had gone through systematic learning, as long as they kept up their normal play, they were sure to be able to kill them. In the process, the examiner is also able to identify any remaining deficiencies in the professional himself/herself. And to correct them. But now, Gu Chen didn't even make a move. Just a single skill from the summoned beast killed the bloodstained banshee in seconds. How should this be scored? Among the records of past examinations, there had never been such a precedent. What to do? A few examiners were torn for a while, and they could not help but look at Ling Feng, who was sitting in the very center. He was a 5-star battle general of the Eastern Continent military region and the examiner in charge of this examination. He should be the one to make the call on how it should be rated. For a moment, the gazes of several examiners looked towards the figure sitting at the top. Sensing several gazes directed toward him, the Ling Feng put down a piece of information he was reviewing in his hands and turned his head to the young officer and asked, "What's the situation?" The young officer immediately played back the record from earlier. General Ling, Gu Chen has been arranged to enter the Hell-ranked secret realm and face a level 21 bloodstained banshee. The basic attributes were increased by 100%, but that foreigner was surprisingly killed by his summoned beast in seconds. The young officer explained from the side. Seconds? There's something about this little guy. Ling Feng's thumb rubbed the stubble on his chin as he watched the video with interest. He narrowed his eyes slightly in a thoughtful manner. In that case, adjust the parameters. Raise all of the alien races in the hellish secret world to level 30. Ha? Level 30? That's a third-ranked Fae. Wouldn't that be a bit too high? After all, Gu Chen has only just reached the second rank. There's no harm in it, this kind of genius isn't fit to be treated with common sense at all, and I have a feeling that even if we face a third-ranked foreigner, it won't be hard for this kid. What if he can easily kill even a third-ranked foreigner? Another examiner asked immediately. The purpose of the examination is to select outstanding talents for the Jinyuan army, not to frustrate the candidates. If he can still pass the test in the face of a third-order alien, then he's the talent we're looking for. How are the points counted then? Originally, in the Hell-level secret realm, it's 10 points to kill a foreigner. Now, a hard look spread across the face of the examiner in charge of tallying a few points. The emergence of geniuses naturally can't be viewed in silence and with common sense. I am the examiner for this examination. The right to specialize may be exercised for special events in the appraisal process. I hereby propose that for every third-order alien slain in the hellish secret realm, add 5 points to your original points. Ling Feng said, looking to the left and right in an inquisitive manner. Several of the examiners nodded in agreement without considering it. Although Ling Feng made an inquisitive attitude, they all knew that. It's not like they're being consulted. As a subordinate, just nod your head. Among the normal level secret realms, each kill is worth 1 point. The full score for each kill in the difficulty level secret realm is 3 points. In the nightmare level secret realm, the full score for each kill is 6 points, and as for the hell level, a full score for each kill is then 10 points. Note that this refers to a perfect score. That is to say, if there is some flaw in the battle, even if the alien is killed, there's also a good chance you won't get that score. Ling Feng nodded, his tone resounding. Since there are no objections, I declare Gu Chen's previous test results null and void. Now start adjusting the difficulty of the hell level secret realm and re-examine it. Yes. The secret realm of examination. Gu Chen stood still and waited for the prompt after killing the bloodstained banshee. There was no further movement. At that moment, the alien corpses on the ground suddenly disappeared. In the next second, another bloodstained banshee appeared where the previous corpse was. Compared to before, the aura emanating from this bloodstained banshee was clearly several times more powerful. Examination Task I, kill level 30 alien bloodstained banshee. The prompt appeared, and Gu Chen's eyes instantly revealed a look of surprise. Why Assessment Task I and not Assessment Task II? However, he didn't think much of the sudden appearance of a level 30 alien. After all, it was the examination of the Jinyuan army, so if it was too easy, wouldn't it be like child's play? What the hell, just do it. At Gu Chen's command, the Blood Race Archon directly raised his gun and fired. The bloodstained banshee's level has been raised to 30, though. But the 4-dimensional attributes were still crushed by the Blood Archon, unable to make a single ripple. After all, one was an ordinary Fae and the other was a legendary summoned beast. It was an essential difference. How does it block? Bang! 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 The bullet turned into a silver-gray lightning bolt and instantly blew up the bloodstained banshee's head. No surprises, seconds again. The eyelids of the crowd of examiners jumped hard, once again being shocked. You got spiked at level 21, and now you're still getting spiked at level 30. It's on, isn't it? Seconds again? What the hell is this summoned beast of his? With a summoned beast like this around, it's practically comparable to the Dragon Battle Knight's giant dragon. Summoner, when did it become so powerful? The examiners landed their gazes on Ling Feng, waiting for his decision. The examination continues. A majestic voice rang in the ears of the crowd as Ling Feng made a statement. With that, the first round of examination was declared over. The first round of tests is over. The number of persons assessed in this round is 54, and the number of qualified persons is 43. With the prompts popping up and everyone receiving their score rankings, but it's also limited to seeing your rankings and points. As for the others, they can only see the points. 1. Gu Chen, points, 15. 2. Zhang Shiran, points, 5. 19. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 2. Gu Chen came in first place, with an eye-catching 15 points. It was like a king bomb that made all the candidates' hearts pound. In second place was Zhang Shiran, and it seemed that the battle power of a space mage could not be underestimated. As for the third, fourth, and several other names further back, Gu Chen had never seen them and had no impression at all. If one looked closely at each candidate's points, one would realize that Gu Chen's lead was cliff-like. He's got 15 points, followed by Zhang Shiran with 5 points, a fraction of what he's got. Those candidates further down the line are not even a fraction of him. Points are rated not only in relation to combat skills, but combat time also plays a large part. Even if you kill a Fae, you will get the same low score if your battle time is not up to par. Damn, is that first place a pervert? Even if it's a hell-level secret realm. There's only 10 points out of 10 for each kill. Where did he get his 15 points from? Is there a bug in the secret setting? There's definitely something wrong with these points. I wasn't blinking and got careless, otherwise I would have gotten 6 points just now for sure. In the secret realm, Zhou Xiaotian glanced at his ranking of 19th. There was a pang of fire and suffocation in his heart. For this examination, he was running for first place. How could it be that a life was directly killed by Gu Chen at the meeting place, which was the first round of the examination? He was on the verge of being dumped out of the top 20, and it was sure to get worse further down the line. This time he was a complete chaperone. At this point, the vast majority of the candidates, after seeing Gu Chen's scores, the first reaction is all about data errors. After all, in the history of the Jinyuan Army test, no one has ever been able to get 15 points in the first round of tests. Gu Chen's eyes were calm, with a breezy demeanor, unsurprised that he ranked first. He was already at the second rank. What was there to compare with these first-ranked brats? That's when the prompt reappeared. Examination Task 2, kill as many foreigners as possible within the time limit. Attention, this round of examination will refresh the alien race without limit in the specified time, if the force is insufficient. May waive the test at any time. Chapter 95 Why don't you become an instructor? As the prompt for the second round of exams appeared, the faces of all the candidates quietly changed. What do you mean by unlimited refreshment of alien races for a set period of time? Meaning you can't kill them all? You can only kill until you run out of steam and then give up? Giving up means no more points can be gained from kills. It's not explicitly stated how long the specified time is, and that would be a real ordeal. For ordinary professionals, this was indeed not a small amount of consumption, but to Gu Chen, it didn't matter. 1 fei is a kill, 1,000 fei is a kill, it's not like he's doing it, just do it. For every alien you kill in a hell-level secret realm, you'll earn 15 points. This gain is several times that of others. The more foreigners he killed, the more points he would have and the higher his ranking would be. The vast majority of people in this examination had chosen the difficult level secret realm. Only a few chose the nightmare level secret realm. As for the hell level, no one dares to pick it at all. The higher the difficulty, the more points you get, though. But no one dares to make a guarantee that you'll be able to pass the hell level secret. After all, the selection results were ranked by points, and the higher the points, the higher the ranking. There's only one chance, and if you're eliminated in the middle of the process, there's no hope at all. Whereas, if one chooses the next best nightmare level secret realm, there is a high probability of passing all the selections, thus earning the most points. Unlimited refreshment of the fei? A touch of gravity surfaced above Zheng Shuren's pretty face. For a mage-type profession, she's actually better at resolving battles quickly with high damage, the war of attrition can be unappealing. She was not discouraged, however, and in addition to her own uncommon strength, she also had an epic staff in her hand. The staff comes with a skill that allows for a certain amount of restoration after a kill, This will make her much less stressed. While the fei hadn't been refreshed yet, her gaze subconsciously looked towards the first position on the leaderboard. Each candidate could only see his or her own name, so in Zhang Shuren's eyes, Gu Chen's name had been replaced by 2 asterisks. I don't know exactly who it is, but those 15 points look unusually striking. How is that possible? How could you get such a high score in the first round of examination? Even if it's hellish, a perfect score in the first round is only 10 points. Hardly. This guy broke some kind of test record? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren's mind subconsciously conjured up Gu Chen's figure. Is that him? No, definitely not. When she thought of Gu Chen's unceremonious threat to her earlier in the meeting hall, Zhang Shuren dismissed the idea at first. No matter what, it could be anyone, but she just didn't want the one in first place to be Gu Chen. Even though Gu Chen's appearance gave her an inexplicable familiarity. After a short preparation time, the second round of exams began. Across from Gu Chen, the bloodstained banshee corpse had disappeared, and a spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, black shadows flashed within the spatial vortex, a humanoid monster with a large area of dead bone covering its body walked out. The monster opened its eyes, and a strong bloodthirsty killing intent burst out from its ghostly green pupils. It came straight at Gu Chen. Bloodstained Bone Demon. Rank, LV.30. Life value, 108,500. Attributes, Strength 580, Agility 300, Physique 320, Spirit 330. Skill, Bone Blade Chopping. At moments like this, without his command, the Archon of the Blood pulled the trigger at the very first. A series of bullets shot toward the alien's head. Whether it's the bloodstained banshee from earlier or the bloodstained bone demon now. Although they were all ordinary level 30 fei, their battle power far exceeded that of their peers. Stronger than a normal fei, but weaker than an elite fei. It seems that the foreigners in this secret realm have been tweaked, which means that these Fae are not Fae in the true sense of the word. The alien races in the examination mystery realm were like visible data. No experience will be gained from kills, and alien corpses cannot be converted into blood descendants. Even the blood archon didn't get a blood bonus after a kill. There is nothing to gain but points. It made Gu-chen feel that this was a data-driven test in its entirety. Only to see a series of silver-white bullets whizzing out and, with unparalleled precision, it struck the head of the bloodstained bone demon. The bloodstained bone demon's main attribute was strength, which far exceeded that of its peers, almost nearing 600 points. But speed, constitution and spirit are just over 300, and the blood bonus is rather ordinary, just over 100k. With this, how could it block the blood archon skills? Deadly Shot, plus Scarlet Feast. The two skills connected seamlessly, only to hear a banging. The bloodstained bone demon's body was then smashed into a pile of broken bones. The body parts fell to the ground, faded, and then disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few breaths later, right where the body parts disappeared, another bloodstained bone demon appeared out of thin air. The blood race archon did not hesitate to attack. Just as that bloodstained bone demon had just appeared, before it could take a step, the blood archon's attack had then landed on its body. Deadly Shot is still on cooldown, but it doesn't have much of an effect on the Blood Maharaja's battle power. This is because the damage dealt by Pulverize is just as substantial. Soon enough, a storm of pummeling attacks coupled with the chasing damage of Scarlet Feast. The second bloodstained bone demon also died on the ground. Next, the blood archon guarded Gu-chen's side with a wary face, and its attacks were crisp and clear. It never drags. As long as a blood-stained bone demon appeared, it would be killed in just a few breaths. Gu-chen was watching from the side. The scene in front of him was like a hangman game. It was simply too boring. He then found a clearing next to him and sat down. Perhaps to ease the pressure of the test, after the death of the previous alien, the next alien would probably be about 10 seconds away. It's a humane design that gives candidates just the right amount of cushioning time to. This gap can be utilized to take a little breather. However, this was really a waste of time in Gu-chen's opinion. It would be nice if we could speed up the rate at which the Fae appeared, and if not, a few more Fae at a time would be fine. He wanted to hit 10. Inside the command room, several officers watched Gu-chen's performance through the screen. An extremely strange look emerged on his face. What kind of summoned beast is this? Why is it so strong? The information says it's a blood Maharaja, never seen a summoned beast like this. And I don't know what the qualifications are. To use the alien we designed as a living target, at least 3 stars of epic or higher. This kind of battle power is simply unprecedented. So far, Gu-chen has only summoned a single summoner. It's already riding high in the middle of the assessment, but normally, a level 21 summoner should have 5 summoned beasts. You mean to say that Gu-chen's current performance? Only the tip of the iceberg of his true battle power? As the words fell out of his mouth, several of the officers looked at each other and stared at each other in disbelief. This is the candidate? Even being an officer is more than enough. Chapter 96 definitely shady. Each candidate's examination is conducted in a separate secret realm. As one alien after another was killed, the status of all the candidates began to drop continuously. Except for Gu-chen. At the moment he was lying on a gentle slope, with his hands behind his head. Leisurely, he watched the battle between the Blood Race Archon and the Blood-Stained Bone Demon. The several examiners sitting in the control room, on the other hand, were furious at this scene. Too arrogant, this is the selection test of the Jinyuan army, he's actually planning to pass it lying down? That's flouting the test, I'll have to mark him down. Is this genius? It really makes people angry. Hearing the conversation between several examiners, Lingfeng subconsciously looked up at the screen. When he took a good look at Gu-chen's condition, an intriguing smile couldn't help but flash across his hard-lined cheeks. After about 15 minutes or so, the first candidate, a swordsman, announced that he was abandoning the test. The reason for giving up was physical exhaustion. This swordsman had entered a nightmare-level secret realm with a total of 55 points, which was considered a stopping point. Gu-chen glanced at his points in boredom, 690 points. It was more than 10 times as much as that swordsman. If it wasn't for the slow refresh time of the Fae, he would have dried up his points past 1,000 long ago. Next, the number of people who gave up the test gradually increased. There were even a couple of candidates who were too late to give up the test due to misjudgment. Directly killed by the blood-stained bone demon. Death is common in the test, and all those involved in the test signed a series of agreements that Gu-chan was among them. The lack of a clear time frame for the assessment can be psychologically anxiety-provoking in itself. Coupled with the unlimited refreshment of the alien races, this was an invisible test of every candidate's physical strength and mental endurance. There are also props that can be used when status is low under normal circumstances. You can rest in place without props. But this is clearly not applicable in the present situation. If you're tired, you can catch a breath of air when the alien is refreshed, and if you're out of stats, you'll just have to tough it out. For every alien killed, a new one would appear, one after the other, never ending. There's no end to the killing. There's no end to the killing. An hour later, the number of people taking the test was already half of what it was at the beginning. The rest of these people were also all tired, their eyes streaked with blood, the despair and depression in their hearts almost driving them crazy. The examination is over. Settlement will now begin. Candidates, please rest in place. Finally, an icy voice suddenly rang out, and in the ears of the crowd of candidates, It's like heavenly music. So close. I was almost about to give up. Finally made it through. Hell, I don't know what I've been through. Phew. It's finally over. Along with the beeping sound, all the alien races instantly disappeared. The candidates sat paralyzed with relief, each with a slightly white face and breathing heavily. Their physical and mental strength endured the agonizing pain of this brutal environment. It is not easy to hold out until now. Zhang Shuren's pretty face was pale. With an epic staff in hand, her exertion had been minimized. But even so, the succession of foreigners still brought her intense depression and suffocation. It's both physical and mental torture. There was even a moment when she was planning to give up on the test. It was only when she thought of the humiliation of being scared off by Gu-chun in the meeting hall earlier that she braced herself to hold on again. It's finally over. If it doesn't end, I'm afraid I'm going to die here today. Zhou Xiaotian was already paralyzed with exhaustion, his face was as pale as paper, he felt like his entire body was about to be wasted. Didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He lay on the ground panting violently, his body as limp as mud. Originally, he was supposed to enter the nightmare-level secret realm just like Zhang Shuren. However, he was killed by Gu-chun into a weakened state and was forced to choose the difficult level. Plus he's a rare profession demon hunter. It just so happened to have a talent that restored status after a kill, and that's what held it together. Otherwise, if it were any other profession, I'm afraid it would have been eliminated. But even so, Zhou Xiaotian was already exhausted, and his battle strength was 1 out of 10. If this state of affairs goes into the third round, there is no doubt that they will be eliminated outright. It's over? Upon hearing the prompt, Gu-chun sat up from the ground with a relaxed and natural stance. For the second round of tests, he completely laid through. Although the Blood Archon had been killing monsters, under the Blood's recovery Li, the state consumption is also minimal. The number of people assessed in this round is 43. 26 of them were disqualified from the examination due to injury, death, or voluntary abandonment. Warning that the difficulty of the next round of tests will continue to increase, and to avoid excessive casualty rates, candidates may choose to voluntarily give up. Seeing the hints, the candidates' faces immediately became grave. Someone has already died in this round of tests, and the difficulty of the next round will increase. The chances of death will be greatly increased by continuing the test. It's hard to give up on this, but it's not good enough. For a while, all the candidates' faces showed struggles. I give up. After a few moments, one candidate finally made up his mind. As the words fell, his figure appeared on the outside training ground. It's already a limit to get this far, even if you quit the test. After going out, he was able to enroll in a higher education institution. There was no need to fight for his life. I quit. That's all, I tried my best. After this candidate, one after another, 6 more candidates chose to give up. The rest, with a determined face, chose to continue the examination. As a group of students made their choices, the number of people to be assessed in the second round of exams was finalized. The number of qualified persons is 10, successfully advancing to the next round of examination. Several of the examiners watched everything with expressionless faces, and without praising those who remained. Nor do they despise people who give up. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. Immediately afterward, the results of the second round of exams were announced. 1. Guchen, points 1,815. 2. Zheng Shiran, points 358. 10. Zhou Xiaotian, points 63. Guchen was at the top of the list, riding a long way ahead. How is that possible? First place has a whopping 1,815 points? Zheng Shiran's eyes were dead set on the rankings of the results, a pair of willow eyebrows twisted together. There was shock in his eyes. If the first place winner of this round of tests is still the same person from the previous round, that is, this person earned a total of 1,800 points on the second round of the test. No way. It's also outrageous. Where's that? For a while, the candidates who had advanced to the third round of examination showed strong resentment. That's a statistic that becomes clear with a little math. Even if the first place is a hell-level secret realm, killing a foreigner is able to get 10 points. 1,800 points would also mean 180 alien kills. And the test lasted exactly 1 hour, with a 10-second interval after each alien was killed. The total interval between 180 aliens is 30 minutes. That means that the guy at the top of the rankings has only really been fighting for 30 minutes. 30 minutes to kill 180 Fae? 6 alien kills per minute? Kill an alien every 10 seconds? Isn't that bull? Shady. Definitely shady. Chapter 97 Spirited Zhou Xiaotian. It's not just shady. It's simply ridiculous. Everyone was a transfer student who hadn't graduated yet and was level 15 at best. Kill a Fae of the same class in less than 10 seconds? If gifted, you can do it once or twice, but 100 times in a row. Isn't that bull? You're so good, why don't you go to heaven? Why are you still here for the Jin Yuan army test? Damn, what's with that first place point? There's definitely something wrong. Needless to say, that guy is definitely cheating. The Jin Yuan army examination even dares to play shady. Humph, just wait, I'm going to report it to the Imperial Military Council. Retake the test. I demand a retake. One by one, the candidates broke into a rage, clamoring that the test was unfair. Zhou Xiaotian was the most energetic, roaring up to the sky in the secret realm, constantly shouting for a retake. At this moment, he was firmly convinced that the first place points must be shady. Either that or they are the sons of the Jin Yuan army's top brass. How else do you explain so many exaggerated points? In fact, Zhou Xiaotian is not the only one. The rest of the candidates have expressed strong feelings of dissatisfaction with the points awarded for coming in first place. After all, this score was beyond their knowledge. 180 foreigners of the same level, all to be killed in 10 seconds. Even if you brought a recovery potion, you couldn't possibly do it. What, are you infinite energy? Seeing that a group of candidates were in a negative mood, which not only affected the normal assessment process. There was even an out-of-control posture, and the icy voice in the secret realm reappeared. In order to ensure the fairness and impartiality of this examination and the normal conduct of the examination, it is hereby declared that Candidate Gu Chen, Summoner Profession, Level 21, entering Hell Level Secret Realm. As Gu Chen's grade is far beyond the regular level, it has been decided by the examiners. Temporarily raising the difficulty of the prison-level mystery pro. Inside the hellish mysteries, all foreigners enter a berserk state and level up to level 30. Points plus 15 for each alien killed. All decisions have been reported to the Jin Yuan Army Examination and Deliberation Council and have been passed by the council, and if there are any objections, a reconsideration may be filed with the Jin Yuan Army Appraisal Deliberation Board after the appraisal. Seeing the prompt, a group of candidates came to a realization. The difficulty of the Hell Level Secret Realm has been raised? It's full of level 30 Fae who've gone berserk. And you get 15 points for every alien you kill? The points have only increased by 5 compared to before, but how much more difficult is it? Those candidates who complained about the injustice were all shocked beyond words by this fact. Level 21 Gu Chen had killed 123rd ranked Fae alone in an hour? How is that possible? They were all dumbfounded, and by this time, Instead, they were more inclined to think that Gu Chen was cheating. After all, it sounds a little more credible. We're all talented professionals from various cities. Under that kind of physical and mental oppression, the difficulty would increase exponentially with each additional alien killed. How is it possible for someone to kill 123rd Order Fae? Although the heart is full of questions,
but the discerning person knows that the assessment statement has been sent out.
That means it's the truth. What's more, this is the examination of the Jinyuan army, who dares to cheat in the middle of the examination. That's definitely a dead end.
Shady, not at all, unless someone wants to be sent to the abyss.
After the statement was sent out, individuals were not happy about it. Gu Chen's level is higher than others, that's his problem, just give him a difficulty boost. What does adding points mean? Isn't that widening the gap? Several candidates were quite vocal about this.
But they didn't make a sound. After all, even the Jinyuan Army Examination Deliberation Council had passed this decision.
What good is the opinion of them, the candidates?
At this time, Zhang Shiran, who was in second place, changed his expression slightly.
Gu Chen? Surprisingly, it's him. No wonder he got such high points. As a person from Linchang, how could Zhang Shiran not recognize this name? During this period of time, Gu Chen's name was practically a thunderclap in Linchang. It's so hard to hear.
Only, because of City Lord Su Lai, Gu Chen had already rebelled against Lin City.
It's time to turn to Wancheng's camp. It's a pity. If Gu Chen hadn't rebelled against Linchang,
just by virtue of the fact that we're all from Linchang, or we could ask him to step in and help teach the man who threatened me a lesson. Zhang Shuran sighed in his heart and thought of the humiliating scene in the middle of the meeting hall earlier. She had never been threatened like that since she was a child. It was a revenge she remembered and had to be avenged no matter what. The thought brought the man's likeness back to her mind. And with it, the earlier familiarity grew stronger. Abruptly, as if Zhang Shuran thought of something, her eyelids jumped violently and his body trembled violently as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body froze directly in place. No, how can it be? He's actually Gu Chen? For a moment, Zhang Shuran's pretty face turned pale. Thinking again of Li Renjie's death and the destruction of the Li family in Linchang, a coolness went from her back straight to the sky. Despair, or even collapse. At first she just assumed that the guy who threatened her was a minor character, so her heart is filled with resentment and she waits for an opportunity to retaliate. However, when she realized that the person was Gu Chen, all of her resentment disappeared in an instant. The difference is too great. In the face of Gu Chen, she didn't dare to develop the slightest bit of revenge at all. All she had left now was fear. Fear. On the other side, unlike Li Shuran, who was horrified to the core. When Zhou Xiaotian learned that the one at the top of the leaderboards was Gu Chen, he was all smiles. It's Gu Chen. The person at the top of the leaderboard was actually Gu Chen. Old-timers. Since Gu Chen had joined Wancheng, and he came from a famous family in Wancheng, this friendship can naturally be climbed. Thinking of this, a grim smile appeared on Zhou Xiaotian's face again. When we find Gu Chen for a chat after the test, we'll take out another epic equipment as a meet and greet gift. Then he asked Gu Chen to make a move to help him get his revenge. We're all from Wancheng. Isn't this trivial matter a matter of course? However, he had never dealt with Gu Chen, and after he had exited the secret realm of examination. Or should I ask for Gu Chen's contact information first? That scumbag. I don't care who he is. To think that he would try to kill me. He must die today. Zhou Xiaotian's eyes erupted with an intense color of resentment. Just then, in the sky above the secret realm, a golden stream of light descended from the sky and it poured into the remaining candidates. After the golden light flashed, all the candidates' fatigue disappeared. Their status returned to full, and they completely recovered. At the same time, the voice in the secret realm resounded again. The number of qualified persons is 10, successfully advancing to the third round of examination. Examination Task 2, kill an elite alien. The one who takes the least time gets the most points. First place plus 100 points. Second place plus 60 points. Third place plus 30 points. After fourth place, plus 10 points. If you fail to kill an elite alien within 30 minutes, you will fail the test. If you are killed by an elite alien during the test, you will fail the test. Chapter 98. It's not just about having hands. Gu Chen's information was disclosed in the statement issued just now, naturally with Gu Chen's consent. Once everyone's status was back to full, the third round of examination began. This time an elite alien race appeared, and once the word elite appeared, one didn't need to think about it to know that the difficulty level has increased several times compared to the previous one. The only way to get 100 points is to kill the elite Fae in the shortest time possible. From fourth place onwards, candidates who kill an elite alien are uniformly awarded only 10 points. All the candidates were single-examined, which meant that the candidates could only kill the elite Fae single-handedly. Although the candidates who had persevered up to this point were all rare professions, with their current battle strengths, which has the strength to kill an elite Fae single-handedly. Just hearing about this examination task,
The crowd of candidates couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. It seems that this test is not only about extreme output ability, there is also the test of extreme survival. After all, the only way to do damage to the elite Fae is to stay alive. If he was accidentally killed by an elite alien, not only would he fail the test, he would even lose his life. Those who were previously jealous of Gu-chen snickered and laughed wistfully. Don't you have a high rank? There's a point bonus for hellish mysteries? Okay, no problem. If a level 30 elite alien appeared, how would your excellency respond? That's a level 30 elite alien, with a life value that's definitely above 800,000. I'd like to see if Gu-chen can still pass this time. Too bad. If we can't kill an elite alien in 30 minutes, it will be ruled a failure of the test. Ha ha. That means Gu-chen is doing at least 26,000 plus damage per minute. It's the only way to make sure you don't get eliminated. How is that possible? Unless he can have unlimited firepower. In the command room, several officers looked at Gu-chen in the secret realm through the screen. A gloating smile appeared on his face. A level 30 elite Fae, still in berserk state. It's time to make this kid suffer a bit. Not bad. That's a good intensity up. Bar none. Not necessarily. Maybe this elite Fae can be easily killed by him. 2. I think that summoned beast of his is a bit evil. Several examiners were divided in their opinions. Ling Feng was ambling around signing a military document, turning a deaf ear to the disagreements of the few people around him. Liang Yi had already reported to him, in writing, the purpose of Gu-chen's participation in the examination. It's to enter the organization that is the most elite among the Jin Yuan army. It would be disappointing if they couldn't even handle that intensity. On the other side, Zhou Xiaotian had a spirited look on his face at the moment. Luckily, I chose the difficult level secret realm, plus the golden light in the secret realm can replenish the consumption of. Think it'll last another round. The golden light just now only replenished the consumption and did not dispel his weakened state. However, he was a rare profession, so if he played steadily, he should be able to pass this round as well. Only, Gu-chen's side is a bit dangerous. It's going to take 30 minutes to knock out more than 800,000 blood from an elite alien. How is it possible to deal at least 27,000 damage per minute? Even if he was a level 21 battle power, he couldn't do it even if he drained his energy. Among the other candidates, there were not a few who had such thoughts in mind. In the opinion of the vast majority of the candidates, Gu-chen no longer had the possibility of flipping the game. Stopping at the third round of examination was his ultimate end. Actually, no. Let's just say that these candidates are taking the issue too literally. The Blood Archon is a legendary summoning beast, even though it's only level 21, but all 4-dimensional attributes have broken the 600 mark. A level 30 elite alien with a main attribute that hasn't even reached 600. The secondary attributes are usually around 300, and the average attribute is at most 400 out. Take the pinch. In the secret realm, the space in front of us suddenly became distorted, and a change in a huge tree demon with a dark red torso then appeared in Gu-chen's line of sight. Fey, Bloodstained Tree Demon Elite. Rank, LV. 30. Life value, 83. 100. Attributes, Strength 518. Agility 213. Physique 546. Spirit 375. Skill I, Life-Sucking. Skill 2, Siren Cage. After scanning the various attributes of the elite alien, other than a life value of over 830,000 with the elite bonus, there wasn't much else that stood out. No wonder the third round of examination is asking candidates to single-handedly kill elite foreigners. So that's how it is. Although this Bloodstained Tree Demon's strength was as high as 518 points, its agility was only a little over 200. This value, which is not even a regular attribute of an elite Fae, let alone an elite Fae. It was even a bit lower than a normal Fae of the same level. This was still a level 30 elite alien in a hellish secret realm. If it was in other low-level secret realms, the agility attribute would only be lower. That is to say, although this elite Fae had high blood count and high strength, it was very slow. Well below average for its class. In this case, as long as one is cautious in the midst of a sparring match, even the most ordinary professional, there's also a good chance that you can dodge the elite Fae's attacks. If it were a professional like an assassin or shadow ranger who favored sensitivity and burst, it was entirely possible to fight this elite Fae head-on with its own advantages. 830,000 vitals, 518 strength, 213 agility, plus 30 minutes of allotted time. Finding an elite foreigner with high offense and high defense that was slow to move to test the candidate's extreme output ability. Those people from the Jin Yuan army had really gone through a lot of trouble. Gu-chen nodded slightly. He had already figured out the core points of the third round of exams. Then the next thing to clarify is just one thing. How do you kill an elite alien with over 800,000 blood in 30 minutes? Gu Chen had a breezy face. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? At that moment, the bloodstained tree demon shook its huge body and walked over. A dark red light blossomed above its dense canopy, followed by the land around Gu Chen's feet suddenly turned over, and a tree vine the thickness of an adult's arm broke out of the ground. A cage was instantly formed to trap Gu Chen within it. Skill, Tree Demon Cage. The bloodstained tree demon managed to trap Gu Chen with its skill, and it let out a loud roar of excitement, moving his huge body forward extremely slowly. Inside the command room, it's over. Gu Chen was actually controlled by the tree demon cage without paying attention. How could he make such a cheap mistake? This tree demon cage is exceptionally tough. Even a warrior of the same level can't break it. As long as the tree demon catches up, he's definitely dead. Alas, it's a pity. Gu Chen was also too gullible. I guess he won too easily in the previous rounds. One slip of the tongue and you're controlled by the bloodstained tree demon. Several officers shook their heads and sighed when they saw the scene. However, Gu Chen was in the tree demon cage, but it wasn't like he was in danger. The eyes were so calm that there wasn't a ripple in them. Since we have to kill this elite foreigner in the shortest possible time, then, Chapter 99 Round 4, 10 Elite Fae. With a thought, Gu Chen's dense black mist appeared around him. The figure of the chaotic Yuan spirit was revealed. After advancing to the legendary level, the chaotic Yuan spirit's spiritual attribute had broken through the 700 mark. For spell spike type summoned beasts, the higher the spirit attribute, the higher the attack power. It is no exaggeration to say that even without relying on any additions to any level 21 Chaos Yuanling could easily kill a level 30 Bloodstained Tree Demon Elite. However, in order to strike in the shortest possible time, the Chaos Primordial Spirit directly cast 30 Chaos Shadows to wrap around the body of the Bloodstained Tree Demon Elite. 30 Shades of Chaos pulls the damage multiplier right up to 30. Next, the Chaos Genin only needed to cast one of the most basic, Sublime Assault. It would be able to explode with unprecedented and horrific damage. The bloodstained tree demon is still in the excitement of capturing its prey, not realizing in the slightest that the scythe of death had already landed on top of its head. In the next second, a pitch-black spatial rift appeared abruptly, like an incomparably deep and sharp blade that it stabbed into the top of the thick tree trunk without any obstruction. At the same time, thick shadows spread over the bloodstained tree demon's body. A powerful and incomparable damage blasted out, completely emptying its blood bar in an instant. The huge tree body suddenly stagnated, as if all its vitality had been completely withdrawn in an instant. It fell to the ground with a thud and never moved again. Dead? Inside the command room, several officers rubbed their eyes, almost thinking they had misread the situation. Even Ling Feng, who was sitting on top of the examiner's seat, showed a rare look of shock. Killed in seconds? That's an elite alien with over 800,000 blood. How could it be killed in seconds? What kind of skill is this? How can it explode with such terrifying damage? A skill that deals over 800,000 damage. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I can't believe it even if it kills me. Several of the officers stared at each other, stiffening, and it took a small moment before the shock subsided. Originally, he thought that Gu Chen had been controlled by the tree demon cage and was already in danger. Who would have thought that one of his skills would kill the bloodstained tree demon in seconds? That's a level 30 elite alien. In the place of any other professional of the same level, trying to break its defense would not be an easy task. How on earth did such a meaty elite alien get killed in seconds? Isn't this too much child's play? The faces of several of the officers were complicated to the point of disbelief but then again, he had to accept the reality that the bloodstained tree demon had been killed in seconds. They frowned and stopped talking and, extremely tacitly, they looked towards the other candidates' examination screens. Zhou Xiaotian dodged under the bloodstained tree demon's attacks. Relying on the demon hunter's speed advantage, he avoided the twitching of the vines with nimble positioning, then took the opportunity to circle back and strike at a weak point. With the added power of that epic weapon in his hand, each attack deals at least thousands of damage. Zhang Shiran was a space mage, and faced the bloodstained tree demon elite with extremely low agility. She can make the most of her professional identity. Every candidate was fighting the elite Fae with all their might, except for Gu Chen. He's always been so easy to write about. It was as if this examination was like a child's game in his eyes. Inside the command room, a wave of depression washed over the faces of several officers. Even an elite alien with 800,000 blood has been killed in seconds. And you're still not putting this kid on difficulty? Can't we just let him lie down and win? General Ling, this situation with Gu Chen is too unusual. Look, don't worry about it. The purpose of the test is to screen talent, not to frustrate it. Ling Feng directly interrupted the officer who was about to speak. Gu Chen's performance was already exceptional enough.
There was no need to make it more difficult because of his excellence.
Seeing Ling Feng's attitude, a few other officers also stopped talking. Soon, the 30 minutes were over, and among the 10 candidates, some had been killed, some had given up of their own accord. The 3 more were eliminated in this round. The number of persons assessed in this round is 10, and the number of qualified persons is 7. 1. Gu Chen, points, 1915. 2. Zhang Shuran, points, 418. 8. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 63. Zhou Xiaotian has been eliminated. Not killed, not voluntarily given up. Instead, they failed to kill the elite Fei within the time limit. To him in his weakened state, trying to kill an elite Fei that was known for its physique in half an hour was just too difficult. At this moment, the crowd had also noticed the information on the leaderboards, and the number 1 in points was still Gu Chen, 1915 points, a distant second. At this moment, everyone was numb. Damn, it's just a pervert. Even a level 30 elite alien can't kill him? Holy, that powerful? Why doesn't he go to heaven? I'm convinced. We're all professionals. Why is he so good? Forget it, this kind of pervert is not even my match. Next is the final test. As long as I can make it into the top 5, I'll be able to join the Jin Yuan army without any problems. Whatever, he's as strong as he wants to be, and at best he's taking up a slot in the... My goal now is to push into the top 5. The difference was too great, and no one was willing to give themselves the displeasure of comparing themselves to Gu Chen. Candidates who succeeded in advancing to the next level readjusted their mindset, and one by one, they fist-pumped. Renewed fighting spirit again, warning that the difficulty of the 4th round of tests will continue to increase, and in order to avoid excessive casualty rates, candidates may choose to voluntarily give up. The discouragement prompt reappeared. This time, no one chose to give up, because everyone knew that their consumption will be replenished before the next round of tests begins. Sure enough, after making sure no one quit, a golden light fell from the sky and, once again, the crowd's depletion was replenished. Meanwhile, the queue appears. Examination Task 4, Counterattack under siege by 10 Elite Fei. The one with the most counter kills will have the most points, and the one who kills all 10 Elite Fei will have their points doubled. 100 points for first place and 600 points for second place. Third place plus 300 points. After fourth place, plus 100 points. This round of assessment is limited to 120 minutes. Failure to kill an elite alien within the specified time will result in failure of the test. Those who are killed by elite foreigners during the test will fail the test. After reading the rules, Gu Chen's mind was already clear. The 4th round of assessment was also a test of extreme survival and extreme output, but it's not just a step up in difficulty. In general, trying to fight back from a siege of 10 elite Fei, it's an absolute fool's errand. However, if it was replaced with an elite Fei like the bloodstained tree demon that had very low agility, it would be a different story. As long as one utilized this elite alien's shortcomings in attributes, there was still a lot of room for play. 10 elite Fei? That's fine for everyone else. Spending this life is probably enough to complete the examination, but Gu Chen will be miserable. A level 30 elite alien is over 800,000 blood. 10 of them is over 8 million blood. How can we kill them all in 2 hours? You have to kill over 8 million blood in 2 hours, and you have to do 70,000 damage a minute. Not at all. Luckily I chose the difficult level. I didn't realize that a low level could be a good thing. I'm sure Gu Chen definitely won't be able to pass the next round of examinations. At the same time, after reading the rules of the 4th round of the examination, Zhang Shuren's pretty face unexpectedly surfaced with a touch of joy. In her opinion, maybe Gu Chen was lucky in the last round. Got away with killing that bloodstained tree demon elite. But this round, with 10 elite Fei surrounding them, there was absolutely no more luck. Gu Chen is either dead or out. Either way, all of which could put her well into first place. Therefore, this 4th round of examination is when she will rise. Chapter 100. Come on, tell me who your backer is. The 4th round of assessment begins. In the secret realm, the space in front of Gu Chen continued to distort. Soon, 10 bloodstained tree demons manifested themselves from the void. Waving its thick branches and moving slowly, it came this way for the kill. This round of examination was mainly about the number of kills. If one could kill all 10 elite foreigners, not only can you earn the appropriate points, but you can also be rewarded by doubling your points. Killing 10 elite Fei was going to knock out more than 8 million blood? The Chaos Primordial Spirit said that it didn't have to go through that much trouble, and that its new talent would just come in handy. Shadow Kill Arc. When a Chaos Genin skill directly kills a target, all targets entangled in the shadow of chaos will take equal damage. A Chaos Shadow quickly flew out and entangled the 9 bloodstained tree demon elites in place. The one remaining bloodstained tree demon elite hasn't even realized what's happening yet. Letting out a dull and long roar, he dragged his heavy body forward. The chaotic Yuan spirit wouldn't spoil it, only to see a series of chaotic shadows wrapped around the body of that bloodstained tree demon elite. Turning the tables pushes the damage multiplier to its maximum. Afterwards, the Chaos Yuan spirit unleashed its skills. Secondary attack. In an instant, 30 times damage erupted on that bloodstained tree demon elite's body. It completely emptied its blood level without any surprise. At the same time, the Shadow Killing Arc talent was triggered. The remaining 9 bloodstained tree demon elites that were entangled by the chaotic shadow wailed loudly, their tree bodies trembling violently, and they all died in the blink of an eye. Boom! 10 huge tree bodies fell to the ground at almost the same time, completely motionless. In just a few breaths of effort, all 10 bloodstained tree demon elites died. A scene that, look at the instructors in the command room in disbelief. A summoned beast killing 10 elite Fae in a row? How is that possible? Chaotic Yuan spirit, that's his second summoned beast? That's too terrifying. He's only just reached the second rank and he's this strong? Is this going against the heavens? Gu Chen sighed and shook his head as he looked at the corpses of the 10 elite foreigners. This is the Jin Yuan army test? Not challenging at all. With a thought, Gu Chen put the chaotic Yuan spirit into the summoned beast space and let it go back to recover. 2 rounds of tests, totaling 69 Chaos Shadows consumed, almost hit half of Chaos Shadows reserves. While Chaos Shadows can increase the damage multiplier, it has a limitation of using 1 less. Under normal circumstances, the Chaos Yuan spirit is within the summoned beast space. On average, you can only recover 1 every 3 hours, and that's only 8 in a day. You can't just ho it all at once. Right after Gu Chen had killed all the elite Fae, a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped him in it. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the secret realm of examination. Buzz! With a blur of vision in front of him, Gu Chen appeared at the previous examination venue. Around them stood several other candidates who had been eliminated in the examination. It's out? He had only just killed 10 elite foreigners, and he hadn't even seen the results yet. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a few unexpected colors. Being sent out of the secret realm so quickly? But on second thought, since it's a test, definitely, the results will not be released until all the candidates have taken the exam. Having figured that out, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he had already killed 10 elite Fae, and not only would he get 100 points, there's also a doubling bonus, 3,915 points. This completely crushed all the candidates involved in the examination. In other words, the first place of the examination was not his. The next step is nothing more than waiting around the venue for more time. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotian, who was standing in one part of the venue, noticed Gu Chen's figure. His eyes lit up. The 4th round of examinations had only just begun when Gu Chen appeared in the middle of the venue, and it seemed to him that this was obviously a failure to pass the test before being teleported out. Che, I thought this kid was so good. He was eliminated right at the beginning of the 4th round. It's simply far worse compared to Gu Chen, Zhou Xiaotian thought in his heart, a look of contempt on his face. At first, after being killed for 1 life, Zhou Xiaotian was filled with deep fear for this person who had killed him in seconds at the drop of a hat, and didn't even dare to entertain any thoughts of retaliation at all. But not anymore. When he learned that Gu Chen was also in this examination, and when he saw that Gu Chen's ranking was way ahead on the leaderboard, his heart was filled with a powerful bottom. That's Gu Chen. With that level 21 battle power, he could sweep all the candidates present. Zhou Xiaotian was certain that among the group of candidates present, only Gu Chen could help him take revenge. Although he had never met Gu Chen, since Gu Chen had already committed himself to Wancheng. The Zhou family is a well-known family in Wancheng. I believe that this little favor the other side will certainly be willing to help. Moreover, just now, he had already asked for Gu Chen's contact information through his connections in the family. The next thing to do was to wait for Gu Chen to come out of the secret realm of examination, and then he would be able to contact the other party. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaotian walked up with great strides, his temper incomparably arrogant. Kid, remember me? Zhou Xiaotian blocked in front of Gu Chen and drank coldly. You even tried to kill me before. Let me tell you this. You're in trouble today. Gu Chen's gaze lifted slightly, and after seeing the visitor, he turned his head and directly ignored the jumper. Zhou Xiaotian's eyes immediately surged with a wave of anger. This feeling of being ignored caused him to feel intense humiliation. Don't think I'm going to let you off the hook if you don't talk. Know what you're doing. Immediately take out a piece of legendary grade equipment and apologize to me, or else you'll die an ugly death once my backer arrives. A cold glint erupted from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes. Disappear from my sight immediately. This is your last chance. Zhou Xiaotian is not only not afraid, but his temper is even more arrogant. Kid, do you know who my backer is? I'm not afraid to scare you to death by saying it. My backer is a dash. Before the words were finished, Gu Chen kicked out. Zhou Xiaotian's body directly flew out horizontally, hitting the wall with a bang and being knocked into a folding screen. The last time the Nightmare Juggernaut advanced from epic to legendary, Gu Chen gained 100 points of attribute feedback, directly raising his average attribute to 655. It was on the verge of exceeding the initial attributes of a level 40 professional, now to fight a level 15 Zhou Xiaotian, and still in a weakened state. Wasn't this like playing? Gu Chen walked forward and stomped on Zhou Xiaotian's face. Come on, tell me, who is your backer? Zhou Xiaotian felt an unprecedented humiliation in his heart as he was trampled on the face by the thick soles of his shoes. He glared at Gu Chen, his eyes glowing with undisguised resentment. Seeing this, Gu Chen directly increased the force under his feet, and the soles of his shoes rubbed hard against Zhou Xiaotian's face. Dare to glare at me? Come on, flash that look you just gave me again. Zhou Xiaotian only felt a sharp pain on his face, even as his head was about to be stomped on. He hastily braced his hands against the soles of Gu Chen's shoes, and without a backbone, he began to beg for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. Chapter 101 Invoking Dragon City, a city descending from the abyss. Just as Zhou Xiaotian begged for mercy, an upright figure walked into the venue. Catch the crowd's eye. The faces of the group of professionals watching the show from the side abruptly changed. An undisguised look of nervousness and excitement flowed from his eyes. Ling will come. Surprisingly, it's General Ling. Stand still. For Ling Feng, the crowd of candidates were certainly no strangers. After all, he was the examiner in charge of this examination, and he was also a 5-star war general of the Eastern Continent military region. Ling Feng walked into the venue with a steady pace, without making any stops. He walked straight in the direction where Gu Chen was. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at Gu Chen with undisguised pity in their eyes. The venue has just prompted that fighting between candidates is prohibited. Not only did Gu Chen not follow the rules, but he ran into a gun and was caught by General Ling. Looks like he's really screwed this time. At the same time, Zhou Xiaotian, who had been stepped on by Gu Chen, also saw Ling Feng's figure. Zhou Xiaotian's face changed slightly, as if he had seen a savior, and he shouted without any regard for his image. Admiral Ling, report to Admiral Ling. This candidate is blatantly breaking the rules of the venue. To strike at me in full view of everyone, please ask General Ling to do me justice. Shut up. Gu Chen gently stomped his foot, directly chipping a row of Zhou Xiaotian's teeth, causing him to cry out in pain. Almost fainted. And this action of Gu Chen's caused the surrounding crowd to be shocked. Nima, crazy? Not to mention that he was caught by General Ling, but he even dared to hit someone in front of General Ling? Do you really think that the 5-star war generals of the Jinyuan army are vegetarians? The surrounding candidates had a gloating look on their faces and it seemed that he had already seen the miserable end that Gu Chen would face next. However, he saw Ling Feng standing in front of Gu Chen with great strides. A few rare moments of softness flowed through the rigid lines of his face. To introduce myself, I am the examiner of this examination. Ling Feng. Ignoring Zhou Xiaotian, whose face was covered in blood, Ling Feng stepped forward and there was still a faint hint of a smile on that serious face. Gu Chen, congratulations. You have successfully passed the Jinyuan army examination. What? Gu Chen? Zhou Xiaotian's voice was clear. His speech was calm, and his short sentence was heard in the ears of the surrounding crowd, but it was deafening like a thunderbolt. A gaze fell on Gu Chen's body, filled with an unbelievable expression. You're Gu Chen? Zhou Xiaotian seemed to have forgotten the pain, and his eyes were filled with shock and creepiness. Gu Chen didn't say anything and just stood there, looking down on him. The feeling of oppression hit instantly. The air around him seemed to have been drained, causing him to feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. Zhou Xiaotian only felt a blackout in front of his eyes. Gu Chen's icy gaze was like a stare from the god of death, as if he was going to be cut down on the spot in the next second. Whoosh! Zhou Xiaotian rolled over and without hesitation, he rushed towards Gu Chen and knelt down. His forehead was pressed against the ground, and his clothes were already wet with sweat. The whole thing looked like it had just come out of the water. He didn't dare to beg for mercy, much less say a word, fearing that Gu Chen would directly kill him in seconds with a single thought. About you. Liang Yi has already reported to me. Come with me, I have a message that you'll be very interested. A message of great interest? Could it be related to the dragons? Gu Chen nodded, directly ignoring Zhou Xiaotian, who was kneeling on the ground. Following Ling Feng, he walked towards the outside of the venue. Long after he's gone, Zhou Xiaotian slowly raised his head and looked at a nearby professional. You, come here and help me. I can't stand up. The professional rushed forward and helped him up. Zhou Xiao, Are you alright? Nothing? It's okay for you to try. Damn. I'm scared less. Do you think there's something wrong? Zhou Xiaotian stood up with difficulty and wiped the blood off his face. He's actually Gu Chen. Damn. I've had a bad day today. Luckily, Ling will show up in time. Otherwise I can't even imagine what I'd be. With that in his mouth, Zhou Xiaotian's feet sped up a few more points and left the venue as if fleeing for his life. On the other hand, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into a very spacious office. On an oversized screen, Gu Chen's examination results were constructed in the form of a line graph, a ride that crushed all the candidates in this examination. Ling Feng didn't babble and pointed at the data matched by the line graph and said, "For this examination, you have a total of 915 points. No problem." Gu Chen nodded. He had already calculated this score. Over 3,000 points. It's the equivalent of over 3,000 military credits, which is a small fortune. Ling Feng rubbed the stubble on his chin with a few intriguing smiles on his face. Not bad. If that old boy Gu Qingfeng knew about your accomplishments, must have regretted it to the core. Gu Qingfeng was once one of the warlords of the Divine Xia Empire. Only he was from the northern realm. Very little dealings with the eastern continent side. Although Ling Feng's status was not as good as Gu Qingfeng's, but he could become a 5-star war general. Who doesn't have a little pride? If he cowered at the sound of the 3 words Gu Qingfeng, how could he still gain a foothold in the eastern continent military region? The smirk on his face converged, and Ling Feng said with a straight face, "The examination you just took part in. It's a selection test set by the Jin Yuan army for transfer students, and once you pass it, you can become a full-fledged Jin Yuan army. But Liang Yi told me that your purpose is not just as simple as joining the Jin Yuan army." Not bad. Gu Chen nodded. "I know. There is also a most elite secret organization among the Jin Yuan army. There are more difficult tests to become an elite. But in the test just now, you've shown your potential. So I sent a request to the military department to exempt you from the next stage of the test." Gu Chen's eyes revealed a look of surprise. "So I have now?" "No, I'm not finished." Ling Feng continued. "Although the military department has already exempted you from the next stage of the examination. However, next, you'll have to make a trip with me to Leader Dragon City." Lead Dragon City? What is that place? "A city that has descended from the abyss to this realm. And there is something you want." Gu Chen's pupils abruptly shrunk, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Could it be that there are dragons in that place? Not bad. Ling Feng nodded his head and said, "This time, when I travel to Dragon Drawing City, if you manage to successfully contract the dragon race, you will be considered to have gained access and be able to join the elite organization of the Jin Yuan army. If not, then you will have to start out as an ordinary Jin Yuan army." Gu Chen hummed, a flash of essence in his eyes. "So, the test isn't exempted from. Instead, it's a different form. If I understand you correctly, the difficulty of contracting a dragoon, it's going to be harder than the original test, isn't it?" Chapter 102 5-Star Lieutenant. Invoking Dragon City, an invasion of this world by the abyss. Every once in a while, abyssal rifts open up randomly around the world. The foreigners will come to this realm in this way. It wasn't until 5 years ago that a city flew out of the abyssal rift and descended into the territory of the Divine Summer Empire. This city is the city of the Drawing Dragon. The reason it's called Invoking Dragon City is because in the abyssal world, the city was located within the territory of the Dragon Clan. If the abyss was a closed period of time and space, then Leader Dragon City was the real abyss. A large number of alien races of different orders reside in the city of the Invoking Dragon, and they're descending. It was no less than a natural disaster for the Divine Summer Empire. Thus, after the Dragon Drawing City descended, the high-ranking powerhouses of the major forces also struck out. For 5 years, the major powers have paid a small price for the. Finally, he managed to kill the high-ranked foreigners within the Dragon Drawing City. By now, there were only a large number of low-ranked foreigners left in the city, and they were no longer considered a threat. Even for the younger generation of professionals, the city of Dragon Drawing, although full of dangers, but it also comes with opportunities to make a splash. A warrior extracts dragon blood to quench his flesh after slaying a dragon. After his body absorbed a large amount of dragon blood essence, he was secondly transformed into the rare profession Dragon Blood Warrior. There are also mages who have found a large number of dragon tomes in dragon lairs, and have studied and learned from them with great care. Later on, he was second transferred to become the rare profession Dragon Grammarian. This sort of thing is widely rumored amongst professionals resulting in countless professions with mediocre talent expecting to make a second transfer when they rose to level 25 and soar to the heavens. However, the truth was that the vast majority of the professionals who entered the Dragon Drawing City ended up dying there. After all, it wasn't just any city, but a true abyss. the ones who can get a chance in it and make it to the top. It will always be a small group of professionals favored by the gods of luck. So, just as Gu Chen thought, this trip to Leader Dragon City, it is going to be more difficult than a regular assessment. However, in order to be able to contract a dragon as a summoned beast, he was also very much looking forward to invoking Dragon City. By the way, it's just the right time to see what the real abyss really looks like. By the way, how are the points gained from the examination redeemed? Gu Chen asked. Points can be converted into military merits. As Liang Yi said before, with military honors, you can exchange equipment, props, and other items in the Jinyuan army treasury. After clearing the fourth round of examinations, he now had a small 4,000 points as well. Don't know what to do with it yet. In terms of Kerr Chen's test scores, he could already be considered a member of the Jinyuan army. Ling Feng said directly, points and military merits are exchanged one for one. Your current military honor is less than 4,000. You can only redeem items of rare grade and below. Do you want to redeem them? Gu Chen waved his hand. Forget it then. Having cleared a few hellish level copies and abysses, there were a ton of rare level equipment that popped out. Epic gear is far and few between. It's better to save up another military honor and wait until later to exchange it for epic level equipment. Next, Ling Feng took out a dark green box and opened it. Inside was a dark green medallion. This is an officer's medal of the Jinyuan army, and besides proving the identity of there's also the effect of concealing attributes and rank. And if presented to the local authorities, you can gain the right to act on the cheap officer's medal. Gu Chen was first revitalized, then a few moments of doubt appeared in his eyes. I've only just passed the selection test. That makes you an officer? Ling Feng explained. According to the regulations of the assessment, achieving the first place in the assessment, and candidates with more than 200 points can be directly awarded the rank of 5-star lieutenant. The officer system of the Jinyuan army is divided into 3 levels. From the lowest to the highest being lieutenant, colonel, and general officers. 5-star lieutenants are at the bottom end of the officer system, but if you go one step further, then you can become a school official. Moreover, Gu Chen had only just joined the Jinyuan army when he crossed over from being a soldier and directly became an officer. This has been a very rare occurrence. Those candidates with him, even if they passed the selection test, it was also slowly rising from the ranks, and it was simply impossible to rise to the top in a single step like him. Gu Chen nodded and put this officer's medal away. Gu Chen, today you go back and get ready. Tomorrow I will go to Wancheng to look for you. Gu Chen nodded, and had this intention as well. After coming out from the copy, he followed Liang Yi and hurriedly rushed to this base. And now even the copy treasure box has not been opened yet. Wancheng City Hall, City Lord's office. Liang Yi, I want orders to call Gu Chen out immediately, no matter what method is used. Gu Chen has signed up for the academy test, so he's a member of the academy. Who gave you the nerve to send him to the Jinyuan army? Su Lai, the city lord of Lin Chang, stood in front of Liang Yi, crossed his eyes and spoke nonchalantly. Liang Yi did not care and said with a smile, City Lord Su's information is really sensitive. But don't worry, I guess it won't be long before Gu Chen returns. Su Lai snorted coldly, intense anger welling up on his face. Ever since Gu Chen had gotten the abyssal achievement and benefited the Wancheng professionals with his own efforts, his reputation in Lin Chang was considered to be completely stigmatized. The people of Lin Chang have been endlessly bombarding and abusing Su Lai on major media platforms, even listing the top 10 sins that Su Lai had to say or something like that. Negative news about him is coming out of the woodwork and can't be suppressed. If we let things go on like this, I'm afraid we're going to stir up public anger in Lin Chang. By then, his career will be at an end. This caused Su Lai to go crazy in his heart. He had no choice but to personally come to Wancheng to look for Gu Chen. Who knew that as soon as he arrived in Wancheng, he learned that Liang Yi had sent Gu Chen to the Jinyuan army base. What this means naturally goes without saying. Gu Chen joined Wancheng. Then there was still a chance to return to Lin Chang, but if Gu Chen joined the Jinyuan army, then he would be completely screwed. Su Lai suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, Liang Yi, you sent Gu Chen to the Jinyuan army without the consent of the academy side. Are you trying to provoke a fight between the military department and the academy? I'm telling you, I have to take Gu Chen within 10 minutes. Otherwise don't blame me for tearing down this city lord's mansion of yours. Liang Yi sneered without fear. Su Lai, don't put a label on me. Whether it's the military department or the academy depends on Gu Chen's own wishes. So what are you ranting and raving about here? Like I said, Gu Chen has already signed up for the academy examination. He's a member of the academy. It has to come back with me to prosperity. It's a big no-no for you to privately send him to the Jinyuan army. Let alone you. Even if a 5-star warrior from the military department came, he would still have to bow down and apologize to me. Su Lai glared viciously at Liang Yi. a face filled with gloom.
Just then, a resounding voice came from outside. Getting a 5-star war general to bow down and apologize to you? Humph. What are you? And you dare to talk with your mouth full here? As the words fell, a middle-aged man in an officer's attire walked in. Above both shoulders was the rank of general, with 5 gold stars lined up in order. Sulai subconsciously turned his head, and after seeing the visitor, his face changed abruptly. The anger instantly turned into intense scorn and panic. 5-star war general? Chapter 103 Departure. Going to Dragon Drawing City. In an instant, the originally imposing Sulai directly shriveled up. He was just saying it, but unexpectedly, a 5-star war general appeared behind him as soon as the words left his mouth. What could be more scary than that? General Ling. Liang Yi was also shocked, but not shocked, but surprised. Originally, he was still having a headache on how to send Sulai away. In the end, after all, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Now it's good that Ling Feng is here. Finally there's someone who can carry things. General Ling. I can't believe it's you who's come to visit. Quickly come in. Liang Yi hurriedly went forward, nodding his head, with a dog's leg posture. It was a stark contrast to the towering image of the city lord in the past. Ling Feng walked into the office with great strides and kicked Sulai against the wall. Then unceremoniously, he sat down on the seat that symbolized the lord of the city. He was a 5-star war general of the Jin Yuan army and a core member of the military department. And in a small city like Wancheng, even if it was the city lord, he was able to give orders directly. What's more, Liang Yi was originally the soldier he brought out. At the doorway, Gu Chen followed, sweeping Sulai lightly in the process. It's him? What's he doing in Wancheng? Ling Feng seemed to be in a good mood and did not pursue Sulai for his offense. Instead, he waved his hand towards Liang Yi. Liang Yi, this time you've recommended a good seedling to me. Not bad, you're very good. With that, he looked at Gu Chen and smiled. Come, show it to your city lord Liang. Gu Chen understood and took out the Jin Yuan army officer medal from his carry-on space. It was placed in front of Liang Yi. Seeing this scene, Sulai, who had just climbed up from the ground, also subconsciously stood up and looked over. An officer's medal. That's 5-star lieutenant? Liang Yi looked at the medal, his face filled with disbelief. Gu Chen had only just taken the test. All of a sudden you're an officer? And a 5-star lieutenant? Could it be that Gu Chen had gotten more than 200 points in the test? No way. This is outrageous. Who'd believe it? Liang Yi had once participated in the selection test of the Jin Yuan army as well. Certainly know how high a level of difficulty 200 points represents. Over the years, he had never heard of any candidate who could get more than 200 points in the Jin Yuan army's examination. Seeing Liang Yi's incredulous look, Ling Feng laughed out loud. Ha ha, Liang Yi, it's just a 5-star lieutenant's medal, and you have one. So why do you still look like you've seen a ghost? Liang Yi took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Gu Chen was filled with sighs of admiration. General Ling, I got that 5-star lieutenant's medal just before I was discharged from the army. Gu Chen got it on the first day. There's a world of difference. After saying that, Liang Yi turned his head to look at Sulai on the side, his eyes full of teasing. City Lord Su, did you just say that you must bring Gu Chen back to Lincheng today? Sulai's expression was stunned, and his face quickly clouded over. Seeing this, Gu Chen said nonchalantly, City Lord Su, there's no way I'm going to go to Lin City with you. You might as well go back where you came from. For a while, Sulai's face was unsightly. He was a peak 4th order professional, and it had been in his plan to. If Gu Chen didn't want to go back to Lincheng with him, then he would just do it and take Gu Chen back by force. But now, with Ling Feng, a 5-star general sitting in Wancheng, he's the peak of the 4th order. What the hell? No, I should say it's not even a fart. To be able to be named a 5-star war general, he was definitely a 7th order powerhouse. And if Ling Feng wanted him dead, blow on him and you can scrape him to death. Sulai had no choice but to bite his teeth and walk away with a stifled face. Gu Chen then put away the officer's medal. Ling Feng, on the other hand, looked at Liang Yi and said, get a certificate for Gu Chen. Tomorrow he'll take a special train to the city of drawing dragons. A special train? Gu Chen looked surprised. Don't you use a teleportation array? On the way here, Gu Chen had deliberately searched, and Lead Dragon City was located in a wilderness beyond the eastern continent. The distance is not close, and it would take at least 7 or 8 hours by special train. Liang Yi shrugged his shoulders. The threat of invoking Dragon City has only gradually subsided in the past 2 years. The teleportation array is already in the planning stages, and it's estimated that construction will begin next year. So for now, we'll just have to arrange for you to dabble on a special train for new recruits. A special train for new recruits. Alright, give me a separate compartment if you can. Gu Chen made a small request for a 7 or 8 hour drive as a break. Don't worry, you'll definitely be treated much better than those new recruits.
Early the next morning, after arriving at the high-speed train station, Gu Chen found the special train labeled with the logo of the military department. From the outside, the compartment was filled with Jinyuan army recruits wearing brand new uniforms. Basically, they're all around level 15, and 16 is the best of the best. Gu Chen made his way forward and found compartment number 1, and after presenting his officer's medal, smoothly enter the compartment. The first half of the compartment was open, as in an ordinary train, and the second half was divided into compartments. Several separate lounges appeared. After walking into the carriage, Gu Chen's appearance instantly attracted a gaze from the surrounding area. All of these people were wearing military uniforms, except Gu Chen, who was in casual clothes. Standing in the middle of the carriage was like an alien. Who is this? Can you even get on the military train without a uniform? Shut the up. If you offend the officer you're dead. Seeing as he's so young, there's no way he's a Jinyuan army officer. That would be the queen of the general's family. Even more so not to be messed with. The eyes of the crowd looked at it frequently, murmuring in private. Gu Chen didn't care about the gazes of these people, all of whom were teenage recruits. What do you care? He glanced at the ticket information in his hand and made his way inside. Entered a separate compartment. After Gu Chen disappeared from the crowd sight, the group of recruits then began to have a chat. Although Gu Chen had entered the compartment, with his 700 plus mental attributes, it's easy to hear the sounds around you in your ears. To his surprise, it was him that these people were talking about. Bro, I'm from Jincheng. Where are you from? Coincidentally, I'm from Wancheng, not far from your place. From Wancheng? Then you must know Gu Chen? Why? That's a joke. I'm just a mediocre, rare profession. Where can I get to know a genius like Gu Chen? That's right. Rare professions like ours would be barely able to clear the nightmare level abyss. Not only did Gu Chen pass the hell level, he also got an SS rating. From my point of view, I don't think there's anyone in this class of transfer students in Eastern Continent who can be stronger than Gu Chen. Hearing this, a level 16 mage next to him immediately interjected. That's not necessarily true. I know someone that's way better than Gu Chen. Have you guys heard? Yesterday at the Wancheng Examination Center, there was a candidate who killed it in the test. It's directly in General Ling's sights. Chapter 104. Although Gu Chen is powerful, he is still far inferior to the great god. What? A candidate is being looked at by General Ling? That's a 5-star war general of the Eastern Continent military region. This mustn't take off in place? That's for sure. The mage recruit nodded and, I heard that candidate killed 10 elite foreigners in the last level. His total points definitely broke 2,000. Hearing this, the few people beside him immediately revealed shocked expressions. For the average recruit, an elite alien is hard enough to kill. What kind of great god killed 10 of them? Killed 10 elite fae? That's a bit of a stretch. The ranger recruit who started the conversation bristled. How can anyone kill 10 fae when all the people taking the test are transfer students? If you don't believe me, forget it. My brother was the one who passed the test in Wancheng. It's a pity that he's so tight-lipped. I asked several times who that candidate was and he wouldn't say. I see. No wonder several of my buddies who took the test in Wancheng said they met the king of soldiers. So it's really happening? Yeah. Well, you heard about it. Killing 10 elite fae in a row. You can't even use recovery props during the battle. It's definitely more difficult than a hell-level abyss. So, although Gu Chen is very strong, compared to this great god, that's not even close to being meaningful. The mage recruit's tone was one of intense admiration. That's not necessarily true. The ranger recruit fired right back. A genius like Gu Chen definitely can't be speculated on by common sense. In my opinion, it's not likely that Gu Chen can easily kill 10 elite foreigners as well. The mage recruit waved his hand. No way. The test can be much harder than the abyss. Gu Chen can pass the hellish abyss, but not necessarily the examination. The two had a word for each other, and soon got into an argument. It drew a few of the surrounding recruits to poke their heads in and follow suit with their own opinions. I admit that great god is strong, but compared to Gu Chen who has taken the abyssal achievement, he's still a brother. That's right. It's just an elite foreigner. It's not like Gu Chen hasn't killed them before, but I don't think that god has ever taken the abyssal achievement, right? Smaller? Dude, you have a smaller pattern. Remember what the reward for killing 10 elite fae is? Double the points. Yeah, I forgot if you didn't mention it. 10 elite fae is 1,000 points. Double that again and it's 2,000. What's wrong with 2,000 points? I have 680 points and I didn't pass the examination? Dude, you don't just talk. It's easy to reveal your intelligence. There's a clause in the assessment regulations that, if a candidate has more than 2,000 points, they can be directly promoted to 5-star lieutenant. ***. Doesn't this mean that that great god isn't a new recruit anymore? Instead, he became a 5-star lieutenant. As the words fell, the few recruits who had previously supported Gu-chun were directly silenced by the dry lieutenants, and 5-star lieutenants at that. The rank was too far out of reach for a group of recruits. In the Jinyuan army, after a year of service, a new recruit could be promoted to a 1-star private. There are 5 ranks of soldiers, the highest being 5 stars, and 5-star soldiers can be promoted to 1-star soldiers. Soldiers are likewise categorized into 5 classes, the highest being 5-star. It takes a 5-star soldier to be promoted to a 1-star lieutenant. That was why after Liang Yi saw Gu-chen's 5-star lieutenant's medal, showed a look of disbelief. To Gu-chen, it was just an officer's medal, but to Liang Yi, that's more than a decade of military service for him to have traveled. The ranger recruit was silent for a moment, his face filled with the complexity of the situation. You're a 5-star lieutenant as soon as you pass the test? Really? The mage recruit laughed. How can this be false? What kind of person is General Ling? How could an ordinary genius be in his eyes? Even geniuses like Gu-chen have never heard of being personally received by General Ling. With such a comparison, the eyes of the group of recruits changed, and the crowd marveled in awe that several recruits even took the great god directly as their life goal. Even the ranger recruits who had been touting Gu-chen stopped speaking. For a moment, the mage recruit's heart was satisfied, and it was as if he was the great god who had been awarded the 5-star lieutenant's medal. You see, although Gu-chen is powerful, he's still far from that great god. How many people don't make it as an officer in their lifetime? And people start at a point where they already exceed the end of the road for the vast majority of people. Shut up, all of you. No noise above the military line. Just then, a tall, thin figure in a straight uniform stepped into the carriage. A group of recruits subconsciously looked, and, judging by their clothing, this person would be the conductor of this military train. The conductor has no rank and is treated as a lieutenant because he drives a military train. Don't underestimate this. For the average soldier, it would have been the equivalent of a ceiling. For a time, the recruits' faces changed abruptly, and they squared themselves in their positions, their eyes and noses, nose to the grindstone, mouth closed. The conductor stood in the car, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, sweeping over the faces of a group of recruits. Then he turned in the direction of the cubicle. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, the conductor's tone became much more respectful. Mr. Gu-chen, excuse me for a moment. I am Wu Feng, the conductor of this military train. As the conductor's words fell, intense shock erupted on the faces of the group of recruits in the carriage. Mr. Gu-chen? A gaze subconsciously looked toward the cubicle. The door to the cubicle opened, and after seeing Gu-chen, the conductor, Wu Feng, immediately explained, I just received news that the foreigners near the tundra wilderness are somewhat restless. But don't worry, the nearby Jinyuan army has been deployed. I believe that by the time we reach the tundra wilderness, there should be no surprises. Okay, then it's a hard day's work for the conductor. Gu-chen nodded. I should. City Lord Liang Yi has already instructed me that no matter what your needs are, feel free to contact me for all of them. Wu Feng didn't want to bother Gu-chen too much and left after saying a few words. Before he stepped out of the wagon, he made a point of explaining to the group of recruits to settle down a little. Don't disturb Gu-chen's rest. For a while, those recruits who were just discussing it were on tenterhooks and looked at each other. The man in the cubicle was Gu-chen? Then wouldn't he have overheard the crowd's discussion just now? The faces of several recruits stiffened for a moment. They were the ones who were the least optimistic about Gu-chen just now. Who would have thought that the main man was right next to him? The mage recruit who had just spoken out to disparage Gu-chen was currently in a cold sweat. On pins and needles? Like a man's back? If there was a crack in the floor of the compartment, he'd hate to get in there right now. After waiting for a little while, there was no movement in the cubicle where Gu-chen was. The mage recruit's face only gradually returned to normal. Perhaps out of curiosity, he moved over to the ranger recruit next to him and lowered his voice and, Dude, this is a military train. Why is Gu-chen on it? No way. The ranger recruit shook his head, at which point he suddenly ghosted a question. Do you think it's possible that the great god in the Jinyuan army's examination is actually Gu-chen? You can pull it off. If that great god is really Gu-chen, he should at least wear a military uniform, right? The mage recruit nodded slightly. Well, that's right too. Chapter 105 New Skill. Forced Submission. Gu-chen didn't wear a uniform, because he was just dabbling with It wasn't with this group of recruits that they were traveling to the Jinyuan army base. After the conductor left, he closed the door to the compartment. I don't know if it's the fact that I was reprimanded by the conductor earlier. Still knowing that the person within the cubicle was Gu-chen, those recruits outside no longer discussed it as fervently as they had earlier. Gu-chen was also happy to have a clean slate. and after coming out of the spider cave, he first went to the city lord's mansion. He went to take the Jin Yuan army examination again, and he didn't even have time to open the duplicate treasure chest or the record-breaking gift box. Now just in time. You've opened the rare class treasure chest. Acquired spider robe LV. 20, rare. Obtain a teleportation scroll *1. Get strengthening stone *15. Get energy recovery potion *10. Spider robe, nice. Finally a legal profession equipment. Spider robe, quality, rare. Rank, LV. 20. Occupation restriction, legal profession. Attributes, life value plus 300. Spirit plus 200. Effect, when wearing spider robe, you can gain spider sense. Dodge rate plus 30%. Good. For mage professionals, evasion rate is a good thing. But it wasn't good enough for Gu Chen. Right now he was wearing a level 10 priest suit, although the attributes weren't as good as level 20 equipment. However, the set effect allows for a single sacrifice to multiply the attributes of the summoned beast. That's a lot more useful than increasing attributes with a 30% evasion rate. Something has to be done. A famous forger. Let's see if we can forge the ritual set to level 20 or higher. This ritual set, although it is a rare grade, was dropped from a hell grade copy of the temple ruins. It's simply not available on the market. If it was placed on a professional trading platform, it would definitely be hard to find for $1,000, but Gu Chen couldn't afford to sell it. After all, the set effect was too powerful. It would be best if we could find a forger to level the set. I've heard that some of the forge masters are of such high status that ordinary people can't invite them, and even if they could, it's also necessary to make an appointment in advance. So in that case, we'll just have to ask Liang Yi. Thinking of this, Gu Chen sent a message to Liang Yi. Ask the other party to help find a forger who can level up the set. Afterward, he put the spider robe, which was of little use, into his carry-on space. Prepare to sell it later. You've opened the rare class record breaker gift box. Acquired skill book LV. 20, rare. Skill books? Another skill book? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. The gift box was really good, and he had already opened several skill books. Skill book, compulsory submission. Rank, 20. Qualification, rare. Effect, sign a master-servant contract with a foreign creature and take it as a summoned beast. Note, the lower the life value of the alien creature, the lower the sense of resistance, the higher the success rate of the contract. Timely. This skill couldn't have come at a better time. Gu Chen's face was so ecstatic that the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Originally, there was some lack of confidence in the indentured dragon race. After all, the dragons are naturally proud. Viewing humans as bedbugs and expecting a dragon to submit to a human is definitely hard as hell. But now with the forced submission skill, things became easier all of a sudden. Dragons would rather die than submit to humans? Then fight to the death. The skills have already stated that the lower the life value of the alien creature, the lower the sense of resistance that, the higher the success rate of the contract will be. Other professionals indentured to the dragons, demonstrating battle prowess, displaying resources, persuading, cajoling, coercing, and spending 9 cows and 2 tigers may not even be able to make a contract with the dragons. Gu Chen contracted dragons. Fight to the death. As long as you don't get killed, you will definitely be able to contract a dragon. It's too simple and crude. How are summoner skills so powerful? Actually, no, it was mainly because Gu Chen was powerful. For summoner, forced submission is a must-have skill that almost all summoners have mastered this skill. But before that, there had never been any summoner who dared to tough out the dragons. Gu Chen was the first, and although he hadn't done it yet, he was already on his way to do it. Next, Gu Chen claimed the 2 copies of professional experience from the pass reward. 100,000 each. That's a total of 200,000 experience. Rank, LV. 21, 794129/801500. Still 7,000 or so experience short of level 22. Upgrading is really slow after entering the second rank of the. It was mainly because the last time Gu Chen had entered was a first rank copy. The experience of a first order copy naturally didn't match that of a second order professional, and it made sense that upgrading would be slow. However, the next trip to lead Dragon City would pretty much match Gu Chen's rank. After 5 years of continuous battles, the largest number of second-order foreigners in the city of Dragon Drawing was the second-order foreigners. The existence of third-order or higher alien races could not be ruled out, but they were very rare. It could be said that the current leader Dragon City could basically be seen as a second-order abyss, but it's much more difficult. It was because the foreign races inside were all foreign races that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. As Gu Chen opened the box, this military train also started slowly, sprinting all the way in the direction of Citation Dragon City. Once the train left the city,
The ubiquitous gray fog completely obscured the view of the carriage was dimly lit and the atmosphere was much more depressing for a while. But a bunch of recruits weren't worried about that. After all, they were traveling on a military train that, powered by advanced source crystals, it is extremely fast. Even a level 20 elite Fae wouldn't dare stop a car. Otherwise the terrifying impact could instantly smash the alien to pieces. 4 hours later, the train pulls into the tundra wilderness and there are some bumps in the road. Inside the wagon, the mage recruit looked out the window at the gray fog that covered the sky and couldn't help but show a worried look. By the way, just now the conductor told Gu Chen that there's some restlessness among the foreigners in the tundra wilderness. There won't be any foreigners attacking the military train, will there? Even though he was a rare profession and had passed the Jinyuan army examination, a new recruit was a new recruit after all. It's natural to be less apprehensive when you haven't walked in the wilderness a few times. Ha ha, don't worry, I got the message 2 hours ago. All the foreigners near the railroad have been dispersed by the Jinyuan army. A middle-aged man with a chubby build came over from the other carriage, soothing the mage recruit. He then looked to the people seated and said, "I'm Su Hai, the crew chief of this military train. Please rest assured, the speed of the military train can reach thousands of kilometers per hour, so even the abyssal Fae wouldn't dare to approach easily. What's more, the military train is loaded with weapon systems, so even if a foreigner shows up, it's not." The powerful inertia came suddenly and unexpectedly. The crew chief, as well as the recruits in the compartment, leaned forward. The sharp, harsh sound of brakes rang in his ears. Snort! The train came to an emergency brake and plummeted in speed. It's a good thing the compartment is full of recruits who have successfully passed the test. Both the attributes and the battle strength were above average, which was why they didn't cause too many casualties. Still, there were a few minor injuries to those who did not respond in time. For a while, the carriage was a noisy mess. Chapter 106 Mr. Gu Chen, you mustn't get off the car. The violent inertia caused Gu Chen to feel intense discomfort as he stepped out of the cubicle and, seeing the chaotic scene in the carriage, his brows furrowed. Just outside the car window, a huge figure loomed in the black fog, approaching at great speed. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out from among the recruits. What are those? Tundra giants, rock-armored giant rhinoceros, mud beasts. Didn't you say that the Jinyuan army had already cleared out? Why have so many foreigners suddenly appeared? A few recruits looked at the scene in the black mist, and for a moment, their faces turned pale with fear. Crew Chief Su Hei stabilized his stance, subconsciously turned his head to look, and his face changed abruptly, only to see dozens of dark shadows crouching and guarding in the gray fog outside the car window. There were also a few elite Fae among them, all of which were level 30 existences. The military train was very fast, but if a few level 30 elite Fae teamed up, it can also force it to stop. Normally, the Fae in the wilderness had their own territories and would rarely get together. But this situation today is clearly not right. A group of recruits looked out the window and shivered. Why are we slowing down? Speed up. Break out of the Fae siege. At the same time, the red alarms on both sides of the compartment lit up. The road ahead has been damaged by bog beasts. The train cannot proceed. All hands, prepare for battle at once. The road ahead has been damaged by bog beasts. The train cannot proceed. All hands, prepare for battle at once. The conductor's voice blared from the speaker. The crew chief's brow furrowed and his face was ugly as hell. The road was damaged by a mud bog beast? These foreigners are definitely premeditated. The military train stopped in the wilderness, surrounded by a crowd of foreigners. If the rock-armored giant rhinoceros was allowed to unleash a charge on the train, it would definitely topple the entire train directly. Gu Chen walked out of the compartment and headed this way toward the carriage, and Su Hai rushed forward to stop him. Mr. Gu Chen, don't move. The soldiers on the military train are already out. The attack system will also activate, so everyone must remain calm. The last words were shouted at the recruits who were in a panic. The next thing I saw was a large number of soldiers rushing off the train with weapons. The top of the wagon also resounded with a clicking mechanical sound, which should have been the attack system starting to activate. The crew chief guarded Gu Chen's side, not daring to make the slightest move. The conductor had specially explained to him just now that Gu Chen was the red man beside the city lord of Wanchang. If anything goes wrong here, I guess he'll lose his establishment. Gu Chen didn't say anything, his eyes looking out the window. Only the gray mist, led by the level 30 tundra giant elite. A huge black shadow came surging in, like an alien army was launching a charge. There was a loud bang from the top of the train, and the energy cannons automatically locked on to the nearest alien and opened fire. The soldiers of the Jinyuan army accompanying the vehicle got out and fought to the death with the surrounding foreigners. These were 3-star soldiers, wearing the standardized equipment within the Jinyuan army. It can almost be said to be armed to the teeth and very powerful in battle. led by several third-order officers. The soldiers managed to hold back the first wave of the charging Fei. Mr. Gu Chen, the military train is loaded with not only weapons, but defense systems as well. This is the safest place. You must not get off. The voice of the stewardess rang in Gu Chen's ears. I say this because after a brief moment of panic, a few of the recruits in the wagon were hot-blooded and were opening up about getting off the wagon to kill the foreigners. Among them was the ranger who had just bragged about Gu Chen, because the soldiers of the Jin Yuan army had already topped it, and were locked in a fierce battle with the foreigners. As far as they were concerned, now was a good time to go up and help. Just then, however, a distinct sense of vibration came from the ground, and deep within the gray mist, a large black shadow was charging towards the military column. The recruits couldn't help but blanch at the sight of those were rock-armored giant rhinoceroses that were a circle larger than a heavy truck. Each of them was at the peak of the second rank, and the leader was still a level 30 elite. How's this for a fight? The highest level among them was only level 16, so going up was just looking for death. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen shook his head and walked directly toward the car door. Su Hai's face suddenly changed and he immediately stopped. Mr. Gu Chen, it's too dangerous outside. Getting out of the car now is very unwise behavior. In his opinion, although Gu Chen was known as a genius and had a great reputation, but after all, it was only a transfer student, only second order at the end of the day. How could it resist a third order alien? Moreover, there were a few elites among those foreigners. Gu Chen pointed out the window. Crew chief, if you stop me again, those rock-armored giant rhinos are about to wreck the military train. The stewardess turned her head to look, and was struck dumb. The soldiers of the Jin Yuan army were caught up in excitement and were fighting the first wave of tundra giants. The empty door on this side of the military column was wide open, and after the rock-armored giant rhinoceros appeared, it came charging in despite some. Don't underestimate these charges. Those are the skills of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Once hit with the defense system of the military train, it would not last more than a few times before it would be destroyed. Stop the rock-armored giant rhinoceros! A third-ranked officer who had been converted to a blood chi warrior bellowed. His body erupted with blood chi, and one of them slashed. It directly slashed at a rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Boom! The third-ranking officer was sent flying backwards, his body hitting the surface of the military column like a cannonball. It smashed a huge dent in the wagon. This scene caused the group of recruits in the carriage to reveal horrified expressions. Without saying more, Gu Chen took a step to bump off the crew chief and walked straight down the carriage. If those foreigners were to crash the military train, it would be a problem. Next to the door, the officer who had smashed a dent in the wagon managed to rise from the ground. When he saw Gu Chen step out of the car door, he let out a bellow. Stop! Gu Chen followed the sound and saw that the officer's tattered combat uniform was marked with the rank of lieutenant. The 3 stars on it were still stained with blood. 3-star lieutenant. Gu Chen didn't pay any attention to it, but instead turned his gaze to the rock-armored giant rhinoceroses that were charging in. The leader was a level 30 elite, and the rest were ordinary Fei at the peak of the second rank. If this crashes the military train, I'm afraid everyone will be stranded in the wilderness. Get back! The officer bellowed at Gu Chen. Carrying his long sword and, brazenly, he charged up towards the group of rock-armored giant rhinoceros. While courageous, this behavior is tantamount to a mantis. Even if a third-ranked Chi-blood warrior exploded with all his might, it was impossible for him to block the rock-armored giant rhinoceros in its charging state. As a soldier, he did his best. Even if he died under the charge of the foreigners, he had to protect the ranks and recruits behind him. Just then, an unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly came from behind him. There's no time to turn around. A hideous figure not the least bit weaker than a rock-armored giant rhinoceros violently rushed out from beside him, and the raging air currents pushed him hard to the side. Crushing impact, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle catapulted out like a giant cannonball. It crashed into the leading rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite. Chapter 107 Highest military rank in the field. Taking over the battlefield. Only a loud boom could be heard, and the gray mist around them churned up like waves. With the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle and the rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite as the center, a raging storm suddenly swept out. The level 30 rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite let out a wail. The black unicorn horn on his head was broken by the dark hunting dragon turtle's spiked armor, and that oppressive body fell back heavily under the terrifying impact. The dark hunting dragon turtle is low-leveled, but after rising to level 21, its physique was already at 408 points, and with the 500 attributes provided by the unyielding black armor, total body mass was pushed right up to 908 points. Along with that, the talent, reverse stabbing armor, anti-wound percentage has been increased to 95.4%. It's almost equivalent to 100%. It can be said that the reason why this rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite was so violently injured in the charge of the, it almost just crashed into its own charging skill. Taking advantage of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite's collapse, the Dark Hunter dragon turtle pokes out of its spiked armor and, launching his skill, he let out a furious roar at the hordes of rock-armored giant rhinoceros in the rear. Roar! More than 24 rock-armored giant rhinoceroses were subjected to a taunt effect that, the coldness in his eyes instantly transformed into a color of violent anger. They quickly turned their spears and abandoned their attack on the military column. Turning towards the Dark Hunter dragon turtle, he launched a frantic attack. The dark hunting dragon turtle was not the least bit intimidated, and battle intent erupted from his eyes. Talents and skills are activated at the same time, and for each attack taken, it would boost the damage bonus by 10% and the attack speed by 1%, and with its own nearly 100% anti-damage, the output ability directly crushed this group of foreigners. Inside the wagon, the recruits watched the battle overhear through the windows of the. An intense shock appeared on one's face. Whose summoned beast is this? Why is it so terrifying? What's the point of guessing? Isn't the answer obvious? There's no summoner profession at all amongst the Jinyuan army, and there's only one other summoner in the entire field. It's Gu Qin. Su-hai stood within the carriage, listening to the group of recruits talk about an uncontrollable look of shock erupted on his face. How is that possible? This is Gu Chen? Although he had long known that Gu Chen was a genius, he had never expected that a student who had just been transferred for less than 10 days was able to possess such terrifying battle power. That's more than 23rd order foreigners. Even the officers of the Jinyuan army are no match for him, and he's only a summoned beast. It would be able to block all the Fey altogether. This is outrageous. The ranger recruit who had touted Gu Chen earlier had an excited look on his face, showing off to the few people around him. See, Gu Chen blocked more than 23rd ranked foreigners with just one summoned beast. His battle power is definitely the strongest in this term. No refutation accepted. The mage recruit looked unconvinced, but could only nod silently. At this time, the officer beside the carriage also came back to his senses and looked at Gu Chen with a complex expression. Is that your summoned beast? Powerful, I must say. But now, it's not your turn to go up and fight for your life. A genius like you shouldn't risk your life. Only live and. It's how you become a more powerful professional. Go on. The military column is where you should be, even if you have to fight. At least until all of us veterans are dead. The officer's tone was full of determination that their mission, it's to protect all recruits to arrive safely at the Jinyuan army base. If these Fey were to attack the recruits, they would have to step over their dead bodies. Not bad, courageous, but the situation at hand, it's far from requiring you to give your lives, Gu Chen said, taking out a medallion from within his carry-on space, wearing it on his chest in front of the officer. The officer's expression was stunned, his face stiffened for a moment, and he subconsciously rubbed his eyes and thought I was mistaken. The group of recruits in the wagon also saw the medal, and each looked stupefied and shocked beyond words. There was no one who was more shocked than the mage recruit who had never been optimistic about Gu Chen. Gu Chen ignored the shock in the other party's eyes. With a bland face, he said to the officer, just leave it to me here. Go to your position. Officer's medal, and a 5-star lieutenant, highest rank in the house, bar none. In other words, when Gu Chen wore this medal, it then took over all the Jinyuan troops present and gained supreme command of the battle. Yes, sir. After a brief moment of shock, the officer snapped out of it and surprised Gu Chen with a standard military salute. There's no need for any explanation at all. 5-star lieutenant. It's not as simple as just a rank. Among the Jinyuan army it was even a symbol of battle power. To be able to receive this medal, it was already proof that Gu Chen's battle prowess far exceeded that of all the Jinyuan army present. Gu Chen turned around and said to the group of recruits in the wagon, you guys guard the wagon and I'll take care of the Fey. With that, he took a step into the thin gray mist. Within the compartment, the crew chief, Su-hai, looked as if she had been petrified, her face frozen. The group of recruits next to him looked at each other with disbelief on each of their faces. In particular, the mage recruit who had earlier vigorously touted that great god candidate in the test was in a trance. It seems to be a worldview turned upside down. Such a young 5-star lieutenant's medal recipient. Looking at the entire eastern continent military region, only one person fits. That was yesterday. In the midst of the Jinyuan army examination, the great god candidate who had killed 10 elite foreigners with his own strength. I can't imagine that Gu Chen is that great god. The faces of the recruits were a mixture of complexes, with as many wonderful expressions as they could muster. They had just been arguing for half a day over a comparison between Gu Chen and that great god of candidates. It turned out to be the same person in the end. Simply, everyone was educated for 9 years as a professional, so how could Gu Chen excel to such an extent?
At this moment, in the gray mist, dozens of figures were frantically attacking, and the battle was very intense. The dark hunting dragon turtle was in the middle of a siege of rock-armored giant rhinoceroses, relying on its own talents and skills too. The counterattack was extremely fierce. Even with its strong physique and defense, its blood was dropping fast. After all, the ones besieging it were a group of level 30 Fae, and not only was there a level gap between the two sides, the disparity in numbers is even greater. Even if each rock-armored giant rhinoceros could only deal 10,000 damage per skill, more than 20 heads launched their attacks at the same time, and the damage inflicted reached a terrifying level. In just a few breaths of effort, the dark hunting dragon turtle's life value had dropped below the half-blood line, and it's still flying down. At this moment, without needing any instructions from Gu Chen, the dark hunting dragon turtle roared out in anger. It directly stimulated the power of the bloodline that was sleeping in the body. Dragon's blood boiling. When life value is below 30%, defense is increased by 300%. Life recovery speed increased by 300%. The power of the dragon's blood that was hidden within the dark hunting dragon turtle exploded. Its body steeply skyrocketed, and dense, hard dragon scales grew out all over its body. The spiked armor became harder and sharper, and the blood level began to rise back up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Anon, the dark hunting dragon turtle roared, and the cry seemed to be laced with the slightest hint of a dragon's roar, which shook people's hearts. After enduring so many attacks, its attack speed and damage bonus had been stacked to an extremely terrifying degree. Its gaze was fixed on the rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite in front of it, and it violently swung its forelimbs and the foot-long sharp claws flashed with a cold aura, just like the god of death swinging out a life-threatening scythe, fiercely slashing forward. Snort! The two sharp claws were in a cross shape and instantly cut off the neck of that rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite. A head with broken horns rolled to the ground and the huge body fell heavily to the ground with it. Kill rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite LV. 30. Experience plus 39. 200. Chapter 108 I Remember You. The rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite was killed, and instead of showing the slightest bit of timidity, the 24 or so foreigners around them, instead, they launched a more ferocious attack. The dark hunting dragon turtle was undaunted, and after stimulating the dragon's blood that was latent in his body, it could completely single-handedly take on these third-ranked foreign races without losing. With the high damage and attack speed bonus, the thick body of the rock-armored giant rhinoceros was like papier-mâché as it was split into bloody pieces by the sharp claws of the dragon turtle and fell to the ground head after head. The Jin Yuan army over there doesn't seem to be able to hold out any longer. Gu Chen gazed through the black mist and only a dozen tundra giants figures had completely surrounded a group of Jin Yuan army soldiers. At first the two sides engaged in a furious battle, fought to a standstill, and several of the officers, in conjunction with each other. Not only did he kill a tundra giant elite, but he also killed 3 tundra giants. But this is the tundra wilderness. It's the home of the tundra giants. As one tundra giant after another continued to join the battlefield, the Jin Yuan army's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. If it continues, after all these soldiers are killed in battle, the next target will be the military column. Without hesitation, Gu Chen directly summoned the chaotic Yuan spirit. Only a dark misty figure flickered through the gray fog and, in a flash, he appeared in the midst of the group of tundra giants, placed in the middle of the surroundings of the foreigners. The Chaos Yuan spirit did not hesitate for a second. The group attack skill was cast directly. Ruin's ultimate, the dark golden light formed a swirling, vortex-like field of chaos, with the chaos elemental spirit at its center, incorporating all of the surrounding tundra giants and the Jin Yuan army. And a dark golden tentacle of light and shadow stretched out from the realm. The drags Fae outside of skill range toward the center of the vortex. At the same time, powerful chaotic forces erupted within the realm of the deals a high amount of sustained damage to all targets in the field. The Jin Yuan army is also within skill range, though, but it wasn't seen as an attack target by the Chaos Yuan spirit, so naturally it wouldn't take skill damage. The tundra giant, his body wreathed in dark golden chaos, was dragged towards the center of the vortex. The Jin Yuan army soldiers were instantly pressurized, and they all looked incredulously at the black mist figure in midair. Summoned Beast, Chaos Spirit, rank, LV. 21. Although the officer's medal has a shielding function, in order to prevent inadvertent injury, the Gu Chen still released the name and level of the summoned beast. It's a summoner? Where did the summoner come from? Could it be this group of new recruits? Good. So powerful. A summoned beast that held back more than a dozen tundra giants. What are you all waiting for? Grab the kill. The officer from earlier thought of Gu Chen in the first instance, immediately commanded the soldiers of the Jin Yuan army to counterattack. Just then, the gray fog around them violently churned and
a huge figure suddenly rushed into the middle of the battlefield. Another tundra giant elite. Compared to these surrounding foreign races, the aura of this elite foreign race was even more massive and powerful. Oppressive. Grass. There's no way to kill all these foreigners. The officer's brow furrowed, and the long knife in his hand had killed and curled its edge. If the tundra giants are allowed to join the battlefield endlessly, all the soldiers are going to be hard worn out here. Gu Chen also discovered the problem at this moment. After the dark hunting dragon turtle killed all the rock-armored giant rhinos, another large number of mud swamp beasts burrowed out from the land. Although they were not considered powerful, they were very troublesome to kill. These foreigners are in a wrong state, obviously driven by There must be someone behind the scenes hiding around here. Gu Chen walked over to the officer from earlier. Sir, is there a plan? The officer asked in a hurry. You guys continue to deal with the tundra giants. I'm going to find out who's behind that. But, with just these soldiers of ours, we can't resist such a large number of foreigners. No harm done. I'll leave 2 summoned beasts here. Ha! The officer's face showed a flash of consternation. The summoned beasts stayed here and, wouldn't that put you in danger? In his opinion, the dark hunting dragon turtle and the chaotic yuan spirit were not only capable of fighting over the levels, but they were also able to fight one against the other. It should be Gu Chen's most powerful summoned beast. This is the wilderness. A summoner dares to go deep into the wilderness without a summoned beast. That's definitely 9 deaths. There's no harm in it. You guys just guard the military column. Gu Chen's tone was characterized by strong confidence. Seeing this, the officer didn't ask any more questions. His figure stormed up and slashed at a tundra giant in front of him with his sword. The superior had given instructions. Then he just had to follow orders. Gu Chen took a step, his gaze looking in the direction the group of foreigners had come from. Archon of the blood race. Find out who's behind that. In the next second, an upright figure shrouded under a black ceremonial robe appeared at his side. The blood archon hissed into the depths of the gray mist, sound waves dense and shrill. A vaguely visible ripple spread out continuously in the gray mist. A moment later, those scarlet eyes looked in a certain direction deep within the gray mist and it seemed to have locked on to a certain presence. Found it? Go, lead the way ahead. The gray mist of the wilderness obscured the view, but to the archon of the blood, even with his eyes closed, it can also clearly detect everything that is happening around it. It's not a skill. It's a talent, blood instinct. I remember the summoner has a skill where he can get mental feedback from the summoned beasts. If I learn that skill, I'll be able to gain vision in the gray mist through the blood archon's spirit detection. If you have the chance, learn that spirit sharing skill as soon as possible. Gu Chen followed the blood archon as he quietly marched through the gray mist. A bizarre figure was soon spotted in the gray mist. Only, the moment Gu Chen had just discovered this figure, the other party just seemed to realize his presence and turned and ran at the first opportunity. Want to run? It's too late. There wasn't the slightest bit of urgency in Gu Chen's tone. At the same time, the blood race archon's figure disappeared from its original location in an instant as if it were an instantaneous movement. The bizarre figure turned around and ran without looking back. Yet just a few steps after, his form jerked to a halt, only to see a cold black shadow suddenly appear in the gray fog ahead of him. 2 scarlet eyes blossomed with a demonic light, and an invisible sense of oppression caused a thrill to pass over his face. Surprisingly, it's a human? Gu Chen came forward and looked through the thin gray mist and, only to see that the bizarre black shadow turned out to be a hunchbacked man with a short stature. The man's face was covered in strange black lines, like some kind of tattoo that. His face blanched slightly, and his icy eyes stared at the blood archon for a moment. He then looked at Gu Chen, who was not far away. You actually managed to spot me. What a sharp mental power. With that, the hunchbacked man pressed his hands on the ground and steeply pulled upwards. Wow! The ground broke open into towering bundles of dirt, and 4 level 30 mire beasts burrowed out of the ground, covered in hard, scaly armor. The mire beast looks somewhat similar to a crocodile, but the body is much larger, with both feet on the ground, and moves upright like a human being. The 4 mire beasts, their eyes glowing with ferocity, held the hunchbacked man back from the. A low growl was directed at Gu Chen and the blood race archon. The hunchbacked man looked at Gu Chen, a cruel sneer appearing on that pale face. Summoner, I'll remember you, and I'll be looking for you. After saying that, he left the 4 mud swamp beasts behind the temple and turned around to run towards the depths of the gray mist. Chapter 109. Every law profession has a melee heart. As the hunchbacked man's words fell, a flash of ice burst from the bottom of Gu Chen's eyes. Targeted? And retaliation later? It's something he can't stand. Only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? Are you that confident? Escape? Gu Chen let out a cold cry and directly activated the effect of the medium cloak to cast the chaotic yuan spirit's skill, Chaos Winding. Only a black shadow flew out of his hand and disappeared into the gray mist. In the twinkling of an eye it landed on the hunchbacked man,
winding him in place. Without saying a word, Gu Chen directly chased after him.
The 4 mud swamp beasts roared and rushed up,
about to block his way,
only to see a flash of the Blood Archon's figure. 2 identical mirror images appeared beside it. It struck up at the 4 mud bog beasts. Although the mirror image was only 80% of the main body's combat power, it was, after all, the mirror image of a legendary summoned beast. Taking 2 against 4 is not at all a disadvantage.
The Blood Race Archon, on the other hand,
followed Gu Chen as he chased after him into the depths of the gray mist. The hunchbacked man's face was full of horror at the moment, and not only was he being held in place, and one could clearly feel that the 2 auras behind him were getting closer and closer. He really couldn't figure out that this time he was targeting the military columns of the Jinyuan army.
How did you mess with a summoner with such a strong battle power?
Though the moors were gray and foggy and visibility was poor,
he could see well enough that that guy just now wasn't wearing a uniform. Isn't he from the Jinyuan army?
Yeah.
How did the Jinyuan army get a summoner?
At this thought, the hunchbacked man quickly turned his head and shouted,
"This brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us?" Almost as soon as his words fell, Gu Chen's figure had appeared in front of him. The ears rang with the sound of breaking air, and a heavy black iron hammer could be vaguely seen with a titanic momentum.
Slammed down on his head.
And so on. A heavy hammer? Isn't that guy a summoner?
The hunchbacked man's mind went blank.
Unable to escape, he could only make a blocking gesture that
a layer of crystal and white shield appeared in front of him.
Boo!
The shield crumbled under the violent blast,
and the heavy hammer went on its way to. It smashed into the hunchbacked man's body with devastating force. The hunchbacked man screamed miserably,
only to feel as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. The powerful force directly slammed him out, heavily hitting a boulder. Both arms were broken and bloodied. Even the internal organs were as painful as if they were carved by knives and axes.
Are you kidding me?
Summoner is a legal profession.
What's the point of taking a melee profession's heavy hammer?
The hunchbacked man's eyes were filled with horror as his blood dropped by a large margin.
Hammer you? How hard can it be to hammer me?
Gu Chen carried a heavy hammer in his hand and,
with an unsavory smile on his lips, he came to the hunchbacked man.
Every legal profession has a melee heart.
Previously,
when he fought the foreigners in the abyss, he didn't dare to be bold and had the summoned beasts do the work.
But now it's revenge.
So you have to do it yourself?
The heavy hammer was fought out in the hell-level abyss before, and its attributes weren't very bright, so it couldn't be sold. Just kept it in the carry-on space. It's not as if legal professions can't use the weapons of melee professions. You just don't get the attribute bonuses and effect bonuses of the equipment.
The fine-grade heavy hammer was no different from an ordinary hammer in his hands.
However, with Gu Chen's current strength of 627,
which was higher than the base strength of a level 35 warrior,
even if you took a hammer, the damage done would be extremely terrifying. Gu Chen half crouched down,
and as soon as he removed the hidden coat of arms on the hunchbacked man's clothes, the information on the other side was immediately revealed.
Occupation, Beastmaster. Rank, LV. 25. Attributes, Strength 232, Agility 220, Physique 243, Spirit 384, Skill I, Mastery of Bestiality. Skill 2, Exotic Animal Driving. Skill 2, Fey Berserking. Beastmaster, 2, is a rare profession. But isn't it too arrogant to be level 25 and dare to let loose in the wilderness? Looking for death? How dare you threaten me with this much skill? What do you say? Should I hammer you to death? Or hammer you to death? Gu Chen's tone revealed an undisguised killing intent. Hearing these words, a horrified look appeared on the hunchbacked man's face. It just felt like the man in front of me was a lunatic. Which law profession uses a heavy hammer as a weapon? Is he going to die today at the hands of this madman? Suddenly,
there was a churning of the gray mist around them,
and a low, hoarse voice came from all directions.
Little brother, where did you get such a killing spirit at such a young age?
Let go of this beast master. Consider it as selling our Abyssal Divine Hall a face. How about it? The Abyssal Temple? Gu Chen hadn't heard of it. However,
he looked at the hunchbacked man with an inexplicable smile on his face and, so you're from the Abyssal Divine Hall.
I should have said so. When the hunchbacked man saw the scene,
a glimmer of hope for life erupted in his eyes.
Bro, there must be some misunderstanding between us.
With that, the heavy hammer came crashing down, and the hunchbacked man could only feel a blackness before his eyes. The head was smashed to smithereens.
Gu Chen shook off the red and white plasma on the heavy hammer.
His eyes swept around the empty gray mist, and an unsavory light smile appeared on his face.
I'm sorry, I've never heard of any abyssal pantheon, and I accidentally had my hand shaking. Having broken your faces,
You should choose to forgive me, right, kid? You seek death. The low, hoarse voice was filled with anger. How about you come out and get me killed? Gu-chen was pleasantly unafraid. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement in the gray mist, let alone a figure. Not even a skill fluctuation. A flash of surprise flashed in Gu-chen's eyes. It was reasonable to say that after he killed the hunchbacked man, that person who claimed to be from the Abyssal God's temple was sure to jump out and kill him to vent his hatred. Yet it's been a minute or two of waiting, and there's not even a soul in sight. Are all the Abyssal temples so meticulous? Well, that's good. I'm surprised I didn't scare you, seeing as how you have some guts. I'll spare your life today, kid. The mountain doesn't turn. We'll meet again. Want to go? It's too late. The reason I waited so long just now was to stall for time. Have the Archon of the Blood search for the man's location. If the other party had left at the beginning, it would have been impossible to find them. But now, it was too late. Only to see the figure of the Blood Race Archon flashing, cutting through a piece of residual shadow, rushing towards the gray fog. Tons of fire spewed out from the twin guns, and bullets poured out like a raging storm towards a certain area in the gray fog. The gray fog stirred and churned. Muffled grunts rang out, followed by a black shadow jumping out of the gray fog. Die for me! Gu-chen bellowed, and the Blood Archon directly unleashed his skill. A series of bright silver-colored bullets shot out, hitting the black shadow like lightning. The earlier stormy sweeps were just to force the opponent to show his skills. Now that's what really kills. Chapter 110. Since you're a minor character, what's the point of having you? Only to see the black shadow get hit by the skill, screaming miserably, and a dense clash of metal rang out on his body with it. The gray mist dispersed to the sides and the dark shadow revealed itself. A man in black armor, that middle-aged man with a shadowy face. Gu-chen looked over and couldn't read the information as the other party was wearing shielding equipment. However, based on the equipment on his body, it was 80% that he was a professional, like a warrior or a swordsman. That armor blocked the vast majority of the damage from the skill, but the surface of the armor was also broken in large patches and badly damaged. The man dropped to the floor, his face a shade paler, and a ragged breath escaped his mouth. Seeing Gu-chen approaching, he hastily revealed a hypocritical smile. Little brother, don't be so hasty. The feud between you and that beast master has nothing to do with me. I'm just joining the Abyssal Temple for a job. Why don't I take out an epic piece of equipment as a reparation and kowtow to you again? And just pretend I'm an ass and cut me loose, okay? Hearing about epic equipment, Gu-chen's eyes lit up with a few moments of interest. What is it? Bring it out and I'll see. The man showed a face of embarrassment and hemmed and hawed. The equipment isn't on me yet. Seeing the coldness in Gu-chen's eyes, the man's body trembled, and he hurriedly changed his words. Little brother, there's something to be said for that piece of equipment being guarded by the Abyssal Shrine, in a nearby stronghold. I can take you to get it. What the hell? Epic equipment. The Ring of Reproduction. This ring reproduces one of your unit's talents, applied to the user. Replicating the talents of your own units? A flash of surprise flashed under Gu-chen's eyes as he pursued. How far is it? Hooked. A few glimmers of joy appeared on the man's face as he pointed a direction into the gray mist. Not far. Go about 10 kilometers in that direction and you'll find the Abyssal Temple's stronghold. That beast master you just killed was one of the followers of the Abyssal Shrine. This gathering of foreigners to attack the military train was plotted by him in order to create an accident and attract the nearby Jinyuan army to come and get killed. Gu-chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he stared at the man and asked, Then what are you in charge of at the Abyssal Divine Hall? The man's expression was slightly stunned, and a flash of panic flashed under his eyes. I'm just a small character that, working for the Abyssal Shrine. These things have nothing to do with me. A flash of impatience flashed under Gu-chen's eyes, and without any nonsense, he directly activated the effect of the medium cloak. Secondary attack. Before the man could react, his body shuddered violently, and the life in his pupils quickly died out. Since you're a minor character, what's the point of having you? Go in peace. Although he didn't know exactly what the Abyssal Shrine was, the one who had the guts to attack the special train of the Jinyuan army, definitely not a good one. Before traveling, these people would be terrorists. All of them would be dragged out and raided. People's hearts are too complicated. Gu-chen is too lazy to interrogate. There is nothing wrong with eliminating the roots, right? After all, that man has seen his face, and there's a terrorist organization behind the other guy. If you are not afraid of thieves stealing, are you not afraid of thieves thinking about you? Taking down the hidden coat of arms on the man, the other man's information was then revealed. A level 30 ghost swordsman. Poor pussy. Bursting with equipment. The highest quality was a rare grade taijutsu, not as strong as that level 25 beast master. Well, at least it popped an epic spellbook. While Gu-chan was organizing his harvest, the blood race Archon wasn't idle either. Transform the two bodies on the ground into two blood descendants, in which the ghost swordsman is a level 30 professional. Transforming him into a level 30 blood descendant directly consumed 500 life points. The consumption is a bit higher than before, but the self-destruct damage is also higher. And it went straight to 10,000 points. It's still the third order that's good. Waiting in place for a while, the two mirror images approached with 4 mire beasts transformed into blood descendants. The 4 blood mire beasts are all third ranked, plus the blood ghost swordsman. A single self-explosion can do 50,000 damage. Don't underestimate the damage. Humans aren't elite fae or bosses. There is no such thing as a blood bonus. With the exception of the blood bowl professions, there were very few third-order professions whose blood quantities exceeded 50,000. At best, you'll be wearing some high-quality equipment to boost your defense. Gu-chan and the blood archon traveled through the black mist, making their way to the direction that the ghostly swordsman had pointed to. Whether that person is telling the truth or not, just go over there and take a look. Gu-chan and his party traveled all the way through the wilderness. No facilities similar to the Abyssal Temple stronghold were found, nor was he impatient, and after walking patiently for a while, he still found nothing. It seems that the ghostly swordsman was lying to me, and he died without complaint. Gu-chan cursed and turned around to turn back. Just then, a black shadow suddenly flashed out of the gray mist behind him and scurried at speed, only to see an arrow as black as ink break through the air, like a black lightning bolt that, in a flash, it came to Gu-chan's back center. A cold color flashed under Gu-chan's eyes, and without making a move, he directly launched his skill, Displacement Interchange. In an instant, his figure was replaced by a blood mire beast that, extremely thrilling to dodge that near attack, in his original position, almost as soon as the blood bog beast had appeared. It was hit by a black arrow. The black arrow was like a shadow, extremely silky and smooth as it disappeared into the blood mire beast's body. Roar! A wail resounded over the wilderness as skill damage erupted and the hideous body of the blood mire beast directly turned into a puddle of tainted blood that spilled onto the ground. Destroy the body. Damn! I can't believe he dodged it. Somewhere in the gray mist, a shadow ranger shrouded under a black cloak looked resigned. Just as he was about to retreat, a sudden cold laugh sounded behind him. Finally found you. And what a way to hide. Who? The shadow ranger's body trembled, a face filled with shock. He hastily drew out his spare arrow, and without looking back, he stabbed behind him without hesitation. The air made a sharp popping sound and missed any targets. He subconsciously turned his head to look, but he saw a series of silver lights like thunder and lightning coming at him. It crackled against his body. The Shadow Ranger's equipment is a black leather armor, albeit of excellent quality. However, he couldn't block the skill damage at all, and was knocked out of 30% of his blood in a single breath. The Shadow Ranger's face revealed a look of terror as he fled in haste, unable to raise any resistance at all in his heart. This leather armor on him was epic level, and he was even knocked down 30% of his blood. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the true damage of this skill should be. However, right at that moment, Gu-chan raised his hand and released a chaotic shadow. In an instant, they wrapped each other in place. Immediately afterward, he walked through the thinning gray mist to the Shadow Ranger that, without saying a word, he swung the heavy hammer in his hand and broke the ranger's leg bone without mercy. Click! The sound of crisp bones breaking rang out. The Shadow Ranger was about to beg for mercy, and just as he opened his mouth it turned into a mournful scream that, the excruciating pain that drilled through his heart caused his features to become distorted. Chapter 11 Replica Ring, Werewolf Talent. The screams rang out and ended abruptly the next second, only to see the Blood Archon pinch the Shadow Ranger's throat, his palm gently exerting force and, it just lifted his whole body. The Shadow Ranger's face rose to a pig's liver color from the lack of oxygen, and his hands struggled desperately as he, trying to wrench the steel-like fingers of the Blood Archon away from his throat. Yet it was all in vain. Gu-chan walked forward, a cold color flashing in his eyes. Where is the replica ring? The Shadow Ranger didn't hesitate to point to where he had been earlier. Ground. Earth cave. In the next second, the Blood Archon's 5 fingers lashed out, directly causing this Shadow Ranger's head to fall apart. Removing the concealment crest, the opponent's identity information was revealed. A level 30 ranger. Although Shadow Ranger is a very famous and rare profession, it can only output remotely. Once they were close, they were basically dead. Not to mention that the Blood Archon is a legendary summoned beast. Even if it's replaced with an epic Dark Hunter dragon turtle up here, this Shadow Ranger could not escape death. The Blood Archon transformed the corpse of the Shadow Ranger into a third-order blood descendant. After Gu-chan had picked up a few pieces of equipment, it was then that he led a group of blood descendants to the wasteland that the Shadow Ranger had pointed out. The grotto? A couple of blood descendants were rummaging around on the ground for a while, and an organ-like device was soon found. After triggering it, a 2-meter square entrance to the grotto appeared in Gu Chen's line of sight. The interior was so dark that it was impossible to see what was inside. Gu Chen subconsciously took a few steps closer, and before he could get any closer, just smell a fishy and pungent odor wafting out from the entrance of that underground cave. In this situation, Gu Chen would be unwilling to get any closer. More than that, he smelled the fishy odor of a low roar like muffled thunder was also faintly heard coming out of the darkness. Damn, that Shadow Ranger must be punking him. The Abyssal Pantheon, none of them good, all of them deserved to die. Just as he was about to turn around, a thin rattle came from the depths of the grotto, and a few breaths later, the thin sound faded. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar rang out, like some kind of beast letting out an attacking roar. A huge black shadow scurried out from the entrance of the underground cave, so fast that it was impossible to see its shape. Gu Chen ordered the Blood Race Archon to attack at the first opportunity. The bullets cut a torrent of steel through the gray mist and struck at the dark figure. However, the black shadow suddenly erupted. Its speed soared, and in a succession of several rises and falls, dodged all the bullets with ease. It then jumped onto a 3-meter-high rock, and a thin gray mist churned around it. That's what revealed its form. Humanoid wolf body. What the hell? Surprisingly, it looked like a werewolf. This werewolf stood over 2 meters tall, with thick black hair covering his entire body, and broad shoulders and back. The muscles of his body were taut and high, full of wild and furious power. Gu Chen frowned slightly, a few moments of surprise appearing under his eyes. He was just looking for that replica ring. How did a werewolf pop up? And this werewolf was wearing a cloak of invisibility, so you couldn't see the message. Oddly enough, this was the first time I'd encountered a fae with a cloaking coat of arms. The Blood Archon stepped in front of Gu Chen and confronted the werewolf, and even in its eyes, surprisingly, an icy killing intent like encountering a natural enemy erupted. With a command, the 7 blood descendants rushed up in unison. This werewolf was very fast, but the blood descendant was no slower. After a few tussles, the 7 blood descendants were soon in a closed position, and blocking off all retreat for this werewolf. And this scene was exactly what Gu Chen wanted. With a thought, the 7 blood descendants blew themselves up in unison around that werewolf. Terrifying explosive fluctuations directly blew away large swaths of gray mist, and the blood flames boiled, swallowing that werewolf's form completely within it. Soon, the explosion subsided, and the werewolf was covered in scars, his entire body a bloody mess. The blood bar wasn't cleared, but it became a big wreck. At this moment, the werewolf's ghostly blue pupils revealed incredible shock and fear. Don't kill me. It opened its mouth, and an unmistakable human voice actually came out of its mouth full of sharp teeth. Gu Chen's eyes were ice cold, without the slightest bit of mercy. At the same time that the werewolf opened his mouth to beg for mercy, a blood-colored light blossomed around the Blood Race Archon's body. An intense energy storm erupted from the surface of its body, instantly sweeping towards the werewolf. Scarlet Feast. Boom! Skill damage erupted, and the werewolf's tall body was as if it had been torn apart by. A large amount of blood exploded from his body. In the blink of an eye, the bloodstain was cleared, and without even needing to adjudicate the second damage, the huge body then fell heavily to the ground, dead. 7 blood descendants blowing themselves up, plus a section of damage output from Scarlet Feast. The damage dealt is definitely around 150,000 or so. What's with the sudden appearance of a werewolf? Just as Gu Chen was puzzled, the werewolf corpse that had fallen to the ground suddenly changed. The tall body diminished rapidly, and the pitch-black skin faded rapidly, and in a flash, the corpse of a human man appeared right in front of Gu Chen's eyes. At the same time, there was a flash of light, and several pieces of equipment and props burst out. Surprisingly, it's a human? Intense surprise appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. A professional who can transform. Is it possible that this person is a druid? A curious look appeared in Gu Chen's eyes as he looked toward the corpse. Once a professional dies, the props and equipment have no energy supply and lose their effect. The body's information was revealed to be something other than a druid. Nor is it a profession that can transform like a demon hunter or something like that. A level 25 martial monk. Mediocre. A martial arts monk who can transform? Never heard of it. A puzzled look appeared on Gu Chen's face. Subconsciously sweeping toward the ground, he was struck by a sudden shock, only to see that among the several pieces of equipment that burst out on the ground, there was actually one that emitted a golden glow. Gold! That's an epic symbol. No way? Gu Chen's face steeply erupted with a flash of joy. Could it be that the ghost swordsman hadn't lied to him? Look closely. Replica ring. Quality, epic. Rank, LV.
20. Occupational restrictions, none. Attribute, spirit plus 600. Effect, duplicates the talent of one of its own units and applies it to the user. Current talent, Dark Werewolf Bloodline, rare. Note, a 24H cooldown is required for each talent change. What a godsend! With an ecstatic look on his face, Gu-chan picked up the epic ring and put it directly on his hand. The most intuitive feeling is that the spirit is instantly raised by 600 points. The mind felt more clear and soothing than ever before. Replica ring. Replicates the talents of your unit. This equipment is literally made for summoners. Without hesitation, Gu-chan directly erased the Dark Werewolf Bloodline from the ring. Rare. What a crap talent. He's got 3 legendary summoners, 1 epic summoner. Replicating a random summoned beast talent is an explosive boost to one's battle power. Only problem comes, can an epic replica ring replicate a legendary talent? Chapter 112 Abyssal Divine Hall, Resurgence of Death. The answer is yes. The effect of the Ring of Resurrection is to resurrect the talents of one of your units. There is no restriction placed on the quality of the talent. It's the same with the medium cape. And I don't know if I can find a master caster. It would be perfect if we could make the medium cloak and the replica ring into a set. After sending a message to Liang Yi on the military train earlier, the other party quickly replied to him. When he returns to Wancheng next time he can arrange for a casting master. No appointments, no lines, and that master caster will drop what he's doing. Prioritize forging equipment for him. That's a privilege. He used to hate the privileged class because he couldn't enjoy it himself. Now, that smells good. After erasing the Dark Werewolf talent within the ring went on cooldown. You have to wait 24 hours before you can replicate the new talent. Gu-chan started to turn back with the Blood Archon and the 2 mirror images. When we get back to where the military columns are, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle and the Chaos Yuan Spirit were already waiting beside the train. The source of the Fae was cut off when we took care of that beast master. The rest of those foreigners were also without their berserk state, and their battle power was greatly reduced. The 2 summoned beasts didn't put in too much effort, and easily killed those foreigners. The fighting died down quickly and didn't cause too many casualties. The soldiers rested in place beyond the military column, and several soldiers of the priestly profession were treating the wounded. The 3-star lieutenant from earlier stood by the military column, waiting anxiously. After seeing Gu-chan's figure emerge from the gray mist, he looked uplifted and, hastily, he stepped forward and gave a military salute. Sir, has the man behind the curtain been killed by you? Aha. Gu-chan nodded his head and put away the officer's medal on his chest. 3 people in total. Claims to be from the Abyssal Temple. Abyssal Divine Hall? The officer's complexion changed slightly, and his brows furrowed. It seems you know about this power? Tell me about it. Yes, the officer then said. By and large, the people of the Abyssal Pantheon are almost all madmen, who venerate the Abyss and consider its appearance a miracle of God. Even the Abyssal Fae are worshipped as gods. The most detestable thing is that the Abyssal Divine Hall has developed many professionals as believers in the dark, brainwashing these believers and abetting these believers to go around killing professionals. It's not the first time that an accident like today's attack on the military train has happened, because the Jinyuan army guards the Abyss. These people from the Abyssal Divine Hall hate us with a passion. Oh, why? Gu-chan asked. The believers who have joined the Abyssal Pantheon have been brainwashed into believing that the appearance of the Abyss is a miracle, and the behavior of the Jinyuan army is preventing the gods from coming down. They slayed professionals and attacked military columns in the Abyss. Even the attack on the Jinyuan army's stronghold in the wilderness was to welcome the gods from the Abyss. Even so, all the believers are very firm in their beliefs that, as long as more people die in the Abyss, it will speed up the process of the Abyss descending on the world. So arrogant? The Abyssal Temple? Isn't this a proper terrorist organization? Gu-chan's face revealed a look of surprise. Doesn't the Divine Summer Empire care? The Ministry of War doesn't care? The officer shook his head. How could it not care? The Abyssal Shrine was classified as a heresy by the Empire as early as 10 years ago. And a covert military operation was launched by the military ministry to deal a devastating blow to the 34 strongholds of the Abyssal God's Temple within the Empire. Since then, the Abyssal Pantheon has disappeared from Imperial territory, and the Abyssal invasion has been effectively curbed. Only in the last 2 years has the force shown signs of resurgence. Gu-chen nodded and retrieved all the summoned beasts. Since the Abyssal Divine Hall has been classified as a heresy by the Divine Summer Empire, it's death by sight. This kind of small fight is not to be taken too seriously. He then made his way to the train, and as soon as he had stepped into the compartment, all of the recruits in the train dropped their gazes on Gu-chan in unison. For a moment, the entire room fell into silence, and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes showed an unconcealed nervousness and admiration that it was as if Gu-chan was not their peer, but some unattainable big shot. After witnessing Gu Chen enter the compartment, the recruits in the compartment looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't until the military train started up again that they began to whisper. Gu Chen's battle prowess is truly terrifying, and if it weren't for him, I'm afraid we've all died under the attack of the Fae. No wonder you can become a great god of examination. It seems that beheading 10 elite foreigners in the test isn't his upper limit. Should we go over and mix things up? That's a 5-star lieutenant after all. Thinking too much. The Jin Yuan army honors battle power, and if you don't have enough battle power not even if you have an officer to endorse you. The new recruits were talking to each other, recalling how easily Gu Chen had stopped the alien race's attack. They all revealed looks of admiration. I've decided that my goal in life from now on is Gu Chen. If you don't want to get beat up, I suggest you'd better call the officer. Crew Chief Su Hai watched Gu Chen walk into the cubicle, his face complex for a moment. When he recalled the scene of the alien race attacking the military column earlier, he still felt a jolt of fear. Such an intense crisis had been easily resolved by Gu Chen. No wonder he could become a 5-star lieutenant of the Jin Yuan army at such a young age. The future is unlimited. After returning to the cubicle, Gu Chen sorted through the equipment that had exploded from killing the 3 professionals. In addition to replica rings, the one with the highest quality was the epic level spellbook that the Beast Master had exploded. The attributes are very striking, increasing spirit by 560 points, increasing damage by 30%, and after equipping it, it can directly raise the user's skill by 1 level. Unfortunately, it was the exclusive equipment of the Beast Master profession. Gu Chen was a summoner, so he couldn't use it at all. You can only store it in your carry-on space and sell it later. The rest of the gear is nothing spectacular, so I won't waste any more time on it. The military train traveled at high speed through the wilderness, and was only halfway to Citation Dragon City. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away was the city of Gubei, the War King's residence. A noble young man in a white power suit holding a lance. A gale sweeping through the strong grass in the courtyard. The tip of the gun cut through the air, as if it was a popular suffing, with an amazing momentum. Not bad. I can't imagine that Resignation has returned from the Shangjing Academy this time. Surprisingly, he has already become a second-ranked professional. With this kind of natural talent, it's almost hard to find an enemy among his class. Gu Qingfeng, dressed in fancy clothes, stood at the entrance of the courtyard, his eyes filled with relief. Xin Yun stood by the side, smiling and nodding her head, her beautiful eyes filled with pride and doting. This was her son, 1,000 times better than that Gu Chen. After a few breaths, Gu Shi collected his spear and stood in front of the couple with a happy face. Father, Mother, how have you considered the matter of me traveling to Dragon Drawing City? Gu asked with a hopeful face as he stepped forward. Chapter 113 Order 5,000 iron floaters to set out with the king. Gu is going to lead the Dragon City. On the day he returned to the Northern Realm, he told Gu Qingfeng and Xin Yun about this idea. He had risen to level 20 in the middle of the special recruitment test at the Shangjing Academy, and as a dragon warrior knight, now he had reached the level of harnessing the dragons. For him, the top priority was to subdue a dragon before the academy opened. In this way, when he enters the upper academy, definitely capable of crushing 99% of professionals of the same rank. Seeing Guru's face of urgency, Xin Yun said in a patronizing tone, "This matter I can't make the call. I still have to ask your father." Guru sniffed and looked at Gu Qingfeng with a straight face. "Father, I am now a second-order dragon battle knight, and have reached the rank of harnessing the dragons, so I would also like to ask my father for permission to take in my own mount." Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, the soft color on his face converging for a few moments. A solemn face shook his head and said, "Resignation. After all, the Dragon Drawing City came from the abyss, and there are many dangers in it. Don't say that you're only a second order. Even if you're a third or fourth order professional, there are many people who have been killed in them." Guru said unwillingly, "Father, dangers and opportunities go hand in hand. Since someone was able to soar to the heavens in Leader Dragon City, then I'm sure I can too. Big deal. I'll bring 500 more iron floaters along. Now you can always rest assured, right?" Gu Qingfeng's expression was cold and hard. "My mind is made up, so you should stop thinking about Leader Dragon City. There is absolutely no room for negotiation in this matter. As for the matter of subjugating the dragon race, the Shangjing Academy has already made its position known to me. If you can place in the top 3 among the year-end exams, the Academy will open up a copy of Dragon Valley for you. Entering a copy of the Dragon Valley will also allow you to take in the dragons, but it's safer than the Dragon Intriguing City. That's what suits you best." Gushi sniffed and fell into silence, the unwillingness under his eyes turning into a touch of undisguised loss. Year-end assessment? Wouldn't that be another half year of waiting? He was already a level 20 Dragon Warrior Knight. Yet he had to wait a small half-year before he could take in the dragons? Although the ending was well arranged, the process, he was not satisfied at all. Just then, Butler Gu He walked into the courtyard. Your Majesty, Lord Su Lai of Wancheng City arrived at Solid North City this morning and is seeking an audience outside the residence. Gu He walked up to Gu Qingfeng with a hasty look on his face. Su Lai? Humph. If he doesn't stay in Linchang, what's he doing coming all the way to Solid North City? I'm sorry, Gu Qingfeng said with his hands folded. Your Majesty, Su came to report an important matter, related to the Grand Duke. Chen Gu Qingfeng's face changed, and a few unfavorable feelings arose in his heart for no reason at all. What is it exactly? Su came to say that the Grand Duke Gu He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and with a hardened heart, he said in a deep voice, he said that the Grand Duke joined the military department and was enrolled in the ranks of the Jinyuan army by Ling Feng of the Eastern Continent military region. What? Simply nonsense, Gu Qingfeng said in a steep rage. The Gu family comes from a line of academics. That rebellious son rebelled out of the northern realm even if it's not enough, and now he's even joining the military department. Is this to completely break with my Gu family? Asshole. That Ling Feng is so bold. How dare he abduct my son into the Jinyuan army? Gu Qingfeng's eyes glazed over. When did this happen? Yesterday. Yesterday? CO came to report it today? Gu He stopped talking. Yesterday. In order to celebrate Gu Ji's return from the Shangjing Academy, the entire royal family celebrated with a big feast. He was busy until late at night and missed CO Ray's calls and messages. This is the kind of thing that he would certainly not voluntarily confess to. On the side, Qin Yun and Gu Ji subconsciously glanced at each other when they heard the news. There was also undisguised surprise in his expression. Gu Ru, in particular, couldn't figure out what this was all about at all. His own half-brother, a waste of a man, was not only arrogant enough to break with the royal family, even more stupid to join the military forces? Why don't you go to a good school in Shangjing and become a big-headed soldier? It's just plain stupid. Gu Qingfeng forced down the anger in his heart and grimaced. East Continent Military Region. Ling Feng. If I remember correctly, this person should be a 5-star war general of the Jinyuan army. A 5-star war general. How dare he poach someone from my Northern Realm royal clan? And it's even my king's son that he's poaching. Do you really think that I, Gu Qingfeng, am some kind-hearted man? Gu He, deploy the floating warships and order 5,000 iron floaters to set out with the king. Travel to the Eastern Continent military region to get someone. Your Majesty. Wait. Gu He hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. Gu Qingfeng's eyes glared, and he drank coldly. There's no need to persuade me. My king's mind is made up. Just go down and pass the order. No, Your Majesty. My subordinates are trying to say that if you travel to the Eastern Continent now to ask for someone, that would be going to the wrong place. Speak clearly. Word has come from Wancheng that the Grand Duke has taken the military train this morning. It's traveling alone to Citation Dragon City. Summoning Dragon City? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed. He's just a summoner that. What's the point of going to Citation City? As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately reacted, and anger surged in his heart. Nonsense. He's just a summoner. How dare he presume to contract a dragon race? It's simply nonsense. Even if he wants to contract the dragon race, he could have come to Solid North City to find me. Join the Jinyuan army. Isn't this a slap in my Gu Qingfeng's face? Also, what are those people in the Eastern Continent military region for? How dare they let my son go to Dragon Drawing City alone? If anything happens to that rebellious son, can they afford to take the blame? Gu Qingfeng cursed angrily, then looked at Gu He and gave orders. Gu He, pass on my order. Within 10 minutes, order 5,000 iron buccaneers to board the floating battleship immediately. Come with me to the city of Dragon Drawing. Yes. Gu He bowed and hastily retreated. Gu Qingfeng suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Gu Ru, who was standing by the side. Ru, son, don't you want to go to Dragon Drawing City? In 10 minutes. Set off with iron float. Yes, father. Gu Ru nodded his head in response and sighed silently, his heart inexplicably welling up with a few points of displeasure. Going to Citation Dragon City was the thing he had longed for the most in the past few days, and now he had also finally received his father's permission. But how come it feels so suffocating? He himself pleaded with his father for days, never getting permission. However, when his father learned about Gu Chen, he led his army to lead Dragon City with great fanfare. His own desire for 500 iron buccaneers was flatly rejected, but his father, for the sake of Gu Chen, without hesitation, he was able to mobilize 5,000 iron buccaneers to accompany him. This sense of discrepancy made Guji's heart feel very bad. He was a rare profession dragon battle knight, and he was the proud son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. Why is father being so uncharacteristic today? putting all the emphasis on that loser summoner? This made him feel that the favoritism that should have belonged to him had all been snatched away by Gu-chen at once. Gu-ru's heart was full of pent-up frustration, and he couldn't help but ask in a cold voice, "Father, I don't understand that. To send out a floating battleship and lead 5,000 Iron Buccaneers, such a big commotion, just for that punk Gu-chen? Resignation." "Shut up." Xinyan's face changed abruptly, and she scolded in a stern voice. Guji reacted violently, and a wave of remorse welled up in his heart. Blame yourself for losing your temper in the heat of the moment. However, it was already too late. Snap. Guji didn't even react, and half of his cheek was imprinted with a reddish palm print, only to see Gu Qingfeng's gaze cold, his face completely gloomy. "Gu Zhe, that's your own brother. Even if you despise him in your heart, you shouldn't speak out of turn." This wasn't the first time Gu Qingfeng had gotten angry, but it was the first time he had made a move against Gu Ji. For a moment, Gu Ji was completely flustered in his heart. "Father, I didn't mean it that way. Shut up. I don't want to hear your explanations, but remember for me, what just happened. I don't want it to happen again." "Yes, Father, I know." Guru nodded obediently, feeling the fiery pain on his cheeks. A flash of hatred flashed through his heart. The slap filled his heart with resentment. He didn't understand why his father, who had always doted on him, suddenly started caring about that punk. Gu Chen, in what way is he comparable to himself? Chapter 114 Invoking Dragon City. Center Dragon Hall. This is the Dragon Drawing City? After getting down from the military column, Gu Chen followed the map's guidance and it came before a ruin that was hard to see the end of. Lead Dragon City had turned into an incomparably huge deserted city. The original towering walls of the city had long since been destroyed amidst the battles of the years, and from a distance, the city, which had descended from the abyss, had become a sprawling ruin nestled in the wilderness. Walking through the crumbling walls, the pungent scent of burning as invisible hands strangling the breath of the beneath his feet was dry, cracked, hot, scorched earth, and in the deep cracks, red magma gurgled and flowed, sputtering a few strings of sparks every now and then. Entering the city, where the scorched earth was, the gray mist was almost faintly invisible and became extremely thin. The view opens up at once. Looking up, the sky looked like a huge rotting curtain of an eerie scarlet in the leaden gray pressed down heavily. A few minutes after the outskirts of Induced Dragon City were stationed with the strongholds of major powers. Gu Chen found where the Jin Yuan army stronghold was located. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw two guarding Jin Yuan army soldiers looking over with a wary face. "Stand still. This is the Jin Yuan army stronghold. Idle hands are exempt." Two soldiers blocked Gu Chen's path. Gu Chen didn't say much, and directly took out the officer's medal and put it on his body. The two soldiers were slightly shocked and an incredulous look appeared on his face. "Good day, sir." A soldier was the first to react and immediately surprised Gu Chen with a military salute that the other soldier, half a beat slower to react, also learned to raise his hand in greeting. Gu Chen nodded and walked past the two men, going straight inside the camp. As they watched Gu Chen leave, the two soldiers couldn't help but sigh. Such a young 5-star lieutenant. Is it possible that he's the descendant of some war general? Doesn't look like it to me. Unless the war admiral's got his head up his ass. It's only then that you send your descendants to a place like this. Entering within the camp, Gu Chen saw a group of professionals gathered here. The majority of the people were dressed in civilian clothes. Like him, even though it was a stronghold of the Jin Yuan army, only a few were in uniform. When Gu Chen walked in, the officer's medal on his chest was very bright. Some of the people around him noticed his appearance and stopped to salute, then stepped back to the sides, subconsciously giving him a lane. "Gu Chen, welcome to Leader Dragon City. I am the person in charge of this stronghold." Ho Yu, a middle-aged man in a military uniform, with a rank on his shoulder patch representing a 5-star lieutenant, walked up, level with him. After greeting him, Ho Yu handed over a thumb-sized metal sequin and proceeded to explain. "This is your identification nameplate. Make sure you carry it with you. The nameplate will record your performance within the Dragon Drawing City, and if necessary, you can also call for help from the stronghold through the nameplate." The vast majority of the people within the Dragon Drawing City are second-order foreigners. There are also a certain number of third- and fourth-order foreigners present. However, those middle-rank aliens usually move around in fixed areas. As long as you don't trespass on their territory, you won't be attacked. At the very center of Dragon Drawing City sits a dragon palace, and General Ling asked me to tell you that he will be waiting for you within the Dragon Palace. After saying that, Ho Yu's eyes sized up Gu Chen. Since Ho Yu was a fifth-order professional, his rank far exceeded Gu Chen's, and therefore, the shielding effect of the officer's medal didn't work, and Gu Chen's rank was seen through at a glance. Just a second-ranked professional?
A look of surprise appeared in Hoyu's eyes.
Almost thought I was looking at it wrong. A second-ranked professional, traveling alone to the Dragon Palace, located at the very center of the Dragon Drawing City. This journey was full of crises, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a life of 9 deaths. If it wasn't for Gu-chan's officer's medal that contained his basic information, Hoyu was about to wonder if he was the wrong person. Hoyu couldn't help but sweep Gu-chen a glance, and in his heart, he slandered. Is it possible that this kid slept with Ling Feng's daughter? Otherwise, a 5-star general of the Eastern Continent military region. How could you embarrass a second-ranked professional in such a way? After mentally nonchalantly saying a few words, he briefly described the situation of Leader Dragon City. Gu-chen then obtained a map of Leader Dragon City and turned around to head outside the stronghold. Within Leader Dragon City, the vast majority of them are second-order foreigners, and the closer you get to the Dragon Palace in the center, the more third-order and fourth-order aliens there were. But like Hoyu said, as long as you don't take the initiative to enter the territory of those middle-ranked foreign races, the danger can then be avoided to a great extent. Leaving the stronghold and stepping onto the scorched earth, Gu-chen then summoned the Blood Archon out. Follow him in the direction of the Dragon Palace. It didn't take long before a one-person tall dragon race with a small body appeared ahead of them and looks like a young dragon. The young dragon's head was hideous and sharp, and its eyes were cruel and vicious. The scales on its body were a greenish color, reflecting a dazzling shine. A pair of short, fleshy wings flapped behind his back, and his tail was slender and flexible, like a nimble whip. The alien, iron-winged hatchling. Rank, 23. Life value, 156,700. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 233, Physique 262, Spirit 234, Skill, Piercing Claw Strike. A level 23 common Fey with 156,000 blood and a main attribute close to 370. This was already equivalent to the difficulty of a nightmare level abyss. Even the ordinary foreigners in the outermost reaches of Leader Dragon City are so powerful. How strong would the ones in the center area be? At Gu-chen's command, the Blood Archon raised his twin spears and unleashed the skill directly in the direction where the Fey are. The bullets traced out large swaths of silver light, like thunder and lightning interlacing with each other, and the power was horrifying. Bang! 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 All that was heard was a dense, muffled. The flurry of bullets with skill effects hit the iron-winged young dragon as hard as they could, and the horrific damage directly sifted the alien into a sieve. The scaled body sprouted large bloody holes and let out a wail of agony. The collapsed heavily to the ground. His blood level cleared. Kill iron-winged young dragon LV. 23. Experience plus 5,899. This damage. It's worthy of being a legendary summoned beast. A level 23 Fey was killed by a level 21 Blood Archon with a single skill. And, due to the Blood Archon's talent for hitting resets, after the death of the iron-winged hatchling, his skills directly skipped the cooldown. In the distance, a team of professionals was also besieging the iron-winged young dragon. Standing in the back row was a level 28 archer, and after he saw that scene just now, scared, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Asterisk asterisk. That level 21 summoned beast actually killed the iron-winged young dragon in seconds. What? Level 21 kills an iron-winged young dragon in seconds? Dude, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? I'm an archer. You can doubt my combat prowess, not my eyesight, okay? But it's not realistic for a level 21 to kill a level 23 in seconds, is it? The archer blushed slightly. Yes, oh yes, it was indeed a bit unrealistic. Is it possible that I'm hallucinating? At the thought, he couldn't help but twist his head around to look at it again. Who would have thought that this look would directly make him paralyzed with shock? Chapter 115 picked up a bloodied elite Fey, only to see the Blood Race Archon probing his hand and flinging it. A streak of red light flew into the corpse of that iron-winged young dragon. In the next second, the iron-winged young dragon directly came back from the dead, with a scarlet glow lingering on its body. Slowly stood up from the ground. Alive? The archer's eyes were round and his jaw dropped. At the same time, a few professionals behind him noticed the situation over here, and they all looked at Gu-chen with shocked faces. What's this occupation? Summoner? No, summoners don't have that. You're supposed to be a necromancer, right? It was only after the young blood dragon stood up and several bloody holes in his body were restored as before in the twinkling of an eye. The original green scales looked like they had been dyed a scarlet color. A bloodthirsty light blossomed in a pair of cold eyes. Gu-chen ignored the shock of those people as the Blood Race Archon led the way with the Blood Race young dragon, continued deeper into the center area. Along the way, every few moments, one or more iron-winged hatchlings would jump out from amongst the ruins of the. It's all about delivering groceries. Gu Chen didn't summon any other summoned beasts. After all, this could only be considered the outermost part of the Invoking Dragon City. The Fae appeared infrequently and with minimal difficulty.
One summoned beast from the Blood Archon was more than enough. If there was another summoned beast, none of these Fae would be enough to share. With the gift of hit reset, the Blood Race Archon easily killed the foreigners along the way one by one and then transformed them into Blood Race young dragons. After slaying those foreigners triggered by the Abyssal Shrine in the Tundra Wilderness, the Gu Chen had then risen to level 22. The Blood Archon has been upgraded with this, and can now transform a total of 240 blood descendants. Each second order blood can do 5,000 damage by blowing themselves up. If you transform 240 blood hatchlings, that's 1.2 million damage. 3 blood archons, that's 3.6 million damage. That's 3.6 million. That's a number that's scary to think about. The bottom of Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a flash of excitement, and at this moment, he even gave birth to the illusion that, even if the Dragon King came, he would have to be blown up by the blood descendants. Of course, it's just an illusion. Not to mention the Dragon King, even if an elite dragon clan comes, all it needs to do is spit out a dragon's breath. It would have killed and wounded these blood hatchlings. If we really let these young blood dragons surround the elite dragons, I'm afraid that the vast majority of them won't be able to get close enough. The ones that actually do damage are simply few and far between. As they pushed forward, they didn't have to go far before there were more than 10 blood young dragons in the open road. Gu Chen and the Blood Race Archon walked behind them, their postures casual. It was a stark contrast to the professionals who fought for their lives. It didn't take long. A foreign race that was even taller than the iron-winged young dragon appeared in Gu Chen's line of sight. Fae, Iron-winged Hatchling Elite. Rank, 25. Life value, 16723/306700. Attributes, Strength 468. Agility 433. Physique 362. Spirit 334. Skill I, Dragon Scale Shield. Skill 2, Iron Wing Chopping. Skill 2, Dragon's Breath. An elite Fae? Gu Chen's gaze lit up, and he couldn't help but glance at the blood volume of this alien race. Life value, 16723/306700. Stumped? And it's still a big wreck. It's outrageous that this could happen. It's like pie in the sky. There are a large number of professionals fighting in the middle of the Invoking Dragon City every day. It's not uncommon to encounter a bloodied Fae, but it was a bit too much luck to encounter a bloodied elite Fae. This elite alien's agility attribute wasn't low. I think it was killed by other professionals to the point of being crippled. Escaped here by accident. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up in an arc. Never mind who was striking down this alien race. Now that it's delivered to your door, how can you not kill it? With a thought, the Blood Race Archon immediately understood, and his body steeply erupted with blood-colored light. Scarlet Feast. An intense blood-colored storm swept toward the elite alien. Boom! The iron-winged young dragon elite was hit by the skill, and the only 10,000 or so blood left was instantly emptied. The scurrying body fell straight to the ground. After all, it's a big handicap, and there's no doubt about the seconds. Kill level 25 iron-winged young dragon elite. Experience plus 54. 800. Loot obtained. Dragon Spirit Hunting Bow *1 Epic. Obtained loot. Dragon Scale Boots *1 Rare Grade. Obtained trophy. Dragon Claw *4 Rare. Obtained loot. Hatchling Heart *1 Rare. Quite a haul. Not only did you gain almost 55,000 experience by killing a level 25 elite Fae, it also popped out an epic level weapon, a rare level boot, and a bunch of rare level materials. It seems like you had an explosion of luck. Gu Chen was so happy in his heart that he was about to check the attributes of that longbow. Whoosh! An ice arrow emitting an intense coldness broke through the air like lightning. Gu Chen's face changed and he was about to displace out, only to see the Blood Archon raise his hand and fire a shot that, a silver-white bullet instantly crashed on top of that ice arrow. Bang! The ice arrow shattered and exploded into a field of ice slag. The 13 Blood Race young dragons arched in front of Gu Chen, emitting a low hissing roar. A bloodthirsty gaze stared dead ahead, with a ferocious look in its eyes. Gu Chen looked forward, only to see two silhouettes walking out of the ruins one after the other. There's no need for mental perception. At a glance, you can tell the opponent's occupation by the equipment on their body. The one walking in front was a warrior, while the one behind was a mage. Kid, we've been fighting this elite Fae for half an hour, and we've finally hit a major wreck. I can't believe you cut me off. You dash. The warrior, with his greatsword in his hand, and a look of anger on his face, was about to come forward and, however, they saw more than a dozen Blood Race young dragons swarming up to guard Gu Chen's side. The warrior's face stiffened, his eyes filled with scorn, and his voice weakened.
Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Little brother, according to the rules between professionals, you're the one who robbed our elite fae. I'm afraid this matter can't be justified, can it? The young man dressed as a mage stood on the opposite side, keeping a safe distance. Gu Chen glanced at those two as if he was looking at two little cuties. Can't you tell? So what makes sense? It was his battle power that was high enough to kill that elite fae today. If it was an ordinary level 22 summoner, he would have been killed in a single glance. Can't kill the fae, only be killed by them? That's what you call it? Cut the crap. I'm just robbing your bloodied elite fae now. So what? Gu Chen's face sank slightly. If these two continue to be unkind, then don't blame him for not being polite. Humph. Playing rough? Ha? Think I'm a warrior for a living? That warrior shouted angrily, glaring at Gu Chen with his greatsword in hand, like they were going to do it at the drop of a hat. The mage came forward as well, with a cold look on his face. Little brother, your summoned beast is level 22, so you must be level 22 as well. Don't blame me for not warning you, we're both level 28. What just happened was your fault in the first place, so all the loot that popped up goes to us. How about you come up with another $1 million as compensation, and today's matter will be written off? The staff in the mage's hand blossomed with a chilling blue light and threatened nonchalantly. Chapter 116 Invincible Scroll, Woman in the Grotto. Gu Chen's gaze was chilled. The other party had spoken to such an extent that they were obviously eating him up. In the world of professionals, human life is the least valuable thing, not to mention the fact that it was in the wilderness, and things like killing people to get rid of them were more than normal. Seeing the chill in Gu Chen's eyes, the warrior's body steeply erupted with a burst of golden light. First, he put a shield of courage on himself, and then raised the greatsword in his hand with a grim look on his face. I was going to let you live, but since you don't know what's good for you, good, then there's no point in you living. Die for me. The warrior bellowed and raised his greatsword before charging at Gu Chen. In this kind of scene, there was no need for Gu Chen to command. The group of blood race young dragons arching around him let out a roar of fury and met them without hesitation. That mage in the back row cast a frost shock at the first opportunity. It knocked out over 8,000 blood from the several blood hatchlings that rushed ahead, and it also applied a frozen status to the front row of hatchlings. It works, but not much. Enhanced by the blood instincts, the attributes of these blood young dragons were higher than those of foreign races of the same level. Even when a freezing effect was applied, it didn't have much of an effect on movement. 13 young blood dragons swarmed up and launched a ferocious attack that, knocking the warrior back, he soon surrounded the two professionals. Then 10 of them lurched up and launched a suicide attack. Shrink the circle and blow yourself up. Boom! The two professionals were still struggling to defend themselves, and without any warning, in a flash, it was engulfed in a violent explosion. Piercing blood flames rose into the air, and smoke rose in all directions. Gu Chen and the blood race Archon stood off to the side with the only 3 remaining blood race young dragons and watched with cold eyes. When the dust settles, only to see that a huge crater had been blown out of the place where the two professionals were originally located. The mage had been blown up, and a bit of ice crystal armor remained on his mangled body. There was a scattering of equipment on the ground. Seeing as how, at the beginning of the explosion, he even used his skills to resist it. It was just that the ice crystal armor's shield couldn't block the damage of 10 blood hatchlings blowing themselves up at all. The warrior was also all over the place, with a good portion of his blood blown off, but he didn't die. On the surface of his body, a shield formed by a golden halo was slowly flowing. It wasn't a skill halo, but a prop effect and invincibility scroll. After using the scroll of invincibility, you can gain ultimate defense for 3 minutes. Neither physical nor magical damage can pose any threat to the target. At this moment, the warrior turned his head to look at Gu Chen, an intense look of horror on his face. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled, running for his life. The scroll of invincibility only lasted 3 minutes, and beside Gu Chen, a blood archon that, 2 mirror images, and 3 blood hatchlings. How do you fight? There is no chance of winning at all. He had already been injured in the blast, and though he had gained a brief moment of extreme defense, but there wasn't any improvement in terms of attack, and just those 3 blood hatchlings alone were able to slow him down. Chase! At Gu Chen's command, the 2 mirror images leapt out violently with the 3 blood hatchlings. The warrior was a mediocre fighter and posed no threat to him, but since he had done, just do the absolute. If you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring, and he didn't want to leave a hidden danger for himself. Taking advantage of the 3 young blood dragons chasing them out, Gu Chen walked over to the mage's corpse, took a look at the equipment that popped out. A field of garbage. Aside from the rare 5-star staff he was using, there was no valuable equipment at all. How dare you kill people with this level of skill? Gu Chen put away the rare grade staff. It could be sold for a few million, at least.
The others are too lazy to read. He then chased after the warrior in the direction the warrior had fled in with the blood archon. By virtue of the senses between the blood archons and their descendants, it wasn't long before the Gu-chan then chased after him within a hidden grotto. The grotto was very empty, almost hundreds of square meters. It should be a temporary stronghold for those two. When he walked to the deepest part, he saw that the warrior from earlier had been cornered by the blood hatchling. 3 minutes have long since passed. The invincibility scrolls have expired. Now he was like a fish on a chopping board and could only be slaughtered. Spare my life. The warrior looked towards Gu-chen and flung himself onto his knees. Click. As soon as the words left his mouth, his head was crushed by a bite from the blood hatchling. Gu-chen came after him just to kill people. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to spare him? Sweeping towards the ground, several pieces of equipment exploded, except for a rare grade heavy armor that, all others are excellent grades. Collecting the heavy armor, Gu-chen turned around with the intention of leaving the cave. At that moment, however, as if he had discovered something, the great lord of the Blood Clan went to the deepest part of the grotto. Uncharacteristically, tap on one of the walls. 3 crisp sounds came from the darkness, especially clear in the still darkness. There's a dark room? Gu-chen's expression moved slightly, and he hurriedly stepped forward and, the wall was found to be far more flat than the other walls in the cave. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a heavy hammer from his carry space and slammed it out. Boom! The walls collapsed in response, and inside was a dark room of a dozen square meters, in which inlaid with a crystal that emitted a faint glow. On the ground, a flowery woman was bound hand and foot. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with small, delicate features and a touch of sexiness in her showiness. She was plump and delicate, and wore a well-made suit of leather armor that, it presented her front and back figure perfectly, without a single excess fat from head to toe. The waves were raging behind the towering breastplate, full and inviting between the black armor and white skin. The peaks rise and fall and call out. However, such a stunningly beautiful creature was in a state of shock at this time. There was a redness in the watery, beautiful eyes. That petite and seductive body shrank into a ball. Looking at Gu-chen in horror, Gu-chen's face was slightly surprised, not knowing what this was all about. How could there be such a sexy and charming woman in the middle of this barren and dilapidated grotto? A gift from nature? After a moment of silence, before Gu-chen could speak, the woman opened her mouth and asked, "Why did you get me here?" Gu-chen froze, caught off guard by the question, seemingly seeing that Gu-chen hadn't shown any mischief and was even a bit hard and handsome. The wariness in the woman's eyes subsided a few moments. "My name is Luo Qingxue. I come from the northern realm Luo family, and I came to lead Dragon City 2 days ago, and I was killed by 2. I don't want to hear nonsense. Get to the point." Gu-chen interrupted the other party with an impatient face. Luo Qingxue's expression was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect this man in front of her to be so rude and impolite. Since she was a child, how had she ever been treated like this? When he thought of this, a few more tears rose in those beautiful eyes, causing people to feel pity. Seeing this scene, Gu-chen was speechless, no longer paying attention to the woman in front of him, turning around and walking away. Chapter 117. Were you the one who abducted the Luo family's little princess? Seeing this man turn away without a word, Luo Qingxue was instantly anxious. "Hey, don't go. I was captured here. Can you get me out? Don't look for me. I'm just passing through all the way," Gu-chen said without looking back. "I come from the Luo family of the Northern Realm. If you save me out of here, my father will surely reward me heavily," Luo Qingxue immediately said. "A big reward? How much money can there be?" Gu-chen ignored it and continued to walk out. "Then you want equipment? No matter what quality of equipment, I can give it to you. Quite a mouthful. What if I want legendary equipment? That's fine, but I can only give you 1 piece of legendary equipment, because I'm almost out of pocket money for the month." Gu-chen turned around and looked at the woman with a speechless face. "I'm running out of pocket money this month and I can only buy 1 legendary piece of equipment? What kind of tiger wolf talk is that?" At this moment, he suddenly realized that this woman had just mentioned the Northern Realm Luo family. Is it that Luo family? The richest in the north? At that thought, he took another closer look at the woman. Level 18 assassin. An epic piece of equipment. And a set at that. Quite the lady from a wealthy family. Deal. 1 piece of legendary equipment, and I'll save you out, Gu-chen answered. Luo Qingxue sniffed and let out a long sigh of relief, patting her towering breasts as she stood up from the ground. "Help me untie me first." Luo Qingxue stood in front of Gu-chen, raising her head and chest. Gu-chen took a look. Not to mention the tying method. It's quite erotic. The chains are ordinary chains, but they're enchanted. That's why it was possible to trap Luo Qingxue in this underground cave. Unlocking the chains and stepping out of the dark room, Luo Qingxue had just taken a step when a look of horror appeared on her face. "Fae! How can there be fae in this grotto?" Her voice trembled as she pointed to the 3 young blood dragons outside. "Shut up!" Gu Chen let out a cold shout. "It's not a foreigner. That's my summoned beast." Only then did Luo Qingxue calm down. A burst of embarrassment above her pretty face followed Gu Chen towards the outside of the underground cave. Not long after the two left, a middle-aged man shrouded under a black robe walked into the underground cave. Looking at the mess within the underground cave, a cold and angry voice resounded from beneath the black robe. "Humph! I just went out to run some errands, and that little girl was even rescued? This grotto has been well hidden. How on earth was it found? The Luo family of the Northern Realm. There's really something to it." Speaking here, the black-robed man laughed sorrowfully. "However, the grudge between your Luo family and me, it won't end so easily." Gu Chen didn't turn back with Luo Qingxue, but continued to push towards the center of the city. At sunset, they arrived at the supply point located on the outskirts of Citation Dragon City. It's actually a rundown tavern. The facade of the tavern was covered in patches, and the windows were crumbling and the exposed concrete was covered with battle marks and the roof tiles were in pieces. It was clear that there had been more than 1 or 2 gruesome battles in this tavern. Gu Chen put the Blood Race Archon into his carry-on space and arranged for the 3 Blood Race young dragons to stand by nearby. He then brought Luo Qingxue inside the tavern. There weren't many people inside, and the tavern owner was a balding middle-aged man, a level 35 priest. He first glanced at Gu Chen, and when he saw that Gu Chen didn't pay much attention to him, in passing, he looked at Luo Qingxue again. Immediately afterward, a flash of amazement flashed across his face. "What a big little girl. That's quite a sea change. This lady. No, what would you like to drink, pretty lady?" The tavern owner handed up a drink list. "Contact the Northland Luo family for me and have them send someone to pick me up from this tavern," Luo Qingxue said directly. "The Northern Realm Luo family? Could it be that you are Luo Qingxue?" The tavern owner was astonished. "You recognize me?" Luo Qingxue asked curiously. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, a flash of surprise and excitement flashed across the tavern owner's face. "More than knowing each other. After you disappeared this morning, the Luo family went crazy looking for you. At least 3 groups of people have come here this day to inquire about your whereabouts." With that, the tavern owner looked wistfully at Gu Chen. "This little brother, were you the one who abducted the Luo family's little princess?" Gu Chen was speechless for a while. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Luo Qingxue explained. "I was kidnapped, and it was him who saved me." The tavern owner nodded. "I see. Little brother. It looks like you're going to be lucky. Please wait, I'll contact the Luo family now." The tavern keeper went to the other side of the bar and pulled out a call for help nameplate. An excited face spoke, obviously communicating what was happening here to the outside world. Lead Dragon City descended from the abyss, located deep in the wilderness. Not even a teleportation array had been repaired to this place, not to mention communication facilities. The phone's been out of service the whole time. The only way to contact the outside world is through one of those special communication nameplates. After saying a few words, the tavern owner came over with a flourish. "MS. Luo, I've had your family notified, so I'm sure they'll be here to pick you up soon." "Thank you, you're such a good person," Luo Qingxue said with a smile. The two found a seat in the tavern and sat down. Gu Chen said in a deep voice, "I've already rescued you from the underground cave, and your family will be coming over soon, so you'd better fulfill your promise, or don't blame me for flipping out." Luo Qingxue's heart tightened for no reason, and she said weakly, "Little brother, don't worry, it's just a piece of legendary equipment. I won't make a big deal out of it. When my family gets here, I'll have them give you a treasury gold card. You can use your gold card to exchange for a piece of legendary equipment in the treasury of each major city. Treasure Trove Gold Card. This he is familiar with. Unyielding black armor is to use the gold card in Wancheng Treasure Trove exchange." "Fine, just do as you say." Gu Chen nodded. It didn't take long for it to get completely dark. The night was cloudy and the temperature plummeted in the city of Citation Dragon. Even the magma in the cracks in the ground cooled down quickly. The earth was out of reach, and only this crumbling tavern shimmered with the faint light of "Bring a little fireworks to the dead ruins." Soon, a cracking sound came from the darkness, and a small flying boat descended from the sky. 3 professionals came down from above. Coming. The tavern owner was the first to hear the sound, and his eyes looked out the window. Gu Chen also turned his head, only to see 3 middle-aged men enter the tavern from outside. At the head of the group was a 3rd-ranked swordsman, while 2 warriors followed behind him. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue walked quickly with an excited face. "Uncle Qin, why are you picking me up now?" Seeing Luo Qingxue unharmed, Qin Lianshan's face eased a few points. "Miss, you can never be so capricious again.
Do you know how worried the family is? Hearing the gravity in Qin Lianshan's tone, Luo Qingshue's pretty face revealed a few moments of embarrassment.
He then hastily pointed at Gu Chun in the back.
Uncle Qin, it's this little brother who saved me. I promised to give him a legendary equipment. You give him a treasury gold card.
Chapter 118. If you try to renege on my debt,
I'll kill your lady.
At those words, Qin Lianshan's face changed slightly as he looked toward Gu Chun, who was standing by the side. A piece of legendary equipment was worth tens of millions of dollars, which was not a small amount. If it was really this man who saved the young lady, naturally a heavy reward would be inevitable. But the Luo family mobilized thousands of professionals to search for them all day long in Dragon City, didn't even find a soul. As a result, as soon as the sun had set, Missy was found by this young man. Fast tickets don't last overnight? Isn't that a bit of a coincidence? Qin Lianshan has been a guard in the Luo family for more than 10 years,
and out of professional instincts, he was used to looking at people with a wary eye. Little brother, I wonder what your name is, and how did you discover my lady? Gu Chen frowned slightly. Saving your family and still having to be interrogated by you?
He would not be spoiled and said directly,
why ask so much? Just give me the gold card. Although Qin Lianshan was a third-ranked swordsman, a full rank higher than him in rank, but if it was a real fight, it wouldn't count as any threat at all. It's only the third order. It's not like we haven't killed before. Sensing the displeasure in Gu Chen's attitude, Qin Liancheng spoke up. Don't misunderstand, little brother. The Luo family won't make a fuss about the gold card. But the matter of who my young lady was actually captured by has to be clarified as well. A coldness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. What did this mean? Suspecting you of kidnapping Luo Qingxue?
The tavern owner on the side sensed the strong smell of gunpowder and hurriedly stepped forward to round off the situation.
Servant Qin, it's a misunderstanding. If it's true that this brother has captured Ms. Luo, how could he have thrown himself into the net?
Qin Lianshan glanced at the tavern owner.
Who are you? Is there a place for you to speak here? The tavern owner's face immediately sank.
Qin Lianshan was only a guard of the Gu family.
How dare you be so arrogant?
Anxiety surfaced on Luo Qingshue's face as she hurriedly explained.
Uncle Qin, you must have misunderstood. It was indeed this little brother who saved me. Miss, you're not yet experienced in the world.
Dragon Attracting City is full of fish and dragons.
You can't just look at things on the surface. You don't need to worry about this matter. Just watch from the sidelines. Uncle Qin, it was really this little brother who saved me. You can't be gracious and hateful. Luo Qingshue's pretty face showed a few moments of sulking. Yet Qin Lianshan was stubborn. He signaled the two warriors behind him to protect Luo Qingxue, and then looked at Gu Chen with an unkind face. Little brother, my lady's status is honored. Her well-being must not be sloppy. If you are unwilling to give an account, the Luo family stronghold is just outside the city, so I can only trouble you to come with me. Gu Chen's face was suddenly gloomy. He didn't want to waste his time on the Luo family's affairs. His gaze lifted slightly as he stared at Qin Lianshan, an intense chill erupting from his eyes. I've rescued the people. The treasury gold card. Do you give it or not?
Qin Lianshan laughed contemptuously.
Not caring. Little brother, hold your horses for a moment. As long as you cooperate with the investigation, how would the Luo family begrudge a treasury gold card? Gu Chen completely ran out of patience. I saved the people. If you want to renege on my debt, I'll kill your lady. As the words fell, a silence fell over the tavern. Luo Qingxue? The tavern owner on the side had his eyelids jumped as he looked at Gu Chun in disbelief. If you don't get the ransom, you'll kill the hostage? You're not really a kidnapper, are you? I was just putting in a good word for you.
Qin Lianshan's face showed a touch of disdain as he said with a cold smile.
Kid, I could tell there was something wrong with you. Now you can't pretend. Can you? Gu Chen was calm. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Seeing the killing intent under Gu Chen's eyes,
Qin Lianshan did not hesitate to draw the longsword on his back.
How dare you speak out of turn in front of him?
Do you really think that he, the Luo family's guard, is a job? Dare to rob Miss Luo. This kid is dead today.
Qin Lianshan gripped the longsword in his hand and was about to strike.
Just then, a low growl suddenly sounded outside the tavern. Immediately after that, only a loud bang was heard as the roof of the tavern was tipped over from the outside by a huge force. The crowd subconsciously looked up and only a hideous figure 3 meters tall was seen revealing itself from the darkness. Alien race, iron-winged blue dragon. Rank, 32. Life value, 209. 800. Attributes, strength 535. Agility 313. Physique 538. Spirit 310. Skill I, Dragon Scale Shield. Skill 2, Iron Wing Chopping. Skill 2, Dragon's Breath. Iron Wing Blue Dragon.
The form of the Iron Wing hatchling after it reaches adulthood. The shape looks like an enlarged version of an Iron Wing hatchling. only that the lime green scales had turned into a deep blue color, and the attributes of all aspects had been drastically improved, especially the physique and blood quantity. The tavern owner's face changed when he saw this scene.
Oh no! Why is there an adult blue dragon here? This isn't its territory.
The iron-winged blue dragon poked out its hideously large head, a pair of icy eyes filled with brutality and ferocity.
Spitting out human words. Lowly humans, you stinking worm-like. Who gave you the guts to provoke the abyssal races?
The low words were filled with killing intent,
causing Luo Qingshue's body to tremble.
The whole man was thrown into intense terror.
What the hell? This was a supply point. How could an adult iron-winged blue dragon suddenly appear? How is it possible? Luo Qingxue only felt her scalp go numb.
The dragon might of the third rank seemed to confine the air. It caused her to stop trembling.
Uncle Qin, save me.
Luo Qingxue hurriedly hid behind Qin Liansheng.
No harm done. Just a level 32 blue dragon.
Qin Liansheng had a breezy face and his tone was filled with strong confidence.
He's level 35.
And he's got a level 35 epic greatsword in his hand.
Killing a level 32 iron-winged blue dragon was completely more than enough.
A mere third-ranked foreigner. How dare you startle my lady? I'll take your head right here. Qin Lianshan snorted coldly, casting his skill and holding his greatsword to slash at that iron-winged blue dragon. A piercing light blossomed above the blade of the sword, forming a sword-shaped shadow of light more than 3 meters long.
Carrying a terrifying might, he chopped towards that iron-winged blue dragon. Bang! The skill hit the iron-winged blue dragon, and dazzling sparks erupted from its deep scales.
The scale armor then shattered in large pieces. Afterwards, he swung his sword again, and the iron-winged blue dragon retreated, but failed to dodge a horrifying wound was chopped out of the huge head.
Seeing this scene, Luo Qingshue's face revealed a look of astonishment and envy. So strong, a random skill could injure the iron-winged blue dragon, and as terrifying as this alien looked,
but it was no match for Uncle Qin at all. The tavern owner on the side was staring at his face. Although he was a priest, he was able to rise to level 35 and it was all fought over in a sea of corpses and blood. Although this Qin Lianshan had no one in sight, he did have arrogant capital. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before this iron-winged blue dragon would be killed. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Chun, who was standing next to him. Although it had a shielding effect and the level could not be seen, but at such a young age, he would only be at the peak of the second rank at the end of his life. How dare you threaten to kill MS Luo with this amount of combat power? It was clear that he didn't put Qin Lianshan in his eyes. At that thought, the tavern owner couldn't help but step back half a body length to distance himself from Gu Chen. It seemed that after this iron-winged blue dragon was resolved, this kid would definitely die a horrible death. Chapter 119. So like to play. Fun? Qin Lianshan's aura was amazing, and under the effect of the skill, the greatsword in his hand was invincible. Dominance. On the contrary, that iron-winged blue dragon had obviously fallen into a disadvantage. It could only retreat under the blistering attack and let out a hissing roar from its mouth. At that moment, Luo Qingxue looked at Gu Chen and said, "Little brother, after my Uncle Qin kills this blue dragon, you might as well apologize to him. He's just like that in character. Don't take offense. But don't worry, since I promised to give you a treasure trove gold card, I will absolutely do what I said." Gu Chen said nonchalantly, "Don't give me this. If you don't give me the gold card today, none of you will leave alive." When Luo Qingxue heard this, she became anxious. "Why are you like this? My Uncle Qin is a level 35 swordsman. Even this iron-winged blue dragon is no match for him. How dare you disrespect him? Level 35? Is that strong? Let's wait until he can survive." "What? You're hallucinating, aren't you? Didn't you see that blue dragon being beaten by my Uncle Qin without a fight?" Luo Qingxue was furious. This person was simply unbelievable. She turned her gaze to the battle not far away, only to see Qin Lianshan holding a large sword, like a divine warrior descending from the sky. Beat that blue dragon to a standstill. The situation is great. You say my Uncle Qin won't survive? It's a fool's errand. Just as Luo Qingxue revealed a face of arrogance, several tall black shadows suddenly jumped out of the surrounding darkness, surrounding Qin Lianshan in the twinkling of an eye. Surprisingly, 5 more iron-winged blue dragons appeared at once. How come there are so many? An ambush? No good. Seeing this scene, the 2 warriors protecting Luo Qingxue immediately changed their faces drastically. Hurriedly, he took out his weapon and rushed forward to help. 2 level 32 warriors, also holding epic weapons, with notable battle power. However, 3 against 6, or 6 iron-winged blue dragons. This didn't have any chance of winning at all. After a fierce fight, only 2 thuds were heard, and the 2 warriors were disemboweled by the sharp fins. Immediately after that, he screamed miserably and fell heavily to the ground, struggling for a few moments before directly dying.
And Qin Lianshan wasn't having a good time either. In the battle against that iron-winged blue dragon from earlier, he's not consumed. When the support from the iron-winged blue dragon arrived, his pressure skyrocketed and he was forced to play defense. Fighting and retreating at the same time. It looked like there was no way to fight. Bear! Suddenly an iron-winged blue dragon attacked from behind and directly activated the skill. Iron wing chopping. Those wings cut through iron like clay. And that's how the two warriors died earlier. Qin Lianshan was shocked in his heart and hastily drew back to dodge. Only his movements were still a step too slow. Only a scream was heard as his entire right arm was cut off from his shoulder. In an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, filling the air with a thick bloody odor. Qin Lianshan's face twisted from the intense pain. Frantically, he got between the gaps of several iron-winged blue dragons and searched the ground for his severed arm. He's got a healing scroll. He just needs to find the broken arm and use the healing scroll. A broken arm can then be attached immediately and there will be no after effects. At this moment, a broken arm holding a large sword fell from the sky, just landing next to Gu Chen. Blood was still spewing outward from the break, splattering the sides of his shoes. Qin Lianshan dodged the iron-winged blue dragon's attacks with great difficulty, and rushed this way with all his might. As long as he could receive his broken arm back and use the healing scroll, he would have a chance of turning the tables. The iron-winged blue dragon's attack slowed down a few points, and the 5 blue dragons that came in support were more of a huddle, like hunters teasing their prey, handing the human over to the one they had initially battled. After all, that initial iron-winged blue dragon had been beaten all over the place. Little brother, give me my arm. Qin Lianshan found the location where the broken arm was, and hope for life emerged in his eyes. Give me my gold card and I'll kick your broken arm over. Gu Chen took a few steps and stood next to the broken arm. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Gu Chen's words, Qin Lianshan's face exploded with rage, and he was even infuriated with a mouthful of blood. At this critical moment of life and death, how dare you mention the gold card to me? Can't you see there are 6 iron-winged blue dragons here? Are you crazy? Qin Lianshan's face was filled with violent fury. There are 6 third-order foreign races here. You're trying to extort gold cards from me instead of helping me? I saved the person, and the gold card is what your lady wants to give me. So you won't give it? Gu Chen said in a deep voice. Kid, think about it. I'm the highest-ranked person here, and if I die, you won't survive either. Qin Lianshan dodged the attacks around him, anger rising in his heart. So, you're still not going to give me the gold card? The Luo family's gold card. Miss Luo can't make the decision. You want a guard to make the decision? At this time, Luo Qingxue also shouted from the side. Uncle Qin, it's just a gold card. Give it to him. The tavern owner was also anxious at this moment. Qin Lianshan, the gold card belongs to the Luo family, not you. As for taking a life against it, Qin Lianshan had already been bloodied, completely out of condition, and was about to be unable to hold on. He immediately took out a teleportation scroll and activated it, and the healing spell worked on him. Taking advantage of this lull, he looked at Gu Chen and said, Okay, I promise to give you the gold card. You give me the broken arm first. This is a good time to get the broken arm, just so you can get it back. Gu Chen laughed. It's come to this, still playing with hard eyes? Bet I wouldn't dare let you die? He didn't answer back and kicked his feet. Bang! The broken arm was kicked out and crashed in a direction other than Qin Lianshan. Instead, it was an iron-winged blue dragon not far away. Hearing the sound of breaking air coming in at great speed, that iron-winged blue dragon twisted its head around. Afterwards, it opened its big mouth and bit the broken arm in its mouth, eating it in 3 or 2 bites. As with the cashew chicken, it crunches twice as hard. Qin Lianshan's eyes exploded, his entire face extremely distorted by this scene. Incredulity appeared on the faces of the tavern owner and Luo Qingxue, and the entire room fell into complete silence. Even the iron-winged blue dragon that had been teasing Qin Lianshan stopped attacking. The Fae are also intelligent, and the dragons are even more so. Thus, more than just the others present. Even these iron-winged blue dragons thought that Gu Chen would definitely compromise with Qin Lianshan, for no other reason than this level 35 swordsman was the highest level in the room. He lives so that these people can hope to continue to live. Yet what did Gu Chen do? He fed Qin Lianshan's severed arm to an iron-winged blue dragon. In other words, he completely buried everyone's hope of living with this blow. Crazy. What the hell are you doing? Stupid X. ILF *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
He thought he had everything under control, but he didn't realize Gu Chen was crazy. Play it straight off. Gu Chen looked at Qin Lianshan's extremely distorted face, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Like to play so much? Is it fun? Chapter 120. It's not that I want to die, it's that you don't want to live. Little brother. You,
What do you mean by this? The tavern owner asked with a nervous face. What do you mean?
Of course it's to send him to his death.
Gu didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his eyes and, I saved the man anyway, and when he dies, I can just go back to the rest of the Luo family and ask for that gold card. Gu said without a care in the world. Qin Lianshan's life was like an insignificant object in his eyes. If the other guy had given him the gold card in the first place, right now in this situation, he might even consider coming to the rescue. Since Qin Lianshan loves to die so much, let's give him a ride. Like he said, Luo Qingxue was rescued by him. Even if Qin Lianshan died, he could also go back to the rest of the Luo family for more. Therefore, Gu was in no hurry. Under the effect of the healing scroll, Qin Lianshan's injuries recovered a lot, and his condition also rebounded. However, at this moment, he had a miserable face, and his eyes were glaring at Gu with extreme resentment, an expression that he couldn't wait to eat Gu alive. Originally, if he had been allowed to attach his arm, the situation would have had a slight chance of turning around, because he still had one of his strongest skills unused, which was the key to turning the tide of the battle. Now, however, it's all over. At this moment, endless remorse arose in his heart, hating himself for being too arrogant. He had been a guard in the Luo family for more than 10 years, and had long since considered himself a part of the Luo family. That's why it's so serious about the gold card. However, looking back now, although the gold card was valuable, it belonged to the Luo family after all. It has nothing to do with him at all. For something that doesn't even belong to him, causing him to lose his arm and be reduced to a cripple. This price is too great. If I had known that, I would have been better off giving the gold card out in pain. Repentance appeared on Qin Lianshan's face, only it was all too late. A dark color flashed in his eyes as Qin Lianshan shouted to the tavern owner to the side. Priest, you're also a third-ranked professional. If you can escort my young lady away today, the Luo family will definitely reward you heavily. When the tavern owner heard this, his face turned ugly for a while, and he didn't dare to reply at all. If in normal times, there would be this opportunity to save the life of the Luo family's daughter, he would absolutely agree without hesitation. However, the situation at hand was simply not something that he, a level 35 priest, could handle. If this group of foreigners were undead creatures, he would still be able to utilize some of his battle prowess. But now that he was facing the dragons, if he went up, he would simply be giving away food. Seeing that the tavern owner didn't dare to answer, a look of despair appeared on Qin Lianshan's face. There's simply no one but him who can deal with these third-order foreigners, and he had lost his arm. Without an arm, unable to hold a sword, what's the difference between such a swordsman and a waste? All that's left is to wait to die. A look of determination appeared on Qin Lianshan's face as he blocked Luo Qingxue behind him, deadly staring at the iron-winged blue dragon in front of him. He was a guard of the Luo family. Even if he died, it had to be for the protection of Luo Qingxue. More than 40 years ago, his father protected the Luo family head in this way. That's why he had a supreme position amongst the Luo family's group of guards. Now, he also used this way to protect Luo Qingxue, even if he died because of it. His son would also become the most respected guard in the Luo family in the future. Fei, if you want to make a move, step over my corpse first. Qin Lianshan glared at the group of iron-winged blue dragons with a ferocious look on his face. It's like a trapped animal letting out its last roar. The leading iron-winged blue dragon walked out with heavy steps, not even looking at Qin Lianshan. The thick, heavy and powerful long tail swung out violently, like a steel whip swinging out, directly sending the latter flying. Interesting. The leading iron-winged blue dragon looked towards Gu Chen, a rare look of teasing on its hideous face. Human, for being so interesting, I can give you a way out. As long as you kill all of these humans next to you, I'll let you live. Hearing these words from the iron-winged blue dragon, the tavern owner and Luo Qingxue's faces changed violently. Couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He was still waiting to see this group of iron-winged blue dragons get Qin Lianshan killed. Why are you messing with yourself again? Human, I've given you a way to live. Why don't you do it? Do you want to die? The leading iron-winged blue dragon took a step forward, his words filled with thick threats. It's not that I want to die, but you don't want to live. Gu Chen said blandly. You dare to disobey me? Seek death. That iron-winged blue dragon bellowed angrily and rushed forward, its pair of sharp wings spreading out violently. Like a wide, sharp blade chopping down. Iron wing chopping. The air was cut with a clear chirping sound, and murderous intent ran through the eyes of the iron-winged blue dragon. Without mercy, it chopped down towards where Gu Chen was. Seeing this scene, the tavern owner next to him was already too frightened to speak. Luo Qingxue, on the other hand, covered her mouth as a look of horror surfaced above her pretty face. Miserable. Just now, Qin Lianshan had his arm cut off by this skill,
Now that the Iron Wing chopping strike was charging Gu Chen and chopping him in the head, wouldn't it cut his entire body in half? Qin Lianshan fell to the ground, one hand covering his broken arm, and watched as Gu Chen was about to be decapitated. There was an unimpeded look on his face. He wouldn't have survived anyway, and now he could watch Gu Chen being killed by the iron-winged blue dragon with his own eyes. It's kind of a big revenge for him. However, the next scene directly caused the scalps of the people present to explode. Only Gu Chen reached out and pointed at the iron-winged blue dragon, gently spitting out one word: die. A dark and deep spatial rift appeared steeply as Sublime Assault was activated. Carrying a powerful destructive force, it appeared on top of that iron-winged blue dragon's body. The killing intent in the iron-winged blue dragon's eyes steeply transformed into intense panic, and was about to resist. The huge body shook steeply, and the vitality in his eyes lapsed, dying on the spot. Kill iron-winged blue dragon LV. 32. Experience plus 8,720. At this moment, the air was suddenly quiet, terribly quiet. Not only Luo Qingxue and the others, even the group of iron-winged blue dragons on the opposite side of the room were stupefied. How is that possible? That's a level 32 iron-winged blue dragon, a third-order Fey. Surprisingly, he was killed by Gu Chen so easily in seconds. What kind of skill is this? Spitting out words to kill people? It's too scary to be true. This human is too dangerous. Withdraw. It wasn't known which iron-winged blue dragon said something, and the group of foreigners flew backward directly. Just then, 3 dragons whose scales emitted a dark red bloodlight jumped out of the darkness, blocking the way of the group of iron-winged blue dragons. Since Gu Chen had already made his move, how could he let these foreigners leave? At the same time, 2 figures appeared at his side, without needing any instructions. The Blood Archon and Chaos Yuanling just appeared. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the group of foreigners. Level 22 kills level 32, a full 10 levels of difference. However, the higher-ranked Iron-Winged Blue Dragon was being killed and defeated. Kill Iron-Winged Blue Dragon LV. 32. Experience plus 8,760. Kill Iron-Winged Blue Dragon LV. 32. Experience plus 8,930. Kill Iron-Winged Blue Dragon LV. 32. Experience plus 8,850. Not long after, the remaining 5 iron-winged blue dragons were killed by all means. Gu Chen's gaze chilled slightly as he looked towards Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianshan on the other side. The Treasury Gold Card. Can I have it now? Chapter 121 5 Legendary Grade Sets. When she heard Gu Chen's words, Luo Qingxue's face suddenly changed. So, killing these foreigners is easy for you. So why didn't you strike earlier? If you'd made your move earlier, those 2 fighters wouldn't be dead. Uncle Qin won't lose an arm either. Gu Chen sneered and said nonchalantly, "Humph, that guard of yours wants to rely on my account, and want me to save him. Do I look that cheap? Luo Qingxue, don't think that just because you're the Luo family's daughter that you can teach me how to do things, or that, if you don't hand over your gold cards today, you're all going to die." Feeling the undisguised killing intent in Gu Chen's tone, Luo Qingxue's face instantly revealed a look of panic. A few tears were hidden in her beautiful eyes. "Little brother, it's just a gold card, but it's only a few tens of millions of dollars. It's nothing at all to the Northern Realm Luo family, and it's not that I didn't want to give it to you before, but I really didn't have it. Tell you what, as long as you send Miss and I to the Luo family stronghold outside the city, the Luo family can give you 2 gold cards. How about that?" Qin Lianshan walked over, his face filled with weakness, although he had used the healing scroll just now. Losing an arm, having been severely injured by the iron-winged blue dragon again, the current him couldn't even exert half of his previous battle power. "Little brother, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. It's just that since I'm without my arm, my battle power has been greatly reduced. It is no longer possible to protect my lady. Anyway, the Luo family stronghold is just outside the city and not far from here, so as long as you send us out of here, you'll be able to obtain 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment. That's a solid profit." Qin Lianshan's attitude became a bit more sincere. Luo Qingxue is the daughter of the Luo family, and she was kidnapped within 2 days of arriving in Sighted Dragon City. It was hard to get to the supply point, but they were hit by a group of Fey again. It made it hard for him not to wonder if there was some connection between the two. There is a good chance that there are other connections behind these 2 events. So, from the first moment I saw Gu Chen, he then strongly suspected that Gu Chen had something to do with Luo Qingxue's disappearance. Only, after what happened just now, he ruled out Gu Chen's suspicion again. Moreover, in his current state he could hardly protect himself, let alone protect Luo Qingxue, so he could only put aside his previous hatred and ask Gu Chen to help with his kind words. 2 gold cards? You're just a guard. Do you get to make the call? Gu Chen said in a disdainful tone. It's not just 2 pieces of legendary equipment. I'll make the call.
just according to what Uncle Qin said. I'm sorry, Luo Qingxue said as she stepped forward. Are you sure? Gu Chen asked. What? Looking down on my Luo family?
A mere 2 pieces of legendary equipment.
To the Luo family, the richest in the north, it's just a drop in the bucket. 9 cows and a dime? That's what you said.
The corners of Gu Chen's mouth revealed a hint of an intriguing smile.
It's fine to send you guys out of the city. But, aren't 2 pieces of legendary equipment too little?
Luo Qingxue's brows frowned slightly.
What do you want? I want the summoner profession's legendary level set. What? Luo Qingxue's face changed. Her face filled with shock. Legendary level set. That's ridiculously expensive. And it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Taking the second order equipment as an example.
The least effective legendary rank set is also talking around $1 billion. It had skyrocketed from tens of millions to $1 billion.
And even though she was the daughter of the Luo family, she couldn't help but feel a flesh ache. Alright, as long as you deliver us to the Luo family stronghold, I promise to give you a legendary grade set. Luo Qingxue glared at Gu Chen, and after choosing, she still agreed. A set? I didn't say I only needed 1 set. Gu Chen shook his head. There was a slight hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. What do you mean? Luo Qingxue's tone changed. 5 sets. Gu Chen spoke indifferently. Starting from the 2nd rank, the 3rd rank, the 4th rank, the 5th rank, the 6th rank. A total of 5 legendary sets. As the words fell, the scene fell into a death-like silence. The tavern owner's body trembled so steeply that he almost pissed himself. Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianshan were even more shocked and even thought that Gu Chen was crazy. 5 sets of legendary level suits. Not to mention whether or not they can be put together. And even if they can be put together, it's definitely worth tens of billions. It's not true that the Luo family is the richest in the north. It's mainly because they are sitting on many industries. It may not be possible to come up with such huge resources in a short period of time. Even if we did have such an abundant reserve of resources, spending tens of billions of dollars all at once, definitely metastasized as well. Little brother, you're too greedy. 5 sets of legendary equipment. Do you know what this means? Qin Lianshan's face took a hard look. Greedy? Isn't your Luo family the richest in the north? You can't even take out 5 sets of legendary grade equipment in the district? Gu Chen asked. A mere 5 sets of legendary grade equipment? Little brother, do you want to hear what you're talking about? I'm afraid if this gets out, it'll be taken as a joke. Oh, since you guys can't afford it, forget it, Gu Chen said without a care in the world. Forget about it. I was looking at your extraordinary battle prowess and wanted to give my lady an extra layer of insurance. Only then did I ask you to escort the young lady. I never imagined that you'd start asking for a price. Qin Lianshan said nonchalantly with a cold face. From the 2nd to the 6th order, 5 pieces of legendary equipment this was also considered a huge amount of money for the Luo family in the north. Let alone Luo Qingxue, even if her father, the head of the Luo family, had come. None of them might be able to come up with such valuable resources at once. If this was really given out, the Luo family's strength would absolutely plummet in the future. So, even if we agree now, when we get to the Luo family stronghold, this request will also never be honored. To put it bluntly, although Luo Qingxue was the Luo family's golden young lady, but it wasn't worth the huge benefits the family had sacrificed to save her life. Even if her father agrees, those uncles won't. The elders of each house branch who hold the power of speech would be even less likely to agree. Thinking of this, Qin Lianshan stopped paying attention to Gu Chen and turned to look at Luo Qingxue and said, Miss, I also have a communication nameplate here that can send a distress message to the family stronghold, and they will definitely come immediately after receiving it. With that, a knuckle-sized piece of metal appeared in the palm of Qin Lianshan's only remaining hand. Just as well, have the Luo family bring their gold cards here. 2. Can't see the gold cards. It is impossible for you to leave alive. Gu Chen warned at the right time. Gold card? Another gold card. Is profit the only thing in your eyes? Luo Qingxue rebuked with an angry face, her original good feelings towards Gu Chen completely vanishing. Originally, Gu Chen had saved her from the underground cave, and her heart was filled with gratitude. But now, Gu Chen was a cold-blooded, heartless scumbag in her eyes. It was obvious that Gu Chen could kill those iron-winged blue dragons with just a slight strike. The 2 warriors wouldn't have died, and Qin Lianshan wouldn't have lost an arm. But he just stood there and did nothing. Watched as the 2 warriors were killed by the Fae. That's 2 living human lives. How could he do that? Where's his conscience? Chapter 122 Hidden Profession. Necromancer. It's supposed to be a deal. So what am I talking about if not benefits? Talk about feelings? I'm sorry, but I don't have any feelings for you. Gu Chen had no pity for Luo Qingxue and sneered coldly. Lead Dragon City was anything but a place of 9 deaths for a 3rd-ranked professional. And Luo Qingxue, a level 18 ranger, actually managed to survive until now? The incident, in itself, is a fine thought. Humph. If my 30 guards were still here, where would you be talking? Luo Qingxue has an exasperated look on her face. Hearing this, a flash of color flashed across the face of the tavern owner next to him. 30? Guards? Of course. How treacherous is Dragon Drawing City? I definitely need to bring more guards with me. The tavern owner's eyelids jumped and he directly sucked in a breath of cold air. Good guy. Worthy of being the daughter of a big family. Knowing that Dragon Drawing City is extremely dangerous. You can't beat the Fae here yourself. So you bring 30 of them as meat shields? I'm sure those people even prepared a suicide note before they came to lead the Dragon City, right? Previously, he had felt that Gu Chen had gone a bit overboard with his lion's share of the money. But now, in comparison, Gu Chen is simply a great saint. Gu Chen merely didn't save anyone. But you, Luo Qingxue, know that lead Dragon City is dangerous. And to bring so many people to deliver it just doesn't make sense. It's a pity that they were all a bunch of third-order guards, although they did die in a good way. But it's not too soon to die. Luo Qingxue had a look of regret on her face, but there was no semblance of sorrow in her demeanor. The tavern keeper's cheeks twitched and he twisted his head away, only to feel a sickening chill. Goddamn well deserves to die. He could see that Luo Qingxue wasn't lamenting the death of those guards. Instead, they were lamenting the fact that the guards could no longer protect her. Before, she blamed Gu Chen for having only interests in his eyes because Gu Chen had damaged her interests. Blaming Gu Chen for seeing death is because those people dying would threaten his safety. In her eyes, human life is just a tool. The tavern owner subconsciously took half a step back. The devil. So much for treating people's lives like dirt. Ha! Those guards were just doing a job for your Luo family. And you just took their lives? You think a labor contract is a contract of sale? I'll sell my life to you? Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Luo Qingxue then picked up the communication nameplate in her hand to deliver the message. Soon, the message was delivered and the light on the nameplate quickly dimmed and lost its effect. This also meant that the people in the Luo clan stronghold outside the city had already received the news. Qin Lianshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then, with a sneer on his face, he looked at Gu Chen. Little brother, you regret it now, don't you? Originally, you could have gotten 2 pieces of legendary equipment. It's a shame you've already missed out. Greed is the original sin. People still need to be a little self-aware. Luo Qingxue walked up as well and said in a chirpy manner, this is the first time I've dealt with you. I won't ask for any more favors in the future. And when my family comes, you'll have the gold card. And we'll be even. Gu Chen smiled. It's a deal. It's a double whammy to get a gold card and draw a line in the sand at the same time. Seeing Gu Chen's gesture, Luo Qingxue's face couldn't help but change slightly. No, why did he agree so readily? It shouldn't be. That's not how the plot works. She's the daughter of the Luo family. She's had countless suitors. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was lined up from the northern border to the southern border. How many of the pride of heaven to her? Warm, attentive. Fear that she suffered a little bit of wrongdoing. However, Gu Chen's eyes were calm from start to finish, as if she was just an ordinary passerby. Even after hearing her words, Gu Chen agreed without hesitation. Could it be that in his eyes, he, the Luo family's daughter, was not as good as a piece of legendary grade equipment? For a while, Luo Qingxue's heart gave birth to a few points of dissatisfaction. Her eyes lifted slightly, and she looked at Gu Chen with an aggrieved, pathetic face. There were even tears lurking in the corners of his eyes. However, this I-see-it-all gesture did not attract Gu Chen's attention. At this moment, Gu Chen had turned his head, his gaze looking into the endless darkness in the distance. At the same time, Qin Lianshan frowned slightly and also followed Gu Chen's gaze, only to see a vague figure clad in black robes slowly approaching in that dark and deep night color. 1 second it was 100 meters away, and in the blink of an eye it had come close. Luo Qingxue was startled, and that pitiful look instantly turned into a look of horror. Only underneath the black robe was a skinny, bony young man with a dried-out face that, it was like the bark of a dead tree, with death-filled gray skin clinging to the withered skeleton. The eyes were 2 sunken black holes, dead and deep, with a vague icy chill coming from them. Seeing this person, Luo Qingxue, Qin Lianshan, and the tavern owner's bodies visibly trembled. A bone-chilling chill instantly seeped into the bone marrow. I wonder who your excellency is. Qin Lianshan suppressed the shock in his heart and took the lead in asking. The black-robed man didn't even look at Qin Lianshan and landed his gaze on Gu Chen, a second-rank summoner, able to kill 6 third-rank foreigners with his own strength. If my disciple hadn't died, I'm afraid he wouldn't be much inferior to you. Such battle prowess at such a young age. It seems you're the one who destroyed my grotto. Saved this girl doll from the Luo family. The necromancer sized up Gu Chen with an icy gaze. Gu Chen frowned slightly, and at the first opportunity, he probed over with his spirit. Profession, necromancer, level, 42. Life value, attributes, skill, 4th order professional, necromancer. Surprisingly, it's a hidden profession. This is an existence more powerful than a rare profession. Necromancer? Surprisingly, it's a necromancer. How is that possible? Shi Lianshan's face was horrified. The tavern owner's heart was also shaken beyond belief. This kind of hidden profession, it's almost like one out of millions. Very rare. As for the battle power, it was also unprecedentedly powerful. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, the black-robed man said indifferently, I see that you and the Luo family aren't all the way together, so I won't bother with you about you rescuing the Luo family's girl child. But from now on, stay out of my business. Understand? Good. Please. Gu Chen nodded and took a few steps backward. He didn't want to mind his own business in the first place. If it wasn't for that leading iron-winged blue dragon seeking its own death just now, he had no intention of making a move at all. Moreover, Luo Qingxue had just said that she wouldn't ask for his help anymore. Now that the black-robed man had said so, he was happy to withdraw from the matter. Otherwise you'll be forced to save the day again later. Seeing Gu Chen's extremely sensible retreat, the black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. Before he showed up, he had already mapped out this side. His main target was Luo Qingxue, and the reason why he didn't make a move on Gu Chen, it was because he had just learned that Gu Chen and the Luo family weren't on the same page. It was for this reason that he did not pursue the matter of the underground grotto. Otherwise, the first person he would kill right now would be Gu Chen. Chapter 123. I'm not arguing with you about right or wrong. I just want to kill you. The black-robed man's gaze landed on Luo Qingxue and Xin Lianshan. A grim smile appeared on that gray face. Xin Lianshan's heart stuttered. He's just a third-ranked swordsman. Not to mention he's got a broken arm now. Even if he regained his peak state, he would not be a match for a fourth-ranked necromancer. Biting the tip of his tongue, the sudden sting calmed him for a few moments. Looking toward the black-robed man, Xin Lianshan asked with a respectful expression, I wonder who your excellency is. If there is anything that the Luo family has offended you, you can absolutely say so, and I can make amends and apologize on behalf of the Luo family. How about that? The black-robed man revealed an oozing cold smile. Hey, there's no need to hold the Luo family against me. I'm here today for revenge. Revenge? May I ask where the Luo family has offended you? You have not offended me, but you have offended my students. The black-robed man let out a strange laugh. A pair of cold eyes fixed on Luo Qingxue's body. It's like looking at a prey. Luo Qingxue's body trembled with a surprised look. Me? What a mistake, right? I haven't even seen you before. How did it offend your students? The black-robed man let out a cold snort, his eyes showing a few hints of resentment. Luo Qingxue. Back then, your parents arranged a marriage between you and the Xiao family in Cloud City. Remember? Luo Qingxue's face was stunned. I do have a marriage contract with Xiao Bufan of the Xiao family, but this marriage contract has been revoked. You are Xiao Bufan's master? Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Xin Lianshan's face changed slightly, but still opened his mouth and said, the matter of repentance is indeed my young lady is not right, but the matter of marriage is originally your love and my will, and cannot be forced. At best, we'll just apologize to you. Humph, if it was just a child's love, I wouldn't have given up this old face to take a shot at a junior. But who would have thought that the Luo family's daughter was born with the face of a heavenly fairy, but inside she is a snake and scorpion. Mindful of my pupil's infatuation with you, he has repeatedly demanded huge sums of money and resources from him, and even forced my student to die in the name of the young family head. Gave away a lot of the family estate. Luo Qingxue's face changed and she immediately retorted. Which is it? Those were willingly gifted to me by Xiao Bufan. How can you say I forced him? Grant you? The black-robed man's eyes were filled with anger. Well, you're going to have to come and say, in whose hands did those resources gifted to you end up? Luo Qingxue was slightly stunned, and for a moment, she was unexpectedly unwilling to answer. Not going to say it, are you? Fine. Then I'll say that in order to elope with the son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, the huge amount of wealth and resources demanded were all given to that royal prince, just to help him quickly improve his battle power. Pity my student who was so stupid that he emptied out half of his family's estate. In the end, it's just for the sake of others. Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes revealed a few moments of surprise. Northland, the royal prince? Why is there something wrong? The black-robed man didn't notice Gu Chen's eyes, his hateful eyes glaring at Luo Qingxue. You obviously don't love Xiao Bufan, yet you keep on keeping an affair with him just to ask him for resources to help your lover boy. For a year, you wouldn't even let him touch your hand, and yet in the manner he gave you, night after night with that royal prince, Half a month ago, my student inadvertently crashed your Thai affair with that royal prince. You just openly repudiated the marriage, causing the Shao family in Cloud City to lose face. My stupid student tried to take revenge, but you had him killed with the help of the royal family's power. Not only that, the entire Cloud City Shao family has been uprooted. Pitiful, hateful, that silly boy's obsessed with It's amazing that the family was eventually ruined by a woman. The more the black-robed man spoke, the more agitated he became, and the killing intent in his tone called out. A flash of consternation flashed across Qin Lianshan's eyes, and as a man, even he had some sympathy for the unlucky guy named Xiao Bufan, but after all, he was Luo Qingshue's retainer, and standing in his position, the first reaction was to defend Luo Qingxue, and yet the mind was spinning, and after half a day's thought, it's hard to think of any points that can be countered. Just then, Luo Qingxue lifted her delicate face. I admit that I'm at fault, but facts aside, isn't Xiao Bufan at fault? Even if I did something wrong to him, he shouldn't have killed me. I come from the Luo family of the north, the daughter of the richest man married to him. Isn't it right for Xiao Bufan to suffer a bit? So the problem is still with him. The tavern owner in the back's body shook when he heard this. The 20-year power of this punch broke the defenses of even him. A bystander. It still has to be her. The black-robed man shouted angrily, and the killing intent surging out from his body was almost condensing into substance. The power of Luo Qingshue's punch was such that even he was vaguely unable to fight it. What a sharp-tongued wench. No wonder my student's family was ruined by you. But I didn't come here today to argue with you about right and wrong. I just want to kill you to avenge that student of mine. The black-robed man probed his hand, and a large dirt bag broke open on the ground around him. Click! The sound of turning soil came, and nearly 100 ghostly skeletons broke out of the ground. Surrounded the crowd in 3 layers. When Luo Qingxue saw this, she immediately changed her face. The only ones who died were your students and their families. To you, it's just someone who doesn't matter. As to kill me, the black-robed man said in a cold voice, to me, you are also an irrelevant person. I want to kill you, like slaughtering pigs and dogs. As the words fell, a group of tall skeletons armed with swords and soldiers, without hesitation, he killed towards Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianshan. Who dares to make a move against a member of my Luo family? Just then, a stern voice exploded from the darkness, only to see that not far away, a tall silhouette blossomed with a rich bloodlight all over his body, weaving through the darkness at breakneck speed. That speed was as fast as a blood-colored lightning, incredibly fast, almost in a single breath. The tall silhouette came close, holding a pair of huge heavy axes that, slashing towards the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man put a skeleton armor over his body, while the large number of skeletons gave up on attacking Luo Qingxue and instead rushed towards the tall figure holding a huge axe. The 2 giant axes brought with them a bloody light and chopped down strongly. With one strike, the 3 skeletons that rushed at the front were hacked to the point where their bones were shattered and flew backwards. A few moments of surprise surfaced on Gu Chen's face, and even though he was separated by a distance of 10 meters, all of them could feel the berserk aura that erupted from within that tall figure. There's no need to perceive it at all. Just this aura paired with a pair of giant axes. Definitely a rare profession berserker no less. Second master, aren't you in the northern realm? Qin Lianshan was overjoyed. The tall man hummed and rushed forward. He held 2 huge axes like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex and hacked back a group of skeletons in 3 or 2 strokes. Luo Qingxue revealed a face of joy, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears. Second uncle, you've come at the right time. I was bullied badly just now. You must help me take revenge. Chapter 124 Berserker. Summon Bone Dragon. This berserker who suddenly appeared was no other than the cousin of the Luo family head, Luo Qingshue's second uncle, Luo Maniac. He was originally named Luo Chao, and only changed to his current name after he switched to berserker. Hearing Luo Qingshue's words, a flash of anger erupted on Luo Berserker's face. Humph, a 4th-ranked necromancer. How dare you make a move on my Luo family's junior without regard for his identity? I think you've lived all your years to be a dog. Luo Qingxue caused my student's family to fall apart. My student is dead, so naturally this revenge is for me to avenge. Facing a level 46 berserker, a flash of annoyance flashed across the black-robed man's drained face. I blamed the delay on all the talking earlier. If he had known that Luo Maniac would come, he should have killed Luo Qingxue first. The intent of his words was to let Luo Qingxue die with her penance for Xiao Bufan. But who would have thought that at this critical moment, Luo Berserkers would arrive? Luo Berserker's level was higher than his, and if the other party was determined to escape with Luo Qingxue, that would be difficult. Early on, I heard that there was a necromancer from Cloud City, so I guess it must be your excellency. Good. Let me learn what is so powerful about necromancers. Luo Berserker snorted coldly and attacked without hesitation. He was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, his thick arms swinging a huge axe, wide open, and it is full of invincible power. Since you want to die, I'll make it happen. The black-robed man sneered, pleasantly unafraid. He wasn't afraid of Luo Berserkers making a move on him, but he was afraid that the other party would turn around and run away. With a wave of his hand, the densely packed skeletons rushed up and surrounded Luo Berserkers. The battle was imminent, only to see Luo Berserker caught in a heavy siege. But he was unafraid of it. A pair of giant axes slashed across the board, chopping down at those skeletons without hesitation. The skeleton soldiers had their bones shattered and broken under the giant axe, and either their hands or feet were broken. But on closer inspection, no fatal injuries were sustained. Broken bones are quickly restored to their original state, and broken arms and bones can be joined immediately. 2. Extremely low loss. Instead, the wounds on Luo Berserker's body gradually increased under that intensive attack. Can't be killed? Luo Berserker's eyes glared, having thought that these skeletons were all stragglers and could be decimated at will. But I didn't realize that the battle was getting tougher and tougher now that I was caught in the middle of the siege. Then I'll kill you first. Luo Berserkers bellowed, staring at the direction where the black-robed necromancer was about to storm out. Just then, only to see the necromancer stretch out his finger and point it in the air. A streak of black light flew out from his fingertips and instantly landed on Luo Berserker's body. Luo Berserker's storming figure steeply stalled, and his speed dropped by a large margin. His legs were as heavy as lead, and he couldn't even get close to the necromancer. He let out a violent shout, his body surface blossoming with a burst of piercing bloodlight that, forming a shield against attacks from all around. Immediately afterward, his size steeply skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a lanky 3-meter tall giant. The 2 giant axes were held in his hands with incredible power, cutting down on the group of skeleton soldiers without mercy. Boo! With a single axe slash, 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers shattered into pieces and became a field of broken bones. At this moment, Luo Berserker transformed into a reaper. His sharp double axes were like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Look at the excitement on the faces of several people in the arena. Worthy of being a necromancer. I can't believe I forced Second Master to use the berserk skill. It looks like this battle is almost over as well. Qin Lianshan said from the side. My second uncle is a rare profession berserker. Not much worse than that hidden profession. A mere necromancer. Sooner or later he will be turned into a corpse. Luo Qingxue let out a cold snort and subconsciously turned her gaze to Gu Chen, who was not far away. A few icy colors flashed under his eyes. Apparently, she was still holding a grudge against Gu Chen inside because of what had just happened. Feeling Luo Qingxue's icy gaze, the tavern owner standing behind Gu Chen's face changed. The look became stiff for a few moments. Who is Luo Qingxue? The daughter of the richest man in the north. The daughter of the Luo family. Now that we have the 4th-ranked berserker, Luo Berserker, to back us up. A few bad feelings arose in the tavern owner's heart. Little brother. This second uncle of Miss Luo's is named Luo Maniac, the cousin of the Luo family head, a 4th-order berserker, and the centerpiece of the Northland Luo family. When the battle is over, you might as well apologize to them, the tavern owner warned in a low voice. Even though Gu Chen had outstanding natural talent and could easily kill a 3rd-order alien like the iron-winged blue dragon at such a young age, but that Luo Maniac was a 4th-order professional after all. Later on, if that Luo Qingxue was the first to complain about the evil, it would be a big trouble. Gu Chen shook his head slightly, his face calm as usual, not taking the advice in his ears seriously at all. Judging from the battle so far, this Luo Maniac does have some skills. Under the siege of the 4th-ranked skeleton soldiers, he was able to take on 100 of them without losing the wind, and even had a hidden tendency to break through the siege. However, that necromancer only used 3 skills from start to finish. Summoning skeleton soldiers, skeletal armor applied to himself, and the slowing effect applied to Luo Maniac. It was impossible for a 4th-ranked necromancer to have only these 3 skills, so this person definitely did not use all his strength. It doesn't look like it's going to be that easy for Rock Maniac to flip the switch. Sure enough, right after Gu Chen shook his head, the ground in front of that necromancer, a pitch-black formation pattern appeared. Immediately afterward, an unprecedentedly terrifying aura escaped from it. It made the hearts of those in the arena jump. Well, let's call it a day. Luo family Luo madman. It's really better to meet than to be known. If that student of mine were still alive, you wouldn't even be worthy of his shoes. As the words fell, the ground in the middle of the black array pattern suddenly exploded, sending earth and rocks flying. A huge dragon claw broke through the ground, its sharp, hook-like bone fingers gouging into the ground, scratching out several shocking cracks deeply. Anon, with a low, Shuddering roar. The. An immense dragon skull appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly green fire, and between the opening and closing of the upper and lower jaws, the. Spewing out rolling black smoke and pungent putrid odor, as if it had just crawled out of hell, wrapped in endless grievances. In an instant, an eerie and icy bone dragon appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and he hurriedly looked over. Alien, bone dragon. Rank, LV. 42. Life value? Attributes? Skill? The level difference is too large to see the detailed attributes at all. But the intense aura of death released from that bone dragon was like the gaze of the god of death. One can't help but be creeped out. The bone dragon shifted its form, its hideous skeleton full of mottled marks. The bony wings behind them were covered with tattered membranes and sharp bone spikes, and each vertebrae was as thick as a stone pillar, with its ribs well defined, as if it were a fence to imprison an evil spirit. Wisps of black mist lingered over that skeleton, and the bone dragon's neck stretched forward. Slightly lowering his figure, the ghostly green fire dancing in his eyes instantly locked onto Luo Berserker's body. For a while, Luo Berserker's face turned pale and cold sweat beaded on his face. It's like having the scythe of death hanging over your head. Chapter 125 Northern Iron Cavalry. The king comes to save us. Bone dragons? Epic 5 stars? How is this possible? Luo Maniac asked 3 times in a row, his face filled with horror. A level 42 necromancer was not enough to fear in his opinion. But facing the level 42 epic 5-star bone dragon, he couldn't muster any resistance at all. This was an existence that was just one step away from advancing to the legendary level. Roar! The bone dragon let out a roar of, spewing out a mouthful of thick black spit in the direction where Luo Berserkers were. The temperature in the air plummeted, as if 10,000 years of glaciers had descended upon it. Luo Maniac's eyelids fluttered wildly as he turned and ran. However, he's already had the slowing effect of the necromancer working on him. Couldn't even play at a tenth of his usual speed. The black spit swept in, wrapped in a terrifying extreme cold force that engulfed Luo Berserkers in it. When the black spit dispersed, Luo Berserker had collapsed to the ground. The blood level plummeted by as much as 30%. At the moment, his skin had turned greenish-gray, and his body was covered with black ice crystals. The whole thing reeked of decay. Second uncle. Luo Qingxue was in a state of shock. Her face lost color. How is this possible? Qi Lianqing was trembling as he watched the scene in front of him in shock. A level 42 bone dragon. A casual spit. Just knocked out over 30% of the blood of a level 46 low maniac. The power of an epic level summoned beast didn't need to be said at all. The necromancer's eyes were filled with ice, and he was planning to let the bone dragon kill Luo Berserker. Just then, a strong shuddering sensation came from the ground, and a muffled thunderous commotion resounded in the darkness. Gu Chen followed the sound of the voice, and his gaze froze. Only a large piece of silver armor appeared in sight. Above the flag flying in the wind was written a large Gu character. Accompanying this was a strong aura of solemnity. Gu word King flag. It's the Northern Iron Horseman. Second uncle, hold on. The king is coming out to save us. Luo Qingxue and Qi Lianshan glanced at each other, and an uncontrollable excitement surfaced on their faces. Luo Berserker twisted his head to look, and a burst of ecstasy erupted even more on his death-filled face. Underneath the black robes, the necromancer instantly panicked, his eyelids fluttering and his face filled with palpitations. The Northern Realm Iron Horsemen have a fierce reputation, and in the abyssal battlefield they are even known as the alien meat grinder. Fierce and unrivaled. Who dares to stand in the way? Miss, the royal family actually sent thousands of iron cavalry to provide support. It seems that Duke Guji takes you very seriously. Qi Lianshan let out a long breath in his heart. That's natural. I'm going to be the princess of the Northern Realm in the future. Luo Qingxue raised her delicate face in a haughty gesture. Seeing this scene, the necromancer's face had become ugly to the extreme. Damn, that's add up. He was in control of the whole scene. Why did the situation suddenly change? The Northern Iron Horsemen. How could they show up at this time? His eyes flashed with a color of suffocation and resignation. Order the group of skeletons on the ground to unleash a frenzied attack on the low maniacs. Taking advantage of this opening, the necromancer leapt forward and stood on the back of the bone dragon. The bone dragon's wings flapped, and with a few leaps it disappeared into the vast darkness. Luo Qingxue was stunned when she saw this scene. Escaped? That's not good. He was going to kill her. How could he let her escape? Second uncle. Quickly go after them. Don't let Xiao Bufan's teacher escape. Luo Qingxue shouted with an anxious face. It's too late. That's an epic 5-star 4th-ranked bone dragon. It's going to escape. Let alone me. I'm afraid that even the Northern Realm Iron Horseman won't be able to catch up. Luo Berserker shook his head with a weak face and said, Damn it! Luo Qingxue's beautiful eyes glared.
her eyes filled with exasperation. Just then, the thousands of silver-armored iron riders that had appeared from the darkness also arrived. The commander at the head was a third-ranked knight, wearing heavy armor and bright silver fine iron armor covers the entire body, including the head, upper body, arms, legs, and key parts of the warhorse. In the rear, the neat and orderly line followed, and just as they came nearer to, the crowd then felt a strong aura of solemnity. The commander of the cavalry tightened the reins in his hands, and, in spite of his heavy armor, he still rolled off his horse at the first opportunity and came to Luo Qingshue's side. Greetings, MS. Luo. After my son came to Leader Dragon City, he learned that you were in danger. I have specially ordered my subordinates to lead 1,000 iron floaters to escort you out of the city, the cavalry commander said in a respectful tone. Hearing this, Luo Qingshue's beautiful eyes steeply lit up. Isn't Gu in the upper capital? What's he doing here? Back to Miss. The male is already at the second rank, and it's about time for him to come to Invoking Dragon City. Second order? So fast. Well, take me to him quickly. As soon as the words left her mouth, another flash of light flashed in Luo Qingshue's eyes. No, he has business to attend to. I'll leave him alone. Wait a bit, we'll straighten up and follow you out of town. The cavalry commander nodded, rolled onto his horse, and ordered the rear iron cavalry to go on alert and wait in place. Just between Luo Qingshue and the cavalry commander speaking, Luo Berserker had already used a healing scroll to regain most of his blood and had learned what had just happened from Qin Lianshan's mouth. Then, he gazed at Gu Chen, and a flash of hidden surprise passed under his eyes. This little brother, thanks for saving my niece Qingshue. You can have this treasury gold card. Don't ever push your luck. It's the payment you deserve. There was no accountability, nor was he overbearing. Luo Berserker's posture was casual. He directly took out a gold card and handed it to Gu Chen. He then looked at the tavern owner who was standing on the sidelines. My friend, thank you for sending us the news in time. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in the Northern Realm, report my name as Luo Maniac. Mr. Luo is too polite. The tavern keeper was a bit flattered. After all, he'd only delivered one message from the beginning to the end of the day. It didn't help Luo Qingshue, but Luo Maniac not only thanked him, but also sent him a heavenly favor. The tavern owner nodded heavily, his heart excited. Second uncle, you just gave him the gold card? He just saw his death just now. Luo Qingshue came from the side with a dissatisfied look on her face. Qingshue, if it wasn't for this little brother, would you have survived until now? Don't think everyone should be nice to you for no reason. We meet each other by chance. It's a favor for others to save you. You have to be thankful, and it's a favor not to save you. There's not much to say, Luo Maniac said in a serious tone. When Luo Qingshue heard this, she swept a glance at Gu Chen with an overbearing air, skimmed her mouth, and didn't say anything. Gu Chen directly ignored Luo Qingshue's words and took the gold card. After all, it was what he deserved. With everything taken care of, Luo Berserker led Luo Qingshue and Qin Lianshan into the ranks of iron floaters. Follow the group as they head out of town. 1,000 iron horsemen galloped away and soon traveled 1,000 meters away. The cavalry commander harnessed the warhorse at his crotch and spoke to Luo Qingshue at his side. Miss Luo, there is a geothermal spring 30 kilometers ahead, and the Luo family has arranged for someone to meet you there. When Luo Qingshue heard this, a few moments of surprise flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Aren't you guys going to send me out of the city? We still have important matters to attend to as explained by His Excellency, and when we meet up with the Luo family in front of us, just have to take my leave for now. Well then, when you arrive at the geothermal spring, you will turn back immediately, so as not to delay Guru's account. Right. What exactly is it? Is there anything my Luo family can help with? The cavalry commander was slightly stunned and laughed softly. It's nothing that. His Excellency is just asking us to find someone in Dragon Drawing City. Chapter 126 Iron Faustus returns, kills and exterminates. Looking for someone? Luo Qingshue's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Then she said, it's not that simple. Just give me the guy's info and I'll post a bounty for you guys. As for the bounty, I'll take out a piece of legendary equipment, and as long as that person is still in Dragon Drawing City, there would be absolutely nowhere to hide. The cavalry commander shook his head as he heard. His Excellency explained that this matter should not be publicized too much. We can only lay low. Oh, you're looking for someone, but you can't publicize it? Luo Qingshue's two willow eyebrows were slightly frowned. It couldn't be that Guji was hiding someone behind her back? Who is that person? Is it a man or a woman? Luo Qingshue's tone lowered a few points. Seeing Luo Qingshue's face change, the cavalry commander was slightly stunned. A woman. If this wasn't explained clearly, I'm afraid that he would only be able to be a small commander in his life.
Miss Luo, there's been a misunderstanding. The person we're looking for is Gu Chen.
It's that half-brother of the prince's.
Looking for Gu Chen? Before Luo Qingxue could reply, Luo Berserker's eyes steeply revealed a few moments of surprise. Then why didn't you guys just call him?
The cavalry commander's expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned his head.
Mr. Luo, what does that mean? Not only the cavalry commander, even Luo Qingxue's face showed a puzzled look. Second uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Gu Chen be with us?
Luo Maniac said with a certainty in his tone. The young man who received the gold card is Gu Chen.
The cavalry commander's face sank as he immediately pulled the reins tight to stop the galloping warhorse. Mr. Lo, are you sure? Male, just under 20 years old, and a second-ranked summoner. These three conditions combined. It seems like there's no one else besides Gu Chen, right? The cavalry commander looked regretful. Mr. Luo, since you guessed that he was Gu Chen, why didn't you say so earlier?
I would have thought that you had recognized him at the outset.
Had it not been for that, and how could I give away my gold card so painfully? When Luo Qingxue heard this, she blankly glanced at Luo Maniac.
I feel like those few words of instruction just now were all staged.
An old actor.
Luo Maniac was helpless at this. The fact that Gu Chen had severed ties with the Gu family had been the subject of much private debate.
Lo Madman, though he could not be sure of the truth of the matter, was certain that there was definitely a conflict between Gu Chen and the Gu family. So when Tai Feng-tu arrived, the two sides ignored each other and it seemed perfectly normal to him. Luo Qingxue pondered slightly and immediately said, Commander, since it's something Guji explained to you, then move at once. The cavalry commander frowned slightly. Miss Luo, then you? Don't worry, it's not that far from the geothermal springs, and besides, my second uncle is a fourth-order berserker, so I can just have him escort me. Luo Berserker looked at his blood level, which had not yet returned to full strength, and secretly sighed. Alas, a woman is not a man. Since that's the case, it's hard work for Mr. Luo, the cavalry commander politely said. No harm done. Luo Maniac waved his hand. Luo Qingxue didn't delay and immediately led Luo Maniac and Qin Lianshan out of the group. 1,000 Iron Buccaneers, on the other hand, turned in place and sped towards the direction they came from at a fiery speed. Within a short time, 1,000 Iron Buccaneers arrived at the place where they were before. The door to the Broken Tavern. That level 35 priest that is, the tavern owner was cleaning up the mess after the battle. At this moment, when he saw Tai Fudu turn back, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Pastor, where's that little brother who was just here? Where did he go? I'm sorry, asked the cavalry commander, sitting on his warhorse. Master Jun, that little brother left after you guys left just now. I'm sorry, the tavern owner said with a smile. Gone? Which way? That way, down the path toward the city. Are you sure? Sure. He made a point of asking me for directions on the way out. The cavalry commander nodded. That's good. Thanks a lot. The tavern owner waved his hand repeatedly. No need. Boo. Before the words were finished, the lance in the cavalry commander's hand thrust out violently. It directly pierced the tavern owner's abdomen, instantly knocking out nearly half of his blood. Why? The tavern owner's eyes were filled with fear and the intense pain almost made his features twist together. As he spoke, he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and used the healing spell on himself at the first opportunity. However, the cavalry commander picked up his lance and threw it backward with force. Boo! The tavern owner's body was like a sandbag that was thrown into the rear of the iron floater's ranks. Go! The cavalry commander dashed forward on his warhorse. A host of iron buccaneers followed, like a torrent of steel, without the slightest mercy. Stomping past the tavern keeper's frail frame, as the dust settled, mangled corpses were strewn about in all directions, and there was no human form to be seen at all. In the middle of the vast black night, Gu Chen stepped on a blood-blue dragon with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters under his feet, flying extremely fast towards the depths of a mountain range. Behind him, there were 5 blood-blue dragons as well as several blood-juvenile dragons. Northern Realm Iron Cavalry? What are they doing coming all the way to Drawing Dragon City? No matter what they're doing, don't come and hinder me, or else. An icy color emerged on Gu Chen's face. Not long after, the dragons flew into a mountain range. On the other side of the mountains, in the middle of the lush woods, a figure clad in black robes sat down against an ancient tree, and on the ground beside him was a large puddle of blood that had yet to dry up. Damn it! How did the Northern Realm Iron Cavalry suddenly appear? Could it be that royal prince? If I wasn't injured, I definitely could have lasted a few more minutes to kill Luo Qingxue. Just a little bit closer. The black-robed man's tone transmitted a clear sense of weakness.
and his face was hard to see. Though the Northern Iron Horsemen were known for their ferocity, he only now reacted to those silver-armored cavalrymen should just be iron buccaneers, not exactly the most elite cavalrymen in the north. If he hadn't been so frightened by that Gu King's flag just now that he fled in fear of the wind, he would have held on for just one more minute. It was definitely possible to kill Luo Qingxue on the spot. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. The black-robed man's face tightened, and it was only after he realized that the visitor was Gu Chen that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. An icy smile appeared on his face. "Little brother, you're really not afraid of death. How dare you follow me?" Gu Chen swept a glance at the bloodstains on the ground that hadn't dried up yet and said blandly, "You have injuries?" The black-robed man's face suddenly turned cold, undisguised killing intent in his eyes. "Oof, I was going to spare your life, but since you don't know how to do it yourself, today is the day you die." As soon as the words left his mouth, a huge 3-meter-tall skeleton appeared out of thin air. Deep eyes flickered with ghostly green fire, instantly locking onto Gu Chen's form. In the next second, the giant skeleton swung the machete in its hand and, without mercy, he slashed down towards Gu Chen's head. If this blade were to slash at Gu Chen's head, it was feared that the entire head would be chopped off. However, right at that moment, Gu Chen's figure instantly disappeared. In its place was a blood-blue dragon with scales glowing dark red. Transforming a third-order blood consumes 500 life points, and the blast damage is 10,000 points. Before that blade fell, only a dazzling bloodlight erupted around the iron-winged blue dragon. Self-explosion. Boom! Raging blood flames rose to the sky, and that giant skeleton looked like it had been violently struck by something that. Fine cracks appeared on the bones of his body, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 127 Grand Duke. I'm afraid this is out of your hands. In his haste, the black-robed man didn't have much time to react at all. As soon as the glistening white skeleton armor appeared on him, his entire body was lifted off by the explosion. Boo! His body slammed heavily against the trunk of the tree, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. The face was a mass of pain. It's also fortunate that he's a fourth-order mage. If it were another second-order mage, I'm just afraid it's a corpse by now. The black-robed man rose from the ground, his face frosty. He was a fourth-ranked necromancer, but he had been assassinated by a second-ranked summoner. It's a disgrace. Anger rose in his heart, and in the next second, a huge bone dragon burrowed out of the ground. The black-robed man stood on the back of the bone dragon, his ice-cold gaze scanning the mountains and forests below. With a single glance, he locked onto where Gu Chen was. Kill him! The bone dragon let out a roar and flapped its huge wings as it rushed up into the sky. It lunged towards where Gu Chen was. Gu Chen stood his ground, pleasantly unafraid. Behind him, a 3-meter-high monolithic demon statue stood tall and 2 streaks of black light erupted from above the demonic statue, swiftly landing on the bone dragon and the black-robed man. Exhausted, under the powerful mitigating effect, the full attributes of the bone dragon and necromancer were suddenly halved. The battle power dropped directly from the 4th rank to the 2nd rank. What's the situation? The black-robed man's face changed, and he only felt chills all over his body. What kind of skill was this that instantly shaved off half of his battle power? Just as he was wondering, in the darkness below, the dark-hunting dragon turtle transformed into a hideous black shadow that rushed up into the sky, slamming viciously in the direction where the bone dragon was. The bone dragon noticed the commotion and turned his head at the first opportunity to. The 2 ghostly green flames in the eye sockets erupted with a terrifying aura. It opened its mouth wide, and a thick black mist spit invaded at the bottom. The dark hunter dragon turtle spins its body in the air, using its spiked armor to harden against the black spit. The damage taken is almost negligible. Immediately after that, its skill came in front of the bone dragon. Crushing impact. Boo! The bone dragon took the strong impact hard, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. There was a violent shaking of his body, and large swathes of the bones on his body shattered, his blood level directly dropping by about 10%. If this bone dragon wasn't an epic 5-star qualification, the blood was now falling below the half-blood line. Impossible! A second-rank summoned beast can injure my bone dragon? The black-robed man was horrified, and realized that it wasn't just himself that. Even the bone dragon's battle power had been weakened by half. What the hell kind of skill is that? It's outrageous! Without the slightest hesitation, the black-robed man immediately ordered the bone dragon to reverse its direction, flee in the other direction, fighting against a mitigating effect, which in itself is very irrational behavior. He wouldn't do something so stupid. However, the moment the bone dragon reversed its direction, a large crack suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Immediately afterward, a black mist-like figure leapt out from within the spatial rift. What the hell is this? The black-robed man's eyelids jumped,
and he immediately ordered the bone dragon to speed up its escape. "Where did you take in your bone dragon?" Gu Chen's voice came from below. The black-robed man was slightly stunned, and then revealed a few shades of disdain. "Just you want to subdue the bone dragon? Dream on. A mere second-ranked summoner. Even if your battle power is strong, nor is it possible to take in dash." Before the words fell, a large hand condensed from black mist stretched out abruptly in a spatial rift. A hand grabbed the black-robed man, followed by a violent slam towards the ground. Bang! The black-robed man's body slammed heavily into the ground, and under the powerful impact of it directly smashed a dozen large trees, and the injuries were even worse. Don't do it! The black-robed man struggled to his feet, his face filled with awe. At this moment, he felt like a lamb to the slaughter, a fourth-ranked, but he was abused like a dog by a second-ranked summoner. A wave of despair surged steeply. Boo! A loud thud came from behind him, and the black-robed man whipped his head around to see only to see that the bone dragon he had summoned was grabbed by the dark hunting dragon turtle in a death grip and dragged down hard from midair. Immediately afterward, the dark hunter dragon turtle stomped on the bone dragon and the sharp claws slashed mercilessly on top of the bone dragon's body. Broken bones flew across the room as the bone dragon roared in anger and frantically counterattacked. However, under the dark hunting dragon turtle's anti-injury talent, the bone dragon was like a weak and helpless chicken. Even resistance pales in comparison. With an icy face, Gu Chen walked towards the black-robed man. Seeing the coldness in Gu Chen's eyes, the black-robed man trembled and fell to his knees without regard for his image. "Little brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I say everything." That's being smart. Even though he still had skills he wasn't using, he knew that even if he pulled out all the stops, there was also no way to escape from under Gu Chen's nose. Kneeling down and begging for mercy is the only way to stay alive. Gu Chen nodded imperceptibly. "I had thought that the other party was a hidden profession with a high character and a hard temper. I didn't expect to be able to kneel so crisply. Say, the bone dragon is dash." Just as he opened his mouth, Gu Chen's gaze steepened and he looked toward the darkness in the distance, only to see a large piece of silver armor coming with smoke and dust in the endless darkness. The flag flying in the wind had a large Gu written on it. The Northern Iron Horsemen. It's them again? Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Damn, those Iron Horsemen are actually coming after me. The black-robed man had a clear look of panic in his eyes. He wanted to kill Luo Qingxue, so the Northern Iron Horsemen came after him. Preconceived inertia makes it all seem reasonable. Silver armor lance, iron pontoon, though not the most elite of the Northern Iron Horsemen. But where could one or two professionals resist the trampling of such a torrent of steel? Soon, 1,000 Iron Horsemen rushed close. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, for he noticed that the leading cavalry commander, who wore a mask, was, instead, his eyes were fixed dead center on him, as if he was judging whether he was their target or not. "Commander Iron Faust, meet the Grand Duke." After a moment's hesitation, the cavalry commander seemed to recognize the target in front of him and, nodding to Gu Chen, his posture was proud as he straddled the warhorse. "Have you met the Grand Duke?" That's it? Since he was addressed as Grand Duke, it meant that he recognized Gu Chen's identity. "But you, a commander of the Northern Iron Horsemen." See, outsiders Luo Qingxue are dismounted to greet them. "Now that you've seen the real master, you just gave a salty greeting? Inverted Big Dipper? Mistaken identity. I'm not a Grand Duke." Gu Chen looked at the other party with a bashful face. "Grand Duke, I have been ordered by the king to take you back to the north. Please, I told you, I'm not some Grand Duke. Go back and tell Gu Qingfeng. I've already severed my ties with the Gu family, and in this life, I won't look back at my family again." A cold light flashed under the eyes of the cavalry commander and he said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid, Grand Duke, it's not up to you." Chapter 128 1,000 Iron Floaters, all destroyed. Seeing this scene, the black-robed man quietly stepped backward. Seeing that, these Northern Iron Horsemen didn't seem to be here to kill him. Gu Chen, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow. "By me?" The cavalry commander's voice sank, and there was not the slightest emotion in his tone. "If the Grand Duke does not cooperate, then the end will have to resort to some means." Wow! Along with the fall of his words, 1,000 Iron Horsemen behind him raised their lances in their hands one after another. Rushing killing intent locked onto Gu Chen in an instant. Iron Faust listened to the order. "The Grand Duke has been killed by the foreigners. Charge with me and avenge the Grand Duke." The lance in the cavalry commander's hand was pointed at Gu Chen, and his face under the mask was already covered with chilling killing intent. Gu Chen's gaze lifted slightly, and when the cavalry commander met these black and white eyes, there was no reason for the heart to be creeped out. At the same time, a deep spatial rift suddenly appeared beside him. No good. The cavalry commander was a third-ranked knight who had been through hundreds of battles,
and his battle sense was naturally not bad. After sensing the danger that had befallen them, they unleashed their charging skills at Gu Chen at the first opportunity. But in the end, it was half a beat too slow. Only a flash of black light descended on his body, and the speed he had just raised suddenly halved. Immediately afterward, an incomparably deep spatial rift silently cut through his body. Without anyone reacting, the cavalry commander's body just trembled, and in the next second, his head was gone. Puff! The head fell to the ground, and crimson blood spurted out and the air was filled with a thick scent of blood. Death of the cavalry commander. The 1,000 iron buccaneers in the back gazed at Gu Chen's cold, handsome face. There was a dead silence. The heads rolling to the ground said it all. A level 37 cavalry commander who didn't even charge up the most basic charge. It was then killed by Gu Chen in direct seconds. This is what a second-order professional can do. Charge. Kill the Fey. Avenge the Grand Duke. Avenge the commander. The deputy commander next to him shouted directly. And with that, a large swath of silver-armored cavalrymen drove their warhorses and, no hesitation in launching a charge. The silver torrent rushed towards the direction where Gu Chen was, and was about to completely submerge him. Gu Chen's face was icy cold. It's really the opposite. Calling out with a mouthful of Grand Duke. Surprisingly, he was going to put him to death as soon as he came up. It was the Gu family who wanted him dead? In that case, you guys don't want to live either. Facing 1,000 iron cavalry, the undead wrecked demon statue simply couldn't cast so many negative effects. Gu Chen probed his hand and the Chaos Yuan spirit's figure appeared in midair. A blooming sphere of necromancy surrounded it, and the wisps of purple-black energy wrapped around the body of the Chaos Yuan spirit. Dead Grammar Sphere effect activated. Chaos Genestealer has gained a 100% bonus to all attributes. Duration 1 minute. In the next moment, the chaotic Yuan spirit's full attributes doubled, and a dense black mist lingered on its surface. The size directly doubled. Die. The Chaos Yuan spirit let out an icy whisper. Looking down at the large swath of silver-armored cavalry below him, a layer of golden energy appeared out of nowhere in front of Gu Chen. Ruin's ultimate. The dark golden energy spread out in a swirl in all directions. A chaotic field was formed in the blink of an eye. As soon as the field took shape, 200 to 300 cavalrymen rushed into it. At the same time, the power of chaos formed an unprecedented crushing momentum. Trapping those cavalrymen in the field. It deals a lot of sustained damage every second. Though Iron Faust is not an elite force among the Iron Horsemen of the North, but that armor armed to the teeth was not to be underestimated, directly resisting almost half of the damage, and the cavalry rushing into the field grew in number, forming battle formations that, with the addition of the charge skill, there was a hidden tendency to break through the field. If we keep pulling like this, I'm afraid it won't take long. These Iron Buccaneers will be able to break through the field. It's too slow. Gu Chen shook his head. As soon as the words left his mouth, the undead wreckage demon statue charged up with a loud roar. The stout arms made of boulders were raised high in the air and slammed down hard in the direction of Iron Faust's charge. Boo! A layer of black streams of light burst out from it, and in a flash, it disappeared into the chaos realm. Like a drop of ink dipped in water, the dark golden chaotic light was tinted with a faint layer of gray energy, and the two domains were instantly superimposed together, erupting with unprecedented might. All targets within the skill's range have their consumption skyrocketed by 10 times and the damage they take skyrocketed by 10 times, and with high sustained damage. For every target that dies, other targets are then stunned for 1 second. After the stacking of the two skills, the group of iron floaters that killed Gu Chen were originally excited by their battle spirit. He was about to break through the oppression of the chaotic force, but in a flash the pressure skyrocketed. The energy was consumed at a rapid pace, and the injuries sustained had even skyrocketed to an unbelievable level in an instant. However, in a few breaths, those iron floaters were forced to abort their charging state due to the exhaustion of their energy. At the same time, their blood levels were plummeting at an incredible rate. Where are my skills? Charge! Charge! My energy has bottomed out? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What's going on? Is my blood dropping so fast? What kind of skill is this? How can it deal such horrific damage? The crowd of cavalrymen were terrified, accompanied by a rapid plunge in blood volume. The wariness on his face turned into intense panic. The Northern Horsemen have a reputation for ferocity. Not bad, but that's all about bloodshed that erupts in a head-to-head fight, and in the face of the present situation, which is simply unbeatable. It was as if a mortal was provoking the gods, and the intense helplessness and despair hit every cavalryman's mental defenses. A group of iron cavalry that couldn't even charge was nothing to fear. Under the tenfold damage bonus, wailing sounds resounded within the chaos realm, and all of the cavalrymen simply couldn't make it to Gu Chen's side before they were crushed by the power of chaos. Even the people and horses,
even the heavy armor they were wearing, all turned into pieces, with the glow of skill fading into the darkness. All of the iron buccaneers within the skill range completely lost their existence. This scene made the black-robed man hiding in the back even forget to breathe. How was it possible for a second-rank summoner to erupt with such a terrifying power? At that moment, the Archon of the Blood Clan came forward and transformed that cavalry commander with the corpse of his warhorse into a blood cavalryman. Gu Chen also walked over and collected the few pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. Two of them are epic equipment, the Knight's Lance and the Knight's Armor. Listing it on a trading platform should fetch a good price. Disposed of the body and picked up the equipment. At this point, the traces of the existence of 1,000 iron buccaneers were completely obliterated. Even if someone with a good mind tried to find them, there was no way to do so. Gu Chen's face was as usual, with no psychological burden and not much emotion. He never spoiled anyone. If someone else wanted to kill him, then he had to kill them. What about the Northern Iron Horseman? The Northern Iron Horseman is also a human being. Can't he still resist? Since the other party had already shown his fangs, he would return the favor. Chapter 129 Dragon Gate Baptism. Experience and rewards for killing professionals. As the sky grew light, somewhere in the city of Dragon Drawing, inside the brightly lit camp, a silhouette hurriedly walked into the most central military tent. Report, Your Excellency. The 1,000 iron buccaneers we sent out have been lost for a full 7 hours. As the words of this personal soldier fell, the gaze of the handsome young man sitting in the middle of the military tent steeply condensed. A stern aura burst out from his eyes. 7 hours? Where did that 1,000 riders last appear? Guru asked in a cold voice. Your Excellency, they sent Miss Luo to the vicinity of the geothermal springs. Then he immediately rushed to a tavern on the outskirts of Leader Dragon City to track down Gu Chen's whereabouts. And since then, he hasn't received a return message. Pass on my order. Gather 2,000 iron horsemen, and head to the outskirts of Citation Dragon City at once. Search for signs of that group, and whatever you come across, be sure to report back to the camp at the first opportunity. 1,000 iron buccaneers disappearing on the outskirts of the Citation Dragon City was still something that had never happened before. Something to do with Gu Chen? No, not at all. A mere summoner. How could he have this kind of skill? My lord, it is reasonable to say that 1,000 iron buccaneers are all knights of the 3rd rank, and even if they are in a desperate situation, it's also impossible to be nowhere to be found. There's something strange about this happening. Should we report it to the king? No need. Father is traveling to the Dragon Temple on important business. I was appointed as the commander of the 5,000 Iron Buccaneers before my departure. So if I even report such a trivial matter, wouldn't that be a disappointment to father? Then the search for young Master Gu Chen. What's the point of asking? Guru snorted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. Yes, subordinate knows. Also, make sure to erase all traces of Gu Chen's presence. And if there's a slip-up, then it's military justice. Yes. After that personal soldier left, Gu Ji's brows gradually furrowed. As soon as he arrived at the outskirts of Dragon Drawing City last night, Gu Qingfeng was transferred by a secret order, heading towards the Dragon Palace in the center of the Dragon Drawing City. Guru, on the other hand, was appointed as the temporary commander of the 5,000 Iron Buccaneers. Gu Qingfeng had given him the task of searching for Gu Chen's whereabouts in the midst of Dragon Drawing City. And how could Guru be willing to do that? Finding Gu Chen within the Dragon Drawing City was no different than finding a needle in a haystack. 5,000 Iron Cavalry. That's an excellent aid to subjugate the Dragon Clan. With this power, not to mention sweeping through the city of Dragon Drawing, at least the vast majority of the foreigners in the city would submit to the iron hooves of Iron Faust. Therefore, after Guru only sent out 1,000 iron horsemen and ordered them to support Luo Qingxue, just search the city for Gu Ji's whereabouts. What do you think? This 1,000 iron horsemen were sent out not long before they were lost. Most importantly, among the messages they sent back, it was mentioned that they had found Gu Chen's trail. First, he found Gu Chen, and immediately after, he lost contact. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? Although Guru felt that something was wrong, he didn't think much about it. After all, for him, the first order of business was to take in a dragon as a mount. This was so that he could utilize the peak battle power of a dragon battle knight. It wasn't long before another of his own soldiers came hurrying in from beyond the camp. Report, Your Excellency. The 2,000 iron floaters that were sent out have sent back a good report. They have found the location of the Dragon Gate. There was excitement in the tone of the pro-soldier's voice. Oh, really? It won't be a mistake like last time, right? Guru immediately asked. The cavalry commander answered back that he could vouch for it with his head, and that he could never be wrong. Good. Pass on my order. All soldiers prepare to start and head towards the place where the Dragon Gate is located. Dragon Gate? What is that place? Is that where you took in this bone dragon? Amidst the bright morning light, a huge bone dragon flapped its bone wings in the air and flew at great speed. On the back of the bone dragon, Gu-chen stood with his arms folded, and the black-robed necromancer stood by his side. The look was respectful, and even the standing position was a step backwards in the wrong direction. The necromancer's name was Sumor, and due to the fact that he had switched to a hidden profession, he was all proud and contemptuous. But after witnessing Gu-chen easily exterminate 1,000 northern iron horsemen, it's been a lot more honest. Hearing Gu-chen ask the question, Suemo had a look of difference on his face. Brother Gu, you've even come to Invoking Dragon City. Don't even know about the Dragon Gate? As soon as he finished asking the question, he saw a slight cold color appear on Gu-chen's face. His heart tightened, and he hastened to say, the Dragon Gate, similar to the baptism of the abyss. Just walk through the Dragon's Gate and you'll be able to kill the pros. Gu-chen looked puzzled. No, I can kill professionals even now? That's different. Sumor shook his head and said, just now, you killed 1,000 iron riders, all third-order knights, but any experience? Not even a hair. Blood loss. Does it mean? At this moment, Gu-chen's eyes steeply lit up. Is it possible that, once you walk through the Dragon Gate, you get experience after killing a professional? More than just experience, there will be rewards. Sumor nodded his head and patiently explained. Why is it that if you walk through the Dragon Gate, you will gain the baptism of the abyss? Because the abyss wants us professionals to kill each other. The more powerful a professional is, the more energy they gain from being baptized in the abyss. The higher the experience and rewards gained after a kill. Perhaps this is another way for the abyss to invade the world. Gu-chen nodded and continued. What is it like after the Dragon Gate? Well, how can I put it? The city of the Invoking Dragon is a city that descended from the abyss. It is a Fey city, but it is far larger than our human cities. The outskirts of Leader Dragon City. You can understand it as the outskirts of our human city. And when we get past the Dragon Gate, it's only when you've truly entered the city that the difficulty of killing the Fey will skyrocket. How big is the difficulty gap? The data was previously published that the outskirts of Citation City were equivalent to a nightmare-level abyss, and that past the Dragon Gate. It's the equivalent of a hellish abyss. As for the Dragon Palace you just asked me about, that's the most central area of the entire Dragon Drawing City. Very few people have been there, and I don't know the exact difficulty, but I've heard that these Fey regard the Dragon Temple as a holy temple. It seems like a real dragon race is sealed in it. I didn't lie to you. That's a real dragon, with pure dragon blood. Not a sub-dragon like the iron-winged blue dragon. The real dragons. Hearing this, Gu-chen was instantly interested. So it seems that Ling Feng is waiting for him at the Dragon Palace in the very center of Dragon Drawing City. Maybe it's because the real dragons are sealed there. Gu-chen wanted to contract a dragon race, so of course he wouldn't choose the sub-dragons that could be found everywhere. The dragon bloodline in the body of the sub-dragon was very refuted, and although the battle power was outstanding, it was very limited. The potential is even lower. Even if this bone dragon that Sumor had contracted was so dead that all that was left were bones, all of them are far stronger than those sub-dragons. Therefore, in order to enter the Dragon Palace, one must go through the baptism of the Dragon Gate. Very well, then let's continue onward to the Dragon Palace. A smirk appeared at the corner of Gu-chen's mouth. As long as you pass the Dragon Gate, you can gain experience and rewards after killing a professional. This is simply a gift from the city of Dragon Drawing. It's a pity that 1,000 Northern Iron Horsemen were really killed early. Blood loss. However, since the Iron Horsemen of the Northern Realm came all the way to leader of the Dragon City, surely there can't be just a measly 1,000 riders. Gu-chen licked the corner of his mouth. Come on, more is better. If you want me dead, you have to pay something. Chapter 130 Difficulty Surges. Explosive Flame Fire Dragon. With the Bone Dragon walking for him and Sumor showing him the way, Gu-chen quickly arrived at the place where the Dragon Gate was located. The Dragon Gate, a giant portal formed by light and shadow, walks through this light and shadow. Then you will be baptized from the abyss. This is the Dragon Gate? Stepping down from the back of the Bone Dragon, Gu-chen probed his hand and grabbed at the portal silhouette. Light and shadow flowed through the fingers like clouds, untouchable and untouchable, but real. To be precise, this is just one of the many Dragon Gates that, to find the Dragon Gate and receive the baptism of the abyss is also dependent on luck and chance. Sumor spoke. After walking through the Dragon Gate, you'll have to face more than just the foreigners. It also includes talented professionals from all the major powers. These people keep killing each other in there, all for the sake of obtaining qualifications to enter the Dragon Palace. But no matter how many geniuses go in, there are only 3 spots that will eventually enter the Dragon Palace. Only 3? Well, the competition is a bit brutal.
but compared to the rewards in the Dragon Palace, it wouldn't be a big deal. Gu Chen nodded and asked, after entering the Dragon Gate, can you gain experience and rewards by killing a professional no matter what level you encounter? No. There is also a leveling restriction, and trying to gain experience and rewards from professional. The level difference between the kill target and yourself cannot be greater than 15 levels. If it exceeds that, it will fail. That is, as long as the level of the professional I kill doesn't exceed level 37. That's true. But Sumor had an odd expression on his face. Those are all geniuses from various forces, not to mention second-ranked, third-ranked, and even fourth-ranked professionals are also numerous. How many people do you think you can kill? Without saying much, Gu Chen raised a finger. 10, Su Mao subconsciously blurted out, and then seemed to think that he had said less, adding, do you want to kill 100? Gu Chen spoke faintly. Keep killing. Sumor's face changed slightly, and he fell silent. To be honest, he felt that Gu Chen was a bit too confident. Perhaps the fact that he had just exterminated 1,000 iron floaters had caused Gu Chen's self-confidence to rapidly expand. But after all, Iron Faust is not the elite force of the Northern Iron Horsemen. If Gu Chen thought that he was invincible after killing 1,000 cavalrymen, there would be no shortage of suffering to come. By the way, since you went in and subjugated a bone dragon, why did you come out again? I'm sorry, Gu Chen asked. That. Sumor's face revealed a flash of embarrassment. I just said that. The ones who went in to fight were all geniuses from the major powers, and I wasn't as skilled as the others, so I came out. Then how come you didn't die? A look of surprise appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. After walking through the Dragon's Gate, you can gain experience and rewards for killing professionals. That. Is there anyone who doesn't want experience? That doesn't make sense. Seeing the puzzled look in Gu Chen's eyes, Sumor suddenly slapped his head. Oh, there's one detail I forgot to tell you. After the abyssal baptism, a layer of imprints exists on everyone's body, and the reason why you can gain experience by killing a professional is that you plunder the energy in the imprints. And so there's a consensus amongst the professionals that, as long as the defeated party voluntarily offers the seal, the victor doesn't have to kill. Of course, if you come across the kind of person who would rather die than hand over the mark, just kill them directly. According to the rules of the Dragon Gate, once you lose your mark, you must leave the area immediately. Otherwise it will be obliterated by the high-ranking foreigners. So I came out. Gu Chen nodded, probably clear on the rules. Since Sumor was already in the status of a defeated warrior, he couldn't be baptized by the Dragon Gate anymore. Even more so, they couldn't enter within the Dragon Gate, so the two could only say goodbye to each other here. Enter the Dragon Gate. Only a slight buzzing was heard coming from the illusory light, followed by a. Gu Chen then felt a strange energy appear in his body. Is this the seal? Gu Chen felt a familiar sensation. How can I describe it? It's like having a buff on you. After walking into the Dragon Gate, the scene in front of me changed suddenly, and looking up, thick blood and dust piled up on the ground, and the barren landscape was full of smoke and sprawling grass. On the outside it didn't look or feel any different, but after walking in, only then did he realize that the areas on either side of the Dragon Gate were completely different worlds. According to Sumor, in general, the experience gained from killing a professional of the same level of, almost as good as a boss. So, prioritize going to other professionals. But Gu Chen didn't think so. If you want to kill someone, you have to find them first. How big is Dragon City? Finding someone here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Instead of going to find someone first, it would be better to kill the Fae first. In fact, Sumor's idea was fine, only that the two of them looked at the problem from different perspectives. Sumor was a fourth-ranked professional, and the difficulty of guiding Dragon City today was only equivalent to a second-ranked abyss. To him, the experience gained from killing the Fae was pitifully small. And the experience gained from killing a professional of the same rank is very generous. But Gu Chen is only level 22 right now. The foreigners in the midst of this dragon-intriguing city couldn't be more suitable for him. Moreover, while killing the Fae, there was also a chance that they would be able to encounter a professional of the same rank. Taking out the map, he looked at the location of the alien branch marked on it. The closest to him was the territory of the explosive fire dragon. Without delay, Gu Chen began to advance in the direction where the alien race was. 10 minutes later, Gu Chen stepped within the territory of the explosive flame dragon. Boom! As soon as he stepped into it, he saw a searing spit splitting his face and spraying at him. Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly, and he immediately activated his skill, swapping positions with a blood blue dragon behind him. Thumbs up! Searing spit splitting the body of that blood blue dragon. In one shot, it knocked out almost half of the blood blue dragon's blood. It sounds like a lot, but it's actually a lot. After all, the blood blue dragon had a maximum life value of 210,000. and half that amount of blood was more than 100. 000. Gu Chen turned his head to look at the, only to see a huge dragon covered in fiery red scales was flying at breakneck speed from afar. Alien, Bakunin Fire Dragon. Rank, 26. Life value, 436. 300. Attributes, Strength 432. Agility 423. Physique 658. Spirit 620. Skill I, Flame Aura. Skill 2, Searing Spit. Level 26 Fey. 6 levels lower than the Iron-Winged Blue Dragon. However, this explosive fire dragon's blood count was more than twice that of the Iron-Winged Blue Dragon. As for the total attributes, that was even higher by more than 500. No wonder it said that the difficulty will skyrocket after entering the Dragon Gate. Even an ordinary second-order Fey was already so powerful. What would follow would be imaginable to face. Thumbs up. Another spit came jetting by, barely spaced out. Once again, it landed on the Blood Blue Dragon. The Blood Blue Dragon let out a wail, and its blood level directly cleared to 0. In a flash, they were burned to ashes by the blazing flames. Chapter 131. There's a lonely one here. 2 skills to kill an iron-winged blue dragon that had been transformed by the Blood Archon. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and it was impossible to say that he wasn't surprised. After all, after the iron-winged blue dragon was transformed, it would also gain the enhancement of the blood instincts. All 4-dimensional attributes are dramatically increased, and neither blood nor defense are comparable to what they were before. Most importantly, this explosive fire dragon was only level 26, crossing levels, and still striking down so easily. Without much thought, Gu Chen summoned the Blood Archon and the undead demon statue together. Summoned beasts could sense the summoner's intention, and almost as soon as the undead wraith statue had appeared, 2 streaks of black light then shot out from it. Exhausted, Black Death. The powerful negative effect fell on that explosive flame dragon in an instant. Undaunted, the Blood Race Archon pulled away at the first opportunity, and a fierce attack ensued. Thumbs up. Another scorching spit invaded. Not against the dead wraiths, not against the Archons of the blood. Instead, they shot in the direction where Gu Chen was. Gu Chen's eyes flickered with a flash of gravity, and in just a few minutes, he then clearly sensed that the foreign races here were 2 completely different types from those in the Abyss. The Fae in the Abyss would hardly ever sneak up on a summoner, much less bypass it and attack the summoner directly. Searing Spit came straight at Gu Chen, but it didn't hit him. Instead, it was blocked by the Blood Archon. The blood level plummeted by more than 20,000. From over 100,000 to over 20,000. The same skill hit the Blood Archon's body and the damage is reduced by several times. For one thing, the Blood Archon himself is a legendary summoning beast. The physique and defense were far higher than the Blood Blue Dragon from earlier. Second, the explosive fire dragon's full attributes plummeted by half under the negative effects of the. This leads to a reduction in its output capacity. 20,000 damage. Hitting a Blood Archon with over 200,000 blood. It also becomes irrelevant. Seemingly sensing its own abnormal state, that explosive flame dragon turned around and retreated without hesitation. The 2 wings on his back flapped with great speed. You want to retreat when you can't get the upper hand? Gu Chen raised his hand and directly released a chaos shadow. Almost as soon as the shadow appeared, it landed precisely on the body of that explosive flame dragon. Wrapped it in place. Roar! The explosive flame dragon let out a cry of surprise and flapped its wings behind it even more vigorously. Trying to stay away from this evil human. However, right at this moment, the Blood Race Archon had already killed. The twin guns in his hands spewed out torrents of metal, and bullets poured out like a furious storm. A series of damage hit this explosive fire dragon. Facing an entangled target requires no skill at all, just it. After the explosive fire dragon's full attributes have been reduced, with the Blood Archon's current attack power, each skill bullet hit can explode close to 20,000 damage. That's a ridiculously high amount of damage. Realizing that he couldn't escape, the explosive fire dragon simply turned back to the Blood Archon and started outputting. It opened its mouth wide and spat out an aura of blossoming flames. It instantly landed on the Blood Race Archon's body. Flame Aura. Attached by the aura, the Blood Archon began to take continuous damage and his blood level continued to decrease. However, this little bit of damage was simply not enough for the Blood Race Archon. It still plays an extremely hardcore fighting style, returning blood for blood. The aura of flame is attached to its body, and it only drops an average of 10,000 blood every 10 seconds. But its skill bullets hit, and it can deal close to 20,000 damage in one hit. Not only is it not a loss, but it's a profit. In just 2 breaths, the explosive flame dragon was knocked down by almost 200,000 blood. At this point,
The Blood Archon didn't dilly-dally and directly unleashed his skills. Scarlet Feast. The blood-colored energy turned into a storm and swept over the explosive flame fire dragon's body in an instant. It directly knocked out over 150,000 blood. Immediately after that, the second damage burst. The explosive fire dragon's blood level directly collapsed and was cleared in an instant. Attack plus, deadly shot, plus, Scarlet Feast, before and after. It was only 10 seconds, directly killing the explosive flame dragon. Kill explosive fire dragon LV. 26. Experience plus 11,209. That's the gap. Kill a level 32 iron-winged blue dragon on the outskirts of Citation Dragon City. You can only gain 7,000 or so experience. But once you pass through the Dragon Gate, you could get more than 10,000 experience by killing a level 26 explosive fire dragon. It's good enough to get this experience for killing a normal alien. But for Gu Chen, it was still almost interesting. After all, he was currently level 22, and he still needed 950,000 experience to level up to 23, so there was still a long way to go. Then the Archon of the Blood Race struck. After transforming the corpse of the explosive fire dragon on the ground into a blood fire dragon, he proceeded to head deeper into the territory. There weren't many explosive fire dragons in the territory, and you could only find one almost every few kilometers. It takes a long time to find monsters, and a couple dozen seconds or so to kill them. With the dead wrecked demon statue and the Blood Archon working in tandem, the explosive fire dragon can exert a very limited amount of battle power. Gu Chen's aim, on the other hand, was to find one and kill it, so it was a very smooth march, and very soon, he then discovered the boss within the territory. Only, the explosive fire dragon boss was in a fierce battle with a team of summoners. There were 5 people in the group, all of whom were peak second-order professionals, a warrior, 2 knights, a ranger, and an acolyte. There are meat shields, output, and healing. This configuration is basically the current mainstream configuration of a professional squad entering an abyss or copy. As Gu Chen observed the other party, the ranger standing behind the 2 knights who were frantically outputting at the boss suddenly sensed something, and a pair of sharp eyes looked this way. Rangers generally have the eagle eye skill, which is very powerful in terms of detection. So almost as soon as Gu Chen appeared, he caught the other party's attention. On the side of the professional team, who seemed to have noticed the ranger's strange, the acolyte in the back glanced back as well. "Oh, Captain, there's a lone one over there." The acolyte's tone had a bit of teasing in it. Hearing voices in my ears, the warrior who was on top of the front row with the 2 knights said without looking back, "Don't act rashly. Be careful of ambushes." The ranger's eyes were sharp and he didn't say anything, and while he was outputting damage at the boss, quickly a few probe arrows were shot out in all directions. After a short wait, the sharpness in the ranger's eyes turned into a sneer. "It's been confirmed. There's no ambush around, and it is indeed a lone one. This is great." The knight holding up the shield had a joyful look on his face. A lone professional. The experience of killing it is very lucrative. After a moment, the warrior who had been attacking the boss finally spoke. "In that case, let's move fast and kill this boss. Go kill that pro again. Ranger, keep an eye out. Don't let that one get away." The ranger craned his head to glance at it, surprise in his eyes. "Captain, that man doesn't seem to be ready to run. He's coming this way." Chapter 132. I heard that you guys are going to kill the boss before you kill me? Hearing the ranger's words, the warrior who was the captain subconsciously twisted his head to look, only to see a silhouette clad in a dark red gown leap up abruptly. Boom! The boss that was being attacked by them suddenly suffered a violent blow that, swept by a raging blood-colored storm. The warrior instinctively felt a strong crisis, and a wave of anxiety ran through his heart. After fighting for so long, now that the boss's blood level was nearing the bottom, "I can't believe someone came to rob the monster. Block him." The warrior let out a roar, not caring about defense, and charged straight up. The remaining 4 in the group were about to make a move, when intense consternation suddenly appeared in their eyes. His eyes were stagnant and his face was filled with unbelief. Only the level 28 boss that was being attacked by them. Surprisingly, the blood bar was emptied by a skill released by that dark red dress. Immediately after that, the huge body collapsed to the ground with a wail, completely motionless. Kill explosive fire dragon boss LV. 28. Experience plus 26,930. Loot obtained. Explosive staff LV. 28. Epic. Acquisition of war pieces. The blood storm subsided, and after picking up the kill loot, Gu Chen's figure appeared in the sight of the 5 professionals. "I heard you guys are going to kill the boss first, then me? Just in time. I killed the boss for you guys. Now you can do it." Seeing Gu Chen's figure, the 5 professionals no longer had the previous ease and teasing on their faces. "It's a summoner? How could he have such terrifying battle power? Is summoned beast killed the bloodied boss with a single strike? I can't see the rank. Is it 3rd or 4th order? Unable to figure out Gu Chen's bottom line, the 5 professionals were shocked and angry, their faces unsightly. The warrior, who was the captain, pondered for just a moment before making his decision. Since there's only one other person on the other side, let's kill the summoner first, and as long as we take out the summoner, a summoned beast would be insufficient. 5 against 1. We have the advantage. Go! Looking at Gu Chen, who was standing in front of him, the warrior's eyes revealed a chilling aura. Swinging the greatsword in his hand, he charged. Cracking chop. In anger, the warrior shouted out the name of the skill in an extremely neutral manner. Immediately afterward, a shocking aura erupted from the blade. A broad shadow of a blade chopped down towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen stood still, unperturbed, because the corpse of the boss on the ground has been transformed into a blood-fire dragon. Growling, he charged at the warrior. The huge body covered with hard scales was like a huge mountain that, the skill was easily blocked. Bang! The long knife in his hand felt like it was chopping on an iron mountain, unable to inch in at all. The powerful recoil caused a sharp pain in the warrior's hands. A look of horror erupted from the bottom of his eyes. The boss is alive? And it's stronger than before. What the hell is going on here? The warrior forced down the shock in his heart and resolutely turned back to yell. Withdraw! The 4 behind them had no time to react, and almost the instant the warrior turned around, a series of skills bypassed the blood-fire dragon and all hit towards Gu Chen. All set and on target. Kill the summoner first. Only, along with a flash, Gu Chen's figure was replaced by a young blood dragon. In the next second, the set fire attack came close, directly killing that blood hatchling dragon completely. This is a death blow, not even giving a chance to admit defeat. As for Gu Chen, he appeared 2 kilometers away, with dozens of blood descendants were running quickly. The ranger hadn't detected the ambush before it was because all of the blood descendants were all demobilized at the first sign of this team of professionals. They were trying to leave Gu Chen behind at the very beginning. It wasn't as if Gu Chen was worried about the dozens of blood descendants scaring these professionals away. Everybody's got their own agenda, and they've got each other's. The transported blood hatchling was slain, and with it, the blood archon's attack also landed on the ranger, who was the main C. A set of general attacks plus skills, combined with the additional damage from Scarlet Feast, took a knight away without any surprises. Yes, it was the ranger that was hit, except the knight came up to resist damage and was taken. The acolyte standing in the back row is doing his best, with healing spells still being cast. The knight's blood bar is then emptied. To these professionals, the damage of the blood archon was simply too high. The fighters at the front of the line couldn't help at all. A person carrying that blood-fire dragon heart had already fallen into a disadvantage and was suppressed to death. Gu Chen was standing on the back of a blood tribe fire dragon, followed by dozens of blood tribe descendants. It's heading this way at full speed. Kill professional, Knight LV, 28, experience plus 17,530. The sudden prompt that popped up caused a flash of surprise to appear on his face. Killing a level 28 professional and getting a small 20,000 experience straight away was too much of a surprise. 2 kilometers. That's a long way to go, and a short way to go. When Gu Chen saw the blood race archon again, that group of professionals had been completely wiped out. Kill professional, warrior LV, 28, experience plus 17,280. Kill professional, ranger LV, 29, experience plus 19,850. Kill professional, knight LV, 28, experience plus 17,390. Kill professional, acolyte LV, 27, experience plus 15,530. A team of professionals directly harvested a small 100,000 experience, so it seems that it won't take long to get up to level 23. Gu Chen walked forward and collected the equipment on the ground into the storage space one by one, his face calm as usual. The other party made the first move, and it turned out to be less skillful, so it was not his fault. The only unfortunate thing was that there was no mage inside this party, and no equipment suitable for him was popped. But it doesn't matter. How big is the city of Dragon Drawing? Except for the Fae. The last thing that's lacking here is professionals. Next, Gu Chen scattered a type of blood descendant in all directions and continued to search within the territory. Invoking Dragon City isn't like the Abyss, where there are no more foreigners after the boss fight. Even if that boss had been killed just now, there were still a large number of Fae within the territory. It just took time to find them. And the foreigners here are more sinister. They'll sneak up on you. They'll circle back. It also knows how to target weaknesses. Simply put, the fight is no longer mano a mano. It didn't take long for a blood blue dragon to deliver word to the blood archon that a sign of the Fae had been found. Gu Chen and the Blood Race Archon immediately rushed over. Only when he arrived, only to find that someone else has already gotten the jump on them. Or rather, it was the Fae who found their prey. Only to see an explosive fire dragon elite with 5 explosive fire dragons on top of a flat area. A team of summoners is being hunted. There were 5 people in the group, all of whom were level 27 or 28 professionals. However, it was simply impossible to resist these foreigners. The combined strength was more than one step worse than that of the previous team of professionals. The explosive flame dragon elite was already very difficult to deal with. Plus there were 5 ordinary Fae next to it. These professionals could only gather their defenses and resist with difficulty. Chapter 133 in just half a day. Wildly collecting 300,000 experience. Ignore the normal explosive flame dragon for now. Set fire on the elite foreigners with all your might, or you won't be able to hold it. The one who spoke was the captain of this team of professionals, a level 29 swordsman. Aside from him and another warrior, there's only one mage, one assassin, and a priest. With this team configuration, the damage output is relatively objective. But the only one who can really resist damage is the warrior. The priest in the back row used almost all of his skills on the warrior. However, under the attack of that explosive fire dragon elite, the warrior's blood level was getting lower and lower. No way. The elite Fae are powerful though, but these ordinary explosive fire dragons aren't weak in battle either. The mage in the back row spoke. The searing spit kept closing in, and the damage from the aura of flame was inescapable. His blood level had already been knocked down by a third, and if he was touched by the fire dragon's spit again, he would probably be directly bloodied. First, I'll fight off this explosive fire dragon in front of me, the mage said, immediately casting a volley of ice picks to fly out in an attempt to force back the foreigners in front of him. However, just then, the swordsman's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Wang Gang, dodge immediately. Hurry, only to see an explosive fire dragon suddenly charge up, a searing spit gushing out of. It invaded down towards the direction where that mage was. The mage's face changed violently, and without any hesitation, the boots under his feet lit up with a burst of green energy that, it instantly caused his figure to leap forward by as much as 3 meters. Almost as soon as he'd left his spot, the raging heat wave hit him in the face. The place where it was originally located was already covered in intense flames, and the ground was even burned out. That was close. The mage stabilized himself with a stunned look on his face. It was fortunate that the captain had warned him in time, otherwise he would probably be dead by now. The teammates next to him were breathing a long sigh of relief at the moment, but weren't genuinely worried about the mage's well-being. Rather, once the mage was killed, then theirs was going to face almost certain death. Just then, the tyranny in the eyes of that elite Fae grew more and more seeping as it failed to attack for a long time. Roar! With a roar, the explosive fire dragon elite directly entered a berserk state, and its blood volume rapidly rebounded. Attributes such as attack, defense, and attack speed are also significantly increased. It's over. A few people in the group's faces went pale. It was already hard to beat, and now that the elite alien had entered a berserk state, it was even harder to beat. The swordsman who was the captain's face was so ugly that he didn't dare to hold back at all. Used a healing scroll on himself, sparing no effort to fend off the elite Fae's attacks. Used the communication nameplate, the swordsman yelled. Those who were able to enter the dragon drawing city were basically people from all the major powers, the same as Gu Chen. All will have an identification nameplate. This nameplate can do more than just record a professional's combat performance. It is also possible to call for help from the forces in which it is located. Yet how far is this from the stronghold outside the city? Even if it was a 4th-ranked bone dragon traveling at full speed, it had flown for an entire night. If we call for help now, not to mention whether help will come or not, and even if it does come, that also leaves only the collection of corpses. Just as the crowd was despairing, the situation suddenly ushered in a huge change, only to see an explosive fire dragon covered in dark red scales descend from the sky. With just a normal attack, he forced that elite Fae directly back. Subsequently, dozens of blood race descendants also revealed themselves and, launching a frantic attack against those 5 explosive flame dragons. In an instant, the team of professionals who had been in a desperate situation peaked and, the look of shock on his face turned into a look of stupefaction. What happened? The captain, who was a swordsman, remained in his previous defensive stance and, however, the battle at the moment had nothing to do with him anymore. At the same time, Gu Chen's figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Give me the imprint energy and you may withdraw. The swordsman captain and the 4 men behind him froze slightly for a moment, and after a few breaths the glow returned to their faces. Okay, I'll turn it in. Thanks for stepping in to save us. Overthink it. I just want the imprint energy. Gu Chen spoke bluntly, not wanting to be long-winded. not even willing to take a favor. The 5 professionals didn't say anything and surrendered to Gu Chen. Surrendered the imprinted energy on his body. Defeat Professional Warrior LV. 28. Experience plus 17. 380. Defeat Professional Swordsman LV. 29. Experience plus 19. 650. Defeat Professional Mage LV. 28. Experience plus 17,590. Defeat Professional Assassin LV. 28. Experience plus 17,530. Defeat Professional Priest LV. 28. Experience plus 17,820. As the imprinted energies of the 5 professionals were absorbed by Gu Chen, the experience bar skyrocketed. This hand gained another small 90k experience. Meanwhile, those 5 ordinary foreigners were being beaten back by the Blood Descendants. That Blood Fire Dragon transformed by the boss had gained a significant increase in all of its attributes. At this moment, it was even pressing down on the Explosive Flame Dragon Elite. The Blood Archon was not disturbed in any way, and was frantically outputting from the sidelines without a care in the world. The bullets were like a torrential downpour, and in almost a single breath, an Explosive Fire Dragon fell heavily to the ground. Kill Explosive Fire Dragon LV. 25. Experience plus 16,930. What do I see? What horrible damage. The group of professionals who were about to retreat had their eyes glazed over, almost unable to believe the scene in front of them. Those explosive fire dragons with thick skin and blood were actually killed in a single breath. It's simply unthinkable. It was hard enough for them to repel these foreigners, and if Gu Chen hadn't appeared, they almost died here. Yet these foreigners, who could almost wipe out their regiments, in the hands of this mysterious man who had suddenly appeared. How come it's as weak as a normal alien in a newbie copy? It's not too much to say that this ferocious offense is chopping and slashing. Is it? Summoner? When did summoners become so strong? The swordsman captain's face grew even more startled. I can't see the rank. Maybe it's a 3rd or 4th rank summoner? The priest said from the side. I see that he's young. As if he's even younger than me? So it shouldn't be possible for him to be of the 4th rank, right? I don't know. The mage speculated from the sidelines. Gu Chen didn't care about these people's comments, and after collecting the imprinted energy, his gaze then stayed on that explosive fire dragon elite. An elite Fae should also be able to get 20,000 or so experience after killing it, together with these 5 ordinary foreigners around them, and those 5 professionals who surrendered of their own accord. This wave will reap at least 170,000 experience. Citation City is still a really good place. I really didn't make a mistake this time. Together with the scattered Fae killed on the road, the 5 professionals who just now, as well as the explosive fire dragon boss, in just half a day, I got about 300,000 experience. It is no exaggeration to say that the experience gained in this half day it was enough to match the growth of an ordinary professional for a few months. It was at this moment that the professional next to him noticed Gu Chen's gaze as he tried to deal with the explosive flame dragon elite. The swordsman captain's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Be careful. That explosive fire dragon elite is in a berserk state. Chapter 134, Immortal Life Guild. Quest issued by Su Xia. Before the swordsman captain could finish his words, he saw the Blood Archon's figure flash, and his twin spears were on fire. Killed the explosive fire dragon elite, with the blood fire dragon boss resisting in front of him, and with the speed of the Blood Archon, completely unbridled and wanton output without a care in the world. Bang! 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 The bullets, glittering with silver light, whizzed out, carrying a high amount of damage exploded on the body of the explosive fire dragon elite, and the hard scales became fragile. Every time a gun goes off, the body of the explosive flame dragon elite would explode into a bloody hole. The damage done by a bullet with a skill effect that, it would be worth a single set of fire output from the team of professionals just now. The explosive flame dragon elite's blood bar fell extremely fast, but in a few breaths of effort, it fell just below the half-blood line. To the Blood Archon, the half-blood line was, essentially, the equivalent of the decimation line, because the Scarlet Feast skill not only deals high damage, and after the target's blood level falls below 50%, it can do 2 additional damage, and the value of the second damage is 30% of the Blood Archon's maximum life value. With the Blood Archon's current life value of just over 200,000, it would add at least 60,000 damage. Combined with the skill's original damage, it could definitely knock out a small 200,000 blood. With a blood-colored storm sweeping over the body of the explosive fire dragon elite, the blood level that had just fallen to the half-blood line collapsed steeply and extremely fast. Roar! The explosive fire dragon elite let out a roar filled with despair. It's level 25, but at least it's an elite alien, and after the blood collapses, It was not taken directly by this skill, but it was getting close. With less than 50,000 blood left, a flash of surprise flashed through the eyes of the Blood Race Archon. It seemed that he hadn't expected this elite alien's blood bonus to be so high. Without nagging, it continued its attack. 50,000 blood is not much for a Blood Archon, though, but since it hadn't triggered the kill reset just now, all of its skills had gone into cooldown. It would take some time to kill this elite alien now. A flurry of general attacks hit the Bakudan Fire Dragon Elite's body, and the blood level continued to drop. Only the rate of blood loss was significantly slower than before. It took 2 to 3 minutes before the blood bar was cleared, and the body of the explosive Fire Dragon Elite fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the corpse of the elite alien on the ground, the eyelids of the several professionals next to him jumped wildly. It's only been less than 5 minutes, and the elite Fade had nearly wiped out their regiment. Just killed by a level 22 summoned beast? The summoned beast was level 22, which meant that the summoner's level was also 22. At the thought of this, several people's gazes trembled, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. A level 22 summoner, directly killing a level 25 elite phase single-handedly? That's too scary, isn't it? Kill Explosive Fire Dragon Elite LV. 25. Experience plus 20,760. Acquired loot. Shattered Star Necklace LV. 25. Epic. Loot obtained. Exploding Flame Source Crystal, Epic. Getting the loot. Not only did it explode epic equipment, it also exploded epic materials. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a few unexpected colors. Just now, killing the explosive flame dragon boss hadn't even popped out any epic level materials, but now it had popped out from an elite alien instead. However, although this material was precious, it was of little use to him for the time being. Smoothly placing that explosive flame source crystal into his carrying space, Gu Chen looked towards the epic level equipment. Broken Star Necklace. Quality, Epic. Rank, LV. 25. Occupational restrictions, long-range attack occupations. Attributes, Strength plus 350. Agility plus 450. Effect, every 3 long-range attacks will carry an additional attack. Additional attacks will deal the sum of the damage of the previous 3 ranged attacks. This is good stuff. There was a career restriction, but it was just right for the Blood Archon to use. The Blood Archon's pugilism has always been weak, because the damage done by skill attacks is just too strong. This leads to a pull in combat once the skill doesn't trigger a hit reset. You can only wait for cooldowns with pummel. While the restoration of energy can shorten the cooldown, it does not completely avoid the cooldown mechanic. Now with the Shattered Star Necklace, it would go a long way to making up for this lack of damage from pummeling. Equipment effect. After every 3 long-range pummel attacks, you can add the total amount of damage from the previous 3. That said, this equipment effect almost doubles the damage of the pummel. This was like a tiger with wings for the Blood Archon. Level 25 equipment. You can't use it yet. You have to hurry up and upgrade. Just now, those 5 explosive fire dragons had been killed long before the Elite Fae were. It was settled by the Blood Descendants. Gu Chen collected this epic level equipment. A few more materials that had popped up were put away along with the potions. It was only then that the 5-member squad recovered from their shock and, as they watched Gu Chen keep all the loot for himself, they did not show any differences in their expressions. Granted, this Elite Fae was the one they found first, and had been fighting furiously for a while, but at most, it knocked out 8% of the blood. If Gu Chen hadn't stepped in, they would have been massacred by now. If he waited until then for Gu Chen to make his move, not only would the equipment popped out by the Elite Fae be his, even the equipment these 5 people popped out was his. That would be a real bumper crop. At that moment, that swordsman captain looked at Gu Chen and spoke. Little brother. Oh no. This great god. Thank you for saving me. Even though Gu Chen looked younger and lower ranked than him, in the world of professionals, battle power is king. A level 22 summoner single-handedly killed a level 25 Elite Fae. With that kind of battle prowess, no one dared to show him contempt at all. Gu Chen was about to leave, when his eyes inadvertently glanced at saw the badge on the swordsman captain's shirt. You're from the Eternal Life Guild? Gu Chen asked curiously. The Forever Living Guild, or the guild of professionals established by the Forever Living Group. It was considered a top 10 existence among the major forces in the Eastern continent. As for the Yongsheng Group, yes, it's the same Yongsheng Group controlled by the Su family in Wansheng. One of the core members is a previous teammate. Co Ha. The swordsman captain nodded. Not bad, I'm an official member of the Eternal Life Guild. Lu Mu. The swordsman then pointed to the 4 men behind him and, my teammates behind me are also from the Forever Living Guild. We took a commission mission issued by a core member of the Forever Living Group. Come here to collect the explosive flame source crystals. Core members of the Yongsheng Group? Gu Chen subconsciously asked.
posted by Su Xia? With a surprised look on his face, the swordsman nodded his head and asked, "Not bad. Did you take this mission too?" Gu Chen shook his head, thought for a moment, and took out that explosive flame source crystal he had just obtained. It was handed to the swordsman. "Take this source crystal and give it to Su Xia for me, just in time to complete your commission task as well." Chapter 135. Come on, take care of these summoned units in a minute. This action of Gu Chen directly caused the swordsman captain and the 4 people behind him to freeze in place. An epic-grade explosive flame source crystal, which was a precious material worth tens of millions of dollars. Just give it away unguarded? Aren't you afraid I'll just take your material and run? The swordsman captain asked subconsciously. If you're confident that you can dodge the bounty from the Eternal Life Guild, then you can try. I don't know, Gu Chen said, full of concern. The swordsman showed a self-deprecating look and shook his head. Are you kidding me? He was merely a peak second-ranked professional. How could he dare offend the Eternal Life Guild? By handing over this explosive flame source crystal to Su Xia, he would not only be able to complete a commissioned mission that you can also get quest rewards for accumulating contribution values within the guild. And by misappropriating this explosive flame source crystal, in addition to being able to get more than $10 million, from then on he had to hide to stay alive. One satiated and one satiated. He could still tell the difference. Don't worry, we're all regular guild professionals. I'll personally give this epic rank source crystal to young Master Su Xia. It's just that, if young Master Su Xia asks about it when we get back, how should I give him an answer? The swordsman asked with a straight face. Just answer truthfully, Gu Chen said indifferently. Okay, then I'll say a summoner asked me to bring it to him. Putting away the explosive flame source crystal, the swordsman exchanged glances with his 4 teammates behind him. Both are feeling intensely surprised and celebrated. Originally, they were all on the verge of being wiped out by that elite alien group, but now not only had they survived, and it's still possible to complete this commissioned mission. This encounter is aptly described by the phrase peaks and valleys. With that, the swordsman and the others took out their teleportation scrolls and activated them. The 5 figures quickly disappeared before Gu Chen's eyes. I also wonder how Su Xia's battle armor development is going. When he entered the hell-level spider cave, Su Xia was wearing his Mark 21 battle armor, and there were a couple of real-life battles. Gu Chen had also paid attention at that time, and the basic combat ability of the battle armor was already there. Can pretty much fight a level 10 alien for a few rounds, but the movements in combat are not very coherent, and there are delays in the various commands. Barely enough for long-range combat if adequate reaction time is guaranteed. However, once the Fae got close, it was basically the end of the battle, because there's still a lot of room for improvement in the battle armor. That was why Gu Chen didn't keep the explosive flame source crystal in his hand, although a second-order epic material was worth tens of millions of dollars. In Gu Chen's opinion, it would make more sense to give the material to Su Xia than to hang it on the trading platform and sell it for more than $10 million. Therefore, it was not really easy to determine whether Gu Chen's character was good or bad. Say he's a good guy, but he's a penny pincher in front of Luo Qingxue, and his interests are paramount. Call him a bad guy. Epic materials worth tens of millions of dollars he gave to Su Xia without saying a word. If Lin Yuan had been by his side all this way, this good buddy must be rubbing the back of his head with a puzzled look at this moment. Really can't figure you out. After the departure of the team of professionals, the Blood Tribe Archon transformed the corpses of the foreigners on the ground into 6 Blood Tribe fire dragons, and the group grew a few more points. Among the Blood descendants now are young dragons, blue dragons, cavalry commanders, and fire dragons. Gu Chen divided them into small groups and spread them forward as an advance party, looking for the next target, and not simply looking for them. And if they come across a fallen alien, the Blood descendants will also kill them. He himself, on the other hand, stepped on the back of a blood blue dragon and followed the advance party forward. Kill explosive fire dragon LV. 26. Experience plus 11,230. Kill explosive fire dragon LV. 26. Experience plus 11,209. Along the way, experience tips popped up every now and then. By the time he left the explosive flame dragon's territory, his experience had skyrocketed by another 200,000 or so. The experience bar is more than halfway through its progress. Meanwhile, somewhere ahead, Captain, look, another Fae is coming. A team of professionals hidden in the woods have spotted a group of blood descendants. What the hell was that? The captain, a woman in mage robes, a look of surprise on that delicate face, was puzzled by the few figures in sight. A cavalryman, 2 explosive fire dragons, 2 iron-winged blue dragons, and 2 iron-winged hatchlings? What kind of combination is that? Are you sure it's a Fae? Not the Fae. The ranger in the group sniffed and looked over.
utilizing the eagle eye skill. He saw the attribute panels of several blood descendants and then shook his head. What is it if it isn't the Fae? The captain pursued. It's all some summoned units. It should be whichever professional used a psychic scroll. How many levels? All level 22. What? Only the second order? The ranger nodded. Well, all summoned units are level 22, which means that the owner of these summoned units is just a second-ranked professional. The captain's cold face hooked up a faint smile. It seems that these past few years, Citation Dragon City has been too comfortable. Now even a second-ranked professional dares to come and die. The priest next to him immediately asked, then what's next? A team of second-order professionals. Killing it won't gain much experience, but it will reveal our ambush. The captain gave an intriguing smile, and with that, the staff in his hand bloomed with a brilliant red aura. Let's fight. A team of second-ranked professionals should also have 80, 000 to 90, 000 experience. It's a little less, but a mosquito's leg is still meat. The point is, I didn't even dare to come to lead Dragon City when I was at the second rank. How dare they come? Therefore, it is my duty to show them the perils of Dragon Drawing City. If you've gotten wet yourself, you're going to rip up someone else's umbrella. The ranger didn't care for the captain's bad taste and nodded his head. A round of arrows was fired directly at the place where those few blood descendants were. The rain of arrows came with a freezing effect, and just as soon as they hit those blood descendants, a layer of freezing effect was then applied. The blood cavalry were covered in heavy armor and received minimal damage from the rain of arrows. It looked around with a wary look on its face and, the first to spot the party of professionals ambushed in the woods. Kill! The blood cavalrymen pointed out their lances and directly launched a charge, charging out ahead of the others. Roar! A few blood descendants in the back spread their wings and quickly followed, moving without the slightest delay. The freezing effect attached to the rain of arrows had minimal effect on them. At the same time, the mage captain twisted her delicate body and walked out slowly from the woods. Just a few second order. Not enough to fear. Ranger, stay where you are, staking out your output, prioritizing your attacks on that cavalryman. Also slow down other summoned units. Paladins, you two put on your shields and go up there to draw the dragon's hatred. Help me share the damage. Priest, keep an eye on my blood level and heal me if it drops below 70%. Come on, settle the battle in a minute. I'm sure the master of the summoned unit is almost there. Chapter 136. Then let this genius brother feel despair. The mage captain didn't nag. He just activated the staff in his hand and, the first time he used the group attack skill, Meteor Fire Rain. In the next instant, a violent rain of fire fell from the sky. A large amount of damage was done to a group of blood descendants. Second order. Ha! The mage captain let out a contemptuous sneer, and his staff once again erupted with a wave of energy that, a wide wall of flaming fire rose up from the ground, bisecting the line of blood descendants down the center. Charging at the front were the blood cavalry with 2 blood fire dragons, and the 2 paladins saw that immediately put on his shield and topped off without hesitation. At the same time, arrows with powerful attacks fell on the bodies of the blood cavalry. Blood levels are dropping rapidly. A team of third-order professionals beating up a bunch of ordinary second orders basically wouldn't have any accidents. The next moment, however, the unexpected happened. 1,000 cavalrymen in heavy armor suddenly revealed themselves from a distance, galloping. From a great distance, one could feel a stern aura raging. Captain, what's that? Why has a cavalry unit suddenly appeared? Northern Realm Iron Cavalry. Surprisingly, it's the Northern Iron Horsemen. The ranger twisted his head around and caught a glimpse of the Guward King's banner flying wildly in the wind. The mage captain's face sank. Impossible. How did so many Northern Realm Iron Cavalry appear in Leader Dragon City? A look of disbelief came over her face, and even though she wasn't from the north, he had also heard of the great reputation of the Northern Iron Horsemen. If those Northern Iron Horsemen were coming at them, then just surrender. In this moment of daze, the cavalry in the distance had come close. The bright silver armor glinted with icy killing intent in the sunlight. The commander at the head was clad in heavy armor, and the entire group was armed to the teeth. The mage captain had never seen such an iron cavalry team before, and for a moment his mind was lost. Just then, 1,000 horsemen were like a torrent of steel that, launching the charge skill to crush towards those blood descendants. Under the frantic gallop, just one round, those blood descendants were then crushed into a field of broken flesh. Again, third order. A team of professionals would have to engage in tactics and skill coordination to fight a group of blood descendants. But for these 1,000 cavalrymen, all it took was a single charge. After resolving a few blood descendants, the cavalcade's speed quickly slowed to a halt. With that, the cavalry commander's eyes looked in the direction of the group of professionals in the woods. A cold look appeared on his face. Leave the mage. Everyone else,
Kill! At the word of command, the cavalrymen in the front rows drew their lances and charged up towards the professionals in the woods. The 5 professionals were so frightened that they scattered their legs and ran. Lead Dragon City was a dangerous place, but mostly it referred to the dangers of the foreigners. And now that the Iron Horsemen of the North had stepped in, totally crushing presence, the cavalryman at the head of the group led the way, his lance raised in his hand, unleashing the piercing skill. It stabbed the slowest running ranger straight through. The other cavalrymen were transformed into killing machines, accompanied by a thick scent of blood that filled the woods. The 4 professionals all turned into corpses in a few breaths. No, don't kill me. I surrender. The mage captain was so frightened that she sat down on her knees, trembling. The cavalry commander stepped forward, pointing at the corpse of the blood cavalryman on the ground, his tone icy cold and, I ask you, what's with this cavalry? I don't know. I was like this when I saw him. Please spare me. The mage immediately begged for mercy. No? Then what's the use of keeping you? The cavalry commander's gaze chilled, and the lance in his hand violently stabbed forward. One blow pierced the mage's skull. Off to the side, the vice commander steered his horse up to the side of the blood cavalryman and watched carefully for a while. This cavalryman should be one of the men and horses that disappeared from the outskirts of Drawing Dragon City earlier. I just don't know what skill he was hit with that he was transformed into an alien. The cavalry commander's face was icy cold. Whoever it is, how dare they lay hands on Taifu too? That's a naked provocation, and this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Just then, a flash of light flashed steeply in the eyes of the cavalry commander. Twisting his head in the other direction, only a few blood fire dragons were seen descending from the sky, and on the spine of the leading fire dragon, there was a cold-looking teenager standing right in front of him. Northern Iron Horseman? Gu Chen frowned slightly. How did it get here? Coincidence or were you the ones who killed my summon? Gu Chen asked as he looked at the cavalry commander in the lead. So what if it is? The cavalry commander's face changed violently as soon as he spoke. Those narrow eyes narrowed slightly. You're a summoner? Beneath the mask, a pair of slightly surprised eyes scrutinized the Gu Chen in front of them. Gu Chen didn't care about this detail. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he directly summoned the Blood Race Archon, leading a group of blood descendants fit to walk up. Since you guys killed them, it's a good thing. Kill. Not a single one left. A flash of chilling killing intent flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. A group of blood race descendants revealed a bloodthirsty color and were about to storm out. Wait. Suddenly, the leading cavalry commander bellowed, ignoring the heavy armor on his, tumbled right off the horse. Commander of the Iron Floaters, Mo Hanshan, meet the Grand Duke. Without saying a word, the cavalry commander directly knelt down and saluted. Immediately afterward, a group of cavalrymen in the rear also reacted. Wow! Wow! With the sound of a neatly harmonized voice, all 1,000 Iron Floaters dismounted and knelt down in unison. Grand Duke, the king ordered us to look for you in Citation Dragon City, so please return to the Northern Realm at an early date. I'm sorry, the cavalry commander said in a respectful tone. Back to the north again? A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Treating him as a 3-year-old? Cut the crap and die for me. Gu Chen bellowed in a cold voice. A group of blood race fire dragons let out a sky-shattering roar and violently lunged forward to kill them. Searing spit erupted from his mouth, invading towards those cavalrymen. Defense formation. Facing the attack of dozens of blood fire dragons, the cavalry commander's face changed violently, hastily ordering a group of cavalrymen to change their formation. They released their shields to resist the attack of the blood fire dragon. Resisting only, not attacking? Gu Chen frowned slightly. This group of Iron Floaters seemed to be different from those before. Grand Duke, the king is in the middle of the Dragon Palace, and the second Duke is heading towards the Dragon Palace right now as well. Since you are unwilling to return to the Northern Realm, why don't you let us escort you to the Dragon Palace? The voice of the commander, Mo Hanshan, came out from amongst a piece of bright silver armor. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Ji? They've both come to Drawing Dragon City? Not bad. The king led 5,000 iron buccaneers from the Northern Realm to Drawing Dragon City. It is to find the Grand Duke and bring you back to the north. Since you came to find me, how did Gu Qingfeng go to the Dragon Palace? You dare to lie to me? Mo Hanshan hurriedly explained. The last general wouldn't dare. As soon as the king arrived in Dragon Drawing City, just received a secret order to go to the Dragon Palace alone. What exactly is going on? We don't know. As for the 5,000 Iron Buccaneers, they are now under the command of Lord Guru. Our group was not valued by Duke Guru, so we were assigned an idle errand. Hearing this, Gu Chen nodded and stopped the blood descendants' attack. He let out a cold snort, and a flash of hostility abruptly erupted from the bottom of his eyes. The
000 Iron Buccaneers are under the command of Guru? In other words, it was Guji who wanted to use Taifu 2's hand to eliminate himself? What's that supposed to mean? He's obviously severed his ties and that brother wants to drive him to extinction? Good. That's what makes it interesting. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Gu Chen wouldn't be polite either. A talented brother in the limelight. But not for his trashy brother, who has severed his ties with the family. Alright, that's how it's done, isn't it? Then let this genius brother feel the despair. Against this kind of high-minded genius, it would be boring to kill. Let him fall at the feet of his loser brother, whom he despises, pinning this genius to a pillar of shame for the rest of his life. Killing to kill, that's what a brother should do. Chapter 137 Grand Duke. Why don't we just let 1,000 iron floaters accompany and escort us? Grand Duke. If you want to go to the Dragon Palace, the last general can lead 1,000 iron floaters to accompany and escort you. I'm sorry, Mohan Shan spoke up. Gu Chen shook his head. First of all, I'm not a member of the Gu family. It's not some Grand Duke you're talking about. Secondly, you said that Guji is on his way to the Dragon Palace. What is he doing in the Dragon Palace? Back to Grand Duke. Looking back at young master's words, Grand Duke Guji has risen to level 20. This trip to the Dragon Palace is to accept a dragon race as a mount. Accepting a dragon race as a mount? Gu Chen's eyes revealed a few moments of contempt. According to what Ling Feng had said, the Shinjing Academy had already prepared a place for Guru in the indentured dragon race, letting the resources given to him by the Academy go unused in favor of coming to Guiding Dragon City to compete for a quota that didn't belong to him? Nothing to do? Who's got a problem with that? Yes. This time, the Dragon Palace gave out 3 slots for all the professionals who entered the Dragon Drawing City, regardless of which power they come from. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranks each have 1 spot to enter the Dragon Palace. The second prince is traveling to the Dragon Palace this time to compete for that second order slot. This was the same as what Sumor had told him before, only a bit more detailed. Sumor just said that there are 3 spots to enter the Dragon Palace, but he was not told that it was 1 each of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th orders. So, after crossing the Dragon Gate, you just come to a screening platform. Thinking about this, Gu Chen only felt a pang of heartburn. Since arriving at the city of Dragon Drawing, the person from the Jin Yuan army stronghold only gave him a map and an identity nameplate, and proceeded to tell him that Ling Feng was waiting for him at the Dragon Palace at the very center of the Citation Dragon City, and then there was no more then. Along the way, all the information needed to be obtained by him, completely crossing the river by touching the stones. Now that he had met Mohan Shan, he had finally figured out some of the rules. So Gu Chen continued to ask, so how do I get that spot? Mohan Shan sniffed and gave Gu Chen a slightly surprised look. What does that mean? You've already passed the Dragon Gate. Don't tell me you still don't know how to enter the Dragon Palace? Could it be that the Grand Duke is still unclear about the rules of the Dragon Palace? Seeing Gu Chen's face sink slightly, Mohan Shan immediately said, it's like this. The Grand Duke should have an identity nameplate on him, right? Nice. Identity nameplates do more than just call for help. They record where you are. As long as you bring your identity nameplate into the Dragon Palace, you will naturally qualify. Just qualifications? Yeah, it's just a qualification to get a spot. Just defeat all the professionals of the same rank in the middle of the Dragon Palace. So it is. Gu Chen nodded. Mohan Shan was talking about defeating a professional of the same rank, which meant that under normal circumstances, there was no conflict between the 3rd, 4th and 5th ranked professionals within the Dragon Drawing City and him. Is there a time limit for entering the Dragon Palace? No. But if you stay stagnant in one area for a long time, your identity nameplate will then issue a warning. And if you can't leave the current area within 10 minutes of that warning, it will be revoked from entering the Dragon Palace. There is no clear time limit, but it will force the professional to keep moving towards the Dragon Temple. Isn't that a shrinking circle? Gu Chen suddenly felt a few moments of familiarity, the feeling that he was coming from a great escape. Having asked almost enough questions, Gu Chen suddenly spoke. By the way, I killed those 1,000 Iron Buccaneers on the outskirts of Leader Dragon City. Do you want to avenge them? Mohan Shan's expression was slightly stunned as he smiled and said, Gu Xiao, don't joke around. Granted, that group was all new recruits, but it was still 1,000 third order knights, and you're only 2nd. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Gu Chen's tone was cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. The smile on Mohan Shan's face froze, and he was silent for a moment. With a straight face, he asked, Gu Xiao, did you really kill those 1,000 men? Not bad. If you want to avenge them, you'd better do it right away. Gu Xiao has misunderstood. The group you killed was a force that the 2nd prince had fostered. It's not my turn to take revenge, Mohan Shan said indifferently. Besides,
Iron Float has a casualty target every year. That team has also just joined less than half a year ago. And in a place as treacherous as Dragon Drawing City, it makes sense that the deaths and injuries would be slightly greater. Getting massacred equals slightly more deaths and injuries? Does that make sense? Okay. Gu-chen had a helpless face. It seems that he won't be able to collect the experience of this 1,000 Iron Buccaneers. A flash of surprise flashed across Mohan Shan's face, and in that instant just now, he keenly caught a hint of regret in Gu-chen's eyes. Sorry? He couldn't think of anything to feel sorry for. Young Gu, since you're going to the Dragon Palace, why don't you let us, the 1,000 Iron Floaters, accompany and escort you? Commander M.O., I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have any relationship with the Northern Realm royal clan. Iron Faust's entourage is exempt. Gu-chen turned around and with a wave of his hand, the blood fire dragon under his feet flapped its wings and, carrying him off into the distance. With that, the dozens of blood descendants around them followed suit and soon disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Mohan Shan shook his head and let out a long sigh. Alas, Grand Duke, you are the first eldest son of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. Why do you have to do something so self-destructive? After a few hours of rushing, Gu-chen arrived near a long-abandoned mining pit. This is the territory of the second-order alien dragon men, and within the mines are inhabited by a large number of giants shaped like the Fae with scaly armor and a single horn are known as Draconians. Originally, Gu-chen could have gone all the way straight. The reason why he took a detour to come here, it's because, according to the map, all the way straight ahead from the inside of the pit, it could pass through a huge mountain range densely covered in poisonous miasma 50 kilometers ahead. Poisonous miasma is only one difficulty. The key is that in the middle of the poisonous miasma mountain range, coiled around the 5th order alien phantom poison dragon. That's a 5th order. If they really fought, with Gu-chen's current battle power, it's probably hard to get the upper hand in a fight, considering the wide gap in rank. And since you couldn't gain 100% experience from killing a 5th order alien, Gu-chen was too lazy to do that thankless task. When Gu-chen came to the vicinity of the pit, which happened to be in the depths of the pit, a figure in alloy battle armor was in a fierce battle with the Dragon Man. Not bad. This person is Su Xia, wearing Mark 31 battle armor, fighting dozens of Draconians by himself. The battle went on for hundreds of rounds without a win. There's a dozen or so Draconians lying on the ground. The alloy battle armor on his body had also been extensively broken, and there were 3 other alloy wrecks on the ground that had already been scrapped in the battle. Although more than a dozen dragons died, in general, Su Xia's situation was even less optimistic. A dragon man with a unicorn horn on his head came forward, a hideous sneer at the corner of his mouth. Human, this battle armor of yours is indeed powerful, to the point of being able to strike down our dragons. But sadly, this would be your last set of battle armor, right? Chapter 138 Meeting Su Xia again. 2 Kings Bloodlines. Deep in the darkness of the pit, more than 30 dragons had forced Su Xia into a desperate situation. Just as the words of the Draconian just now fell, a Draconian next to him leapt out and, pouncing up from the darkness, Su Xia's heart fluttered and he raised his hand in a hurry. As the air shook violently, a blazing beam of light erupted from within the mechanical palm. Boo! The pouncing dragon man flew out backwards, his scales exploding and blood splattering all over his body. The broad chest was even pierced with a shocking bloody hole. Su Xia's eyes stared at the more and more dragon men gathering, his face growing paler and paler. Originally, he was posting quests from the guild stronghold outside of Dragon Drawing City. It was only when a team of professionals gave him that epic rank explosive flame source crystal that he realized that Gu-chen was also in the middle of Dragon Drawing City. Through the battle armor's algorithmic analysis, Gu-chen had the highest probability of passing through this pit. That was why Su Xia had brought his newly developed Mark 31 battle armor into Citation Dragon City. According to his design, the Mark 31 battle armor possessed a formidable combat power against the Third Order Fae. And so it was, all the way to the pit after entering Citation City, and along the way, he had already killed 4 third-order foreign races along with 53 second-order foreign races. Only, the energy contained in the epic explosive flame source crystal did not reach his ideal range, and the Draconians that inhabited the depths of the pit were far more than he had expected. After killing a dozen or so dragons, more dragons soon surrounded them. There are more and more foreigners, and it's impossible to fight them. The battle armor's thrusters were damaged in the battle, and its flight function was impaired. So if this keeps up, he'd be nothing but dead. Human. What kind of battle armor is this? It's even more powerful than the Jinyuan army's exoskeleton armor? Hand over your battle armor design and perhaps I can spare your life. Want a battle armor design? Su Xia's face sank. If he didn't give it, the Draconians would surely kill him. Give. There is no guarantee that the other party will go back on their word after getting the drawings. For a while, Su Xia's mind began to become entangled. Just then, a sudden human voice came from beyond the pit.
Want the battle armor design? Do you have the life to take it?
Who? The face of the dragon man who had spoken changed, and he hurriedly turned his head to look backward, a flash of horror in his eyes. Only dozens of fire dragons covered in dark red scales descended from the sky, and as soon as they fell, the searing spit was like a rain of fire that invaded at the draconians.
Dozens of draconians were scorched by the flames, their bodies were on fire, and they rolled and crawled backward.
The dragon man in the lead was even attached to the body by the flaming aura, and his blood level was falling wildly.
Most of his body turned a charred black color. It hastily withdrew backward a safe distance, and with a look of fear on its face, no resistance could be born in his heart.
Just these dozens of fire dragons falling from the sky were not something they could mess with.
Gu Chen stood on top of a blood race fire dragon, his face cold,
and the blood race archon stepped out from behind him,
attacking the retreating draconians.
Su Xia looked at Gu Chen, who had suddenly appeared, with a surprised face. The eyes were full of surprise and the celebration of the aftermath.
Bang! 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 With the muffled sound of gunfire echoing from the depths of the pit, the 30-odd dragons were all turned into corpses in a few breaths. Kill Dragon Man LV. 22. Experience plus 13,630. Kill Dragon Man LV. 22. Experience plus 13,520. Kill Dragon Man LV. 22. Experience plus 13,850. Level up. Rank, LV. 23, 9690/1352530. Power, 637. Agility, 636. Body mass, 638. Spirit, 909. Summoned beasts, Blood Archon LV. 23, Legendary. Chaos Spirit LV. 23, Legendary. Wreckage Wraith LV. 23, Legendary. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle LV. 23, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. It's time to get the Dark Bloodline again. But for now, it was better to take care of this dragon man.
You, who are you?
The dragon man looked at Gu Chen, who was standing on top of the Blood Tribe's fire dragon.
A clear look of horror appeared in his eyes.
Where did the summoner come from? The battle power was so powerful.
The Blood Archon stepped forward and thumped 2 shots, directly breaking both of the dragon man's arms.
Gu Chen ignored the dragon man's screams and asked blandly, I'm only going to ask once. Where is the passage that can cross the poisonous miasma mountain range? At this moment, the morose chill emanating from Gu Chen's tone was infinitely amplified amongst the dragon man's senses. It trembled, its eyes fixed on a direction deep within the mine. Over there, don't kill me.
I'll take you.
At this exact moment, Su Xia, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. I have navigation. There's no need to ask it.
As soon as those words came out of his mouth,
the draconian's body began to tremble violently out of fear.
He knew that at this moment, he had lost the value of his continued existence.
No, you're human. You must not know as much as I. Don't kill me. I can show you the way. What else do you want to know? I can say it all. Let me live. Don't kill me dash. Bang, bang, bang.
A series of silver bullets shot out abruptly,
instantly blowing out the dragonman's head. Kill Dragon Man Leader LV. 23. Experience plus 14,960. Done. Gu Chen turned his head to look at Su Xia, a few surprises in his tone. Su Xia, what are you doing here if you're not studying your battle armor in Wancheng?
Su Xia stepped out from within the battle armor with a surprised look on his face.
Ha ha, Brother Chen.
My battle armor has calculated all your courses of action, and you have the highest probability of appearing in this pit.
Algorithms for battle armor? That's fine. You're killing it with big data? Su Xia smiled, a look of undisguised pride on his face. By the way, what are you doing waiting for me here? Gu Chen asked.
Su Xia didn't sell himself short and bluntly said that he wanted to follow Gu Chen to the Dragon Palace.
According to him, as long as the more battle data collected, the higher the quality of the materials collected.
The more battle power the battle armor can exert,
the stronger it will be.
You'll meet all sorts of fey or gifted professionals on your way to the Dragon Temple.
Inevitably, it is accompanied by a great deal of fighting. In this way, he would be able to collect a large amount of battle data and materials for upgrading the battle armor in a short period of time as a way to drastically increase the battle power of the battle armor. Hearing this request from Su Xia, Gu Chen looked to the battle armor next to him,
which was damaged as if it was broken. How are you going to go to the Dragon Palace with me when your battle armor is reduced to a pile of scrap metal?
Just a moment. It's not a big problem, Su Xia said,
taking out a huge rectangular operating table from his spatial ring. Then the badly damaged battle armor was placed on the console again.
After setting up the program, he stowed the entire console back into his spatial ring. Let the repair program proceed automatically. Su Xia took out an exoskeleton armor and put it on his body as he spoke. Brother Tatsu, my battle armor is expected to be repaired in about 2 hours. So in the meantime, I'll just have to hug your thigh. Good. You should first heal the injuries you sustained in the battle just now. Gu Chen nodded and committed the matter to memory. After all, it was just the matter of bringing one more person with him, and it wouldn't affect his movements. While Su Xia was using the healing potion, Gu Chen wasn't idle and opened the talent panel. The last 2 upgrades have not drawn dark blood. Exactly 2 chances. Unleash the gift. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King's Blood. You have obtained Dark Bloodline King's Blood. Both dark bloodlines are king blood? Gu Chen's pupils abruptly shrunk. An intense shock erupted from the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 139 Legendary 2 stars. Kill through Dragon Man territory. Looking at the 2 King's Blood bloodlines that appeared in his line of sight, Gu Chen rubbed his eyes incredulously. Really? It's not a dream. From level 14 to level 21, there had been no King's Blood bloodline, and he was dying. Even the Nightmare Sovereign's advancement into Chaotic Yuan Spirit was done by using the primordial bloodline to ascend star by star. Now it's good. It's either that or 2 of them. Double the pleasure. The shock under Gu Chen's eyes turned into a flash of intense joy, and then he began to think. For entering the Dragon Palace Indentured Dragons, he is imperative. So among the 2 King Blood bloodlines, only one can be used at the moment. After all, the King's Blood plus dragons. Think about it, all makes the heart and soul excited. Delaying enjoyment is really doubling the pleasure. And which summoned beast will be given the other currently available King's Blood bloodline? Of the 4 summoned beasts, the Archon of Blood, the Demon Statue of the Undead, as well as the Chaotic Yuan Spirit had advanced to the legendary level. All that's left now is the Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle, which is still an epic 1-star. For the sake of balance, the most important thing to do right now is to have the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle advance to legendary level. Make up for the shortcomings of the war effort. But Gu Chen had another consideration. It was the use of the King's Blood bloodline to promote the qualifications of the Blood Race Archon to legendary 2 stars. Why did you do it? Because one of the gifts of the Archons of the Blood is that after killing a target, you can gain 10 permanent life points. Don't underestimate these 10 permanent life points. The Blood Archon now has over 200,000 blood. A good chunk of it has been accumulated through this talent. And the Undead Wreckage Demon Statue, which was also a legendary summoning beast itself, was also known for its physique. It's less than 100,000 blood now. The disparity is readily apparent. This was why Gu Chen had bound the Amulet of Destiny to the Blood Grand Monarch. With the effect of the Amulet of Fate, whenever he falls below 30% of his life value in battle, the Blood Archon's blood bar then became his. In that case, not to mention the same rank, even if a 3rd or 4th ranked professional wanted to kill him in seconds, it's all a fool's errand. Thus, the most pressing task was to raise the Blood Race Archon's battle power and kill in the middle of the Dragon Drawing City. If the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle was allowed to advance, Gu Chen would only receive an attribute feedback of plus 100 to his full attributes. But if you give the Blood Archon a star boost, after his battle power skyrockets, he'll be able to quickly kill foreigners thus accumulating tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of life points. Is that even an option? After the decision was made, Gu Chen bestowed the King's Blood lineage on the Blood Race Archon. Summoned beasts start up successfully. Bloodline Archon, Legendary. Bloodline Archon, Legendary. Rank, LV. 23. Life value, 24. 800. Attributes, Strength 685. Agility 760. Physique 753. Spirit 668. Skill, Deadly Shot, Enhanced. Deadly Shot, the Blood Archon's parry is enhanced, and the parry will gain a skill effect. Fires high caliber. High explosive bullets that inflict multiple blast damage when hitting a target. Note, after the skill is turned on, it can be turned off voluntarily, or it can be continued until the energy is exhausted. Nice one. Gu Chen's face showed undisguised excitement. Deadly Shot, after being strengthened. It's amazing that it's turned the Blood Maharaja into infinite firepower. From now on, as long as the Blood Race Archon activates this skill, every bullet it fires carries the Deadly Shot skill effect. What's wrong with that? As for running out of energy, it doesn't exist. Under the gift of Blood Instinct, its recovery ability was already terrifyingly strong. Moreover, after killing so many foreigners in the Abyss and among the copies before, right now, Gu Chen was storing a large amount of energy recovery potions in his personal space. Sure enough, the Blood Archon did not let me down. With the skill effect attached to the general attack, it wasn't easy to penetrate the low-ranked foreigners in the middle of Citation Dragon City. Brother Chen, I have completely recovered, Su Xia said in an uplifted spirit. Okay, navigate then. Know the way? I know too well, that the end is set at the Temple of the Dragon. Go wherever there are more Fae on the way. Su Xia had followed Gu Chen through the spider cave, so of course she knew Gu Chen's fighting style. Smart. Gu Chen cast a glance of approval. Ha. Xu Xia grinned, and began to set a course at his arm's control panel. Okay, so let's start with the Draconian territory, which is mostly low-level aliens around level 23 or so. With your battle prowess, I'm guessing you'll be able to kill your way out of the pit in about 2 hours. The bottom of the pit has been carved out by the Draconians in countless holes, and the interior is intricate and complex. If you rely on maps alone, you will inevitably waste a lot of time. Now with Su Xia's navigation, there was no need to worry about this at all. The Blood Archon activates the effect of Mirror Ring, taking 2 mirror images with a group of blood descendants to kill deeper into the pit. This pit occupies a very large area, stretching for 50 kilometers. The mines inside are all territories belonging to the Draconians. The vast majority of common Draconians are level 23, with hideous faces, crude weapons in hand. If we were to identify the quality of these weapons, most of them would only be of excellent grade. It's a ceiling to get to fine. With their outrageous level of industry, Gu Chen couldn't figure out what the Draconian was trying to do just now by asking Su Xia for the design of the battle armor. If you can't even open a blade, you can't build battle armor? The Blood Archon, who had turned on his infinite firepower, was at the forefront of the group. The twin guns in his hands were bursting like machine guns. The bullets fired from the pooch took on the bright silver glow of deadly shot. Killing these foreigners was like cutting grass. Guns blazing. Good luck. Those Draconians came charging in batch after batch, basically unable to get close to the Blood Archon. Just got his head blown off and fell to the ground. Occasionally, a Draconian elite or two will pop up and launch a counterattack with a large group of Draconians but without exception, they were all killed by the 3 blood race Archons. The mirror image inherits all the talents and skills of the main body, and therefore also opens up the infinite fire mode. The only downside is that they only have 80% of the full attributes of the bodies, as well as taking 50% more damage. But in this situation right now, those dragons couldn't hurt the Blood Archon at all, so that little disadvantage can just be ignored. It takes 350,000 experience to go from level 23 to level 24, and a rough calculation of the over 100 Draconians need to be slain. It's only 100 or so Draconians, so it looks like we'll be upgrading soon. Gu Chen's tone was filled with strong confidence. If this was heard by other professionals, they would probably vomit blood in depression. It would take at least 10 days for an ordinary team of professionals to kill 100 Draconians, but for Gu Chen, it was just a few hours. That's the gap. Su Xia was able to kill more than a dozen Draconians in a short period of time, but that was his limit. According to him, the cost of manufacturing that Mark 31 battle armor just now, it was completely worth 10 pieces of second-order epic equipment. It was also because he had the backing of the Forever Living Group that he was able to mobilize such a huge amount of resources. Otherwise, for another person, even if they were able to craft a powerful battle armor like he did, nor can they afford such horrendous costs. Along the way, all the corpses of the slain Draconians were transformed into blood Draconians. Gu Chen ordered these blood dragons to quickly disperse. Find your goal within the intricacies of the mine. The density of foreigners within the mines far exceeds that of the explosive flame dragon territory. Gu Chen's experience once again began to climb rapidly. Kill Dragon Man LV. 22. Experience plus 13,630. Kill Dragon Man Elite LV. 23. Experience plus 16,520. Kill Dragon Man LV. 22. Experience plus 13,850. The experience alerts started scrolling like pop-ups, and Gu Chen was a bit overwhelmed by them. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be upgraded in less than 2 hours. The Blood Archon led a group of blood descendants, and without stopping for a moment, constantly slaying one Draconian after another brought a steady stream of experience and materials to Gu Chen. Even though Su Xia had already had mental expectations, he was still stunned by this scene. A mage drains spirit in battle. A warrior drains stamina in battle. Every profession has to deal with depletion. And, once you get into a continuous battle, that drain becomes even more intense. It's an unavoidable iron law. Yet these summoned beasts are different. The Blood Archon himself has superb recovery abilities, coupled with Gu Chen's life recovery potion and energy recovery potion. The launching of skills hadn't stopped since the start of the battle. The blood descendants are even more dramatic. Although they didn't have as strong a recovery ability as the Blood Archon, they were just summoned units. When energy or stamina is depleted, there is no need to recover at all. Charge directly at the Dragon Man to launch himself. Anyway, a large number of draconic corpses fell on the ground, and one of the blood descendants blew himself up. Just transform it out again with a corpse. It only takes 300 life points to transform a second-order blood descendant. For the blood archon, a few breaths were all it took to recover. Not only is it cheap, but it's also efficient. Soon, an hour passed, and the draconian territory was completely killed through. Kill Dragon Man Boss LV. 23. Experience plus 18. 420. Level up. Rank, LV. 24, 6680/1956500. Power, 647. Agility, 646. Physical, 648. Spirit, 929. Summoned Beasts, Blood Archon LV. 24, Legendary. Chaos Spirit LV. 24, Legendary. Wreckage Wraith LV. 24, Legendary. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle LV. 24, Epic. Talent 1 Dark Bloodline currently available. Chapter 140 Didn't expect it. Did you? 1. 500 horsemen of the Iron Floaters are in the vicinity, killing their way through draconian territory from inside the pit. It also just happened to pass through the poisonous Miasma mountain range where the 5th-ranked foreign races were entrenched. Rise to level 24 and activate the talent. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial. A primordial bloodline, just enough to star the epic level. Without much thought, he directly bestowed this bloodline to the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. Summoned Beasts start up successfully. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle, Epic. Dark Hunt Dragon Turtle, Epic. Rank, LV. 24. Life value, 137,520. Attributes, Strength 560. Agility 430. Physique 570. Spirit 450. Skill, Crushing Blast, Strengthened. Crushing Blast, Catapult starts charging forward, knocking back all targets in its path. Deals bludgeoning damage to the target at the end of its path and sends it flying. Compared to before, the skill has become stronger with more knockback effects and bludgeoning damage. After passing through the maze-like mine, Gu Chen and Su Xia walked up from the pit at the bottom. Beside them was the Blood Race Archon with a clear line of Blood Race Dragons. Hundreds of them. All of them were more than 3 meters tall and filled with a powerful sense of oppression. As soon as I got out of the mine, a group of soldiers in bright silver armor was seen guarding the exit passage. Not bad. It's Iron Floyd again. A strong aura of irony could be felt escaping outward from a great distance away. Next to the group of Iron Buccaneers, a tall slab of stone had been moved from nowhere. It had 4 big words written on it. Prohibited traffic. Tatsu. Look. Your family's army has closed the road. Su Xia leaned up and, seemingly smiling, he said, are they waiting here specifically for you? Who knows? Gu Chen raised his eyes and looked ahead. A large piece of bright silver armor was permeated with icy coldness, and a full 500 riders. It was guarded right in the middle of the mine's exit passage, and with that no passing sign, it looks like, indeed, the passage is to be completely blocked off. Gu Chen swept a glance, not caring, and walked straight forward. While the interior of the mine was intricate, the final exit was the only one. They couldn't say that they were retreating back because those 500 cavalrymen were blocking the middle of the passage. Could they? No such thing. Gu Chen and Su Xia had just walked up with a group of blood descendants. It then caught the attention of the cavalry commander in charge. Both of you. This passageway has been commandeered by us, Iron Floaters, so if you want to travel to the Dragon Palace, just please go around. The cavalry commander, sitting high on his warhorse, did not recognize Gu Chen. Instead, he waved his hand outward at the 2 men, as if to ward off flies. Expropriated? Joke. When did Dragon Drawing City become your Northern Realms place? Gu Chen was nonchalant. Cut the crap. Whether it's the Northern Realm or Citation Dragon City, this place is now under the control of our Iron Floaters. So even if the God of Heaven comes today, he can't pass. The light in Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He could see that these Iron Floaters weren't really aiming at him. This is paving the way for Guru. When a second-ranked professional wants to enter the Dragon Palace, almost 90% of them will pass through the pit. That said, this road can almost be called a must. 500 Iron Buccaneers are stationed here to block the exit routes for one purpose only. It's to stop the other second-order professionals from getting out of the pit. In this way, those professionals who could not leave the pit, one would be disqualified from entering the Dragon Palace for being stuck in an area for a long period of time. Gu Chen walked up, his eyes full of cold color. What if I have to pass? The cavalry commander's face suddenly sank, and he looked at Gu Chen with a cold face. In the next second, the eyes under that mask trembled slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his gloomy face. Oh, who did I think it was? So it's the Grand Duke. I should have said so. We were ordered by the king to have been searching for the Grand Duke for a long time. And please, cut the crap and get out of the way. Gu Chen directly interrupted the other party. Similar remarks have been heard for the past 2 days. Wouldn't these people have a different set of words? The cavalry commander did not make any movements, but asked in a deep voice, "The Grand Duke wants to go to the Dragon Palace? It can. But before that I would like to know if the 1,000 iron floaters that disappeared on the outskirts of Citation Dragon City are related to you?" That 1,000 iron floaters disappeared on their way to capture Guchen. Until now there is no half news. It's as if they have evaporated. Thinking of this, a hidden sneer appeared at the corner of the cavalry commander's mouth. He had already made up his mind that no matter how Guchen retorted later, this black pot would be withheld by him. However, Guchen's next words caught him by surprise. "I killed them all." "What? You want revenge?" Guchen's tone not only did not have the slightest bit of displeasure, but instead, it also revealed a few points of surprise. "That's right. That's the way the plot is supposed to go. How can you not take revenge?" "If you guys don't take revenge, I'm too embarrassed to do it." The cavalry commander reacted, instinctively thinking that Guchen was lying to him. "That's 1,000 Iron Furies, all third-rank knights. How is it possible to die at the hands of a second-order summoner?" However, when it comes down to it, it doesn't matter what the truth is. Wanting to add to the crime, Guchen was already next. So didn't that just give him the opportunity to do it? His gaze chilled as he drew the lance on his horse's waist and pointed it at Guchen. "Those 1,000 Iron Buccaneers are my sons and daughters of the North, who should have been killing foreigners on the battlefield of the Abyss. I didn't expect to die at the hands of one of my own people, and since that's the case, I have to seek justice from the Grand Duke before I can do so." Seeing this arrogance of the cavalry commander, Su Xia took a step back. He knew that this commander was going to be out of luck. Unsurprisingly, in the next second, Guchen's voice rang out. "A mere 500 Iron Buccaneers want to make a move against me. How do you think the 1,000 Iron Buccaneers died?" The cavalry commander sneered and did not get angry at Guchen's slight. Instead, he shot a long arrow towards the sky above. Chirp boom! The long arrow exploded into a cloud of fireworks. Standing out above the sky, Su Xia's exoskeleton armor suddenly sounded an alarm. He came up to Guchen and whispered, "Brother Chen, 3 kilometers away. A large number of iron floaters are on their way. At least thousands of riders." The words were not loud, but they were clearly heard by that cavalry commander. A big smile appeared on the cavalry commander's face. "Ha ha, Grand Duke, you didn't expect it, did you? 1,500 horsemen of the iron floaters are scattered nearby. Today is the day you die." The cavalry commander gazed at Guchen, trying to find a few moments of panic in the latter's expression, and yet it didn't. Upon hearing this news, instead of panicking in the slightest, Guchen's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. The cavalry commander's expression stuttered and his brows furrowed. He didn't understand what Guchen was so happy about when he was already dead in the water. Does he have a backhanded plan? Chapter 141 now softened. When I am Mud Eyes? 3 kilometers was just a few steps away for the third-ranked Iron Float cavalryman per capita. In the distance, bright silver armor reveals itself. In a closed circle, they sped towards the direction where Guchen was. In just a few breaths, the Iron Float army had already surrounded the exit of the pit. The cavalry commander looked at Guchen, still not finding the slightest hint of panic within the latter's expression. Emboldened? What exactly is your bottom line? The cavalry commander put away the complexity under his eyes and coldly droned. Grand Duke, the 2,000 riders of iron floaters have surrounded you. What else is there to say? Guchen's face was indifferent. Tudor. Hearing the disdainful tone in Guchen's voice, the cavalry commander was instantly enraged. Well, then today I'll let you experience the sense of oppression brought about by the Iron Horsemen of the North. The cavalry commander grunted coldly and did not order his team to attack. A second-rank summoner in the district was enough for him alone. Harnessing his warhorse, he launched his charging skill directly, the lance in his hand piercing the air, and the sharp popping sound was painful to the eardrums. Immediately afterward, his long spear shook, his breath around him instantly soared, and the body of the spear blossomed with skillful light and splendor. It was like a dragon out of the water, emitting a high-pitched dragon roar as it killed towards Guchen. Third rank versus second rank. He was determined that this one attack was going to kill Guchen in seconds, completely cut off the other side's life. It's nice to imagine, but unfortunately, reality is harsh. A 3-meter-tall behemoth suddenly appeared in his line of sight, like an angry dragon that, clad in hideous spiked armor, crushing impact, the body of the Dark Hunter dragon turtle was like a cannonball, shattering the ground under its feet and catapulting forward. That hideous spiked armor erupted with a shocking might that instantly crashed into the charging state of the cavalry commander. The moment they collided, the cavalry commander's face steeply changed once again. He only felt as if he was in front of an unrivaled ancient angry dragon. Wait, the dark hunting dragon turtle wouldn't wait for him.
Under the skill's knockout effect, the charging cavalry commander was knocked into a stagnant position. Even the man with the horse was knocked out like a sandbag. The skill of that lance landed on top of the spiked armor, leaving only a dent a few centimeters deep. Then it loses all its power. Boom! The cavalry commander successively took double damage from bludgeoning and flying, and his heavy body smashed to the ground. It directly smashed a depression in the ground. The shield shattered, and the bones of both arms were all broken by that terrifyingly huge force. The blood level dropped by 30% straight away. A level 32 knight dares to take on a level 24 epic 2-star summoned beast. He's lucky he wasn't killed in seconds. Not to mention that he was just a common profession. Even if he was replaced with a rare profession, without needing Gu Chen's orders, the dark hunting dragon turtle directly chased after them. Thick forelimbs swept forward, sharp claws more than 3 feet long, sharp as knives. It lightly slashed diagonally, slicing the armor on the commander with a single blow. His body flew backwards like a sandbag and it had been rolling on the ground for a dozen meters before stabilizing itself. The cavalry commander's arms drooped helplessly, his armor shattered, and his body was drenched in blood. He stood up and forced himself to endure the pain. I'm a man under the command of Lord Guru. How dare you lay such a heavy hand on me without fear of offending him? Gu Chen snorted coldly. Holding Gu resignation over me? What kind of a thing is he? Don't think that I don't know what you guys are here for. If I wasn't stronger than you in battle, I would have been picked off by you with a single shot. The cavalry commander spat out a mouthful of blood, and a sinister color flashed under his eyes. Humph. As expected of the Grand Duke, his battle power is really strong. I've seen it today. Go away. Even if you get past me, you'll definitely lose to the second prince. When Su Xia heard this, she was directly amused. What a lack of heart. Playing around? You kill someone. You're not as skilled and you're crippled. And you think you can just let it go? Who gave you that confidence? Now you've gone soft? Do you think I'm Mudney, eh? Gu Chen's eyes glared, and an undisguised killing intent came out in his tone. The dark hunting dragon turtle did not hesitate to kill forward, and the oppressive feeling that death carries with it came rushing in. It seemed to completely drown that cavalry commander. At the moment it was as if he had fallen into a mountain of corpses and blood, his limbs as heavy as lead. Couldn't even muster the courage to resist. Gu Chen's gaze was cold, and there was not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. If at first this commander had let him go without revealing the roots, Gu Chen could still let them live out their lives sparingly. But now, not only did he lay his hands on Gu Chen, he also reported his own roots. In this situation, he still wants to save his life? No way. The dark hunting dragon turtle lit up its sharp claws, like an ancient angry dragon that lunged toward the cavalry commander. Kill! Right at that moment, a skyward roar suddenly erupted from the side. Within a few breaths, the surrounding iron horsemen formed a battle formation that, in a flash, he killed the dark hunting dragon turtle. The aura of 2,000 third-rank knights, clad in heavy armor, rushing about was enough to make one's scalp tingle. However, Gu Chen did not show the slightest bit of fear on his face. Although Iron Faust was outnumbered, if he summoned the demon statue of undead skeleton, how would the other party respond? Boom! The towering stone giant suddenly descended and appeared beside the dark hunter dragon turtle. That's what's so great about the summoner. Although he wasn't located in the middle of a frontal battlefield, as long as he was within his mental coverage area, the summoned beast can then appear directly at the specified location. As soon as the undead wreckage demon statue appeared, it directly cast Mordor Forbidden Domain. It enveloped all of those 2,000 iron horsemen in the skill range. In a matter of moments, 2,000 cavalrymen were affected by 10x consumption and 10x damage. The charge skill had only just reached the halfway point when it stopped because it ran out of energy. The cavalry were already in a state of disarray before the battle had even officially begun. At the same time, the Blood Race Archon gave an order, and hundreds of Blood Race dragons appeared on top of the battlefield. Like a dark red sharp knife, it directly tore a huge gash through the 2,000 iron buccaneers. The Iron Float cavalry had to use only the most primitive attack methods to kill the blood dragons. Even though it was a normal attack from a third-ranked knight, that was not to be underestimated. In just a single glance, a dozen or so blood dragons were killed to the point of crippling blood, just as these cavalrymen were planning to finish off the bloodied draconians once and for all. All the dragons received the order from the Blood Race Archon and did not hesitate to launch their self-destruction at the same time. Boom! A second-order blood descendant's self-destruct damage is 300. It's like a scrape to a third-order tiefling, but in the middle of the end of the Forbidden Realm, this damage was terrifyingly powerful. The piercing blood flames rose to the sky, and the terrifying explosions were like unnameable demons. 2,000 cavalrymen were devoured in an instant. After the flames of blood had been extinguished, the place where the 2,000 horsemen were
All that was left was a shocking blast crater. There are no bones left. Chapter 142 Abyssal Balance Mechanism. Loss of numbness. Kill Typhon Cavalry *199. Invalid kill. Experience +0. No experience? The kill is invalid? Isn't this a waste of time? Looking at the experience prompt that popped up in his line of sight, Gu-chen directly froze. Didn't they say that after going through the abyssal baptism, you could gain experience by killing a professional? Why would the kill be invalid? How can you be inexperienced? What went wrong? Gu-chen was puzzled. No experience. Su Xia fought for a while. It seems to have triggered the protection mechanism of the abyss. The protection mechanism of the abyss can also be understood as a balancing mechanism. The reason why it was ruled an invalid kill was probably because there were so many iron floaters. It could also be because the fight was too short, or the kill situation was not in line with the will of the abyss. Take Gu-chen's situation just now. Killing nearly 2,000 cavalrymen in a short period of time. It will be judged by the will of the abyss as an unnatural fight. It's like a high-powered officer walking through the gantry with a large army, then directly ordered the soldiers under his command to surrender to him. In doing so, he would gain tens of millions of experience in a split second. This is clearly inconsistent with the balancing mechanism. Gu-chen was only at the second rank now, and had killed almost 2,000 third-rank cavalrymen within a few breaths. Either way, it didn't fit into a conventional fight, which is why it was ruled an invalid kill. After hearing Su Xia's explanation, Gu-chen's heart was depressed. A balancing mechanism? To put it another way, isn't it understandable that the abyss gave that huge experience away all to itself? I can't say, but he lost money on this wave just now anyway. Just then, the sharp claws of the dark hunting dragon turtle on the side slashed down and, without any mercy, the cavalry commander was cut into two pieces at the waist, and crimson blood was spilled all over the ground. Kill Ironfloat Cavalry Commander LV. 34. Experience +26. 850. A battle to exterminate 2,000 Iron Horsemen and only get 26,000 experience. I'm numb. Gu-chen was very upset in his heart. It was even hot. The reason why the 100 or so blood dragons were allowed to directly explode themselves, it was because of the abundant experience after killing 2,000 Iron Buccaneers. Yet after all that commotion, in the end all that was heard was a bang. How can anyone stand that? Guru, like to pick fights, don't you? Looks like this good brother of mine is really spoiled. Old Su, change the navigation. We'll go directly to the Dragon Palace. Gu-chen had a cold look on his face. Okay. Su Xia answered and operated on the panel. He knew that someone was going to be miserable. Going directly to the Dragon Temple isn't a one-stop straight shot. Rather, it means abandoning several previously set up waypoints. After a quick glance at the map, the next most difficult part of all that was left was a third-order alien territory 200 kilometers away. The Ghost Dragon Clan. Once you get past this place, the rest is clear. Su Xia took out the floating coupe from her space ring from last time and sped off with Gu-chen. An hour or so later, Ghost Dragon Territory. Wu Yuexin, who was already a third-ranked ranger, was looking for a place to hide in the middle of a ruin. In the middle of this territory, her squad was ambushed by a group of spectral dragons. The team of 5 had been killed 4 times. Although she escaped, she was already seriously injured. That badly damaged leather armor was a good indication of how gruesome the previous battle had been. She dragged her heavy body into the corner of a ruined. The narrow space was just enough to hide her petite frame. Drinking a healing potion, just as she was taking a long breath there was a sudden, unidentified rattling outside. Wu Yuexin's delicate body trembled violently, her heart in her throat. Not daring to speak, she subconsciously poked her head out and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Yet nothing out of the ordinary was found. Could it be a mishearing? A look of doubt surfaced on Wu Xinyue's face. However, in the next second, a chill suddenly came from behind her. With a jolt, she turned her head violently to look, only to see that the corner of the ruin was empty. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Wu Xinyue wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. It seemed that it was all just her scaring herself. She just escaped so fast that the spectral dragons were too busy partying with her teammates that there was no time to pay her any attention. Maybe the spectral dragons weren't catching up at all. Tic-tac. With this thought, a drop of dark red liquid suddenly fell to her side and the splash of blood stood out to her. It's blood. What's with the blood? Wu Xinyue's eyelids jumped, and at this moment, she violently thought of something, and her pupils abruptly contracted. There's nothing out of the ordinary up front or in the back, but what about up there? A flash of horror appeared on her face as she subconsciously looked up, only to see a ghostly dragon burning with ghostly green fire appear above her head at an unknown time. The dragon's head was shadowy and ghastly. Its sharp teeth erupted with cold aura.
and its pair of bloodshot eyes were full of ferocious light. Like a demon crawling out of hell. Human, I found you. Boo! An eerie, icy voice accompanied by a loud crashing sound rang out abruptly. A ruin was instantly punched out into a huge deep pit. Fortunately, Wu Xinyue dodged to the side at the first opportunity, which allowed her to avoid such a ferocious attack. She fell to the ground in shock, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. No matter what, this ghost dragon in front of him was actually a level 36 Fey. The spectral dragon, unsuccessful in its blow, extended its chilling, ghostly claws and, once again, he attacked in the direction where Wu Xinyue was. With a constant sneer in his mouth, he said, "Ha ha, I've found you. Suffer death. Human." Su Xinyi's body trembled, and she was directly paralyzed with fear. Despair spreads through the heart, and the moment that she seemed to have seen herself being killed. However, in the next second, an abrupt voice rang out from the side. "I found you too." Wu Xian's eyes changed slightly, and she subconsciously turned her head to look. Only a strange man appeared in her sight. The man looked cold and stood with his arms folded. To his right and left, a shadowy figure shrouded in a dark red gown. And a looming stone statue of enormous size. The spectral dragon turned its head and looked at Gu Chen, who had suddenly appeared. Intense killing intent burst out from a pair of bloody eyes. "Human, die for me." An eerie green ghostly fire erupted above the greenish-gray scales, and the ghost dragon suddenly stormed up and it lunged towards Gu Chen. Just then, the undead wreckage demon statue bellowed. A burst of black light bloomed above that ancient and rough rock body. Exhausted, black light shot out, and the mitigating effect instantly worked on the ghost dragon's body. The dead wreck demon statue moved its heavy body and swung a huge fist like a mountain rock. A fist slammed out at the hideous figure that pounced. Boo! It was like a boulder descending from the sky, and with just one punch, the head of the ghost dragon was smashed directly into the ground. Scales and blood exploded everywhere. Chapter 143. This kind of beautiful woman. A punch should take a long time to cry. In most of the previous battles, the undead wraiths are basically casting mitigating effects on the sidelines, and barely participating in the battle. But that doesn't mean its attack power is weaker than a few other summoned beasts. First of all, it was a legendary summoning beast, and secondly, it was a magic statue. These two elements combined too. It was destined that the undead wreckage demon statue would never stay out of the battle like a normal support-type summoned beast. The boulder slammed down so hard that the spectral dragon's head was embedded in the ground. With one more push, the hideous dragon head burst open like a watermelon. The scales, broken flesh, and bones were flying everywhere, accompanied by black-green blood scattered all over the ground. Easy seconds. It's not that a level 36 ghost dragon is too weak. Rather, this ghost dragon happened to get within 10 meters of the undead wreckage fiend and was affected by the gift. Irresistible, while the undead wraith statue is at rest. Its defense increases by 1% per second. Recovery is increased by 1% per second. And targets located within 10 meters of the undead wreckage demon statue receive a 50% increase in negative effects. Under the exhaustion to the core enchantment, the ghost dragon had already received a 100% increase in damage. The negative effect that reduces all attributes by 50%. After entering the 10-meter range of the undead wraith statue, damage taken is increased by 150%. All attributes are reduced by 75%. With such a terrifying mitigating effect, it wasn't uncommon for this ghost dragon to be killed by a dry punch. Kill Ghost Dragon LV. 36. Experience plus 24. 650. This experience was a bit low. It should be because the ghost dragon's level had exceeded Gu Chen's by 10 levels. So you don't get the full amount of experience. Another loss. Gu Chen didn't care about this detail. Coming to the ghost dragon territory was only because it was the way to the dragon temple. Killing this ghost dragon was just picking up experience along the way. The scene just now caused a strong look of surprise to spread across Wu Xinyue's face. Smashing a level 36 ghost dragon to death with one punch. Where exactly is this summoned beast from? Give you a way out. Surrender to me. Gu Chen came to the side of the frozen woman. Since we are picking up experience, we can't pick up one and miss one, can we? Wu Xinyue came back to her senses all of a sudden and sighed in relief as if she had been saved. Without responding to Gu Chen's words, she turned her body sideways and the perfect curves of the body were revealed under the covering of the leather armor. She lifted her leather armor, revealing a surplus of white waist. I'm hurt. It hurts. You have to help me. The sexy body was perfectly presented in front of Gu Chen's eyes, and he even issued an urgent invitation. It's a smart woman. To bind a strong man, choose to show your core values in the first place. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the woman in front of him. The eyes surveyed the delicate face with interest. Nice gesture. A pretty woman like that should cry for a long time after a punch, right? The Blood Archon's figure flickered and ghostly appeared in front of the woman. Boo! A punch to the small, flat belly of the woman's delicate features were suddenly twisted together from the intense pain. The delicate body fell straight to the ground, spasming like a prawn covering its abdomen. I'll give you a way out. Don't seek your own death. Gu Chen's voice rang in the woman's ears, without a single thought of compassion at all. It's not that he's not interested in women. It's just that this kind of person who comes from an unknown source and offers herself up, it's not guaranteed to be a biochemical motherlode. Granted, with Gu Chen's current attributes, he was completely immune to that type of disease. However, hygiene issues should not be underestimated. It's actually kinda diabolical when you think about it deep down. Wu Xinyue slowed down from the severe pain, completely unsuspecting the previously tried and true tactic of, surprisingly, it didn't work on the young man in front of me. Isn't it true that young men have nowhere to take out their energy? She subconsciously looked at Gu Chen, but what she saw was the bloodthirsty red aura in the eyes of the blood race Archon. It's like a stare from death. Wu Xinyue's body trembled, and without the slightest hesitation, she directly admitted defeat. Defeat Professional Ranger LV. 33, Experience plus 20, 160. Picking up the experience. When Gu Chen stepped out from amongst that rubble, there was already an additional blood ghost dragon at his side. A blood descendant cannot be more than 10 levels above a blood archon, so this level 36 blood ghost dragon was only level 34. The gray scales on his body have a distinctive dark red color. Even the ghostly green fire burning on the surface of his body was faintly glowing with a dull bloodlight. Beyond the ruins, Su Xiao was wearing the Mark 31 battle armor that had been repaired and completed, slowly descending from the sky. Brother Tatsu, on the road ahead of us, 4 occupiers were surrounded and killed by a pack of ghost dragons. An elite ghost dragon at the head is heading this way. Go, lead the way. Gu Chen leapt forward and stood on top of that blood ghost dragon with the blood race Archon in tow. The lingering layer of ghostly fire quickly converged and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This ghost fire is a skill that deals powerful burning damage to surrounding targets that just don't turn it on and it won't show up. Riding the blood ghost dragon, incredibly fast, with just a start. Su Xia was then thrown off by more than 300 meters. At the same time, a huge-bodied ghost dragon elite attacked from the front. It appeared in Gu Chen's line of sight. With a thought, the blood archon carried him and jumped off the back of the blood ghost dragon. The dark red gown spread out to the sides like a bat's wings stirring the air currents. Smooth landing. At the same time, the blood ghost dragon suddenly picked up speed, and like a missile that shot out, it crashed into that ghost dragon elite with a loud bang. Boom! The two dragons collided, and the simple physical attack didn't do much damage to the elite alien. In the next second, however, the figure of the blood ghost dragon flickered and it instantly turned into a towering monolithic demonic statue. Displacement interchange. In mid-air, the undead wreckage demon statue reached out with a large hand, squeezing the neck of that ghost dragon elite and the other hand ripped violently, skimming off half of the elite alien's wings with extreme violence. The ghost dragon elite screamed miserably, and his body fell down at great speed. It hit the ground hard with the undead wreckage demon statue. Only, at the bottom of the list was that ghost dragon elite. After a strong concussion, the undead wreckage demon statue stood up from the middle of the smashed-out pit. The large rocky hand was pressed dead center on the head of the ghost dragon elite, rubbing against the ground with a clicking sound. Gu Chen walked up with the blood race Archon. I'm only going to ask once. Answer my question or I'll rip your head off. Where is the ghost dragon boss? The ghost dragon elite was too suppressed to move, and was unwilling to answer at all. The huge bloodshot eyes glared at Gu Chen, ice cold and tyranny flashing in them. Gu Chen sneered. Click. A terrifying force erupted from the dragon's head as the undead wreckage demon statue's hands powered up and, in an instant the hideous head was wrung off. The body and head were separated, spilling blood, flesh and scales all over the place. A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he turned around and walked in the previous direction. It seems that the Ghost Dragon clan is quite tough, so let's not ask and kill all the way in. Chapter 144 Graveyard Altar. Connecting to the Abyssal Plane. Transformed the Ghost Dragon Elite into a Blood Ghost Dragon just in time. The Blood Ghost Dragon that had swapped places with the undead wreck demon statue earlier also flew up from the rear. Tatsu, my battle armor has scanned the terrain data, analyzed where a few bosses are located. Lead the way and find them one by one. Okay. Slaying the Ghost Dragon has a chance of releasing the precious material, Dragon Core Crystal. This was a special material that Su Xia had dreamed of. If one was able to obtain an epic grade source crystal, one could raise their battle armor to third order battle power. Anyway, he had to pass through the Ghost Dragon territory, so Gu Chen thought he'd kill the boss in the process. If it could explode an epic dragon core source crystal, it would be given to Su Xia. Flying close to the ground all the way under the leadership of Su Xia, Gu Chen soon arrived at a huge cave with a gloomy atmosphere. Two blood ghost dragons opened the way and drove in. Right in the middle of the dragon's den, a 3-meter-tall spectral dragon coiled up. A rich, ghostly green fire surrounded his body. Fei, Ghost Dragon, Chief. Rank, 36. Life value, 458,300. Attributes, Strength 485. Agility 494. Physique 528. Spirit 532. Skill I, Burning Flame Ghost Fire. Skill 2, Soul Reaping. Surprisingly, it was a lord with over 450,000 blood. There would be a small probability of a lord being born among the elite Fae of the 3rd rank and above. Weaker than a boss, but more powerful than an elite. The most immediate advantage is that you will get more experience and higher quality equipment after killing. Seeing Gu Chen and the others who had suddenly barged in, the Ghost Dragon Lord was slightly startled, especially when its gaze fell on those two blood ghost dragons. A clear look of doubt flowed from those bloodshot eyes. What race are you? How dare you trespass on my territory? Get out! I can forget about it for the sake of being of the same dragon race. Gu Chen sneered. Then you're quite generous. As the words fell, the two blood ghost dragons suddenly stormed up and rushed towards the leader of that. The ghostly fire on the surface of his body dazzled, and the dull bloodlight surged steeply. The Ghost Dragon Lord rose up, and a cold and gloomy aura blossomed above his corpse-like grayish-white body, towards those two blood ghost dragons that had risen up to kill back. As soon as Gu Chen's thoughts moved, one of the blood ghost dragons just rushed closer to it instantly transformed into a towering demonic statue figure. The black aura on the surface of the dead wrecked demon statue stirred. The first time, exhaustion to the core, was applied to the Ghost Dragon Lord. 50% reduction in all attributes and 100% damage bonus. The aura around the Ghost Dragon Lord steeply stalled, having only just stormed. Then he felt his body's battle power plummet. Before it could react, a heavy fist made of ancient rock smashed head-on. The plain and simple strike directly embedded the Ghost Dragon Lord's head into the ground. Scales and gore flew about, and 30% of his blood was knocked out in an instant. Before the chilly ghostly fire draped around the spectral Dragon Lord's body could take hold, there was a violent shaking of the weakening like a fire in the wind. It's too strong. Within 10 meters, all targets' negative effects are boosted by 50%. This talent is completely devastating to melee attacking Fae. With his head deeply embedded in the ground, the Ghost Dragon leader was unable to struggle and hurriedly cried out, "Don't do it! Spare my life! I know where the boss is." Gu Chen and Su Xia looked at each other and laughed outright. It seems not all ghost dragons are as hardened as they were just now. Without nagging, the dead wreck fiend stomped on the spectral dragon leader and both hands grabbed the dragon wings on its back and violently pulled. Rip! All that could be heard was a deafening shriek of pain, and two dragon wings fell to the ground with black blood and broken flesh. Knowing that, why don't you still give an honest explanation? If you dare to tell half a lie, I'll tear you to pieces piece by piece. Gu Chen's tone was filled with chilling killing intent, causing the Ghost Dragon leader's heart to tremble. How is this a human? It's clearly more ferocious than a foreigner. The Ghost Dragon leader was genuinely scared and said directly without hesitation, "Boss went to the abyss. It used the Een power of the graveyard to open the abyssal plane, to find more abyssal creatures to descend into this realm." Open the abyssal plane? Let the creatures of the abyss descend upon this realm? No wonder all the forces have not been able to drive the foreigners out of the city after 5 years of killing them in the dragon-drawing city. I feel like these foreigners can still explode soldiers. Su Xia thought for a moment and came up and whispered, "Brother Tatsu, there have been precedents of foreign races opening up the abyssal plane, but in case a high-ranked foreign race descends, it might be even more dangerous. In my opinion, how about we don't want the dragon core source crystals, and we go directly to the dragon palace? There's no harm in it. I'll go over and take a look. You and the Blood Archon stay here, and if there's really any danger, it's not too late for us to withdraw." Su Xia wanted to follow along, but when he thought that Gu Chen had the displacement skill to get away instantly, just didn't say anything else. At the same time, the Blood Archon and the demon statue of the undead skeleton stormed out, and the miserable screams and curses of the ghost dragon resounded within the dragon's den. Half an hour later, Gu Chen arrived alone on top of the Ghost Dragon clan's graveyard. The graveyard looked like a wasteland, with rotting dragon corpses and withered dragon bones strewn about in all directions. It's impossible to see the end of it at a glance. For the Ghost Dragon clan, this place does not mean death and end, but a place of new life. Every ghost dragon was birthed from the corpses of the dragon race. Standing at the edge of the cemetery, a large cloud could be seen coalescing in midair from a distance. Underneath the cloudy sky, an intricate array pattern constructed from black energy was branded on top of an altar. The center of the altar was pitch black, like an unseen abyss connecting to another dimension. Gu Chen walked towards that altar, and as soon as he got close, one could just feel a hauntingly terrifying aura escaping outward from it. That ghost dragon boss entered the abyssal plane through the altar? Gu Chen summoned the dark hunting dragon turtle and directly launched, crushing impact, to crash into that altar. Boom! The altar trembled violently, and a large crack was knocked out of the surface formation, followed by a thick black mist was seen emerging from the place of those cracks. The altar began to vibrate violently, and the form became blurred, as if it were illusory. A myriad of heavy shadows were revealed in the vibrations. The black space in the center looked like it had been torn apart by some unknown force. A spatial rift crawling with cracks appeared above the altar, and a hauntingly evil aura escaped from it. Could it be that after this spatial rift is the abyss? A few breaths after the destruction of the altar, angry roars resounded steeply from all parts of the ghost dragon territory. All the spectral dragons stopped what they were doing at the same time, sprinting madly in the direction of the cemetery. Abyssal plain. Somewhere within the Grand Canyon, the walls of the mountain are broken up with rocks. The ground is furrowed, and the rocks and trees are in a state of disarray, almost destroyed by some unrivaled force. In the midst of the howling gale, a ghostly dragon with a ghostly blue flame burning all over its body was covered in scars. Opposite it, a black armor stood silently in the void. A thick black mist lingered above the armor, appearing mysterious and cold and hard. Demon armor. If you follow me to that lower realm occupied by humans, blood, life, soul, whatever you want, I can give it to you. Spectral dragon. There's no point in talking more. If you want my demon armor clan to fight for you, then show your true strength. The black mist flowed under the armor, as if it possessed a life of its own, the black mist beating like a pulse. With the change in tone of voice suddenly thicker and lighter, the spectral dragon was about to speak, when suddenly he sensed in his mind that someone had destroyed the altar, breaking the strange balance of the abyssal plane. Time was running out, and if he didn't go back, he would be stuck here for the rest of the day. Damn! Surprisingly, someone destroyed my altar. It's really damned. Roar! The ghost dragon instantly became furious, and the blue ghost fire on its body surface steeply surged, its aura flourishing. Demon armor. I have no time to fight you any longer. The altar has been destroyed by humans. The balance of the realm has been upset, and I must leave immediately. If you don't follow me to the lower realms this time, I'm afraid it won't be so simple to leave the abyss in the future. You only get one chance. You're on your own. After saying that, the ghost dragon flapped its wings and its figure sped off into the distance. Chapter 145 Killing Third Order Fae Like Dogs. Ghost Dragon Territory. With a rising and falling roar resounding around the territory, the ghost dragons scattered throughout the territory frantically converged towards the direction of the graveyard. Gu Chen raised his eyes and looked around, and at the end of his sight, nearly 100 ghost dragons were burning with chilling ghostly flames around them. It was pouncing this way, and in a flash it was 100 meters away. Since we're all here, let's pack it up together. As the words fell, the undead wreckage demon statue was summoned and stood beside Gu Chen. In the front row, the Chaos Yuan spirit hovered in the void, its stern gaze penetrating through the black mist and deadly staring at the ghostly green fire in the sky that was approaching extremely fast. Kill! Gu Chen gently spat out a single word, his tone revealing a chilling killing intent, only to see the undead wreckage demon statue roar up to the sky. A layer of faint gray light blossomed from the surface of its body. It spread out in all directions like ripples. Mordecai. In an instant, with the altar as the center, 100 meters in a radius were all covered by the skill. The chaotic Yuan spirit's body was surrounded by a surge of black gas, releasing a series of chaos shadows to wrap around the dozen or so ghost dragons in the front row. Afterwards, its gaze fixed on the spectral dragon in the lead, and it blatantly unleashed its skill. Secondary attack. Under the mitigating effect of 10x damage, the ghost dragon that rushed at the front was instantly killed. At the same time, the talent, Shadow Kill Arc, was triggered. All targets entangled in the shadow of chaos suffered heavy damage in an instant, and their bloodstains were instantly emptied. One by one, they fell head over heels into the ground. Kill Ghost Dragon LV. 36. Experience plus 24,850. Kill Ghost Dragon LV. 36. Experience plus 24,520. Kill Ghost Dragon LV. 36. Experience plus 24,630. Knocking out the dozen or so foreigners that had rushed to the front, the chaos spirit was on fire. Continuing to unleash sublime assault, like a sniper taking point, he accurately killed a ghost dragon. The corpses of the ghost dragons were smashing down from the sky like dumplings. The ground was smashed into a deep depression. Unlike the Blood Archon, the Chaos Yuanling did not strike the reset, though, but under the effect of the talent, dreams come true.
Its skill cooldown, skill consumption, energy consumption,
as well as negative effect impacts are reduced by 90%.
For it, the cooldowns are there, but they're pitifully small, and the skill drain is there, too, but ridiculously low.
Within the confines of the Forbidden Domain,
the Chaos Yuan spirit is like a god of killing possessed.
Regardless of whether it came from an ordinary Fae or an elite Fae or a Lord Fae,
none of them could fight. If one comes, kill one. If 10 come, kill all of them. Anyway,
with the Shadow Killing Arc talent, there was no fear of these foreigners swarming around.
The chaotic Yuan spirit stood proudly in the void and completely surrounded these nearly 100 foreign races.
There were more than 30 ghost dragons lying on the ground, their body surfaces intact. Not the slightest wound could be seen. The death was bizarre in the extreme.
Gu Chen was currently standing on top of the broad shoulders of the undead wreckage demon statue, his gaze sweeping across the field. In control, like a king on the battlefield. His gaze was calm, his face was subdued, and there were a few hints of arrogance amidst his blandness. That's right, arrogance. A second-order professional, killing third-order foreigners like dogs in the middle of their territory. Can you not be arrogant? After the death of more than 30 ghost dragons, the other Fae were shocked on the spot and they all stopped in the air 100 meters away, their eyes filled with scorn. After a few moments of stalemate, the group of spectral dragons suddenly came together in a tight formation of. It hovered in the air for a while, increasing its speed to the extreme. Then, the swarms of ghost dragons, neatly organized, erupted with piercing ghostly flames all around them. From high in the air, it swooped down in the direction where Gu Chen was. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air vibrated, emitting a heart-shaking roar, and the aura was powerful and unrivaled. Fancy. Gu Chen's expression was cold. After all this is this? It doesn't matter if the ghost dragons are alone, or in a group, or in a battle formation to unleash their skills. There was no difference in Gu Chen's eyes. As long as one enters the confines of the Mordor Forbidden Domain, there is only one end, death. A black light blossomed on the body of the dead skeleton. Instantly, the exhausted to the core status was applied to the group of pouncing ghost dragons. As they rushed into the Forbidden Domain divided within, the piercing flames that surrounded the surface of their bodies rapidly weakened. At this time, the dark hunting dragon turtle appeared, a pair of brutal eyes staring at the group of ghost dragons in mid-air. Brazenly unleashed the skill. Crushing impact, the thick leg stepped on the ground and stomped violently. The dark hunting dragon turtle ejected like a cannonball. The spiky back armor carried a terrifying force and smashed into the battle formation of the spectral dragons. Boo! The 7 or 8 ghost dragons that collided head-on immediately had their bodies shattered, and blood and flesh were splattered. The other ghost dragons were lifted out by the knockback effect and crashed to the ground with a clatter. The dark hunter dragon turtle landed smoothly on the ground, peeking out of his spiked armor and directly charging into the ghost dragon that had just crashed to the ground, chopping and slashing, killing as if he were cutting grass. A ghost dragon elite suddenly rose up and spat out chilling ghostly green fire in an attempt to sneak attack Gu Chen. However, the sharp claws of the dark hunting dragon turtle directly sliced through the abdomen, and black internal organs and blood flowed all over the place. The ghost dragon elite was in pain and had a horrified look on his face. The dark hunting dragon turtle then roared, its 3-foot-long sharp claws chopping forward in a crisscrossing motion, slicing the flesh of the breaking bones. He chopped that dragon's head to the ground in a matter of moments. The dark hunting dragon turtle stepped forward, its thick paws stepping on top of that head. Click! Skulls shattered and plasma splattered. Kill Ghost Dragon Elite LV. 36. Experience plus 27,450. Gu Chen stopped the Chaos Yuan spirit that was about to step forward, allowing the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle to charge into that group of ghost dragons. Within the Forbidden Domain, the hard scales of the ghost dragon were torn apart by the sharp claws of the body was sliced open like tofu without any hindrance, with blood and flesh flying in the sky and broken bones spilling out everywhere. Bloody, brutal, and devoid of any violent aesthetics. Just kill. No skill, no emotion. Kill through everything, kill through everything. When the Ghost Dragon boss returns from the abyss, only dozens of Ghost Dragon corpses were seen collapsed on the ground, with bloody limbs and bloodstained scales everywhere. Within the territory, the vast majority of the Ghost Dragons had already died a clean death. Chapter 146 Ghost Dragon Boss Magic Armor Form. Alien, Ghost Dragon Boss. Rank, 37. Life Value, 608. 300. Attributes, Strength 580. Agility 595. Physique 635. Spirit 640. Skill I, Burning Flame Ghost Fire. Skill 2, Ghost Shield. Skill 2, Death Bind. Gu Chen stood beside the broken altar, looking at the Ghost Dragon boss that had just burrowed out of the spatial rift a second before. I hear you're going to let more abyssal fae descend on this world? Ever think that when you come back, all the ghost dragons under your command are dead? A tyrannical aura escaped around the ghost dragon boss, and his body trembled violently. A pair of bloody eyes kept looking around the territory. Corpses and blood everywhere. This human in front of him had actually killed all of his clansmen within its territory. The ghost dragon boss's eyes were filled with brutality and rage. Human, you seek death. I have no grievances with you, but you dared to kill my clan and destroy my altar. I must kill you to avenge my clan. In a rage, the ghost dragon boss almost lost its mind. The blue ghost fire on his body surface surged steeply, and a pair of bloody eyes showed intense killing intent. It roared angrily, and a pair of dragon wings flapped behind its back as a black energy visible to the naked eye quickly converged, forming dozens of pitch-black chains that looked like substance. It carried a raging force of death toward Gu Chen's restraint. Death binds. Without saying anything, the boss directly released its ultimate skill to attack. In a different scenario, this skill could definitely pose a huge threat to Gu Chen. However, the current Ghost Dragon boss was in the range of the Mordor Forbidden Domain, only to see those dozens of pitch-black chains explode out, and before they arrived in front of Gu Chen, it just dissipated into light in midair. A flash of shock welled up in the bottom of the Ghost Dragon boss's eyes. With 10 times the consumption, this extremely lethal ultimate skill could not be cast at all. Just now, in its rage, it only wanted to kill this human in front of it, and ignore their own abnormal status. At this moment, the energy was drained, and it was only then that he reacted to the fact that something was wrong. Next, the dark hunting dragon turtle roared and catapulted straight away. That hideous spiked armor blasted into the body of the Ghost Dragon boss. Boo! Caught off guard, the Ghost Dragon boss is sent flying in place. The forelimb, along with half of the shoulder, became a direct smash, and his blood level plummeted by 30%. There was a moment of shock and anger from the Ghost Dragon boss that, instantly, he felt how terrifying the power of this summoned beast in front of him was. Under the knocked flying state, its body was stiff and it was unable to offer any resistance at all. But see the dark hunting dragon turtle storm straight up and the 3-foot-long sharp claws pierced directly within half of the boss's body. Snort! Half of his body was torn apart by a strong force, and scales and black flesh and blood swirled about. It slammed into the ground. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Ghost Dragon boss was dyed in blood, and its scales were shattered in large pieces. It has become a seriously injured body. The dark hunting dragon turtle's eyes were overflowing with killing energy, and it was about to charge. Demon armor. Now that you've made up your mind, how much longer do you want to see it? The Ghost Dragon boss stormed at the spatial rift. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, a black silhouette shot out explosively from that spatial rift, crossed in front of the Ghost Dragon boss. Gu Chen turned his head to look and his gaze froze. This was not a figure, but a suit of armor draped in black mist. Ghost Dragon, is this the lower realms you were talking about? A second-ranked summoner can seriously injure you? A low voice came from within that magic armor. Cut the crap. As soon as we settle this human, I'll take you to the Dragon Essence Blood, the Ghost Dragon boss said in a cold voice. Okay, that's what you said. Devil armor bellowed, and underneath the armor black gas erupted, and various parts flew out in succession, changing to the proper size. Piece after piece covered the boss's body surface. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, a whole set of heavy armor appeared on the body of the Ghost Dragon boss. At first glance, I thought it was a steel dragon. Fey, Ghost Dragon boss, magic armor form. Rank, 37. Life value, 152,075. Shield value, 304,150. Attributes, Strength 290. Agility 298. Physique 318. Spirit 320. Skill I, Burning Flame Ghost Fire. Skill 2, Ghost Shield. Skill 2, Death Bind. Buzz. Ghostly blue flames leapt out of the gaps in the demonic armor and burned uncontrollably. An unprecedented oppressive aura crushed toward Gu Chen. What kind of tie place is this? My energy consumption is so exaggerated. I won't last long. Hurry up and finish that human. The sound of magic armor rang out from the Ghost Dragon boss. Gu Chen's gaze stared, and a few unexpected colors appeared in his eyes. Right after that magic armor covered the Ghost Dragon boss, its full attributes surprisingly skyrocketed by a factor of 2. The most exaggerated thing was that the Ghost Dragon boss had an additional 300,000 shield value on it, equivalent to 2 times the maximum life value of the boss. Needless to say, these must be the gain effects given by the magic armor. But okay, the gain effect is on top of the mitigating effect applied by the undead wreckage fiend after it has been applied. In other words, the full attributes of the Ghost Dragon boss were first reduced by 75%. Another 200% boost with the help of magic armor. After stacking the two phases, the final full attribute is still reduced by 50%. Gu Chen's gaze changed slightly as he looked towards the thick magic armor covering the ghost dragon boss. A look of amazement appeared in his eyes. Alien, bloodthirsty demon armor. Rank, 37. Life value, 659,300. Attributes? Skill, bloodthirsty demon armor? Surprisingly, it's an alien race? Gu Chen was astonished for a moment. A moment later, the amazement in the bottom of his eyes dissipated and turned into a touch of ice coldness. However, it's still not enough. As the words fell, only a flash of black light exploded from the body of the undead wreckage demon statue. In a flash, it landed on top of that magic armor. In an instant, the gain effect that the magic armor had given to the ghost dragon was greatly reduced. Just now, the demon armor was in the Mordor Forbidden Domain, and had no negative statuses on it, thus only receiving 10x depletion. Now inflicted with a negative effect, the undead wreckage fiend's talent was instantly triggered. The full attributes of the magic armor first dropped to 50%, and then to 75% under the influence of the talent, and gained a 200% wounding effect. In the blink of an eye, the ghost dragon's status, which had just been boosted up, quickly slipped. The four-dimensional attributes instantly dropped below 200, and the original 300,000 shield was even reduced to just over 190,000. How could this happen? Why has my battle power been suppressed to such an extent? Ghost dragon, you've gotten me into trouble. This time I'm really killed by you. Devil Armor's voice was filled with undisguised horror. Cut the nagging. A second-rank summoner is just a summoner. As much as it scares you like this, now that I have you to help me, I'm at least 70% sure of killing that human as well. The ghost dragon boss grunted coldly, his eyes bursting with vigorous battle intent. The body covered in heavy armor rushed straight towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen's face was calm, and his eyes were filled with disdain. You're 70% sure you can kill me? Who gave you that confidence? With a look from him, the dark hunting dragon turtle unleashed its skills and directly impacted over with its skills. Boom! With just one blow, the shield of 190,000 was instantly scrapped, and dealt horrific bludgeoning damage to the ghost dragon boss. At the same time, the body of demonic armor seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and fell off in pieces, scattering all over the place. The ghost dragon boss is horrified and it was completely unexpected that this summoned beast's attack would be so terrifying. No, how could you be so strong? Click. Before the words were finished, two sharp claws in a crossed position cut off its neck in one blow. Boom. The large faucet fell to the ground. Kill ghost dragon boss LV. 37. Experience plus 32,560. Gu Chen ignored the boss corpse and turned his head to look at the armor scattered all over the place. Demon armor. Do you think I can't see that you're playing dead? Chapter 147 Obliterating the Bloodthirsty Demon Armor. Gu Chen let out a cold cry. Yet the pile of armor on the ground was like a dead thing that there was no movement. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown slightly. For after the magic armor fell from the body of the spectral dragon, the parts were scattered all over the place. And immediately after that, Gu Chen then completely failed to perceive its existence. It's like being really killed. But Gu Chen was very certain in his heart that the demon armor was definitely still alive. The kill prompt didn't even appear. And in front of the professionals, the foreigners simply didn't have the ability to play dead. Seeing that the pile of armor on the ground did not move, Gu Chen's tone turned cold. Dragon Turtle, crush all the magic armor parts for me. The dark hunting dragon turtle received the order and without the slightest hesitation. Sharp claws slashed at the armor components without mercy. After a series of battles, its output ability is augmented by the talent of it has been stacked to a horrible degree. A claw slashed down, instantly slicing a piece of leg armor into two pieces. The break smooth as can be, not even a hint of burlap. With a foot crushing the broken leg armor, the dragon turtle's sharp claws chilled and turned to slash at the helmet on the other side. Stop! Don't do it! Let's talk! A voice of utter horror suddenly rang out, only to see the pile of magic armor parts on the ground float up and it was connected together by a channel of black chi and instantly put together. Even the hideous cracks above the leg armor were slowly recovering. At the same time, Gu Chen's spirit once again sensed the presence of the magic armor. A flash of surprise flashed across Gu Chen's eyes. Is this a skill or a talent? It's amazing that you can directly block the perception of the spirit, obviously right in front of your eyes, and yet there was no way to catch a glimpse of it through the spirit. Prior to this, one had never heard of such alien creatures as magic armor. But that's normal. There are 10,000 races in the abyss. Even though school textbooks had been scoured for nearly 1,000 alien creatures, humans still hadn't gotten to the bottom of them. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the piece of magic armor suspended in midair. Bloodthirsty demon armor. Are you a foreigner from the abyss? The black aura flowing within the magic armor suddenly stalled. A foreign race? What is it? Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly before he reacted. Fae is what the humans of this world call the creatures of the abyss, who would never call themselves Fae themselves. Maybe those abyssal creatures had instead addressed humans as foreigners. You're an abyssal creature? Gu Chen then asked. Not bad. I don't know the Ghost Dragon clan very well. Let me go, and I'll return to the abyss right away. Never appear in this world. Demon Armor's tone was very sincere. I thought I'd come to this world and call the shots. Who would have thought that after arriving he would almost be killed by 2 second-rank summoned beasts? 2 second order are so terrifying. You call this a lower realm? Magic Armor was on edge for a while. In his heart, he cursed the dead Ghost Dragon boss 800 times. If Gu Chen is willing to let it return to the abyss, it swears that, definitely stay as far away from this realm as possible in the future. However, it was overthinking it. Gu Chen wasn't a holy mother, so how could it show mercy to the foreigners? Not to mention that this foreigner had just tried to kill him. Release you? What? You think I'm a good person? I will only give you one way to live, and that is to submit to me and become my summoned beast. Impossible. My demon armor clan will never be a slave. Underneath the demon armor, black gas rose up in a big way. Very well, then there's no more to talk about. Gu Chen sneered. The undead wreckage demon statue shot out a black light that landed on top of the magic armor. Black death. Magic armor is armor, but it's still essentially an abyssal creature. Simply not immune to the poisoning damage of the Black Death epidemic. And, in the Forbidden Realm, the damage effect is increased by 10 times. The demon armor's blood bar began to fall at a rate visible to the naked eye. What could be more frightening than watching death come to pass? In just a few breaths, the life value of the magic armor dropped to 50%. No, human, you can't do this. Release me now. Shrieks of alarm came from beneath the demonic armor, and the black aura that surrounded it was in a state of disorder, and it began to dissipate quickly in the air. I said submit, or else, die. Gu Chen's tone was icy cold. 5 years. I'll sign an equal contract with you and be your summoned beast for 5 years. The magic armor made a concession. You're in no position to negotiate with me. Gu Chen stopped talking and watched as the demon armor's blood level dropped to 40%. Human. First you release the poison state and we can talk slowly. The blood level is down to 30%. 10 years? I'll make a 10-year contract of equality with you. Okay? The blood level is down to 20%. 20? No. 50 years. I'll be your summoning beast for 50 years. The blood level is down to 10%. You remove the poisoning quickly. I submit. I submit to you. I gave you your chance a long time ago. Isn't it too late to try to submit now? Human. I submit. I don't want to die. Save me. The blood level is down to 5%. Master. I don't want to die. I'm willing to submit. Please give me a chance. Master. I beg you. Please let me become a summoned beast. I don't want to die. I submit. Seeing that the time was ripe, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. At the same time, launched the skill. Compulsory submission. Bright silver light shot out from Gu Chen's palm, and like a bolt of lightning it didn't enter within the magic armor. Degeneration. There was not the slightest obstruction, and it went as smoothly as it could. Just as the demon armor was begging bitterly, the master-servant contract was successfully signed. Gu Chen smoothly collected the 5th summoned beast. The magic armor's figure flickered away and was put inside the summoned beast space. You have successfully signed a contract with the bloodthirsty demon armor. Summoned beast, bloodthirsty magic armor. Qualification, rare. Rank, 37. Life value, 659,300. Attributes, strength 560. Agility 575. Physique 615. Spirit 620. Talents, life drawing, rare. Still life, rare. Skills, attribute strengthening, rare, LV. 37. Magic armor shield, rare, LV. 37. Note, summoned beasts whose level is greater than that of the summoner cannot go into battle. Within the space of the summoned beasts, the wailing came to an abrupt end, and the black aura above the magic armor dazzled. The parts shuddered violently. A master-servant contract? How is that possible? Human, how can you force a contract with me? Gu Chen ignored it. Wasn't this a regular skill of a summoner? It seems that this magic armor is indeed from the abyss. Lesser seen. However, listening to this tone, the demon armor was still resentful in its subjective consciousness. There are cases where a summoned beast isn't completely loyal to its summoner. There are even some summoned beasts that will backstab the summoner at critical moments in battle. Gu Chen frowned slightly at the thought. He would not allow this to happen. The best thing to do with a disobedient summoned beast is to obliterate it. That is, to bring back the summoned beasts.
A summoned beast obliterated by a summoner will have all its attributes return to their initial state.
This includes, but is not limited to, rank, qualifications, awareness, etc.
The downside is that all the training resources previously consumed on the summoned beasts will be nullified.
There's no way to recycle it.
In other words, once the bloodthirsty demon armor is allowed to respawn,
its experience will be emptied of, levels will go back to 1,
and qualifications may fall from rare to the lowest.
However,
Gu-chan didn't hesitate as his mind immersed into the summoned beast space and resolutely obliterated the bloodthirsty demon armor.
Chapter 148 Close Combat Weapon. Riotous Demon Armor. Summoned animal has been reborn. Summoned animal, cease to armor. Qualification, general, rank, 1. Life value, 83. Attributes, strength 3. Agility 1. Physique 2. Spirit 4. Talent, parasitism, common. Skill, fusion, normal, LV. 1. Supine armor? Ordinary qualifications? It's just ridiculously low. After being reborn, all attributes of the summoned beast will return to its initial state.
If the blood archon is allowed to respawn, it will be turned back into a level 1 bloodthirsty bat.
Fine qualification.
And there was only one, blood-sucking, talent with the sonic attack skill.
And after the bloodthirsty demonic armor was reborn, its qualifications directly dropped to the lowest level.
In other words, this bloodthirsty demonic armor had risen from common qualification,
step by step, to rare, the process of which is so difficult.
Hell, I don't know how it got so many chances to advance.
Gu-chan sighed, then opened the panel and activated his talent.
He had risen to level 25 in the middle of the battle with those nearly 100 ghost dragons earlier.
Only just now, he had been fighting,
so he hadn't paid much attention to the upgrades.
You have obtained the Dark Bloodline Primordial Bloodline, just enough to advance the magic armor to epic level. Needless to say, the Primordial Bloodline directly grants supine armor. Summoned beast advancement successful. Cease armor, normal, riotous demon armor, epic.
Summoned beast qualification is advanced from normal to epic.
Gaining attribute feedback. Summoner full attribute plus 10. Oh wow, 10 points of full attributes. That's a surprise. Summoned beast, riot magic armor. Qualification, epic. Rank, 1. Life value, 1980. Attributes, strength 26. Agility 38. Physique 32. Spirit 36. Talents, dual form, epic. Absolute disguise, epic. Skill I, melting, epic, LV. 10. Skill 2, diffuse form, epic, LV. 10. Skill 2, symbiotic link, epic, LV. 10. Skill 4, parasitic looting, epic, LV. 10. Dual form. For skills, a flash of excitement flashed across Gu-chan's face. Dual form, the riot demon armor can switch between symbiotic and parasitic forms. Cannot use parasite skills while in symbiotic form and vice versa.
Absolute camouflage, magic armor conceals all of its own fluctuations and changes to normal armor.
Cannot be captured by mental detection skills, a talent that allows a summoned beast to change its form. This is very rare. Add to that the fact that it can't be captured by mental skills, and that's even more sick. Look at the skills again.
Melting, riot magic armor can be melted with other equipment,
props and materials, thereby obtaining an attribute bonus. Derivation, the riot magic armor can derive various parts of itself in various ways. Symbiotic link, the riot magic armor provides a 100% attribute increase to the target, and take a lethal attack for the target.
Note, riot demon armor is killed by a lethal attack and will have to wait 24 hours to be resurrected.
Parasitic plunder, riot magic armor parasitizes a target.
Take away control of the target's body and continue to draw life value from the target until the target is dead.
Good lord, it's only level 1 and the skill effect is so strong.
Not to mention the fact that it can take a lethal attack for the wearer alone.
It's all worth it already. Gu-chan summoned the riot demon armor,
which was the same as the bloodthirsty demon armor from earlier.
A flowing black mist hung within the armor,
which also contained a faint consciousness.
After the original consciousness was wiped out,
this was the newborn consciousness of the riot demon armor.
With a thought, Gu-chan opened the riotous demon armor to a symbiotic state,
and the various parts flew towards him.
With a clanging sound, he was covered from head to toe by the riot demon armor, an armor glowing with metallic luster, with mysterious dark golden lines outlined on it,
a sense of dominance and power.
Helmet, shoulder guards, breastplate, all the way down to the leg armor. Every part fit his body perfectly. Through the slit in his helmet, Gu-chan's gaze shot straight out, as bright as a star in a cold night. At the same time, his spirit was revitalized, and under the state of symbiotic linkage, he gained a 100% increase in his attributes, and his full attributes were directly doubled. For a moment, an unprecedented sense of power filled every cell in his body.
If he encountered another ghost dragon boss, he could completely kill it solo. It's so powerful. It's only level 1. It's given me such a horrible power. If the riot demon armor is raised to level 24, wouldn't the increase be horribly powerful? With a thought, the armor covering Gu Chen's right hand swiftly changed shape. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-long giant axe extended from his hand. The giant axe was hideous in shape, its black blade glistening with cold light, nearly a meter long, and extremely intimidating. Try it. Gu Chen turned his head to the tall altar on the side and swung the huge axe that was integrated with his armor. Slashed up. Boom! The altar, whose surface was covered with cracks, instantly fell apart and turned into a field of ruins. Gu Chen looked towards the giant axe, and under that terrifying impact, several tumbles appeared above the blade of the axe. However, this giant axe was, after all, a riot demon armor derivation, equivalent to a part of itself. With a thought, Gu Chen immediately began to repair the giant axe with the curled blade, and it didn't take long for it to return to its original state. It's okay, it's only level 1 after all, and with subsequent upgrades, the output capacity will surely double and skyrocket again. The riot demon armor. It's totally a melee weapon. Excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and his heart was dumbfounded. Every legal profession has a melee heart. What's more, now that the ghost dragon territory has been penetrated, the next stop will be the Dragon Palace. Soon I'll be able to meet my genius brother. I don't have enough time today, so I'm only going to write here. I'll update the rest in the early hours of the morning. Please refresh the chapter tomorrow. Please simply ignore the following garbled code. Right at that moment, a wild voice came from behind him. Gu Chen, just you dare to switch to summoner? Come on, let's see what your summoned beasts are made of. A young man in a summoner's suit approached, and beside him it was also followed by a female student with a staff. When the crowd saw this, they revealed scornful expressions and backed away. It's Wu Zonghua. He's actually switched to summoner. He's the young president of the legendary guild. He has the capital to do so even if he switches to summoner. When Gu Chen saw this person, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. This Wu Zonghua is considered a ringleader among the students of Lin Shangno 1 middle school. It was this person who bullied him the hardest in the beginning and made him suffer. Then Gu Chen was cornered and started to fight Wu Zonghua hard. After all, a barefoot person is not afraid of a shoe wearer. Wu Zonghua was shocked by Gu Chen's ruthlessness. It was only then that there was some restraint. It's just that, after all, Wu Zonghua is the junior president. How can it be put to rest so easily? He had always kept Gu Chen a sum in his mind. Now that he's turned into a summoner, and with the legendary guild's underpinnings, the first summoned beast was the rare grade golden lion. With his current battle power, it wasn't easy to abuse a civilian. With an open face, Wu Zonghua let out a low gulp, and a lion with a golden color was summoned by him. My god! Surprisingly, it's a golden male lion, a rare grade summoning beast. It's still the young president. The first summoned beast is a golden lion worth over $3 million. Hearing the gusts of shock around him, Wu Zonghua laughed arrogantly. Gu Chen, call out your summoned beast and let me see what kind of crap you've contracted. Gu Chen looked away, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Rare class summoning beasts? How dare you take out this kind of trash to challenge him? A cold light flashed under Gu Chen's eyes as he nonchalantly said, Golden lion? It's just a garbage summoned beast, and you dare to bring it out to embarrass people? A touch of viciousness surfaced on Wu Zonghua's face. Dare to insult my summoned beast? I want you to die. The golden male lion beside him also felt the insult, and his mane stood on end, glaring amber eyes that seemed like 2 roaring flames. It opened its bloody mouth, its teeth as sharp as knives, and let out a furious roar at Gu Chen. An angry roar swept out like a storm. An irresistible sense of oppression descended so steeply that even the air seemed to freeze due to this anger. Bearing the pressure of the golden lion's might, Gu Chen stood with a long stance, pleasantly unafraid. Let me die? Just you aren't qualified. Get lost and don't delay my copy. Gu Chen let out a cold cry and turned around to continue walking towards the entrance of the replica. Wu Zonghua had a cloudy face at the moment. He had been shocked by Gu Chen's ruthlessness when he was in school, and had always been pushed head over heels. Now that he switched to summoner and contracted the rare class golden lion, the battle power was hundreds of times stronger than before. So how could he be willing to let Gu Chen off the hook? Besides, what good summoning beast could a civilian summoner contract? Stop! Wu Zonghua rushed forward, arrogantly saying, Gu Chen, I've contracted the golden lion. You think I'm still afraid of you? Gu Chen smiled coldly. Then what do you want? If you have the guts, you can bet against me. Oh, what's the bet? Whoever ranks higher before today's copy closes is the winner. What about the bet? Gu Chen asked. How about a bet with a summoned beast, and whoever loses will be released from their contract with the summoned beast? I'm sorry, Wu Zonghua said wistfully. Undoing the contract is also equivalent to losing this summoned beast completely. Although he didn't know what Gu Chen's summoned beast was, Wu Zonghua was certain that it would definitely be an unbearable loss for Gu Chen if he lost this summoned beast. And it is true. The lowest level summoning skill book would start at least 20,000 to 30,000 dollars. Gu Chen doesn't even have $200 in his body right now. But to Wu Zonghua, even if he lost a rare class summoned beast, it doesn't hurt either. What's more, how could he lose to a civilian summoner? It's fine, but I'm afraid that you'll lose and not recognize it at that time. Gu Chen said indifferently. I'll lose? Wu Zonghua snorted. Then why don't we ask all the students present to be witnesses? With so many people staring, I won't be able to renege on my debt, right? Good. Then it's settled. Gu Chen wasn't ambiguous and directly answered. Seeing Gu Chen take a stand, the crowd was stunned in unison. I'll be damned. He really dares to bet. It's on the top, isn't it? The other party is the young president of the legendary guild. Listening to the sighs around him, Wu Zonghua gently stroked the golden lion beside him. Satisfied, he nodded. He had a rare grade summoned beast, so beating civilians on the leaderboards would be like abusing a dog? Then, with a look of contempt, he said, Gu Chen, my summoned beast is a golden lion. Even if you choose nightmare difficulty you still have a fighting chance. What are you, a civilian, going to fight me with? There are 3 levels of difficulty for newbie copies. In order: normal, hard and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the higher the ranking after passing the level. And some people have done statistics that killing one Fey beast in a nightmare level copy was worth killing 3 to 4 in a normal copy. Usually only the sons of nobles have the capital to choose the nightmare class. Wu Zonghua was certainly not considered a noble, and was only emboldened by the golden lion and the teleportation scroll. However, Gu Chen's next words directly shocked everyone. Coincidentally, I'll take the nightmare level copy as well. Civilians picking the nightmare class? Or is it a single brush? Crazy. It's crazy. Wu Zonghua froze for a moment, then laughed with a sneer. Nightmare level? Just you? Ha ha. What a way to get yourself killed. Gu Chen sneered, stopped talking nonsense, and walked directly to the last of the 3 copy entrances. Nightmare level. The entrance to the space that emits a blood-red demonic glow. As soon as he came close, a terrifying sense of oppression left people gasping for air. The current novice copy is at nightmare level. Do you want to enter? Yes. Nightmare level copies are extremely difficult, and it is not recommended to enter alone. Whether or not to form a team. No. In the next second, a blood-colored demonic glow enveloped Gu Chen's body. His figure disappeared within the space entrance. In the face of the Goblin Guard's sneak attack, Gu Chen's face was calm, with not the slightest bit of panic visible in his eyes, because Dracula had already transformed into a black shadow and rushed towards the group of Goblin Guards. It has the superb constitution and acute senses of a blood. The attacks of this group of Goblin Guards were like a slow-motion movie in its eyes, easily avoiding the short sword stabbing behind him. The instantaneous Dracula appeared in front of a Goblin Guard. It stretched out its pale hand, its black nails like sharp blades, flashing with a demonic red aura. Blood claw piercing, activated. In the next second, the Goblin Guard's chest was pierced. Thumbs up, a beating heart was clawed out, thrown to the ground, and dark black, sticky blood spilled all over the floor. Straight up seconds. Kill Goblin Guard. Experience +9. True to form. A nightmare level copy? High difficulty comes with high reward. 9 points of experience for killing a Fey. At this rate, in 2 minutes he'll be upgraded. Dracula directly killed the Goblin Guard, and the skill that had just entered cooldown was instantly refreshed. It had a strong sense of combat, and needed no instructions at all. The figure flickered and appeared behind the other 2 Goblin Guards. Blood claw piercing, activated. This time, it was 2 hands. Its hands were like sharp bayonets, piercing the goblin's back. Pierced those 2 short bodies right through. Kill Goblin Guard *2. Experience +18. It was only a matter of a breath before 3 of the 5 Goblin Guards were dead. Gu Chen's heart burst with darkness. Dracula turned around, murderous intent skyrocketing in his eyes, his figure as ghostly as the. Instantly, he appeared in front of the Goblin Guards on the opposite side of the room. It dodged 2 sharp blades with a sidestep and proceeded to unleash its skill. Lightly resolved the last 2 Fey.